As the immortal Yin Qingyu awakens from her long slumber, she finds herself in the interstellar era. With no money and lacking spiritual power? No problem. She utilizes her spatial secret stash to quickly amass wealth. She also sweeps through armies with her lost ancient martial arts, becoming the strongest solo fighter in the galaxy. In this brand new world, she vows to shake the galaxy with her own strength and create a legend. Chapter 1. Future Starry Sky. The white walls seemed to have shadows flickering before her eyes. The first thing Yin Xingyu saw upon waking was this scene, and feeling a bit unaccustomed, she shut her eyes again. She was still alive, which made sense after all. She was an immortal monster. Yinny, come take a look what happened. Sure, let me see. Yin Xingyu wanted to say she was fine, but she oddly found that she couldn't make a sound. Don't speak, your vocal cords are still very dry. You haven't spoken in a long time, and it will take some time to recover. The boy spoke gently, and as he checked Yin Xingyu's hands, his touch became tender. She's awake? That magnetic voice was clearly a bit excited. Hearing the excitement in the man's tone, Yin Xingyu felt no joy of having survived. From the Shinong era to the modern age. Now, she didn't even know which era she had arrived in. Death felt strangely unfamiliar to her. She didn't know the details of her past, only that after reaching a certain age, being ageless and immortal became her unique ability. Yin Xingyu slowly opened her eyes, though the room wasn't very bright. But for Qingyu, seeing clearly the things in a room was already quite difficult. With her eyes open, she cautiously turned her gaze around. Bit by bit, she took in the scenery of this room. The first thing that caught her eye was a strand of silver-white hair, followed by a white doctor's coat. You're awake, we've been waiting for you for a long time. The owner of the silver hair was smiling brightly at her. I am your doctor. By the way, you're so unique. The doctor furrowed his brows, unsure how to describe Yin Xingyu's physical characteristics. Yin Xingyu closed her eyes to feel her body. It was fine, just lacking strength in her muscles. Somewhat strange, Yin Xingyu subtly frowned. She had once slept for 300 years and never felt like this. You are. Before Yin Xingyu could finish her sentence, she felt a severe dryness in her throat. Don't speak just yet, wait a moment. The handsome doctor brought over a tube, which didn't contain water, but a milky white liquid. Yin Xingyu didn't mind and took a sip. After all, she couldn't be poisoned. You need to recover. Well, I don't know what happened to you. There was not a single fluctuation of spiritual energy, and even this body seemed to lack physical fitness. He looked at Yin Xingyu with some interest. If it weren't for this, he probably wouldn't have treated the girl. He was interested in good physiques, and he was also curious about this extremely poor one. Yin Xingyu didn't respond to his words, but instead scanned the room. It was pure white, too monotonous. But the man in the room did look quite strange. He wasn't Chinese, resembling a foreigner, or more accurately, like a foreigner after being filtered through a delicate lens. My name is Yin. Still a foreigner speaking authentic Chinese. Yin Qingyu. Finally, her throat wasn't so uncomfortable, and Yin Qingyu's expression improved considerably. He was taken aback upon hearing this, then smiled gently at Yin Qingyu. Are you from SB 250 star? SB 250? Yin Qingyu's face darkened. Very good. He had insulted her twice. At once this person was doomed. I come from Capital Star. This time, you were discovered under an energy mine. You were very lucky to be alive. There's quite a bit of radiation near the energy mine, and ordinary people couldn't get too close. It seemed this woman had been trapped underneath for a long time when she was excavated. Yin Qingyu didn't speak based on her experience. She must have overslept again, not knowing how many years into the future she had slept. She didn't quite understand these terms. Seeing that Yin Qingyu didn't respond, he stopped talking, though he was indeed very curious about this girl. When Yin left, Yin Qingyu didn't lie back down but sat up in bed and looked around the environment. No surveillance. After observing for a while, Yin Qingyu got this information, then lifted the blanket and walked out. She couldn't stay there. That man had ulterior motives. Moreover, the secret of her body couldn't be exposed so quickly. When Yin came back in, he found the bed empty and couldn't help but smirk. What is Yin doing? Where is she? Leo looked puzzled at the empty room after such serious injuries. Where had she gone? She's very cautious. Yin Xingyu had run away and successfully evaded all the detection devices to escape. She was clever. Whenever she saw a robot, she would hide. So he only saw the footage of Yin Qingyu in a hospital gown at the entrance. That it was hard to find someone who had disappeared in the crowd. Furthermore, Yin Qingyu cautiously tested the surroundings and found a public restroom, where she changed clothes. When she came out, although she still looked a bit odd, at least she wasn't particularly conspicuous. Yin Qingyu looked at the faint cherry blossom petals in her hand and fell into deep thought. Inside was a space that had followed her for an unknown amount of time, only learning it was called a space in modern times. Fortunately, it contained many of her belongings. Otherwise, she really wouldn't have had clothes to change into. After all, the sizes of the people here were clearly different from hers. The earlier Yin, he was at least 2 meters tall, and the women here were all around 1.75 to 1.8 meters at her height of 1.63 meters. She was indeed rare. Yin Qingyu strolled through the bustling market, trying to act normal. Generally speaking, these places were the best for understanding this era. Amid the strange gazes of others, Yin Qingyu circled around and stopped at a stall that had a book titled Complete History of the Interstellar Era. I want this book. 3-star coins. Yin Qingyu knew how to use such things, but she didn't have any. Chapter 2. The Jade Pendant. Yin Qingyu pondered for a while. An equal exchange, a jade pendant. Jade pendant? Hearing this, the stall owner finally looked up, and nearby people turned to look. You must be joking. Don't think I don't know. The stall owner suddenly reacted, his face turning red as he looked at Yin Qingyu. How could this underage girl possibly have a real jade pendant? Yin Qingyu squinted her eyes, pondering whether this jade pendant had greater value in this era. So she didn't refute the stall owner's words but turned and left. She was always good at observing, and the reactions of the people around were too extreme. At the Thunder Auction House, Yin Qingyu walked in without hesitation. Can the jade pendant be auctioned? The receptionist was taken aback, then broke into an even wider smile. That of course. However, your jade pendant needs to be appraised first. Yin Qingyu nodded and took out a purple jade pendant from her pocket. She hadn't really worn it much. It was custom-made from the jade she had mined during her brief obsession with gambling stones in Yunnan. The jade pendant was carefully placed on a plate. Please wait a moment, the appraisal results will be out soon. Actually, when Yin Qingyu took it out, the people around her felt a surge of energy. This was undoubtedly a good jade pendant, but since it was being auctioned, the value had to be assessed. Miss, are you sure you want to auction this jade pendant? The appraiser looked at the jade with fervent eyes. Oh, soon? Yin Qingyu stood up and glanced at the jade pendant on the plate. She still had quite a bit of jade, so this wasn't surprising. I don't have any money left. Upon hearing this, the appraiser's heart, which was previously in suspense, relaxed. Not having money is good. Not having money means it can be auctioned off, right? No. What I mean is, if you're short on cash, don't worry, the value of this jade pendant will exceed your expectations. The appraiser realized that his previous remark was somewhat impolite, but he still smiled warmly at Yin Qingyu. Although the girl in black didn't show any signs of mental energy, the fact that she could produce such a jade pendant indicated that the people behind her were likely not simple. Our auction house takes a 20 commission, you keep 80. What do you think? That's fine. The most important thing now was money, and in this place, this auction house's prices were quite reasonable with a broader market. So Yin Qingyu didn't think much of it, she just needed to wait to collect her money. With Yin Qingyu's words, the appraiser's smile widened. You can wait in a room on the second floor. There will be other items auctioned during this time. As he spoke, he led Yin Qingyu to the second floor room. The auction would start in a while, and Yin Qingyu sat in the room, looking at the boy standing behind her. Do you have any books here? About interstellar history. The boy was taken aback for a moment, but nodded in agreement. Was there still someone reading books these days? After all, those things were heavy, and the text was often unclear. The boy placed a book in front of Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu opened the book and unconsciously furrowed her brows, but continued reading. Her reading speed was very fast, as if she were quite accustomed to reading such physical books. The boy stared in a daze. Meanwhile, Yin Qingyu sat in her seat, sorting through all the information she had acquired. She had indeed overslept. She had been asleep for nearly 6,000 years, during which humanity had endured life and death trials and evolved into what it was today. Yin Qingyu didn't know how old she was. All she knew was that from birth until now, her appearance had been frozen at 16.7 years old, and her life had also been stagnant. Whenever she faced something, if she chose to hide, she would fall asleep. Her space had been with her since birth. AS for Earth, oh no. Now as this B-250 Starret had become a low-level planet, as humanity had found more advanced places. However, these changes weren't too problematic for Yin Qingyu. She was the most adaptable to the shifts of time. although this era was indeed somewhat distant. Moreover, having slept for so long, it was impossible for her to fall asleep again in a short period. So she needed to integrate into society until she truly died or fell asleep. Again, Yan Qingyu regained her focus and looked at the strange glass window in the room. From here, she could see every move below the auction was finally about to begin. Everyone, coming here tonight is indeed a great choice. Tonight, our Thunder Auction House will auction off something wonderful. Please stay tuned. Something wonderful? The crowd below began to buzz with excitement. Anyone who could say that must have something rare to offer. Yan Qingyu blinked in confusion. Was this referring to her jade pendant? But could a jade pendant really be considered something wonderful? If the antique value of the jade pendant was appreciated, it might be considered a good item. But in the interstellar era, would anyone really spend a lot of money on an antique? What do you think of my jade pendant? Yan Qingyu decided to test the boy beside her. What else could she possibly not know about this era? Your jade pendant is very good. Its effect on soothing mental energy is quite remarkable. The boy said this with great excitement. Just having the jade pendant there made people feel very comfortable with their mental energy. Mental energy? A hint of confusion finally appeared on Yan Qingyu's face. The boy, being perceptive, noticed her almost non-existent mental energy fluctuations and quickly understood. Miss, although your mental energy fluctuations are, quite low, it's not the only way to survive in the interstellar world. There are also physical abilities. Looking at Yan Qingyu's frail appearance, the boy seemed to be in a dilemma. Yan Qingyu began to understand, so the distinction between mentalists and physical enhancers was like this. Didn't she have mental energy? That made sense. She hadn't evolved at all. Then what else can one rely on to live? The boy suddenly choked. Yes. Lacking mental energy meant being unable to do the most popular jobs, and without physical abilities, even the most laborious tasks were off limits. Seeing the boy's silence, Yan Qingyu basically understood the harshness of this world. Once, she had slept for 300 years, and even in modern times, she could work and earn money. She had tried various jobs. But here, lacking both mental and physical abilities seemed to mean being completely stuck. You could go to school for a test. Maybe your mental energy hasn't been awakened yet. If your physical abilities are good, you could also become a solo soldier. Although looking at Yan Qingyu, it seemed she didn't have either, but someone like her stranded on this planet would only face a dead end. The boy still wanted her to hold on to a glimmer of hope and give it a try. School? Yes, our planet's 250 school. That name, is it really something a normal person would come up with? Yan Qingyu said, no more. Her gaze turned back to the auction below, where the items being sold were now of a much higher quality than before. There were indeed some antiques, but the prices were still not high. After watching for a while, nothing particularly surprising caught her eye. After a long wait, the auction slowly approached its end. Leo, it seems your auction house's items aren't that great after all. Yan teased the man sitting beside her. This little planet's items are just as expected. We only can take a look. Once we're done, we can head back. This time, the energy mine has been completely mined out. They had come here specifically for the energy mine. Now that their mission was nearly complete, it was about time to return. Chapter 3. Entrance Test. Yan Yi's expression soured slightly. What's wrong? Still thinking about that girl? Leo looked at Yan Yi with amusement. He couldn't believe he had taken a liking to that girl here. And I just find her very strange. That as a doctor, he naturally found the girl's physical data strangely tight, and someone with little mental strength and low physical stats was able to walk on her own shortly after consuming a bottle of nutritional fluid. Moreover, her physical data was clearly below their average level. There were also some peculiar data that couldn't be resolved on this planet, and they needed to return to obtain more advanced instruments for testing. Next up is today's highlight product. Let's look forward to it. The host appeared very excited. After all, he thought this item was a good one when he first saw it. A covered plate was brought onto the stage, and behind it was a huge screen displaying the mysterious plate. Alright, tonight's main event is this jade pendant that allows one to feel their mental strength being healed just by standing nearby. After the host finished speaking, he lifted the cloth, revealing Yan Qingyu's purple jade pendant, which was entirely purple and even seemed translucent at a glance. The faintly emanating power was also calming the mental strength of everyone inside. Yan Qingyu couldn't feel it, but seeing the expression of the person behind her, she roughly knew that this item was already having an effect. Can you still feel it from this far away? Yan Qingyu couldn't help but ask out loud. Our screen displays all the characteristics of the auction items, and it can also identify if food is genuine. Of course, this kind of power can be felt as well. The boy shyly glanced at Yin Qingyu, feeling a bit embarrassed for being caught daydreaming. Yin Qingyu nodded and stopped talking. The competition had already begun below. There was no starting bid, but the jade pendant was quickly driven up to 30 million star coins. This left Yin Qingyu even more puzzled. Does everyone need their mental strength to be calmed? Otherwise, this item wouldn't be so popular. Yes, mental strength can easily go out of control, especially for those with low mental strength who are more likely to explode and die. Those with high mental strength can also face similar dangers if they encounter beasts that disrupt their mental strength. Generally speaking, in wealthy families, buying a jade pendant for protection is not a big deal, but it's difficult to find such a good one. Beasts. Yin Qingyu had read about them in books. It turned out that outside of Earth, there were not aliens but rather ugly yet powerful beasts, and if it weren't for human ingenuity, humanity might have already faced extinction. Leo was also a bit moved, and he was even more shocked that such a good jade pendant existed in this place. There were only a few good jade pendants in the interstellar market, but this purple one seemed to be on par with them. Perhaps even better, 100 million. Leo shouted out a high price without thinking. As soon as the voice sounded, the noise in the venue completely ceased. No one on this planet could possibly spend half their fortune on this jade pendant. All right, congratulations to the gentleman on the second floor for acquiring this jade pendant. The host waited for a while and, seeing no one else bidding, smiled satisfactorily and sent the jade pendant to the second floor. Thus, the auction came to an end. Although Yin Qingyu knew that the value of this jade pendant might be high, she did not expect someone to buy it for 100 million. She seemed to have quite a few of these jade pendants, but she wouldn't sell any more in the short term. One piece is rare, but too many would raise suspicion, and attracting attention is not a good thing. Moreover, this money was already enough for her to use for a while. Miss, here is 80 million star coins. Since we notice you don't have a light brain, our auction house has given you one that, although it's not very advanced, please don't dislike it. An auction house staff member walked in with something resembling a bracelet. Naturally, a high-end light brain wouldn't look like this, but it was just a gift, and Yin Qingyu didn't refuse. I'll take my leave now. Okay, miss, we welcome you to visit again. Yin Qingyu didn't linger based on her experience. Greedy people would soon come looking for her, so before she figured out the strength of the people in this era, she had to learn to hide. Yin Qingyu checked into a hotel and stayed there peacefully for a few days, until the enrollment for the 250 school began. Hello, you have reached the appropriate age. Please go to the 250 school to participate in the testing registration. Appropriate age? Can you tell how old I am? Yes, you are 18 this year, the robot replied in a stiff manner. Leaving Yin Qingyu a bit stunned, IT seemed to be an inaccurate robot. She herself didn't even know how old she was, so how could this robot figure it out? However, she planned to check out the school. Compared to asking others, she could gather more information at the school, and it wouldn't expose her identity. She could also learn a lot, so Yin Qingyu went to the school without any hesitation. Although the name of the 250 school wasn't impressive, it was the largest school on this planet, so there were still quite a few people queuing at the entrance. The entrance was divided into 3 lines, one for infantry, one for mecha engineers, and the last for mecha manufacturers. However, Yin Qingyu could only join the infantry line since infantry did not require mental strength, while mecha engineers needed both physical and mental abilities. Still, the line with the fewest people was the mecha engineers, as having one talent was already extremely rare, and having 2 was even rarer. Even if it was just a formality, everyone still had to undergo a mental strength test. It was impossible for anyone to be without mental strength. Everyone regarded this as merely a ritual. However, the mental strength tester in front of Yin Qingyu, which showed no fluctuations, truly astonished everyone. No, is there really someone whose mental strength is so low that it can't be detected? Even the worst infantry has D-level mental strength, and if one reaches A1 level, they can become a mecha engineer, but everyone could hardly believe that someone could be below D-level. Yin Qingyu withdrew her hand, her expression calm. She already knew this would be the result. Classmate, you seem to have very little mental strength. Do you still want to participate in the test? Although infantry doesn't place much importance on mental strength, could this frail girl really want to participate in the remaining tests? Yes, that it's just a test. The school has stated in advance that it won't endanger lives. In this environment where everyone is a soldier, those of appropriate age must attend school for basic learning. So even if they saw Yin Qingyu's situation, they couldn't stop her if she wanted to participate in the upcoming tests. The worst outcome would just be attending a worse school. Chapter 4. The Challenge After Doubt. Yin Qingyu never fights an unprepared battle. Since she decided to participate, she certainly researched the exam format well. The individual combat test focuses on combat strength, and while spiritual power can also be used, individual spiritual power is clearly not sufficient, so few individuals utilize it in battle. After all, those who score too low will be eliminated. As Yin Qingyu walked in, the examiner looked at her with a hint of pity. With her small arms and legs, how could she withstand the pressure from these powerful individuals? Inside was a virtual scene, but it looked very real. It appeared to be a forest, which was a prime location for ambushes. Coincidentally, she was very skilled at ambushing. Yin Qingyu hid in a tree with a handful of leaves, taking down anyone who came by. Of course, she didn't actually kill them. She merely injured them. The leaves were coated with a special herb from her space, which caused fainting upon contact. Each time someone fainted and lost their combat ability, they would be sent out, and soon, examiners surrounded her. After all, they were pulling people out from this very spot. While Yin Qingyu was sitting there bored, the tree beneath her suddenly disappeared. But she landed firmly on the ground. The test was over. The results were announced. First place, Yin Qingyu, with 106 kills. Second place, Qi Shu, with 50 kills. The eliminated individuals glanced at Yin Qingyu, who had just emerged. They were ranked by exam scores. The gap between first and second place was astonishing. And the first place was a female individual. You cheated. I didn't see you at all. A boy suddenly stood in front of Yin Qingyu. He was the first to die, and his score was far below the admission standard. He had been inexplicably killed by Yin Qingyu. And only after watching the battle footage did he realize many had met their end there, all in strange ways. You didn't see me because your observation skills are lacking, Yin Qingyu replied expressionlessly. Huh, an individual relying on brute strength. You were hiding in the tree. Who knows what you were doing up there? The others in the arena did not stop him. They were seeing this method for the first time, but individuals indeed relied on strength to speak. Silence. The system reports no issues. That means there are no issues. The examiner didn't care about anything else. Cheating? Cheating under the system's supervision? Such a thing was impossible. Moreover, during the test, who knows how many examiners were watching. Although Yin Qingyu won using this method, she did not violate any school rules. No, I refuse. She can't possibly be a qualified individual. The man was evidently unwilling. A frail girl wanting to be an individual? In this star system, there were indeed very few female individuals. No matter how evolved, women were still weaker than men. The examiner squinted, somewhat impatient. This person was indeed a thorn in the side. However, he was right. The girl didn't seem like she could endure for long. The life of an individual was extremely harsh, and this girl's true level was hard to gauge. Yin Qingyu noticed the doubts among the onlookers, but she was not flustered. Since you wanted to prove myself, fine, let us have a match. Taking down one person would calm the others. It was a way to make an example. Yin Qingyu calculated that it was indeed worth it. Who knows if you'll use some underhanded trick? What if you have other tricks up your sleeve? A glimmer of delight appeared in the man's eyes, but he continued slowly. If you use underhanded tricks or lose, your spot in the school will belong to me. How about that? Hey, how can that be? Why does it belong to you just because you said so? The other eliminated individuals believed they could defeat Yin Qingyu too. All right. The examiner frowned, but said nothing more. This was indeed not very proper, but if he remembered correctly, this boy's strength was quite good. If he could enter the school, it would be beneficial. All the participants moved to the virtual competition platform. Individual combat. Fair and square. Yin Qingyu stood on the platform, indifferently watching the man across from her, who was preparing frantically. She remained motionless, but her demeanor truly made people doubt whether she was a qualified individual. Ready? Yin Qingyu asked blandly, causing the boy opposite to feel a bit ashamed, as if he had made her wait for a long time. Just wait and see. Underestimating his strength. He would teach her a lesson. Yin Qingyu remained silent, standing with her hands behind her back, waiting for the match to begin. The match officially started. With the examiner's command, the man sprang into action. He swung a punch at Qingyu with astonishing force. Individuals inherently possessed strong physical prowess. Their bodies were generally powerful and resilient. However, as Qingyu sidestepped, the man's attack lost its target and shot forward. Luckily, he stopped his advance. Turning around, he saw a long leg stretching toward him. What? The man was momentarily dazed, and in that moment of confusion, Qingyu's leg kicked him in the face. The man felt a warmth in his nose. However, he glared fiercely at Qingyu. You ambushed me. Qingyu tilted her head, looking at him with confusion. Where did this little fool come from? Can't even distinguish between an attack and an ambush? Are you an idiot? Qingyu asked sincerely, her earnest expression making the audience laugh. Watching the man with half his face covered in blood was amusing, and it was funny how slow his reaction was. Yet he still had the nerve to accuse her of ambushing. The man grew increasingly flustered by the audience's reactions, his face turning red. You clearly didn't catch my attack. Must I catch your attack for it not to be considered an ambush? Qingyu retorted in confusion. Was this how the world defined it? All right, then I'll comply. To avoid gossip, Qingyu dashed in front of the man and threw a punch straight at him. Though he hadn't reacted yet, seeing her delicate fist, he still raised his hand to block. My. Qingyu didn't give him a chance to say more. She spun around and delivered a back kick, sending the man staggering back several steps. Before he could regain his balance, Qingyu's attack was already upon him. Puffed. The man lay on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his expression filled with pain. It was the first time he had sustained such serious injuries in his life. Chapter 5. The discriminating instructor, Qingyu, walked over expressionlessly, wanting to give him another kick, but was stopped. Wait, we can't cause a death. Interstellar law prohibits mutual killing among humans. Every death must occur during the extermination of insect beasts or due to old age, not from meaningless self-inflicted harm. Qingyu raised an eyebrow, but chose not to continue. According to her rules, in fact, one side had to die for the other to come down from the platform. Qingyu's combat strength left everyone present in awe, but they still found it hard to imagine how a seemingly delicate girl could be so powerful. It wasn't until the school doctor arrived that they realized this girl was a powerhouse disguised in a frail exterior. She had kicked a reasonably strong individual, breaking all of his ribs and fracturing his hand, causing bruising on his chest. Their skin was so tough. How could this woman inflict such deep wounds? Even the struggle between individual soldiers shouldn't be like this, unless this woman has exceptional physical abilities. Everyone was startled by this thought. However, Qingyu knew that she had only used a fraction of her strength. If she had exerted more force, that person would have been dead by now. Fortunately, she had held back some strength. If she had killed him, she would have to start fleeing again. Qingyu successfully received her admission letter from the school and planned to check out of the hotel the next day. After all, saving even a little money is important. Congratulations! You have received an admission letter from school 250. Now, you need to prepare a school fee of 5,000 star coins, a cleaning robot, and the nutritional fluids you need. Qingyu was taken aback upon hearing this. Nutritional fluids? It seemed like the person had given her some to drink on her first day. It had no flavor, but she still preferred the spirit spring water from her own space. During this time, she hadn't bought any nutritional fluids, and it was said they were filling. She wouldn't starve to death, but she would still feel hungry, though there was plenty of food in her space. When she was in modern society, she couldn't get used to the pesticide-laden meals and relied on food from her space to fill her stomach. In this era, even pesticide-laden meals were gone, replaced directly by nutritional fluids. Qingyu thought for a moment and realized she could save a significant amount of money. Thank you for the reminder. However, she didn't need the cleaning robot. She was perfectly capable of cleaning herself. The next day was the day to start school. Qingyu looked at her classmates, all carrying large bags, while she entered the school empty-handed. It didn't feel strange at all. After all her belongings were in her space. She had even used 2 acres of land in her space to store the clothes she bought. There was no helping it. After suffering hardships, arriving in modern society had indeed dazzled her with beautiful clothes. So, Qingyu had quite a few outfits, but she had the space to store them. However, the looks from everyone were filled with envy. There were too few people with advanced light brains on their planet, and an advanced light brain could store things. So everyone automatically assumed Yan Qingyu had one. As a reward for being first in the individual soldier category, Yan Qingyu could live alone in a dormitory. In reality, the individual soldiers from each class lived in dorms unique to their class, but in Yan Qingyu's class, she was the only girl. So she had the dormitory all to herself. Each class was ranked according to academic performance, and their class was only accessible to the top 30 students. However, standing among a group of men, the short Yan Qingyu was indeed quite conspicuous. When the instructor saw Yan Qingyu, he frowned. How did a woman end up in the individual soldier category? Having a woman here was incredibly inconvenient. Li Lei felt somewhat impatient. What? Yan Qingyu retorted upon hearing his words. What is wrong with being a woman? The instructor looked at Yan Qingyu with even more dissatisfaction. He hadn't given permission to speak, and this girl was really too unruly. You, step forward. What is your name and ranking? Yan Qingyu quickly stepped forward, staring directly at the man in front of her. The instructor paused, but still looked at Yan Qingyu with little regard. What did I just say about interrupting? Run 20 laps. Report. Because you just asked me a question. Yan Qingyu's expression remained indifferent. That was just me talking to myself. So was I. Li Lei felt a bit angry. This new recruit was challenging him right from the start, but it was just a first place and she was a girl. He didn't know how long she could maintain that first place and dare to talk to him like this. Are you proud of yourself? No. I'm just speaking with strength. Yan Qingyu's goal was very clear. She was here to learn these strange physical training methods. Her skills were something these people couldn't achieve even after 100 years of practice. Although her internal strength might be a bit unexpected now, the inner cultivation method had long been lost. If she hadn't survived all this time, it would have likely been completely forgotten. She was just here to familiarize herself with this world so that after graduation, this world could accept her. Strength. What strength could a woman like you have? Li Lei was practically laughing his head off at this comment. Just because she won a fight against the eliminated recruit, does that prove she has strength? Yan Qingyu's eyes darkened. This person was discriminating against women. May I ask, is it permissible to hit the instructor? Before taking action, consider the consequences. Yan Qingyu asked sincerely, needing to know if this was something she could do. Li Lei laughed maniacally. Sure, but just you? Young people shouldn't be too confident. Li Lei's expression became serious. The new recruits were indeed arrogant. Which new recruit wasn't like this? But in the end, they would all learn what it meant to be a person. You all bear witness. The instructor said it's okay. Yan Qingyu turned to look at the group behind her, and the boys suddenly turned a bit red. After all, she was the only girl in their class. She was quite good-looking, not inferior to the girls in the mecha department or mecha manufacturing department. I've recorded it. Yan Qingyu heard this and looked up. It was Qingyu, the second place from that day. He was a handsome and gentle-looking boy, but surprisingly, he was second in the individual soldier category. Truly, one couldn't judge a book by its cover. What? You really want to resist? Li Lei's face turned completely dark upon hearing Qingyu's words. This batch of new recruits is all troublemakers. No, I just want to hit you. Yan Qingyu's expression didn't change much, but it felt like there was an innocent meaning behind her words. Saying such arrogant things with a straight face made the boys behind her chuckle subtly. You, new recruits are just asking to be beaten. Li Lei was completely enraged by Yan Qingyu's words. Why are they about to start fighting over there? I don't know. This scene attracted the attention of the other classes. You all watch. This is the troublemaker among the new recruits. If you dare to follow her example, you'll end up like her. Every instructor seized the opportunity to yell at the day's students in their classes. Originally, it was just a small commotion, but it made everyone's attention focus on this match. Chapter 6. Challenge. Successful Yan Qingyu had just entered the school and was already on the competition stage for the second time. This time it was still a match against the instructor. She was indeed eye-catching among the new recruits. Yan Qingyu walked onto the competition stage and glanced at Li Lei, whose expression was not looking good, then stood firm. Competition stages like this were everywhere. The only downside was that you couldn't kill people casually. If you beg for mercy now, I might let you off this time. Li Lei, Provoked by this, couldn't he take it anymore? After all, Yan Qingyu was just a girl. Even if he won, not many would praise him. They would say he was provoked by a newcomer. If you kneel before me now, I might consider going easy on you. Yan Qingyu raised her eyebrows at Li Lei, and her words were so arrogant that it made Li Lei furious. Ha ha ha, so arrogant. Ha ha ha, go beauty. What are you doing? Why are you calling her beauty? She is our class S girl. Good thing shouldn't he go to outsiders. Such a pretty girl, certainly shouldn't he be taken away by other guys. The boys in the individual soldier class couldn't he help but defend Yan Qingyu. The cheers from below made Li Lei lose his rationality in anger. Huh, let me see how much strength you really have. Dare to be so arrogant. The battle between the two was about to ignite. The onlookers were eager for excitement. This was simply a unique trait of every era. Moreover, it was a match between a girl and an instructor, both of whom were individual soldiers. Yan Qingyu stood still, waiting for Li Lei to move first, so she could gauge how much strength to use without killing him. Li Lei indeed heard the laughter below and became anxious. He swiftly approached Yan Qingyu's side with agile movements. Unfortunately, in Yan Qingyu's eyes, his speed was still too slow. Even without using internal energy, her natural speed surpassed his. So by the time Li Lei reached Yan Qingyu's position, she had inexplicably vanished from spot. Too slow. Yan Qingyu's elusive movements and sharp critiques excited the crowd even more. Good job. Great. It really seems hard to determine the winner. You. What kind of fighting is just hiding and dodging? A solo fighter should charge forward without fear of difficulties. Li Lei felt a bit angry. How could solo fighters fight like this by hiding? Hearing this, Yan Qingyu frowned. So this era's solo fighters are just a bunch of single-celled organisms? They have no idea about dodging? That boy last time was the same. Fine, I can remain still. If I don't move, then I won T. Yan Qingyu didn't think it was a big deal. She had already roughly assessed Li Lei's strength and felt ready to strike. Yan Qingyu slightly spread her legs, firmly planted her feet on the ground, and stared directly at the furious Li Lei. Arrogant. Truly too arrogant. The students below couldn't help but gasp. She might still hold on by dodging, but she was just standing still. Li Lei fiercely tugged at the corner of his mouth. This was Yan Qingyu asking for it. He wouldn't let her off. Li Lei threw a heavy punch at Yan Qingyu's abdomen, but before he could make contact, she easily brushed it aside with one hand, as if deflecting 2 pounds with 1,000 pounds of force. Li Lei moved extremely quickly, but Yan Qingyu faced him without any pressure, even taking the lead in the battle as it progressed. Yan Qingyu fought faster and faster, her lower body as steady as a rock, not moving at all. Li Lei's movements were unpredictable but increasingly difficult. No matter how heavy his strikes were, it seemed Yan Qingyu couldn't feel them at all, instead shaking off his hand. No matter how fast he moved, Yan Qingyu appeared to predict his actions. I'll let you have 10 moves, now I'm going to attack. Yan Qingyu suddenly said, leaving Li Lei momentarily stunned. What attack? However, Yan Qingyu didn't give him any extra time to think. With a sweeping kick, she tripped Li Lei to the ground. As Li Lei tried to get up quickly, he suddenly felt a pain in his abdomen, and his body was pushed far away from Yan Qingyu. It was Yan Qingyu who kicked him in the stomach and sent him flying. Li Lei looked at Yan Qingyu, who was approaching, feeling anxious and wanting to stand up quickly. But just as he shakily got to his feet, his head suddenly throbbed with pain. Yan Qingyu leaped up and delivered a high kick to his head, sending Li Lei flying again. The two were very precise, or rather, Yan Qingyu controlled her strength well. The kick hurt a lot, but never sent Li Lei flying out of the ring. They were like a cat chasing a mouse, one pursuing while the other fled. Li Lei's face and clothes were covered in blood. It was evident that the battle was leaning in Yan Qingyu's favor. The other instructors couldn't stand it anymore. But once the competition started, as long as the contestants didn't admit defeat or show signs of life-threatening injury, they had no authority to stop it. Li Lei, use your mental energy. The reminder from the students below made them somewhat dissatisfied. Do you still need to remind someone when fighting? Especially in solo combat. What use is mental energy? Li Lei was overjoyed and stopped to release his mental pressure towards Yan Qingyu. Yan Qingyu also stopped at the right time, tilting her head as she stood still. Seeing the two motionless on the stage, the students below began to curse. What is the point of using mental energy in solo combat? Isn't it all about brute strength? Exactly. If you use mental energy, what is the point of the mech division, right? And Yin Qingyu has mental energy too. Yin Qingyu stood for a moment, and upon seeing Li Lei's arrogant smile, her expression grew colder. In a flash, she appeared in front of Li Lei and punched him in the face, directly knocking him to the ground. Standing in front of Li Lei, enveloped in cold energy, she paused for a moment. Just when everyone was puzzled, thinking the fight was over, Yin Qingyu suddenly stepped on Li Lei's face, ruthlessly rubbing it. Now, do you still think women have no strength? Strength is relative to the individual. For Li Lei, Yin Qingyu was simply stronger than him. Yin Qingyu's actions stunned the entire audience for a moment. Damn, what a strong insult. So strong. Yin Qingyu is amazing. The students, driven by their heroic sentiments, began to praise Yin Qingyu's arrogant actions. Even the instructor's admonitions couldn't stop the students' enthusiastic cheers. The instructors had dark expressions. Yin Qingyu was slapping all the instructors' faces. And why didn't Li Lei admit defeat, even though he was clearly conscious? How could he let Yin Qingyu insult him like this? Li Lei didn't know what others were thinking, but he felt an intense panic inside. He couldn't speak. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. What is happening? What is wrong with him? Hearing the commotion below, Yin Qingyu frowned and then kicked Li Lei in the chest, sending him off the stage. Wait, no one has admitted defeat yet. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Li Lei shouted in a state of ecstatic relief, thinking he would never be able to speak again. The crowd sighed upon hearing this. However, Yin Qingyu remained calm and composed as she walked back to her position. The other instructors took Li Lei down. Li Lei was unable to continue teaching after the beating, and without the instructors present, they left earlier than other classes. Thanks to Yin Qingyu, they could suffer a little less hardship. Chapter 7. Understanding culture. Yin Qingyu returned to the classroom with them. She glanced up at the sign above. It was class. A strange place, clearly looking like foreigners. They were speaking Chinese, but there were also some English words. Yin Qingyu discreetly scanned the classroom's occupants. Can I sit next to you? It was Qi Shu. Yin Qingyu didn't respond, merely nodded slightly and looked out the window. Qi Shu sat down, but his gaze remained on Yin Qingyu, feeling his intense stare. She turned her head back. What is up? Hee, nothing. Just think you're a bit strange? Qi Shu smiled at Yin Qingyu. He found her quite peculiar. She seemed to have low physical abilities but possessed incredible strength, and her movements were somewhat odd, a style he had never seen before. Yin Qingyu didn't say much more to Qi Shu. The more she said, the more mistakes she would make. She had learned this the hard way countless times. Just give her some time, and she wouldn't be seen as a strange person anymore. You angered the instructor on your first day. The days ahead will probably be tough. Yin Qingyu didn't want to engage with Qi Shu, but he didn't stop talking. Yeah, you're so good looking. If you encountered someone who cherishes beauty, it would be fine, but you've met this bunch of guys. A boy suddenly chimed in. There's nothing you can do. In solo combat, there are many boys. If you encounter a girl from a mech division, it would be very exciting, but girls from the solo combat division don't have such good treatment. Yin Qingyu frowned slightly upon hearing this. What kind of era is this? She had previously noticed that their language was not much different from that of her modern time, just with some unfamiliar vocabulary, having experienced countless eras. By the time she reached the modern period, even some vocabulary from 300 years prior had mostly disappeared. This era was already 6,000 years beyond the modern period, yet some vocabulary was still well preserved. However, when the two saw her frowning, they thought she was worried about this matter. Don't worry, we only have you as the girl in our squad. We will protect you. Zili patted her chest, and the people around her looked excited. She defeated the instructor. Very well. A single sentence from Qi Shu made Zili's face fall and calmed the surrounding people down. All right, I forgot your strength is even greater than ours. The group finally quieted down a bit, but Yin Qingyu was still staring at Zili, and she suddenly spoke up to Zili. What's your name? Oh, I'm Zili. I know you. Your name is Yin Qingyu. It's a strange name. After Zili answered, she also expressed her opinion about Yin Qingyu's name. Strange? Yin Qingyu frowned slightly, and Zili said her name was strange too. Seeing the puzzled expression on Yin Qingyu's face, Qi Shu blinked. Do you have any questions? Yen Qingyu glanced at Qishu, her big apricot eyes showing a hint of confusion, but her mouth kept talking. Your names are also quite strange. Zili was taken aback by this statement. Is she angry because I said her name was strange? Qishu rolled her eyes instead, looking at Yen Qingyu with a somewhat confused expression. There are very few three-character names, and your name has 3 characters, which is quite strange when put together. Speaking of which, it was also Zili's first time meeting someone with a 3-character name. Yen Qingyu lowered her eyes. Is that so? There are no 3-character names. Have you been to the training base before? Zili suddenly asked. Yen Qingyu lowered her head and did not answer. She wasn't sure if she should respond to this question. Qishu glanced at Yen Qingyu and then smiled. Do you know why our class is called class? Yen Qingyu remained silent. Do you know the origin of our written language? Qishu continued to ask aggressively. Yen Qingyu still remained silent, but the two did not see that her hands were tightly clenched. Huh, so you haven't been to the training base. No wonder. You don't seem to understand much. Zili's somewhat sympathetic remark improved the atmosphere quite a bit. However, it doesn't matter if you haven't been. Some places are indeed too poor. Poor to the point where they only know about reproduction. How could they send their children to training classes? But it seems they have only seen Yen Qingyu so far. Come, let me tell you, this represents strength. The strength of anything is represented by a total of 26 symbols. For example, we are a single soldier class, the strongest class among single soldiers, and here is 250 stars. Zili explained to Yen Qingyu without any concern. I haven't studied these, but your usual language isn't much different from that of ancient times. Yen Qingyu understood their meaning and casually followed along with their conversation. Zili was first taken aback, and Qishu was also surprised, seemingly not expecting Yen Qingyu to say this. Wow, you're amazing. You even understand the language of ancient people. I learned it from my grandfather. Our current language is replicated from a certain country in a certain era, stored in the light brain, so we naturally learned it. However, I didn't expect Yen Qingyu to have researched this too. That is really impressive. Zili looked at Yen Qingyu with admiration in her eyes. So that is how it is. Yen Qingyu blinked and didn't speak again. This era is indeed familiar yet strange, so that is how it is. Qishu scanned Yen Qingyu up and down. She was acting too strangely. How do you know the language of ancient times? Yen Qingyu looked up at Qishu upon hearing her question, and Zili was also taken aback. Their family must be relatively affluent on this planet to know these things. But how does Yen Qingyu know? Everyone has their secrets. I don't have to tell you how I know these things. Yen Qingyu replied to Qishu in a very calm tone. However, this was indeed a fact. It is like this in this era. Therefore, Qishu and Zili did not ask about this matter again. However, how come you have no mental power at all? This was the question Zili had wanted to ask since the beginning of school. From a moment she learned that someone didn't even have the lowest level of mental power, she became extremely interested in this person. She just didn't expect that she and Yen Qingyu would be in the same class. Yen Qingyu pressed her lips together. She didn't know about this question either. I don't know. I've just never had it. Perhaps the calm demeanor on Yen Qingyu's face touched the two of them. All these years, not having mental power. How many people would ridicule her? It's okay. Your physical talent is great. You don't need mental power to be a single soldier. However, it doesn't rule out some cunning single soldiers using mental power against her. For example, Lilei today used mental power to try to defeat Yen Qingyu. But why did Lilei use mental power to attack you? You had no reaction. Zili and Qishu almost simultaneously asked this question, and the other classmates were also staring intently at Yen Qingyu. Chapter 8. Class Monitor Guyu. This strange phenomenon should have been discovered during the competition, but Yen Qingyu's actions were so arrogant that they overlooked it. Now, they were staring at Yen Qingyu, while she returned their gaze with indifference. Yen Qingyu herself didn't know why this was happening. She didn't understand much about mental power. Yen Qingyu remained silent, and others didn't press her for answers. But their gazes were somewhat anxious. I don't know. Yen Qingyu's response only made those around her feel more frustrated. What are you doing? Class is starting. Just as a group of people was still gathered around, a voice suddenly came from the podium. Unlike the instructor, this person was their class monitor. The class monitor manages everything, while the instructor manages their physical training. Hearing his words, everyone returned to their seats in an orderly manner. Guyu glanced at the upright Yin Qingyu, but quickly withdrew his gaze. Your class is the strongest among single soldiers. But that doesn't mean you are the strongest in the school. There are many good single soldiers in this era, and many mecha manufacturers. But because there are so many, competition is even more intense. Guyu's warning made everyone sit up straighter, but Yin Qingyu's expression remained unchanged. This news was not important to her. Whether strong or not didn't matter. She wasn't there to become the boss of the school. Therefore, Guyu's gaze deepened as he looked at the unresponsive Yin Qingyu. He didn't like students who were too sharp. This is the best school on planet 250. If you become the strongest among single soldiers, you will have the opportunity to interview at the 5 major academies on the capital star, and you will only have 3 years of training. After 3 years, there will be a single soldier assessment, and that will be the time to determine the best candidates. When Guyu said this, the eyes of the people below lit up considerably. After all, they chose to study here not necessarily because it was the largest school on this planet, but simply because this school had the opportunity to interview at the 5 major academies. If one becomes a member of the 5 major academies, wouldn't that mean a promising future ahead? However, only Yin Qingyu lowered her eyes. 3 years, which meant she would be staying there for 3 years. However, some people who want to take the exam early aren't without the option. Guyu glanced meaningfully at the lowered head of Yin Qingyu. There are many who are confident in their strength and don't want to stay for 3 years, but in the end, the facts will slap them hard in the face. Yin Qingyu raised her eyes to meet Guyu's gaze, her brows furrowing slightly. This man harbored malice towards her. Class monitor, if we take the exam early, can we continue to take the next one? Zili raised his hand to ask. The others also looked at Guyu with interest. If it were possible, wouldn't they be able to try it out in their first year? Of course not. Each person only gets one opportunity. This is for fairness, and more importantly, to conserve resources. For anything else you don't understand, you can check the information on the Light Brain. The school has already uploaded the materials. Since your instructor is not here, you may disband now. Guyu's purpose for coming was just to suppress the students' morale and to see that arrogant and strange Yin Qingyu. Everyone opened their light brains and indeed found that files had arrived. One by one, they stood up and returned to their dorms. Only Yin Qingyu remained. She was carefully observing the reactions of the others. She didn't know how to use this light brain and couldn't find the information. Here, she could at least watch how others operated it. After observing, Yin Qingyu took her time to pack up and prepare to leave. However, a shadow blocking the light in front of her made her pause. Yin Qingyu, you have some strength, but the tall tree stands out in the forest. The wind must destroy it. Yin Qingyu didn't look up, but still responded to this statement. Guyu was taken aback, his gaze towards Yin Qingyu becoming complicated. This was an ancient saying, different from the ones they had replicated. This ancient saying was even older, not recorded in their light brains at all. How could Yin Qingyu know it? Yin Qingyu raised her eyes to look at Guyu, her cold demeanor causing Guyu to frown even tighter. Don't worry. My intentions are not here. If a person does not offend me, I will not offend them. If they offend me, I will surely repay them. Another ancient saying. Guyu was completely stunned in place. His family knew these words, which meant they had some knowledge of ancient texts. Generally speaking, people without status or background couldn't get their hands on ancient texts, and those who weren't interested wouldn't know these words. He initially thought the first sentence was something Yin Qingyu knew, but her second sentence made him realize that this person might not be simple. Yin Qingyu had already walked past him, with only Qi Shu still sitting in place, looking at Guyu with a hint of amusement. Guyu, she is not an ordinary person. Hearing Qi Shu's words, Guyu regained a bit of composure. Their families had some entanglements, so they naturally knew each other. Are you familiar with her? Guyu asked Qi Shu bluntly. No, we just met not long ago. She's indeed very special. Even her body movements are unfamiliar, yet familiar. Soon, there will be a physical fitness test. I wonder what her talent is like. Yes, that's right. The individual soldier pays more attention to physical fitness. The entrance competition assesses their overall physical fitness, while after enrollment, they only need to test their physical talent. Generally speaking, those who perform excellently during enrollment 1T have poor physical talent. The two parted ways tacitly, Any further speculation was futile. Qingyu, however, began to study her light brain in the dormitory. Relying on her excellent memory and keen eyesight, she pulled out the information from the light brain. A huge electronic screen appeared before her, but this screen could only be seen by the owner of the light brain. It detailed the school rules and regulations, as well as what they should do. Qingyu carefully examined these documents, not only looking at the individual soldier section, but also at the mecha engineers and mecha manufacturers. Similar to the individual soldier section, within 3 years, the best individuals could go for interviews at the 5 major academies and could also graduate early. The quota for mecha engineers was obviously larger because the qualifications were stricter and there were fewer mecha engineers. However, the role of mecha engineers in exterminating insect beasts was the greatest. Individual soldiers were primarily responsible for logistical work or protecting towns. Generally speaking, the insect beasts within towns were not of high level, and individual soldiers could defend them well. On the other hand, mecha engineers had to go to the battlefield outside the interstellar borders. Mecha manufacturers were specifically for creating mechas for mecha engineers. They had excellent mental strength, but their physical fitness did not meet the standards, so they could only produce precise mechas. Qingyu's expression darkened. She did not possess mental strength. This meant she could only be an individual soldier in this life. Chapter 9. Physical Fitness Test. So now the most important question arises. Can she defeat a mecha engineer with a mecha? Qingyu pondered this question. Although she wouldn't die, getting hurt didn't feel good. And in this chaotic era, there were not only threats from mecha engineers, but also from insect beasts. She just needed to ensure she posed no threat and lived comfortably. Thinking of this, Qingyu couldn't help but show a troubled expression. It was indeed easier to fall into luxury from frugality, and after experiencing the beautiful life of modern times, returning to a hard life seemed difficult for her. Therefore, she not only wanted to continue living here, but also needed to consider how to live better. Qingyu looked at the cherry blossom birthmark on her wrist, her gaze deepening further. Relying solely on selling jade pendants would always raise suspicion. Many other items in her space were merely modern trinkets. In fact, antiques and such are not worth much. Qingyu still didn't know what things had value here. She thought for a moment and took some water from her space to drink. Her space had initially been a pastoral space, but later it included many modern items. However, this space indeed ensured her quality of life in this era. She didn't tea by nutrient solution and could only drink the water from her space. It seemed that the water in this era could only be used for bathing. Qingyu observed that people here did not drink water. They only consumed nutrient solutions and didn't even have dedicated water storage containers. So is there no drinking water here? After finishing the water from her space, Qingyu went to the bathroom and turned on the faucet. She extended her hand under the faucet to rinse, but soon her hands began to peel, and blood started to ooze out little by little. Qingyu turned off the water and examined her hand. Bright red blood flowed from her fair hand. The unusual redness made Qingyu's gaze even darker. She was indeed different from the people of this era. The differences were becoming more pronounced. Qingyu suddenly felt a headache. In this endless life, she had to keep up with each dynasty, changing her identity each time, always trying to conceal her past. This time, humanity had evidently evolved too quickly. The water in this era should have been polluted by something, making it undrinkable. But the enhancement of human constitution allowed them to withstand washing with this water, so they used it for bathing. Moreover, one of the most significant differences between her and them was the blood. Her memory had always been good. Today, when Li Lei had been beaten by her, he had vomited blood, but what she saw now was that her blood was redder than theirs. Qingyu's fingertips tapped lightly on the table. As for the wounds on her hand, she paid no heed. Those little wounds would disappear after a night's sleep. Now she needed to think. Would the person who saved her at the beginning notice that her blood was different? Or would he take her blood? This was a potential danger. If she exposed her secret of immortality, what she would experience was self-evident. Qingyu suddenly stopped tapping her fingertips. She glanced at the light brain that kept making sounds, opened it, and took a look. Physical fitness test? Qingyu flipped through the light brain again and finally understood what it was for. After Qingyu finished reading, She slowly took out some instant meals from her space and started eating. She wasn't hungry, but she was human. She wasn't a monster. So, she had to act according to human habits. After finishing her meal, Qingyu glanced at the trash on the table with a somewhat indifferent expression, but her hands kept moving. With her palm facing the pile of garbage, the space in front of her palm twisted and fluctuated, and the immense power within it made others hesitant to pry too closely. The fluctuation reached the garbage, and, in an instant, only a pile of ash remained on the table. Qingyu looked at the scene in front of her, her emotions unclear. So, was her inner strength exhausted or sealed? Every time she woke up from sleep, her inner strength was less than before, but at certain moments, it would suddenly increase again. Now, her inner strength was only half of what it was before she fell asleep. Qingyu retracted her hand, looked at the pile of ash, and then observed the layout of the room. There was no trash can. Qingyu carefully searched on her light brain and, after some difficulties, finally ordered a cleaning robot. She still had plenty of star coins, so there was no need to save. However, Qingyu still looked at her palm and pondered silently. Could her current inner strength allow her to live well in the interstellar world? She didn't know. The development of the times had made those skilled in ancient martial arts increasingly rare. Now, she needed to use the power of ancient martial arts to disguise herself as a lone soldier. When Qingyu arrived at the physical fitness testing area, most people were already there, with only her arriving just on time. However, those who had seen her morning match knew who she was. They simply cast a few curious glances at her and stopped talking once the assembly began. The test was a public execution, with each person going up one by one, and only lone soldiers and mecha engineers needed to participate. Although the mecha engineering students already had their fitness data, they still needed to be tested again. Thus, it was a situation where both departments would face embarrassment. The first to go up was from a mecha department, Bayou Fitness Level 3. The first to go was the top student of the mecha department, and this fitness level was quite strong. Mecha engineers naturally possessed an excellent combination of the fitness of lone soldiers and the mental strength of mecha manufacturers. The following mecha engineers mostly hovered around level 2. Such excellent fitness was only seen in Bayou. After the mecha department, it was time for the fitness tests of the lone soldiers. The first one called up was Qingyu, and when her name was announced, many people turned their attention to her. This was the female lone soldier who had fought the instructor. Today, she was indeed the center of attention. Everyone was focused on her fitness test, curious about how strong her fitness must be to kick the instructor like that. The instructors were all level 2 lone soldiers. Qingyu stood in front of the testing platform, glancing at the testing device that resembled a boxing game, her eyes filled with doubt. Could this thing really measure accurately? Although she had checked the process of a fitness test, she didn't know how much strength she should exert. Or rather, did she need to use some inner strength to achieve normal fitness? Watching Qingyu remain motionless for a long time made the students below anxious. The tester was also becoming impatient, as many others were waiting to be tested. Just as he was about to urge her, Qingyu turned her head and asked him, "What is the fitness level of the instructor I fought with today?" She hadn't competed with anyone else, only with Li Lei today. So she could only determine how much strength to use based on Li Lei's talent. The tester was momentarily stunned, his mouth agape as he answered Qingyu's question. Level 2. Level 2, Qingyu pondered. It seemed that the highest fitness level in this era was level 5 for lone soldiers. So she just needed to match the force she used against Li Lei. Having figured this out, Qingyu fixed her gaze on the testing device. Chapter 10. She is level 4. Qingyu didn't hesitate and unexpectedly threw a punch at the testing device. There was a dull thud. The crowd was somewhat startled. This force didn't seem weak. Qingyu. 4. The tester looked at the data on the screen in disbelief. 4. We actually have a level 4 lone soldier here. In this trash star, having a level 3 was already considered extraordinary, but Qingyu actually had a level 4 talent. Without any hesitation, Qingyu turned and walked down, her face showing no signs of excitement, which only shocked those who were watching her even more. Qingyu simply felt that her control was quite good. Not too high, not too low, so she wouldn't stand out too much. Yin Qingyu didn't realize the commotion caused by her talent. After completing the test, she left, not wanting to watch how others performed. After Yin Qingyu left, the scene erupted into chaos. Wow, a 4. This is the only level 4 here. Qishu is only level 3. Qishu had already completed the test and knew his result, so he wasn't surprised. What astonished him was Yin Qingyu's incredible talent. Even among all the new students in the Lone Soldier department, the rest mostly hovered between levels 1 and 2. The gap created by just one level was unimaginable. Yin Qingyu had suddenly pulled ahead of many lone soldiers by 2 levels. Now, she had become famous among the lone soldiers at the 250 school. Whether new students or those already enrolled, everyone knew about this new student's powerful talent. In an instant, the news on the Lone Soldier Department's light brain became lively. However, Yin Qingyu, who was being discussed, paid no attention to it. She had indeed tested herself using only her strength. Without using inner strength, her real ability was just that. The cleaning robot she ordered arrived, and she came back to sign for it. After getting used to using this robot, Yin Qingyu realized that it was already getting dark outside. The dormitory lights were on, but Yin Qingyu knew there was no electricity here. The energy was generated from solar power during the day. Yin Qingyu had to admit that while some things were outdated in this era, others were exceptionally advanced. What she needed to do was understand this interstellar world and be able to live freely. Only then did Yin Qingyu open her light brain to search for information she wanted to know. Today was the first time she learned how to use the light brain. The first thing Yin Qingyu checked was the differences between herself and the people here. She didn't want to expose herself. It was deep into the night. And to conserve energy, the dormitory lights had been turned off, but Yin Qingyu was still staring at the screen. To be honest, she didn't really need sleep right now. After all, she had just woken up not long ago. Yin Qingyu blinked and briefly reviewed the information she had received in her mind. In the interstellar era, humanity had undergone many changes to deal with the insect beasts. Their physical abilities had become more outstanding, and they even evolved a mental power to combat the insect beasts. However, the insect beasts posed a deadly threat to mental power. If someone's mental power was polluted by the insect beasts, that person would be rendered useless. Moreover, with the advancement of technology over time, they learned to create mechas, and with mechas, humanity's lethality increased significantly. Thus, although humanity and insect beasts were still at war, large-scale battles had largely stabilized and ceased to occur. Today's humans were more exceptional than those of the past, but genetic diseases had also become more severe. Yin Qingyu's expression was somewhat indifferent. The issue of genetic diseases was not something that people on this planet felt too strongly about. However, on the capital star, genetic diseases were a significant problem. The people in the capital are mostly high-level elites, and the more so, the more serious the issue of genetic diseases becomes. However, Yin Qingyu did not continue to read on. The situation in the capital was not important to her. Unfortunately, this one oversight would later cause her some trouble. Yin Qingyu furrowed her brows. The current problem was actually much simpler. She just needed to avoid exposing that she couldn't touch the water here and that the color of her blood was different. As for her mental power, she indeed did not possess it, but everyone seemed to think that she simply had low mental power. After a sleepless night, Yin Qingyu's complexion was still good the next morning. Qingyu, we're going to start training. Zili was somewhat excited. This training involved fighting virtual insect beasts. The boys who had never fought insect beasts before were clearly thrilled. Yin Qingyu's response was simple and cold. Zili wanted to say more, but the new instructor had already arrived. This new instructor seemed more mature than the boys here, and even gave off a stronger sense of pressure. However, what Yin Qingyu was more concerned about was the instructor's face. She noticed that since she had seen someone as exquisite as Yun Yi on her first day, the people she saw now were not as refined, with features either purely Eastern or purely Western. Yet this instructor in front of her had a somewhat mixed-race feel. Yin Qingyu stared straight at the instructor's face, and Yiju also sensed Yin Qingyu's gaze. He turned his head slightly and met Yin Qingyu's eyes directly. Their gazes intertwined, but quickly returned to normal. I am your new instructor, Yiju. Yiju, except for Yin Qingyu. Everyone else looked shocked at the man in front of them. They had only heard of Yiju's name and were seeing his face for the first time. But upon realizing he was their instructor, they couldn't help but feel astonished. Qingyu keenly sensed the agitation of those around her. However, Iju did not let them remain agitated for long. From today on, we will conduct a point assessment. Every month, there will be a small test for individual soldiers, and a school-wide test every 3 months. The condition for participating in the exam is to obtain enough points. The exam results will be counted as your final grades. After Iju finished speaking, he glanced at the increasingly restless crowd below, and his brows furrowed slightly. Did these new recruits really need him to lead them? Except for Qingyu, Iju's gaze secretly swept over her. But when he caught sight of Qingyu's face, she also returned his gaze. Iju found it somewhat strange, but seeing the crowd of students looking at him, he suppressed the odd feeling in his heart. It shouldn't be that she noticed him observing her. Perhaps her gaze had simply been fixed on him. Silence. There are many ways to earn points, but the best way to earn points is to complete the teaching objectives set by the instructor. After Iju said this, the surroundings fell completely silent. Everyone's faces showed a hint of fear. Qingyu lowered her eyes, indicating that she understood. She had already learned about this assessment last night. The teaching objectives set by the instructor actually depended on the instructor's own strength. If the instructor was relatively weak, the difficulty would be gradual. However, not knowing where Iju would start in terms of difficulty, she could tell from the reactions of those around her that Iju would likely take a high difficulty route from the beginning. So, what would he make them do today? Chapter 11. Training begins. Qingyu looked at the huge and fierce insect beast in front of her, her expression showing no fluctuations. Since our first place has defeated a level 2 instructor, and she is even a level 4 individual soldier, the first class will be demonstrated by Qingyu. After Iju finished speaking, the others couldn't help but twitch their lips. Qinyu's expression was not particularly difficult. She simply looked at Iju with a deeper gaze. Instructor, you are here to teach us. Qingyu quietly stated this fact, causing everyone to shiver even more. To dare speak to Iju like that showed such confidence. Iju reacted, suddenly breaking into a smile. All right, I'll demonstrate for you first, and then each of you will go one by one. After Iju said this, many people's faces turned pale. Weren't they supposed to work together as a group for the first time? How could they possibly go one by one? Iju did not pay much attention to their panicked state. After speaking, he charged straight towards the insect beast. Such a large insect beast became quite weak under his hands. Every move he made forced the insect beast to dodge, letting out a piercing scream. Hearing the insect beast's cries, the students standing nearby turned pale. The reason was simple. The higher the level of the insect beast, the stronger the mental attack it had on the students. However, the insect beasts they were given to fight as individual soldiers were not too high in level. Yet hearing the insect beast attack for the first time still made everyone feel somewhat uneasy. Even Qishu's complexion looked somewhat worse. Yet, Iju's assault showed no sign of stopping. Iju even took a moment to glance at Qingyu, and after seeing her expression unchanged, a smile appeared on his face. Iju's movements were quick. In just a few moments, the insect beast was reduced to ashes. However, this was merely a virtual insect beast, and shortly after, another identical insect beast stood in its place. Iju walked over and looked at the students with varying expressions, saying nothing more. His face clearly showed some displeasure. Did you all understand my assault? No, regardless of whether they understood or not. Now it was time for each of them to go one by one. Zeely's words got stuck in his throat. What could he say? That the instructor's movements were too fast for him to see anything? However, the instructor clearly wasn't going to care about that anymore, as Qingyu had already stepped into the fighting range with the insect beast. Qingyu looked at the insect beast towering over her, recalling Iju's movements in her mind. Iju's movements weren't difficult. Even though they seemed quick to others, they didn't seem fast to Qingyu. At least there was still time for her to break down the movements one by one. She realized that Iju's actions were actually similar to modern Taekwondo, combined with various forms of judo and other strange styles, relying entirely on his exceptional physical talent. However, even so, it was still much better than many others. Qingyu didn't take much time to think. Although the insect beast was virtual, it was made to be a one-to-one replica of a real insect beast. When the insect beast saw Yin Qingyu, it swung a large claw at her, tried to crush her. Unfortunately, Yin Qingyu's movements were agile. She jumped out of the insect beast attack range in a single leap. Is she trying to keep dodging? Zili watched Yin Qingyu with some worry. Having observed her in 2 matches, he had roughly figured out her fighting style, which was simply to dodge and then directly engage if she couldn't evade. Yet this approach allowed Yin Qingyu to win every time. Qi, who was questioned, said nothing more but kept his eyes fixed on Yin Qingyu's movements. At first, Yin Qingyu dodged a couple of times. Once the insect beast realized she was continuously evading and couldn't hit her, it finally began to roar in anger. Upon hearing this roar, Yin Qingyu paused for a moment but did not stop. Damn, that's giving me a headache. Zili's mental power level was only average. Compared to Mecha Masters, his mental power wasn't very high, but among individual soldiers, he was relatively outstanding. However, even so, hearing the insect beast attacks for the first time still left him feeling quite uncomfortable. However, what he is more worried about now is Yin Qingyu, a soldier with a mental strength level that is almost non-existent. He wonders where she has gone wrong. Can she really be a qualified soldier? Qi still remained silent. Yet, Yin Qingyu seemed unaffected. Her movements were agile, and each of her moves surprisingly mirrored those of Yiju just moments ago. Yiju lowered his arms, which he had crossed over his chest, and his expression grew increasingly heavy as he watched Yin Qingyu. How he had performed those moves was something the students might not have fully grasped, but he was well aware that Yin Qingyu was mimicking every one of his actions. However, each of her moves carried a hint of caution. Yin Qingyu continued her motions, and, after exhausting all of Yiju's techniques, she reflected on the feelings she had just experienced. Complicated. That was all she could sense. Clearly, the weaknesses of this insect beast could be perceived after just one exchange. Yet Yiju had used so many techniques. Boring. That was her second feeling. So, after using all of Yiju's moves, she flickered and appeared before the insect beast, striking it down in a single blow, causing it to lose its form. Yin Qingyu landed on the ground and turned to walk toward the others, her expression exceptionally cold. However, no one cared about her indifference. Everyone was shivering in unison. Wow, such speed. It was almost as fast as the instructor's speed, and they could barely see the movements. Yiju watched Yin Qingyu's heavy expression suddenly lighten as he smiled at her. Not bad. You executed all my moves perfectly. Even the speed and technique were spot on. Although the strength was a bit lacking, you did very well. What? This simply stunned everyone. Zhe Li's mouth was wide open, unable to close. How is this possible? How could she mimic the moves exactly? How did she see it so clearly? The reactions of the others were no different from his. Their eyes filled with shock as they looked at Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu didn't notice their gazes. Her line of sight was blocked by Yiju. There was no helping it. The men in this world were indeed very tall. With Yiju standing nearly 2 meters tall, Yin Qingyu was barely a little shorter than his chest. She stepped back a bit, met Yiju's gaze, and nodded. She didn't express anything further. She had completed the instructor's task. So, she stood aside, waiting for them all to finish before leaving together. The next was Qi. Qi also noticed Yin Qingyu's performance, but his shock was not as great as Zhe Li's. He believed Yin Qingyu could do it, so he wasn't surprised. When Qi came down, Yiju nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You've largely replicated the actions, but you should have your own fighting style. Why did you choose to mimic my moves? Yiju's words left both Qi and Yin Qingyu momentarily stunned. They also left the other students bewildered. What's going on? Aren't we supposed to be learning the instructor's moves to defeat the insect beasts? They had been straining their eyes to watch Qi-Shu's movements. Yiju then realized they had misunderstood his intentions. I was only demonstrating how to defeat the insect beasts, and you just need to defeat them. However, the difficulty of the kill is graded by strength and speed. The harder the kill, the higher the score, and the faster the kill, the higher the score as well. Who knew this group of recruits knew nothing and tried to imitate his movements? Yin Qingyu and Qi didn't finish their thoughts, only looking at Yiju with confused expressions. Wasn't Yin Qingyu doing it this way too? Yiju glanced in Yin Qingyu's direction and suddenly squinted and smiled. She is different from you. Chapter 12. The life of a slacker. She wants Yin Qingyu didn't pay much attention to the other students' trials. She was still surveying her surroundings, looking somewhat curious. Yiju and Qishu were discussing the differences between Yin Qingyu and himself. Aren't our movements quite similar? Yin Qingyu replicated the instructor's moves, and so did he, although he didn't remember them as completely as she did, but at least he had completed them all. No, it's not about the moves. The problem lies in the way you defeat them. Yiju didn't elaborate further with Qishu, the reason being, apart from Yin Qingyu and Qishu, the others were barely managing to fend off the insect beasts. Help! It's so big. Save me. Qingyu. Zhe Li's cries were almost breaking through the confines of the space. Yiju's expression turned increasingly grim. Yin Qingyu glanced over and then resumed her observations of this virtual space. The chaotic training didn't interest her much. She was currently focused on unraveling the mysteries of this era's space. This space is a virtual one, but has made the virtual games of modern times much grander. This seemingly boundless interstellar landscape was all crafted based on real interstellar settings, and everything within it was virtual. Yin Qingyu observed the differences in the stars, seeing countless shining planets, and of course, the insect beasts lurking in the darkness. For the first time, she felt an urge to go out and explore. However, it was merely a fleeting thought, quickly suppressed. What mattered most to her was to maintain her identity, not to rise too high, but also not to fall too low. In modern terms, this state meant she wanted a slacker's life. This state was just fine. After much ado, the training for all 30 individuals was finally completed. Except for Qishu and Yin Qingyu, who could still stand freely. The others were mostly battered and bruised. Yin Qingyu caught sight of the scene and couldn't help but furrow her brow. The weakness of this insect beast was so simple. Why were these soldiers still failing? Perhaps she had overperformed. As she thought of this, her expression darkened. She hadn't realized she had overestimated the abilities of these people. From the entrance test to the spar with the instructor, she might have already drawn too much attention. A tall tree catches the wind. With this thought, Yin Qingyu lowered her eyes. Ha! Yiju looked at the group, standing there, and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Those who had been complaining about their pain suddenly fell silent. Only 3 people had successfully defeated the insect beast, while there were a total of 30 of you. Yiju's words made the atmosphere even heavier. But instructor, this is a level 2 insect beast. A boy suddenly raised his hand and weakly protested before retreating to the back of the line. Unfortunately, Yiju precisely pinpointed his location. Ha! So the top 30 soldiers can't even defeat a level 2 insect beast? The atmosphere fell silent once more. However, among you, the one who performed best is Yin Qingyu. As expected, the gazes of the crowd towards Yin Qingyu held some admiration. Yin Qingyu mimicked my moves perfectly. And what's better is that she used her own techniques. Once Yiju said this, Qishu immediately shifted his gaze to her. She delivered a single fatal blow to the insect beast, much better than most of you. Instructor, didn't she use your moves? How did she achieve a one-hit kill? Don't those previous damages count? Yiju didn't refute, but merely smiled. Yes, she did use my moves, but she only copied the form of my moves. Her strength was nowhere near mine. The real kill was due to her final strike. Look at your light brains. Yin Qingyu, the one with the highest score. As soon as Yiju finished speaking, everyone hurriedly checked their light brains. 2. Worse than each other. Only Qishu had done a bit better, ranking at level 1. The crowd's gaze suddenly turned to Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu slightly parted her red lips, but the words she spoke left everyone in a daze. Very good, you're quite impressive. You can share your combat experience with them. Yiju nodded at Yin Qingyu with some satisfaction. Yin Qingyu pursed her lips and spoke under Yiju's eager gaze. Luck. I'm relying on luck. Her words not only stunned the other students, but also made Yiju's expression turn cold. Luck? You claim you just found the bug beast's fatal weakness by luck and replicated all my moves by luck? The anger in Yiju's words was evident to anyone. Yet Yin Qingyu seemed completely oblivious. Yes, just luck. This is the first time I've seen a bug beast. How could she possibly know where the bug beast's weaknesses were on her first encounter? The implication in her words was clear to everyone. Well, since it's just luck, then you need to kill 10 level 2 bug beasts this month to turn that luck into strength. Qingyu was not polite at all. Qingyu's calm demeanor had already made him very angry. All right, Qingyu replied, but then fell silent and said no more. The class ended with Qingyu scolding, and a group of people helped each other out of the virtual arena. Hey, don't you think this instructor is too strict? Zayli leaned against Qingyu, chatting amiably. However, Qingyu clearly felt uncomfortable being so close to him. Stay away from me. Ouch. Just answer me. Clearly, Qingyu said she succeeded because of luck. Yet this instructor still demands she kill 10. Zayli grew increasingly agitated, ranting away without noticing Qingyu's deep thoughts. Qingyu had indeed heard Zayli's words, and his brows furrowed slightly. However, he didn't think it was a matter of luck for Qingyu. After all, her movements were too fluid, and in the end, she struck down the bug beast in one hit. This indicated that she must have known where the bug beast's weaknesses were. Before they started, they all thought that killing a bug beast required mimicking the instructor's movements. But what if Qingyu already knew she didn't have to mimic the instructor and could directly kill the bug beast? Just as Qingyu was pondering this, Zayli suddenly pushed him. What are you thinking? Hurry, take me to the infirmary. After chatting about this gossip, Zayli realized he was in serious pain. He had been hit several times by the bug beast. The bug beasts were virtual, but the force of the hits was real. Even the pain they felt had a certain fixed value, enough to prevent them from dying here. But the pain was indeed quite real. Qingyu looked at Zayli, who was writhing in pain and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Stop moving. Don't come to me next time. Hey, what are you saying? Aren't we brothers? By the way, where's my big sister? She's a girl. She should go to the infirmary too. Who? Qingyu gave Zayli one of his rare eye rolls, but he remained oblivious. Qingyu, where did she go? Is she hurt? Qingyu's expression darkened, but he didn't answer Zayli further. He helped Zayli to the infirmary. Chapter 13. About the doctor, Qingyu sat on the bed, reflecting on her experiences from today. She realized that perhaps she had stood out a bit. She could only try to keep things under wraps. So, she told Qingyu it was just her luck. However, the people here seemed to be quite weak. Qingyu couldn't help but sigh. Moreover, she had just checked, and indeed the highest individual combatants were at level 5. But those were talents from the capital star. On this broken planet, having a level 3 combatant was already a rarity. Yet she had somehow managed to secure a level 4 identity. Qingyu's expression grew more vivid with frustration. At that moment, she truly resembled a real girl, full of youthful vitality. After a night had passed, the other students appeared to have no injuries at all. Watching Zayli bounce around, Qingyu couldn't help but marvel at the advanced medical standards of this era. Of course, our medical system is as important as the mecha system. Hearing Qingyu's exclamation, Zayli couldn't help but cheer. Equally important? Is it really impressive? All the information Qingyu had seen praised the achievements of the mecha system. And even the descriptions of individual combatants were less numerous than those of mecha manufacturers, highlighting the high regard for the mecha system. But was the medical system really held in the same esteem? Of course, without medical care, our injuries wouldn't heal so quickly. But if we're talking about the highest level of medical care, it's definitely the Yun family. Their genes are practically those of born doctors. Zayli's eyes showed admiration. He truly respected this medical family. Yun family? Is that related to Yun E from the last time? Qingyu's brows unconsciously furrowed. What's wrong? Qingyu noticed something was off with Qingyu. No. Is being a doctor a separate field of study? Or can only one family do it? Qingyu didn't know much about the medical field in this world. Being a doctor also required a certain level of mental power. Many people study medicine, after all, as mecha manufacturers are numerous, and being a doctor can earn a lot of star coins. Plus, the government subsidizes doctors. Zayli expressed a bit of envy, but unfortunately, the mental power required to be a doctor is at least level 3. With his level of mental power, it was better for him to stay out of it. Qingyu quietly listened to Zayli's words without saying much, but she had already made some estimations in her heart. However, Qingyu, didn't you get hurt yesterday? I didn't see you in the infirmary. Zayli's seemingly casual question made Qingyu tense up. I went after you all left, and my injuries weren't serious. Yan Qingyu simply stated and then fell silent. Qingyu entered, and his serious face made everyone quiet down automatically. Today, we will summarize your performance in the competition against the bug beasts and the instructor yesterday. Iju was responsible for the combat output, while Qingyu handled the cultural education. Generally speaking, instructors only teach once a week. The reason being that instructors do not belong to the school, but are military personnel dispatched in connection with the school. This meant that these instructors might actually be their seniors. Qingyu's question turned the class into a lively discussion. Such questions naturally required mutual exchange. Shut up, one at a time. Qingyu's expression was somewhat cold. He found it embarrassing that they needed to inquire about this summary among themselves. Thus, according to the rankings, Yan Qingyu was the first to go. Yan Qingyu stood up, her expression devoid of any extra emotions. Only she knew how angry she truly was. She understood now. Because of the rankings, she was always first, and she had no idea how others performed. Going first made it impossible for her to judge. Learning the instructor's movements and relying on luck. The other students in the class stifled their laughter, while Qingyu's face darkened completely. Luck? A single combatant's victory relies on luck? An unheard-of explanation. Yan Qingyu seemed not to hear the sarcasm in Qingyu's words and simply sat down after speaking. I learned the instructor's movements, had no original ideas, and didn't identify the bug beast's weaknesses. Qishu stood up and summarized in one sentence. Hearing this, Qingyu's face grew even darker. Of course, the most frustrating thing is not what the first two people said, but as it went on, Qingyu's expression became increasingly unpleasant. So this is the experience of teaching a class as the instructor of the strongest squad among the new recruits? Qingyu's tone was somewhat stiff. However, no one answered him. Fine, since you all say so. In a month, submit a handwritten battle reflection of 10,000 words. 10,000 words, and it has to be handwritten. Instructor, paper is really expensive, a student said weakly. In this era, paper is indeed scarce. Not because of a lack of resources. Even if there are trees, there are no people who know how to make paper. So the method of paper making has long since fallen into obscurity. Unlike language, as long as people exist, language will not disappear. Therefore, the paper now is just rough sheets made through countless experiments, just like the book Yan Qingyu saw last time. Moreover, with the advent of light brains, people's attachment to paper has become more of a sentiment. Qingyu grinned. Who said to use paper? Just engrave it on a light plate. Oh no. The faces of most people turn pale, although the light plate is just a thin slab. Leaving a mark on it requires considerable effort. So this thing is clearly made to punish them. 10,000 words, and it has to be engraved. At this point, Qingyu didn't need to say anything more. Everyone was directly demoralized. They became listless, as if they had no energy. Now let's start discussing the origin of the insect beasts. Qingyu's narration was somewhat different from the information circulating in society. His data was more comprehensive. The origin of the insect beasts is unknown. But after humans opened up the interstellar space, they began to attack humans indiscriminately. Insect beasts have a wide range of food sources, but there are also low-level insect beasts that eat humans. At first, humans were practically at their mercy. However, now, they have reached a point where they can stand on equal footing with the insect beasts. It's just that the impact of insect beasts on humans is increasing. Do you know why there are different levels among insect beasts? I know. Insect beasts are constantly getting stronger. The higher the level, the stronger their power. Zayli excitedly replied to Qingyu, which is a well-known fact. Yes, we categorize insect beasts by levels so that we can better cope with them, preventing innocent deaths. This is the reason for classifying insect beasts and humans by levels. It's just that it seems humans have forgotten their original intentions after such a long period of peace. Their level distinctions have instead alienated their own ranks. Chapter 14. The leader Qingyu spoke in great detail, allowing Yan Qingyu, a person from a backward era, to learn a lot about insect beasts. However, she probably wouldn't have many opportunities to encounter high-level insect beasts, as this planet generally only has low-level insect beasts. Nonetheless, human development is rapid, but insect beasts seem to be the same. Qingyu's words hadn't stopped. The past is history, and the current situation is what these recruits should be concerned about. Is the class monitor talking about that report? As soon as Zayli said this, the eager expressions in the class suddenly faded. Even Qishu's expression became somewhat serious. Yes, that report indicates that insect beasts may have developed self-awareness. Not long ago, the observation team, under the leadership of the headquarters, issued this warning personally. Although it might cause panic, since it has been issued, it means that this issue indeed exists. So, there are really self-aware beings among the insect beasts. Insect beasts without awareness and their unconscious attacks have already made humans feel a headache. Do self-aware insect beasts have any additional functions compared to others? For example, can they pass through walls or jump through time and space? Qingyu finally mustered the courage to ask a question, but this question made everyone look at her with sympathetic eyes. So she is a student with high combat ability, but not much brain power. Great! This way, there might still be hope for the finals. Cough. Insect beasts inherently have the capability to jump through time and space. It's just that without consciousness, weaker insect beasts cannot control their time and space jumping abilities. As for passing through walls, their bodies are exceptionally sturdy and should not be hindered by walls. Qingyu explained earnestly, even though these things seem to be basic knowledge for recruits like them. Qingyu didn't notice the sympathetic looks from the other students. So, self-aware insect beasts only possess mental power and a strong physical shell. Other than that, there shouldn't be much difference. Qinyu's question was quite precise. She doesn't have mental power. She knows very well that she hasn't evolved. And as for her physical abilities, with her internal energy added, it shouldn't be too bad. Yes, there isn't much change. It's just that generally, self-aware insect beasts are already terrifying. They're often high-level insect beasts among insect beasts. Qinyu's tone became noticeably heavier at this point. The reason humans are the dominant species on Earth is simply that they have independent thinking and continuously evolving intelligence. If insect beasts could also think, rather than just mindlessly attacking, the losses for humanity would be unimaginable. In other words, such insect beasts are actually quite rare. Qingyu pointed out the most critical point. Qingyu suddenly smiled, looking at Qingyu with a hint of appreciation. That's right, they are indeed rare. However, it is also possible that humanity has not discovered their existence. No, they are indeed rare. If it weren't for this, the insect beast army would have probably launched an attack already. Qingyu rebutted Qinyu's statement, while the people in the class fell silent. They were completely stunned by the words of these two. Qingyu was also taken aback, and for a moment, the class fell silent. Qingyu sensed the quiet atmosphere and stopped speaking. Indeed, you are very smart. After Qingyu regained his composure, he smiled at Qingyu and began to talk about the remaining content. His class only lasts half a day. The remaining time is for them to engage in free practice. By the way, let me remind everyone, you need to work hard to earn your points. Otherwise, you might not be able to participate in the school exam 3 months later. The remaining time, of course, is not meant for them to play. Instead, they need to find ways to earn points. Class monitor, may I ask how many points are needed to participate in the school exam? Zayli asked with a sly smile while looking at Qingyu. What? Do you think just reaching the points required for the school exam is enough? The number of points will also determine the timing of your entry into the exam. If your points are low, you might end up being cannon fodder. Qingyu finished this with a smile on his face, and upon hearing this, the smile on Zayli's face froze. How can there be such a perverse rule? Qingyu left, and many people hurried to earn points. However, Qingyu looked at Zayli, who was pulling her arm, with a somewhat helpless expression. Qingyu, you can't just ignore me. Big sister, can we go earn points together? Help me out. Zayli was pulling Qingyu with one hand and Qishu with the other, but he was shouting more at Qingyu. So what if you enter later? Isn't it better to take the exam a little later? Qingyu didn't quite understand this person's train of thought. After all, it's just a matter of taking the exam a few hours later. Does it really need to be like this? Cough. Big sister, let me educate you. Zayli already understood the extent of Qingyu's knowledge deficiency and skillfully began to explain the content of the school exam to her. The school exam involves our infantry department, mecha department, and mecha manufacturing department all taking the exam together. This reflects the results of our studies each semester. Our assessment focuses on kills. The more insect beasts or opponents we kill, the higher our score will be. So, are we still getting points? Zayli smiled apologetically. Oh, isn't this a reward? Besides, after participating for 3 years, the competition will still depend on whether the points are sufficient, right? Zayli waved his hand, clearly well aware of this matter. I wasn't finished speaking. Those who enter first have the chance to observe the terrain and find more insect beasts to kill, while those who enter later might get taken out by teams that others have already formed. And by that time, they definitely won't encounter simple insect beasts. The more Zayli spoke, the more pitiful his expression became. There are so many people in a single grade. He had no idea where he would end up when it was his turn to enter. Oh, then good luck. Qingyu wasn't interested in points, and even less so in the competition. Don't. We three must act together. Right, second brother. Why are you calling us that? Qingyu just realized that Zayli had called her eldest sister. You really don't understand. The ancient texts say this is called marriage. But this term used to mean that, and now we use it between men and women. The change is truly great. Perhaps Zayli's innocent mention of marriage annoyed her. Qinyu's mouth twitched. Fool, it should be called sworn brothers instead. And I don't agree to be sworn brothers with you. Just call me by my name, eldest sister. This was actually the first time in her life that a child thousands of years younger than her called her eldest sister. Why? I don't agree either. Qishu coldly pushed Zayli's hand away. Why? Zayli turned to look at Qishu, then at Qingyu, his face full of confusion. Should he? No one can help you with points. Even if you go with Qingyu to kill insect beasts, the points will only go to Qingyu. Don't underestimate the system created by the leader. Qishu's expression became even more serious when mentioning the leader, and upon hearing this, Zayli calmed down. Anyone can be questioned, but the leader cannot be questioned. Chapter 15, Her Secret. Qingyu's eyes darkened. The leader, it seems, is the second time I've heard this term today. Qingyu didn't join Zayli and the others to earn points. She returned to her dormitory. She needed to sort out the information she had received today. According to what Zayli said today, the Yun family should be extremely famous. So Qingyu looked at the information on her holographic computer, her eyes dimming. Indeed, Yun is the next head of the Yun family. Even in the interstellar era, why does such a family still exist? Does this mean that this era is still controlled by various families and capital? Qingyu looked at the introduction on the holographic computer, still unable to shake off her worries about her situation. As the second best doctor in interstellar medicine, has Yun already discovered her difference? The look of worry on Qinyu's face did not diminish in the slightest. If discovered, her situation would become extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, after flipping through, she found that there were no special reports about her. She quietly breathed a sigh of relief, then turned her gaze to another document. It was the leader's information. Qingyu lowered her eyes and carefully read on. The leader has no name. All humans in the interstellar realm refer to him simply as the leader. He is a leading figure of the interstellar era, and even from various articles, one can see that the leader holds a very high prestige. No one has ever resisted the leader's authority. There hasn't even been a trace of betrayal for power and wealth, but no one would dare to lay their thoughts on the leader. This is something that previous emperors have never been able to achieve. Qingyu is very certain of this. With power, there will naturally be fierce tigers around, and the information on the holographic computer is not necessarily 100% true. These reports have a certain subjective consciousness. However, what interests Qingyu the most is actually the leader's achievements. The position of the leader is hereditary, but the leader's achievements are extraordinarily outstanding. He has supported medical technology and even cultivated many elite talents, which has significantly reduced the wars between humans and insect beasts during his tenure. It seems he also made some reforms regarding genetic diseases on Capital Star. But Qingyu didn't continue to read. She wasn't interested in genetic diseases. All she saw were 3 words, 300 years. In the 300 years of the leader's rule, Qingyu checked, even if people here have evolved, their lifespans haven't changed much. The longest-lived people barely reach 150 years. Most people here die in battles or due to damage to their bodies or mental strength, passing away early. Why can this person live for 300 years and still hold office? Qingyu furrowed her brow, staring blankly at the introduction on the holographic computer. Is he the same kind of person as me? For the first time, Qingyu felt a curious mindset towards someone she had never met before. She couldn't find an answer to her questions. It seemed everyone tacitly wrote down this 300 years, yet no one questioned it. In an instant, Yan Qingyu thought of asking Zhe Li, but she quickly calmed down. She couldn't ask Zhe Li. This question should be a very simple one, so no one would be surprised. If she didn't know, they would instead find her strange. After reading all this, Yan Qingyu finally closed the holographic computer. She looked out the window, her gaze somewhat drifting. After reading all this, she understood what she needed to do. She indeed needed points to graduate early and obtain a formal identity to leave this planet. It would be bad if Yan still remembered that she came to find her. Unfortunately, the next day, Yan Qingyu was found to be acting strangely. The school noted that since you entered, you haven't ordered any nutrient solution. Why not? Qingyu looked at Yan Qingyu curiously from her seat. Yan Qingyu paused upon hearing this, but still raised her eyes to look at Qingyu. I don't like drinking nutrient solution. It has no flavor. It's just a bottle of water. Don't like? Qingyu frowned. You don't like it, but you have to drink it. Nutrient solution is the quickest way to fill your stomach and even supplements the body's needed water. How could you survive without drinking nutrient solution? That's right. Yan Qingyu hadn't ordered any nutrient solution these days, and she had even participated in a competition in a battle. With such a large consumption, how could she resist not eating nutrient solution? Yan Qingyu paused for a moment and continued. I brought nutrient solution with me, and I can endure. Brought? Didn't you come empty-handed on the day you arrived? Besides, your holographic computer doesn't seem to be a high-end one. Only a high-end holographic computer can store items. Qingyu pointedly glanced at the wristband Yan Qingyu was wearing. This was a mid-level holographic computer, slightly expensive but also common. Yan Qingyu was taken aback by this comment. She hadn't expected that even this would attract someone's attention. Is it really necessary to order nutrient solution? I don't like it. Yan Qingyu awkwardly changed the subject, and of course, Qingyu wouldn't ask more. Everyone has their own secrets, especially someone as strong as Yan Qingyu. Even if you order vegetables and meat, you still need to supplement water, right? You can't survive without drinking nutrient solution. Vegetables and meat? Yan Qingyu paused. It turned out that there are vegetables and meat in this world. However, I don't recommend you eat too much vegetables and meat. Vegetables are fine, but the source of meat is insect beasts. Qingyu stopped there and didn't say more. Indeed, there are many wealthy families that sometimes eat vegetables and meat to improve their diet. However, not only are vegetables and meat expensive, but the vegetables are also developed by experts under the leader's team, and the taste is actually quite bland. But the meat comes from insect beasts. The meat of insect beasts is indeed non-toxic, but it's best to eat it in small amounts. If consumed in large quantities, the consequences are unknown in the starry sky. I understand. I will set the nutrient solution. Yan Qingyu's words were also telling Qingyu that she is not a person who stands out alone. She will integrate into the habits of the people of this era. Both Qingyu and she are smart people who know about the existence of secrets, but they do not overstep boundaries, which is the best way to handle things. By the way, I heard you didn't go to earn points yesterday? Qingyu began to ask about studying. No, I was thinking about how to earn the most. Yan Qingyu half-truthfully informed Qingyu of her plans. Apart from the points you earn in class, the rest comes from hunting insect beasts in the virtual arena to gain points. Therefore, there are quite a few students gathering there almost every day. Moreover, I also suggest you go. We single soldiers will always have to fight alongside people from other departments. And there you can find quite a few partners. Partners? Yan Qingyu lowered her eyes and agreed with Qingyu's words. Once out of Qingyu's line of sight, Yan Qingyu also headed towards the virtual arena. She planned to take a look first. Isn't that? It seems like. Why is she here today? As Yan Qingyu walked by, a whispering sound arose. Among the new single soldiers, Yan Qingyu's reputation is indeed not small. Mainly because Qi Shu came to earn points yesterday. But Yan Qingyu did not show up. Hey, does she think that this first-place position won't change? The mocking and questioning voices seemed to go unheard by Yan Qingyu. She walked straight to the center. Chapter 16 by you. Qingyu, you're finally here. Zhe Li spotted Yan Qingyu at a glance and ran over with Qi Shu. Qi Shu glanced at Yan Qingyu, who was standing in place, with some deep meaning in her eyes, but said nothing more. Yan Qingyu merely responded and turned her gaze towards the entrance. Zhe Li observed Yan Qingyu's expression and rolled her eyes. Qingyu, are you planning to team up, or go solo? Zayli curiously looked at Yin Qingyu. Upon hearing this, the surrounding single soldiers became more alert. Team up? With you guys? Yin Qingyu thought carefully. Teaming up with Zayli and the others was not a bad idea, but she might need to hide her strength. What? We're all single soldiers, so we can't team up? It's usually 3 people per team. When a school exam comes, it could be 5 people together. Zayli humorously retorted Yin Qingyu's words. How could that be? The people around also chuckled at Yin Qingyu's words. Qingyu, did you not understand anything before coming to school? You didn't know this? Single soldiers team up with the mecha engineers. Yin Qingyu didn't argue upon hearing this. She indeed didn't know many things. And last night she had just suddenly decided to earn points, so she hadn't done any research. I can go by myself. Oh, you can go in alone, but you'll earn more points with the mecha engineers. Look over there. Zayli pointed to a group of tall men gathered not far away. Yin Qingyu squinted at their faces. How about it? You're not also infatuated with them, are you? Zayli suddenly retracted her hand and squinted at Yin Qingyu. Her eyes filled with teasing. But it's normal. Mecha engineers are good-looking and even have bright futures. Sigh, they're so much better than us single soldiers. As Zayli spoke, she was suddenly tapped on the head by Qi Shu. What nonsense are you saying? Not every mecha engineer is a good one. Good mecha engineers need good single soldiers. And so do we. Qi Shu seemed quite unhappy with Zayli's elevation of the mecha engineers and belittling of the single soldiers. Looking at Zayli with a somewhat displeased expression. Hey, I was wrong. But Qingyu, are you really not planning to pick a mecha engineer? If you don't choose now, someone might snatch them away. This is why everyone is so eager to come over. They're all scouting for good partners. Yin Qingyu listened to Zayli's words and scanned the area. Coincidentally, her gaze met that of a man. The two exchanged glances in the air. Qingyu, he is not bad. Zayli raised her eyebrows and looked in the direction of Baiyu. I know, the first mech engineer, Baiyu. Yin Qingyu always has a good memory for outstanding people. My goodness. So, are you planning to? Zayli could hardly believe she was getting a confirmation from Yin Qingyu. Did she do some private research? Going in alone. That's right, since I don't have to team up with Zayli and the others. Yin Qingyu would not find a burden to reveal her secrets. Zayli, think about it again. You might need to collaborate later. This time it was Qi Shu speaking. Although he did not acknowledge that single soldiers are weak for the sake of competition requirements, they need mecha engineers and mecha manufacturers. So, Qi Shu still hoped Yin Qingyu could choose wisely first. Generally speaking, once decided, it might not change. Yin Qingyu looked at Qi Shu with some curiosity, but she remained unmoved. Instead, Baiyu led a group of people over. Qingyu, collaborate? Baiyu was tall, making Yin Qingyu look like a child. Baiyu took a step back somewhat uncomfortably, maintaining eye level with Yin Qingyu. Let's collaborate with our boss. He is the most talented among the mecha engineers. The person beside Baiyu spoke with great confidence, and no one refuted him. Indeed, he has been the most outstanding mecha engineer in recent years. Ahem. His physical ability is 3, and so is his mental strength. Zayli, afraid Yin Qingyu wouldn't know, quietly reminded her. Such talent is extremely rare on Star 250. Even on Capital Star, it's hard to see someone with such strong physical ability and mental strength. Yin Qingyu didn't speak, just looked at Baiyu again. This gaze made Baiyu somewhat uncomfortable. The people around saw the atmosphere and quietly covered their mouths, laughing. Zayli was so angry her face turned red. Baiyu waited for a while, his brows completely furrowed, and turned to leave. Once he left, Yin Qingyu retracted her gaze. Yin Qingyu, is he really that good-looking? She was furious. Who is Baiyu? With such strength, family background, and looks, every time a woman who thinks she can match him comes around. He hates women coveting him the most. Good-looking. Yin Qingyu innocently stated the fact. He is indeed good-looking. Baiyu the instructor, and even Yin all have a beauty that doesn't quite conform to human standards. Yin Qingyu didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Have you been lusting after my body for a long time? Zayli looked at Yin Qingyu in fear. Qi Shu sighed. Does Qingyu not understand anything? Otherwise, she wouldn't be so interested in Baiyu. There are some things. Didn't you notice Baiyu looks somewhat different from us? And the instructor, they look like their genes have been tampered with. They are even more exquisite than mixed-race individuals. but in fact, most people have Eastern features. And occasionally, there are some mixed-race individuals, but their looks are nowhere near as exquisite as by you and the others. They seem like they are not real humans. Huh? Is that all you're saying? Isn't that normal? Upon hearing Yin Qingyu's words, Zayli thought she was making a big deal out of nothing. Their genes haven't been tampered with. It's just that our genes aren't excellent enough. Excellent genes are all like them. By the way, Qingyu, you look quite strange. You are very beautiful, just like Baiyu, but why do you look like this? Yin Qingyu's beauty is entirely that of an Eastern beauty. Zayli didn't understand. Yin Qingyu's genes must be truly strange. Genes. Yin Qingyu thought about this term again in her mind. Is the instructor's gene also good? Yin Qingyu maintained a calm expression. Of course. The instructor is also a level 4 in physical ability and a level 2 in mental strength. When Zayli said this, he looked at Yin Qingyu with even more confusion. Ju's reputation should be quite famous on planet 250, right? A well-known, iron-blooded soldier. Why doesn't Yin Qingyu even know him? Level 4. He is also level 4? Oh, don't misunderstand. The only native level 4 from planet 250 is you. The instructor is not from our planet. He should be from the capital, just here for work. Zayli thought about Yin Qingyu's level and explained it to her. But Qingyu, don't think that being a level 4 solo fighter means you can skip cooperation. Qishu suddenly interjected. He had already figured out what Yin Qingyu wanted to do after Baiyu left, but he still needed to shatter her illusions. Chapter 17, Her Sword. That's right. Level 4 is already strong, but even someone as powerful as Ju cannot fight alone. How could Yin Qingyu do it? So Qishu still wanted Yin Qingyu to confirm her next partner first. No need, I'll try it myself first. Yin Qingyu firmly rejected Qishu's words. She wanted to assess her own strength, and, most importantly, she wanted to see if her powers were still the same. So it was best not to have extra people around her. Ignoring Qishu and Zay Li's objections, Yin Qingyu resolutely entered the personal competition area. Qishu and Zay Li were both solo fighters and could not enter with her, watching helplessly as Yin Qingyu went in alone. Didn't you tell her this is a level 3 insect beast? Baiyu only arrived shortly after Yin Qingyu went in. He hadn't expected that after stepping away for just a moment, Yin Qingyu had entered the realm of level 3 insect beasts. What? Shili shouted in Surprisha. Level 3 insect beast. Qishu's expression also became serious. He had already felt extremely strained with the last level 2 insect beast. If he hadn't followed the instructor and Yin Qingyu's moves, he might not have been able to kill that insect beast. But Yin Qingyu actually entered the range of level 3 insect beasts. Hearing this, the other people around were also confused. Boss, could it be that you rejected her? And out of anger, the looks of the people surrounding Baiyu were somewhat unusual. Those who could stay with Baiyu somewhat knew the habits of girls who liked to cling to him. They always threw little tantrums, thinking that Baiyu would give in. But actually, he wouldn't. They just didn't expect that Yin Qingyu, a solo fighter, would also behave like a little girl. Zay Li's face clearly showed displeasure. Nonsense. Qingyu just didn't know that the virtual arena had these distinctions. Today is her first time here. We forgot to tell her. Zay Li felt a bit guilty as he spoke. He was shocked when Yin Qingyu decided to enter alone, so he completely forgot about this. After hearing Zay Li's words, the expressions of the crowd finally turned serious. Yin Qingyu had no idea what the atmosphere outside was like. She felt that something was off as soon as she entered. This virtual scene was no longer in the stars, but in a sandy area filled with yellow sand. Yin Qingyu stood there, looking particularly small. Moreover, there was only her alone in this space. Yin Qingyu found it a bit strange, but she relaxed a lot. She didn't move easily but stayed in place, channeling the hidden inner strength within her body. With the surge of power within her, Yin Qingyu felt significantly lighter. In ancient China, there indeed existed inner strength methods, and as time passed, these gradually disappeared from history. However, she was immortal, and even as time went on, her inner strength continued to grow. Although her inner strength was inexplicably halved, it was still enough. Yin Qingyu closed her eyes to sense the movements around her. The wind gently blew her hair. A smile appeared at the corner of Yin Qingyu's mouth. Under the sand, There were indeed many hidden things. So dirty. When Yin Qingyu opened her eyes again, ripples spread out from her as the center. It was the surge of her inner strength. She merely used it to drive away the insect beasts beneath the ground. Otherwise, she would have a hard time exerting her power. Sure enough, not long after Yin Qingyu made her move, the surrounding sandy ground began to darken, accompanied by a series of piercing screams. I said no wonder they say the only meat in space is human and insect beasts. It turns out you all have turned into insect beasts. This was the second time Yin Qingyu saw insect beasts. The first time she saw them, she didn't feel much, but now she recognized these insect beasts. They were a combination of rattlesnakes and scorpions, with a tail for the lower body and the scorpion's poisonous pincers and ugly head for the upper body. The abdomen even had some thin legs, which explained why they could run quite fast. Humans mutated, so how could insect beasts mutate like this? TSK, they're getting uglier. Yin Qingyu had to admit she was somewhat of a beauty snob. Throughout her life, there weren't many ugly people around her. After arriving in space, the changes in genes meant that even the ugly here wouldn't be too bad-looking. Suddenly seeing such ugly insect beasts made Yin Qingyu feel somewhat uncomfortable. The insect beasts couldn't understand Yin Qingyu's words, but her previous move had already given them a sense of threat. In an instant, Yin Qingyu was surrounded by these strange insect beasts. However, the insect beasts did not act recklessly. A huge insect beast was staring closely at Yin Qingyu in front of her. Yin Qingyu knew that this should be their leader, and it was currently judging whether she posed a threat. However, this judgment did not last long, as the instinct of the beast's nature caused the group of insect beasts to become impulsive. Yin Qingyu did not stop either, lightly tapping her toes on the ground to leap high. That group of insect beasts couldn't reach her, but she didn't come in just to avoid insect beasts. Yin Qingyu relied on her time, suspended in the air. With a flip of her palm, a white light appeared, and a slender sword appeared in her hand. The blade was silvery white, and the hilt was also silvery white, entwined with 2 or 3 unopened cherry blossoms. With such a delicate sword, Yin Qingyu held it with an unstoppable demeanor. Yin Qingyu gripped the sword with one hand, and with a sweep of her arm, the sword light flashed. When Yin Qingyu landed, there were already many insect beast corpses on the ground. However, Yin Qingyu did not linger, wielding the sword. She struck at the surrounding insect beasts according to the moves she remembered. Yin Qingyu's movements were swift, and the sword's lethality increased significantly. In an instant, insect beast corpses littered the ground, but in a moment, these insect beast corpses vanished. Even so, the number of insect beasts was still astonishing. Yin Qingyu was fiercely attacking in front, while also keeping her defenses up behind. Her figure was extremely fast, never lingering in one place. The insect beast couldn't touch her at all. A shadow, a flash of sword light, and the insect beast here vanished without a trace. Even the leading insect beast could not hold on for too long. It released a cloud of toxic gas before being slain by Yin Qingyu's sword energy on the spot. The poison gas from this insect beast is extremely dense and has a green hue, making it quite toxic. Unfortunately, Yin Qingyu remains unaffected. She cannot die, and of course, the poison cannot harm her either. However, inhaling the gas is somewhat uncomfortable, so Yin Qingyu quickly jumped outside the toxic gas area. Qingyu! Yin Qingyu heard a voice, and as she moved her hand holding the sword, it suddenly became empty. Her sword was a gift from space, although it looked slender. Yin Qingyu had used it for thousands of years, and even the hardest mysterious iron sword in the world had never harmed her sword. However, since modern times, she had rarely used it. Today, with this opportunity, she certainly wanted to give a good try. It seemed that her strength had not been greatly affected. Thinking about this result, Yin Qingyu raised her eyes to look at the newcomers. Why did they come together? It was Bai Yu and Qi Shu. Indeed, only these two had the courage to come to this place. However, Yin Qingyu was unaware of this. Qingyu, are you okay? Qi Shu looked at Yin Qingyu with some concern. This was the area of level 3 insect beasts, and just a moment ago, there were some green objects here, indicating that a battle had occurred. Yin Qingyu looked at Qi Shu's worried eyes with some confusion and tilted her head slightly. But she quickly returned to normal. I'm fine. Did you two team up? Yan Qingyu asked curiously as she looked at the two who had entered. She knew that Bai was a good teammate, but she didn't need one. No, teaming up requires 3 people. We entered as individuals. Only in this way can we be transported to a place close to you. But when we first entered, level 3 insect beasts were still a bit torturous. Bai Yu and Qi Shu had to expend a lot of effort to escape. Bai Yu and Qi Shu had a hard time getting out. As soon as they arrived, they noticed that the situation here was not quite right. Yan Qingyu nodded in understanding. Well, then you continue training. I'll head out first. Yan Qingyu thought that these two were here to earn points and just happened to run into her. So after saying hello, she planned to leave. Wait, let's go together. The exit isn't this way. Level 3 insect beasts are too dangerous. It's safer for us to go together. Since they came to earn points, they naturally had to see things through. Therefore, the exit of the virtual field required walking a distance to reach. Along the way, they would inevitably encounter level 3 insect beasts, which made Qi Shu quite nervous. Yan Qingyu cast a puzzled glance at the yellow-orange sandy ground here. Level 3 insect beasts? Is it classified by appearance? The uglier it looks, the more frightening it is, and the higher the level. She carefully thought about the 2 types of insect beasts she had encountered and increasingly felt that she had uncovered the truth. She disliked ugly things. Bai Yu glanced at Yan Qingyu, but said nothing more. Qi Shu was worried and flustered, while he was not. Yan Qingyu had been here for a long time. Yet she was completely unscathed and even looked very clean. She looked nothing like someone who had been tormented by level 3 insect beasts. Either she was extremely lucky and hadn't encountered any, or she could effortlessly deal with these insect beasts alone. But those were social level 3 insect beasts. Could she really handle all of them by herself? Bai Yu narrowed his eyes and followed the 2 of them. However, the 3 had great luck, and they did not encounter any more insect beasts on their way out. When the 3 of them exited, the exit was blocked by Bai Yu's underlings and Zhe Li. Qingyu, are you okay? Zhe Li rushed up to the 3 as soon as they emerged. Yan Qingyu was taken aback, but nodded slightly. I'm fine. It was unlikely that she would be in any trouble. However, she always felt a bit uncomfortable with their concern. Yan Qingyu didn't stay there for long and turned to leave. She hadn't forgotten that she still needed to deal with her nutrient solution issue. Moreover, there were too many people now, so she didn't need to go back in again. Yan Qingyu walked quickly, leaving the crowd behind in a daze. Is Qi Shu really okay? Zhe Li felt that the atmosphere was somewhat off. Hearing Zhe Li's words, Qi Shu nodded slightly. She really is fine. Not only is she fine, but her strength seems to have exceeded expectations. Qi Shu's gaze shifted to the recently announced points leaderboard. The school exam was taken by the whole school, so the points were also calculated collectively. Yan Qingyu's score had remarkably jumped into the top 100 of the day's leaderboard. Bai Yu naturally noticed this as well. The points leaderboard was public, and everyone earning points here could see it. They were shocked by the sudden fluctuations in the leaderboard. Wah, what is this? Zhe Li was left dumbfounded. The top 100 points leaderboard rarely changed. Any changes were usually only in the last 80 to 100 positions. However, Yan Qingyu was ranked 79th. The fluctuations in the leaderboard drew everyone's attention. The reason was simple. Most of the people on this leaderboard were upperclassmen mech masters. Yan Qingyu was the first among the newcomers to jump onto the leaderboard. This caused quite a stir. However, Yan Qingyu was unaware of this. Yan Qingyu ordered some nutrient solutions, and she even ordered different types. She actually didn't lack star coins. She had only consumed nutrient solutions once and didn't quite understand the differences between low, medium, and high-grade solutions. So she planned to order a variety. Yan Qingyu nestled in her dormitory waiting for the nutrient solutions to arrive while also rummaging through her space. Most of the items in her space were snacks she had stored from modern times, and she unceremoniously took out some to eat. After finishing, she released the spiritual spring, heated it with her internal power, and took a shower. After showering, Yan Qingyu emerged wearing a set of white silk pajamas. She looked at her outfit and sighed. Since arriving in this era, she had worn black clothes almost every day to keep up with the development of the times and had never worn any bright colors. It was a shame to have so many beautiful clothes in her space. Yan Qingyu lay on her bed, looking at the information on her light brain. Her point score would be sent directly to her light brain, and as for the ranking, she didn't care. Moreover, it seemed her ranking wasn't very outstanding, at least. It wasn't as eye-catching as being first. So, after checking her points and considering the points needed for graduation, she realized there was still a significant gap. Graduation required 2 million points. Of course, this was just the basic graduation points, while being an outstanding graduate required 3 million points. However, Qingyu only wanted to graduate from here and didn't want to do anything more. Besides, reaching this point was quite easy. Qingyu stroked her smooth chin. She had already earned 100,000 points today. If she visited that virtual field a few more times, she would have enough. Qingyu reclined on her bed, leisurely sipping a glass of red wine. This kind of lazy lifestyle suited her. She just wanted to wear beautiful clothes, sit comfortably eating snacks, and watch the news. A hint of girlish expression finally appeared on Qingyu's palm-sized face, making her look like a lazy cat. However, this peace didn't last long before there was a knock at the door. Qingyu's long brows furrowed slightly. Her almond-shaped eyes opened, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. Did the nutrient solutions arrive so quickly? Qingyu directly walked out to open the door. Outside the door was not the robot delivering the nutrient solutions, but a charming-looking woman. The woman looked at Qingyu as she came out, her expression filled with disdain, especially after scanning her outfit. Fox Spirit. Qingyu thanked her. After saying that, Qingyu intended to close the door, but a pair of hands blocked it. It turned out that more than one person had come. How shameless. You really accepted being called a fox spirit. This woman's appearance wasn't as enchanting, but she was still beautiful. Qingyu lowered her eyes to look at the legs of the two women. Not bad, their legs reach her waist. She was indeed the shortest one here. However, Qingyu quickly raised her gaze to the two of them. You praise my looks and charm, so of course I should thank you. Fox spirits are the most beautiful. After all, just like how King Zhou couldn't escape the beauty of Daji. Qingyu chuckled lightly. Throughout history, many have admired her appearance, and many have despised it too. Especially women, but she wondered which man these two women were here for. You, so shameless. You're dressed like this to seduce brother by you, aren't you? Qingyu's lips twitched at this. It seems that modern language isn't necessarily a good thing. This disgusting term has remained unchanged through the ages. Terms like brother and sister are the most nauseating. Chapter 19. Destruction. Qingyu's expression also turned cold. Today was my second meeting with Baiyu. We have no relationship at all. Apart from names and abilities, she and Baiyu weren't even teammates. The two women clearly didn't believe Qingyu's words. That's easy to say. As a solo soldier, you're probably trying every means to climb into brother Baiyu's bed, dressing like this. The enchanting woman, Lin Mei, glanced disdainfully at Qingyu's outfit, her words dripping with sarcasm and a hint of barely concealed jealousy. Exactly. I advise you not to daydream. Even if you're a level 4 solo soldier, brother Baiyu doesn't like women like you who only have brute strength. The reason there are few female solo soldiers is also due to this. Unless the family is extremely poor, it's rare for women to become solo soldiers. This leads to disdain from men. And Qingyu was still a level 4 solo soldier. Tu Jing thought that a woman like Qingyu wanted to marry Baiyu was simply a pipe dream. Qingyu raised her eyebrows. Were these two treating her as an imaginary enemy? But if she remembered correctly, she indeed had no interaction with Baiyu. Moreover, isn't this era one where everyone is a soldier? Why are these women still so love-brained? Go to such lengths for a man to shout and scream here. Qingyu didn't understand, and certainly didn't want to understand these things. What I wear is my freedom. I'm not dressing for Baiyu. And if Baiyu can't control you, let me manage the consequences, which could be even more serious. After saying that, Qingyu firmly closed the door. She didn't know the relationship between these women and Baiyu, but since they came for him, Qingyu didn't mind letting Baiyu handle it. It definitely wouldn't be easy for them if it fell in her hands. Moreover, it would be best to remind Baiyu not to let any other women come, or else Qingyu wasn't someone who would be gentle. Lin Mei and Tu Jing watched the closed door, stamping their feet in anger. The two left. As the dormitory door was controlled by the system, and without permissions, they couldn't enter. However, they continued to curse as they walked. Someone like her thinks she can attract brother Baiyu. Tu Jing had grown up with Baiyu, and even though they rarely spoke, she couldn't help but be attracted to him. But Baiyu was too exceptional. Their family was different from poor families. Their talents had long been assessed. Bai Yu's talent could be said to be the best among the 250 planets. Since then, many women had flocked to him. Tu Jing, relying on her status as Bai Yu's childhood friend, had dealt with other women quite a bit. When Yan Qingyu was approached by Bai Yu, the news reached her ears. She thought that a solo soldier like Yan Qingyu, with no family power, would be more obedient after hearing her threat. Who knew she would be so arrogant? Tu Jing was furious. Who didn't know you were the favor of the Bai family? Lin Mei comforted Tu Jing, who looked angry. However, inside, she looked down on Tu Jing. How could someone with such a brain aspire for Bai Yu? If it weren't for her brother's excellence, their family would have long fallen. Tu Jing was still angry and didn't respond much to Lin Mei's words. I'm so mad. Tu Jing kicked and directly knocked over a delivery robot by the roadside. The robot fell to the ground, making sounds as it struggled. This only annoyed Tu Jing more. Hey, Tu Jing, look. This seems to be the nutrient solution that Yan Qingyu bought. As a mecha manufacturer, Lin Mei had a good eye and immediately saw that the recipient's name was Yan Qingyu. Upon hearing this, Tu Jing squatted down. But the robot wouldn't release the items unless it reached the delivery location. Tu Jing fiddled a bit, and the robot stopped moving. They were mecha manufacturers. Dealing with robots was a piece of cake for them. However, this would count as robbery. But Tu Jing didn't care. Buying so many nutrient solutions, and quite a few high-grade ones too. Lin Mei was different from Tu Jing. She didn't have a good talent, and her family's resources were mostly allocated to others. She rarely got to drink high-grade nutrient solutions herself, mainly because they were too expensive. A bottle of high-grade nutrient solution costs 100,000 star coins. To put it in perspective, a bottle of medium-grade nutrient solution only costs 10,000 star coins. Yet Yan Qingyu actually bought 10 bottles of high-grade nutrient solution. Tu Jing wasn't surprised. Instead, she thought Yan Qingyu was quite poor, even buying low-grade nutrient solutions, which are only consumed by the poor to fill their stomachs. Costing only 100 star coins a bottle, but they contain many impurities and can be quite harmful to mental and physical health. Although medium-grade nutrient solutions can solve these issues, they are bland, which is why high-grade nutrient solutions exist. They not only soothe mental strength and relax the body, but also come in various flavors. Yan Qingyu really buys everything, both poor and ignorant. Tu Jing threw the nutrient solution in her hand to the ground. If Yan Qingyu dared to treat her like this, she should be prepared for her revenge. Tu Jing, can I have those high-grade nutrient solutions? Lin Mei didn't hide her awkward situation and even enjoyed showing it off. Today's men just like delicate flowers like her who need protection and care, right? So Tu Jing knew her situation. You can take them. Just don't give them to Yan Qingyu. Lin Mei cheerfully thanked her and took all the high-grade nutrient solutions, also grabbing a few medium ones. The two left the place in a mess. When Yan Qingyu went out for class in the morning, she saw the shattered bottles of nutrient solutions on the road and a robot lying on the ground. The recipient's name on it was hers. Without thinking too much, Yan Qingyu knew who she had offended. The two women who came to her territory yesterday and hated her really weren't afraid of death. Yan Qingyu's gaze darkened, and she walked toward the classroom. Today, Qingyu was still teaching them some combat knowledge and the history of interstellar heroes. We should be most grateful for the sacrifices of the leaders. Without their sacrifices, we wouldn't have such a wonderful life. Qingyu said this with admiration, and the other students in the class looked on with respect. Leaders. No one can betray the leader. Yan Qingyu had a face full of indifference. To her, it seemed like a brainwashing technique typical of a pyramid scheme. Moreover, what did the leader's great achievements have to do with her? So when Qingyu spent most of the time boasting about the leader's accomplishments, only Yan Qingyu remained unmoved. Yan Qingyu, do you think the leader is very noble? Qingyu could gauge each person's attitude in class. Even Qi Shu had a look of admiration on her face when she mentioned the leader. Only Yan Qingyu maintained her indifferent demeanor. When Yan Qingyu was asked, she didn't panic but calmly answered Qingyu. Yes, to be fair, he is a good leader, and his actions have brought significant contributions to humanity. Yan Qingyu did not lie. Comparing this leader to ancient emperors, he might just be a wise ruler throughout the ages. During his tenure, this leader made many contributions to human development. However, Yan Qingyu would not blindly worship him. Guyu smiled upon hearing this. Indeed, among the generations of leaders, only the fifth generation, which is the current leader, has made groundbreaking contributions to human development. Each generation of leaders is excellent, but this generation is exceptionally outstanding. Chapter 20. Solving trouble with Baiyu. Guyu's class did not last long. Most of the time was left for them to earn points through practical experience. So as soon as class ended, Yan Qingyu stopped Zhe Li and the others. What's wrong? This was the first time Yan Qingyu took the initiative to stop him, and Zhe Li couldn't help but become serious. Could it be that Yan Qingyu planned to take him to the virtual arena? Where's Baiyu? As soon as Yan Qingyu spoke, Zhe Li and Qi Shu were taken aback. You want to team up with him? Well, going with him would only allow for single-player mode. But teaming up with Baiyu, who leads the team, could earn a lot of points. However, since Yan Qingyu had already entered the top 100 on the leaderboard yesterday, she probably didn't need Baiyu. No, I have something to find him for. Yan Qingyu said no more, and the two did not ask further, but still took Yan Qingyu to the virtual arena. He usually earns points inside the virtual arena. The people in the virtual arena said they often saw him come by. And after being provoked by you yesterday, I think he is more likely to be in the virtual arena now. Zhe Li led Yan Qingyu into the virtual arena, while Qi Shu said she had something to do and left. There were quite a few people secretly watching in the virtual arena. I provoked him? Yan Qingyu frowned. Did she do something? Damn, you entered the virtual arena for the first time yesterday and already made it into the top 100 on the leaderboard. Look for yourself. You're still in 84th place. Zhe Li stared at Yan Qingyu in disbelief. Did she not realize the impact she had caused? Yan Qingyu looked up and indeed saw a huge screen above her head. On the last few rows of the middle screen, there was her name, with her ranking displayed in front. You didn't know? Many of the people on this list are upperclassmen. After all, they've been here longer than us. And there are a few from the middle grades, but you're the only one among the new students to make the list, Zhe Li said, sounding a bit proud. This list doesn't actually accumulate all scores, but records points within a certain time frame. The upperclassmen have been enrolled for a few days, and their scores have already accumulated a lot. Who would have thought that Yan Qingyu would make the list in just half a day's time? Yan Qingyu did not feel happy. However, this matter didn't significantly impact her. Where's Baiyu? Looking for the boss? You might have to wait a bit. He's inside. A few people who were near Baiyu yesterday saw Yan Qingyu and gathered around her. Yan Qingyu heard this and stood still without moving. She was definitely looking for Baiyu for a reason, so she stood there without leaving. However, to others, it didn't seem that way. Weren't you not teaming up with the boss yesterday? What do you know? It was clearly the boss who didn't team up with her yesterday. Baiyu's followers were quite protective of him. However, Yan Qingyu indeed did not successfully team up yesterday. Why did she want to find Baiyu today? Yan Qingyu did not wait long. Soon, Baiyu's figure appeared in front of her. At the same time, the ranking on the leaderboard changed. Baiyu became the 92nd, the second new student to make the list. The people standing in the virtual arena were utterly shocked, unable to close their mouths. Usually, it might take until the school exam for a new student to make it onto the leaderboard, and now only a few days after school started. Of course, everyone could still accept Baiyu's abnormality. After all, he was a mecha engineer, and it was much easier for mecha engineers to rank compared to those from the other two departments. But these two are just too formidable. Baiyu ignored the envious gazes around him and walked straight to where Yan Qingyu was standing. What are you doing here? Baiyu was somewhat surprised to see Yan Qingyu, but he knew she probably wasn't here to discuss collaboration. After all, judging from yesterday's state, Yan Qingyu might be more formidable alone. Yan Qingyu was a bit taken aback when she saw Baiyu come out alone, but quickly calmed down. She hadn't expected that Baiyu was also in single-player mode to handle your issues. However, for Yan Qingyu, the immediate matter was Baiyu's troublesome romantic entanglements. This era does not allow for killing, and Yan Qingyu was forced to abide by the rules of the times, but Baiyu must manage his own troubles. She might not be so gentle when dealing with these problems. What? Baiyu looked even more puzzled. My problems? Two women who like you came to find me yesterday. They smashed my nutrient solution, and oh, they probably took some nutrient solution with them. Yan Qingyu spoke straightforwardly, laying out the events to Baiyu. After all, she called him Brother Baiyu, so they should be familiar with each other. That's why she came back to find Yu, asking him to solve this trouble. Even if Yu couldn't solve it, she had already informed him in advance. So if those two came back, they might not be so lucky. Yu frowned slightly, looking at Qingyu with a hint of apology in his eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't know about this. Let me pay you for the nutrient solution first. Qingyu nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Yu was quite considerate. Although she had plenty of money, she didn't want to waste it like that. The two exchanged their holographic brain IDs to transfer the money. When Qingyu left, she was in a good mood and turned back to remind Yu. Remember to tell them to manage themselves. If they come back to me, they might have to pay a steeper price. Qinyu's tone was sweet and soft, but her words were not polite at all. Yu was taken aback, and it wasn't until Qingyu walked far away that he cracked a smile. The few followers beside Yu were puzzled, wondering what he was smiling about. However, soon Yu returned to his usual serious demeanor and walked out, leaving behind a group of people who hadn't gotten the scoop, asking what had just happened. Yu actually smiled at Qingyu. This must be love, right? No, it wasn't tea. Those who knew the truth were on the verge of tears. After all this, it was just a conversation between strong individuals. Yu was very efficient, waiting at the door of the mecha manufacturing class for Tu Jing to come out. When Tu Jing heard that Yu was looking for her, she felt a bit nervous. Did Yu know about what she did yesterday? No, it's impossible. And even if I knew, Yu probably wouldn't come looking for her, just like with every other woman before. Yu didn't say much about her. Tu Jing, hurry up, let us get out of here, we can't keep people waiting. Lin Mei pulled Tu Jing's hand and ran towards the door. For a mech manufacturer, they actually admire mech engineers even more, and Yu's exceptional talent is well known among all the mech manufacturers in the school. So when they saw Yu come looking for Tu Jing, there was inevitably some envy in their eyes. But who could blame Tu Jing for being childhood friends with Yu? Yu, brother, did you come to find me for something? Tu Jing's face turned a bit red. Although everyone knew they were childhood friends, only she knew that as they grew up, their interactions had clearly become much less. This was the first time Yu had come to find her. Looking at Tu Jing's anxious demeanor, Yu didn't feel any extra pity. You went to find Qingyu yesterday, right? As soon as Yu spoke, both of their faces turned pale. Is it for Qingyu? How could that be? Tu Jing's first reaction was disbelief. Yu, she's just a solo soldier. Tu Jing's tone became somewhat sharp. Yu came to find her for another woman for the first time. Chapter 21. Mech manufacturer Tu Jing's expression became somewhat twisted, and even Lin Mei's enchanting face showed signs of distortion. So, does this mean Yu really intends to protect that solo soldier? But mech manufacturers and mech engineers are the perfect match, aren't they? If this kind of thing happens again, the consequences will be yours to bear. Yu's words were not a threat. He just felt that someone like Qingyu would definitely be somewhat impatient. If she got annoyed, Tu Jing's final outcome wouldn't be any better. But Tu Jing still had 2C behind her. Yu still came for this visit. Also, you took Qingyu's nutrient solution, a total of 5 million star coins. Just transfer it to me. Yu wouldn't pay for these star coins on behalf of Tu Jing. Besides, he wasn't familiar with Tu Jing at all. When Tu Jing heard this, her face turned even whiter. Yu didn't care about their reactions and left after finishing. Lin Mei, he threatened me for that woman. Tears streamed down Tu Jing's face. This was the first time Yu had said such things to her. Lin Mei's expression was also somewhat unsightly. A man would do such things for a woman. She understood all too well. But what right does a solo soldier like Qingyu have? Don't be afraid. Tu Jing, Yu might just be temporarily infatuated with Qingyu. You know how men are. Especially a man with such great strength. Lin Mei had seen men in her family fall in love at first sight. That's right. It must be Qingyu. She must have seduced him. Tu Jing's tears had stopped. Crying was useless. She needed to fight for what she wanted. A glimmer of hope returned to Tu Jing's eyes. Lin Mei saw this, but didn't say much. Meanwhile, Qingyu bought some nutrient solutions again, but this time she ordered express delivery. She couldn't let anyone discover the truth that she could live without eating nutrient solutions. Qingyu looked at the colorful nutrient solution jars in front of her and felt a bit of a headache. It seems those nutrient solutions that look like water really aren't effective. No wonder they are low grade. The smell was pungent before even drinking it. As for the intermediate nutrient solution, it was the kind she drank when she woke up, which didn't have much of an extra smell and felt quite comfortable. But the high-grade nutrient solution was still better. At least it had some flavor. However, Qingyu only glanced at it and didn't look again. Although she didn't need to eat, she preferred actual food. Besides eating, she wasn't very interested in anything else. Qingyu scanned the items in the space and took out some things she needed. Before long, the room was filled with various bottles and jars and some traditional Chinese medicinal materials. Qingyu's indifferent gaze finally changed a bit when she saw the traditional medicine on the table. Luckily, she had planted quite a few herbs in the space back then. Otherwise, she wouldn't have anything to play with now. After saying this, a smile became more evident on her lips. She enjoyed making medicine. At first, she gathered herbs with Shenong to save people, but as she lived longer, she realized that some people might not be worth saving, and one cannot force what is not destined. If they're meant to die, then let them die. So, Qingyu didn't make medicine later on, but began to create poison instead. Only this way could she teach those with ulterior motives a lesson during her special periods. Qingyu frowned at this thought, considering the time. However, it was unlikely she would enter a special period now. Qingyu raised her eyes and looked at the medicinal materials in front of her. Her slender, white hands skillfully wove through the materials, methodically completing each process. The medicinal materials gradually decreased, and Qingyu's movements also slowed down. It took a while before she finally calmed down. Interstellar people are so tough. I wonder if this medicine is strong enough. I'd love to find someone to test it. Qingyu thought that a medicine that had not been tested was always imperfect, but she couldn't rashly find someone to test it in this place. Qingyu carefully placed the finished powder into a bottle, but this bottle was then casually put into her bag. She planned to test it on those insect beasts the next time she entered the virtual arena. Qingyu opened the cleaning robot and turned to leave the room. However, she wasn't going to the virtual arena. Instead, she wanted to check out other places in the school. She hadn't forgotten that she came in to collect some information. Qingyu headed straight for the library. But actually, although it was called a library, there weren't many physical books. After all, paper was expensive yet rough, so there were quite a few electronic robots here. Are there any books on solo soldiers? Regarding the interstellar era, Qingyu thought there were some things that could be told in class or by Zayli, so she might as well learn something. Ding! Solo Soldier Body Style 108. The robot shot a red beam onto Qingyu's light brain, and the information about this book appeared on her light brain. Qingyu sat quietly beside it, silently looking at the so-called 108 styles on her light brain. There wasn't anything novel about the moves. They were just a modern taekwondo or a bit of ancient martial arts moves. These moves were even less meaningful than the various ancient martial arts she had learned. After glancing at it a few times, she lost interest. Books on mech manufacturing, please. Suddenly, a gentle male voice came from her ear, and Qingyu turned to look. The people here weren't particularly ugly, but this person was quite good-looking. He seemed to be someone with good genes. A spark of interest suddenly appeared in Qingyu's eyes. The reason was simple. The man was holding what looked like a realistic little kitten. There were no animals in the interstellar era. Qingyu knew this must be something he made himself. However, the man didn't stay too long. After getting the information, he sat down on a bench not far from Qingyu. Qingyu didn't go over immediately, but walked up to the robot to request the same information. Qingyu began to browse through it. Compared to the solo soldier body styles, the book on mech manufacturing was actually more interesting. This book wasn't a beginner-esque book, but rather various strange methods for making robots. Qingyu curiously looked at everything she was browsing through. The most fundamental aspect of mech manufacturing is making robots, and mechs can also be considered robots, just that they require the mental control of a mech engineer. Moreover, the manufacturing process is much more complicated. Generally speaking, not many people would read such books. After all, aren't mecha manufacturers all serving the mecha engineers? The excitement in Qingyu's eyes grew stronger as she looked at the man with his head down. Aside from humanoid robots that cannot be made, many of the forms here resemble modern-day animals. Moreover, mecha manufacturing is more about precision, so it requires individuals with high mental strength to ensure accuracy. May I see the cat in your hand? Qingyu stood up to look at the man. Chapter 22. Hua. She looked up to see Yan Xingyu's face full of excitement, but there was also a hint of interest in his eyes. Do you know this is a cat? Yan Xingyu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Hua. She handed the cat in his hand to Yan Xingyu, who took it and examined it carefully. It was somewhat different from modern cats, but it was quite similar overall, just not very agile. Meow, does she make sounds? Since robots can talk, Yan Xingyu naturally thought cats should meow too. However, Hua, she looked at her with a strange expression. No, I don't know what a cat sounds like. Is this the sound of a cat? Meow? Hua, she had only seen the cat's form in books, and the records did not include the sound it made. Perhaps the humans of that time didn't think it was important enough to document. Yan Xingyu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded in response. Yan Xingyu didn't pay attention to Hua Xi's reaction anymore. She carefully observed the cat in her hands, scrutinizing every joint. You did a great job, very precise. Those who have never seen a cat in a galaxy would probably not be able to tell if this is a real cat. Thank you, are you in the class? The mecha engineering and infantry departments might know Yan Xingyu's name, but since the mecha manufacturers didn't participate during the physical tests, Huaxi naturally didn't recognize her. Yan Xingyu replied, I'm in the infantry. Infantry? Huaxi's eyes brightened even more as he looked at Yan Xingyu. Are you interested in mecha manufacturing? It's rare for an infantry member to show interest in mecha manufacturing. To be honest, the two departments often look down on each other. The infantry thinks of them as mere support personnel who can't contribute anything when real disasters strike. Meanwhile, the mecha manufacturing department believes they are creating mechas for the engineers, while the infantry can only rely on brute strength to survive. Neither side holds the other in high regard. It's rare for an infantry member to be interested in this. Well, it's okay, but what you made is very realistic. Yan Xingyu indeed had a slight interest in mecha manufacturing. After all, there wasn't much to learn in the infantry. Every day was filled with endless practice of forms, which were not as effective as her ancient martial arts skills. Mecha manufacturing was something new and thus attracted her. You're the first person to recognize what I made. Previously, others only knew what he was holding after he told them. But Yan Xingyu was the first to recognize it. Yan Xingyu smiled without further response. Is your mental strength level high? But even if it's not, you can make some simple things. Would you like to try? Hua, she had a very good impression of Yan Xingyu, thinking that since she was interested, he would work with her to create a mecha. Yan Xingyu's expression darkened. She didn't have any mental strength. Just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted. Huh? Huaxi, I didn't come to you to make mechas. I came to talk about feelings. How can you be so oblivious? Tu Jing and Lin Mei walked over, looking at Yan Xingyu with disdain. Did you just let go of Bai Yu, and now you want to cling to Huaxi? Hua, she has an extremely high talent for mecha manufacturing. His mental strength even reached level 4, making this cohort one of the best among the 250 planets. Many want to associate with the Hua family, and Tu Jing didn't know how many women had tried and failed, yet Yan Xingyu succeeded once again. Yan Xingyu is truly a vixen. Tu Jing's expression became even uglier, and Lin Mei was the same. Hua Xi's expression changed slightly as he looked at Tu Jing with a hint of anger. It's none of your business. Hua Xi's tone was somewhat cold. He treated things and people he wasn't interested in with this attitude. To him, Tu Jing was just a familiar stranger. Tu Jing's face turned pale and then flushed upon hearing this. Why are you here again? Didn't Bai Yu notify you? What consequences will you face if you provoke her again? Aren't you worried at all? Tu Jing's expression became even more sinister upon hearing this. Don't get too pleased with yourself. Bai Yu won't like you. Your body might be good for a moment, but it can't be used for a lifetime. Men are all fickle. After Tu Jing shouted this, the atmosphere fell silent. Yan Xingyu looked at her with a cold gaze. And even Hua Xi's expression was tinged with disdain. Lin Mei, unaware of the tense atmosphere, chimed in. That's right, Yan Xingyu, girls should rely on themselves. The leader has said that each of us is an independent individual, and success comes from our hard work. Relying on others won't work. And why should one use their body to achieve their goals? That's not good. Lin Mei spoke as if she had a valid point, even bringing up the leader. The onlookers, who had been secretly watching, couldn't help but lean toward Lin Mei. Yan Xingyu raised an eyebrow, finding the self-directed performance of the two amusing. Body? Only those who have thought of doing such a thing in their minds would think so dirty. However, I don't care how you think. It seemed you were ready to deal with me now that you are here. A spark of excitement finally appeared in Yin Qingyu's eyes. She was never afraid of fight, but she glanced at Hua Shi beside her. Yin Qingyu, who do you think you are? Just an infantry. Tu Jing's mind was clouded after Yin Qingyu's words, especially thinking of Baiyu's cold face, making it even harder for her to stay calm. Yin Qingyu, Tu Jing and Baiyu have been good friends since childhood. One is a mecha engineer, and the other is a mecha manufacturer. Isn't it inappropriate for you, an infantry, to meddle in their affairs? Lin Mei looked down on Yin Qingyu, thinking an infantry dared to compete with her. Yin Qingyu narrowed her eyes, directly confronting Lin Mei. You both talk too much and have a lot of junk in your heads. Can't you shut your mouths? Should I help you with that? Yin Qingyu was growing impatient and kept chanting in her heart that she couldn't kill. She couldn't kill. Tu Jing, some things can't be said without evidence. Hua, she said coldly, his gaze towards the two becoming even colder. Without evidence, why say Yin Qingyu is that kind of person? As a mecha manufacturer, Hua, she preferred to explore the truth, emphasizing the need for precise evidence to support his correctness. Tu Jing bit her lip, but still looked at Yin Qingyu with a fierce gaze. Yin Qingyu, relying on your body to get ahead. You're truly despicable. Don't think Hua, she will protect you. Slap. Before Tu Jing could finish her words, Yin Qingyu slapped her face, causing it to turn away. Yin Qingyu's strength was considerable, and now that she was angry, her force was unrestrained. It didn't take long for Tu Jing's face to swell up. Lin Mei screamed, clearly shocked that Yin Qingyu had the audacity to openly slap Tu Jing. I've warned you many times, haven't I? Since you can't shut up, let's see how my new medicine works. After saying this, Yin Qingyu took out a bottle from her bag and sprinkled it on the two. The fine powder disappeared from their bodies in no time. The crowd was somewhat dazed. What was this? Chapter 23. The consequences of drugging. Yin Qingyu paid no attention to the reactions of those around her. She cares more about the reactions of the two of them. Yin and Qingyu, what happened to them? Hua, she called out Yin Qingyu's name, still not very familiar with it, but the two of them were indeed acting strangely. They were lying on the ground, desperately clutching their throats, their voices hoarse, but only whimpering sounds could be heard. This was indeed a bit scary. It's nothing, just a price to pay. Yin Qingyu replied lightly to Hua Shi, her face showing a bit more satisfaction. It seemed the dosage was just right. Now, they just had to wait for them to recover to know the efficacy. Price? Hua Shi's hands couldn't help but shake. This price was a bit too strange. Yin Qingyu, I still have to remind you, Tu Jing's brother, Tu Si, is a mecha master. The mecha master is someone everyone wants to be associated with. Tu Si would definitely take action against Yin Qingyu for Tu Jing's sake. Oh, Yin Qingyu responded indifferently. So what if he's a mecha master? When it comes to a confrontation between me and a mecha master, who wins and who loses is still uncertain. Hua Shi's gaze turned cold. This matter was definitely not small. No matter how Tu Si was, he would protect Tu Jing. Yin Qingyu was probably in real danger this time. Do you have a way to help them? Hua, she could only think of a way to quickly remedy the situation. Healing the two of them should be no problem. No, don't you have doctors? Let the doctors take a look. Yin Qingyu was quite curious to see what doctors in this era would say. Upon hearing this, Hua Shi's cold expression couldn't be maintained, and the corners of his mouth twitched. A lone soldier, two mecha engineers, and possibly a mecha master as well. This three-way entanglement really made Yin Qingyu famous in school. Yin Qingyu's provocation, along with the miserable state of Tu Jing and the others, truly attracted Tu Si's attention. Does Baiyu know her? Tu Si glanced at Baiyu with a bit of a headache. He knew his sister liked Baiyu, and he was pleased about it. But Baiyu clearly looked down on Tu Jing. As a fellow, strong mecha master, Tu Si could understand that. Yin Qingyu is a level 4 lone soldier. After thinking for a while, Baiyu could only come to this conclusion. So what if she's level 4? A lone soldier is still a lone soldier. It's no wonder Tu Si was so arrogant. His strength was indeed enough to be proud. Although he couldn't compare to Baiyu, he was still a genius with physical strength of 2 and mental strength of 3. Even though he had never fought against a level 4 lone soldier, Tu Si didn't take Yin Qingyu seriously. Damn it, what exactly did Yin Qingyu do? Tu Si frowned as he listened to the painful moans coming from inside. He called for a doctor, But it was of no use. Checking with mental strength was also useless. It was only known that Tu Jing's throat was probably in trouble. Huh, Yin Qingyu. Tu Si called out this name through gritted teeth. Consider the consequences before deciding. Bai Yu said this before leaving. This matter had some relation to him. But he had already warned the two siblings. If something went wrong in the end, they could only blame their own foolishness. Tu Si didn't take this to heart. In his view, no matter what, Yin Qingyu was just a lone soldier. And how could a lone soldier dare to oppose a mecha master? As soon as Yin Qingyu arrived at the virtual arena, she was stared at by a crowd. Qingyu chuckled as he looked at the late-arriving Yin Qingyu. This brought the crowd's attention back. I was only gone for a week. Yin Qingyu, how did you even provoke a mecha master? Truly worthy of being the instructor's recognized troublemaker. Li Lei was still cursing Yin Qingyu behind her back. Qingyu found it somewhat amusing. Yin Qingyu stood firm, and upon hearing this, frowned slightly. Qingyu, that Tu Si is so shameless. Coming to bully you, a lone soldier. He said he wants to compete with you. The most disgusting part was that Tu Si also said he wanted to compete using their respective strengths. Of course, Tu Si excelled in mechs. No matter how strong they were as lone soldiers, they couldn't confront mechs head-on. Yin Qingyu then remembered this matter. She spoke indifferently. Got it. Is that your reaction? Qingyu, he's a mecha master. Zayli was somewhat anxious. Qingyu might not fully understand how powerful mecha masters were. Their physical strength was impressive, and they could even exert mental pressure on others. Just their mechs were already beyond what a lone soldier could fight against. That's why I came to find instructor Qingyu. Yin Qingyu's eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement. She came to find Qingyu specifically for this matter. After all, she needed to grasp the skills of mecha masters in advance. She initially thought Tu Si would sneak attack, but she didn't expect it to be a formal match. Yin Qingyu needed to gather information well. In public, underhanded tactics couldn't be casually used. Oh, looking for me? Qingyu became interested. What did she want from him now? Has the instructor ever fought against a mecha master? Yin Qingyu's tone was as relaxed as if she were asking Qingyu if he had eaten nutrient solution. Qingyu raised an eyebrow and answered her honestly. I have, but I didn't win. This was the truth. He had indeed fought against many of his former comrades. But the chances of winning were slim. So a level 4 lone soldier might not necessarily defeat a mecha master. However, my opponent is a formidable mecha master, stronger than Tu Si. Qiju's words stunned everyone. Did this mean Yin Qingyu might be able to beat Tu Si? Yin Qingyu's face showed no extra expression, and Qiju didn't bring up the topic again. They began the training from the previous week. Yin Qingyu easily passed, and Qishu also breezed through. The ones suffering were those still being reprimanded by Qiju. Can you really do it? Qishu knew Yin Qingyu's strength should not be underestimated. But Yin Qingyu was so bold right from the start, which was indeed a bit surprising. I don't know, just go for it. Yin Qingyu's expression didn't change much. After all, she wouldn't die. I feel like you have this indifferent look. Qishu pursed her lips and looked at Yin Qingyu. Although Yin Qingyu seemed to care about nothing, many things that were unattainable for others were easily within her grasp. Is that so? Yin Qingyu lowered her eyes. If she lived this long, there probably wouldn't be much worth pursuing anymore. Yin Qingyu wanted to be as carefree as a salted fish, drifting along with the current. However, if other creatures invaded her territory, she would no longer pretend to be a salted fish, although things might get a bit troublesome, as long as she had enough strength. Who could make things difficult for her? Yin Qingyu's eyes suddenly brightened. Perhaps she could also become the strongest person in the galaxy, so that even if her identity were exposed, she could still be fearless. But the light in Yin Qingyu's eyes dimmed quickly. Before being discovered, she still wanted to be a salted fish. Chapter 24. The battle. Yin Qingyu's indifferent attitude was naturally heard by Tu Si. He even laughed upon hearing Yin Qingyu's unpreparedness. A level 4 lone soldier always fails to recognize their own position. Well, Tu Si didn't mind letting Yin Qingyu see the difference between a lone soldier and a mecha master. Time in the galaxy passed like a white horse slipping through a gap, hardly worth mentioning. The time Tu Si had agreed on was approaching. Zayli was anxious every day by Yin Qingyu's side, while Yin Qingyu remained indifferent every day. Even Bai Yu had come to find Yin Qingyu. But after saying a few words, Bai Yu left. So when this day arrived, it was indeed much anticipated. When the two stood on the competition stage, they were surrounded by quite a number of onlookers. It was rare for a lone soldier and a mecha master to face off, especially such a formidable lone soldier. 2C was also very outstanding, making this match indeed very captivating, and even many seniors came to watch. Who is Yin Qingyu? A freshman, level 4 lone soldier. TCH. So what? 2C is a mecha master. Still an excellent mecha master. Compared to Baiyu, it's hard to say who would win or lose. After all, 2C entered the school a year earlier than Baiyu. Everyone seemed to have figured out who would win, looking at Yin Qingyu with a hint of ridicule. Offending a mecha master would make future days quite difficult. Yin Qingyu felt a bit irritated as she looked at the man in front of her. What is so funny? Doesn't he know he looks quite greasy when he smiles? 2C wore a confident smile, and his gaze towards Yin Qingyu carried a hint of disdain. Yin Qingyu, Tu Jing is my sister. No matter what, you Shu and T have been so ruthless. 2C's expression changed slightly when he mentioned Tu Jing. Yin Qingyu's actions had left Tu Jing's throat hoarse for a week. If it weren't for the doctors coming to help, she might be unable to speak like Lin Mei. 2C looked at Yin Qingyu with more anger. Yin Qingyu's actions were indeed a bit unscrupulous. I've warned her many times, Yin Qingyu said coldly. Oh, does that mean you can do such things? Let us get started. Yin Qingyu didn't want to hear any more from 2C. She had already done what she did, and now it was time to deal with the consequences. Hearing this, 2C gritted his teeth. He swiftly released the mecha, and Yin Qingyu watched as a mecha, twice her height, stood before her. A hint of interest finally appeared in Yin Qingyu's eyes. This was her first time seeing a mecha. The gray exterior of the mecha shone slightly under the light, and it looked more like a humanoid than a robot. It appeared to be an enlarged human. Without waiting for Yin Qingyu to observe further, 2C had already moved. Since he was using a mecha, he didn't plan to show any mercy to Yin Qingyu. He aimed for a quick victory. The seemingly heavy mecha moved swiftly, appearing right in front of Yin Qingyu in a flash. A sharp steel blade poised dangerously close to her face. It was just a hair's breadth away from cutting her cheek, but coincidentally, Yin Qingyu stepped back, narrowly avoiding the blade. However, 2C didn't stop. He swung again at Yin Qingyu, who was constantly dodging. The back-and-forth movement and quick steps made the spectators tense. Very good, Iju praised, sitting among several instructors who glanced at him and then at the ongoing battle, remaining silent. Don't think that a level 4 soldier can do anything to a mecha master. Iju was a single soldier instructor, while those sitting next to him were instructors for mecha masters. Upon hearing this, Iju glanced at the person beside him, simply smiled, and fell silent. Zhang Yi looked at Iju with a fierce gaze, wondering what kind of attitude that was. He was just a level 4 soldier, yet he came in here acting so arrogant. As the two fought, no other instructors dared to interject. They were all strong in their own camps. And who would dare to interrupt this topic? The audience was reacting, but the two on the competition stage were completely unaware. They were still engaged in a tense chase. 2C suddenly stopped, and a cold light emanated from the mecha. Baiyu, what is happening? Zili sat next to Baiyu for a better view. Baiyu casually glanced at the gray mecha, seemingly indifferent. He was anxious. The cold tone revealed 2C's true thoughts. He didn't want to keep chasing Yin Qingyu. Moreover, the key point was that he couldn't catch up with Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu, do you only know how to run? 2C's words had a hint of gritted teeth. Seeing 2C stop, Yin Qingyu also paused. No, she can do more. 2C didn't understand her meaning and thought she was just making excuses. Yin Qingyu, I'll show you just how great the gap is between a soldier and a mecha master. This gap couldn't be compared to talent, or rather, it was Yin Qingyu's lack of talent that meant she could only be a soldier. After saying this, the mecha's hand transformed into the shape of a cannon. Is this an energy cannon? Has he gone mad? How can he use an energy cannon? Zili screamed. Their physical abilities could at most collide with a mecha, but an energy cannon would seriously injure whoever it hit. Those with poor physical talents might even die directly. Baiyu narrowed his eyes, his hand tightening slightly. Instances of battles between soldiers and mecha masters were rare in the school, and even if there were battles, they wouldn't be as ruthless as this one. This time, it was indeed unpredictable. Seeing 2Cs move, Iju's expression darkened. The soldiers' faces were not good, while the mecha instructors were used to it. They were supposed to use their advantages to suppress others. The energy cannon was powerful and fast, and soon, the spot where Qingyu had just stood had turned into a wasteland from the explosion. 2C looked at the smoke clearing from the area, his expression somewhat grim. He hadn't hit anything at all. How did Qingyu see it? And how could her speed be so fast? Qingyu's speed was indeed quick. And soon she was close to 2C's mecha. Others might panic at being ambushed, but 2C's battle experience allowed him to react. His other hand swung directly towards Qingyu. Bang! Qingyu's hand collided with his mecha fist, the sound startlingly loud. Cough, is she really okay? 2C's mecha seemed to be made of energy stones, right? That's right. Energy stones are so sturdy. Is Qingyu really unhurt? This was the concern of most people. Chapter 25. Victory, however. The reality told them they were worrying for nothing. With one punch, Qingyu directly dented 2C's mecha hand. The dent was neither too big nor too small, and it didn't significantly affect 2C's mecha. When Qingyu landed on the ground, she shook her hand. So without relying on internal strength, she actually wouldn't gain an advantage in battling a mecha. Then, she would make the most of it. Qingyu's eyes brightened as she looked at 2C's mecha. Opportunities for battles between soldiers and mecha masters were rare. And since she found a decent sparring partner on her first try, she certainly wanted to practice well. 2C checked the state of the mecha in the cockpit, clearly angry about Qingyu's move. Since switching to the mecha, this was the first time it had sustained such significant damage. Huh. 2C let out a light laugh, hiding barely perceptible anger. Immediately, the mecha moved again, not giving Qingyu a moment to react. The audience gasped, but Qingyu easily dodged. Qingyu's movements were swift and fluid. Each move seemed practiced, yet retained a feminine grace. Is that all you can do is dodge? 2C didn't want to play hide-and-seek with Qingyu. He wanted her to fight back. No need to rush. You'll regret it soon enough. After saying this, Qingyu suddenly created a greater distance from 2C's mecha. Whoosh! A white light flashed before people's eyes. Look, what weapon is Qingyu holding? It looked like a knife. Fool! A knife only has one sharpened edge. This is clearly not it. A group of people chattered about the weapon that had suddenly appeared in Qingyu's hand. Soldiers also needed weapons, but their weapons certainly wouldn't be such cold weapons. Qingyu suddenly pulling out this item piqued everyone's interest. Iju blinked and said nothing more. He didn't seem to know what it was either. 2C was also taken aback at first, but he quickly adjusted and charged towards Qingyu. Since she was fast, he would use close combat. This way, he would see where Qingyu could run. Qingyu didn't move. She was waiting for 2C to come closer. 2C's mech had excellent jumping ability, and with one leap, it blocked the light above Qingyu's head. Qingyu squinted, tightened her grip on the sword in her hand, and jumped up as well. Surprisingly, both she and the mech reached the same height. The expression in 2C's cockpit was one of disbelief. How could this be possible? This was a mech. However, in that brief moment of distraction, Qingyu's sword had already swung down. The blade scraped across the mech, but Qingyu's speed was not lacking. Even in the air, she was rapidly changing her form. The light shone on the mech and the sword, and the constantly dancing sword light had dazzled the spectators. Both the person and the mech fell simultaneously. Qingyu stood firm like a pine tree, while 2C's mech tilted and fell to the ground after landing. Qingyu's sword struck 2C's mech leg, and even the chest of the mech was slashed open. 2C was still trying to control the mech to stand up, but Qingyu didn't give him the chance. She sheathed her sword at her waist and charged forward, throwing a punch at the mech. Bang! The sound of the impact stunned those nearby. Qingyu had only thrown that one punch, yet 2C's mech was sent flying several meters away. The previously magnificent exterior of the mech was gone. Now it was covered in broken pieces, accompanied by a hissing sound of damage. 2C was silent for a long time. Qingyu took a few steps forward. What was she doing? Was she trying to kill him? Qingyu, killing is prohibited in the match. If this continues, someone is definitely going to die. The crowd on the stage was in shock. Qingyu didn't move. She simply squatted down beside the mech. She picked up a finger that had fallen from a mech and held it in her hand. Even a single finger, when held by Qingyu, was an enormous machine. However, just such a hard and massive object disappeared in her hand, leaving only some dust to fall from her grip. Qingyu's eyes flickered with excitement. It seemed that mecha pilots might not pose much threat to her after all. Qingyu's heart suddenly felt half relieved. She stood up, brushed the dust off her hands, and walked straight out of the arena. She had initially been testing the power of the mech, and once the test was complete, she directly used her inner strength to engage. She must have used her inner strength with her sword, and she had just been testing whether she could destroy the mech. It seemed quite simple. Qingyu walked away lightly, leaving a crowd of spectators sitting in stunned silence. The mech pilot had lost, and lost so miserably. Although this could not be considered a particularly brutal duel between mech pilots, it was especially ironic compared to Qingyu, who had fought solely with physical strength and showed not a single trace of injury, while the mech now lay on the ground like a pile of scrap metal. Damn! Wow! The previously silent arena suddenly became lively, filled mostly with shock. Meanwhile, the instructors sitting in the judges' seats had mixed feelings. Instructor? Yeah. Your student is so strong. That's right. The instructors on the infantry side were obviously thrilled. Upon realizing that Qingyu was from Iju's class, they praised him. Iju has only been here twice. It seems this student has quite a talent. Zhang Yi's seemingly complimentary words were actually laden with sarcasm. I heard this student understands some pharmacology, right? She openly drugs people. Who knows what method she used? Zhang Yi did not continue. It wasn't that he maliciously suspected Qingyu, but how could the outcome of a battle between infantry and mech pilots be like this? Moreover, the things Qingyu used were indeed unprecedented. Iju only then raised his head to glance at Zhang Yi. The younger generation is formidable. Zhang Yi, be careful with your words. Qingyu holds grudges. Iju shot Zhang Yi a half-smile before following a group of people away. He couldn't tell how strong Qingyu was. Perhaps she was still holding back. But Zhang Yi, a brainless mech pilot, still posed a threat to Qingyu. Iju didn't want Zhang Yi to shift his focus onto Qingyu. Every genius's growth would inevitably come with suspicion and hardship. However, one should not reveal their trump card right away. Even a genius could be worn down like that. Zhang Yi stood there, his face somewhat sullen. In the military, he was already worried that Iju would abandon infantry to become a mech pilot. After all, Iju also had a mental strength of 2. If he became a mech pilot, he would certainly excel. So, naturally, Zhang Yi was very concerned about this formidable rival. Although Iju was still an infantryman, Zhang Yi was looking for opportunities to undermine him. But of course, Qingyu. Zhang Yi's gaze darkened as he watched Qingyu leave. A level 4 infantryman. Just like Iju. So they could all reach this level. However, a waste with no mental strength at all. Zhang Yi still didn't take her seriously. He called Baiyu and 2C over. Baiyu had just left, and 2C had gone to the infirmary. Zhang Yi wanted the two of them to come and discuss, but who knew Baiyu was following Qingyu? Watching the match had made him feel somewhat pleased. Chapter 26. Discovered Identity. Qingyu looked at Baiyu, who was filled with excitement, her face showing no extra expression. I want to fight you. Baiyu's first sentence was this. Unfortunately, Qingyu refused. Why? My strength is not much different from 2C's. I won't underestimate your abilities. In Baiyu's view, this was actually the consequence of 2C underestimating his opponent. If he had used his most powerful moves from the beginning, he wouldn't have lost so badly. Not interested. Since she had already finished testing, Qingyu didn't want to move again in the short term. Don't you want to win with your strength? Baiyu grabbed Qingyu's hand to prevent her from leaving. Qingyu indeed stopped moving. She turned around and fixed her gaze on Baiyu. Baiyu's throat moved. Had he said something wrong? I just won with my strength. Qingyu's tone remained cold and indifferent. Perhaps you gave it your all, but maybe 2C underestimated you. No, I'm destined to win. Regardless of whether 2C underestimated her, Qingyu was very confident. She could not lose. Baiyu was somewhat stunned. Qingyu's tone and expression conveyed an excessive confidence. In the moment of his daze, Yan Qingyu brushed off his hand and walked away. Why was she so confident? Yes. Why? Baiyu came back to his senses and looked at the puzzled Zhe Li in front of him, his face darkening. What are you doing here? Zela looked somewhat innocent. I just came, and besides, Qingyu really has strength. That doesn't necessarily mean she can compete with me. She is indeed very powerful, and it feels like she is even more than that. Both of their gazes turned to the newcomer. It was Qishu speaking. Qishu, do you know Qingyu's true strength? Zhe Li curiously looked at Qishu. I don't know, but she didn't have much difficulty against 2C today. Qishu gave the two of them a look and then walked away. Only two people remained standing in place. Baiyu pondered for a moment about Yan Qingyu's fighting state, and it seemed to be true. Even after the fight, Yan Qingyu didn't have many injuries on her body. Zhe Li also realized this and exchanged a shocked glance with Baiyu. After returning to the dormitory, Yan Qingyu released the water from her space to take a shower. Lying on the bed with a face mask on, she ate spicy strips while contemplating today's battle. She felt exceptionally satisfied with today's fight, and more importantly, she discovered that her strength had not fallen behind in this era. Yan Qingyu felt somewhat relieved. This meant that she had little to worry about on this planet at least. As for 2C's revenge, Yan Qingyu didn't care much about it. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. 2C's battle invitation had already shown his intentions. Did he want to deal with her? He wasn't worthy. Yan Qingyu's gaze darkened. Far away on the capital star of planet 250, there was a sound of footsteps. The room here was surprisingly in a sealed state, made entirely of steel-like materials. Dressed in white, Yun-Yi walked anxiously. Stop! Yun-Yi was blocked outside the room by someone in protective gear. I have important matters to discuss with the leader. Wait a moment, I need to report. The person turned around and tapped on the door a few times. Soon, the door opened from the inside. Yun-Yi walked in alone, and the door closed tightly behind him. Leader, a strange person has appeared. Yun-Yi, how strange is it? The voice replying to Yun-Yi sounded a bit strange. It was somewhat hoarse. More accurately, it resembled the sound of a broken robot. However, Yun-Yi, standing behind, didn't show much concern on his face. Instead, there was more excitement in his tone. I met a girl on planet 250. Yun-Yi's voice sounded a bit trembling. She is very special. Do you want her? The leader's voice seemed unchanged. He didn't have much experience with such matters. Leader, I don't mean it that way. Yun-Yi's face suddenly turned red. He was always very concerned about the leader's words. What do you mean? Leader, your illness might be curable. I discovered that this girl should not be from our era. Yun-Yi had researched for a long time to arrive at this seemingly absurd conclusion. Oh, the bland robotic voice finally detected some fluctuations. That's right, her blood is redder than ours, and her cells are very active. When Yun-Yi said this, the excitement in his tone was hard to hide. Yan Qingyu's cells were even more active than those of the various elites under the current leader. But if she isn't from our era, what era could she be from? Time travel? Yun-Yi recalled the useless terms in the light brain, which they always considered products of their ancestors' boredom. Has Yun-Yi had contact with her? Hearing this question, Yun-Yi was a bit stunned. I did have contact with her, but the time was not long. Moreover, her body is very strange. Unfortunately, I didn't think that way back then. A hint of regret appeared on Yun-Yi's face. Is that so? Then we are uncertain. The robot's tone didn't change much, but Yun-Yi suddenly became anxious. So, we could just bring her over. And then we can? Of course not. If she really came from a distant ancient era, we cannot treat her that way. Yun-Yi was interrupted by the machine-like words. But, leader, we also can't let her stay on planet 250. That's right. Allowing her to stay on planet 250 may not end well. You should check her current situation first. Yes. Yun-Yi agreed excitedly and began a secret investigation as soon as he left the leader's room. He spent a lot of time researching Yan Qingyu's strange blood and physical fitness report. After repeated contemplation, he confirmed this hypothesis and went to find the leader as soon as he made a discovery. It had been a long time since he last saw Yan Qingyu. Yun-Yi could only let the Lei family check on planet 250 first. Yun-Yi, are you really interested in that girl? Lei Ao couldn't believe Yun-Yi's request. Yun-Yi didn't say much, but Lei Ao still conveyed the message for him. Yun-Yi, are you going to planet 250 again? Your vacation is over. You need to serve the leader. Lei Ao clearly couldn't understand Yun-Yi's actions now. The leader granted me permission. He simply replied to Lei Ao and turned to start packing his things. Why are you taking this? Why are you bringing such a large medical machine? Lei Ao watched as He stuffed a lot of things into his light brain, including 2 advanced light brains. Then He left. Chapter 27. Rumors. Qingyu had no idea that her identity had already been discovered. What bothered her more now was the pervasive gazes around her. Qingyu, you're famous now. Zayli was obviously very excited. You're the first person in the school to defeat a single soldier in front of everyone. And you made 2C look so bad. 2C was fine, but his mech had suffered considerable damage. It didn't seem like a good thing. Being watched by so many people was annoying. Qingyu didn't dislike the feeling of being in the spotlight, but now most of the gazes were filled with strange malice. Don't worry too much. If 2C seeks revenge, he wouldn't be a good mech master. It didn't matter how badly he lost in the competition, but if he was still unconvinced after leaving the arena, that would reflect poorly on his character. Qingyu didn't respond to Zayli. She always felt that there was something off about these people's gazes. Qingyu, Guyu's class wants you to go see him. Guyu again? Qingyu's brows furrowed involuntarily. She had ordered her nutrient solution, and her academic obligations were not lacking. So what was this call for? Qingyu's doubts dissipated when she saw Guyu. Been doing well lately? Guyu asked somewhat strangely, but that was how Qingyu felt. Nothing much. Huh. I told you to spend more time in the virtual arena to make some friends. It seems you haven't done it. If you had, you wouldn't even know about these rumors. Guyu looked at Qingyu with some anger. It doesn't matter. Qingyu replied indifferently. For her, not having friends was better. Even with Zayli and Qi Shu now, Qingyu actually didn't take them too seriously. They could mutually benefit each other, but Qingyu didn't plan to give them the status of friends. The word friend was still too distant for her. Guyu was infuriated by Qingyu's words. It doesn't matter? Look how many people are discussing how you won unfairly behind your back. Look at their expressions. If you had just one more friend, would having one more friend change how they talk about me? Qingyu's retort left Guyu speechless. Guyu's expression softened, and he looked at Qingyu with a serious gaze. So what do you plan to do? This issue may not require much explanation, but if you don't explain, it will become a fact that people speculate about. Don't worry. For Qingyu, this kind of problem was not a big deal. Don't worry. Qingyu, do you know how much pressure comes with this title? Countless people will come to challenge you. They might not even team up with you during the school assessment. No one can enter the school exam without a team. Then let's just eliminate the source of the rumors. Solve it. How? Class monitor, you talk too much. Qingyu's expression was completely indifferent. She wanted to figure out how to act without being pointed at by others. Moreover, the class monitor, and she didn't seem to be familiar enough for this. Guyu's face darkened, and he closed his mouth. Qingyu's state, indeed, didn't require his excessive concern, but Qingyu didn't understand the difficulties involved. Well then, thank you for your concern, class monitor. I'll handle this matter well. After Qingyu finished speaking, she walked away directly. Guyu looked at Qingyu's departing figure with a complex expression and finally opened his light brain. Qingyu just left me. You'd better follow her regarding the current rumor situation. Guyu sighed after speaking. In this era, where everyone is a soldier, battles emphasize fairness. Qingyu had previously injured Tu Jing with drugs, and now rumors suggested that she might have used some means to defeat 2C. Due to traditional thinking, some people believe that a single soldier cannot defeat a mecha master. This way, Qingyu might be targeted by certain radical individuals. Guyu's concerns were not far from the truth. Qingyu had just reached a grove when she was stopped by someone. Huh, isn't Qingyu the ambush master among single soldiers? What brings you here? This grove leads to the medical room, so it's obvious what Qingyu might be up to. 2C had been forced to stay in the medical room for observation for 3 days due to severe damage to his mecha. He was still in the medical room today. The expressions on the 3 people's faces surrounding Qingyu turned even more mocking. You failed your ambush once, and now you still want to ambush? Evidence. What? The 3 were taken aback by Qingyu's words. I said, do you have evidence that I ambushed? If you can't produce it, just wait for the school's punishment. Qingyu didn't want to waste too much breath with them. Huh, evidence? You ambushed Tu Jing like this. I heard you did the same during the entrance exam, right? Huh, you don't deserve to be in the same school as us. No evidence, step aside. Yin Qingyu's tone had already turned cold, laced with a hint of anger. If you want to continue living, you must leave your life behind. Without waiting for anyone to speak, Yin Qingyu struck directly at the man in front of her. The man was sent flying by her internal force, crashing into a tree before stopping. But when he stopped, blood trickled from his mouth. You, Yin Qingyu, you ambushed. It's you who lacks brains. Yin Qingyu ignored the remaining two accusations and was about to leave. Yin Qingyu, I challenge you. A boy stepped forward, glaring fiercely at the departing Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu paused for a moment. Fine, let's settle this here quickly. Yin Qingyu didn't have time to play with them. Fine. The man's response was almost gritted out. Upon hearing the reply, Yin Qingyu turned around to strike the man's face. Stop. Yin Qingyu quickly withdrew her hand, raising an eyebrow at the man. My mecha hasn't been released yet. Hurry up. Yin Qingyu's tone grew increasingly impatient. The man's mecha looked quite impressive from the outside, but from Yin Qingyu's perspective, it was inferior to 2C's mecha. As soon as the man's mecha moved, Yin Qingyu sprang into action at lightning speed. The two people on the scene couldn't see her position, and the man inside the mecha was also searching for Yin Qingyu's location. Too fast. It even exceeded the mecha's scanning range. Is this Yin Qingyu's true strength? Without giving the man much time to react, Yin Qingyu directly punched the man's mecha. One strike, one blink. Her movements were unpredictable. You're cheating. What's the point of dodging all the time? The two outside began to panic. The situation was obvious. The man was at a disadvantage. Yin Qingyu didn't reply, but her figure appeared right in front of the three. Now's the time. Hit her. The two outside shouted intensely. Unfortunately, Yin Qingyu's small fist collided with the huge, hard fist of the mecha. The mecha was left with a large dent. Meanwhile, Yin Qingyu used the force to flip in the air, kicking the mecha on the head. Then, the two outside watched in shock as the head flew off. The head of the mecha was actually knocked off by Yin Qingyu. Chapter 28. Her anger. Fortunately, mecha pilots generally sit behind the chest of the mecha. So, the person was unharmed. However, this mecha was damaged even more severely than 2C's mecha. After the two pulled the person out of the mecha, Yin Qingyu had already vanished. As for the three, they glanced at the mecha on the ground but did not follow. Yin Qingyu followed the light brain's instructions to the medical room. Although it was called a medical room, it was actually a building with a metal shell. Yin Qingyu smiled when she saw this strange appearance. It seemed that the hospital she came out of on her first day was also like this. Strange. Could it be that hospitals need protection too? After entering, Yin Qingyu found that the inside wasn't like the exterior. The wards were quite orderly. It was too much different from the previous hospitals. It was even simpler. The wards were just rooms. Inside, there were only 1 or 2 beds and nothing else. Yin Qingyu stopped in front of a robot. 2C's ward. After receiving a positive reply from 360, Yin Qingyu headed toward 360. Just as she reached the door, she heard a noisy sound. However, Yin Qingyu knocked on the door and then pushed it open. The people inside the room were clearly surprised. Yin Qingyu? What are you doing here? Get out. It was Tu Jing, and her gaze at Yin Qingyu was as if she wanted to tear her apart. Yin Qingyu merely smiled at Tu Jing's gaze. Many wanted her dead, but those people were all dead, yet she was still alive. Yin Qingyu walked to the bed and looked at 2C, who was sitting there. What are you doing here? 2C's expression was not good. After all, who would feel good seeing the person who defeated them? I came, of course, to find you know both of you. Yin Qingyu's tone was still very flat. Revealing no emotions. Fine, find us for what? 2C's eyelashes fluttered, and his gaze dropped, no longer meeting Yin Qingyu's eyes. Ah, Yan Qingju. How do you come find us? You plotted against me, and I still don't know what means you used to damage my brother's mecha like this. Tu Jing was not as quiet as 2C. She immediately started cursing. She believed that both she and 2C had been defeated by Yin Qingyu through improper means. Plot against you? Didn't I remind you not to talk nonsense? As for your brother, I defeated him right in front of everyone. At this moment, Yin Qingyu's expression seemed somewhat innocent, as if she didn't understand why Tu Jing would slander her. You're still pretending. You're just using this to seduce by your brother, right? Ambush master. After Tu Jing finished cursing, she let out a sigh of relief. This was what she really wanted to say, And anyway, many people were discussing it, right? This is the truth. Yin Qingyu's eyes narrowed, and she reached out to directly grab Tu Jing's neck. Let go. Tu Jing was rendered unable to move. Tu Si also didn't react in time. By the time he realized it, Tu Jing was already firmly held by Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu, let go of Tu Jing. Yin Qingyu ignored Tu Si's words. I haven't killed anyone, so I haven't violated interstellar laws. Yin Qingyu pays more attention to the law, so she has already studied interstellar law. The good thing about this era compared to modern times is that as long as there is no loss of life and no forced sexual acts, it does not violate the law. Tu Si stood up, wanting to pull Yin Qingyu's hand away, but found that his strength couldn't shake her even a little. What do you want to do? Tu Si looked at the slightly flushed Tu Jing and couldn't help but get anxious. Tu Jing is a mecha manufacturer with a mental strength level of 2, but her physical ability is only being restrained by a level 4 individual combatant like Yin Qingyu. Tu Jing might really die at her hands. I want to ask what you two siblings want to do. Looking for trouble? Yin Qingyu thought of the 3 people she encountered in the woods, and the thought of possibly encountering more trouble in the future made her gaze deepen. The grip on Tu Jing tightened significantly. I didn't do anything. Tu Si hesitated in his response. Anyway, let Tu Jing go first. You really are tough. Yin Qingyu didn't want to keep her hand on Tu Jing's flushed face, but she let go and then slapped Tu Jing with the other hand. Yin Qingyu's slap was not light, and it immediately made Tu Jing's face swell up. Woo, brother. She hit me. Tu si bu tu yink over. But his gaze towards Yin Qingyu was only defensive. Of course, you could retaliate if you could. As a mecha engineer, Tu Si had never relied on physical strength and individual combat, but an individual combatant wouldn't dare provoke a promising mecha engineer. Here, Yin Qingyu had utterly tarnished his reputation as a mecha engineer, and he might not even be able to beat her relying solely on physical strength. Tu Jing cried, but after realizing that Tu Si did not make any move, she cried even louder. Shut up. Yin Qingyu lightly warned Tu Jing. Do you think I didn't hear your conversation just now? You're the one spreading rumors, right, Tu Jing? Yin Qingyu's gaze shot towards Tu Jing, filled with disdain. Tu Jing shrank back, avoiding Yin Qingyu's gaze. Isn't that so? How could you, an individual combatant, defeat a mecha engineer? Besides, weren't you the one who ambushed me? Tu Jing's words were filled with resentment, and Tu Si understood them clearly. Jing didn't do it on purpose. We don't know why the rumors spread so widely. Yin Qingyu sneered at Tu Si's words. Jing, people in this era have brought over the vocabulary of ancient campus literature, right? Yes, she didn't do it on purpose. She did it intentionally. Since she did something wrong, she should pay the price. What did I do wrong? Wasn't it you who seduced Brother Baiyu? Wasn't it you who ambushed us? Tu Jing's mind couldn't wrap around it, and she stepped out from behind Tu Si, starting to shout. Yin Qingyu's cold gaze swept over Tu Jing once more. Speaking requires evidence. You have no evidence of seduction, and as for the ambush, you're just too foolish to fall for my trick, and your brother is too weak to defeat me. Yin Qingyu's fingers began to quietly twist. She didn't like to preach. If reasoning didn't work, then it was better to fight it out. Tu Jing wanted to say something more, but was stopped by Tu Si. You really defeated me. I will clarify it for you. Yin Qingyu's expression didn't change much, and her gaze at Tu Jing became even colder. What are you looking at? This is a fact. Tu Jing would not bow her head to Yin Qingyu. Tu Si. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open. It was Qishu Baiyu and Zhe Li. Qishu was informed by Guyu, and then he asked Zhe Li to find Baiyu. In this situation, he and Zhe Li couldn't handle Yin Qingyu alone. Brother Baiyu. Before Tu Jing could say much, she was startled into silence by Baiyu's gaze. Tu Si, you should discipline your sister well. Baiyu's words were somewhat serious, making Tu Si nod in agreement. He indeed had some responsibility in this matter. Qingyu, let's go back first. The instructor said they could prove that you won fairly. Zhe Li stepped forward and cautiously said to the cold Yin Qingyu. There was no way. Yin Qingyu's current demeanor was too frightening. Usually, she didn't show much expression and just didn't want to deal with certain things. But now, her expressionless face resembled a calm sea hiding a raging tide of murderous intent. This is killing intent. Yin Qingyu wanted to kill. How could this be? Interstellar law clearly states that killing is not allowed. Even if someone dies due to excessive violence, it would still be judged as murder. Why does Yin Qingyu give off such a murderous vibe? Yin Qingyu did not move, but looked at Tu Jing meaningfully. She slowly raised her palm, her fingers slightly spread. Tu Jing felt a pain in her neck, thinking that Yin Qingyu wanted to strangle her again. She quickly hid behind Tu Si. I am definitely not someone you can provoke at will. After saying this, Yin Qingyu slapped the bed with her hand, and in an instant, the bed turned into a pile of dust scattered on ground. This slap was infused with internal force. Originally, this slap should have hit your head. What a pity. What a pity about what? Pity that I can't kill? The few of them stared in shock at Yin Qingyu's series of actions. Chapter 29. Approaching her, Yin Qingyu dusted off her hands and walked past them out the door. Her figure disappeared quickly, and after standing in place for a moment, Zhe Li and the others hurriedly followed, leaving behind a messy room and a pair of dumbfounded siblings. Tu Si stepped closer and carefully examined the dust on the ground, swallowing hard. Can a level 4 individual combatant achieve this level? And it was just a single slap. Brother, does she want to kill me? Tu Jing gulped. Her tone obviously no longer as domineering as before. Yin Qingyu's gaze and actions made her feel an immense sense of shock. Don't overthink it. She might just be too angry. Interstellar law states that interstellar citizens cannot kill at will. Tu Si's heart was also a bit chaotic, but seeing Tu Jing's timid appearance, he reassured her. That's right. As long as you want to live in the interstellar world, you absolutely cannot kill. Otherwise, it really would be a life for a life. Although the two siblings felt anxious, they still huddled together for warmth. Otherwise, facing such direct killing intent and pressure was indeed unbearable. Yuni walked to the room that Tu Si had just left and looked inside, seeing the disarrayed room that hadn't been tidied up, his brows furrowing slightly. He had started checking Yin Qingyu's information as soon as he arrived in the interstellar world. Fortunately, they had provided her name back then, allowing Yun Yi to easily find her existence. After all, no one's name is as special as Yin Qingyu's. Yun Yi went directly to the school where Yin Qingyu was. But who would have thought to see that scene in the woods? Even Yun Yi's eyes flickered as he looked at the aftermath before him. Chief, I found her. How is she? The usual mechanical voice made Yun Yi's brow furrow even tighter. She is very strange. Yun Yi sent the scene from here to the chief, and then turned to leave the room. The chief's instructions were not to act recklessly. So Yun Yi planned to first gather information about Yin Qingyu's recent activities on this planet, and also about her past experiences. Was she really, as he suspected, a person from ancient times? It was quite easy to collect information about Yin Qingyu's activities at school during this time. Since she entered school, she has been a dazzling presence. However, there was no information about Yin Qingyu before she entered the school. Yun Yi frowned as she looked at the data on the light brain. What's wrong? The voice of the main brain was still very mechanical and flat. However, Yun Yi happily replied to the main brain's inquiry. Don't worry about me, main brain. This is the information I've gathered here. As for Yin Qingyu's off-campus information, there are still no updates. Yun Yi shared the light brain data with the main brain. She is very outstanding. Yes, her physical abilities have reached level 4, but her mental strength is almost non-existent. Yun Yi did not deny Yin Qingyu's excellence, but her shortcomings were also very obvious. Do you still remember the hospital room you filmed today? Yun Yi paused at this remark and didn't say much more. Her strength is very strong, even with insufficient mental power. But look, since she entered the school, she hasn't lost a single battle. Indeed, from the data, it was evident that Yin Qingyu had confronted many people in less than a month since her enrollment, even including that mecha master from today. Moreover, her power is quite strange. Can a mere level 4 physical ability crush a bed into such pieces? The people of this planet had rarely encountered talents from the capital star, so they could not gauge Yin Qingyu's strength accurately. However, how many talented individuals were there in the main brain's chief team? Wasn't she just a level 4 individual soldier? Yun Yi also knew that an ordinary individual soldier could not achieve such feats. Perhaps it's because of her repeated strikes. Yun Yi's voice suddenly lowered, clearly understanding that even repeated strikes would only result in complete shattering. not reducing something to a pile of ash. Yin, perhaps you should hide yourself well. Yin Qingyu seems to be a very dangerous character. Although the voice was devoid of emotional fluctuations, Yin could still sense the interest within. But, main brain, your illness. Yin didn't want to care about whether it was dangerous. He only wanted to confirm whether Yin Qingyu had the ability to cure the main brain's illness. Don't worry about me. My condition has always been this way. I can give you a year to study here, but you'll have to change yourself a bit, Yin. No, it's not a problem. Yin could change his appearance and even create a false identity to get close to Yin Qingyu. However, the main brain situation required urgency. Even if the main brain said it was unnecessary, Yin, there's an old saying, a cornered rabbit will bite. It means that even the weakest being, when pushed to the limit, might resist. Yin Qingyu may not be a rabbit, so your task is very important. Ancient humans were always very fragile in body and mind. Although Yin Qingyu's body might not necessarily be fragile, Yin understood the implication behind the main brain's words. If forced, Yin Qingyu might very well give up her life, and then there would truly be nothing left. Yin nodded lightly, indicating that he understood. Also, if Yin Qingyu is indeed an ancient human, then we must not be disrespectful to her. This is a long-standing ancestral teaching of ours. The flat mechanical voice suddenly became distant at this point. Yin Qingyu was unaware of the conversation between the two and, of course, did not know that someone was coming to her side specifically for her. After venting her frustrations, Yin Qingyu indeed found that many people's gazes were no longer so peculiar. However, she didn't care about the reasons behind it. She was still filled with rage. It was too suffocating. This was the first time she felt so constrained since arriving in the interstellar world. She couldn't kill the people she wanted to kill. Was it going to be like this from now on? It was simply more suffocating than in modern times. Qingyu, wait for us. Zhe Li and a few others were still unrelenting, following Yin Qingyu to her dormitory door. Just as Yin Qingyu was about to close the door, Shi shouted in fright. What? Although Yin Qingyu showed some impatience on her face, she still did not close the door. Qingyu, are you angry? Zhe Li swallowed hard, cautiously looking at Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu might not have realized the impact her demeanor and actions had on them. Yin Qingyu rolled her eyes ungracefully. Of course, the medicine should have been made stronger back then, so that she could never speak again. Qingyu, you look so good like this. As Yin Qingyu spoke, the anger on her face only intensified. Zhe Li could only smile, even looking better than Bai Yu and Qi Shu. Yin Qingyu frowned. Is that the point? She was quite dissatisfied with Zhe Li's attempt to change the subject. No, Qingyu, your expression is really changing a lot now. You finally don't look like a robot doll anymore. Zhe Li said happily, playfully touching her own cheeks, looking a bit silly. Yin Qingyu pursed her lips. Forget it. I can't explain it clearly to you. With a dismissive gesture, she was about to close the door. Hey, wait. Qingyu, don't be angry. This matter was indeed Tu Jing's fault. Seeing that Yin Qingyu was angry, Zhe Li immediately held on her door. Bai Yu also stepped forward. Qingyu, this matter was indeed Tu Jing's fault. I will make her apologize. Yin Qingyu glanced at Bai Yu, a hint of mockery in her smile. Huh? Can she really listen to you? But this time, she's lucky. It's hard to explain why I threw the medicine at her. Otherwise, she should be heading to the interstellar court right now. Yin Qingyu did not regret throwing medicine at Tu Jing. She should have been even harsher. Chapter 30. Taking the initiative to challenge Qingyu. You can't be so impulsive. Bai Yu frowned in disagreement. Yin Qingyu waved her hand, clearly uninterested in listening. This isn't being impulsive. It's just that my strength and life have reached this point. There's no need to endure anymore. Anyway, I won't die. Why should I care about others' opinions? She wanted to be a salted fish, but didn't want to be a salted fish that swallowed her anger. Seeing this, Bai Yu could only walk away, while Qi Shu looked back at Yin Qingyu calmly. Your actions today can indeed make them quiet down for a while. Qi Shu got straight to the point. Yeah, Qingyu, you're amazing. Is this what level 4 is like? You can even crush a bed to ash. Zhe Li's face was full of admiration. Yin Qingyu also looked back at Qi Shu with indifference. Among the four of them, only Zhe Li was that silly. She knew what Qi Shu meant. It was just that there were doubts about the true extent of her strength. However, she had never thought about hiding her strength. In any era, only by revealing one's strength could one avoid being bullied. Qingyu did not like to play the trick of pretending to be weak. That would only attract more trouble. Qingyu lowered her eyelashes. Really? Qingyu, do you have any special skills? Zhe Li's eyes lit up even more upon hearing Qingyu's affirmative response. Not really, my strength is just like this. Qingyu simply answered Zhe Li's question and stopped talking. Qingyu, it's better for you to have more expressions on your face. You look good now, of course. But more expressions would be better. Zhe Li smiled foolishly. Qingyu's eyes darkened, then she nodded. After closing the door, isolating everyone outside, Qingyu touched her face. It was still as smooth as before. However, she felt that excess expressions were unnecessary. Tom had taught her that there was no need for too many expressions. Moreover, she would no longer encounter situations that would affect her emotions and expressions. She used to think this way. It turned out that she still had expressions when she was angry, and they wouldn't be annoyed by her angry expressions. A hint of confusion suddenly appeared in Qingyu's eyes. It seems that she is not very sure about her feelings towards Zhe Li and the others right now. However, at least she is not as indifferent to them anymore. Qingyu took a deep breath and sat down in her chair. The empty dormitory brought her more thoughts. Qingyu opened her light brain, which was still as quiet as ever. There were no news reports about ancient humans appearing. Even the news from the leadership team showed no changes. Qingyu felt a little relieved. If she had been discovered, she would have been captured and turned into a lab rat by now. It seems that Qingyu did not discover her true identity. Since her identity was not a major issue, Qingyu was more focused on the rumors surrounding her this time. No one can make her suffer. Although she had threatened those two, Qingyu was not the type to easily let them go. She entered the Campus Star network to take a look. The rumors had indeed decreased, and the reason was that Iju's account was prominently displayed with a clarification below it. Iju guaranteed with his military reputation that after watching the entire match, he found no evidence of her cheating. Iju's reputation was still significant. At least once he said this, many people fell silent. Instead, they began to criticize 2C. What is going on? A mecha master can't even beat a single soldier? The interstellar community provided you with so many resources. Exactly. And to lose so miserably. It's really embarrassing for the mecha masters. Hey, just to clarify, not all mecha masters are this weak. 2C's strength may not rank highly in the whole school, but he is indeed one of the top in the middle grades. However, the person replying was a senior. A difference of 1 grade does indeed result in a significant difference in strength. I also watched this match. Overall, it was quite exciting. However, 2C, relying on being a mecha master, did underestimate his opponent. We only have 2 single soldiers of level 4 on our planet, and 2C was too naive to face a soldier of this level for the first time. Once this comment was posted, the questions below began to flood in. You should know this is Zhang Yi, the chief instructor of mecha masters, the same position as Iju, but it seems that this statement is criticizing 2C for losing, while actually indicating that Qingyu used improper means, leading to an unprepared 2C falling into defeat. Qingyu narrowed her eyes and continued reading. Zhang Yi's contradictory behavior caused quite a stir on the school star network. For a time, discussions about whether Qingyu had launched a sneak attack reignited. Didn't she use drugs on Tu Jing? Are you stupid? Using drugs is considered a sneak attack? How is it not? Tu Jing wasn't ready for battle, and Qingyu acted like this. For a moment, the two sides were at a standstill, unsure of how to resolve it. However, in reality, the online public opinion was already leaning against Qingyu. The single soldiers spoke in her favor, while the mecha masters and mecha manufacturers naturally stood together. Once on the battlefield, no one will remind you when the fight begins. And the insect beasts won't tell you where they will sneak attack. Yes, that's a fact that everyone overlooks. When Qingyu made this statement, there was a stronger sense of sarcasm in her eyes. Seeing Qingyu's account, the online chatter erupted. Many graduated onlookers couldn't help but comment. She's right. You're still in school, unaware of the hardships of the battlefield. Once on the battlefield, everything requires you to adapt on the fly. Exactly. That's why you must take an exam before graduation. The final exam exists to inform them of the cruelty of the battlefield. For a time, the online reputation began to change rapidly again. So, Zhang Yi, I want to challenge you. This was Yin Qingyu's conclusion after careful consideration. She wanted to see the limit of her strength on this planet and, of course, wanted these people to shut up. What? What is Yin Qingyu saying? This is Yin Qingyu's account, clearly stating she wants to challenge Zhang Yi. You are younger. This is unfair to you. Zhang Yi responded in a strange manner. He certainly had to respond. Ever since he took this position, no one dared to provoke him like this except Ju, especially this single soldier who poses a huge threat. We don't care about seniority. We only talk about strength. Very good. A very bold statement. Damn. Is she really not dreaming? Zayli felt a darkness in front of him upon seeing Yin Qingyu's statement. Chapter 31. Gathering of several people. Yin Qingyu's words not only shocked Zayli, but also the other onlookers online. Are you crazy? Challenging the chief instructor of the Mecha Masters. Don't think that just because you won a few times, you can be so arrogant. It's not that others don't look favorably on Yin Qingyu's statement. It's just that this matter is indeed very difficult. Yin Qingyu defeated 2C, but he is just a 2C. He can't be compared to Zhang Yi. However, online public opinion seemed to ignore Zhang Yi. Then we could spar a bit. The current juniors are getting stronger and stronger. Zhang Yi's seemingly kind statement caused everyone to explode in comments. I think he must be trying to take revenge on Yin Qingyu deliberately. After all, Yin Qingyu defeated the Mecha Department's 2C. Huh. So what if it's deliberate revenge? Isn't it Yin Qingyu who said she wanted a challenge? Exactly. The person upstairs supporting Yin Qingyu must not be a single soldier. The dispute did not end, and upon seeing Zhang Yi agreeing to her challenge, Yin Qingyu closed her light brain and began to study her medicine. This time, Yin Qingyu locked herself in her room for a longer period, until noon when Zayli knocked on the door, pulling Yin Qingyu out of her focus. Yin Qingyu calmly put the items on her desk into her space. When she opened the door, she saw a crowd standing outside. Even the instructor and class monitor had come. Yin Qingyu, you have been too willful this time. The first thing Ju said after entering was to criticize Yin Qingyu for her impulsive remarks yesterday. Guyu's expression was also heavy. Yin Qingyu, I remember the first time we met, I told you that a tree standing out in the forest will be blown down by the wind. Why do you have to do this? A tree standing out in the forest will be blown down by the wind is indeed correct, but that is for freshmen or trees that are not strong enough. For her, this phrase has no real threat. It's just a form of sparring between seniors and juniors. Yin Qingyu did not elaborate. In fact, to resolve this matter, the best way is for her to prove herself with strength once again. Sparring. This could cost you your life. Guyu looked at Yin Qingyu with some incomprehension. It won tea. Yin Qingyu replied casually, completely driving a few people a little mad. Yin Qingyu, Zhang Yi's strength is far above mine. I and 2C are barely on par. That being said, Baiyu is only lacking in practical experience compared to Zhang Yi. Also, some mental manipulation techniques cannot be used the first time without professional training. Indeed, although Zhang Yi is not the best among Mecha Masters, his practical experience is very rich. Ju couldn't help but reveal the truth. Even if he thought highly of Yin Qingyu, it was unlikely he believed Yin Qingyu could defeat Zhang Yi. The gap in time and experience already allowed Ju to make a more accurate judgment. It's okay. I can do it. At this moment, Yin Qingyu's eyes suddenly became a bit confused. Why are they so concerned about her life and death? Is it out of concern? But are their relationships with her really that good? Yin Qingyu blinked uncertainly. All right, enough about Qingyu. It's already like this. I can only teach Qingyu a little secret technique. Don't let Qingyu lose too badly, Zili said as he looked at Iju. Iju's expression was somewhat indifferent. No secret techniques. How is that possible? Didn't the instructor say you've defeated Zhang Yi before? Zili clearly found it hard to believe. Hearing this, Iju's mouth twitched. He hadn't considered Zhang Yi to be in the category of Mecha Masters at all. Moreover, that was 10 years ago, after years without combat. Iju felt he could no longer judge Zhang Yi's level. Well then, teach Qingyu, Zili suggested. Yin Qingyu wanted to say it wasn't necessary. She had naturally checked Zhang Yi's background before challenging him. Zhang Yi's achievements and strength were clearly listed on the Star Network. and Yin Qingyu had made a preliminary assessment, believing her chances of winning were around 80. However, seeing Zili's anxious demeanor, she chose to remain silent. Did Qingyu have a way? Qishu noticed Yin Qingyu's expression. He had always been calm, and after watching various competitions involving her, he was even calmer. He knew Yin Qingyu was confident in her abilities. Strength was the best solution. Once Yin Qingyu spoke, Zili stopped fussing, and even the others focused their attention on her. "Qingyu, you're so confident," one of them remarked. An ancient saying goes, "The most beautiful people are those who are confident." From Yin Qingyu's perspective, this saying was indeed true. The confidence shining from her face made several people unable to help but glance at her. "I'm just speaking the truth. I've looked at Zhang Yi's battle records. The strongest bug beast he could face is level 6. So, you can defeat a level 6 bug beast?" Ijue caught the implication. "I've tried it once in the virtual arena. To be honest, it was just that I accidentally went to the wrong place. But coincidentally, I encountered a level 6 bug beast that time. I didn't know at first, but after the fight, the information from my light brain indicated it was a level 6 bug beast. No one else won a fight there. You defeated it." This time, it wasn't just Ijue who was surprised. Everyone in the room looked astonished. Of course. Was that difficult? Yin Qingyu innocently looked at them. "Wow, Qingyu, you're amazing. That was a level 6 bug beast." They were just discussing a level 6, but Zili was struggling even with a level 2 bug beast. But he was also silent. He could only manage a draw with a level 3. Moreover, level 3 bug beasts typically lived in groups, making them extremely difficult to deal with. They never expected Yin Qingyu could defeat a level 6 bug beast. However, level 6 bug beasts were still tough opponents. Their skin was incredibly tough, and striking them would make Yin Qingyu's hands tremble. "Exactly. As long as you weren't injured." Zili patted his chest, relieved that Yin Qingyu still found level 6 bug beasts difficult to defeat. Otherwise, wouldn't the gap between them be even greater? Yin Qingyu nodded in agreement with Zili's statement. "Can you maintain such strength consistently?" Ijue looked at Yin Qingyu with a strange expression. "Not that strong," she replied. True strength wouldn't fear the attacks of all weaker opponents. But Yin Qingyu was still somewhat worried about the interstellar pursuits. "What about mental strength? Can you deal with the mental strength of level 6 bug beasts?" Ijue's question pulled everyone's thoughts back. That's right, level 6 bug beasts actually have decent abilities, but unfortunately, their level of mental damage is very high. And the higher the level of the bug beast, the greater the potential damage to mental strength. So, could Yin Qingyu still escape? "Mental strength is ineffective against me," Yin Qingyu said nonchalantly. She knew that after Li Lei's mental attack on her was ineffective, many people had doubts about her mental strength. Even during her battle with 2C, he had never used mental attacks against her. He probably knew it wouldn't have much effect. Even if mental strength doesn't affect you, you should know you aren't a bug beast and cannot influence Zhang Yi's mental strength. So this makes it even more difficult. The group fell into silence once again. "Therefore, I intend to fight you first." Once Yin Qingyu said this, everyone's gaze shifted to Ijue. "Fight me?" Ijue raised an eyebrow, not expecting Yin Qingyu to have such an idea. "That's right. The Star Network says your strengths are quite similar. It can even be said that Ijue's strength surpasses Zhang Yi's, which is why Zhang Yi has that attitude towards Ijue. What if you lose to me? I'll judge that myself. Based on the battle with Ijue, I'll determine whether I need to use this medicine." This was the reason for her pharmaceutical preparations. Chapter 32. Ancient Martial Arts. The group did not go to the competition arena, as there were too many people around. They headed to the back mountain of the school. Surprisingly, there were very few people there. It's strange. Even Zili himself seemed to have never been to the back mountain of the school. Everyone else was in the virtual arena. Indeed, everyone was busy fighting for points. How could anyone come to the back mountain? They really missed out on a good place. The group stopped talking. The battle was about to begin. Even with ample experience, a solo soldier can't compare to a mecha master. That's right. Even if a solo soldier's physical strength is strong, it can't compare to mechas made of energy stones. Even Ijue wasn't too confident he could compete with Zhang Yi now. "It's fine. It's just a trial." Yin Qingyu waved her hand dismissively. She knew she wouldn't die. The others made space for the two of them, leaving a large area open for them. Ijue fixed a sharp gaze on Yin Qingyu. She didn't move, but quietly gathered her energy. Use all your strength. Once Yin Qingyu finished speaking, before Ijue could react, she charged straight at him. Ijue was momentarily stunned, but quickly dodged Yin Qingyu's attack. However, her onslaught was incredibly fierce. She pressed forward once again, and the two exchanged blows, neither giving an inch as they continued to fight. Their movements were incredibly quick, and the spectators could only catch a glimpse of the action. Wow, so strong. This was the first time Zili realized Yin Qingyu's ferocity. Although she had always been strong, she had never displayed her strength so directly. The sound of their fists colliding and their bodies clashing made Zili deeply feel the power of Yin Qingyu. No one responded to Zili. They were all focused on watching the two fight. As Yin Qingyu and Ijue's battle grew more intense, even the trees they inadvertently bumped into fell to the ground. Ijue's attacks became more frantic. It's coming. What? Zili was somewhat puzzled. However, the others seemed to know instinctively. Staring intently at the two, Ijue suddenly leaped onto a nearby tree branch, using it to propel himself, aiming to land directly on Yin Qingyu's head. The distance was perfectly calculated. If Ijue landed, his hand would crush Yin Qingyu's skull. Clearly, they all realized this, and everyone grew anxious. However, Yin Qingyu didn't give them a chance to worry. Bang! Yin Qingyu single-handedly blocked Ijue's attack. Or rather, it wasn't just about using one hand. There was clearly a significant distance between their palms. It was as if something was separating them. Ijue was startled at first, but quickly turned to land. As soon as he touched the ground, Yin Qingyu's leg swept toward him. Iju narrowly dodged Yin Qingyu's attack by sidestepping. However, it seemed that Yin Qingyu already knew where Iju would dodge to, as she executed a flip and kicked him in the chin. Yi, with his rich combat experience, stepped back several times to evade Yin Qingyu's onslaught. But as soon as he steadied himself, he saw Yin Qingyu standing not far away, staring directly at him. Zulfast. Yin Qingyu's speed and strength were even faster than his, not to mention that strange power. Iju decided to strike directly. He threw a punch, but Yin Qingyu easily dodged it. However, Iju's other hand followed up, aiming for Yin Qingyu's waist. Bang! Cough, cough, cough. Iju was sent flying by Yin Qingyu, crashing into a tree trunk that stopped him. He fell to the ground, coughing. Meanwhile, everyone's gaze was fixed on Yin Qingyu's hands. Twice now, she had sent someone flying without physical contact. What kind of power is this? Yin Qingyu tilted her head as she looked at Iju on the ground, her interest slowly fading. Cough, you cough. Iju was still struggling to catch his breath. Qingyu, what kind of ability do you have? Zhe Li, unable to contain his curiosity, blurted out the question. The others were taken aback, but did not stop Zhe Li from speaking. To be honest, they were all eager to know. Ancient martial arts. Yes, it is ancient martial arts, a long-standing tradition from China. With inner strength and lightness skills, Yin Qingyu could do it all. That's why she could send Iju flying with just 5 parts of her inner strength. Is it ancient martial arts? Zhe Li searched his mind for a term that could somewhat explain it. Yin Qingyu lowered her eyes and nodded in acknowledgement. From a broad perspective, this explanation was indeed correct. Then what weapon did you use last time? It was impressive. Even a mecha couldn't compete. A sword. Yin Qingyu replied calmly to Zhe Li's question. The others, what? What kind of weapon is that? Qingyu, you're amazing. You can do this too. Unlike Zhe Li's excited demeanor, the others looked at Yin Qingyu with concern. What ancient martial arts? They had never heard of it. The moves they learned from the light brain had all been compiled into forms. Or would there still be ancient martial arts? And if there were really such powerful forms, they would have been collected by the leaders long ago. No one dared to hide anything. Yin Qingyu, you can't use this move casually in public. Iju finally caught his breath, but still looked heavily at Yin Qingyu. I know that, of course. Compared to them, Yin Qingyu had more experience. After the decline of ancient martial arts, she had already understood the principle of keeping secrets. Then why did you still? Zhe Li, hearing the two talk, was somewhat confused. Why did Qingyu still use it? You guys, it's fine. Yin Qingyu kept her eyes down, not looking at anyone. Her hands tightly gripped the edge of her clothes. She didn't know whether this approach was right or wrong, but she had unconsciously done it. Don't worry. We absolutely won't tell anyone, right? Zhe Li turned to look at the others. The serious expressions on their faces startled Zayli. What's going on? Did they hold a meeting without inviting him? Why does everyone look like this? If you don't use this ancient martial arts, how much confidence do you still have in winning? Qingyu? Qingyu raised an eyebrow at Qi Shu's question. Don't worry, I want to use it too obviously. At least you haven't discovered even once, right? That's right. Qingyu had already used her inner strength, but due to distance and perception, no one would really know what move she used. The others nodded in reassurance and then dispersed. Zhang Yi had scheduled a time with her after the individual assessment. Some believe this was to give Qingyu some time to prepare, but upon seeing the location Zhang Yi chose, it was clear that he was determined to regain his face. Zhang Yi had chosen the largest competition arena in the school. This place could accommodate the entire school to watch. Chapter 33. Yu Yi is Yun Yi. Qingyu continued her normal training every day. However, it seemed that there was an unexpected guest. This was a new classmate in the individual combat class, Yu Yi. Although she found it strange that someone could transfer here, Qingyu clearly didn't care much about it. Qingyu, are you listening to me? Zayli covered his face. Qingyu didn't seem to care about what he was saying at all. Forget it. I just wanted to say that this person is very strange. Being able to enter the class suggests that his strength is considerable, and having the opportunity to immigrate to our planet 250 indicates that his family must be quite powerful. It's a bit contradictory. He might be from planet 249. Qingyu didn't want to gossip about this matter. If he were handsome in modern times, she might have taken a second glance, but here, surrounded by so many high-value people, she had already become immune. Where's this planet from? Zayli felt helpless about Qingyu's indifference. I'm from planet 37. It's strange. Yu stood in front of the two and introduced himself. At the beginning, a hint of understanding appeared in Qingyu's eyes. Then how did you end up here? Planet 37 is a long way from here. Family matters. Yu stopped elaborating on this topic. Of course, upon mentioning this issue, Zayli didn't ask further. Even in the galaxy, resources were quite scarce. Some families, in order to save on taxes, might indeed send some useless members to other planets. However, to think they would send someone here. Zayli looked at Yu with some sympathy. And Yu, oh no, it should be Yun Yi, glanced at Qingyu before finding a place to sit down. His purpose for coming here was very clear. Using the alias Yu and even employing technology to conceal his true face was all to complete the probe within a year. As time passed, Qingyu became much more indifferent to what Yu had taught. After one class ended, Qingyu stood up to leave. Zayli watched as the two left their seats. Why didn't they invite him along? Is it you, Zayli? Did they all leave? Yu first struck up a conversation with Zayli. Oh, right. They're all score maniacs. You have no idea how many points Qingyu has. Zayli became even angrier at this point. They're all secretly working hard behind his back, right? Yu blinked his eyelashes but didn't say much. Are they going to the virtual arena? Can you take me with you on my first day? Zayli readily agreed, as he was also planning to go to the virtual arena. However, Qingyu really should practice a bit. After all, right after the individual assessment, she would be fighting with instructor Zhang. Zayli thought of this and felt a bit anxious. Yu slightly furrowed his brow. He had only created a face-concealing device. What exactly had happened during this time? When is the individual assessment? The day after tomorrow. Oh, but you can apply to opt out if you want. Zayli thought Yu was worried about this issue. Yu didn't respond. Even if his physical abilities were poor, he still had a level of 2, which was sufficient in this place. What about instructor Zhang? Upon hearing this question, Zayli showed a knowing smile. I knew you would ask. It's that Zhang Yi. Cough. Anyway, he asked shameless. Qingyu said she wanted a duel with him, and he didn't hold back at all, insisting that this was a sparring session between juniors and seniors. Although it was Qingyu who first brought it up, Zayli still leaned towards Qingyu without hesitation. Yu didn't expect that just a few days later, Qingyu would request a duel with a mech engineer. By the time they walked to the virtual arena, Yu's brow was still tightly knitted. Oh, don't worry too much. Come quickly. Look, Qingyu is in 10th place. When did she reach that? Zayli's shout attracted the attention of many people around. Qingyu's rank suddenly jumped to 10th place. What? How could it be so fast? It's only been a month. The rankings are mostly based on a month's worth of points, okay? Nonsense. The new recruits arrived a week after us. Okay? A week can indeed accumulate a lot of points for some people. Since Yin Qingyu made the rankings, people have not been paying much attention to her rank. Who knew she inexplicably reached 10th place? The crowd started to buzz, while you just took a glance and stepped out of the crowd. Very strong. But clearly, Yin Qingyu's physique and her physical abilities do not match. Can a level 4 soldier who just enrolled really accumulate points quickly enough to make it in the top 10? By the time Yin Qingyu stepped out, many people had already dispersed, and as she walked out, she saw Yu Yi standing at the door. Yu Yi smiled at her. Then Yin Qingyu walked around him. Yin Qingyu, can I walk with you? Yu Yi caught up with Yin Qingyu's pace. Yin Qingyu frowned slightly at the man next to her. A stranger. Qingyu, Zayli hasn't come out yet. Can I go back with you? Yu Yi said this, but still followed Yin Qingyu closely. The light brain. Yin Qingyu's frown deepened. The light brain has a map. I can't understand the map. Yu Yi said, sounding a bit down. He wasn't lying. He really couldn't understand the map. Besides becoming a doctor due to family reasons, it was also because he couldn't understand maps that he couldn't become a mech engineer and soldier. He couldn't guarantee that he could understand the map by relying on his own abilities when the machines were not operational. Yin Qingyu frowned but still allowed Yu Yi to walk next to her. If I remember correctly, the map on the light brain provides directional prompts. This means he just needs to follow the arrows on the light brain. Yet he insists on walking beside her. Yes, but I still want to talk to you more. Qingyu. Yin Qingyu subtly tightened her brow. A purposeful approach. I want to be friends with you. I came here alone, and you are very strong, worth learning from. Yu Yi's tone was casual, and even when he mentioned that Yin Qingyu was strong, a hint of envy seeped into his voice. Yin Qingyu's gaze softened slightly. Mu Chong is indeed brave, directly coming to talk to her. I can't help you. Yu Yi looked at Yin Qingyu in surprise upon hearing her words. I don't need your help. I just want to make a friend. Why think so far? The detached Yin Yi completely did not consider the complexity of human relationships. So, even though Yin Yi said this, she still didn't believe it. She just took Yin Yi to the boys' dorm area and left alone. Chapter 34. Soldier Assessment begins. Yin Yi saw Yin Qingyu walking away and did not chase after her. She simply turned and entered her dorm. She was the last to arrive, and she had also applied to live alone at the school. So, as soon as Yin Yi entered the room, she turned on the light brain. The screen on the light brain only showed a view of the room, but the image of the head was still not showing. She is very strong. The head's mechanical voice carried admiration for Yin Qingyu. Yes, when I assessed her body, I found her physique to be weak, but her physical test results were high. She is a special existence. It is indeed quite special. Such physical abilities and physique shouldn't coexist, yet this woman can. She is very beautiful. The head suddenly changed the subject. Yin Yi thought of Yin Qingyu's face and nodded in agreement. Indeed, she is very beautiful, but her face is quite different from ours. Yin Qingyu has bright eyes and white teeth, with a bit of baby fat. Her features are indeed strikingly beautiful. However, the difference lies in the fact that Yin Qingyu's face only carries Eastern ancestry, while Yin Yi and others have genes mixed from countless races. It is indeed very special. The head's tone seemed to carry a hint of fondness. Yin Yi slightly furrowed her brow, but couldn't help but say something. However, according to research, ancient humans did not have such strong physical abilities. They were quite weak and not suitable for interstellar development. Also, Yin Qingyu has been here for so long. Apart from the initial nutritional supply issue, she has been ordering high-quality nutrients. If she really is a person from another world, would she really have so many star coins to buy these things? The head also pondered for a moment. It's okay. A year's time is enough for you to figure it out, Yuni. But head, your illness. I'm fine. It's been so long. I don't mind this little time. Yun Yi reluctantly closed her mouth, and after the light brain was turned off, she began researching the head's illness again. She couldn't just pin her hopes on Yin Qingyu. Even if she came from another world, so what? Her physique is too strange. It's uncertain whether it has any research value. Yin Qingyu continued her daily routine. However, the time for the soldier assessment quickly arrived. Qingyu, don't be nervous. We're from the same class. We shouldn't be eliminated so quickly. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. Zayli looked at the large competition arena with a face full of despair. They say being from the same class is the worst. The other classes loved to gang up on them. Not nervous. Qingyu indeed had nothing to be nervous about, even though she didn't like to deal with outsiders. She knew that her strength was at least significantly different from the new recruits now. There was absolutely no need to be nervous. The battle was about to begin. The first match was a free-for-all. That is, all four classes would fight in the same arena. They could fight however they wanted. As long as the opponent fell down or went out of bounds, they would score points. If you fish in troubled waters, you not only won't get points, but will also have points deducted. So Qingyu stood in the middle, watching the heated battle around her. And no one came near her. Of course, who would want to fight Qingyu? Even if she might have used some tricks to win against 2C. That was against a mid-level mech engineer. After watching for a while, Qingyu clicked her tongue and began to move. Since no one was looking for her, she would go find someone else. Qingyu moved swiftly, taking down anyone who was alone. When she realized that everyone had their opponents, she finally sat down to rest. First place, Qingyu. Second place, Yu. 13th place, Qingyu. As the battle ended, the announcements began. When people heard Yu was second, they were surprised, and their gazes toward the new recruits instantly became more vigilant. No wonder he came from star 37. However, when they heard Qingyu was 13th, everyone was even more stunned. Among the soldiers, Qingyu's name was already somewhat known. However, the upperclassmen were just watching, and only the soldiers currently fighting knew why. Qingyu, you look so relaxed. Zayli walked up to Qingyu and couldn't help but exclaim. No one came to fight Qingyu. She was the one who went looking for opponents. But thanks to you, we weren't surrounded. Qingyu targeted those without opponents. So the ganging up was completely disrupted by her. Let's take a break. Qingyu patted the empty spot next to him, signaling the two to sit down. Qishu was quite unreserved and sat down directly. After the three sat down, they looked at Yu, who was standing in front of them, with confusion in their eyes. Can I sit with you? Yu smiled at Qingyu and the others, which only deepened their doubts. Oh, go ahead. Zayli pointed to the empty seat next to him, indicating that Yu could sit. Zayli didn't feel much repulsion towards Yu, but when he saw that Yu was ranked second, his guard went up a notch. Perhaps he shouldn't be so enthusiastic towards everyone. Qingyu and Qishu, being old foxes, understood this even better. Yu was deliberately getting close. Until they figured out Yu's background, they would remain cautious of him. The atmosphere among the four became oddly awkward. Qishu is really impressive. What is your physical ability level? Seemingly unfazed by the strange atmosphere, Yun took the initiative to start a conversation. 3. Qishu answered briefly, but a hint of surprise flashed in Yunyi's eyes. It was indeed surprising that someone could reach level 3 in a place like this. It seems Qingyu has level 4 as well. Such strength is rare. I only have level 2, Yun said, casting an admiring glance at Qingyu. Zayli then turned to Yun. You're also level 2? Me too. Aren't you super envious of Qingyu's level 4? No wonder you always want to hang out with us. So you came here for Qingyu. Zayli's words made Qingyu and Qishu want to find a hole to hide in. Kid, you're really naive. You actually believe he said he came out of admiration? Cough. The next round is individual combat, and it will be matched according to our usual points. Qishu successfully shifted the topic, drawing Qingyu and Zayli's attention to him. Still fighting against them? Qingyu slightly furrowed his brows. Clearly, this didn't seem like a combat opportunity. No, this time it's a random match among 3 individuals, and those eliminated in the previous round cannot participate in this match to avoid unnecessary injuries due to significant differences in strength. But generally speaking, new recruits are usually beaten by older students. I wonder if this year will be any different. Qishu glanced thoughtfully at Qingyu's profile. Chapter 35, facing Wu Du. After the first round of matches for the middle and senior grades concluded, it was finally time for the random matching segment. This was based on their rankings in the virtual arena. However, strong versus weak matchups were absolutely not allowed. So, Qingyu, your ranking is very high. Be careful of running into that person. Qishu couldn't help but frown as he looked at Qingyu. Her ranking was too high. If she encountered that person, Qingyu might have to deal with a tough fight. Who? Qingyu looked up, puzzled at Qishu. That one over there, Wu Du following Qishu's finger. Yan Qingyu saw a tall man with brown hair that accentuated his striking features. This person was at level 2 in physical ability, but his training regimen was particularly harsh, hard on others and hard on himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have climbed to 5th place on the leaderboard. This meant that currently, only he and Yan Qingyu had made it in the top 10 for individual combat. I see. Yan Qingyu glanced knowingly at Wu Du and then withdrew her gaze. They were still in the matching phase. Qishu could only pray that Yan Qingyu wouldn't run into Wu Du, but the possibility was very slim. Zhe was also worried. However, when Yan Qingyu saw Zhe Li's worried expression, she smiled. Aren't you worried about yourself, Zhe? Compared to me? Your chances of losing might be even higher. Qingyu, we haven't teamed up before. You might not know, but I'm quite formidable. Really? Yan Qingyu couldn't help but recall Zhe Li's tear-streaked face after being bullied by Yi Ju in class and looked at Zhe Li with some concern. Don't speak, Zhe Li. Your opponent is Li Lin. Qishu was also taken aback when he saw this result. He was worried about Yan Qingyu, but hadn't expected Zhe Li to also be in trouble. Li Lin, a senior, should not logically be matched against Zhe Li. However, since Zhe Li had previously trained in the virtual arena with Qishu, if the two met, Qishu would also have Zhe Li practice more. This led to Zhe Li's points climbing quickly. But still, how could it be so fast? A new recruit against a senior. What went wrong? Li Lei. He asked Li Lei's younger brother. He suddenly interjected. He shifted his gaze from the holographic display and smiled slightly at the three who were staring at him suspiciously. Don't misunderstand. I just want to be friends with you. There are many posts about classmate Qingyu on the School Star Network, including videos of you defeating instructor Li Lei. Huh. Yan Qingyu smirked. So many people are still using 21st century jargon in this way. It seemed his intentions were not so simple. Zhe Li, you need to be careful. Upon hearing Yu's words, Zhe Li's expression became serious. I will. Qingyu, I want to embarrass you. Zhe Li was hit on the head. Qingyu. Zhe Li looked pitifully at Yan Qingyu, not quite understanding why she hit him. What embarrassment? If it comes to it, just admit defeat and back down. Who told you to be so stubborn? If he really wanted to save face, he would come and challenge me himself. Yan Qingyu looked at Zhe Li helplessly. How could anyone be so impulsive for her sake? That's right, Qingyu is right. This time, Qishu also sided with Yan Qingyu. Zhe Li was different from Yan Qingyu. She had enough strength to act recklessly, but if Zhe Li didn't honestly admit defeat, he might really end up getting beaten half to death. Shi Li, feeling wronged, agreed to both of their suggestions and quickly headed to the examination venue. Meanwhile, Yan Qingyu and the others stood in place, watching the screen change. You should have no further involvement. He had no points and couldn't participate, and my ranking is in the middle, so I should be after you guys. They're currently matching from the lower ranks. Qingyu, it should be your turn soon. I'll go ahead and keep an eye on Zhe Li. Qishu was more worried about Zhe Li now, and since Yan Qingyu couldn't leave, he could only ask to help keep watch. Don't worry. I'm fine. Just make sure to keep an eye on Zhe Li. If anything happened to Zhe Li, Yan Qingyu's expression suddenly darkened. She wouldn't let those two off. Give this to Zhe Li. If he encounters danger, have him open the bottle and pour it on Li Lin. Yan Qingyu didn't forget to hand Qishu a bottle of her medicine. Qishu took the bottle with a dazed expression, but quickly headed off. The match was about to begin. He watched the bottle with some intrigue, and once Qishu was out of sight, he turned to Yan Qingyu. Qingyu, what did you give him? His data mentioned that Yan Qingyu used some bizarre medicines. That medicine had made 2 women mute for a period. And even the doctors on this planet could only shorten the duration of muteness, but couldn't cure it completely. Yun, who was already interested in medicine, became even more intrigued when he saw the bottle Yan Qingyu took out. Yan Qingyu didn't turn back, casually replying, medicine. What effect does it have? Yun moved a little closer. Yan Qingyu turned her head, her delicate brows slightly furrowing. Don't you think you talk too much? Also, you seem to have too many things you're interested in. I don't like your deliberate approach. Yan Qingyu bluntly exposed Yun Yi's true thoughts. Yun Yi bilinkit. I just want to be friends with you, and I'm a bit interested in medicine. Didn't you give someone a drug before? I'm interested in your medicine. Yun Yi's explanation was somewhat anxious. He didn't expect that it would be noticed by Yan Qingyu so soon. But I'm not interested in you. so don't cling to me and ask questions. Yin Qingyu turned her head away and no longer looked at Yin. Yin dared not say anything more. Just standing blankly beside Yin Qingyu waiting for the results to come out. Yin Qingyu's results came out after the match began. Haha, so Qishu really is a jinx. Yin Qingyu found it somewhat amusing to look at the big letters on the screen. It was indeed her duel with Wu Du, although it was expected. The onlookers were clearly shocked. This was the second match of the day between the senior and junior classes. The first match was just Zhe Li's recent battle. Now Yin Qingyu was also going to face the seniors. And it was Wu Du. Oh my. What would happen when the strongest junior single soldier faced off against a powerful and ruthless senior single soldier? Obviously, the onlookers were looking forward to this duel. Chapter 36. The two face-off. The school arranged the duel between the two important figures on the leaderboard on the largest competition stage in the single soldier assessment arena. After all, the drama would be higher and the audience would be larger. Yin Qingyu might have stayed a bit too long in the announcement area. By the time she arrived at the competition stage, it was already a sea of people. In this place where her height was completely overshadowed, Yin Qingyu felt as if she was blocked by a wall of people in front of her. Has she arrived? Where is Yin Qingyu? How long have we been waiting? Didn't Tiwi hear she was going to compete against Instructor Zhang? She didn't even dare to show up for the match with Wu Du. How could she compete? Wu Du on the stage was also somewhat annoyed. It was too noisy. A bunch of trash is standing here making a racket. Where is Yin Qingyu? If she doesn't come soon, I'll take it as a forfeit. When Wu Du mentioned this name, he still felt it was strange. This was a completely new opponent. It was the first time he had heard this name. She seemed to be from the junior or middle-level classes. Her strength should be quite good. She must be diligent. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to match him. But to forfeit without fighting? Wu Du still felt dissatisfied with Yin Qingyu's behavior. She didn't look like a single soldier at all. Coward. Oh wait. Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu. If she doesn't show up in less than 3 minutes, it will be counted as a forfeit. Being watched by such a powerful figure as Wu Du. The referee was also somewhat anxious and inwardly blamed Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu heard the announcement from the loudspeaker, but the crowd around her was still as crowded as ever. And even more people were continuously pushing in. Yin Qingyu used her internal energy to create a thin protective barrier around herself. But no one could see it. Qingyu, I'll help you clear path. He was somewhat anxious. 3 minutes is a tight time frame for Yin Qingyu to navigate through these tall men with her delicate figure. He subconsciously thought this was extremely difficult. No need. Just stay here. Yin Qingyu's face was clearly a bit dark. Men, no matter how much time passes, always smell strongly of sweat. Just after Yin Qingyu finished speaking to Yu, she slightly exerted her calves, leapt lightly onto a single soldier's shoulder. But she quickly soared towards the competition stage, occasionally stepping on another single soldier's shoulder. In this way, she seemingly flew to the competition stage. Damn, did she just fly over? Can people fly? No way. She stepped on my shoulder to get past, and there's a small shoe print on her white clothes. Who told you to wear white clothes? Everyone else is in black. The noise below did not affect Yin Qingyu anymore. Yin Qingyu stood firm and looked at the man in front of her. From the front, he certainly was not an ordinary person. The killing intent in his eyes, how interesting. Yin Qingyu smiled. In this era, this was the first time she had seen someone with such hidden killing intent. Wu Du was also assessing Yin Qingyu. She came in by stepping on people's shoulders. It seemed simple, but it was actually not easy. Without predicting where to step next, she could easily fall. Moreover, Yin Qingyu's gaze. Senior single soldier class Wu Du, 5th on the leaderboard. Wu Du spoke first. Yin Qingyu slowly walked to the center and looked at Wu Du. Junior single soldier class Yin Qingyu, 10th on the leaderboard. Hiss. The crowd erupted in waves of astonishment. Junior. And she is 10th on the leaderboard. It's only been a month since school started. Unbelievable. A junior actually has such a monstrous newcomer. Yin Qingyu seems to be the one who challenged Instructor Zhang. What? The noise below grew louder. Wu Du frowned, unable to hear clearly what was being said below, but he saw the crowd's surprised reactions. Then, let the match begin. After saying this, Wu Du looked at Yin Qingyu, unsure if she would take half a day to prepare. After all, she was a female single soldier. Annoying. All right, let us start. Hearing this, Wu Du's expression softened a bit. I will fight with my most sincere attitude. This person is quite good, strong in ability, and not dilly-dallying. Wu Du's favor for Yan Qingyu instantly rose. Yan Qingyu didn't say much either, just prepare to start. It began. This shout awakened the previously noisy crowd. A circle of people surrounded the competition stage, their eyes fixed on the movements of the two. Wu Du stood still for a moment, and when he noticed Yan Qingyu wasn't moving, he quickly charged at her. His speed was very fast, but not as fast as Ju. Yan Qingyu tilted her head to dodge Wu Du's attack. Even her right hand shot straight towards Wu Du's chest. Wu Du was taken aback and made a large turn to jump out of Yan Qingyu's range. However, Yan Qingyu's offensive did not stop. As soon as Wu Du left her range, Yan Qingyu immediately closed the distance between them. This time, the two actually fought normally, using both hands and feet, leaving the audience dazzled, but their movements were perfectly coordinated. You come and go, smooth as silk. He stood at the edge of the stage watching this scene, his confusion deepening. The closest ancient humans were from the 21st century. At that time, human society was very prosperous, but the human constitution was weak to the extreme. After that era, humanity suffered a catastrophic disaster and moved away from the 250th planet. Later, with the gradual development of interstellar travel, people began to inhabit this planet. Was Yan Qingyu not from the 21st century? She could also be from an even earlier period of humanity. But the clothes and shoes Yan Qingyu wore were all her own. This meant that these items were made by her. However, this style was clearly different from the interstellar aesthetics. People on this planet, accustomed to strange clothing, naturally didn't think much of it. But ever since Yin had this guess, he had been constantly researching ancient historical materials. The style of this clothing was evidently a product of the 21st century. To this day, the largest museum under the leadership still holds some ancient clothing. Yin had certainly seen them, but Yan Qingyu had adapted too well. Even her skills were on par with a professional single soldier. At this moment, Yan Qingyu and Wu Du's battle was still in full swing. The two did not have too many feints. Every step and every move was a real and fierce attack. Wu Du was a ruthless person, but unfortunately, Yan Qingyu was even more ruthless than him. Wu Du used all his strength, trying to slap Yan Qingyu's shoulder to send her flying. At this angle, unless Yan Qingyu could catch it, she would really be knocked away. However, Yan Qingyu met his attack with a palm of her own. When their hands met, the fierce strength caused the spectators below to feel pain in their hands. Yet, neither of their expressions changed at all. Wu Du only stood firm for a moment before quickly withdrawing a few steps from Yan Qingyu's palm. Yan Qingyu's palm strength was not weak. Unfortunately, this time, Yan Qingyu did not give Wu Du more time to react. She quickly moved in front of him and kicked at his waist. Ugh! Wu Du let out a muffled grunt, his body swaying, but he managed to stay on his feet. However, before he could fully stabilize, Yan Qingyu's next wave of attack was already upon him. Why was she so fast? Indeed, it was as if she did not even need to think to know that Wu Du could withstand the continued force for the next move. Chapter 37. Zayli gets injured. Yan Qingyu's continuous attacks truly left Wu Du defenseless. Backed against the edge of the competition stage, Yan Qingyu stopped moving. Wu Du trembled as he stood still, looking at Yan Qingyu. Are you trying to force me to admit defeat? Yan Qingyu blinked. What else could it be? Having pushed him to this point, she could not expect him to just let her kick him out. It was hard to find someone she was somewhat satisfied with. Yan Qingyu did not want to make things too absolute. Originally, she just wanted to knock him down on the stage. Unfortunately, this person was as stubborn as a bull, refusing to fall. Even though he was seriously injured, he still held on. There was no choice. Yan Qingyu had to make the decision for him. Wu Du's expression stiffened. He did not expect that Yan Qingyu actually wanted to take him down directly. But indeed, their strength was vastly different. Wu Du lowered his gaze. I admit defeat. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but it stirred up a commotion in the vast competition arena. He admitted defeat. Who is this? This is Wu Du, ranked 5th on the leaderboard. Moreover, he was a senior. Yan Qingyu had only just entered the school for a month. Wu Du walked off the stage alone, and Yan Qingyu did not linger. Having spent a bit more time fighting Wu Du here, she had already missed news from Zayli's side. Yan Qingyu hurried to check on Zhe Li's situation. TCH, what a joke. He's a senior, but can't even defeat a junior. Looking at Wu Du walking off the stage, some people felt a sense of secret joy. Wu Du had fought against many people to get to this point. However, every time he fought, Wu Du was basically in a life-or-death state. Who would like such a reckless fighting style? There were quite a few who disliked him. Sometimes, Wu Du really resembled a lone wolf, strong but forced to walk alone. Wu Du did not say anything. He simply walked straight past. Hey, you're in this state? What are you being so stubborn for? It's not that impressive. Tong, he rolled his eyes. He had fought with Wu Du a few times, and indeed, he had always been beaten up by Wu Du. The key was that fighting was just fighting. Wu Du was literally playing with his life. As long as he didn't call for defeat, Wu Du would keep fighting. No awareness at all. Oh, who are you? Wu Du is ranked 5th. But as far as I know, we only have 2 individuals in the top 10, and I'm the other one. Who do you think you're to speak like this? Irritated, Yan Qingyu could not help but respond. A tiger falls in the plains and is bullied by dogs. Moreover, from the battle between Yan Qingyu and Wu Du, she did not think Wu Du's strength was weak. Even if he was slightly inferior to Yi Ju, he was already quite good among his peers. Tong, he was momentarily speechless. He did not expect Yan Qingyu to speak up for Wu Du. Wu Du did not linger and was almost out of the crowd by the time Yan Qingyu spoke for him. Yan Qingyu did not say much more to Tong. She needed to hurry and check on Zhe Li. Why was there no news at all now? When Yan Qingyu arrived at Zhe Li's match, a new batch of people had already taken the stage. There was no choice but to open her light brain to find them. Just as Yan Qingyu was about to send them a message, she saw a notification on her light brain. In the infirmary, come quickly. In the infirmary, Yan Qingyu lowered her eyes and quickly ran over, not even noticing as she passed by Wu Du. Wu Du watched as Yan Qingyu ran past him, his long eyelashes fluttering, before he slowly moved towards the infirmary. Yan Qingyu even used lightness skill, arriving at the infirmary in the blink of an eye. Li. After reporting her name to the robot, Yan Qingyu accurately found Zhe Li's infirmary. Zhe Li was wrapped in bandages, with only his eyes and mouth exposed. Qishu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Yan Qingyu's arrival. He said, you faced Wu Du, and fortunately you're fine. He had already arrived at the infirmary at some point. Yan Qingyu looked at Zhe Li lying on the bed with his eyes closed, her expression darkening. Li Lin did this. You need to remain calm. This situation was actually because Zhe Li did not surrender. Even if Qishu wanted to suggest that Zhe Li should concede, at that time, Li Lin's words were indeed too excessive, and Zhe Li couldn't hold back. That is how it was. Li Lin went too far, and Zhe Li just didn't want him to speak to him like that, so he didn't surrender. As a result, he ended up like this, lying here. Yan Qingyu was almost driven to laughter by her anger. Did these two not understand what she and Zhe Li said at all? Zhe Li was impulsive, but Qingyu, he really said something too excessive. Yan Qingyu's expression softened a bit. It must not be good to be called too excessive by Qishu. In the future, such things cannot happen again. I can handle him myself. Yan Qingyu was angry, but she also knew that Qishu and the others did this for her sake. How was his injury? Yan Qingyu touched Zhe Li's exposed arm, checked his pulse, and found it steady. However, when she slightly injected some internal energy, she felt a blockage. Damn, how hard did they hit him? One of his hands and legs were shattered, but they had just used a healing device to repair it. He should be able to get up in about a week. No wonder her internal energy couldn't go in. His meridians were completely severed. So of course it couldn't go in. However, his head was a bit troublesome. Did they hit his head too? Yan Qingyu could hardly believe it. No matter how strong a soldier's body was, the head was still as fragile as ever. If they had done to his head what they did to Zhe Li's hand, Yan Qingyu carefully examined Zhe Li's head. Indeed, there was some damage. It seemed there was some bruising inside. She did not know how to deal with it. They might need to go to the capital star. The machines there were the best, but with Zhe Li in this state, he couldn't be moved in a short time. So the most troublesome part was the bruising in his head. Qishu's expression grew heavier as he spoke. Yan Qingyu felt incredulous. They could heal a shattered leg, but couldn't he do anything about the bruising in his head? What nonsense is this? Qingyu, it really is like that. The most research on brains in the galaxy is conducted in the chief team of the capital. Generally speaking, brain treatments are quite rare in the galaxy. You also couldn't help but add a reminder. If the bruising in the brain is too extensive, it could lead to death. But unfortunately, he did not bring the brain treatment machine. After all, that thing is too precious, and even as a test product, is firmly controlled in the capital star. Qingyu pursed her lips and looked deeply at Zili. You two go out first. Qishu was taken aback by this, and then thought of a possibility. He was the same, his gaze firmly fixed on Qingyu. Could Qingyu also have medical skills? How would she solve the blood clot in her brain by herself? Are you confident? Yi, as a professional doctor, couldn't help but ask again. If Qingyu wasn't confident, then this would be a matter of life and death. I'll give it a try. Qingyu didn't want to say too much. She just pushed the two of them out and walked over to Zili's bed. She wasn't a Western doctor, but she had learned some medical skills before. However, she wasn't sure if traditional Chinese medicine would work. Qingyu hesitantly placed her hand on Zili's head. Her internal energy gradually penetrated into Zili's brain, and Qingyu felt the pathways of blood vessels in Zili's brain. After a long search, she finally found the moderately sized blood clot. Qingyu took out her silver needles from her space, which she hadn't used for a long time. Once, she was also a doctor who saved lives. But later, her hands were more often stained with others' blood. Following the method she remembered, Qingyu carefully inserted the needles into Zili, gently pushing small amounts of internal energy into Zili's body. Internal energy is beneficial to people. At least, Qinyu's internal energy gently covered the blood clot in Zili's mind. A thin mist emanated from the top of Zili's head. After a while, Qingyu removed the silver needles. When she tested again with her internal energy, she found that the area of the blood clot had decreased significantly. This made her feel much more at ease. However, Qingyu's expression darkened. She would definitely not let the person who harmed Zili go. Chapter 38. Issuing a challenge, seeing Qingyu come out with no change in expression. Qishu finally let out a sigh of relief. Are you okay? Yes, the area of the blood clot is not that big anymore. As long as I come once a day, it will be fine. Qingyu nodded affirmatively, and Qishu sighed helplessly. I was asking about you. Are you all right? Aren't you tired? Qishu knew how serious Zili's condition was, but he was still worried about Qingyu treating Zili. Me? I'm perfectly fine. It's just a small matter. Qingyu raised her eyes to look at Qishu, then seriously instructed him. You stay here to guard Zili. You can't let anything happen to him. I'm leaving first. After Qingyu finished speaking, she was about to leave, but Qishu grabbed her. You're going to finally win. Qishu was not asking Qingyu. He knew her character and that she would definitely go find him. Qingyu did not push Qishu's hand away. Her expression just turned cold. I remember the next match is a free selection of opponents, right? Qishu's hand loosened. It was indeed the case. Those who wanted to challenge with insufficient points could find the previous competitors to challenge, with the challengers randomly selecting their opponents. Of course, they could refuse the challenge. But as an individual soldier, how could one possibly flee without fighting? Be careful. They're deliberately trying to provoke you. Qishu knew their intentions, which were to make Qingyu go find them by putting such a lethal move on Zili. Don't worry. After Qingyu finished speaking, she walked outside, and he followed her closely. Qishu watched the two figures leave and frowned slightly, then turned and entered Zili's ward. Not long after Qingyu left, she saw Wu Du standing in the lobby. He was using the free treatment machine in the lobby. That's right. Medical care in the starry sky is actually not cheap. Especially for those who are seriously injured, the costs of using medical equipment can be even higher. Of course, free medical services are still provided for minor ailments. However, Wu Du standing here was quite unusual. Qingyu walked up to Wu Du sensed someone approaching, but did not speak. After he finished his treatment, he turned to look at Qingyu. Wu Du pursed his lips. He felt a bit ashamed, but he subtly hid his embarrassment in his heart. Qingyu saw Wu Du like this and did not say much. She took out a pure white porcelain bottle and handed it to Wu Du. Apply it to the wound twice a day and don't take a shower after applying it. Qingyu guessed Wu Du's awkwardness. However, she didn't intend to give him star coins. Only those who have experienced it know that what they need is not sympathy. Thank you. Wu Du took the porcelain bottle. He could see that Yin Qingyu was quite anxious at this moment. Sure enough, as soon as he took it, Yin Qingyu turned and left. Yu Yi glanced thoughtfully at the porcelain bottle in Wu Du's hand before following Yin Qingyu out. Qingyu, this side is for selecting challenge opponents. Yu Yi pulled Yin Qingyu to a robot. Yin Qingyu coldly input Li Lin's name. Li Lin was sitting in the viewing area with an arrogant expression. Not bad. But why did you go after a low-grade student this year? What do you understand? It's fun to beat up low-grade students. The people sitting around Li Lin laughed somewhat timidly. Is that so? I can also let you experience the pleasure of hitting someone. Li Lin's arrogant face darkened upon hearing Yin Qingyu's words. Oh, isn't this Yin Qingyu? The sneak attack master. Why did you come in person? Li Lin looked at Yin Qingyu with disdain. He had heard that Yin Qingyu had won so many people by relying on sneak attacks, and she had beaten his brother so badly that he almost lost his military position. However, he didn't know what means Yin Qingyu had used to even make it into the top 10 of the points leaderboard. His usual points didn't even reach 100. So he found some connections and directly linked his match with Zili. After all, it wouldn't be surprising for someone who got along so well with Yin Qingyu to be a bad person. Beep. Match notification. Li Lin's light brain suddenly emitted a prompt sound. Li Lin had a bad premonition in his heart, but still opened the light brain to take a look. It read that Yin Qingyu had successfully matched with him. Haha, I'll give you a chance. It's still not too late to give up now. Li Lin's expression turned exceptionally ugly, and he spoke to Yin Qingyu without any politeness. Give me a chance? Just start the match. Hearing Li Lin's shameless words, Yin Qingyu raised an eyebrow, but her expression quickly darkened. Without saying much, according to Yin Qingyu's points ranking, a match stage was soon cleared for her. Seeing Yin Qingyu's name appear on the screen, the spectators erupted again. Who is Li Lin? He actually dared to fight Yin Qingyu. Could he beat Wu Du and come to fight Yin Qingyu? The crowd recognized Yin Qingyu's name, but they didn't know much about Li Lin's name. What? Wu Du? Isn't he the top of their age group? Li Lin's face turned completely pale. So, it turns out that Yin Qingyu didn't come to watch his match with Zili because she was afraid of him, but because she was fighting against Wu Du? And looking at it, it seemed that Yin Qingyu was going to win. Where's that person? Could it be that he fled without fighting? Li Lin indeed had this thought, but before he could turn around, Yin Qingyu had already grabbed him and jumped onto the stage. Let's begin. Yin Qingyu threw him to the ground and turned to the referee, saying a word. What a coincidence. This referee was the same one from her match with Wu Du. The referee was a bit nervous. He didn't know who Li Lin really was. He had offended Yin Qingyu, so it would be best for him to surrender quickly. Ahem, the match begins. The referee quickly announced the start of the match. Yin Qingyu stood expressionless opposite Li Lin, who looked terrified at her. He spoke. What should he do? He couldn't say he surrendered. He might not even be able to leave the competition platform. The audience couldn't quite understand Li Lin's struggles. But some heard that Yin Qingyu was about to start the competition again and eagerly gathered around. Moreover, this time it was Yin Qingyu who initiated the challenge. What kind of person was worth her challenge? TCH, what kind of person? This was Li Lei's younger brother, Li Lin. It seemed that Yin Qingyu's first instructor after entering the school was Li Lei, and then she beat Li Lei up. Presumably, Li Lin wanted to take revenge for his brother. The school was small. It wouldn't take much effort to find out the stakes involved. But this was a challenge initiated by Yin Qingyu. It was not that Li Lin was incapable. In the last round, he was far behind Yin Qingyu in points. He went and beat up Yin Qingyu's classmate, who was said to be seriously injured. Yes, I saw that match. They were about to surrender. But Li Lin said that Yin Qingyu used her body to get help from Baiyu, full of insults towards girls. Upon hearing this, the crowd understood. They couldn't help but secretly despise Li Lin. He spoke recklessly. Although their individual combat skills were rough, to speak like that about a girl was truly detestable. He deserved to be challenged by Yin Qingyu. Would Yin Qingyu kill her? Don't worry. She has fought so many times, and not once has she killed anyone. Since entering the school, if anyone has had the most matches, it would undoubtedly be Yin Qingyu. Some people might have one match in a month. But Yin Qingyu has challenged all the individual mech masters since she entered the school, so there's no need to worry about someone dying. Chapter 39. Revenge. The conversation from the audience wasn't very clear to either of them, but Yin Qingyu's gaze at Li Lin indeed made him feel afraid. Don't worry. I will never treat you the way I treated Zhe Li. She intended to make Li Lin suffer even more than Zhe Li. Hearing this, Li Lin didn't feel any more relaxed. Being locked onto by Yin Qingyu's gaze made him feel even more anxious. This time, Yin Qingyu didn't wait. She charged directly at Li Lin. Li Lin was startled and tried to dodge to the side, but unfortunately, his speed couldn't possibly match Yin Qingyu's. With a swift move, Yin Qingyu accurately kicked Li Lin in the abdomen, sending him flying far away. Li Lin tried to stand up and jump off the competition platform, but Yin Qingyu grabbed him and threw him back to the center. This time, Yin Qingyu didn't kick Li Lin towards the edge. Instead, she stood her ground and attacked him directly. Although Li Lin wanted to fight back, his speed and strength were on a completely different level compared to Yin Qingyu. Li Lin was basically standing still, heavily suppressed by Yin Qingyu's attacks. The spectators were stunned. What kind of fighting style was this? Why wasn't he fighting back? This question echoed in the minds of most people. I think he simply can't fight back. That's right. This answer cleared their confusion. The crowd watched for 20 minutes as Yin Qingyu suppressed Li Lin. How boring. Yin Qingyu remained silent and focused on hitting him, while Li Lin also didn't utter a word. He was beaten so badly, yet still didn't surrender. How stubborn. Yin Qingyu walked in front of Li Lin, who looked at her black boots and gently shook his head. He really couldn't take any more punishment. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. Even his arms and legs were immobilized. However, Yin Qingyu didn't understand his hint. She stepped on Li Lin's chest and ground her foot down forcefully. You should thank interstellar law. Otherwise, you wouldn't see the light of tomorrow. Yin Qingyu's words clearly reached Li Lin's ears. His breathing suddenly quickened. What did this mean? Did she want to kill him? Without the protection of the law, would Yin Qingyu really kill him? Yin Qingyu bent down and discreetly sprinkled some nail powder on Li Lin. Seeing him suddenly breathe rapidly, she finally released her foot. She turned around and left the platform. Li Lin was weak. She hadn't even used her inner strength to beat him into this state. However, she couldn't continue to beat him. It wasn't worth it for someone to be hunted down by the interstellar authorities. Just as Yin Qingyu left, Li Lin's friends rushed over to check on him. Cough, cough. Li Lin spat out a mouthful of blood, but what shocked him even more was that he could suddenly speak again. Without thinking too much, he tilted his head and fainted. A group of people hurriedly carried him to the infirmary. This year's infirmary was exceptionally lively. Li Lei stood at the door of Li Lin's room, looking at the few people standing at Zhe Li's room door, gritting his teeth. He had already received news that Li Lin was going to battle Yin Qingyu, and when he arrived, Li Lin was just being sent into the infirmary. However, Li Lin's injuries were somewhat infuriating. What about Yin Qingyu? Didn't she know she almost killed my brother? Li Lei shouted, having guarded his brother for an entire night without seeing Yin Qingyu's figure. Did she just beat someone and run away? Haha, isn't he still alive? She shouldn't hold back and retorted. You. Li Lei didn't expect that besides Yin Qingyu, there would be students so lacking in self-awareness. Qingyu also didn't give Li Lei a good face. Li Lin privately changed the matching information. After the school found out, he might be judged even more severely. Qingyu pointed out the issue without reservation. Yin Qingyu was following the normal competition procedure, while Li Lin was involved in system alteration crimes. You should know that arbitrarily changing the system, once discovered, interstellar law would definitely not spare Li Lin. Li Lei's face turned even uglier at this point, but he wouldn't let Yin Qingyu off easily either. Haha, where is Yin Qingyu? Did she do this and hide away? Guiyu's brows furrowed tighter, seemingly not understanding why Li Lei would say such a thing. Such a thing? This is a normal competition, and moreover, both Yin Qingyu and Zhe Li are just lower-grade students facing Li Lin, a higher-grade student. Zhe Li hasn't even said anything. Li Lei's expression became even uglier. Now he was being told that Yin Qingyu was a lower-grade student? Didn't he know how powerful Yin Qingyu's combat ability was? To take revenge for Zhe Li, Yin Qingyu had used more severe methods. Zhe Li's injuries weren't as severe as Li Lin's, right? Even if it was revenge, did it have to be like this? Li Lei couldn't comprehend. To beat his brother into a state of complete body shattering below the head, even breaking his spleen. Internally injured severely, with a little carelessness. He could really lose his life. Of course it should be like this. Isn't revenge supposed to be doubled? Yan Qingyu's cold voice came through. But Li Lei's face turned cold upon hearing it. Yan Qingyu, you beat my brother like that. Aren't you afraid of retaliation? Li Lei's smile was somewhat terrifying. Retaliation? If one has the ability, is there a need to say it? Just come directly. Those without the ability are just howling. Yan Qingyu glanced at Li Lei indifferently. Hadn't she received similar threats before? Not a few. But has anyone succeeded so far? No. Li Lei's face completely turned cold. Yan Qingyu then pushed open the infirmary door and walked in, leaving the two standing at the door while she entered alone. Yan Qingyu's actions from yesterday caused some of the blood clots in Zhe Li's brain to dissipate. As soon as Zhe Li opened his eyes, he saw Yan Qingyu's enlarged face in front of him. She was beautiful, with delicate fair skin, petite red lips, a high-nose bridge, and large almond-shaped eyes. Her gaze was fixed on him. Qingyu. Zhe Li called out Yan Qingyu's name, but she didn't respond, instead taking out her high-grade nutrient solution first. Supporting Zhe Li, she let him drink a mouthful. Qingyu, I'm fine, don't worry about me. After drinking a bit of the nutrient solution, Zhe Li regained some energy. He reached out, wanting Yan Qingyu to see how well he was recovering. There was still a slight pain, but Zhe Li concealed his expression very well. Don't move. There's a bruise in your brain. I'll give you another injection tomorrow, and it will be fine. Yan Qingyu pressed Zhe Li's restless hand back down and walked to the door to call the two in. Upon seeing Qishu and Guyu, Zhe Li's eyes turned red. Damn, what a huge embarrassment. The two couldn't believe that the first thing Zhe Li cared about upon waking was his embarrassing situation. Qishu tugged at the corners of her mouth with annoyance. Don't worry, Qingyu has helped you regain your face. Upon hearing this, Zhe Li carefully turned his face towards Yan Qingyu. What came into view was indeed Yan Qingyu's cold face. Chapter 40. Preparation for the match. Qingyu, I didn't mean to. Zhe Li took the initiative to admit his mistake. He really hadn't listened to Yan Qingyu, but he couldn't help it. Just thinking about that day's scene made him furious. Yan Qingyu didn't respond, but glanced at him. Zhe Li was startled, but soon he smiled and continued to chatter at Yan Qingyu. So Qingyu, how did you help me regain my face? With no one responding, Zhe Li's smile began to fade. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Yan Qingyu finally spoke, and Zhe Li felt a surge of joy upon hearing her words. But after hearing the sound of the light brain, she left. Zhe Li could only look longingly at Qishu and Guyu. Qishu smiled at Zhe Li lying on the bed. Don't worry. Qingyu went to handle the match with Zhang Yi. Because of your situation, Qingyu postponed the match to tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Zhe Li was delighted. Then I'll go watch tomorrow. That's not possible. You still have to lie down for a few more days. Qishu's words denied Zhe Li's idea. Zhe Li's smile collapsed. Be content. Li Lin is right across from your room. He has also been dealt with very badly by Qingyu. Seeing Zhe Li's pitiful appearance, Guyu told him the entire story. The three of them stayed in the room, listening to and telling stories. Meanwhile, Yan Qingyu was indeed handling the match matters. Zhang Yi didn't care much about when she would compete. Since it was tomorrow, it didn't matter. Yan Qingyu planned to go outside the school once. This school was a boarding school, and unless it was a holiday, it was impossible to let people go out casually. But the next holiday was 3 months away. Yan Qingyu needed to go outside now. After getting Guyu's permission, it was much easier to leave the school. Yan Qingyu glanced at Hua Shi and her conversation, then turned to walk towards the mecha market. Meanwhile, Yun Yi was once again curled up in his room. Chief, have you noticed anything? The longer Yun Yi stayed with Yan Qingyu, the less certain he was about her true identity. After sending all his doubts to the chief, she only murmured a response and didn't elaborate. She knows medicine? The chief's question clearly struck a chord with Yun Yi, who nodded excitedly. I went to Zhe Li's room last night, and I didn't find any extra marks on him, but I discovered a very tiny needle mark on his head. Did she inject something? However, the hole was so small that if Yun Yi weren't a doctor himself, he wouldn't have noticed anything. It's okay. It seems she's adapting quite well. But even if Yan Qingyu could adapt, it was impossible to leave her alone on this planet. If possible, she should be taken to the capital star for proper protection. Chief, are you sure Yan Qingyu really came from another world? Maybe. Hearing this answer, Yun Yi couldn't help but feel disappointed, but he quickly picked himself up again. Don't worry, I will find out soon. After reporting to the chief, Yun Yi closed the light brain. Tomorrow was the battle between Yin Qingyu and Zhang Yi, and Yun Yi couldn't help but worry. No matter how strong Yin Qingyu was, it would be difficult to come out unscathed against a mecha master. How could he minimize the damage? Following the instructions from the light brain, Yin Qingyu arrived at the mecha market, which was much more bustling than the school, but it was hard to find what she was looking for. Yin Qingyu entered a mecha shop where many mechas were displayed, including some that could be experienced. However, she scanned them indifferently. Energy cannon. Beep, energy cannon option. After selecting for a long time, Yin Qingyu found nothing satisfactory and turned to leave. But suddenly someone called out to her. Miss, are you looking for an energy cannon like the one above? The shopkeeper appeared to be a charming middle-aged man. However, Yin Qingyu merely repeated what Hua she had told her. A portable energy cannon. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's expression changed, but he quickly welcomed Yin Qingyu with a smile. Of course, we have them, but generally, energy cannons are only bought from mechas. There are portable energy cannons available, but they require a lot of physical strength to carry. So generally, individual soldiers rarely use energy cannons. You can take a look. These are all energy cannons that women can use. Do any of them have 2,000 power? How is that possible? An energy cannon for humans can't have such high power. What about energy stones? The shopkeeper decisively rejected the idea, making Yin Qingyu give up on the thought of directly buying an energy cannon. Looks like I have to find Huaxi after all. After buying the best energy stones, Yin Qingyu found that her star coins were running low. She didn't waste too much time and went straight to Huaxi's dormitory. When Huaxi opened the door and saw Yin Qingyu, a smile appeared on his face. Yin Qingyu trusted him more. Or perhaps it was because she couldn't find any better options. Let me see your blueprint. As soon as she entered, Yin Qingyu asked Huaxi. Huaxi didn't hesitate and turned to hand the blueprint to Yin Qingyu. It's not that it can't be made. It's just that 2,000 power is rarely needed by individuals. And the impact is too great, which might cause them to not be able to handle it. Ultimately, it was just that the market demand was low. So it wasn't sold at all. Yin Qingyu felt relieved to let Huaxi make it. But you only have today. I have to compete tomorrow. After receiving the energy stones, Huaxi happily nodded at Yin Qingyu. He really enjoyed making these things, but nobody appreciated them. Only Yin Qingyu dared to trust his skills. Don't worry, just gonna pick it up in the morning. She confidently replied to Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu turned and returned to her dormitory. Once in the dormitory, Yin Qingyu first checked the items in her space. Her sword was still placed in the space. However, relying solely on the sword to compete against a mecha had already been tried by Yin Qingyu. Although it was feasible, the vibrations on her hands were too intense. But if she used her internal energy, it was fine from a distance. But if close to the mecha, the sword itself would also suffer some damage. Yin Qingyu was unwilling. Therefore, her plan was to make the potions she was once most skilled at. Corrosive agents were originally meant to corrode human bodies, but it seems they work even better on mechas. Yin Qingyu placed the mecha of Tusi, which she had secretly taken last time, into the corrosive agent. Good. The mecha seems to be reacting strongly to this herb, and in no time, it was almost completely dissolved. Chapter 41. Competition with Zhang Yi. After Yin Qingyu finished her work, the sky was already dimly lit. She tidied up her room and headed towards Huaxi's dormitory. Huaxi opened the door quickly, looking like Yin T slept all night. Look, Yin Qingyu was a bit surprised to see this small energy cannon. 2,000? So small? She remembered the picture the man in the shop showed her. Even the energy cannons for girls were much thicker than this. Well, she looked quite proud. That's right. This is my design. Don't be fooled by its small size. But its performance is quite good. Huaxi merely compressed the energy, but the power is definitely there. Yin Qingyu didn't say much, but she was ready to leave with the energy cannon. Then they both stepped out together. Is it your weapon at your waist? What kind of weapon is that? Huaxi had seen Yin Qingyu's competition with Tusi on the Star Network. He saw that she defeated Tusi's mecha using just this weapon. What exactly is this weapon? A sword? Cheap. Huaxi was a bit confused, but didn't voice his questions. Hopefully, this cheap thing will also be useful later. Yin Qingyu nodded, but didn't say anything more. There was no need to elaborate. She could see how many people were gathered to watch. After all, Zhang Yi had a reputation, and many people knew Yan Qingyu through their previous competitions. The battle between a soldier and a mecha master. Almost the entire school came to watch. Even the principal and quite a few others came to observe. Looking at it this way, the large competition platform in the middle seemed a lot smaller. There were really a lot of onlookers. Hua, she casually remarked, but he didn't express any dissatisfaction. After all, it was a duel between a soldier and a mecha master, so it was normal for many people to be attracted. Yan Qingyu walked to the edge of the platform, where Yiju was already waiting for her. Yiju glanced at the energy cannon in Yan Qingyu's hand, and then at Hua, she's standing beside her, and he understood why Yan Qingyu was late. Prepare well. Even if you lose, it's fine. Yiju first comforted Yan Qingyu. After all, even if she could beat him, it didn't mean she could win against a mecha. Yan Qingyu nodded, clearly not taking Yiju's words to heart. In her view, this was just a good experiment, and the best test subject was Zhang Yi, so why not? Guyu didn't come. They were all in Zhe Li's hospital room watching over him. Yi stood aside, smiling at Yan Qingyu. Go for it, Qingyu. Yan Qingyu pulled the corners of her mouth and shifted her gaze away. Soon, it was time for her to go on stage. She heard the cheers as Zhang Yi took the stage. As a mecha master, he had the support of the mecha department and the mecha manufacturing department, and the cheers resonated throughout the school. Yan Qingyu, on the other hand, was much more low-key when she took the stage. Zhang Yi's mecha was gray, and the gloss on it showed how much he cherished this hard-earned mecha. Classmate Qingyu, I know my physical ability isn't up to par, so I can only rely on my mecha. This is just a small spar, and I hope you can give it your all. I will offer you some advice. Zhang Yi's words were quite green tea-like. Since it was just a small spar, why did he want Yan Qingyu to go all out? It implied that he could take it easy while she had to give her best. However, Yan Qingyu merely chuckled and didn't expose Zhang Yi's little scheme. We don't need to hold back. Just use our full strength. Otherwise, people might say I'm bullying you. When Yan Qingyu said the last sentence, her expression suddenly became emotionless. Zhang Yi was taken aback, looking at Yan Qingyu's dark eyes staring at him, feeling a surge of anger. All right, then I'll fight with classmate Yan Qingyu with all my strength. Full strength, huh? He originally wanted to give Yan Qingyu some face, but since it was like this, Zhang Yi felt there was no need to be polite. Yan Qingyu slightly curled her lips. Zhang Yi's mecha jumped up, and the blade in its hand swung down. Yan Qingyu swiftly drew her sword from her waist. The large knife of the mecha clashed with Yan Qingyu's slender sword, but strangely, Yan Qingyu's sword showed no signs of damage. After a brief clash, they separated. Yan Qingyu's figure looked particularly petite against the towering backdrop, but precisely because of this, Yan Qingyu's speed and strength could rival Zhang Yi's mecha. At first, Zhang Yi was still indifferent, but as the battle progressed, Yan Qingyu's offensive increasingly startled him. Is this really a soldier? She has simply a presence more terrifying than Yiju. The two fought fiercely for several rounds, and Zhang Yi transformed the knife in his hand into an energy cannon, aiming its massive barrel at Yan Qingyu for a shot. However, Yan Qingyu's speed was extremely fast, quickly dodging Zhang Yi's cannon fire, but Zhang Yi's experience was clearly much richer than 2CS. His attacks didn't stop but continuously targeted Yan Qingyu's trajectory. The scene was thrilling, no matter how fast Yan Qingyu was. She barely managed to graze past the energy cannon, almost getting hit. After running a lap around the arena, Yan Qingyu suddenly leaped and reached the same height as the eyes of Zhang Yi's mecha. However, Zhang Yi's mecha quickly aimed its energy cannon at Yan Qingyu. Yan Qingyu directly activated the energy cannon in her hand. She indeed lacked spiritual power, so she had to operate the energy cannon's switch herself. Compared to Zhang Yi's speed, it would be a bit slower. But Yan Qingyu's figure didn't fall. She actually soared over the top of Zhang Yi's mecha. The energy cannon was aimed directly at the head of Zhang Yi's mecha. Boom! The power of the two energy cannons was enough to shake the arena. The people around the competition platform were already stunned. What kind of operation is this? How did she jump without a point of support and not touch the ground? In a moment, the smoke on the platform cleared significantly. However, both the individual and the mecha had clearly already entered combat mode. Yan Qingyu's energy cannon actually knocked out Zhang Yi's energy cannon. Huashi smiled happily. He said his mecha crafting ability was definitely not a problem. Without the energy cannon, Zhang Yi obediently engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Yin Qingyu. However, even without using the energy cannon, Zhang Yi still couldn't gain any advantage over Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu began to change her movements, holding the long sword tightly in her hand. It seemed like nothing, but in reality, Yin Qingyu's sweat had already trickled down her cheeks, and she was breathing heavily. With a leap, Yin Qingyu made several slashes on Zhang Yi's mecha. Zhang Yi lifted the leg of his mecha, trying to kick Yin Qingyu away. But Yin Qingyu seized this opportunity to channel her inner strength into the sword, thrusting it directly down, piercing the leg of Zhang Yi's mecha, and twisting the sword a few times, causing the mecha to lose balance with Yin Qingyu's movement. The mecha's leg broke. This was a high-level energy stone mecha, and it just broke like that. Zhang Yi's center of gravity became unstable and relying on one leg. He could not move flexibly at all. Meanwhile, Yin Qingyu directly circled to the other leg of the mecha and imitated her previous action, breaking the other leg as well. Zhang Yi's mech fell straight to the ground. Chapter 42. Fame reaches capital star. Yin Qingyu's hands trembled a bit, but her movements didn't stop. She leaped from the mech's foot to its chest. Yin Qingyu gathered her strength and stabbed her sword directly into the mech's chest. However, Zhang Yi still didn't come out. Yin Qingyu, Zhang Yi, controlling the mech, tried to grab Yin Qingyu, but unfortunately, her movements were extremely quick, dodging Zhang Yi's attack. Yin Qingyu returned to the mech once again. This time, her hands didn't pause. She quickly took out a bottle and poured the solution over the mech before drawing her sword and jumping down. Only Zhang Yi's immobilized mech was left lying on the ground. It doesn't matter. If he doesn't come out, he won't. Yin Qingyu would make him come out. Fighting with a mech felt different from dealing with 2C. Using internal power to deal with Zhang Yi was quite strenuous. She was a solo fighter, after all, and had to fight against a real person. The spectators were somewhat confused. What was in that bottle just now? Could it be a drug? They heard that Yin Qingyu was particularly good at using drugs. So, what effect did it have on the mech? However, they didn't need to speculate too much. Soon, they saw what kind of drug Yin Qingyu had used. The mech was dissolving. This was a mech that might not even be damaged in a fight against insect beasts. It was actually dissolved just like that. Yin Qingyu. Zhang Yi's voice was now somewhat mournful. Inside the mech, he naturally felt something was wrong, and upon closer inspection, he discovered that the chest of the mech was beginning to dissolve. How could this happen? Zhang Yi's screams didn't last long. Before long, the chest of the mech had dissolved down to the control room. Zhang Yi wasn't sure about the power of this potion and still retreated from the mech. Yin Qingyu, covered in sweat, looked at Zhang Yi as he emerged, the corners of her mouth lifting in a smile, accompanied by a slight breathlessness. Finally, you came out. I thought I would have to wait until the potion corroded your body before you'd be willing to come out. Corrode. It was clearly a huge competition arena, yet Yin Qingyu's voice could be heard clearly throughout the entire venue. Aside from the two on stage, no one else spoke. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth and glared at Yin Qingyu. Vicious woman. However, Yin Qingyu didn't give him more opportunities and directly kicked Zhang Yi in the face, sending him flying. Zhang Yi's mind was momentarily dazed, but he quickly sat up. His gaze towards Yin Qingyu turned venomous. However, Yin Qingyu clearly didn't care what Zhang Yi wanted to do. She swiftly moved in front of him. Zhang Yi hurriedly dodged to the side and pushed off the ground. Unfortunately, Yin Qingyu's foot firmly stepped on his foot. Zhang Yi couldn't move and could only endure a punch from Yin Qingyu. But then countless punches rained down on his face. Yin Qingyu seemed somewhat tired from the beating and kicked Zhang Yi in the abdomen, sending him flying. At this moment, Zhang Yi's face was already swollen, his hair disheveled, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood while holding his stomach. Yin Qingyu wiped the sweat from her forehead and stood in front of Zhang Yi, looking down at him. Zhang Yi's gaze was somewhat dazed. He had been defeated by a solo fighter, and a low-grade female solo fighter at that. The mech he was most proud of had been defeated by Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu slightly parted her red lips. Strength and weakness are determined by power, not by being a mech master. Underestimating the enemy can also be fatal. She had only fought against 2 mech masters, but she understood their temperaments very clearly. Arrogance. Did they think that mechs could defeat everyone? Don't forget that mechs were also invented by humans. After saying this, Yan Qingyu didn't look at Zhang Yi again and left. This astonishing strength and remarkable words. Yan Qingyu's statements and this battle were all uploaded to the Star Network. People from 250 planets were going crazy sharing and watching it, as the title was indeed very eye-catching. Low-grade female solo fighter defeats mech master instructor. Furthermore, people from other planets kept sharing it, and it quickly became a sensation even on Capital Star. What the hell? This mech master is too weak. He clearly embarrassed the mech masters, unable to defeat even a solo fighter. Dimu's face was full of dissatisfaction. He thought it was going to be explosive news. He didn't expect to see such trash. No, look at this woman. Leo was somewhat exhausted. He had clearly wanted them to focus on this woman. Dimu carefully looked at the news again. The woman was indeed very beautiful, with black hair and black eyes, and fair skin. She looked petite and cute. But don't even think about it. Such a woman could never be accepted by your family. Dimu unhesitatingly shattered Leo's fantasies. How could people like them ever be with someone of such low genetic quality? The offspring would definitely have severe genetic diseases. Leo's face darkened. Is this what you meant? Huizi, look at this woman. This is the person I rescued with Yun E on 250 planets last time. Only then did Dimu show some interest. So this is the woman that Yun E has taken a liking to? In terms of appearance, she is quite good, but her strength is not very outstanding, right? I don't know. This woman seems very strange. We found her in the energy mine, and after Yun E rescued her, she only drank a bottle of nutrient solution and was able to walk. Moreover, Yun E has been talking about her since he returned, and now he has gone directly to 250 planets. If you ask Leo, he doesn't know what the situation is either, but he is indeed curious about Yan Qingyu. So it's the place where you bought that jade pendant? Hearing this, Dimu remembered. The calming ability of that jade pendant was quite good. The Lei family later directly gave it to the leader. Huizi's gray eyes moved slightly, finally landing on Yan Qingyu's fair face. She should be special. Huizi only said one sentence, but both of them inexplicably believed his words. Where's she special? I don't know. Anyway, she is very special. The two of them. After Yan Qingyu's battle ended, she went back to take a shower. Sitting in a chair, she bandaged her hidden wounds. Perhaps facing such high-level mech masters was somewhat strenuous. If it weren't for Hua, Shi's energy cannon, relying solely on her strength, would have likely resulted in serious injuries. However, this time she gained a better understanding of her own strength. She didn't want to completely fall into a passive state. If her internal power could fully recover, would it be less difficult to deal with mech masters? This question remains unknown. However, this wave should end, and she could have a good rest without anyone bothering her. She even learned a lot from the two mech masters. Yan Qingyu didn't feel that she had wasted her time. Taking out an apple, Yan Qingyu began to munch on it. Halfway through, she suddenly remembered Zhe Li, who was still in the medical room. Yan Qingyu looked at the fruit in her hand, then opened her light brain to check for the availability of fruits. Fortunately, there were still quite a few artificial fruits in this era. Without any burden, Yan Qingyu took out a good number of fruits and placed them in a basket as she walked toward the medical room. Patients should eat more vitamin-rich foods. When Yan Qingyu arrived at the lobby of the medical room, she unexpectedly encountered Wu Du again. He was still standing next to the free medical machine. Upon seeing Yan Qingyu, Wu Du lowered his eyelashes. Are you okay now? Yan Qingyu roughly knew that if Wu Du used her medicine, he should be fine today. At least it wouldn't hurt anymore. Thank you. Wu Du pinched the bottle in his hand but still didn't take it out. Looking at Wu Du standing in place, Yan Qingyu didn't think too much and directly pulled him into Zili's room. Wu Du stared blankly at Yan Qingyu holding his hand until they entered Zili's room. Then he came back to his senses. Qingyu, you actually brought a man over. Zili exclaimed in surprise, but when he saw who Yan Qingyu was holding, his voice fell flat. Oh my God, has she started dating so soon? Chapter 43, Discovering Yan Qingyu shot Zili an annoyed glance. What are you talking about? Without hesitation, she pulled Wu Du to sit on a chair. Let me introduce you. This is Wu Du, the one I competed with last time. His strength is impressive. That is Zili, my friend from the same class, who is still recovering from an injury. Yan Qingyu briefly introduced the two and then asked Zili to extend his hand. Zili offered his hand, but his gaze kept fixated on Wu. Do what's going on? Yan Qingyu actually praises someone as strong? Could it be that this person is really impressive? After checking Zili's pulse, Yan Qingyu nodded in satisfaction. A single soldier's physical quality is indeed good, even with Zili's injury. His self-healing ability has almost resolved the issue. After checking Zili's pulse, she turned to check Wu Du's. At first, Wu Du tried to retract his hand, but soon he settled down, nervously watching Yan Qingyu's hand resting on his. These hands are completely different from his. His hands are large, while Yan Qingyu's are small and fair. They might only be slightly larger than his palm. Both of your internal bodies are fine, but you need to replenish some energy. Don't overexert yourselves recently to avoid straining your wounds. Zili obediently nodded, while Wu Du blinked, remaining silent. Yan Qingyu took out the fruits from the basket and handed each of them an apple. Eat up, I've washed them. Of course, she didn't wash them with the water they bathed in. That water definitely wasn't safe to drink. Yan Qingyu used the spirit spring from her space to wash them. Zili looked at the bright red apple without any expression of joy. Qingyu, next time just come over directly. No need to buy these things. Yan Qingyu turned to him. Oh, you, who can consume 4 bottles of nutrient solution a day, are saying this? Don't like it? Yan Qingyu quickly identified the problem, but she didn't plan to force it. If there were no apples, there were grapes and other fruits. However, Zili hurriedly denied it. No way. I like everything you send, Qingyu, but how much did you spend on this? Yan Qingyu raised her eyebrows and straightforwardly told Zili not to worry about the price. Just eat quickly. Wu Du didn't think too much and took a big bite of the apple. Zili watched, swallowing hard. What a tough guy. He can eat such a sour thing. Zili had eaten apples before. As a child, he had some fantasies about them, but after tasting them, he gave up that notion. Is it good? Yan Qingyu asked with a smile, watching Wu Du devour the apple. Very sweet, thank you. You're welcome. You are the most satisfying opponent I have encountered so far. There was no arrogance in his words, and he would not underestimate his opponent. When he said he would give his all, he meant it. Yan Qingyu enjoyed sparring with such opponents, even though Wu Du's strength was not comparable to Yiju's. Wu Du nodded slowly and then told Yan Qingyu he was leaving. Yan Qingyu didn't try to keep him, giving him another apple before letting him go. Zili stared blankly at the scene before him. What's going on? He just got injured. What on earth happened? Yan Qingyu's relationship with Wu Du seemed to have improved instantly. Back then, he had to cling to Yan Qingyu for a long time just to get her to acknowledge him a bit. Aren't you going to eat? Yan Qingyu turned back and asked Zili, who was still in a daze. Zili snapped back to reality and smiled at Yan Qingyu. Forget it, if it's sour. It's sour. Zili closed his eyes and took a bite of the apple. Huh, sweet. Zili took another bite, and indeed it was sweet. Qingyu, where did you buy this? So sweet. Finally not sour. Has the era progressed to the point of developing non-sour fruits? Zili chatted while eating, completely oblivious to Yan Qingyu's odd expression. Oh, are the others sour? Yan Qingyu casually asked. Zili nodded wildly in delight. So delicious. This is the best fruit I've ever eaten. Zili didn't notice Yan Qingyu's unease and started eating other fruits. Yan Qingyu's expression darkened, but she planned to wait until Zili finished eating before leaving. However, Zili grabbed her hand. The store name. Yan Qingyu smiled faintly. No, it's a secret. If you want to eat it again, just ask next time. Without any mercy, Yan Qingyu walked away. It was already dark, and she planned to stay in the dormitory since there was nothing else to do. He was still reporting the information he had obtained to the leader and then learned that news about Yan Qingyu had already spread to the capital star. Leader, what should we do? Don't worry, it's just a small matter. How could Yini not worry? The more people who knew about Yan Qingyu, the more likely it was that she would be in danger. He pulled up Yan Qingyu's information to take a closer look and found that there hadn't been any significant changes. But how could a level 4 soldier defeat an experienced mecha engineer? Both had external assistance, but it was rare to see someone able to beat a mecha engineer to such an extent. Oh, you're looking at my data. The strange voice startled Yini. He looked back in surprise. Yan Qingyu was standing behind him, curiously looking at her own data on the screen. This was her physical data, but Yin Yi's hand trembled. When did Yan Qingyu come to his side? Yin Qingyu seemed to understand his confusion, pulling back a bit of distance and looking at Yun Yi with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Yun Yi, Onsai. Even if you change your name, you're still so shy about it. It's quite funny. Yin Qingyu sat down on a chair in the room, gesturing for Yun Yi to sit as well. Yun Yi swallowed hard and obediently sat down across from Yin Qingyu. How did you get in? Yun Yi's voice was a bit shaky. He truly didn't understand why he hadn't noticed at all. Oh, wasn't it just opening a door? It's not hard. Yin Qingyu suddenly closed the distance between them, her smile vanishing. But I want to ask you, what is your purpose in getting close to me? What do you want to get from me? No matter what he wanted, Yin Qingyu would never satisfy Yun Yi. Being a doctor was a profession that evoked both admiration and disgust. For a monster like Yin Qingyu, who had lived to this point, that was even more so. Yun Yi met Yin Qingyu's dark eyes. When did you find out about me? Yin Qingyu narrowed her eyes impatiently. I felt something was off from the beginning, but it's my turn to ask questions, right? Yin Qingyu didn't intend to elaborate on this. What she wanted to know more was why this man had returned. Yun Yi lowered his gaze. Because your cells are very active, they don't seem to match the genes of people from our era. I wanted to know if you came from another world, so I came to investigate you. Yun Yi honestly confessed. Yin Qingyu's expression finally showed some annoyance. Huh, you guys have managed to retain quite a bit of vocabulary. Just a bunch of strange words. You even know words like time travel. Yun Yi was shocked and raised her head upon hearing Yin Qingyu's words. Are you really? Huh, does my relationship with you matter that much? I warn you, don't try to set your sights on me. Yin Qingyu's face was full of threats. Unfortunately, Yin Yi really didn't understand the hints. But your cells are very active. It's possible we can work based on your cells. This is why I hate doctors. They want others to give everything while they themselves give nothing. Right? My body is my own business, but you? You have no right. Yin Qingyu stood up, her face already cold. Indeed, no matter how much time passes, humanity remains as greedy and shameless as ever. This person still thinks she came from another world. And if they knew her secret of immortality, wouldn't they want even more? Having seen too many greedy people, Yin Qingyu felt disgusted again when she encountered such a person in the stars. Tell the people behind you not to try to catch my attention. The consequences are not something you can bear. Yin Qingyu knew that if Yun Yi really wanted to find her, he might have shown his true self from the beginning. But he hadn't, and even deliberately approached her. This was enough to indicate that he had support from others. This was also the reason why Yin Qingyu did not intend to kill Yun Yi to keep her secret. Chapter 44. Li Lin contracted a strange illness. Yin Qingyu left, while Yun Yi remained stunned in place. After a long while, he finally noticed the information on the light brain. Chief, I have been discovered. It hasn't even been a year or even a month, and I've been found out just like this. The chief's mechanical voice had changed slightly, revealing a hint of joy. She's very smart. Yin, he doesn't have to worry too much. This is good. Just clarify the relationship. Ask her if she wants to leave together. We won't harm her. The conversation between Yun Yi and Yin Qingyu was fully recorded by the chief. After hearing Yin Qingyu's words, it was clear that she was worried about something. It seems this is the reason she doesn't want to expose her identity. Their connection was quickly cut off. However, Yin Yi was still pondering why this was happening. How exactly was he discovered? And what should he do after being found out? Yin Qingyu returned to her dormitory, took a shower, and sat on her bed eating snacks. She thought about her conversation with Yun Yi throughout her meal. She hadn't known from the start that Yun Yi was Yu Yi, but his deliberate approach did make her very cautious. From this alias, she had a slight suspicion. However, she truly realized that Yun Yi was Yu Yi because of the medicine. If Yun Yi is Yu Yi, as a doctor, the most important thing should be the medicine, right? It was clear that Yun Yi had checked her information here and knew she could make medicine. So she didn't hide her medical skills in front of Yun Yi at all. She even gave Wu Du a bottle of medicine in front of him. Yun Yi's eyes were not right when he looked at the medicine. Even though he said he was very interested in medicine, that obsessive gaze, that eager desire to understand, made Yin Qingyu realize that something was off with Yun Yi. But during this period, she was indeed very busy and had no way to confirm it. Until tonight, uncertain about Yun Yi's strength, Yin Qingyu even used lightness skill to enter, even shattering the door lock with her internal power. However, It was fortunate that she immediately saw evidence that Yu-E was Yun-E. Only Yun-E, the person who saved her at the beginning, would know her complete body data. However, Yin Qingyu lowered her eyes. Fortunately, Yun-E and the people behind him only thought she came from another world. When he said her cells were very active, Yin Qingyu couldn't help but smile sarcastically. Who knows if this person wants to capture her for dissection or breeding? But who could be behind Yun-E? Yin Qingyu frowned. Forget it. No matter who it is, if they dare to force her, even if she has to fight to the death, she won't let them have their way. With this thought, Yin Qingyu closed her eyes. Yin Qingyu became famous after a battle. Even when walking in school, she could feel various gazes upon her. However, she was not troubled by this. Every day, she walked through the school calmly and composedly. However, her visits to the virtual arena were quite regular. Yin Qingyu wanted to graduate and leave from here since she already knew quite a bit about this era. She had even fought with mecha engineers and had a fairly accurate understanding of her own strength. Lightfeather, have you heard? Li Lin seems to have contracted some strange illness. It's a very weird disease. It's not a mental power outbreak, but it's very strange in terms of its symptoms. Yin Qingyu didn't answer, her eyelashes fluttering. Of course, she knew what was going on. Wasn't this the medicine she had created? It took her a long time to make this medicine. To avoid bringing herself any bad reputation, Yin Qingyu was very careful in her preparation. However, he deserves it. He probably is going to die now. Qi Shu calmly replied, directly scaring Zhe Li in place. Is he going to die? It was hard to imagine that just recently they were competing, and now he had contracted a strange illness, even facing death. That's right, so Lightfeather and Zhe Li, you two need to go to the medical room today. We don't know if this strange illness is contagious. You two had close contact with him, so you must go for a checkup. Yu interrupted the conversation of the three. After saying this, Zhe Li's face turned even paler. It's over, Lightfeather, I'm sorry. If it weren't for him losing so badly, you wouldn't have fought with Li Lin. The most detestable thing is that Li Lin actually contracted some disease. Zhe Li's pitiful appearance made Yin Qingyu laugh. As soon as she smiled, Zhe Li eagerly leaned over. Lightfeather, you look great when you smile. You should smile more often. Yin Qingyu indeed looked great when she smiled. With her youthful face, she looked incredibly cute when smiling. Unfortunately, Yin Qingyu usually had a wooden expression. All right, let's go check up. Right. Lightfeather, do you want to get a suppression shot? Zhe Li thought that she hadn't gone for it since she got sick, but the mecha engineers and the mecha manufacturing department should have had theirs by now. So going now would be just right. Yin Qingyu blinked. Zhe Li automatically continued. The suppression shot is the medicine that suppresses our mental power outbreaks. Otherwise, it can be quite scary when the mental power goes wild. We basically take it once a month, but someone at Bayu's level might need to take it even more frequently. After all, on Planet 250, the suppression shots used are not the best. And for someone like Bayu, who has a unique level 3 mental power, the suppression shots here might not control him well. Yin Qingyu smiled. I've never taken a suppression shot, but we can go together. Since Yin Qingyu didn't have mental power, she didn't need to take any suppression shots. However, when Zhe Li heard this, the smile on his face froze. Sorry, but we're individual soldiers, so mental power isn't that important. What a joke. A decent individual soldier wouldn't use mental power to attack, and mecha engineers wouldn't use mental power to attack them either. But people like Li Lei, who relied on their high mental power to try to suppress Yin Qingyu, were not uncommon. Moreover, insect beasts could also disrupt their mental power and attack them mentally. Due to the low level of mental strength, individual soldiers generally do not engage in direct combat on the battlefield and only provide support. However, Zhe Li couldn't help but sigh at someone like Yin Qingyu, who didn't even have a rank. Yin Qingyu nodded, but did not intend to tell Zhe Li that she had no mental strength. After all, having low mental strength could still be explained, but having no mental strength at all was indeed strange. The two went to the infirmary right after class, and since they were in a potentially contagious state, Qi Shu could not join them. Once they arrived at the infirmary, they were placed in a separate room. Yin Qingyu was not particularly surprised when she saw Yun-E in the room. Yun-E had already regained his original appearance, and was even the doctor attending to Li Lin this time. I thought you would have listened to me and left by now. You are quite stubborn, Yin Qingyu said, her smile fading slightly. Chapter 45. Killing matters, Yun. He looked at Yin Qingyu with a strange expression. I have no ill intentions towards you. Upon hearing this, Yin Qingyu's expression darkened completely. I just want to ask you, do you want to come with me to the capital star? There, you will receive the best protection, and you can live a good life without all this hardship. Yin thought this was something a girl should appreciate. Yin Qingyu gave Yun a disdainful glance. Oh, is it not about imprisoning me and benefiting from me instead? Sounds better than it is. But deep down, Yin Qingyu felt her guess was not wrong. Yun Yi Po said, I won't imprison you. If you don't want to, I cannot touch your body. The leader prohibits human experimentation. Well, I don't want to go with you, no matter what you say. But if you don't go, you will really be in danger. Your clothing, your oddities, and the difficulty of adapting to interstellar life are all problematic. Danger? Yin Qingyu didn't quite understand. Wasn't he the biggest danger? He seemed to understand the mockery in Yin Qingyu's eyes and continued to explain. You should have seen the reports about the insect beasts gaining consciousness. This is not a baseless rumor. The insect beasts have been targeting us humans for a long time. If they discover your existence, they will definitely destroy you. We're just worried about your safety. Yin Qingyu was aware of this, but replied, Can I still be discovered here? Yin Yi's expression became serious. You may not know, but your video has gone viral in the interstellar community. If someone with ulterior motives comes to investigate you, they will notice your differences. Yin Qingyu furrowed her brows tightly. She realized she hadn't hidden well enough, or perhaps she had exposed herself too early. However, she was not easily intimidated. Oh, whatever, let the insect bees come. They better pray they can defeat me. Otherwise, they can't take me away. She had no intention of leaving with Yun Yi, who knew what he was up to. Yun Yi became anxious upon hearing this. He didn't expect Yin Qingyu to be so unafraid of the insect beasts. Do you know how terrifying intelligent insect beasts can be? Yin Qingyu fixed her gaze directly on Yun Yi. But do you know that sometimes a person can be even more terrifying? The malice of insect beasts may be direct, but humans often prefer to hide behind a facade of hypocrisy to lower others' guard. Yun Yi was momentarily speechless, falling silent for a while. So, did you do something to Li Lin? Yun Yi's hands trembled. He couldn't believe Yin Qingyu could actually commit such a murderous act. Yin Qingyu was taken aback by the question, but then laughed. Hey, do you have any evidence? I haven't even met him since our duel, and he wasn't sick during our match. Besides, did anyone see me drugging him? Zili threw a bottle of medicine. Yun Yi said as calmly as possible, Oh, so what if you threw the medicine? Didn't he undergo a physical examination after the match? And tell me, what kind of medicine could take effect only today? Indeed, what Yin Qingyu had given Zili was a bottle of sedative, which could have been sprinkled on Li Lin. Unfortunately, she only managed to sprinkle a little before Li Lin knocked it away. Li Lin had undergone a physical examination immediately afterward, and his body showed no abnormalities. Yin Yi bit his lip, but still didn't know what to say. Clearly, this matter was inextricably linked to Yin Qingyu, but there was no evidence. He felt like he was going to die if he continued like this. Are you planning to treat him? Yin Yi still didn't give up. However, Yin Qingyu showed no extra expression. Oh, if he dies, so be it. I'm not a professional doctor, and we have enmity between us. It's not suitable for me to treat him. So once the examination is done, can I leave? Yin Qingyu's indifferent words chilled Yun Yi's heart. He looked at Yin Qingyu in disbelief. As a doctor, he could not understand Yin Qingyu's perspective of not saving someone. They both knew that this illness was definitely caused by Yin Qingyu. After Yin Qingyu finished testing with the diagnostic equipment, she turned and left, ignoring the dazed Yun Yi in the room. She and Zili had no issues, but they inevitably ran into Li Lei on the way out. Li Lei looked at them as if he wanted to skin them alive. Zili found it strange, and Yin Qingyu didn't even glance at him. Was this you? Li Lei blocked Yin Qingyu, and the situation was something even doctors from the Capital Star had never witnessed. Li Lei couldn't help but think of Yin Qingyu's methods. However, Yin Qingyu looked at him with disdain. Bring out the evidence. Without evidence, it's just slander. Yin Qingyu and Zili walked straight past him. Li Lei was left behind, pained as he looked at the infirmary. He regretted not provoking Yin Qingyu no matter what. He had no evidence, and no one could link this matter to Yin Qingyu. Yun Yi struggled for a long time, but eventually found a way to break the situation. Unfortunately, Li Lin was now a paralyzed wreck. His skin was covered with large patches of wounds, all from his own scratching. Li Lin dropped out of school, and even Zhang Yi, after getting his mecha repaired and returned, also withdrew from the instructor position and focused entirely on returning to the battlefield. Yan Qingyu's little life finally began to develop in the direction she liked. Quick, kill him. Yan Qingyu was stopped by this shout as she passed by. Kill him? Didn't they say not to kill? Driven by curiosity, Yan Qingyu squeezed in to take a look. However, standing in the middle was a familiar face, Wu Du at this moment. Wu Du had completely lost the cold demeanor he had when they first met. Now he had disheveled hair, bloodshot eyes, and an expression that seemed to be staring at nothing. However, his mental state clearly appeared off. Yan Qingyu frowned slightly, but did not move. Kill him. His mental strength is in turmoil. The voices around grew louder. Yet, even so, not a single person opposed this in the surrounding crowd. A group of people moved closer to Wu Du, weapons in hand, ready to strike, but Wu Du dodged with a swift motion. The turmoil of mental strength only causes people to lose their rationality and not know what they are doing, but it significantly boosts their combat ability. Wu Du moved swiftly, and the crowd couldn't catch him. Just use an energy gun to kill him. But we don't have guns. Right? They're students. Even though they might become part of the military in the future, they wouldn't have weapons now. Yan Qingyu realized the seriousness of the situation upon hearing this. She quickly moved behind Wu Du and struck him down with a palm, knocking him unconscious. Then she directly carried Wu Du to the infirmary. As for the people standing still, they were dumbfounded watching this scene. This is a psychic energy riot? He actually knocked someone out with just one slap? Chapter 46 Meeting with the leader, Yan Qingyu, carried Wu Du to Yun Yi's side. It seemed to be a psychic energy riot. After Yan Qingyu finished speaking, Yun Yi's expression became serious, and he took Wu Du away from Yan Qingyu's sight. When Yun Yi came out again, Yan Qingyu easily noticed the fatigue on his face. Well, how could he not be tired? He managed to detoxify her poison in just a few days. His strength is not to be underestimated. Yan Qingyu didn't intend to say much more to Yun Yi. No matter what Yun Yi said, she wouldn't listen to him anyway. Wait, the leader said he wants to talk to you. The leader? Yan Qingyu's expression flashed with confusion. It seemed that the one directing Yun Yi was that strange leader. But want to talk to her? Yan Qingyu nodded. That's fine. It's just an online meeting. It won't affect her much. However, the key point is that knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Yan Qingyu should at least meet the person who has been spying on her for so long. Yun Yi opened the holographic computer, and a chair was projected in the dimly lit room. Yan Qingyu waited for a long time, but still didn't see the leader. Are you guys joking? The real person doesn't even come out? What's the point of meeting? Yun Yi looked at Yan Qingyu anxiously. One must not be disrespectful to the leader. The leader is inviolable. It's okay. Miss Yan, I'm right here. Yan Qingyu carefully observed the thing speaking on screen. It was a robot sitting in a chair. A robot, and one that looked extremely old. Yan Qingyu's expression was hard to describe. Oh, so after all this time, the human leader is actually a robot? Is this retribution? The robot has taken over humanity? Yun Yi's expression was somewhat grim, but he couldn't say much. No, Miss Yan, I'm just a consciousness inside the robot. My body is still frozen. Yan Qingyu raised her eyebrows upon hearing this. For the sake of longevity? No wonder they say this person has lived for over 300 years. The robot's voice remained unchanged. No, after I was ambushed, my body became unusable, so I could only stay here. The leader seemed completely unconcerned about this topic. Whatever Yan Qingyu asked, he answered truthfully. Oh, so you want to recover, right? What effect does my cells have on you? Yan Qingyu was quite clever. To let Yun Yi approach her like this, it must be for the leader's sake. My life doesn't matter. I've lived for a long time, and the current interstellar situation is quite good. Miss Yan, your cells are indeed very active. But we haven't yet figured out what effect your cells have on our interstellar people. I had Yun Yi come to find you to confirm your identity and to protect you. Leader. Before Yan Qingyu could say anything, Yun Yi became anxious. How can you say your life is not important? Without the leader, the interstellar realm would likely fall into chaos. Protect me? Protection without any ulterior motives? You are much better at talking than this man, but unfortunately, I am no longer the naive little girl I used to be. Yan Qingyu found it somewhat funny to say this. Clearly, her appearance was that of a child, but this statement coming from her lips seemed perfectly normal. Of course not. If you agree, we can use your cell samples. If you don't agree, then you can become an ordinary resident in the interstellar realm. That sounds tempting. I don't want to go to the capital star. I know, but the longer you wait, the more likely you are to be attacked by insect beasts. The reason so many talents are concentrated on capital star is not just because it is important, but because we must gather all talents together to avoid insect beast attacks. This is the source of the leader's worries. There are indeed talents on other planets, and there will always be one or two geniuses, but they are often killed by insect beasts before they can rise. Due to the significant impact of this situation, the leader has hidden it well. Only a few people know what is going on. However, Qingyu's video went viral in the interstellar realm, forcing the leader to ask Yi to stay here longer, and if possible, to bring Qingyu back to the capital star. Qingyu showed some changes upon hearing this. There are people with human faces and beast hearts. How do I know you're not deceiving me into going over? In fact, Qingyu believed most of it but still wanted a guarantee. After all, going to the capital star would mean entering their territory. We can sign an agreement. We won't force you to do anything. That won't work. Can't you just break the agreement if you want? An agreement? What does that piece of paper mean? How about this? I want to wait until I graduate to see. You shouldn't force me to go over now, right? Qingyu couldn't think of a better way for the time being and could only stall. Regardless of whether they were pretending to be good or something else, Qingyu planned to make more arrangements first. Okay, Yi will stay by your side to protect you. Just him? Qingyu glanced at Yi beside her. Yi's face turned a bit red. He was only skilled in medicine, not very strong in combat. No, there will be others coming. Be very careful. Insect beasts may be everywhere. After ending the conversation with the leader, Qingyu went with Yi to check on Wudu's situation. Fortunately, he wasn't in any serious trouble. Chapter 47 Guizi sets off. Qingyu looked at Wudu lying on the bed, clearly puzzled. Yi checked Wudu's condition. The psychic energy riot had stopped. Why not administer the suppression injection? Yi's question was quite strange. Are your suppression injections free? Of course not. The medicine required for the suppression injections is already in short supply. If you don't pay star coins, the interstellar realm will run out of money. Upon hearing this, Qingyu found the reason. Why not administer the suppression injection? It was obvious that it was due to lack of money. Wudu's situation didn't seem good. Considering he had to choose a free medical machine for treatment, he probably couldn't afford the star coins for the suppression injection. Yi also understood something at this moment and looked at Wudu with a hint of pity. Isn't a psychic energy riot fatal? Otherwise, how could the suppression injection cost money? Qingyu was well aware of how much this interstellar realm valued life. Yes, if it can't be controlled, it can directly kill on the spot. Qingyu truly didn't know how to judge this rule of the interstellar realm. If you say it is merciful, it is indeed merciful during fights, and they can't harm lives. But when it comes to an individual's psychic energy riot, if you don't have money, you have to die. Qingyu rolled her eyes, clearly showing her disdain for such practices. A psychic energy riot is not an ordinary illness. They often lose their rationality due to the riot and may harm others who are not rioting at any moment. Therefore, they're harsher on those with psychic energy riots. Qingyu shook her head lightly. Fortunately, this person encountered her today. Otherwise, he would have definitely been eliminated. Have you had a suppression injection, Qingyu? He seemed to remember something and looked directly at Qingyu. Qingyu immediately understood what Yi was worried about when she saw the concern in his eyes. Didn't you find out when you examined me that I don't have any psychic energy at all? Yi did check Qingyu's information and even had contact with her several times. But he only thought that Qingyu was someone who had crossed over and that her mental power level might be too low to be detected, which is why she had no rank. Who would have thought that Qingyu would actually say she had no mental power? Yi frowned slightly, but his expression remained as serious as ever. No, she should be thoroughly examined. If she encounters someone else's mental power attack, it could harm her. People with very low mental power can easily fall into a mental breakdown with just a slight attack from someone with a bit higher mental power. Yi was not comfortable letting Qingyu leave like this. No need. I've already experienced the feeling of being attacked by mental power, Qingyu casually stated. She had only encountered one person who attacked her mental power since coming here, and that was Li Lei. However, she had never gone through evolution with those people. So how could she possibly have mental power? Yan Qingyu was very clear about this in her heart. What? Then do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Yan Qingyu looked at Yun Yi, who was nervous and couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Did he take her for a porcelain doll? She felt nothing at all. If it weren't for his teammates urging him to use mental power to attack, she probably wouldn't even have known she had been attacked. How could someone with no mental power be attacked by mental power? Use magic to defeat magic. Upon hearing this, Yun Yi's expression finally eased. But seeing someone with no mental power for the first time, his eyes were filled with expectation as he looked at Yan Qingyu. Yan Qingyu turned her head away without any reluctance. She certainly wouldn't let herself be studied by Yun Yi. Yun Yi lowered his head, feeling somewhat disappointed. However, he didn't say much. If Yan Qingyu was unwilling, he couldn't force her. When Wu Du woke up, he saw Yan Qingyu and Yun Yi in front of him. He still had some memory of his mental power breaking down. Did you save me? It didn't take much guessing to know who brought him here. Yan Qingyu was standing right in front of him. No, I just help others, she said. Save? I'm not that kind-hearted. Wu Du's eyelash fluttered. But he didn't say another word. Instead, Yun Yi's expression became somewhat serious. Your mental power level is at level 1, and your physical ability is at level 2, which is enough to be a mecha engineer. Why don't you do it? Although there are basic level lines for professional classification in the interstellar world, personal interests and hobbies are valued more, allowing you to choose your preferred major freely. But since this person doesn't even have money to buy suppressants, why did he still choose to be a solo soldier? Wu Du blinked, remaining silent. Yun Yi continued. If you become a mecha engineer, the monthly star coin subsidy will be much higher, and the prospects after graduation will be much better. So, it was indeed hard for Yun Yi to understand why Wu Du was unwilling to become a mecha engineer. What about mechas? Are they bought by oneself or provided by the interstellar? Yan Qingyu spoke indifferently, causing Yun Yi to close his mouth. Indeed, to be a mecha engineer, one must have a good mecha. The school only provides mechas for teaching. Outside of teaching, you can only use your own. Upon hearing Yan Qingyu's words, Wu Du's eyelashes moved. The three fell silent. Yan Qingyu and Yun Yi left Wu Du's room. Yan Qingyu didn't intend to say much to Yun Yi. She needed to go back and think about the amount of information she received today. When Huizi arrived at the commander's room, his cold demeanor finally showed some tension. Commander, have you heard that Yun Yi won a Planet 250? Yun Yi. A hint of confusion flashed through Huizi's mind, but he still nodded. Now I have something that I need to trouble you to take care of. How can I say it's a trouble? Huizi will do his best to complete the task. The tasks assigned by the commander must be significant. He must complete them. When Huizi came out of the commander's room, his mind was still buzzing. Ancient humanity really did exist. His task was to protect that ancient human. The light in Huizi's eyes flickered, and he quickly went back to pack his bags and set off. After Dimu and Leo learned that Huizi had also left, their expressions were no longer calm. What exactly did the commander want them to do on Planet 250? Dimu's face showed a bit more solemnity. This matter seemed very important. Leo's expression also became serious. That planet must hold some unknown secrets. Yan Qingyu sat on her bed, contemplating the things she had heard today. Compared to the ugly insect beasts, she naturally leaned more towards humans. However, sometimes humans possess beautiful exteriors but have very vicious hearts. Therefore, she planned to observe for a while longer. She didn't intend to go to the capital star just yet. If there was no danger, she would stay here. After all, didn't the commander say he wouldn't make things difficult for her? With this thought, Yan Qingyu smiled meaningfully, hoping he truly thought so. Chapter 48. Huizi's protection. Yan Qingyu checked some deeper information. It really was well hidden. Indeed, Yan Qingyu found no information regarding the reason for the commander's injury. What could cause him to now only use a robotic body? Yan Qingyu was not someone who would sit idly by. Even if the commander said he wouldn't force her, what if he was just trying to lower her guard? If it came down to it, she would have to go to the capital star. But how could she better safeguard her rights before going? This was something Yan Qingyu pondered for a long time, but found it hard to come up with an answer. And one more thing, she was broke again. How could she be broke? How could she live without money? Only after experiencing the hardship of being broke did Yin Qingyu value money even more. No wonder Wu Du didn't want to become a mecha engineer. Just look at how much energy stone she had bought, which cost her more than half of her assets for just one energy cannon. Now, she only had a small amount of money left. She didn't even have enough to buy nutrient solution, so making money had to be put on the agenda. Yin Qingyu thought of the jade pendant she sold for the first time, but shook her head. Selling it once was enough. Selling it again would probably attract attention. What a hassle. The most important thing was that going out now was also very troublesome. If she wasn't careful, she could easily leave behind incriminating evidence. She had promised to be a beautiful and wealthy salted fish, but now she was only beautiful. She couldn't even manage to be a salted fish. Qingyu. The campus exchange meeting is about to start. Do you have a dress? Yin Qingyu frowned at the message from Zayli. What the hell is this? What campus exchange meeting? The campus exchange meeting is a social event for all students 1 month after the start of school. Interested parties might even find a life partner here. Got it, understood. It's just a gathering for single men and women. Who would have thought that this era would actually adopt that foreign custom? It has the pressure of hard work from Chinese culture and the relaxed and pleasant moments from the West. However, Yin Qingyu didn't plan to participate. Freshmen must attend. They really let them say whatever they want at first. Do you need to buy a dress? You can come over to order together. Buy? Yin Qingyu stared at this word for a long time. Given her figure, she indeed needed to order a dress here. Otherwise, she probably couldn't even fit into a second-hand one. Have you ordered it? Of course. It cost 300,000 star coins. This time he would definitely dazzle everyone. Zayli was secretly excited. Yin Qingyu's expression gradually turned ugly. 300,000 for a dress? I don't need it. I have my own preparations. After replying to Zayli, Yin Qingyu stopped talking. Just kidding. Buying a piece of clothing for 300,000 star coins that I wouldn't even wear outside. Yin Qingyu decisively searched the star net for the dresses needed for such exchange meetings. Taking a glance, it was just a simplified version of modern dresses. So there was no problem. Yin Qingyu loved collecting various things she liked the most when she was in the modern world. Being a woman, she couldn't resist beautiful clothes. She had a pile of dresses in her space. And naturally, anything that could fit into her space was top-notch. Yin Qingyu took a look at her space and gave up on the idea of buying a dress. Before the exchange meeting, what was more important was that Yin Qingyu met the person the leader mentioned. So, you are the one sent to protect me? Yin Qingyu looked at the cold, but obviously young man in front of her, her brows involuntarily furrowing. Was he sent to protect her, or to use his good looks on her? Yin Yi and Huizi were both from the capital star, and even their looks were much higher than the people on this planet. Yin Qingyu thought they looked like they came out of a painting. Yin Qingyu rubbed her forehead. By the way, what exactly have your genes evolved into? Each one of you looks like characters from a comic book, not all like real people. Huizi did not answer her, but Yin Yi's face flushed slightly. It was not hard to hear that Yin Qingyu was affirming their looks. Our genes are the best and very strong. The higher the strength of a person, the better the genes, and naturally, their appearance is superior. Yin Qingyu had already figured that out. Her gaze fixed on Huizi. Huizi stepped forward, his gray eyes lightly observing Yin Qingyu. Mental strength 5, physical ability 4. Mecha Master Huizi. Yin Qingyu raised an eyebrow at this concise introduction. No wonder he was sent here. Both mental strength and physical ability are in top condition. Yin Yi looked at Huizi's appearance and was very excited. Great. Qingyu, there is protection while you're considering this. Oh, that's pretty good. Such high strength should be able to protect her. But you can just conceal yourself and protect me. Only come out if there is danger. And don't worry about me if there is no danger. Yin Qingyu still felt she couldn't let her guard down with unfamiliar insect beasts. She couldn't be too careful, right? As for other times, no. Qingyu, you should let Huizi protect you closely. Yin Yi clearly disagreed with Yin Qingyu's suggestion. What if something goes wrong? Haha, you protecting me closely puts me in danger, and I don't like being monitored all the time. Monitoring. Yin Yi fell silent. To avoid misunderstandings, he felt it was better not to say much. Huizi, however, frowned slightly in displeasure. This woman is too confident. He had indeed watched videos of Yin Qingyu defeating mecha masters, but there's always a huge gap between different levels. Yin Qingyu might be considered good here, but that might not be the case in the capital star. However, women are always overly pretentious. Once something happens, they will regret it. But Huizi did not intend to let Yin Qingyu have any chance of getting into trouble. This was the task entrusted to him by the leader, and he should complete it. No, I want to protect you. No. Yin Qingyu's gaze turned back to Huizi. I don't need your protection. Just pay attention to whether any insect beasts appear around me. Besides, insect beasts shouldn't send any too strong ones to deal with me. At least not the first time. After all, based on her strength in the videos, she shouldn't be enough to make the insect beasts expend too much energy. Huizi's brows furrowed even tighter upon hearing this. Yin couldn't convince Yin Qingyu and couldn't put Huizi in a difficult position. So he just looked back and forth. Huizi did not immediately leave with Yin Qingyu. He and Yin went to have a meeting with the leader. She doesn't want me to protect her closely. Troublesome, tricky. This was Huizi's impression of Yin Qingyu. It seems that no matter the era, women are all so arrogant and unreasonable. Huizi's face turned even darker at the thought of the women from the capital star. The leader simply said after listening that Huizi could follow Yin Qingyu's instructions. Yunyi, what kind of person do you think Yin Qingyu is after spending so much time with her? What kind of person? Yunyi knew that the leader was prompting them to share information. A contradictory person. Although she is a girl, she acts very ruthlessly. Ruthless? To use that word to describe that woman just now? Huizi's gaze turned to Yun, noticing that Yun's expression had also changed a bit. A hint of discomfort appeared on his face. Even pain. Why does he have such an impression of Yin Qingyu? Huizi couldn't understand. Chapter 49 Pre-Exchange Meeting. Yun hadn't informed the leader about this yet, and the leader didn't have much time to focus on Yin Qingyu's changes. Therefore, after Yun finished speaking, there was an eerie silence in the room. She wants to kill? Huizi's face became serious. This matter indeed shocked him. Interstellar laws stipulate that humans cannot kill each other. That's right. The drug she used is hard to resolve. Even I can only preserve the person's life. Yin thought of this and couldn't help but pinch her clothes. This was a denial of his medical skills. His medical skills were not as good as Yin Qingyu's. Our ancestors had clear legal provisions. Killing is a crime. The leader recounted this fact. Killing is indeed a crime. Many of the current interstellar laws are actually adapted from ancient times, having been passed down for a long time. And a girl who grew up in a peaceful era actually thought of killing? This is somewhat irrational. Then Huizi, you might have to work hard. Be careful. The leader, considering the possibilities of Yin Qingyu's actions, still reminded Huizi to be careful. Huizi nodded in acknowledgement. The three of them seemed to throw this matter aside. Yun looked at Huizi in front of her and couldn't help but remind him once more. Be cautious. Never let Yin Qingyu's drug powder get close to you, and keep a certain distance. No traces of drug powder were found on Li Lin. Yun didn't know how Yin Qingyu managed it, but it made it even more necessary to be vigilant. Huizi's gaze deepened, and he nodded and left. He did not believe that Yin Qingyu could harm him. Each level of power is different. Yin Qingyu might pose some threat to the individual soldiers here, but he is someone who might not be affected by Yun's drugs. Huizi thought this was not a big problem. As for killing, Huizi had killed many insect beasts, and he did not believe that Yin Qingyu would really dare to kill someone. After finishing her training in the virtual arena, Yin Qingyu was packing up to leave when she saw some girls beside her. It was quite rare after staying here for so long. This was the first time she saw so many girls in the virtual arena. There was no way around it. The gender ratio in the interstellar world seemed to be somewhat unbalanced, and many women simply did not meet the admission standards. Even if they did, many were mecha manufacturers. The number of girls in the individual soldier and mecha departments was pitifully small. For example, in their class, she was the only girl. The remaining girl seemed to be from the class. Yin Qingyu had no excess curiosity. Even if a few girls appeared, it was not within her scope of concern. Yin Qingyu planned to turn around and leave. But plans couldn't keep up with changes. Just as she was about to leave, this group of girls suddenly rushed forward. Yin Qingyu was pulled back to her original position. Damn it, what on earth are they doing? So crazy. Crazy Yin Qingyu hadn't reacted yet when she was pulled back. Baiyu, can I be your partner for the exchange meeting? Choose me by you. Choose me. Ha! This wicked society, even in the interstellar era, still plays these games. Qingyu pouted and planned to leave. Qingyu, do you have a partner yet? Bai saw Qingyu about to leave and called out to her. Qingyu paused, turned back to glance at Bai, and then coldly refused. No need, I want to go alone. Bai was a hassle. Qingyu had known that since Tu Jing, and weren't all these people standing here for him? If she cut in on them, wouldn't she just be looking for trouble? Qingyu, come with me. Zhe Li jumped out, looking at Qingyu with a smile. Generally, girls are more sought after during exchange meetings, and usually, no girl would go alone. This not only represents a girl's strength and beauty, but also her popularity. However, Qingyu had attended many such gatherings in modern times and naturally understood what it meant to have a male and female partner. Thanks for the invitation, but I plan to go alone. So, Qingyu politely declined Zhe Li's invitation. On her way back, she unsurprisingly received many invitations, but she rejected them all. It wasn't until she returned to her dormitory and saw Guizi standing at the door that Qingyu's expression became inscrutable. You don't need to come when I'm in the dorm. Qingyu didn't like having her private space watched. Guizi's expression was cold, but he was exceptionally stubborn. The leader said to protect you at all times. But she didn't want that. Qingyu subtly frowned. It seemed like protection, but in reality, it felt like surveillance. If she went to the capital star, her situation would probably be even worse. I don't want to. Just find a place to stay on my own. After saying that, Qingyu opened the door and shut Guizi outside. Perhaps she should consider how to protect her own rights. After all, escaping and hiding in the interstellar world clearly wasn't very realistic. Plus, being a fugitive was exhausting. She just wanted to lie flat. Qingyu began to work on her powder again. Ding. Qingyu, the exchange meeting is today. Don't be late. Otherwise, points will be deducted. After replying to Zhe Li, Qingyu rummaged through her space and found a dress. After taking a shower, she changed into her clothes and set off. When she opened the door and saw Guizi, Qingyu still had a blank expression. This person couldn't have stood at her door all night, right? But whatever. Anyway, she didn't believe Guizi could go without sleep like her. When Qingyu stepped out, Guizi's indifferent gaze shifted slightly. His eyes involuntarily wandered. Qingyu noticed this small detail and glanced at her outfit. This was one of the more simple dresses she had, in a light blue tone, with a circle of matching sheer fabric around the chest, and 2 light blue straps disappearing behind her neck. The dress was also very long, hanging straight down to her ankles. The only revealing part was her fair shoulders and neck, and she also wore a pair of light blue gloves. Qingyu suddenly leaned closer to Guizi. Do you think this outfit is appropriate? It's my first time attending something like this, and I have no experience. Qingyu seemed a bit troubled as she tugged at her skirt. Chapter 50. Disturbance. Seeing Qingyu suddenly close to him, Guizi stepped back slightly, creating some distance. Guizi took a breath. It's fine. You should become the center of attention wearing this. Qingyu was dissatisfied. Although this dress was indeed less glamorous than her other outfits, just saying fine felt too perfunctory. Qingyu leaned in a little closer, almost pressing against Guizi. Is that all? Behind Guizi was the door. There was no retreat, so he could only meet Qingyu's gaze. There was a hint of vague dissatisfaction on Qingyu's plain face, and looking down revealed her fair skin. It's time to go. Let's go. Guizi's eyes were fixed on Qingyu, his face showing no extra change. Only after hearing this did Qingyu step back. Go. Do you really have to follow me? No need. You haven't prepared your dress. I'll go by myself. In a public place. Qingyu didn't think the insect beast would choose this moment to come. Guizi then lowered his gaze to his own clothes, his thin lips slightly parted. Wait for me. Qingyu was left shocked when she saw Guizi enter her room without any hindrance. The door was closed. How did he manage to get inside? Did he also have internal strength? Qingyu pondered for a moment, but Guizi's speed was evidently very fast. When she looked up, she saw a male model-like figure. Guizi was only wearing an ordinary black suit, but paired with his face, it looked exceptionally restrained. Are you really going? Qingyu looked at the man walking beside her, her eyes filled with uncertainty. She certainly didn't want Guizi to go. It was obvious he was different from the people here, and it would inevitably raise some suspicions. Gue Zi's responses were still very brief. Yan Qingyu considered herself a cold person, but now she felt that her previous demeanor wasn't really cold. She just didn't give much attention when she wasn't familiar with someone. But when someone talkative like Zayli appeared, Yan Qingyu would unconsciously become a bit more cheerful. However, Gue Zi remained indifferent whether in front of Yun, E, or her. He always had that bland demeanor. "How did you open my door just now?" When Yan Qingyu asked this, her eyes held some vigilance. What if one day Gue Zi suddenly walked in while she was refining medicine? She couldn't help but worry about this possibility. After all, wasn't Gue Zi there to monitor her? "My mental power level is lower than yours." They were on the 250th planet, and the difference in mental power levels between Gue Zi and others was quite significant. But she hadn't expected mental power could be used this way. Yan Qingyu secretly became more cautious. In the future, don't just open my door. Even if Gue Zi wouldn't listen to her, Yan Qingyu still wanted to express her dislike. If she didn't say it, no one would understand why she was angry. So whenever something uncomfortable happened, she would generally speak out. Okay. Surprisingly, Gue Zi actually agreed. However, Yan Qingyu was only momentarily shocked before she brushed it aside. When they reached the door, it seemed they were a bit late. Only a few people were trickling inside. Yan Qingyu pushed the door open with Gue Zi following closely behind her. The door didn't open to a beam of light like in novels. Instead, everyone's gaze was just focused on them. Yan Qingyu looked indifferently at the somewhat silent scene and slowly walked toward Zai Li and the others. Gue Zi followed her closely. At that moment, Yan Qingyu realized that most of the attention was on Gue Zi. The gazes directed at her were either amazed or subtly disdainful. "Qingyu, your dress." Zai Li looked at Yan Qingyu in shock, unable to speak. Yan Qingyu had always worn all black, while other girls might change their outfits. She had always been in black. Now this outfit truly highlighted Yan Qingyu's beauty. "Qingyu, who is this?" Qishu was also amazed by Yan Qingyu's outfit, but he was more curious about the man behind her. Upon hearing the question, Yan Qingyu slightly moved aside and smiled faintly. "This is Hui Zi, who recently came to seek refuge with me, so he has been by my side." "Seek refuge? Didn't you run out of star coins?" She's puzzled voice chimed in. Yan Qingyu's smile faded a bit. "He certainly knows how to talk. He is only temporarily staying with me. Isn't the school not allowed to let people in? If you're not going to work on your mecha, what are you doing here?" Yan Qingyu suddenly turned her head to look at Huaxi, annoyed that he was talking so much instead of bothering others. "New students have to come." She justified himself boldly. If it weren't mandatory, he wouldn't want to come at all. He just wanted to spend wonderful time with mechs. "You, don't worry about so much. Anyway, he is staying by my side. And nothing else will change." If she couldn't explain it, she wouldn't. Qishu and Zai Li understood and stopped asking more questions. Huaxi was just there to hang out, and soon he was pulled away by girls trying to curry favor with the Hua family. Yan Qingyu and the others stood in a corner, puzzled by the scene before them. "Actually, I've been wondering about this for a long time." Yan Qingyu's gaze was fixed on the distance whereby Yu and Huaxi were surrounded, and she had indeed been troubled by this question for a long time. Since Tu Jing started. "What's going on?" Zai Li looked at Bai Yu, then at Yan Qingyu, unable to find the issue. Logically, these girls, being mecha engineers, should be better than many, but why were they all rushing to find those two? Exactly, aside from the slight difference in physical strength. I think both men and women already have the skills to ensure their own security. Yan Qingyu felt that in this era, women's thoughts were clearly not focused on their own abilities. What's so strange about that? Besides individual soldiers, mecha engineers and genius mecha manufacturers should be quite popular. Zai Li said, "If it weren't for the fact that Qingyu is an individual soldier, maybe there wouldn't be so few people pursuing you." Zai Li was excited as he spoke. Yan Qingyu's appearance indeed had a superiority unlike others, and she was even powerful, but she was just a female individual soldier. Female individual soldier? Yan Qingyu thought about how this issue seemed to be emphasized since she entered school, as if girls shouldn't become individual soldiers. So they want to become Bai Yu or Huaxi's wives. Of course, don't girls need to find a strong support? Zai Li said this so naturally that it made Yan Qingyu's expression stiffen further. Chapter 51. Girls helping girls. Li was still oblivious as he spoke about what kind of support girls should seek. However, didn't he notice that Qingyu's expression was growing colder? Qishu noticed and said, "All right, Li. No one should rely on anyone, especially with Qingyu's strength. She doesn't need it." Only then did Li turn to look at Qingyu's reaction and finally realize something was off. Ahem, indeed, our Qingyu is so strong. She definitely doesn't need to rely on anyone. Qingyu nodded, but didn't say much. She had already made her own considerations. The exchange meeting didn't last long. Although it was called an exchange meeting, it was more like a situation where boys and girls were looking for their desired partners. Eventually, Qingyu decided to leave. "Qingyu, you look great today." Bai dismissed the surrounding girls and walked over. "Thank you." This was undoubtedly a hassle. After realizing their mindset, Qingyu became more aware of how troublesome Bai could be. She didn't intend to talk much with Bai. "Wait, Qingyu, can you introduce this person behind you?" Seeing Qingyu about to leave, Bai hurriedly expressed his intention. Qingyu stopped in her tracks. Easy. There was no further introduction. And Bai felt a bit disappointed, sensing that Qingyu's attitude seemed to have changed. Qingyu stepped aside for Huizi, but he didn't speak either. And after a while, the two walked straight away. What happened to her? Bai couldn't help but ask Qishu and Li. Li also looked puzzled at the direction Qingyu left. "I don't know. I just told her that the girls surrounding you wanted to gain support from you. And then she just reacted like this." As Li said this, he suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. Could she be jealous? Oh my. Does Qingyu like Bai or Huishi? Bai shuddered at Li's words. No, it seems she doesn't like girls depending on strong ones. Especially since you just told her that if she weren't an individual soldier, many boys would like her. Qishu saw through the problem at a glance. Huh, but isn't it normal for girls to find a strong support? Li's expression was already somewhat confused. Isn't this a fact? Why would she be angry about this? No, it's not. It's just that this kind of thinking exists on our planet. Do you know why there are so few female individual soldiers or girls in school? Bai's expression turned serious as he refuted Li. Upon hearing this, Li was momentarily stunned. Isn't it because there are originally not many girls? Qishu looked at Li with a more helpless gaze. Li truly didn't understand these matters. Even if there are few girls, there can't be zero female individual soldiers. Plus, most of the female students in our school come from wealthy families. So what about those poor girls who can still be individual soldiers? That's the unreasonable part. That's why everyone has a biased view of female individual soldiers. It's not because the future of individual soldiers is worse than that of mecha engineers and manufacturers. It's because people here believe that it's meaningless for girls to be individual soldiers, and it's better to find a good support while they're young. Aside from our school, girls in other schools should be even scarcer. Exactly. Even the girls in those schools entered with this mindset. So powerful mecha manufacturers have never appeared among girls, let alone individual soldiers. Their goal isn't to improve their strength, but to find a strong support. How could they possibly focus on enhancing their own abilities? Li was momentarily dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that the situation was like this behind the scenes. Does Qingyu know about this? Qishu nodded. It's very likely that Qingyu has thought about more. Even he couldn't help but wonder how those poor girls found their support. The dark side of this planet seemed to be laid bare for the few of them for the first time. Qingyu and Huizi were on their way to find Yunyi. Huizi glanced at the silent person in front of him. Wanted to say something, but didn't he? The two walked in silence until they arrived at the infirmary. When Yunyi saw the outfits of Qingyu and Huizi, he was stunned, but he was also a bit confused about why these two had come. What are you here for? They both had strange expressions. Qingyu sat on a bed, looking at Yunyi sitting at the table, her coldness becoming more apparent. Hell, where's your leader? Qingyu's tone clearly sounded off. But Yunyi didn't know what was wrong. He glanced at Huizi, who had a blank expression. Yunyi was also puzzled about what was going on. The leader is quite busy. Yunyi vaguely replied to Qingyu. Upon hearing this, Qingyu smirked, looking at Yunyi with some sarcasm. Oh, are you busy sending poor girls away? Qingyu directly pointed out her reason for coming here. She was very intelligent and could still detect the oddness in the remarks made by Li, who was unaware of the facts. She initially thought there was just some bias against women here, but she didn't expect that even more disgusting things could exist. although this didn't seem to affect her. Girls helping girls made Yin Qingyu more tolerant towards girls. Looking at the girls in this school, they were indeed better off than those poor girls without choices. However, they were also heavily poisoned. Each of them viewed other girls as competitors, afraid that someone would take away their valued strong goals. This is why there were vicious girls like Tu Jing. Social existence determines social consciousness. If it weren't for societal trends, why would their thoughts be so stubborn? What? Yin Yi clearly didn't understand Yin Qingyu's statement. Sending poor girls away? How could such a thing happen? Logically, a woman with good genes should be very popular, regardless of wealth or status. Unfortunately, Yin did not know that in this planet with generally low abilities, genes were less important than wealth, power, and status. First, let me send a message to the leader. With society having become this way, how could the ruling leader not have any responsibilities? Not to mention that he knows nothing at all. Isn't he called the best leader in the galaxy? How could he not care about these matters? Send it to the leader. Yun Yi looked at Hui Zi in disbelief, and after receiving his affirmative nod, she opened the holographic terminal. Chapter 52. Yin Qingyu's true thoughts. The three sat in the room, silently watching the shadow projected on the holographic terminal. So as the leader, you don't know about these things? Yin Qingyu's words were somewhat sarcastic. Qingyu, these are all our guesses. Yun Yi hurriedly denied Yin Qingyu's words. She always felt a headache over Yin Qingyu's disrespect towards the leader. Then go check it yourself, and you'll know. Yin Qingyu casually glanced at Yun Yi. Yun Yi was momentarily speechless and fell silent. There must be something to this. As long as they investigated, they would see the discrepancies. Understood. The machine's voice showed little change, as if it were indifferent to this matter. Yin Qingyu let out a mocking laugh. So this is the interstellar world you've created? Yun Yi and Hui Zi no longer spoke. Their faces were also shocked. Clearly, they did not expect the leader to allow this to happen. Yes, but this is the inevitable development of history. I am powerless. Indeed, historical conditions determine the essence of these events. If I'm not mistaken, Miss Yin, you must have come from the 21st century. Yin Qingyu raised an eyebrow. So, you mean this has nothing to do with me? It really doesn't concern her much. But how could this leader treat his own interstellar citizens like this, let alone someone who has crossed over like her? No. Miss Yin should also know that even in the most prosperous era of civilization, there are still many dark sides to society, right? The leader seemed to be well aware of these issues, recounting the dark aspects of the 21st century one by one for Yin Qingyu. There are countless planets in our interstellar realm, and many planets have not even been developed yet. Of course, more importantly, they all need to survive. Yin Qingyu roughly understood what the leader wanted to convey. The interstellar realm had invested a lot of star coins in mechs, suppression needles, and medical advancements. Where would they have spare money to manage those with poor talents and low abilities? Perhaps the current peaceful life had created an illusion for everyone. To be precise, we are still lingering on the edge of life and death. The leader's words were very clear-headed. Hui Zi and Yun Yi couldn't help but become serious. It seemed that the interstellar realm was at peace, but the insect beasts were also waiting for an opportunity. Yin Qingyu's eyelashes fluttered, and the leader fell silent, creating a strangely calm atmosphere. That's right, what about me? What about someone from such a distant era like me? Yin Qingyu indeed advocated for girls helping girls, but that was under circumstances where she had the ability to do so or where society could support it. The conditions of the interstellar realm clearly did not meet this requirement. So, the most important question is, what value does Yin Qingyu have that would make them willing to allocate resources to her? It seemed that aside from that physical talent, she did not differ much from those girls who had quietly found a supporter here. You certainly won't be treated like this. We are by your side. Yun Yi anxiously explained to Yin Qingyu, honestly saying that if such a thing really happened in front of them, they would definitely stop it. You are special, Miss Yin. Fate has brought you here, so you are naturally special. Miss Yin, if you're willing to cooperate with the gene test, it would greatly improve our gene-related ailments. The leader spoke out the real question that Yin Qingyu wanted to ask. Yin Qingyu naturally wanted to know what kind of value she had to warrant such investment of resources from them. Even sending Hui Zi over here seemed significant. You want to dissect me? Yin Qingyu scoffed disdainfully. She knew it was impossible for them to approach her without a motive. The moment she saw Huizi, she was even more certain of her suspicions. No, we will not endanger your life. Confusing me? Once I'm on the operating table, how things go will still be up to you, right? Yin Qingyu would not naively believe such words. Miss Yin, we only need a little of your blood for research. The leader's tone was obviously weak when he said this. Dissecting Yin Qingyu would not bring them any benefits. Yes, Qingyu. We only need a little blood for our gene research. It won't cause much harm to your body. Yin Yi timely explained. This was indeed a fact. Since the leader had sent both of them over, they would not do anything to Yin Qingyu. You say that, and I will believe you? Yin Qingyu raised an eyebrow, glancing at the two in front of her. Did they really think she was some naive fool? Then what would it take for Miss Yin to believe us? I don't think Miss Yin would come to the capital star so easily, right? The leader's words carried some understanding. He knew that Yin Qingyu had a high level of vigilance. I seem to have read reports stating that Yun Yi is the second best doctor in the interstellar realm, right? The first is his father, and his father is currently serving you, correct? Yun Yi was somewhat stunned. Why did Yin Qingyu investigate him so thoroughly? Yes, Yun Yi will inherit his father's legacy in the future. As for Huizi, there wasn't much information in the data, but his talent should be among the best in the new generation, right? The Hui family was much lower key compared to the Yun family. Yin Qingyu hadn't found out much. But Huizi's abilities were indeed not to be underestimated. That's right, Huizi is also a top mech master. The leader seemed a bit confused about what Yin Qingyu was trying to express. Yin Qingyu's lips curled into a smirk at this point, looking like a mischievous girl. Losing either of them would be a loss for the interstellar realm. After all, even she, with a single soldier level of 4, had attracted attention due to a competition. So Huizi and Yun Yi's statuses should also be quite important, right? Hearing Yin Qingyu's question, the three were stunned. What does this mean? What do you want to do? Huizi tightened his grip. What was Yin Qingyu trying to achieve with such a dangerous question? Yin Qingyu smiled lightly towards the direction of the leader. It's very simple. Words alone are not enough. Contracts and such of little binding power. To ensure one's own safety, one must put themselves and the other party in the same situation. Yin Qingyu innocently stated this. This was the result of her contemplation. The leader seemed a bit troubled and took a long time to speak. I'm sorry, Miss Yin, but their lives are not something I can decide. I am willing, as long as Miss Yin can trust our leader. Yun Yi sincerely said to Yin Qingyu. I am also willing. Huizi still had a blank expression, but there was an added determination in his eyes. However, Miss Yin, I do not agree with them throwing their lives away. For the two who had pledged their loyalty, the leader clearly did not agree with their sentiments. Leader, Yun Yi knew how important Yin Qingyu was. Her existence could very likely help the leader recover from his illness. What are you all thinking? I haven't said I want your lives right now, so why the urgency? Yin Qingyu watched the scene unfold, knowing that the others had misunderstood her meaning. Then what do you want to do? Huizi's tone turned a bit impatient. He knew that bringing Yun Yi here meant Yin Qingyu's genes must be of some use to them. However, her demands were making him feel annoyed. Yin Qingyu's eyes sparkled with a hint of malice as she looked at the two. I want you both to take this. As long as you take it, I will believe in your sincerity. Go on, take it. It's a guarantee for both of you and for me. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't end up fighting with you here. Chapter 53. Successful cooperation. What is this? Huizi glanced at the white ball in Yin Qingyu's hand, but did not immediately reach for it. Yin Yi also did not act right away. Yin Qingyu smiled slightly at their cautious demeanor. Don't worry, this isn't poison. But if you dare to do anything to me, this thing will have a big effect. Yin Qingyu's tone was gentle, but her words sent a chill down their spines. Miss Yin, we won't do anything to you. You don't need to give this to them. If you don't trust us, we can stop contacting you. Yin Yi, Huizi, come back. It seemed they were about to let her go. But let her go? They had already discovered her. She wouldn't believe they could let her roam freely outside. Yin Qingyu's smile remained unchanged. She was sure that at least Yun Yi would take it. Sure enough, after hearing the leader's words, Yun Yi grabbed a white pill and swallowed it. Seeing this, Huizi did not hesitate either and took another one. Yin Yi, Huizi, the leader's mechanical voice showed some fluctuation, but the two were exceptionally determined. Good. Now I could trust you both. Of course, If your leader intends to abandon you, then I can't be blamed. Yan Qingyu's last sentence hinted at the robot above the leader. The three fell silent. Yan Qingyu's move was indeed unimaginable for them. What is this? Huizi asked. Yan Qingyu looked at her slender fingers and blew on her nails, which were free of any grime. Oh, this is goo. What you have on you is the child goo, and what I have in my hand is the mother goo. If you dare to do anything to me, these child goo might have to die with me. Yan Qingyu spoke casually, but Huizi's face turned pale. Is goo some kind of insect? Yan Yi asked uncertainly. Hey, you actually know about goo. She thought it was something so obscure that no one would know about it. Upon hearing the affirmative answer, Huizi's face turned even whiter. Ugh. Huizi began to gag. Yan Yi wasn't feeling much better, but managed to speak. I've heard that goo is something used by some ethnic groups in China. It disappeared long before the 21st century. Why does Yan Qingyu still have it? Yan Qingyu found Yun Yi's pale face amusing. It just hasn't appeared in front of people. If you really go looking for it, it may not be gone. This was a lie. As far as Yan Qingyu knew, goo had disappeared when ancient martial arts gradually fell into decline. What she had was merely a gift from someone. And there weren't many child goo, only 2 or 3 that she had never used. Fortunately, she found them in her space. So, do you believe us now? Yun Yi closed her eyes and took a deep breath, then looked at Yan Qingyu. They had come this far. Yan Qingyu should trust them now, right? Of course. We can cooperate now. Trust? She wouldn't easily trust them. Those with ulterior motives could never be worthy of Yan Qingyu's trust. Cooperate? Yun Yi was taken aback by this term, and the leader, who had been silent for a long time, curiously asked, Cooperate? Miss Yan wants to cooperate with us on what? Shouldn't you be asking what you want? What I want is a free life, whether here or on Capital Star. I want to live freely like a true interstellar person, and you cannot interfere in my private life. Yan Qingyu's thoughts were simple. She just wanted to live as she pleased. You will have the freedom within interstellar laws, and we will also give you a formal interstellar identity. What we may need from Miss Yan are some blood samples and medical assistance. The leader clearly understood what Yan Qingyu wanted. She evidently did not want to be more entangled with them, hence the talk of cooperation. He would also fulfill what Yan Qingyu needed. Will you give me the identity? Hearing this, Yan Qingyu finally smiled satisfactorily. If she wanted to be someone who didn't stand out, she would certainly need an identity. Even though she had already enrolled, her identity was still that of a black household. She initially thought she would have a formal identity after graduation, but now, it seemed that could work out differently. When you arrive at Capital Star, upon hearing this, Yan Qingyu turned to the robot in the light brain. Are you afraid I will run away? Miss Yan is so vigilant. Shouldn't we be a little cautious too? Moreover, if Miss Yan runs away on her own, she might encounter insect beasts and be torn apart by them. If she goes to another planet, Miss Yan, you also won't have a formal identity to survive, and you'll be hunted by the interstellar authorities. The leader's words were merciless, directly making Yan Qingyu laugh in anger. Huh, who wants to run away? I prepare my cards, and how can I not take a gamble? As soon as Yan Qingyu finished speaking, the leader said nothing more and quickly cut off the connection with the light brain. After being hung up on, Yan Qingyu did not react much, leaving Huizi behind for Yun Yi to see while she walked away. Before leaving, she looked at the gasping Huizi and shook her head. TSK, is this what a top mecha master is like? Can't even handle motion sickness? After saying this sarcastic remark, Yan Qingyu walked straight away. Yun Yi, soupire sin her discomfort. Still took a look at Huizi. A person who often slayed insect beasts ended up swallowing one. Thinking about it, he must be on the verge of collapse. After returning to her dormitory, Yan Qingyu's expression finally turned somber. This outcome was actually within her acceptable range. She was not afraid of death. And if they really could kill her, it would also be a form of liberation. Unfortunately, she couldn't die, but the pain of death certainly existed. She did not want to disturb the interstellar situation. The population in the interstellar realm was already a concern, and if she caused a coup like before, she didn't know how many innocent people would die in the process. Moreover, she has seen countless people, although the brain still wants to utilize the value she possesses. It isn't particularly excessive. The most important thing is that if her genes can really solve some problems, then perhaps the interstellar community can also focus some attention on those impoverished girls. Yan Qingyu's eyes darkened. After standing still for a long time, she finally managed a sarcastic smile. You really haven't changed your saintly heart, have you? This statement from Qingyu sounded like an insult. It also felt like she was murmuring to herself. After pausing for a moment, Qingyu regained her composure, and after washing up, she opened her light brain to check her balance. Out of money. After the last wave of nutrient solution orders arrived, Qingyu once again fell into a state of poverty. So, how should she make money this time without leaving school? Qingyu took out a plate of strawberries and began to nibble on them. This plate of strawberries was grown from the leftover seeds she planted in her space garden. However, these strawberries were nourished with nutrient solution, as her spiritual spring had to water a large area of medicinal fields and orchards. And she had bought a lot of nutrient solution, which she didn't drink. Instead, she used all the nutrient solution to nourish these newly planted plants. Qingyu took a small bite and found the taste quite decent. It wasn't as sweet as those nourished by the spiritual spring, but they looked good and were of decent size. Suddenly, Qingyu stopped reaching for the strawberries. Her gaze on the light brain sharpened. The fruit business seemed quite profitable as well. Furthermore, she recalled hearing Zhe Li say that the fruits here had problems. Without hesitation, Qingyu ordered the best fruits available, picking a little of each. When it came time to pay, she realized, damn, I forgot I have no money. Chapter 54. Mental energy disturbance. After the black match thinking of this, Qingyu's actions came to a halt. So should she borrow money now? She might have experience in stealing, but borrowing money was a first. And who should she ask? Knock knock. Qingyu snapped back to reality and looked towards the door. When she opened it, she saw Wu Du, who was much taller than her. Qingyu looked at him in confusion. How did this person make himself look so disheveled? The scars on his face hadn't healed, and his clothes were heavily wrinkled. I'll give you money. Is this person a mind reader? She was just thinking about borrowing money. The star coins from the last suppression needle here. Wu Du's words reminded her. No need. She had spent any money anyway. It was Yi who had done the work. Wu Du's pale complexion made Qingyu furrow her brows even tighter. No, this is for you to pay me back. Where did you get the money? Pay her back? If Wu Du had money to pay her back, would he be experiencing a mental energy disturbance? Besides, he wasn't allowed to leave school during the term, so where did he get the money? Oh, you're back? Qingyu looked past Wu Du and saw Huizi returning. However, his face was still as pale. Huizi didn't say much, just nodded as a response. Wu Du was taken aback, glanced at Huizi's appearance, and then withdrew his gaze. Thank you for saving me. This is what you should have. It couldn't really be called saving, though. Qingyu shook her head and still wanted to refuse. If she wanted star coins, just the jade pendant in her space was enough to exchange for quite a few star coins, so there was no need to take Wu Du's. Wu Du pressed his lips together. He pulled back the light brain in his hand slightly, but he still didn't leave, clearly not giving up. Qingyu. Huizi called out to Qingyu, looking like he had something to discuss. Qingyu turned to face Huizi. Wu Du espal, expressiones fasuden tweets. The hoarse voice startled both Qingyu and Huizi. They looked at Wu Du, who had bulging veins on his neck, and his whole face seemed to be twitching. He looked extremely pained. Qingyu quickly realized this was likely a mental energy disturbance. This situation was exactly the same as the last time. Before Qingyu could move, Huizi had already acted. He quickly positioned himself behind Wu Du and knocked him out. Wu Du didn't even have time to react. Of course, Qingyu didn't pay much attention. She directly checked Wu Du's pulse. The pulse was erratic, and his heart was beating too rapidly. Huizi didn't pay much attention to Qingyu either. He took out a suppression needle and injected it into Wu Du after administering it. Qingyu noticed the pulse began to stabilize. Moreover, the heartbeat grew stronger. This suppression needle was indeed a good thing for them. He must have overused his mental energy, leading to the disturbance. Huizi's brief statement puzzled Qingyu. Wu Du was a solo soldier. Solo soldiers rarely used mental energy in fights against each other. There was a considerable amount of residual mental energy in him. Huizi's words indicated that Wu Du must have fought with a mecha master during this time. In school? Qingyu frowned. If there really had been a fight between a solo soldier and a mecha master, there should have been some commotion in the school. Zhe Li wouldn't have possibly not been nagging in her ear. No, the use of mental energy was very skillful, avoiding lethal areas at every turn, but still caused significant harm to the body. Every area lost the most blood from Wu Du. It looked like someone wanted to show off Wu Du's bloodied appearance. Black Match. While Qingyu was still pondering the possibility of insect beasts injuring people, Huizi had already accurately identified the source of Wu Du's injuries. Black Match? Is it similar to modern underground fighting? The Black Match is a covertly acknowledged existence by the interstellar community. However, it is also illegal. No lives can be lost. There are all sorts of bizarre competitions to watch, and it is also a place for those with extreme mental energy disturbances to vent. In short, it is a dangerous yet opportunistic place. After listening to Huizi's explanation, Qingyu roughly understood what the opportunity might be. It was likely the star coins Wu Du had obtained. Is there a black match in school? It was impossible for there to be one. She had never heard of it. Qingyu's expression hardened. Do not tell anyone about this. Participating in a black match without permission while being a student will definitely get you expelled from school. Huizi frona din desaproval. But he also understood and didn't say anything more. Wu Du was left with Qingyu, and although Huizi still wore a disapproving expression, he could not interfere with Qingyu's decision. As for Huizi, he was reprimanded by Qingyu for not being allowed to stay at her dormitory door and left her dorm area directly. Qingyu looked at Wu Du, who was lying on the dormitory floor and still unconscious. Her eyes moved slightly. She bent down and placed her hand on Wu Du's head, continuously sending her internal energy into his brain. Qingyu didn't possess mental energy and couldn't feel the presence of Wu Du's mental energy, but she could tell that there were some disintegrated particles in Wu Du's mind. This was the first time Qingyu had seen such things. Furrowing her brow, she carefully explored and discovered that her internal energy could gather these particles together. Although it was only a temporary confinement, these particles seemed to have a strong life force. As long as they gathered together, they began to automatically stick together. Qingyu didn't understand what was going on, but after finding all the particles in Wu Du's mind and gathering them together, she withdrew her hand. He's awake. Qingyu stood up, looking at Wu Du on the floor. Hearing her words, Wu Du slowly opened his eyes. However, the complexity and surprise in his eyes couldn't be hidden. I didn't see anything. When Qingyu heard this, she chuckled softly. Of course, you didn't see anything, but you can feel it, right? Who can see internal energy? Of course. It is felt through the pressure of that energy, which is why Wu Du woke up. Qingyu had known this for a long time, but she still waited until the particles came together before she stopped. Otherwise, if she stopped too soon, the particles could easily disperse at any moment. And then this person might really not be saved. Wu Du's expression was somewhat complicated. You saved me once again. Stop. This time it wasn't me. And the first time wasn't me either. It was the suppression needle that saved you. Qingyu interrupted Wu Du's emotional moment without hesitation. Save someone? Does she seem like a great person? She had no way to deal with a mental power riot. After all, she didn't have any mental power and didn't know how to save him. Anyway, thank you, Wu Du said, his eyes heavy, still addressing Qingyu. He stood up and wanted to leave, but Qingyu reached out a hand to block him. Underground fighting competition? At this moment, there was no extra expression on Qingyu's face, but it was enough to make Wu Du's heart tighten. Wu Du remained silent. Are there many star coins? Are you still going? Take me with you. Qingyu's idea was simple. Since Wu Du was going, she could certainly go too. She was almost broke. Always selling the jade pendant just attracted more attention here, right? So going to the underground fighting competition was not out of the question. No. Qingyu's words were immediately vetoed by Wu Du. Why? Qingyu was confused. She already knew Wu Du was going to the underground fighting competition. Was he not afraid of her exposing his secrets? That place is not somewhere you can go. What? Before Qingyu could comprehend, her conversation with Wu Du was interrupted by the sudden entrance of Huizi and Yuni. Chapter 55. The Effect of Internal Energy on Mental Power. Qingyu looked at the two men who had entered and said nothing more. It's him. Huizi glanced at Qingyu, but quickly pointed in Wu Du's direction. Upon seeing Wu Du, Yuni recognized him as the person from last time. Are you okay? Yuni's question seemed a bit strange. Huizi had used the suppression needle on him, so he should be fine. Yan Vingyu softly answered Yuni, not intending to let them know she had done anything extra. Speaking before Wu Du, she believed he would understand her meaning. Hearing Qingyu's words, Wu Du slightly nodded in agreement. However, this made Yunyi's expression even more peculiar. Huizi's mental power was 5, and his suppression needle was not something just anyone could endure. This was why Huizi had gone to find Yun after Wu Du received the suppression needle. If the suppression needle was enough, that would be one thing, but unfortunately, the strength of the suppression needle varied for different levels of people. Logically, Wu Du should have already fallen into a mental breakdown at this point. Yet he hadn't. In fact, he was standing alive right there. Qingyu was taken aback and turned to look at Wu Du, who was standing behind her. Wu Du's expression was also somewhat strange, as if he hadn't expected the suppression needle this time to be used on a level 5 mech engineer. Let me check him first. He didn't say much and directly stepped forward to examine Wu Du's condition. In the small room, 3 tall men crowded together, making it seem a bit cramped. Each of them stood there with their own thoughts. There's nothing serious. You can go back now. After Yun said this, Huizi took a step forward, as if he would help Wu Du move if he didn't. Wu Du glanced at Qingyu and, seeing she had no particular reaction, pursed his lips and left. Qingyu looked at the 2 men standing in her room, sat down, and picked up a cup. Want some water? As long as she didn't want to speak, they wouldn't get answers to any of their questions. Qingyu calmly took a drink of water. After seeing her drink from the cup, both men were momentarily stunned. What? Do you want a drink or not? With such a direct gaze at her, did they want to or not? Qingyu set down the cup, looking impatiently at the 2. Yes. Eagerly stepped forward, taking the water from Qingyu's hand and retreating behind Huizi. Huizi hesitated for a moment, but still accepted the water. How'd you do it? Huizi's cold voice echoed in the room. Qingyu lowered her eyelashes, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Strength. The answer was straightforward and brutal, but she wasn't lying. She never intended to hide her strength. She just felt a bit annoyed by the relentless questioning. He has already suffered a mental breakdown. Logically, even if Yun came, he might not survive. Huizi directly stated the truth of the matter. So you still administered the suppression needle on him? Knowing it could potentially kill someone, he still gave Wu Du the suppression needle. Qingyu tilted her head. She really didn't understand what these people wanted to do. Interstellar law prohibits murder. Qingyu simply stated the facts. Huizi frowned slightly. Killing someone experiencing a mental power riot does not violate the law. She certainly knew that. I mean, you could knock him out and send him directly to Yun. Last time, Qingyu did just that. No, he would still die. After fainting, his mental power would still be in turmoil, and he could die at any moment in his unconscious state. However, last time, Qingyu didn't encounter that issue. Qingyu lowered her eyes and looked at Yun. I think you must have done something to him. He suddenly stepped out from behind Huizi, directly pointing out the key point of the matter. From this incident, it was also evident that Qingyu could indeed exert a certain degree of suppression over mental power riots and breakdowns. But how exactly was she able to do that? Curiosity filled Yun and Huizi's eyes, but unfortunately, Qingyu was unwilling to elaborate, and they couldn't force her to answer. After Qingyu sent the 2 away, she stood in the room, deep in thought. She didn't quite understand the reasoning behind it, but it seemed her internal energy had a significant effect on calming their mental power. However, Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Even if her internal energy was useful to them, she wouldn't casually let them use it. This matter was just a trivial one for her. The most important thing now was to make money. Thinking of this, Qingyu glanced at her light brain. Zayli was still persistently asking Qingyu what she wanted Wu Du's light brain number 4. But Qingyu decisively cut off the conversation with Zayli and added Wu Du's light brain. Beep. When Wu Du's light brain rang, he was momentarily stunned. What is it? Qingyu, tell me about the place where you fight underground. Qingyu asked directly and briskly. Wu Du was indeed taken aback by Qingyu's sudden question. You can't go. That place is chaotic. It's not just an underground fighting competition. It's essentially a black market. Huh? Qingyu frowned at this part of the message. A black market? Isn't that her old profession? Isn't that just perfect? What can be sold in the black market here? It would be just right to take some jade pendants from her space to sell and supplement her finances. Not having money made her anxious. A lot, but you can't go. What do you mean just perfect? Wudu clearly appeared somewhat helpless. "You've gone too. I'm running low on star coins and need money, so I want to sell some things." Yan Qingyu had no intention of beating around the bush. She indeed had matters to attend to. "The two people next to you should have star coins. They can help you find a legitimate auction house." Wudu thought of the two people he had seen today, and his brows couldn't help but furrow tightly. The man with gray eyes exuded a strong sense of oppression. Yan Qingyu felt helpless on her face. Although she had cursed the two of them, the curse could only directly kill them and could not make them obedient to her. These two had been heavily brainwashed by that leader. If she handed everything over to them, that leader would definitely know everything. She could showcase her strength, but she had no intention of revealing her space. People fear the strong, but they are greedy towards the wealthy. No, she didn't want to seek them out. They might have some guesses, but all she had revealed so far was just some ordinary clothing. However, for the more valuable items, Yan Qingyu did not plan to let them know. Wudu looked at this sentence, unsure of what he truly thought. He felt somewhat relieved, but also a bit happy. He couldn't let them know, yet he had told them. Chapter 56. The Discovery of Water. "If you trust me, you can give me the items, and I'll help you sell them." Wudu looked at the sent message, pursing his lips. Wasn't this a bit crossing the line? "Okay, you take 20, I take 80. Yan Qingyu pondered for a moment before agreeing to Wudu's words. Since Wudu was unwilling to say where the black market was, it was better to let him help her. Besides, wasn't he also quite poor? He had even caused his mental energy to go haywire. Yan Qingyu thought it was fine to help him a bit. Wudu was taken aback. "No, I'm just helping you sell it. Why should I get so much for just running an errand?" Wudu directly refused. "Fine, you take 20, I take 80. Don't make me say it again. Or just tell me the address, and I'll go myself." Yan Qingyu impatiently replied to Wudu she didn't like to push and pull like this. Moreover, she just felt that the current Wudu was somewhat similar to her past self, which is why she did this. Wudu did not argue further. He knew that if Yan Qingyu went, something bad might happen. After all, she was still a girl. Wudu agreed to Yan Qingyu's words, and they arranged to meet the next day to trade. "A month ago, I asked you to write your battle reflections, right?" Guyu's words left the entire class in shock. Come on, would anyone really remember to write that nonsense? Guyu tugged at the corners of his mouth. There can't be no one who wrote it, right? Still, there was silence. Yan Qingyu, as the top performer in this single soldier assessment, do you have anything to say? Guyu suddenly changed the topic. Carrying everyone's hopes, Yan Qingyu stood up. She shouldn't say the same things as she did the first time, right? Yan Qingyu calmly stood up. Indeed, she no longer needed to hide herself as she did the first time. Now, she had already exposed herself anyway. The consequences of being too high profile, very enjoyable, and she encountered good opponents. Although there were also scumbags, overall, the battle felt quite good. After Yan Qingyu sat down, the entire class was even quieter. What was she saying? Yan Qingyu had even fought against a mecha master. Her strength was indeed undeniable. Guyu just nodded and let Yan Qingyu go. Next was Qi Shu. After everyone in the class shared their battle reflections, Guyu finally let them go. The first time I asked you to share your battle reflections, you couldn't say anything. Now that I ask you again, each of you has gained some good insights. We single soldiers need to continuously absorb experience from every battle to develop. Whether single soldiers or mecha masters, both must enhance their combat experience through continuous practical experience. There is still 1 month left before the new single soldier assessment begins. I hope you all can have good practical summaries and experiences during this month. After Guyu finished speaking, he dismissed them. However, Yan Qingyu was once again kept behind. I hope you could be a bit low-key in your upcoming study life. The man standing outside the door was someone even Guyu could guess was a strong individual. Yan Qingyu's own strength was already enough to draw attention, but she was always surrounded by various capable individuals, which would only attract more attention. No need to be low-key. I can perform freely now. Yan Qingyu's response truly left Guyu momentarily stunned. Clearly, at the beginning of the school year, Yan Qingyu had planned to hide her strength. Why was it different now? Guyu concealed his surprised expression. Don't think that just because you defeated Zhang Yi and have never lost that you can be so arrogant. There are always people stronger than you. And what's more, in places like this, geniuses are often prone to premature demise. Guyu's expression was very serious. Don't worry, I won't die for now. After all, she had already been discovered by the leader, so there was no need to hide anymore. As for others, if the leader wanted to conceal it, it shouldn't be a big deal. Yan Qingyu's nonchalant words left Qingyu at a loss for words. The greater threat to Yan Qingyu now might be the elusive insect beast. However, thanks to Qingyu's conversation, Yan Qingyu temporarily shook off Gray Z surveillance. These are 2 jade pendants. We will split the money 80-20. Yan Qingyu handed the 2 jade pendants to Wu Du. Wu Du was dumbfounded as he received these 2 seemingly useful jade pendants. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? This jade pendant clearly had a great calming effect on mental energy. Even Wu Du's mental energy enjoyed the soothing aura emitted by the pendant. What's inappropriate? Anyway, it's good to exchange it for money. I don't have mental energy, and I don't wear jade pendants, so it's better to exchange it for star coins. Wu Du's expression was somewhat complicated, but hearing Yan Qingyu say this, he still left with the pendants. Yan Qingyu watched Wu Du leave, retracted her gaze, and turned to leave. Gray Z came to Yun Yi's side. When Yan Qingyu asked him to leave, he also received a message from Yun Yi, so he naturally came over. What is the rush to find me? Gray Z looked at Yun Yi with a blank expression. Life here was certainly not as interesting as in the capital star, but Gray Z felt that he could not lower his guard against the insect beasts. So, he did not intend to leave Yan Qingyu's side for too long. Yun Yi did not mind Gray Z's impatience. Instead, she happily smiled at him. Gray Z, you must have noticed something strange, right? Gray Z frowned at Yun Yi's somewhat manic demeanor. Are you talking about the water from last time? The last time in Yan Qingyu's dormitory. When he heard Yan Qingyu say she was going to give him water to drink, he did feel something was off. How could the water here be drinkable? The only planet with consumable water now was the capital star. Moreover, water was strictly controlled. How could Yan Qingyu possibly have water? And, judging by her appearance, she seemed to have regularly drunk water in her dormitory, which is why she didn't realize she directly handed the water to them. Exactly. I secretly took a little water with me last time. Today, I finally figured out the composition of that water. Thanks to Gray Z's height of over 2 meters. He completely blocked Yan Qingyu's line of sight. Moreover, perhaps that day, Yan Qingyu was also pondering how to cure Wu Du's mental energy, which is why she did not notice this issue. Yun Yi was now extremely excited. This water is different from the water on our capital star. Our water has some impurities, so making a nutrient solution requires a lot of drugs mixed in. Drinking just the water isn't enough. But Yan Qingyu's water is not like that. Chapter 57. The Solo Assessment Restart. Yan Qingyu might not even realize that she exposed a part of herself that she least wanted to reveal in her private territory. Initially, she thought it was enough to avoid using the water here for bathing, completely overlooking the issue of drinking water. When entertaining guests, influenced by a habit formed over thousands of years, she automatically asked if they wanted some water. Yun Yi directly informed the leader about this matter. After hearing it, the leader did not seem particularly pleased. Even if Miss Yin had the capability to obtain water, it was not ours, and we could not demand it from her. The leader's words were quite rational. Yun Yi was stunned. But this is a good thing that contributes to all humanity, she weakly said, acknowledging the truth. However, Miss Yin probably is not the type who likes being ordered around. Even though the leader and Yan Qingyu were strangers, he understood that someone like Yan Qingyu would be most annoyed by others trying to command her. Therefore, the leader did not intend to prepare for Miss Yan's water situation any further. Yun Yi lowered her eyes in disappointment. Perhaps we should negotiate a trade with her. What kind of trade could convince her to give us water? The leader directly shattered Yun Yi's fantasy. Yan Qingyu obviously was not lacking in money, nor was she after fame or profit. Even if the leader spoke to Yan Qingyu personally, she would still remain cautious. After the conversation with the leader ended, Yun Yi still looked dejected. Do you think Yan Qingyu might give us water? Yun Yi couldn't help but ask YZ again, stopping him as he was about to leave. No way. This answer completely crushed Yun Yi's hopes. Moreover, if that's the case, we are really asking for too much. After saying this, YZ walked away, needing to be by Yan Qingyu's side. He wasn't particularly insistent about the water issue either, so he didn't really understand Yun Yi's thoughts. Hearing this, Yun Yi gave a bitter smile. She roughly understood what the leader and YZ meant. She was too greedy, attempting to morally blackmail Yan Qingyu with the survival of all humanity. But Yan Qingyu had no obligation to do so. Moreover, it seemed she didn't need to rely on this water to gain anything. With this thought in mind, Yun-yi dismissed her own ideas. After this commotion, the group no longer discussed the water issue. When Huaizi found Yin Qingyu, Wu Du had already left. Yin Qingyu usually only communicated with Wu Du through the light brain, and the last 2 jade pendants were sold for only 80 million. Yin Qingyu frowned at this, thinking that last time there must have been some big shot involved for such a high price. This time, it was sold for so little. However, Wu Du firmly refused to accept Yin Qingyu's star coins, directly transferring the star coins to her, without accepting them. Yin Qingyu wouldn't even be able to access her own money. Therefore, Yin Qingyu still accepted the money. In the end, she picked out a good jade pendant in the space to gift to Wu Du to prevent his mental energy from becoming unstable. This time, Yin Qingyu didn't need to say much. Wu Du obediently accepted the jade pendant. Yin Qingyu felt that he was teachable. Time passed slowly, and during this period, Yin Qingyu had 2 sessions with Yi Ju and even went to the virtual arena multiple times. However, she had already accumulated enough points to graduate. She was still quite far from qualifying for the interview qualification competition of the 5 major academies. But Yin Qingyu did not plan to attend the 5 major academies. Therefore, she was preparing to leave this school after finishing the semester. As time went on, Yin Qingyu visited the virtual arena less frequently, though she occasionally checked in on Yuni. After all, she spent most of her extra time researching various strange medicines. Occasionally, she would come over to discuss medical theories with Yuni. Yin Qingyu knew a lot about interstellar medical knowledge, but much of it required mental energy to manipulate. As for Yun-yi, through some exchanges with Yin Qingyu, he became even more excited. Yin Qingyu's medical theories were clearly more refined than what he currently knew. He learned more about the deficiencies in human anatomy. Huaizi was still following Yin Qingyu around. However, the absence of insect beasts was a relief. Qingyu, why don't you come train with us? Zhe Li's words made Qi Shu roll her eyes. Does Qingyu still need training? Oh right. Does Qingyu's strength need to go to the virtual arena? Not at all. The realization made Zhe Li even more upset. Yin Qingyu nodded. She really didn't want to train in the virtual arena anymore. She still had a medicine she hadn't developed yet and was constantly thinking about it. But Qingyu, you must remember the time. The solo assessment will start soon. Don't forget to participate. Zhe Li, seeing that Yin Qingyu was appearing less frequently, couldn't help but remind her. Yin Qingyu rarely looked at the light brain, so she often missed a lot of messages. As for Huaizi, Zhe Li thought of the cold man beside Yin Qingyu, who was even more indifferent than her. Okay, I'll remember. Yin Qingyu lightly nodded in agreement with Zhe Li's words, but she immediately went back to researching her new medicine. Zhe Li and Qi Shu watched as Yin Qingyu and Huaizi walked away, shaking their heads. Who is this man anyway? He is always following Qingyu, but he doesn't seem to take any substantial action. He has been with her for quite a while. Zhe Li's question was something Qi Shu also didn't know how to answer. She had only heard from Qingyu that Yin Qingyu had changed a lot after her first solo match. Don't worry about Qingyu. You should worry about yourself. Clearly, Zhe Li was the one who needed training the most. Zhe Li's smile faded. He knew he was the weakest among them. Yin Qingyu lifted her head, smiling as she looked at the potion in her hand. Combining interstellar pharmacology with her own summaries, she wondered if this thing was even useful. Should she find someone to test it? Would anyone be willing to test such a thing? Yin Qingyu looked uncertainly at the vial before her. She didn't know who she should give this to. Beep. Yin Qingyu heard the sound from the light brain and snapped back to her thoughts. The light brain had apparently been beeping for a long time and was now continuously chiming. It seemed the person looking for her was anxious. As expected, she saw a message from Zhe Li. Qingyu, the solo assessment is today. Hurry up. Damn. She really forgot about this. Yin Qingyu looked at the light brain in frustration. The points weren't important. What mattered was that Qingyu really liked to talk to her. Wasn't it just because she didn't care much about her identity exposure last time? He kept trying to do some ideological work with her. If an ordinary person discovered her identity, it would be one thing. The key was that it was directly discovered by their leader. Yin Qingyu took a deep breath and decided to go take a look. Qingyu, have you been sleeping? Hurry up. The first match is you against Wu Du. Zhe Li pushed Yin Qingyu onto the competition stage. Their first solo match was a privilege for those ranked at the top. At least they only had to fight this one match. After Qingyu stood on the stage and saw the familiar faces she hadn't seen for a long time, her palms itched. She had to admit she was short on money again. Mainly, she had previously researched some interstellar drugs, which were items that had evolved and were not suitable for entering space, and they were extremely expensive. Therefore, Qingyu could be said to spend money like water. This time, I still wouldn't hold back. Wudu nodded affirmatively. He had made sufficient preparations this time and should be able to compete with Qingyu. He just hoped that this time he wouldn't lose too badly. Chapter 58. Captured. Qingyu nodded. She believed that Wu Du would not go easy on her. Once prepared, she was ready to start, but she was still waiting for Wu Du to attack first. Wu Du did not disappoint Qingyu's expectations. The two began to launch their attacks simultaneously. Wu Du's skills had improved significantly compared to a month ago, but unfortunately, in Qingyu's eyes, his speed was still too slow. This time, Qingyu finally used her internal energy to start fighting with Wu Du, since Wu Du was being completely serious. Qingyu would not hold back either. However, she still restrained some of her strength. Qingyu won the battle, and more than anything, it was a sparring match with Wu Du, but this time, she ended the fight much more quickly. For some reason, it looked like Qingyu seemed to be in a hurry. She did not linger in the battle and directly concluded the match. When Wu Du was declared the loser, he looked at Qingyu in a daze, but he did not say much. After their match ended, Qingyu hurriedly left. Huizi followed her, frowning unconsciously. What happened to Qingyu? She seemed to be acting a bit off. Qingyu's complexion looked somewhat pale, and her usually rosy lips had lost their luster today. Her face was even a bit ashen. Qingyu forced herself to walk to a deserted area before stopping. Huizi stood behind her, still deep in thought. What's wrong with you? Something's off. This was the first time Qingyu appeared so weak. Could it be that she had exhausted all her strength just now? No. Can you go to Yi and give me a bottle of painkillers? Interstellar painkillers. Even Qingyu couldn't help but praise them. Perhaps due to the war. Interstellar painkillers were incredibly effective. Okay. Huizi quickly agreed. This was the first time he had seen Qingyu looking so weak. In just a moment, Huizi disappeared. Qingyu leaned weakly against the wall. It hurt a lot, but as a woman, this was pain she had to endure. This was her menstrual period. Before she had internal energy, every time she had her period, she would bleed heavily, and, at first, she could even die from it. However, as Qingyu's ancient martial arts skills improved, she still felt pain each time, but at least she didn't bleed to death. She just lost her internal energy during that time. So, this was also why Qingyu learned to make poisons, just to have the ability to protect herself, even when she had no internal energy. Qingyu gritted her teeth. Her hands pressed against her abdomen. Fortunately, her menstrual cycle was extremely special, occurring once every 2 months and lasting only 4 or 5 days. It was unlikely she would be so unfortunate as to encounter enemies when she had no internal energy. When Huizi returned with Yi to the original location, there was only an open bottle and a severed limb on the ground. It was a bug beast. The veins on Huizi's forehead throbbed. Yi was also startled by the scene. I'll go find Qingyu. You contact the leader. Qingyu was not being vigilant and seemed to have been taken away. However, being taken away indicated that Qingyu might not be in immediate danger. If Qingyu's corpse lay there, it would be a different story. Yi quickly informed the leader of a series of events that had occurred. After hearing this, the leader only said that he would send someone to support them immediately. When Yi looked up again, Huizi had already disappeared. Yi's face suddenly turned ugly. Huizi couldn't wait any longer. His mental energy had left a mark on Qingyu. And since Qingyu had no mental energy, she naturally couldn't perceive it. But now it gave him the opportunity to find Qingyu. If he delayed even a second longer, there was a high possibility that Qingyu would die. So Huizi moved with extreme speed. Qingyu was thrown to the ground. The pain from the rough surface made her furrow her brow involuntarily. Hiss, hiss. The huge bug beast surrounded her, continuously making sounds that Qingyu could not understand. Qingyu was surrounded, but her face showed no extra signs of fear, only a twisted expression from the pain. The bug beast that had brought Qingyu raised one of its claws and kept howling. It seemed to be accusing Yin Qingyu of her cruelty. Before being taken away, Yin Qingyu indeed used a drug in an attempt to kill the bug beast, but unfortunately, she failed. The noise among the bug beasts did not last long. After a while, they inexplicably quieted down. Yin Qingyu curiously looked in the direction the bug beasts had turned. At this moment, the bug beasts appeared somewhat timid, as if whatever had come among them held a significant status. Miss Yin. Yin Qingyu widened her almond-shaped eyes, filled with more astonishment. It could actually speak. Yin Qingyu focused on a passage that appeared not far away. Miss Yin. The voice sounded again. It was somewhat stiff, but it did not hinder the fluency of the speech. Coming out was a tall male figure. The man had a somewhat feminine appearance, but indeed looked human. So there was a person among the bug beasts? Yin Qingyu tilted her head in confusion. Hey, who are you? Yin Qingyu calmly sat cross-legged on the ground. The man looked at Yin Qingyu on the ground, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Miss Yin is indeed extraordinary. No wonder you are so attractive. Attractive? What kind of statement is that? Yin Qingyu moved slightly to distance herself from the man. Who are you? The one who raises bug beasts? Yin Qingyu held her abdomen, looking at the man's strange actions, unable to help but doubt. Upon hearing Yin Qingyu's words, a hint of pride appeared on the man's face as he tilted his neck. Miss Yin, I will be one of your spouses. Allow me to introduce myself, Qiu. The male voice from not far away interrupted this person's words. However, this bit of information was already enough to make Yin Qingyu feel horrified. Spouse, and one of them. What did this person want to do? Do you hear? The man named Qiu looked toward the previous passage. Another man appeared before Yin Qingyu. Compared to the man in front of her, this man named D's features seemed as if they had been meticulously sculpted by God. Good-looking, but without any distinctive features. Yin Qingyu had already experienced an aesthetic shock here. After being amazed, there was no further reaction. What do you want to take her back for? D was obviously somewhat dissatisfied. You actually brought back a human. Qiu smiled happily. D, take a careful whiff. Doesn't Tishi smell good? Good smell? Yin Qingyu's mind suddenly conjured images of cannibal tribes. They wouldn't want to eat human flesh, would they? No wonder they raised so many bug beasts. It turned out they were on the same path after all. Chapter 59. Bug beasts become humans. Yin Qingyu lowered her eyes, although she did not fear death. This manner of dying was indeed disgusting enough for her not to want to die. The man sniffed in place. Indeed, she smelled very good, and there was a certain D and Qiu exchanged glances, looking extremely in sync. Ms. Yin, now that you are here, you should know that you can't go back. Stay here with us as our companion. D crouched down to meet Yin Qingyu's gaze at the same level. However, Yin Qingyu's complexion was far from good. Perhaps due to blood loss, her face looked somewhat pale. Hey, who are you? Or rather, what gives you the confidence to keep me here? Yin Qingyu's voice was low, but her tone remained as arrogant as ever. The two men were taken aback for a moment, but soon burst into laughter. D, did you hear what she said? She seems to think she can still go back. Miss Yin, don't delude yourself into thinking you can leave. You should know, this is the territory of the insect beasts, and no one will come here to save you. Their lairs were extremely secretive, and there were many low-level insect beasts guarding outside, making it very difficult to enter. Besides, apart from the man who has been with Yin Qingyu, who else would notice that she was missing? The territory of insect beasts. Yin Qingyu's expression turned somewhat strange. Is it a collaboration between humans and insect beasts? But how could the hatred between humans and insect beasts allow them to unite? You have betrayed humanity and sided with the insect beasts. Do you really think you can sleep peacefully? Yin Qingyu looked at the two men with some suspicion. She had a guess. But this guess was too terrifying. Could it really be possible? The two men once again shared a tacit laugh. D, it seems our disguise is quite successful. Even humans can't tell whether they are human or insect beasts. Humans are just like that. But this woman in front of us is special. She has a unique appearance, beautiful and unforgettable, not like a factory-made beauty. And her blood smells very fragrant, not fishy at all. Yes, her scent right now makes me want to mate with her. When Qiu said this, his face became somewhat dreamy, looking like modern self-comfort. Disgusting. Yin Qingyu felt nauseous and almost wanted to vomit. Not now. We need to show her to the king first. D interrupted Qiu's fantasy directly. Only then did the two of them become serious. So you're all insect beasts? Wasn't it said that insect beasts only gained intelligence? Why do you even have human forms? Yan Qingyu's nails dug into her own hand fiercely. Here we go again. She didn't want to be with insect beasts. What? You still look down on us? The expression of gritting teeth on Yan Qingyu's face did not escape their notice. It was well known that humans hated insect beasts. But what right does a prisoner have to act like this? What? Can I look down on you? You dare to covet me like this? I can't look down on you? Yan Qingyu expressed her dissatisfaction directly. She would rather be killed than be taken for breeding. Anyway, she wouldn't die, at most. She would fall asleep again. If she really died, she would be too happy. Qiu's temper was evidently more impatient. So what if you look down on us? You will still be used for mating. If you can't bear children, you will be thrown to those low-level insect beasts to be eaten. Now it should be Yan Qingyu who recognizes the situation, not them. Miss Yan, I wonder where you get your confidence to be so arrogant. Those two people following you seem unlikely to find you, and you're just a level 4 soldier thinking you can leave from us? Just a level 4 soldier. How many level 4 soldiers have been killed? This was indeed a fact, and Yan Qingyu clenched her hands in anger. Damn it. Her period had come at the worst possible time. Now she didn't even have the strength to run. Yan Qingyu turned her face away. No longer want to look at them. Dee smiled when he saw Yan Qingyu stop talking. However, this smile abruptly stopped when he noticed a mark on Yan Qingyu's neck. A mental power mark. Qiu quickly turned back when he heard this. The expressions on their faces were not good. Dee reached out to erase the mark. But Yan Qingyu reacted and dodged to the side. What are you doing? Don't touch me. What is this mental power mark? But seeing how anxious these two insect beasts were, Yan Qingyu felt a bit pleased. It seemed this mark was extremely important. Their expressions became even uglier. Qiu, grab her. The mental power mark must be erased. Otherwise, the person who left this mark will likely find this place. Moreover, the fact that they hadn't discovered this mark for so long indicated that the person's mental power was very high. Yan Qingyu was indeed able to evade several of their attacks, but when her lower abdomen hurt, she was still caught by Qiu. Damn it. This woman actually let someone leave her a mental power mark like this. She must have been touched by someone. Qiu grabbed Yan Qingyu, his face filled with anger. Otherwise, how could there be someone else's mark on her? Especially a mark as hard to leave as a mental power mark. While Dee was erasing the mark, he listened to Qiu's words. His expression was also quite grim. I knew that women from the starry sky are the most disgusting. The foul smell from other women made Dee, who first met someone as fragrant as Yan Qingyu, develop some good feelings towards her, but unexpectedly, disgusting to death. Yan Qingyu was still struggling. Unfortunately, 1 against 2, she didn't dare to take out her medicine from her space under their watchful eyes. The risk was too great. What if these two perverts were immune? Without certainty, she didn't want to expose herself too soon. If she hadn't escaped by then, it would be even more troublesome if they found out she had something from space. After Dee spent some effort, the mental power mark was finally erased. The two exchanged a smile. Now, the danger of exposing their lair was finally gone. Yan Qingyu weakly let her hands drop. If only she were a guy, it would be much better. Without a period, she wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Bang! The insect beasts around the three collapsed in response. And Dee and Qiu were obviously very alert. They immediately held Yan Qingyu close. Who? Come out. The two looked around without any movement but did not relax their vigilance. Let her go. It's Huizi, it's Huizi. Yan Qingyu recognized Huizi's voice. Perhaps thinking she was about to be killed, he jumped out impatiently. Normally, Yan Qingyu would think this person was rather foolish. But now, she suddenly felt a lot more at ease. Chapter 60. Yan Qingyu, taking medicine you came quickly. But if it's just you alone, there's no way you can take her back today. Qiu and Dee exchanged glances, their eyes revealing murderous intent. Qiu grabbed Yan Qingyu, while Dee directly confronted Huizi's mech. Huizi's strength was indeed better than those from Planet 250. However, perhaps due to concerns for Yan Qingyu's safety, Huizi's movements were always restricted. Don't worry about me. I won't die. Yan Qingyu was speaking the truth, but all three of them disbelieved her. You really are confident. Who says we won't kill you? They knew very well what was more important, a woman or their secrets. Qiu's tone sounded very urgent. Alone, Dee certainly couldn't compete with Huizi. Now they were all in humanoid form, even though their bodies were strong. There were still some differences from when they were insect beasts. Seeing Di about to be overwhelmed, Qiu directly restrained Yan Qingyu in place and flew forward. Two people attacking one mech. Although Huai Zi was naturally talented, facing two high-level insect beasts, he was somewhat powerless. Yan Qingyu stood coldly in place. Perhaps these insect beasts had let down their guard too much, as they had directly imprisoned her here without further action. Yan Qingyu looked at the fierce battle not far away, feeling a bit complicated inside. Was Guai Zi here because of the command from the leader? But in this situation, they should have waited for their side to gather reinforcements before coming. Why did he come alone? Guai Zi had no time to think about these things. The two were clearly high-level insect beasts, and any part of their bodies could transform into that of an insect beast. Even if they hadn't completely transformed, the two of them together would still be difficult to deal with. They were continuously using mental attacks. Even if Guai Zi was resolute, he couldn't help but stagger a bit. Qiu seized the opportunity and struck the back of Guai Zi's mech, causing it to topple to the ground. Yan Qingyu was stunned by this scene. She sensed the mental energy, but could see that Guai Zi was about to lose control. The mech was basically curled up, having lost the strength to resist against the two's onslaught. Yan Qingyu didn't understand the purpose of Guai Zi coming to find her. Was it just because he was afraid she would die? But he couldn't save her. In the current situation, Guai Zi was clearly in a more dangerous position than she was. Yan Qingyu shook her head at this thought. She took out a vial of medicine from her space. Guai Zi, don't be afraid. Her life wasn't important. There was no need for someone to accompany her to death. This statement attracted the attention of all three. And after seeing Yan Qingyu swallow the medicine, even though Guai Zi was experiencing a mental outbreak, he still moved toward Yan Qingyu. No, don't. Guai Zi's voice was no longer the usual coldness. It seemed as if there was blood blocking his throat, and he was choking on his words. Di and Qiu saw Yan Qingyu take the medicine and felt a twinge of regret in their eyes. But they did not stop their assault on Guai Zi. Seeing the condition of the two, they certainly couldn't leave them here. Only the dead wound tea reveals secrets. Yan Qingyu dropped the vial, flipped her palm, and directly shattered the restraints. She drew her sword from the space and flew towards Di. The two were shocked by her sudden movement. The sword plunged directly into Di's chest. Both were startled. Why? Even if their human forms were not as tough as insect beasts, they certainly wouldn't be pierced by such a small weapon. Yan Qingyu drove the sword all the way in, looking at the shocked face of Di. She didn't hesitate and slapped her palm against Di's chest. After sending Di flying, Yan Qingyu turned and faced Qiu. However, Qiu reacted quickly and sidestepped, barely avoiding Yan Qingyu's sword. He completely underestimated her combat experience. Yan Qingyu adjusted her grip, and the sword shifted direction, stabbing into Qiu's abdomen. She hit her target, but quickly distanced herself from the two. Standing next to the mech, Yan Qingyu looked like a majestic female warrior, protecting Guai Zi. Qiu and Di got up, their eyes sharp as they looked at Yan Qingyu. Di, it seems this woman isn't weak at all. Indeed, she is quite formidable. Di removed his hand from his chest, which was covered in blue liquid. It looked like the blood of an insect beast, but only they were so special. After all, they were different from real humans. Yan Qingyu held her sword in one hand, while the other gathered internal energy. She struck, sending Qiu flying. Di watched Yan Qingyu's movements with increasing interest. You're really special. The scent on you, your appearance, and the strange power you're displaying all reveal your uniqueness. Yan Qingyu remained silent, her movements unceasing. Of course, Di Wunti just stand still. Just as Qiu fell to the ground, he began to use mental attacks. However, aside from Guai Zi's mech twisting in pain, Yan Qingyu had no trouble facing Di's beastly arm. The insect beast's skin was indeed thick, but it seemed like he wasn't very familiar with human bodies, moving sluggishly. He was probably even slower than Wu Du. It was just annoying. Yan Qingyu not only handled the two's attacks with ease, but even seemed to have the upper hand. She kicked Di aside and swiftly attacked Qiu's face. Qiu couldn't react in time and could only retreat. Unfortunately, a sword had already descended from above his head. Qiu's head was directly severed in half. A gush of blue blood sprayed out. Di, seeing this scene, no longer hesitated. He crouched down, transforming into an insect beast, filling the space completely. Roar. These roar made the cave tremble subtly, but Qingyu had no time to waste. She quickly spun around, leaping onto the insect beast and continuously stabbing into its body. The transformed D was slower, but his defense was stronger. Qingyu's movements began to slow down, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She was thrown off by D and knelt weakly on the ground, even in the midst of a mental outbreak. Guizi still managed to raise a hand to shield Qingyu. Looking at the mechanical hand before her, Qingyu felt a deep discomfort in her already heated eyes. Just wait a little longer. But the backlash from the medicine was truly making her feel powerless. Chapter 61. The backlash of the medicine. Qingyu looked at the approaching insect beast with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. I still wanted to ask why you smell so good. It turns out it's your blood. D, seeing a drop of blood left by Qingyu on the ground, suddenly spoke, but the content of his words was somewhat chilling. After all, Qingyu's move had nearly killed Qiu. D certainly would not look kindly upon her. However, Qingyu remained calm and even smiled at D. Do you see the person on the ground? That will be your fate. D's claws began to scratch vigorously against the ground. His words stirred a murderous intent within him. This woman could not be left alive. Otherwise, why would there be such a powerful mech master by her side? Qingyu also advanced with her sword. She didn't have much time left. She needed to kill this insect beast before the medicine wore off. However, Qingyu felt her strength waning. She was barely able to move, on par with the insect beast. Qingyu planted her sword into the ground, using it to support her body to avoid collapsing. Hey, you're done for. D's voice was clearly smug. A level 4 female soldier reaching this point was certainly pushing herself to the limit. But he couldn't understand how this woman was managing to do it. I must bring her corpse back. Qingyu narrowly dodged D's attack. Bang! D's torso fell to the ground. Huh! Qingyu raised her eyes, and upon seeing this scene, she chuckled lightly. D was clearly anxious, but he couldn't move. What's going on? You used medicine? The sword in Qingyu's hand was faintly glowing white. He suddenly understood how Qingyu had drugged them. No wonder she had to stab them with her weapon. Their bodies were incredibly strong. Qingyu remained determined to pierce through their bodies. He suddenly glanced back at Qiu, who was still lying on the ground, his eyes full of shock. He hasn't revived. He actually hasn't revived. This injury is nothing for them. The severed parts will quickly grow back. So, after waiting for so long, if Qiu still hasn't moved, he must be dead, killed by Qingyu. At this moment, his body could no longer move. What on earth did this woman do? D warily watched Qingyu. Now only she could still move. Huizi had long lost his combat capability under the assault from him and Qiu. However, after a long time, Qingyu showed no signs of movement. She also appeared quite weak. Heh, it seems you can't do anything either. Then just wait to die. Once the insect beasts react, these two will undoubtedly be dead. Qingyu ignored his words and kicked Huizi's mech. She crawled into the control room of Huizi's mech. Huizi, open the door. Her strength was about to give out, and she decided to go all in, seeing who could win. Huizi still retained a shred of rationality. Upon hearing Qingyu's words, he opened the control cabin. He let Qingyu in, but as he was about to crawl out, he was unfortunately grabbed by the leg by Qingyu. Eat this. Qingyu looked at Huizi, who had collapsed on the ground, and unceremoniously poured a bottle of potion into his mouth. This was a potion she had concocted not long ago, imitating the suppression needles of the starry sky. But she had never tried it before and didn't know whether it would work. After feeding Huizi, Qingyu lost all her strength. The potion she drank was something she had obtained many years ago. It could forcibly enhance her power, but not for long and with serious side effects. If it were just Qingyu alone, she definitely wouldn't use this. But with Huizi here, she had to save him. Qingyu collapsed on the ground. Watching Huizi supporting her, her lips murmured, and Huizi leaned in to hear clearly. I poisoned them. He isn't dead yet, just unable to move. You need to take me out of here. All hope now rested on Huizi, and it seemed Qingyu's side effect had already set in. Qingyu took out a bottle and handed it over. This can dissolve mechs, but she didn't know if it had the same effect on the insect beasts. At this moment, Qingyu suddenly felt grateful that she often liked to fiddle with these strange things. Huizi said nothing, took the bottle, and picked up Qingyu. Walking out, the mech was no longer usable. It had been tortured by the insect beasts beyond recognition. Yet he still needed to take Qingyu out. As soon as Huizi emerged, D's gaze fixed on him. His sharp-toothed mouth continued to writhe. But Huizi walked up to D as if he felt nothing. You, why aren't you reacting? Qingyu didn't react. Why wasn't this man reacting either? Huizi ignored him and opened the bottle, pouring its contents all over the insect beast. Hiss! The sound of the beast's armor being corroded echoed in the empty space. D also felt the burning sensation on his body. Despicable. You, a mech master, aren't using a mech. Simply despicable. These howls could barely be heard by Qingyu and Huizi as the two made their way out of the cave, taking a winding path. Qingyu's eyes, forced open, were still shocked at the sight of the numerous insect beasts on the ground. After killing so many insect beasts, they still had to battle the two remaining ones. Huizi might just be holding on a fight. No, regardless of how you kill the insect beasts, you are, after all, an excellent mech master. Qingyu knew that people in this era were very strange. The stronger their talent, the stranger they became. Just like the odd mentality that one shouldn't ambush in battle. Qingyu was afraid Huizi would be influenced by D's words. Yet she hadn't anticipated that she wouldn't be able to withstand the backlash of the potion. After saying this, she fainted directly. Huizi watched Qingyu close her eyes and couldn't help but press his lips together, quickening his pace. Here, they are here. Huizi had a locator in his body, even though it had been disturbed by the insect beasts in the lair. It was now enough to quickly find the 2's location. Yin saw this scene. Both of them were covered in battle scars. And Qingyu's injuries were even more severe, with a large gash on her leg, blood soaking through her black pants, making it hard to see the color. Huizi's face was filled with anxiety. She took her own medicine. She fought against the insect beasts and fainted just now. Her own medicine. When Yin heard this, his forehead twitched. Qingyu's medicine was indeed strange. The two hurriedly took Qingyu back for treatment. Huizi was taken separately for treatment and questioning, while Qingyu was taken for treatment by Yun. When Yun saw the bright red blood on Qingyu's pale thigh, he couldn't help but take a slight breath. After placing Qingyu in the treatment pod, there were no major injuries left on her body. It was just unclear why Qingyu hadn't woken up for so long. The leader tapped on the table, watching Qingyu lying in the observation room. At this moment, her lips had lost some color, her face was pale, and she lay there in a patient gown, small and looking pitifully adorable. But the leader knew that Qingyu was not as weak as she appeared. I thought she would have Huizi protect her and come out. Yun rubbed his hands. After hearing Huizi's description, his attitude toward Qingyu became very complex. Clearly, it was she who poisoned and killed without blinking. Clearly, it was she who cursed them both to threaten the leader. Yet, in the end, it was still she who saved them at the brink of life and death. She didn't abandon Huizi or watch him get killed by the insect beasts. Instead, she used strong medicine to restore her strength. Yun truly didn't understand such a person. Shouldn't a person be completely good or completely bad? Chapter 62. Unconscious, the leader's robotic voice remained unchanged. She is different. This sentence seemed to contain many meanings. Yun just stared at Qingyu. Huizi led them to the place where Qingyu was imprisoned. Unfortunately, all that was left was debris. As for the corpses of the two insect beasts, they had vanished without a trace. Everyone felt a strong sense of oppression. These insect beasts had indeed organized themselves. Huizi looked at the wreckage without surprise. He only gazed at his broken mech being taken away, his thoughts somewhat distant. He should have perished here. He had been prepared for that before coming. A lone mech master was supposed to save a person within the insect beast lair, and he had long anticipated the dangers. But unexpectedly, even now, he was still standing here unharmed. Huizi's eyes darkened, and he no longer paid attention to the situation here, returning alone. Guyu and Iju already knew that Qingyu had stopped attending classes, But upon arriving here and seeing so many powerful individuals, they couldn't help but feel shocked. What on earth was Yin Qingyu's identity to have so many people from the capital star protecting her? You're Dr. Yin Yunyi, whose medical skills could not be considered superb. He didn't expect such a person to have stayed in their 250 school for so long. Yet no one noticed his difference. Qingyu might need some time before she can continue school. Yin Yi briefly explained the situation. After all, it was uncertain how long Yin Qingyu would remain unconscious this time. If she disappeared for too long, he would need a reason to take leave. And the leader bringing so many people was indeed somewhat attention-grabbing. The few of them looked at Yin Qingyu in the observation room, unsure of what to say. The first time seeing her in such a weak state, Yin Yi only informed them that Yin Qingyu had been attacked by insect beasts due to her high strength. He didn't elaborate further. After all, if the interstellar people knew that insect beasts could take human form, it would only increase their panic. The time spent visiting Yin Qingyu didn't last long. The people from the 250 school only thought that Yin Qingyu, as a solo warrior, was strong but had been captured and injured by the insect beasts. As for the visit, it was absolutely forbidden. Yin Yi stood by Yin Qingyu's side, looking at her like this, feeling a bit dazed, as if he had returned to the first time they met. The first time he found Yin Qingyu, he was simply curious as to why she didn't die from a mental power surge under the energy mine, so he took her back to the hospital. Later, seeing her strange physical condition further piqued his interest in saving her. Of course, he didn't do much. Yin Qingyu just woke up like that. When he saw Yin Qingyu's eyelashes flutter, he was actually a bit excited. His curiosity about her was intense, and he wanted to see what she looked like when she opened her eyes. Now, he also wanted to see her wake up. However, Yin Qingyu seemed to have taken some kind of drug, and despite Yin Yi's repeated questioning, he couldn't understand how she managed it. Didn't she care about her own blood? If she didn't wake up soon, her blood would be thoroughly studied by them. In order to understand why Yin Qingyu hadn't woken up yet, Yin Yi had practically examined her from head to toe. Besides discovering that she seemed to be on her menstrual cycle, there weren't any significant findings. When Huizi entered and saw Yin Yi frowning, she asked, "How is she?" Huizi seemed to have not rested well for a long time, her voice sounding a bit hoarse. Yin Yi lowered his eyes and removed the instruments from Yin Qingyu's hand. Everything looked normal, but she just couldn't wake up. "What about you? How are your test results?" Huizi mentioned that her mental power surged in the insect beast's nest. After returning, she had undergone examinations. But it was not Yin Yi who checked her. "It's fine. Her inhibitor is very good. It's even much better than our suppressor shots." Huizi's gaze softened as she recalled the data from the tests. At this moment, Yin Yi was already examining Yin Qingyu's arm when he noticed a light pink cherry blossom petal on her arm and was taken aback. But he quickly continued Huizi's question. "Her inhibitor? Did you drink the inhibitor before the insect beast was dead?" Yin Yi didn't believe that Huizi could escape with Yin Qingyu without a mech while the insect beast was still alive. "No." Hearing this, Yin Yi directly turned his gaze to Huizi's face. "No? Then how did you get out?" "The insect beast had gained consciousness and would attack your mental power." "That's true, but the insect beast's attack on my mental power was completely ineffective. I could even hold Yin Qingyu and walk up to the insect beast to sprinkle it with medicine and leave. There was no pressure at all. What about the inhibitor?" "There's another bottle." Yin Yi expressionlessly took the bottle and left. Huizi remained standing by Yin Qingyu's bed, unmoving. Huizi's fingers twitched, her gaze fixed on the patterns on Yin Qingyu's exposed arm. But she did not move again. Even though she had experienced a mental power surge that day, she could still sense that Yin Qingyu's medicine had clearly appeared out of thin air. But how could an ordinary person achieve this level? It was obviously unrealistic. The cherry blossom petals on Yin Qingyu's hand were still tender and red. Huizi withdrew her gaze and left. This was Yin Qingyu's secret. If she didn't want to speak, no one could pry it out. Yin Qingyu had been lying down for almost half a month. If things didn't improve soon, Yin Yi and the others might have to send her to Capital Star. As for Yin Qingyu's two medicines, Yin Yi had only figured out one. He discovered that the component of this inhibitor was likely made from her own water. As for the other medicines, he had no idea what they were. The water was recognized because it had been discovered last time, making it easy to identify this time. But could this alone prevent the fear of a mental power collapse? No, It should be safe for a while after you take it. Besides, as you said, the insect beast was already on the verge of death at that time, so its attacking power had decreased. Yun-Yi replied to Huizi. However, this was mostly speculation, based on this one experiment. They had no idea if it would apply to all situations. But Yin Qingyu still lay there, uncertain of her fate. Yun-Yi looked at the head and the light brain. Head, can we take Qingyu back? They hesitated to move, fearing that something might happen to Yin Qingyu's medicine. However, after half a month of observation, aside from her deep sleep, Yin Qingyu's body indeed showed no other issues. But lying there for too long, without waking up, was also a problem. The issues involved might only have answers on Capital Star. Chapter 63. Awakening. When Yin Qingyu woke up, there was no one beside her. But looking at the familiar setup, she understood. It seemed she hadn't been asleep for too long this time. As soon as Yin Qingyu sat up, the alarm rang throughout the room. She didn't move again. She could feel that many people were approaching her. Yin Qingyu had not been sitting on the bed for long when Yun-Yi arrived with a group of people. Let's check her physical condition. Yin Qingyu watched as the group busily moved around for a long time until only Yun-Yi remained in the room before she spoke. Where is Huizi? Hearing this, Yun-Yi looked at Yin Qingyu in surprise, and she turned her face awkwardly. Yun-Yi soudainly similed. Huizi is fine. If it weren't for you, there might have been real danger this time. Yin Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Well, as long as she's fine. How long have I been asleep? Don't It's so true that being close to her is dangerous. But since they came for her, she couldn't just watch someone die in front of her. About half a month. Yin Qingyu's eyes slightly drooped. She hadn't expected that the after effects of this medicine were so strong that it made her sleep for so long. Yun-Yi suddenly frowned, looking at Yin Qingyu with a much more serious expression. Qingyu, is your physical condition recovering thanks to the medicine? What did you take? Are you aware of its side effects? Yun-Yi was too curious and asked without hesitation. When Huizi entered, she lightly coughed, interrupting their conversation. The head said to let her rest more. Upon hearing this, Yun-Yi stopped pressing the issue, but his gaze on Yin Qingyu remained intense. Yin Qingyu didn't feel much. You two must provide me with the best protection since you consumed my child insect. Otherwise, if I die, you two might have to accompany me in death. You understand this reasoning, right? Yin Qingyu's remark made the atmosphere among the three awkward. Yun-Yi frowned. Qingyu, we are following the head's instructions to protect you. We won't leave you alone. Even if Yin Qingyu didn't threaten them with the insect, they would still do so. Huizi remained silent, her head lowered, seemingly lost in thought. I just want to tell you that every 2 months, I will have a period of time when I am especially weak, and during that time, I need your protection. That's right, during my menstrual period, my internal energy is completely depleted. If it weren't for taking a powerful medicine, Yin Qingyu probably wouldn't have been sure if she was going to die again. The expressions of the two became serious after hearing what Yin Qingyu said. Qingyu, you should have told us about this in advance. They hadn't expected that Yin Qingyu would have such a hidden ailment. No wonder there weren't many traces of fighting at the scene this time. Yin Qingyu lowered her eyelids, looking at her rounded fingertips. She rubbed her fingers together. After the school examination, I will return to Capital Star with you. Can I participate in the assessments of the 5 major academies, then? There was a dark glimmer in Yin Qingyu's eyes. From the 2 insect beasts, she had probably guessed that her blood was likely attractive to these creatures. That's why they said they wanted to keep her here as a mate. Staying here was indeed only dangerous. She didn't think she could hide better than these filthy bugs. Without her internal energy, she was too passive. Yin was taken aback, but then smiled broadly. Great. We'll head back right away. Right away? What'd I do now? I haven't graduated yet, and without participating in the assessment, how can I enter the academy? Yin Qingyu lightly frowned, countering Yun-Yi's words. Yun-Yi was stunned. Does Qingyu still have to stay here? You don't need to worry too much about the academy. When you return, the leader will arrange your identity at the academy for you, and then be a glamorous transfer student? Yin Qingyu thought of her various experiences as a transfer student in the past. No, there's still half a month until the school examination. After the examination, I should be able to participate in the interviews for the 5 major academies right away. Yin Qingyu had actually made plans. The timing seemed just right to her. However, the two exchanged skeptical glances. Are you sure? To participate in the interviews at the 5 major academies, you need to be a graduate, Do you have enough points? You need to be an outstanding graduate, too. Is 3 million points something you can accumulate in 3 months? Plus, Yin Qingyu has also been asleep for half a month. Huizi disapproved of Yin Qingyu's idea. 3 million isn't too difficult. Yin Qingyu remembered that her points had already added up to over 2 million, thanks to winning against 2 mecha masters, one of whom was an instructor. The points had practically doubled. Huizi looked at Yin Qingyu's confident demeanor, momentarily stunned. While he wanted to persuade Yin Qingyu again, but Huizi directly stopped him. Then you should rest well. No need. Where's your leader? I have something to discuss with him. Since she couldn't avoid the leak, she planned to take the initiative herself. This way, fewer people would know. Yin Qingyu sat cross-legged on the bed, wearing a large patient gown, clearly looking like a soft and cute girl, yet exuding an air of authority. Yun-Yi dialed the link to the leader's holographic computer, but was driven out by Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu had an in-depth conversation with this long-unseen leader. Chapter 64. Some real facts. Yin Qingyu looked at the familiar robot in silence for a long time. What's wrong? Are you planning to come back with them? The leader asked first. Yin Qingyu smiled upon hearing this. You know, the news travels fast. She had just finished speaking with Yun-Yi and the others, and now the leader already knew. However, was he a big deal? No, it's enough to guess. He doesn't need anyone to report. He can figure it out himself. Hearing this, Yin Qingyu smiled, her gaze flowing, yet her eyes remained indifferent. You should know that I'm not a good person. You are a good person. Yin Qingyu was momentarily stunned. This caught her off guard. The leader looked at the dazed Yin Qingyu, and even through the robotic voice, one could hear the affection. Miss Yin is indeed a good person. Enduring such torment without letting anyone die in vain shows a kind heart. Who wants to hear others say she has a kind heart? Yin Qingyu frowned, seemingly dissatisfied. That was just to prevent us both from dying at the hands of the insect beasts, and Huizi was also there to rescue me. I couldn't just leave him behind. What does that have to do with kindness? It was just a mutual use. Regardless, Huizi was saved by you, and his coming to rescue you was merely his obligation. Huizi's obligation was to follow the leader's orders and protect Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu knew this fact. However, an obligation is an obligation, and she couldn't just watch someone die for her. All right, enough chit-chat. I want to talk to you alone to tell you something directly. Yin Qingyu didn't plan to discuss this matter too much. Her expression became serious. She found this matter somewhat difficult to control. You should know that I'm not from this era. My blood is different from yours. During the time I was unconscious, you should have checked me inside and out, right? Yin Qingyu tightened her grip as she spoke. She didn't know if they would discover her secret of immortality. Yin Qingyu lowered her eyes. Her emotions complex, but not revealing. Indeed, we found that Miss Yan cells are much more active than ours. You are a completely normal human. The leader's words made Yin Qingyu raise her head abruptly, her eyes filled with disbelief. What's wrong, Miss Yan? She should have been aware of this matter herself. The leader didn't quite understand Yin Qingyu's shock at this moment. Yin Qingyu swallowed hard, and after a long time, she spoke. Normal person, aren't you? After saying this, Yin Qingyu regained her composure and saw the leader's peculiar expression, suddenly understanding something. Sorry, I didn't mean to say you were abnormal. Mainly, your appearance is indeed strange, and that you can still live like this is honestly something I didn't expect. The leader lightly replied to Yin Qingyu's question. It's fine. My appearance has always been strange. Perhaps from the perspective of the stars, you're the only normal human. He could barely remember his previous appearance. Being trapped here for so long had made him almost forget his once unrestrained self. Yin Qingyu raised her eyebrows slightly at this remark. She and T cared about this issue before and had never asked. Haven't you evolved? I simply haven't evolved, so I don't have any mental power. That is, mental power is ineffective against me. The leader didn't reply further. He seemed to be in deep thought about something. In fact, that's not the case. We are not evolved. Only you are. The leader's words left Yin Qingyu even more confused. If I am the only truly normal human, then what significance does my existence have for you? A different kind of being appeared. What does her existence mean to them? Your existence allows me to see what a true human is like. Our mental power is not a result of evolution. Humans inherently possess wisdom. How could the Creator be so biased as to give us mental power specifically to deal with insect beasts. This statement made Qingyu sit up straighter. On the Star Network, there had never been any information stating that human mental power did not come from evolution. All materials indicated that as time evolved, humans gradually developed mental power. It wasn't innate. How did you achieve this? Qingyu didn't quite understand the reasoning behind it. The best weapon for humans is, of course, wisdom. With wisdom, how difficult is it to replicate mental power? Qingyu finally fully understood the truth of the matter. It turned out that mental power was not something humans were born with. Instead, humans had dissected the captured insect beast to extract it, which was how they injected mental power into themselves. In the beginning, they had no technological support, and all experiments had failed. After years of effort, normal humans finally appeared. However, changing fate comes at a price, and that price is the emergence of genetic diseases. The higher the talent, the deeper the influence of the insect beast genes, and the more severe the genetic diseases become. So, what exactly are your genetic diseases? Clearly, you possess exceptional physical abilities and mental strength, capable of fighting against the insect beasts, and even your lifespan has increased significantly, yet genetic diseases still exist. Qingyu couldn't figure out where these genetic diseases lay. When she researched it initially, she overlooked this part, but she never expected that she would still be unable to escape the fate of Capital Star. Qingyu had a strong intuition that this disease might have a significant connection to her. The genetic disease is not within us, but within our next generation. A vague statement. Since it's not within you, why worry? After you die in 100 years, you won't need to worry about these matters at all. At this point, Qingyu suddenly remembered that this strange man in front of her seemed to have lived in this form for 300 years. Forget it. You won't die either. The tone of Qinyu's words was somewhat complex, seemingly filled with regret, but also mixed with some relief. No, my time should not be long either. Finally, I can be liberated. This is his true thought. Qingyu was taken aback. No need to be so surprised. I should have died long ago. I'm just waiting for death to come. Being able to see a real human before I die is worth it. Worth it? Qingyu lowered her eyelids. Perhaps she was not a real human either. You just mentioned your next generation. What about the next generation? According to reason, mental strength has been passed down in interstellar history for a long time. No one has discovered any diseases in this generation. Heaven will not let humans escape. Our history will eventually perish. So when can you get to the point after all this rambling? Qingyu was a bit impatient. Who wants to hear these grand principles? This is the point. Even if we rely on science to extend our lives, the existence of genetic diseases continuously lowers our fertility rate. You may not feel it on this planet, but when you come to Capital Star, you will understand. This is the real disaster. It's not dying because of the insect beasts, but rather the humans themselves can no longer continue to reproduce. Qingyu raised her eyes to stare at the screen. The people of Capital Star suffer from severe genetic diseases, but people from other planets do not face this difficulty, so humans are not yet at the point of extinction. Right? The men have issues? It's no wonder Qingyu said this. The impression left by the trading of women on this planet was too deep. If the number of women is scarce and cannot achieve the fertility rate, how could such a situation occur? Chapter 65. The normal person she needs. But what we need are strong individuals, not mere survivors of humanity. Without strong individuals, they would still be swallowed up by these insect beasts. Therefore, what they need in terms of fertility rate is actually the fertility of strong individuals. However, generally speaking, the higher the talent, the lower the birth rate. On planet 250, the ratio of women is already far below that of men, but the situation is even more severe on Capital Star. The leader directly stated the predicament of Capital Star. What they're more worried about is the emergence of strong individuals. Since there are so few women on Capital Star, what about the girls from these planets? Allowing some ill-intentioned people at the bottom to treat them poorly is not as good as nurturing them well. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about finding partners. Qingyu looked at the leader with sarcasm. Do they really not understand such a simple principle? What we need are strong individuals. If it's just about the continuation of bloodlines, then what you said is certainly not a problem. However, what we need is the combination of individuals with talent on both sides. Only in this way can we increase the chance of obtaining geniuses. Yan Qingyu frowned. Does this mean they not only need women, but also talented women? If that's the case, you chose strong power, and now, even with my presence, it seems unlikely that you could return to being normal, right? Moreover, she might not be a normal person either. Yan Qingyu rolled her eyes, clearly feeling a bit of a headache. If humans truly become extinct in the end, will she have to live half alive beside the insect beasts? However, even if she doesn't want the complete extinction of humanity, things cannot go as she wishes. Both the leader and Yan Qingyu fell into silence. After a long time, the leader finally spoke again. There must always be a glimmer of hope for everyone. In a certain sense, Yan Qingyu's existence represents hope. Hope? Do you mean to announce that I came from another world? Or do you want me to have a child to experiment with? Yan Qingyu suddenly realized. Why is the so-called normal person considered hope? Even if her cells can change something, it would only revert these individuals with mental strength back to their state before they had mental strength. Even women with slightly lower abilities are not worthy of mating and reproducing with the people of Capital Star. How could she, a normal person from ancient times with not high talent, possibly provide them with the so-called hope? Yan Qingyu's quick reaction left the leader stunned. After a brief silence, the leader chuckled softly. Miss Yan is indeed clever. One could say she is sensitive. Ordinary people hearing such statements would likely think of themselves as the only savior. But Yan Qingyu clearly thought of some facts he intended to conceal. The more prone our mental strength is to violent outbursts, the deeper the influence of the insect beasts. We were not like this before. The leaders seemed to be reminiscing. In the past, although they had equal talent, their mental strength was far less volatile. Later, in order to obtain so-called genius offspring, two already outstanding individuals would mate, and while the children born would also have high talent, the further down the line, the more likely they would die due to violent mental strength. Even with suppression injections, it is still impossible to fully control it. What we want is to see if there is a possibility of breakthrough through Miss Yan's cells and blood. Unfortunately, there has been no progress so far. However, the emergence of ancient humans always brings them some hope. In fact, that day, Wuxia should have died. The leader suddenly mentioned this, causing Yan Qingyu's hand to tremble. Being consciously attacked by two high-level insect beasts, his mental strength had already collapsed. Yet, Yan Qingyu's vial of medicine pulled him back. In that short time, it even repaired his mental strength and gave him some time to resist the mental attacks of the insect beasts. The leader's meaning, Yan Qingyu probably understood. My suppressants haven't changed much. Of course, I'm not that kind-hearted person. The medicinal materials I used were all made at cost, so if you want them, they certainly won't be free. Upon hearing this, the leader smiled. Being able to obtain this agent is the best outcome. Yan Qingyu nodded slightly. She and expected that the medicines in her space could have this effect. However, just because many medicines were already available in the space doesn't mean Yan Qingyu would selflessly contribute them. Trading for star currency is a very good idea. Moreover, since she has found a good channel to sell them, it saves her a lot of effort. Have you confirmed that there are no issues? There are no side effects, right? Even if there are, she doesn't want to bear the responsibility. Yan Qingyu remained very cautious in this regard. Wuxia has been undergoing checks for the past half-month, and there have been no issues. What about you? Do you still have half a month to participate in the school examination? If I'm not mistaken, Yan Qingyu wants to come to Capital Star openly and honestly. That's why she wouldn't want to leave in a hurry. The school exam is not a problem. The key issue now is the interview for the 5 major colleges. I want to participate in the interview right after the school exam. Is that possible? Yan Qingyu is actually not very sure. She doesn't know much about this aspect. However, she genuinely just wants to live an ordinary person's life. To be someone not so special, Yan Qingyu hopes to be ordinary from the very beginning. Anyway, her level 4 is still visible here, but it should be quite common on Capital Star. Moreover, there are many guards there, so she wouldn't need Guizi to follow her around all the time. Can she finally be an ordinary person this time? Can she finally live a laid-back life? Yan Qingyu felt a bit excited thinking about this. The leader was silent for a moment. I can have the 5 major colleges start recruiting again, and I will even prepare your identity when you enter Capital Star. The recruitment itself is not difficult, but the challenge lies in whether Yan Qingyu can pass the interview assessment. The leader couldn't help but smile at this thought. Haha, almost forgot. Your strength shouldn't be underestimated. Yan Qingyu smiled knowingly. All right, then just wait for my good news. What she needs to do now is to understand the assessment matters. So Yan Qingyu explained to Yan Yi and planned to go back to her dorm directly. Are you really okay? Yan Yi looked at Yan Qingyu with uncertainty. After sleeping for so long, is it really okay to just leave like this? I'm fine. The effect of that medicine is like this. Anyway, I won't die. Yan Qingyu thought nonchalantly. She directly pulled Guizi out of the infirmary. Guizi looked extremely worried, occasionally blocking some obstacles for Yan Qingyu. Thanks. I'm back at the dorm now. Yan Qingyu intended to open the door and go in. However, she was stopped by Guizi just as she was about to close the door. This is a high-level light brain. It can store some things, and the account is still yours. Yan Qingyu's light brain has been lost, so she didn't refuse the light brain in front of her. All right, then consider it as the payment for the inhibitor medicine you took. Yan Qingyu accepted the light brain and closed the door, leaving Guizi standing there in a daze. This is different. Chapter 66, Team Formation. After Yan Qingyu opened the light brain, a lot of information popped up, most of which were sent by Zhe Li and Qi Shu, along with a few from Huoshi and Baiyu. Yan Qingyu didn't reply, but instead put several people into a group chat. Qingyu, are you okay? Zhe Li was the most excited. Not many people knew that Yan Qingyu was fine. However, when they saw Yan Qingyu's name, everyone was a bit surprised. Yes, I'm fine. There are only half a month left until the school exam. Should we team up? Yan Qingyu asked directly. She didn't care much about these things, but her points depended on the final competition score. Otherwise, no matter how hard she worked in this last period, she wouldn't reach the points needed to participate in the interview. To attend the interview, she needed to team up to gain points. Yan Qingyu's question made the group fall into silence. However, Baiyu was the first to speak. Yes, we can. Baiyu looked at the words on the light brain, his eyes glimmering. With only half a month left, the fact that he hadn't joined any team during this period said a lot. All right. Huoshi and Qi Shu didn't say much and directly agreed to this seemingly casual reason. Zhe Li looked at this scene in disbelief. What? Such a big deal. And we decided just half a month before the school exam? And more importantly, our team has lost 3 infantrymen, 1 mech engineer, and 1 mech manufacturer. When Zhe Li typed this, his hands trembled a bit. They just casually decided their team like this? Did you join someone else's team? Yan Qingyu asked. Of course not. Zhe Li replied directly. He had been waiting for Yan Qingyu to come out. Well, that's good. Perfect solution. For Zhe Li, this was still a bit magical. Of course, this magic didn't last long. Until the next day, when the 5 met in the virtual field, everyone felt something was off. We have too many infantrymen. Huoshi spoke directly. He had been busy making things yesterday and completely forgot about this matter. But upon seeing everyone today, he realized there were too many infantrymen. It doesn't matter. Our team is like this. Yan Qingyu flatly rejected Huoshi's suggestion. She knew what Huoshi meant, but the strength of their team to win was not determined by how many mech engineers they had. We only need the strongest mech engineer. The number of mech engineers doesn't matter. Strength does. Baiyu's face turned red, but he quickly regained his composure. Qingyu, don't praise him. Zhe Li glanced at Baiyu with disdain. But Qingyu, we only have half a month left. Can we really make in time? This is the real issue everyone should be worried about. Zhe Li felt a bit down when he brought up this problem. They indeed had much less time for coordination compared to others. Isn't strength the hard truth? Yan Qingyu looked at Zhe Li in confusion. The strength of their team should be indisputable, right? Let's do a simulation first. Qi Shu directly got to the point. Asking about this and that at this time was useless. It was better to just dive in. The 5 of them swaggered into the arena under everyone's watch. Once the 5 disappeared, the place became lively. Of course, the Star Network also became bustling. Shocking. The team of the strongest infantryman, the strongest mech engineer, and the strongest mech manufacturer has emerged. This title was indeed shocking enough, but it also attracted a lot of attention. What? The strongest? It's just a group of lower-grade students with a bit better talent. Moreover, this team has a flaw. That's right, there is only 1 mech engineer. No matter how amazing Baiyu's talent is, so what? Hey, Yan Qingyu's strength is also not low. Yan Qingyu's strength is indeed not low. Is the battle an individual fight? Isn't it a team battle? Look at the 3 infantrymen in this team. Which team dares to do this? A team with 2 infantrymen is already considered a lot. If it weren't for the requirement of having at least 1 infantryman in a team, some teams might be all mech engineers. Everyone was both curious and looked down on this team. When they heard that this team had just been formed, everyone was even more surprised. It's only been half a month. Can they really do it? The 5 who entered the virtual space were unaware that public opinion was starting again outside. The 5 were stuck at the first step. I'm a mech engineer. Bai Yu frowned, repeating this fact once again. Even if you're the leader, you must choose the right path to walk. Yan Qingyu retorted without hesitation. Hey, stop arguing, stop arguing. This is just the first step of the simulation. Zelle intervened, traio to mediate. He truly didn't expect that there would be a disagreement at the very first step. Qishu, hurry, stop them. I think we should go that way. No, it should be the other way. Zayli looked at the 4 people arguing over 4 paths, feeling utterly speechless. Stop arguing. The mech engineer's opinion doesn't count. Hearing this, Yan Qingyu proudly raised an eyebrow at Bai Yu. Qingyu's doesn't count either. Yours don't count either. Zayli dismissed everyone's opinions in one fell swoop. Then how should we go? Yan Qingyu's expression seemed somewhat dissatisfied. There were more than a dozen paths here, and they were standing right in the middle. It was certain that they wouldn't be able to find their way out by following their own thoughts. Let's calm down first and collectively think of a relatively feasible solution before we move. It was absolutely not acceptable to wander around so easily. Who knows what each path holds? Then let's take the right path. This road must be safe. Even if it's not, I will protect you all. No, we should emphasize accurate safety. The left path. It is definitely the right choice. Once again, the 4 of them held their own opinions. Very well, since that's the case, let's take the path behind us. Zeely coldly pointed towards the back. When we can't reach a consensus, we choose a route that leaves us no choice. All right, it has to be this way. The few of them looked reluctant as they stepped onto the path behind them. Qingyu, where's that man? Why isn't he following you anymore? Zeely asked as he looked at Yan Qingyu in front, suddenly remembering this question. Where's Huizi? The man who was always by Yan Qingyu's side? He has something to do. I don't need him to follow me anymore. Yan Qingyu's expression didn't change much upon hearing Zeely's words. According to her plan, she wanted to be an ordinary person attending a normal school, so Huizi certainly couldn't accompany her to Capital Star. Moreover, Huizi's mission was considered complete, and there was no need for him to stay by her side. Yan Qingyu couldn't help but recall how Huizi looked when they left. Chapter 67. Level 7 Insect Beast Huizi and Yun Yi's group were already standing in front of the spaceship. Yan Qingyu wasn't too surprised by their decision to leave overnight. Qingyu, are you really not coming with us? Yan Yi asked again, unwilling to give up. Now, Yan Qingyu was truly alone on Planet 250. She didn't know if the insect beasts would attack again. Well, don't worry. The insect beasts shouldn't move again in a short time. Yan Qingyu had long analyzed this possibility. Moreover, her physiological period had ended, and her internal strength had recovered. Who would trouble whom was still uncertain. Huizi frowned, looking increasingly worried. I'll stay here with you. No. Yan Qingyu and Yun Yi both shouted this in unison. Huizi squinted his eyes, looking at the 2 of them with sharpness. Huizi, your mental power needs to go back for further research. You absolutely cannot stay here. Yun Yi explained the importance of the situation. Due to Yan Qingyu's coma, both he and Huizi had stayed here for a long time, but some things could only be figured out by returning to Capital Star. Yan Qingyu didn't explain, but she truly couldn't let Huizi accompany her to Capital Star. How can you be sure the insect beasts won't come again? Huizi couldn't help but turn a look at Yan Qingyu, especially since the leader had agreed to let them all return, with no extra people left by Yan Qingyu's side. Yan Qingyu raised an eyebrow and smiled. Isn't it simple? When the insect beasts saw us, they only wanted to kill us to silence us, which means there aren't many insect beasts that can transform into human forms. Now that they've lost 2 generals, they won't come out again for a while. Yan Qingyu speculated a bit about the insect beast's thoughts. These creatures were secretly conspiring something, but at least they wouldn't act so swiftly for the time being. The interstellar martial law had been activated, and their chances of moving again would be greatly reduced. Hearing Yan Qingyu say this, Huizi still felt a bit worried. However, they couldn't disregard the leader's orders. This brief, yet thrilling guardianship was coming to an end. Thinking of this, Yan Qingyu's smile became even brighter. Guyu saw Yan Qingyu in this state and raised an eyebrow. Let's go. We can't stay out all night. Guyu had naturally come out with Yan Qingyu, and now they had to go back together. It was safer to stay at school. Yan Qingyu came back to her senses, looking at the fork in the road ahead. Her expression evidently not good. Is this a simulation? The so-called simulation was merely a random scene for assessment. So with countless simulations, who knows which one would be the right one? I don't understand. How come we haven't encountered a single insect beast? This is unreasonable. Zili looked at the different paths and scratched his head. I heard there's a type of level 7 insect beast that can create illusions. Qishu calmly stated this piece of knowledge. This level 7 insect beast is relatively small, about the same height as a human. Due to its low attack power, but strong illusion-creating ability, it was classified as a level 7 insect beast. However, this type of insect beast is extremely rare, so rare that hardly anyone would draw it even in simulations. Yet they happened to draw it. Yan Qingyu moved her wrist and found that the bracelet on her wrist had also stopped moving. Qingyu, did you change to a high-level light brain? Zili immediately noticed the difference in a light brain on Yan Qingyu's wrist. However, light brains couldn't be activated during simulations. Therefore, Yan Qingyu's original plan to pretend to take out a sword from her space was also thwarted. How do we deal with this insect beast? Yan Qingyu impatiently asked. She hadn't done much research on the insect beasts in this world. Or rather, she was overly confident in her own combat power, completely failing to consider learning about these insect beasts. It's simple, find it. Qishu's statement almost made the others behind them gasp. Find? With so many paths. Where do we find it? It should be nearby, or it might just be watching us move forward. Qishu's gaze was fixed on the paths that split on the ground. Yan Qingyu approached, her shoes scraping harshly against the ground. Yeah, otherwise, how would it know there are 5 of us and specifically create 5 paths? The words were somewhat gritted. Zili laughed even more happily upon hearing Yan Qingyu's words. Qingyu, I feel like you're getting more and more spirited now. You used to treat everyone with indifference, but now encountering an insect beast can make you anxious. Zili's boisterous laughter successfully shifted Yan Qingyu's attention to him. Huh, are you trying to compliment me or mock me? Yan Qingyu crossed her arms and glared fiercely at Zili. Truly, give Zili a little sunshine, and he shines brightly. Ahem, still the same look? Zili weakly said this, and hurriedly retreated to the back. All right, now we need to find the insect beast. Let's each choose a path. Baiyu furrowed her brow as she watched the two's playful banter, but quickly returned to the point. Yan Qingyu had indeed changed significantly from the beginning. But who made her change so quickly? The 5 of them were very tacit, each choosing the path they thought was correct to walk down. Surprisingly, not a single path was chosen twice. One didn't know whether to say they were in sync or that they lacked any team spirit at all. Yan Qingyu walked alone on the right path. For her, it didn't matter which path she took. As she walked, the scenery didn't change much. Not even a shadow of an insect beast appeared. Yan Qingyu pursed her lips. She might have chosen wrong, or perhaps the insect beast chose to target someone else. But who would that be? No need to guess now. It seemed she had run into Zili. Yan Qingyu quickly used her lightness skill to rush over. Zili was already struggling hard on this side. No matter how strong the combat power of the level 7 insect beast was, it wouldn't be too low. Moreover, it seemed to have a high IQ, knowing how to disperse firepower and even understanding that soft persimmons are easier to squeeze. When Yan Qingyu arrived, Zili looked like he was about to collapse. One hand was pressed firmly against the mouth of the insect beast. Yan Qingyu didn't linger for long and directly struck the insect beast with a palm infused with internal energy. The insect beast released Zhe Li and turned to charge at Yan Qingyu. Yan Qingyu lightly tapped his feet and leaped back, creating distance from the insect beast. And of course, from Zhe Li as well. The insect beast's gaze shifted to Yan Qingyu, showing little concern for Zhe Li on the ground. This insect beast was indeed smaller than most, but it was still taller than Yan Qingyu, who was 163 meters tall. Yan Qingyu glanced at the groaning Zhe Li on the ground, and without hesitation, charged forward and kicked the insect beast in the abdomen. The force of the kick, powered by internal energy, knocked the insect beast to the ground. Zayli covered his stomach, pulled away the insect beast tail, and hurriedly moved towards Yin Qingyu. Are you okay? Yin Qingyu looked at Zayli like this, wanting to laugh but not daring to. The insect beast fell not far from Zayli, and its tail had directly whipped him. Chapter 68. The past of Qingyu. Before Zayli could say much, the insect beast was already back in front of him. Yin Qingyu stopped joking with Zayli, slightly opened his palm, and gathered internal energy within it. He nimbly avoided the insect beast's attack and struck it again. This insect beast was not as large as others, and it lacked good defensive capabilities against Yin Qingyu's attacks. In just a few moves, Yin Qingyu had brought the insect beast down. The assessment is over. The assessment is over. The echoing voice left a few people stunned. When they emerged, their expressions were still filled with confusion. Is that it? Zayli looked back at the virtual arena in disbelief. To be fair, although they had done almost nothing, they had exited the simulation very quickly. Those who had entered at the same time as them had not yet come out, and even those who had entered earlier were still inside. Let's go. The others, apart from Zayli, were not surprised. After all, the challenge in this simulation lay in recognizing the insect beast. If everyone had acted together, the insect beast might not have appeared at all. So, they had merely found a way to quickly discover the insect beast. This could be considered part of their strength. The group hurriedly came and then hurriedly left, leaving a crowd staring blankly at the scene before them. The star network exploded again. Of course, none of them had time to care about this matter anymore. Qishu took Zayli for special training. Baiyu loved to train on his own, and she continued with his mecha manufacturing. Yin Qingyu, after opening her light brain, left. She made her way to the back mountain. When she saw Zayli standing not far away, Yin Qingyu felt it was not strange and walked straight up to him. What's up? Are you looking for me for something? Leaning against the wall, Yin Qingyu noticed that Qingyu rarely took the initiative to find her, and today he even sent a message through the light brain to call her over. She was unsure what it was about. Did you come from Capital Star? Yin Qingyu's expression froze slightly. She hadn't expected Qingyu to start with this question. No. The scrutiny upon entering the school regarding this aspect was not strict. It was just that all eligible humans needed to participate. So even Qingyu did not know her true origins. Then you must be going Capital Star, right? Qingyu said this with certainty. There were very few people from Planet 250 who could go to Capital Star. In fact, even with Yin Qingyu's displayed single soldier level 4 strength, she would not be able to enter. After all, Yin Qingyu lacked any mental power. However, this time, he saw countless people from Capital Star coming over. And those were not ordinary people from Capital Star. They were truly the elite of Capital Star, completely different from someone like him. Yet, Yin Qingyu managed to gather them here. Qingyu had placed all his hopes on Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu did not hide her intentions. Some might say she was daydreaming, but from any angle, she had to go to Capital Star. She certainly did not want to stay here and be captured by insect beasts for breeding. Upon hearing this, Qinyu's expression suddenly became somewhat awkward, and he could not bring himself to look directly at Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu looked at Qinyu's behavior with some confusion. Can you do me a favor? Qingyu finally spoke, but his gaze kept retreating. The mental barrier he had was hard for him to overcome. If you get to Capital Star and enter the academy, you'll have a chance to meet real officers a year later. At that time, could you visit the 15th battle team? When Qingyu mentioned the name of the battle team, he choked up a bit, but continued speaking. I want to know how they are doing now. If they're all okay. Yin Qingyu did not say much. She had indeed heard that Qingyu was not from Planet 250. But how significant was this battle team to him? Why didn't you go back yourself? Logically, Qingyu should have the status of a Capital Star resident and could certainly return on his own. Upon hearing Yin Qingyu's question, Qingyu's eyes showed pain, but he did not want to elaborate. Is that okay? He had waited too long for someone who could return to Capital Star. Having finally found Yin Qingyu, he hoped she would not reject him. Seeing Qingyu's evasive demeanor, Yin Qingyu subtly frowned. What significance does it have for me to go see them? You can't see them yourself. What does it mean for me to go? Yin Qingyu did not quite understand this line of thought. Of course, the most important thing was that she was already prepared to become a salted fish successfully at Capital Star. Nothing could stop her. I just haven't heard news about them for a long time. Qingyu said helplessly. He truly could only avoid it. Yin Qingyu frowned and did not immediately agree to Ju's request. After a moment of silence, Ju revealed the truth. He had come to this place from Capital Star because he did not dare to face the people and things of Capital Star again. Because he had once killed someone. Isn't killing a crime? Killing is indeed a crime, but interstellar law states that it is considered a crime only if you personally committed the act. I see. Yin Qingyu nodded calmly. This meant that this person was not killed by Ju himself, suggesting he had some connection to it. It was during a mission when Ju and his team had already swept away the insect beasts here. The battle had left only exhaustion. After the mecha operators provided main fire support, what remained was the single soldier tasks. The single soldiers were responsible for checking for any missed insect beasts and delivering the final blows. Ju was the only single soldier in the team who had not been injured. Naturally, it fell upon him to handle this. However, the massive corpses of the insect beasts often led to overlooking one of their kind. Coincidentally, that insect beast was not of low intelligence. It was waiting for a single soldier to approach for one last counterattack. By the time Ju reacted, he was already standing in front of the insect beast. The powerful body of the single soldier did not allow Ju to fight for long. At that time, he was still too young and lacked combat experience, which is why the insect beast kept biting him without letting go. If he had just died there, it might have been better. But someone happened to see this scene and came over. He was an excellent mecha engineer, and although his mental strength was on the verge of collapse, he still came. The result was that the insect beast died, but that person also activated the mecha's self-destruct and perished. I didn't deserve to stay there. That's why he fled in embarrassment to this planet. Every time he gazed at the stars, he missed his former comrades. But he knew he no longer had the right to go back and see them. He was just a coward who ran away. So you can't face suicide, right? Yin Qingyu said nonchalantly. Ju was taken aback by this remark, but soon smiled helplessly. Suicide was not permitted in the starry skies. It was a command from the leaders. It wasn't something that could just be done. Yin Qingyu smiled upon hearing this. Look at you. I asked if you were the one who killed him, and you said no. I asked why you don't commit suicide if you feel guilty, and you said the leaders prohibit it. The person you want to see is right there, yet you don't dare to look. Instructor, aren't you a bit too contradictory? Avoidance isn't the best solution, especially since you're abandoning the thoughts of your entire team to escape. Yin Qingyu didn't understand what Ju was entangled with. She didn't comprehend such emotions, but she understood those who avoided. After all, she was someone who liked to escape as well. I could do what you ask, but as someone who has been through it, I still want to say, don't do things you'll regret. After saying this, Yin Qingyu left. Chapter 69. The 5 major academies are enrolling again. Yin Qingyu's claim of being someone who had been through it wasn't wrong. She indeed liked to escape. After avoiding, there was some regret. She even felt the need to rely on sleep to escape from that person. Moreover, this was Ju's partner. Yin Qingyu sat on a chair and sighed softly. Her gaze was fixed on the ceiling, and there was a hint of confusion on her face. Back then, she had learned medicine with passion. Even the repeated cycles of death hadn't made her weary of it. So she didn't know she was an invulnerable monster. As a doctor, she naturally had to try the herbs herself. But she never expected that after giving that person the medicine, such severe consequences would arise. That person died right before her eyes. Yin Qingyu closed her eyes. The passage of time had made her forget that person's appearance. But she never forgot the excitement on his face when he wanted to take her home. At that time, she wondered if he wanted to sell her. She had encountered such things before, but each time her life was extremely short, and knowing this didn't move her. But this person was different. He said he would take her home and give her a family, which made him quite strange. Even in the end, he only said one thing. He didn't blame her. Yin Qingyu looked at the message Ju had sent on her light brain. Her mind was still a bit chaotic. Taking a deep breath, she tried to pull herself out of that memory. She didn't have Ju's complicated emotions. After avoiding, all that remained for her was to be more cautious in using herbs. Yin Qingyu recalled that when that person died, her heart couldn't help but feel sour, especially since Ju had watched his friend die. Yin Qingyu shook her head, focusing her thoughts on the long string of messages from Ju. This message from Ju should count as the price for asking Yin Qingyu for help. She looked at the detailed introductions of various academies and the importance of the teams compiled in the messages, her expression stiffening. This planet was called Planet 250, and she thought it would be the end. The school was called 250 Academy, which she could only accept as a local custom. But was it really reasonable for the prestigious 5 major academies to be named Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, and Earth? Qingyu felt a headache coming on and closed her light brain. To be honest, apart from her unusual obsession with appearances, she was also very particular about names. Qingyu directly closed her eyes and began to feign sleep. Although she no longer needed sleep, such feigned slumber helped her relax her mind. When there was nothing to do and nothing to worry about, it was the most leisurely time. Qingyu mumbled about her lazy life. But this half-month had indeed not given them much free time. Mainly, this group of people was too unfortunate. Each simulation topic was extremely bizarre. Let us not even mention that lost insect beast at the beginning. The fiery little creature from before and that ugly fish with the strange cries were nothing. Now, why are there even insect beasts that can create cold? Zayli was practically fuming. These insect beasts were 1 in a million, and it would be hard to find a few even among the insect species. Yet here, they encountered them in several rounds. Then they awkwardly and bizarrely clear the levels. After that, they had to train themselves. Who could endure such days? God, wouldn't we encounter such bizarre things during the formal assessment? As Zayli thought of this, he couldn't help but bury his head in his arms and wail. Qingyu calmly looked at her light brain's points. She was still 300,000 points short of reaching 3 million. However, in this virtual arena, she couldn't earn any more points, and the instructor's teaching had ended, meaning there were no points to be gained. Now, the only chance to gather 300,000 points would be in this assessment, where the winning team would earn 500,000 points per person and 1 million star coins. Of course, it was still quite a pitiful sum, but money wasn't the main issue. The most important thing was the points. However, to get first place among so many students in the school, the competition would be fierce. Ding! Qinyu's light brain suddenly rang, and it wasn't just her. Everyone's light brains were buzzing. With the development of the starry sky, the struggle between us and the insect race has become increasingly intense. After discussions by the leaders and the chief team, the 5 major academies will once again enroll students. Again enrolling. The 5 major academies are enrolling again, but it has only been a few months since the last enrollment. They're going to start again? Everyone was stunned by this news. What this news meant might be worth discussing for some, but for these students, it was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Great! They're enrolling again. This is the 5 major academies. The 5 major academies are a place every citizen of the starry sky wants to enter. Your talent, the academy endorses. Your future, the academy guarantees. What is there to be happy about? Do you have enough points to participate in the competition? Qishu bluntly interrupted Li's moment of joy. For those about to graduate, this was indeed worth celebrating, but for them, who had been in school for less than 3 months and were participating in the school assessment for the first time, this was undoubtedly meaningless. Upon hearing this, some lower grade students around calmed down. This was clearly prepared for the current upper grades. However, earning 3 million points wasn't an easy task. Many upper grade students only wore bitter expressions. If it were about points, those who were usually weak would probably have to try their best in this assessment. This matter not only shocked the people of Star 250, but also left the people of Capital Star in disbelief. Yunyi, what were you and Huizi doing? You've been gone for so long, and you didn't even inform them of your return. Leo looked a bit anxious. What exactly happened? Now, they inexplicably have to conduct the Academy's admissions. What about Huizi? Unlike Leo's anxiety, Dimu glanced at Yun-Yi, who had come back alone, and asked lightly. Generally, if there is something important, Yun-Yi and Huizi would be sent out together, indicating that there must be a significant issue. Did something happen with the insect beasts? They knew Yun-Yi went to Star 250, and Huizi went there too. Moreover, they heard that a soldier was captured by an insect beast on Star 250. They must have discovered something this time. Otherwise, their actions would be too swift. Well, this matter is something your family should be aware of. We are not concealing anything regarding the powerful family forces of Capital Star. Given the gravity of the situation, Of course, we cannot hide this. Yin Yi looked seriously at the two. The insect beasts not only have intelligence, but have also developed a human form. And Huizi's combat experience with the insect beasts has garnered extreme attention from the leaders. At this point, everyone understood the implication. However, Leo and Dimu's expressions were clearly not good. With pale faces and slightly widened pupils, Yuni noticed their appearance and pursed her lips. The remaining words never spoken. Chapter 70. The assessment begins. This matter was not concealed. The people sitting under the leader's seat looked troubled. The so-called leader's seat is composed of the strongest members from various powerful families in Capital Star, as well as the principals of the 5 major academies. Everyone does not need to worry excessively. The insect beasts wanting to silence us naturally indicates that they will not reveal themselves in front of us for the time being. However, Huizi is not dead, and Qingyu is also alive. Presumably, the insect beasts have already become vigilant, and their thoughts should be focused on Capital Star, observing how they handle the situation. As for Qingyu, who was left on Star 205 and not taken back, the insect beasts are likely too preoccupied to care about him. Moreover, the leader's machine brain word, comforting the distressed crowd below. Huizi is already under our strict protection, and that student is also fine. Now the most important thing is our defense to prevent the insect beast from infiltrating our ranks. Without obtaining the corpse of the insect beast, we cannot determine the origin of its human form. Indeed, what a group of people is more concerned about is this. How exactly did the insect beast transform into human form? Now, the 5 major academies are reopening admissions to recruit outstanding students and bolster our ranks. The admissions for the 5 major academies have begun again. The virtual arena has become more lively. Damn, have these people been injected with adrenaline? The system of the virtual arena, of course, has certain limitations. The number of participants cannot exceed a certain limit, which led to 5 people who arrived late standing in the hall with nowhere to go. It's normal. Many upperclassmen want to seize this opportunity to participate in the assessments of the 5 major academies. Qishu calmly replied to Zayli, while you glanced at Huoshi, who was looking at the mecha diagrams beside Qingyu, and after pondering for a moment, spoke up. Since we can't train, then we 1T train. Their luck was that training wouldn't be meaningful, and the assessment would start in just a few days. What they needed to think about now was strategy. The 5 of them still went to the back mountain. What should we do now? Qishu understood by Yu's thoughts, but there was indeed a need for a strategy among the 5. We need to take first place. Qingyu directly stated her goal. The others were taken aback by this, and Huoshi also put down the diagram he had been observing for a long time, looking at Qingyu with puzzled eyes. Qingyu, I know you've always been first since you entered school, but it's unnecessary to strive for first place in everything. Zeli earnestly advised Qingyu. This assessment is their first school examination since entering, and while it is important, aiming for first place might be a bit too much. It's not about competing, it's that I need these points. Qingyu calmly explained her reasoning. She indeed needed these points. Even second place would grant 300,000 points. But 3 million points is merely the standard for excellent graduates, and barely meeting the standard could easily lead to being eliminated. So we can only strive for first place. Upon hearing this, Baiyu straightened up from his casual position, and Huoshi directly closed his light brain, the previous diagram disappearing. Qishu bit his lip. Does this mean what he thought it meant? You still need 500,000 points? Baiyu said this, and Zayli also suddenly understood. I still need 300,000. Just to be safe. Qingyu could always express her shocking statements in the briefest sentences. Therefore, what we need now is to ensure that we achieve absolute victory. They all understood the reasoning, but it was indeed difficult to accomplish. It's a bit tricky. The point differences among us are too great. Qingyu could almost enter alongside the upperclassmen, and I'm also within the top 50 on the points list. The 2 of us could meet quickly, but damn it, the points difference is too large. Baiyu bluntly pointed out the flaws in their team. Their team might not be able to gather members from the very beginning. Exactly. Qingyu, my and Zayli's points are too low. If the team cannot come together, we will be eliminated. The significance of forming a team cannot be lost. If the team members aren't complete, what do you even call it? But what if a teammate dies? Qingyu suddenly asked, looking somewhat innocent. Zayli took a deep breath, suppressing the tears that were about to flow. Qingyu, it's okay. I'll definitely protect myself and find you. Wow, he cried so loudly. But at this moment, it is indeed necessary to abandon him. It's impossible for everyone to wait for him at the entrance, right? Why not? Qingyu directly retorted the others, asking where this reasoning came from. The others were stunned. We need points. The more insect beasts we kill, the more points we can earn. Isn't it possible to kill people too? People also have points. Qingyu had researched this. Killing people was indeed an option. You mean to target their vital points and eliminate them? Yu translated Qingyu's words, preventing the others from being too shocked. Yes, just kill them. The points will belong to us, right? Since we can't kill insect beasts, then let us just take out those who have strong insect beast points. Qingyu said this confidently, and Huashi looked at her with a newfound respect. If we do this, we'll definitely end up with a lot of enemies. Qingyu really has guts. Isn't that right? Who directly eliminates others from the start. To be honest, there aren't many people who take this crooked path. After all, there are countless insect beasts in the school assessment. Why bother with your competitors? Since that's the case, we'll say it's settled. I'll wait for you at the entrance. Qingyu decided to go ahead with this not-so plan, and the others were still a bit confused. But there was no time for them to think. The assessment time soon arrived. This school assessment is about to begin next. We will enter the virtual examination room in order of points. Almost all the students in the school were here, and everyone was highly enthusiastic about this assessment. 10th. Qingyu. Qingyu fastened a black sword sheath to her waist, dressed in black with a backpack as she walked in. The virtual arena cannot open up space. To avoid suspicion, she pretended to take out everything she needed. No backpacks are allowed. Only weapons can be brought inside. Nutrient solutions also need to be found within the virtual arena, and almost nothing can be brought in except for weapons and mech-related items. Qingyu skillfully placed her bag down, glanced back at the crowded hall, and then directly entered the virtual arena. Chapter 71. Entering the assessment, when Qingyu entered, she saw a tall forest. It seemed that this first scene was set in a place resembling a tropical rainforest. However, it made sense. Only in such places would there be more strange and unimaginable insect beasts. Qingyu did not venture far, but instead crouched down nearby. At first, she did not start eliminating others, but was observing the forest. Soon, she noticed several people approaching, seemingly waiting for their teammates. These two individuals had close rankings, likely teamed up together. Coincidentally, they walked right to where Qingyu was hiding. Qingyu remained silent, waiting for them to come closer. When a moment was right, she unsheathed the sword at her waist and swiftly knocked the two out. After shattering their vital points, she vanished back into the grass. The process of collecting the eliminated individuals was quick. The two were dragged out of the boundary. Those who had yet to enter watched the large screen in astonishment. Was it just beginning? Not many people had entered yet. So how could there already be sacrifices? Had the battle already started? Was it man-made? How could that be? Could there be powerful insect beasts? Various voices among the crowd heightened everyone's alertness, but danger continued to approach step by step, with more and more names turning gray. This indicated that they had been eliminated from the competition. Yu bit her lip upon entering. This might be Qingyu's doing, but she still needed to be cautious. Yu observed the depths obscured by the tall trees. There was nothing unusual, not even a slight sound. After a pause, she remained silent and cautiously stepped forward. Meanwhile, Qingyu wiped the blood from her hands, looking somewhat pale. The vigilance of these people was increasing. Many of those at the top of the leaderboard were mecha masters, and they were becoming increasingly wary. They had to release their mechas upon entering. Qingyu not only had to control her time to prevent the next person from hearing any noise, but also had to manage her strength, only needing to shatter vital points. However, when facing tall mechas, bumps and scrapes were inevitable. Qingyu had to clean her bloodstains. She could not reveal her identity yet. When Yu reached the grass, she stopped moving. Although there was no noise, the traces of battle were quite evident. Logically, she should leave this path and find one without signs of combat. However, Yu did not. Instead, she resolutely continued down it. "You've finally come." Qingyu emerged from the grass, and upon seeing Bai Yu, she felt a sense of relief. What happened to your hand? Qingyu noticed the conspicuous white bandage on Bai Yu's hand. It's nothing. How much longer until they arrive? With the signs of fighting, fewer people were coming, but those who did were all equipped with mechas. It was still somewhat strenuous. Plus, she should be entering soon. We mainly need to wait for Zhe Li. Zhe Li's points were indeed too far behind in the whole school. It's fine. We just need a rest for now. The people outside watched the names turning gray with increasing dread. The elimination speed was much faster than before. Could it be that this assessment was significantly more difficult? Unfortunately, they could not see the eliminated individuals, so they had no way to inquire. Most of the eliminated were outside, staring at a giant screen in front of them. The screen was massive, but nearly all those eliminated were glued to one screen, watching intently. Indeed, after asking around, it was clear that these individuals had been eliminated by Qingyu. So, do these two have to stay here? Just here to eliminate people? I didn't expect to die so early. Most of those eliminated were upperclassmen or mid-level mecha masters. Damn, we were so close to the interview. Why eliminate our own people? Some couldn't help but explode in anger, watching others still fighting inside while they were about to graduate. Yet they were eliminated just like that. Exactly. Quiet. There's no rule against eliminating others. Quiet. Even if not many people engaged in these actions, it was indeed not against the rules. So, even if they were dissatisfied with Qingyu's actions, there was no way to stop their competition. After eliminating countless individuals, Qishu finally met up with the three. Now only Zhe Li was yet to arrive. Well, Zhe Li's ranking is still quite far behind. We can leave one person here to wait, while the rest go check the situation. There was much they did not know about what was in this strange forest that they had not yet entered. You all stay here. I'll go take a look. The rainforest conditions might be unfamiliar to the other three, but Qingyu was relatively well prepared. Plus, she could use lightness skills to navigate, allowing the others to conserve their energy. Wait, here's a map. Be careful. The rainforest exam was known, so buying a map was quite normal. Without hesitation, Qingyu took the map and headed deeper into the forest. Leaving one person behind was too dangerous, and having three wait there would at least deter anyone from acting rashly. This was also why Qishu did not stop Qingyu. Moreover, with the map, she could avoid more risks. Qingyu used her lightness skills to leap onto a tall tree. She opened the map and began to observe it closely. This map was not particularly complete, but the landscapes here were generally consistent. It seemed someone had already encountered insect beasts, with sounds of battle echoing. Qingyu needed to find a path with fewer people but more insect beasts. If that was the case, she shifted her gaze to the east. That direction was completely devoid of battle sounds, indicating that not many people had gone that way, or those who did had already been eliminated. Qingyu blinked, staying in the tree for a while before leaving. Zhe Li had successfully met up with the three, but unfortunately, many more people had suddenly appeared. Again, upon hearing this, Qingyu turned her head and couldn't help but twitch her lips. Shouldn't that phrase have been hers? It was that Tu Jing and her unlucky brother again, along with the previously scheming green tea girl. Of course, two unfamiliar individuals were also following them. It seemed the five formed a team. Tu Jing, Chapter 72. Encountering insect beasts again, Tu Si stopped Tu Jing from saying anything further, firmly pulling her back. Everyone is here. Let's go. Qingyu withdrew her gaze. She did not want to deal with these people. Time had been wasted too much. Even though she had eliminated quite a few people ahead of her, those individuals had begun hunting insect beasts and thus had almost no points. This meant their scores were not high. They had merely eliminated several competitors. Bai Yu, come with us. Tu Jing looked anxiously at Bai Yu. However, this remark not only made Zhe Li and the others look displeased, but even Tu Si's expression was not good. What do you mean? The person standing behind Tu Si looked even worse. What did this mean? Huh, don't you already have your own team? Why do you still want to pull Bai Yu into your team? Zhe Li spoke without holding back, wanting to compete for people with him. Did this woman think that the others didn't exist? Tu Jing felt a bit indignant, completely ignoring Tu Si's expression. Bai Yu is actually more familiar with us. You guys are just a burden with so many solo fighters. Solo fighters are a burden? Qingyu chuckled lightly, lifting her eyelids and casting a mocking glance at Tu Jing. If Bai Yu goes to your side, who are you planning to abandon from your team? I won't. Tu Jing, shut up. Tu Si, with a grim expression, shouted at Tu Jing, which prevented the situation from spiraling out of control. Tu Jing also realized that something was off with her words, her face pale as she stopped talking. Bai Yu, I'm sorry, my sister. Let's go. Time waits for no one. Qingyu directly interrupted Tu Si's words. This group of people wasn't worth her spending more time here. Qingyu turned and left, with the others quickly following, leaving Tu Si and the others looking at each other in confusion. Before they even started moving, the atmosphere among them had already become indescribably tense. As they walked, Qingyu took out a map to show the others. We'll head directly east. It might be a bit dangerous there, but there could also be opportunities. The map Qingyu handed over marked the approximate number of people present, excluding the east side. The number of people in the east was indeed much lower, but it could also mean there were powerful insect beasts there. Qishu frowned a bit after looking at it. However, since they had waited too long, they had no choice but to take a risk. Be careful. When Qingyu and the others reached the eastern path, they indeed found it relatively quiet. Wait, this path should have seen quite a bit of traffic. Although it looked like some concealment had been done, with Hua Shi's keen observation, some footprints were still faintly visible. Here, Zayli took the energy gun Hua Shi handed over in confusion, looking a bit dazed. This is specially for those of us without mechs. Although it's not as powerful as the one Qingyu used last time, it's enough for self-defense. It's safe to say Hua Shi's creations are one of a kind. Only he could effortlessly shrink a powerful energy cannon into an energy gun. Qishu received the gun, looking a bit surprised at Hua Shi. Where did you get the energy stones? Making one is one thing, but making 3 in a row, how many energy stones did that take? Cough. It was left over from the last time Qingyu used it. A single energy gun, no matter how powerful, only uses so many energy stones, so with the leftovers, he made 3 energy guns. All right, let's get ready to go in. Bai Yu coughed a couple of times, bringing everyone back to their senses from the energy guns. Hearing this, the group became serious and cautiously made their way deeper into the woods. Don't you think this scene looks a bit familiar? Zayli looked at the several forked roads ahead, truly feeling like he was dreaming back to half a month ago. A bit, what she answered, giving him face. Qingyu then twisted her neck, looking calmly at the road ahead. All right, we'll use that trick again. The group nodded in tacit agreement and spread out. Qingyu walked alone down one path. She just didn't know which insect beast would choose whom this time. Qingyu walked slowly, as these insect beasts were exceptionally smart and would target the weaker individuals. Last time during the simulation, they targeted Zayli, and this time it could still be him. Qingyu needed to ensure she could quickly run to Zayli's side. She walked slowly, stopping intermittently, as if she sensed footsteps behind her. Suddenly, she halted and stood still. The insect beast behind her hesitated but still lunged at Qingyu. After all, compared to several people, a slender and shorter female looked easier to attack. Qingyu swiftly dodged the insect beast's attack, her wrist flicking as she drew her sword, slashing it straight across the insect beast. The beast's scream alerted the others. However, Qingyu had already plunged into battle. She didn't wait long. Channeling her inner strength into her sword, one strike sliced the insect beast's lower body. The beast's cries became even more piercing. This insect beast had thick skin, making it not so easy to break through. Qingyu gripped the sword hilt tightly, gathering strength for a decisive strike aimed at the beast's neck. The neck was the shortest, but also the most vulnerable spot. By the time Zayli and the others arrived, the insect beast had already been killed by Qingyu. The corpse of the insect beast gradually dissipated, and Zayli glanced at the woods returning to normal, his usual playful expression turning serious. We should hurry. There are many trapped people here. It seems the insect beasts are continuously selecting people to battle. Many are acting in pairs or even entire teams inside. The number of people killed by the insect beasts wasn't too high. They should leave early and find more insect beasts. The group took advantage of those people not reacting yet to step deeper into the woods. However, there are almost no signs of insect beasts. Qingyu, why can't we find any insect beasts? How do we get points without them? How do you judge how the insect beasts choose? Qingyu retorted to Zayli. This question left the others a bit stunned. How else could they judge? Don't insect beasts just look strange and attack us? Zayli answered uncertainly. The atmosphere was eerily quiet now. Correct, of course. Those waiting for an opportunity to attack us also count. Qingyu raised her sword high, channeling her inner strength as she slashed toward the nearby patch of grass. Puffed. A splattering sound? Zayli turned his head to look. Beside him was a jagged flower that had been sliced in half, its petals spread wide. It was about the same height as the grass, making it hard to see. As a solo fighter, observational skills were essential. Qingyu shot a worried glance at Zayli. If Qingyu hadn't T-spotted this thing, Zayli would surely have been eliminated. Qingyu retracted her sword, glancing at the gradually dissipating insect beast, pursing her lips in silence. Chapter 73. The role of the helmet. This was the first time seeing a plant-shaped insect beast. Qingyu knew that in this simulated rainforest scenario, there would definitely be many different types of insect beasts, but to encounter two right upon entering, their luck was still as bad as ever. Be careful. Typically, these plants should be social. Qingyu quietly reminded the others. However, this warning seemed a bit late. Qingyu, watch out. Qingyu turned her head, and before her stood a variety of jagged flowers of varying heights. Cut the stalks. After Qingyu shouted, everyone moved in response. This thing hadn't been present before, but suddenly appeared before their eyes. The only thing capable of moving those flower heads was the stalks. Bai, sitting in the mech, managed to withstand more attacks. Only Qingyu could cut the stalks. The others only had energy guns, attacking these numerous and fierce flowers in a limited area. Qinyu's movements were extremely swift. With one strike after another, she severed these flower stalks. The scene was chaotic, with splattering sounds coming one after another. The group was somewhat dazzled by the colors of the flowers. Petals and blue juice splattered everywhere. After a round of fighting, several people sat down on the spot, feeling somewhat powerless. We can take a break. There shouldn't be any other insect beasts in this territory. Otherwise, we wouldn't have seen so few shadows of other insect beasts when we just came in, Qingyu said. Qingyu nodded in agreement and obediently sat on Bayu's mecha leg. Fortunately, we still have a mecha engineer, Zayli said, sitting on the mecha's leg with a face full of relief. Without Bayu's mecha protecting them against such a massive number of insect beasts, they wouldn't have fared well in a war of attrition. However, they indeed needed to discuss their tactics moving forward. Qingyu took a deep breath and expressed her true thoughts. Tactics? What other tactics do we have? Isn't it just about getting points? Zayli looked at the others with a confused expression. What other tactics could there be? First of all, we're lacking nutrient solution. We're in a relatively safe area, so finding nutrient solution here is important. The areas behind us, according to the seniors, are almost impossible to find nutrient solution, Bayu calmly analyzed. The intense fighting consumed a great deal of mental energy, along with the endless mental attacks from the insect beasts, all of which they needed to consider. Moreover, although individual soldiers didn't need to use mental energy during their assessments, the insect beasts wouldn't distinguish between individual soldiers and mecha engineers. The recent battle had already made them aware of this. What about the supplies? Qingyu turned to look at Hua, she after hearing Bayu's words. Hua, she let out a somewhat uncomfortable breath. In the bag. Wait, I haven't given this to you yet. It's so heavy. Wait, the bag. Didn't we say we couldn't bring bags? Zayli looked at Huashi's bag, his eyes full of disbelief that he had brought so many nutrient solutions without bringing any in. I'm a mecha engineer. Tools and weapons can naturally be carried. Our bags have all been checked. Huashi took out the items and cast a disdainful glance at the dazed Zayli. What is this? Qingyu looked at the round object in his hand, feeling a bit unsettled. It's a helmet. Qingyu succinctly explained the correct way to wear the item. There were 4 helmets in total, and except for Qingyu, everyone else put on the helmets. What is this mecha for? Zayli touched the smooth top of the helmet, feeling completely baffled. Huashi and I thought about it. Since we have more individual soldiers, it means we're more susceptible to the mental influence of the insect beasts. So, Huashi and I came up with a way to isolate the effects of mental energy. Qingyu had carefully analyzed that if mental energy consumption was too high, they could easily fall into a state of mental collapse. However, given that the whole competition was being monitored, Yin Qingyu couldn't bring her medication, nor could she take anything from her space. But mental energy isn't just about protecting the brain. It doesn't mean everything will be fine. Zayli glanced at Qi Shu wearing the helmet and uncertainly said, "Don't worry. We've tested it. It just means there are greater limitations for Baiyu." She spoke confidently. "However, we've only studied it for half a month. So it's impossible for a mecha engineer to protect their mental energy while still using it freely. Therefore, Baiyu, it might be that you can't use your mental energy during battles. The mental energy of the insect beasts has a disruptive effect, effectively isolating the damage to mental energy. But it also means that mecha engineers can't use their mental energy for attacks." Huaxi and Yin Qingyu's uncertain expressions made Baiyu feel a chill. "Did you two just create this and give it to us directly?" Baiyu's tone trembled involuntarily as he said this. "Of course not. They had definitely tested it." Huaxi and Yin Qingyu exchanged a tacit glance. At that moment, the besieged Wu Du, wearing a helmet, expressed his gratitude. "Qingyu, aren't you going to wear one?" Zayli finally realized that Yin Qingyu didn't have a helmet on her head. Moreover, it seemed that only 4 had been made. "In that case, I'll give mine to Qingyu. After all, it wouldn't be useful for him, and it might even hinder his performance." Baiyu planned to take off the helmet and hand it to Yin Qingyu. However, Yin Qingyu shook her head in refusal. "I don't need it. You're our main force. Unless it's during battle, this helmet must not be taken off." She didn't have mental energy and wasn't affected by it. So of course, she didn't need the helmet. The group put on their helmets and rested for a moment before getting up and walking. However, the eliminated crowd outside was already stunned. Shielding. Is there such a thing as shielding? Although mecha engineers couldn't use mental energy anymore, this was undoubtedly a good thing for the majority of individual soldiers. The combat effectiveness of individual soldiers was already somewhat low because they couldn't pilot mechas. Coupled with the mental attacks from the insect beasts, the combat effectiveness of individual soldiers, which was already not high, was further reduced. Now that there was a helmet that could shield against mental disturbances, wouldn't that significantly improve the combat effectiveness of individual soldiers? The previously silent arena became very lively as individual soldiers excitedly discussed the wonders of the helmet. The mecha engineers were exceptionally excited about this helmet. They had never seen such a brilliant idea before. As for the mecha engineers, they weren't that excited. They viewed it as merely a low-level mecha. If you really wanted to see combat effectiveness, it still required the presence of a mecha engineer, right? Chapter 74. Team Separation Outside. The excitement of the crowd was unknown to Yin Qingyu and the others, who had found quite a few insect beasts in the rainforest, making it much easier to slay them. Moreover, as long as they didn't encounter large or social insect beasts, Baiyu rarely deployed the mecha for battle. "I think the time is almost up." This statement brought everyone back to their senses. It indeed was about time. It should be time to eat the nutrient solution. Where would the nutrient solution be stored? They had been so focused on getting points that they hadn't found the storage location for the nutrient solution. Baiyu should need it quite a bit. The consumption of Baiyu's mental energy was too severe, and without the supply of nutrient solution, he could easily become exhausted. Yin Qingyu pursed her lips. "Is the nutrient solution just placed like this? I heard a rumor that the nutrient solution is actually hidden in some concealed places." As soon as Zayli said this, the 4 of them looked at him as if he were a fool. "Look for yourself. Isn't this rainforest concealed enough? The trees are tall, and the weeds are dense. It definitely looks concealed enough. It shouldn't be. Didn't the rumors say that the nutrient solutions are very conspicuous?" Zayli scratched his head, touching the smooth helmet. Yin Qingyu thought for a moment after hearing this and didn't speak. The atmosphere among the group instantly became strange again. Who made their combat power so strong? Yet when it came to finding things, they were utterly helpless. The conspicuous nutrient solution was hidden in a very concealed place. Where could it possibly be? Yin Qingyu took a deep breath, leaned against a tree trunk, and stared up at something swaying above. "Do you think that red lump up there is the nutrient solution?" Yin Qingyu's expression was somewhat strange. But how could it not be strange? Damn, it really is. Even Qi Shu, who was usually so composed, couldn't help but swear. It was indeed very conspicuous. But how many people were actually looking up? Especially since a few of them were busy battling insect beasts for points, They hardly had time to notice what was atop these tall trees. So have we missed a lot? The few of them lowered their heads helplessly at this point. Therefore, our current task is to find enough nutrient solution. Qingyu thought it was quite simple. The current scene is relatively straightforward, and the insect beasts in this scene are actually of low level, but in large numbers, which takes a huge toll on them. We need to find a nutrient solution in this scene, and once we reach the next scene, we can focus on the battle. After understanding this, Qingyu realized that the assessment was not only taking place in the rainforest, but also in multiple constantly changing virtual scenes. The longer they survived, the stronger the insect beasts became in the later scenes. Moreover, the simplest level is right at the beginning. The few of them clearly agreed with Qingyu's statement. Furthermore, their luck wasn't great, as the insect beasts found in this rainforest were not very high in level. It would be better to concentrate their strength on finding the nutrient solution. Thus, they directly split up to act. Qingyu cautiously hid in a tree, acting alone. The others paired up to move together. She moved quickly and found quite a bit of nutrient solution. Soon, she returned to the original spot to wait for the others. However, plans could not keep up with changes. Just as Qingyu sat down, she felt a wave of heat. Looking up, the scene had indeed changed. Their luck was truly terrible. Now one team had scattered. The scene around them was a sea of crimson. The temperature was even uncomfortably high. At this moment, Qingyu deeply felt the difference between herself and the interstellar beings. Her body could only be protected from the heat by internal energy. She just didn't know how long the scene would last. Qingyu secured the nutrient solution on her body and walked alone towards a distant mountain. This was an obvious landmark. When they encountered the insect beast that was good at confusing paths half a month ago, they had discussed this situation. If they got separated, they should head towards the most obvious landmark. In this vast, boundless red sand plain, only the distant red mountain served as a landmark. Qingyu wrapped herself in internal energy and walked forward with determination. Why did it seem like she wasn't feeling anything? Qingyu felt her skin wasn't thick enough to withstand the heat here, but the closer she got to the mountain, the hotter it actually became. Others who shared the same thought as Qingyu were also steadily moving towards the mountain. However, at this moment, their steps were almost laborious, their lips cracked, looking like they were in an extremely hot place. This was impossible, right? But the person was at least a level 4 soldier. It was understandable that their physical fitness was higher than that of other soldiers and mecha masters. But the ease of their steps and the fact that they were only sweating a few drops seemed a bit exaggerated. What exactly was the purpose of this scene? Compared to the ferocious insect beasts, this scene was more about the student's physical fitness. No sooner had this thought crossed her mind than the screen underwent a dramatic change. A dragon appeared in front of Qingyu, or rather, it looked like a Western fire dragon. It was just that its appearance was quite ugly. Qingyu stood small in front of the insect beast. The insect beast took a few breaths and blew Qingyu's clothes, causing them to flutter. The insect beast did not charge immediately, but kept twitching its nostrils, as if trying to smell whether Qingyu was tasty. This was a strange phenomenon. Even stranger was that the insect beast was whipping its tail and spinning in place, glancing at Qingyu with each turn. Qingyu felt somewhat puzzled, but she drew her sword with great speed. She struck at the insect beast, which clearly had a high level, and quickly dodged Qingyu's attack. The two stood facing each other, staring at one another. The insect beast exhaled a small flame that shot straight towards Qingyu's hand. Qingyu reacted swiftly, dodging the insect beast's attack by leaning to the side. The insect beast seemed a bit anxious and kept jumping in place. After one failed strike, Qingyu moved again. However, facing this flame-wielding insect beast, Qingyu did not intend to leap in front of it. Instead, she gracefully circled around the insect beast's feet, aiming to attack from below. The insect beast seemed to sense Qingyu's intention, but it hesitated against her attack, seeming to focus on her hand instead. Qingyu had questions in her mind, but asking the insect beast would have no meaning. Qingyu's offensive became even more ferocious as she stored internal energy in her sword and thrust it straight through the insect beast's belly. The insect beast let out a piercing cry. Qingyu did not wait, but withdrew her sword and stabbed it through the insect beast's belly once more. The insect beast collapsed to the ground, while Qingyu used her lightness skill to jump away from the insect beast's side. This scene was somewhat odd. Hadn't Yin Qingyu won? Why was she so far from the insect beast? Chapter 75. The scattered few. Yin Qingyu tilted her head and glanced at the motionless insect beast. She did not leave immediately, but studied the peculiarities of the insect beast. What was she doing? Hadn't she already defeated it? Outside the scene, nearly everyone gathered in front of Yin Qingyu's screen. Newbie, right? Upon hearing this, many upperclassmen around laughed. This is probably not a newbie, but a poor performer. The laughter grew louder. The person felt somewhat embarrassed. Wasn't this the truth? The insect beast was already dead, yet standing so far away. Wouldn't that mean someone else could pick it up? Wouldn't the points end up going to someone else? If the insect beast were truly dead, do you think it would still have a body in the virtual arena? This principle should be known by anyone who has been in the virtual arena for a while, right? Although this had indeed tricked many people. After all, everyone subconsciously believed that the insect beast falling down meant it was dead. So, this insect beast had not actually died. A group of inexperienced newcomers stared in shock at the insect beast. Yin Qingyu's gaze also swept over the insect beast. She certainly knew that the insect beast was not dead. If it were, the body would have disappeared immediately. However, encountering this kind of insect beast that pretended to be dead was a first for her, and she had to admit she was quite curious to see what trick this insect beast was up to. Yin Qingyu gently approached the insect beast. She even obediently put her sword back in its sheath, appearing as if she was unaware that the insect beast was still alive. Yin Qingyu turned to the insect beast's belly, seemingly probing its wound. The insect beast, which had originally closed its eyes, quietly opened them at this moment. Its small claws on its chest were still subtly moving. Yin Qingyu sensed the movement behind her, but did not react. The spectators who had been eliminated were extremely anxious. It seemed even Yin Qingyu hadn't noticed that the insect beast was still alive. Who would have thought of that? You fool, look closely. A curse shouted out drew everyone's eyes back to the screen. Yin Qingyu was indeed waiting for the insect beast to move. But when she struck down on the insect beast's hand with her sword, she discovered that the insect beast was indeed aiming for her hand. The insect beast clearly did not expect Yin Qingyu's sword-drawing action to be so quick. One hand was directly severed. After Yin Qingyu figured out the intentions of the insect beast, she swiftly lunged forward and stabbed her sword into the creature's head. This time, the insect beast was truly dead. Yin Qingyu picked up the sword that had fallen to the ground, and while the insect beast's corpse disappeared, a red box mysteriously dropped down. If she guessed correctly, the red color indicated that it was something related to her. Yin Qingyu closed the box with understanding. Inside was a suppression needle and a bottle of nutrient solution. It was said that defeating monsters would yield rewards. Otherwise, they wouldn't have split up to look for nutrient solutions. Holding the sword, Yin Qingyu placed the box in her pants pocket. She now had 5 bottles of nutrient solution. However, she still hadn't seen Bai Yu and the others. Yin Qingyu bit her lip and decided to head towards the mountain. Qi Shu and Hua, she heard the roar of the insect beast from Yin Qingyu's direction, but they had no idea who was fighting. Nevertheless, they resolutely moved toward the mountain, even though they looked like they were struggling. As for Bai Yu and Zayli, they coincidentally encountered the 2 siblings from the Tu family. We got separated from our teammates. Tu Si explained briefly and then fell silent. However, Tu Jing was unusually excited, especially since Bai Yu was with Zayli and not Yin Qingyu, which thrilled her. Bai Yu, where are you guys going? Can we go with you? Can you please stop talking? It's so annoying. Before Bai Yu could say much, Zayli couldn't take it anymore. He was usually quite talkative, but in this situation, he couldn't say anything more. He was particularly irritated by Tu Jing's incessant chatter. It has nothing to do with you. Tu Jing wasn't feeling great either, but the opportunity to meet Bai Yu was rare. She forced herself to endure her discomfort just to talk to him a bit more. Their argument didn't last long, and soon they heard the roar of the insect beast. The expressions of the group turned serious. Brother, there's an insect beast, and its mental attack is extremely strong. Tu Jing's face turned pale, while Tu Si could resist somewhat, but still felt unwell. We need to be careful. Upon seeing their reactions, Bai Yu realized that this insect beast was probably of a very high level. However, he and Zayli were wearing helmets, so they couldn't directly feel the mental attack of the insect beast. Are you guys okay? Tu Jing was still trying to calm down, but Tu Si had already sensed something was wrong. If Bai was fine, it could only mean that he had a strong mental fortitude to withstand the insect beast attack. However, Zhe Li, as an individual soldier, had the weakest mental strength among the four. Yet his expression was unchanged. What we need to do now is get to the mountain. It's a clear landmark, and there will definitely be some indication on the other side. Moreover, Qingyu and the others will surely be waiting for us over there. Yes, let's hurry. Zhe Li licked his dry lips. The critical issue was that the closer they got to the mountain, the stronger the heat became. However, they had only found 2 bottles of nutrient solution. It was impossible for that to sustain them until they reached the mountain. Seeing that the two had no intention of discussing further, Tu Si decided not to say anything more. The 4 of them silently moved toward the mountain. Qingyu stopped when she saw someone who had been eliminated. She had internal energy protecting her, so she didn't know how intense the heat was. But others were different. She watched helplessly as a mecha engineer fell to the ground. Their face flushed and was then eliminated. And this was without any insect beast attack. If there were an insect beast attack, Zhe Li and the others would definitely be in danger. Qingyu bit her lip tightly, looking very hesitant. After all, she had never anticipated this situation before entering. Even if she had fireworks bombs, it was unlikely she would take them out. But could she just stand by and watch them get eliminated? Rationality told her to ignore it, yet something strange stirred within her. She could clearly save them all. As long as they came to her, she could definitely lead them to the next phase. Her hands trembled slightly as they hung down. Were they also in a predicament right now? Chapter 76, Battle Bang. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed in the nearby sky. A red character appeared in the sky. Qishu and Hua, she exchanged excited glances and quickly rushed toward it. Zhe Li's face broke into a smile upon seeing it. It's Qingyu. It must be Qingyu. Bai Yu also relaxed a bit. That's right. The character must be Qingyu. Let's hurry over. After saying this, Zhe Li and Bai Yu wanted to run over. Tu Si originally didn't want to move, but Tu Jing insisted on going with Bai Yu, so he had no choice but to follow. Qingyu stood still, not moving. She pretended to rummage through her clothing pockets for a long time before finally pulling out something. Moreover, this should fit her persona of someone who enjoys creating strange things. She had all sorts of bizarre medicines. After all, it was just a firework bomb, which should be normal. Qingyu rubbed her forehead and raised her hand to her eyes, only to realize something was off. Blood had already seeped through the gauze. Although it was just a little, it was enough to be alarming to Qingyu. Her memory was good, and her blood was different from that of the people in this star field. Moreover, it was obvious that she had some other attraction to those 2 insect beasts. Qingyu pressed her lips together tightly. She took out another piece of gauze from her clothes and wrapped it around her wound. The levels of these insect beasts were too high, and they could easily detect something was wrong with her. Qingyu, Qishu, and the others were not far from her and quickly found her location. Their faces were flushed, and their lips were cracked. Qingyu frowned and quickly walked up to them. Did you encounter an insect beast? Qishu hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up, albeit with a somewhat hoarse voice. No, we just drank all the nutrient solutions we found. Qingyu, don't you think it's really hot here? Compared to them, Qingyu was in excellent condition. Although her lips looked somewhat dry, she was certainly not as disheveled as they were. It is very hot. Here, take this nutrient solution. Qingyu handed 2 bottles of nutrient solution to the 2 of them. Qishu shook his head to refuse. This should be given to Bai Yu. We're fine for now. Qishu said this with some difficulty, but it was clear he didn't want to waste the hard-earned nutrient solution. That's right. We've already finished the nutrient solutions we found. The rest should go to Bai Yu. Qingyu's hand holding the nutrient solution moved, but still forced the bottles into their hands. I still have more. The correct thing to do is to get to the top of the mountain quickly. Qingyu, Zhe Li's voice called out, causing everyone to temporarily shift their gaze to him. Qingyu glanced at Tu Si and Tu Jing, pressed her lips together, and handed 2 bottles of nutrient solution to Bai Yu and Zhe Li. We need to get to the mountain quickly. Qingyu had already predicted that this situation couldn't just be testing their heat resistance. That dark red mountain must have something. Watching the 4 of them drink the nutrient solution, her brows finally relaxed a bit. You guys stand at my 4 corners, and we will advance in this formation. Yan Qingyu planned to quietly use her internal energy to shield the four of them as they move forward. But it hasn't started moving yet, and behind her, Tu Jing has already started to shout, "Yan Qingyu, how dare you? How dare you have 4 people protect her?" Tu Jing looked at Bai Yu, who was standing obediently, and felt a pang in her heart. Tu Si supported Tu Jing, who was obviously struggling. Even speaking seemed to be a laborious task. Tu Si had run out of nutritional fluid for Tu Jing, but Yan Qingyu still had some left. Yan Qingyu could you. Before Tu Si could finish his sentence, Zayli let out a cold snort, directly interrupting Tu Si. Yan Qingyu did not respond, and directly instructed the others to quickly head towards the mountain. Although her internal energy was vast, it was still somewhat taxing for Yan Qingyu to shield 4 people from the heat. As for Tu Jing and Tu Si, they could just be eliminated. After all, there would ultimately be winners in the end. Upon reaching the mountain, it was indeed as Yan Qingyu had expected. The temperature here was much more normal. I really don't understand. What's the point of setting up this scene? Zayli angrily sat on the ground. This journey was nothing but an extreme test of the body. If you encounter such extreme insect beasts, you have to endure it, right? Chishu retorted without holding back. Such situations were indeed rare, but they weren't non-existent. Be careful. This should be the gathering place for insect beasts. Yan Qingyu was very alert. Among the 5, it seemed that only she had encountered an insect beast. The others were all undergoing physical tests. Therefore, it was highly likely that the insect beast would begin their attack here. Yan Qingyu's guess turned out to be correct. They had barely just arrived when 5 insect beasts, just like the one Yan Qingyu had encountered earlier, emerged. Yan Qingyu wiped the sweat from her forehead. These insect beasts play dead. Everyone be careful. It seemed that the one Yan Qingyu had encountered earlier was an unexpected appearance. The insect beasts were simply not affected by the scene's heat. Just after Yan Qingyu shouted, the insect beasts lunged at them. 1 person per beast. And the veins on the back of Yan Qingyu's hand were bulging as she held her sword. She was somewhat exhausted. The excessive consumption of internal energy made her hand tremble as she held the sword. Bai Yu was restraining the insect beast for Zayli. But 5 insect beasts were a huge blow to his mental strength. The others showed no reaction, but continuing like this would definitely lead to exhaustion. Yan Qingyu took out a bottle of nutritional fluid and drank it. After drinking, she felt much better. However, the consumption of internal energy was indeed substantial. Yan Qingyu slashed her sword at the insect beast's leg. The flames from the insect beast brushed past her face, but Yan Qingyu had no mood to care much. What she needed to do now was to deal with this insect beast, so that Bai Yu could have some support. Yan Qingyu's movements were somewhat slow, but she happened to slash at the insect beast's tail. Taking advantage of the insect beast's roar, she thrust her sword into its chest. Blue liquid gushed onto Yan Qingyu's face. Wiping the liquid off her face with her free hand, she pulled her sword out and plunged it into the ground. This insect beast was not of a low level. Its skin was especially thick. It also had magical attacks, making it extremely difficult to handle. Under Bai Yu's cover, Zayli could barely engage in battle with the insect beast. Chapter 77. Questions. Yan Qingyu stood up, gripping her sword tightly. She walked over to the swaying Bai Yu. Even Bai Yu's towering mech was wobbling during the fight, even though Yan Qingyu had killed one of the 5 insect beasts. The blow to his mental strength was still significant. Yan Qingyu adjusted her hat securely. Bai Yu, let me go up. Bai Yu was a bit dazed at this point, but upon hearing Yan Qingyu's words, he was still quick to respond. He lowered the mech's hand, allowing Yan Qingyu to stand on it. The two moved at great speed, and when the insect beast attack came, Bai Yu retreated, dodging the insect beast strike. However, this movement made Yan Qingyu, who was standing on the mech, somewhat unstable. But soon they steadied themselves. Yan Qingyu did not linger. Instead, she raised her sword and charged towards the insect beast's head. Since they couldn't fight for long, she aimed for a quick kill. As long as she decapitated it, she didn't believe the insect beast could survive. A ball of scorching flames rushed toward her. Yan Qingyu closed her eyes. Although her sword did not move, the thrilling scene was enough to make anyone watching feel anxious. Are you crazy? Are you trying to die? The people outside clearly couldn't understand Yan Qingyu's actions. If I don't do this, what will happen if we all die later? What's so hard to understand? We need to kill all the insect beasts to leave. Newbies, don't interrupt. Who doesn't know that as long as we defeat 3 insect beasts in the second round, we can enter? It's impossible for everyone to die in this round. So this round was just about 3 people successfully killing insect beasts. This serves as a lesson for those who didn't cherish their teammates in the first round. Those who don't care about their teammates or rely on them to survive. Let us see how they get through this. This round is to teach them the importance of teamwork. Without teammates, this round is really extremely difficult. So Qingyu probably also doesn't know that she only needs to kill 3 insect beasts, right? This question was asked somewhat hesitantly. The newcomer seemed indeed unaware of this. Oh no, does that mean Qingyu? The newcomer didn't continue. Qingyu's shoulder directly pierced through the insect beast's head. Meanwhile, Qishu also killed 1 insect beast. The remaining insect beasts naturally disappeared. Qingyu. Everyone saw Qingyu's actions. She stood up from the ground, shaking off the dust from her body. Removing her hat, there was some blackness on Qingyu's face. Qingyu, are you burned? Humans still cannot overcome the fear of nature. Even to this day, fire can be useful, but it can also kill. A single person encountering this fire would inevitably feel a flush on their face. No, I lowered my head and used my hat to shield myself from the fire. Although she still couldn't avoid being burned, Qingyu wouldn't let them check her wounds here. Look, it seems we've arrived at the next scene. Qingyu looked at the scene behind her, her expression somewhat strange. This is both fire and water. Who are they trying to torment? Qingyu, don't look yet. Baiyu seems to be in some trouble. Zayli's voice sounded unusually anxious. Baiyu was still inside the mech and hadn't come out, but the extent of the mech's trembling far exceeded expectations. It might be a mental collapse. She skillfully disassembled the mech. Baiyu looked like he could no longer get out by himself. I have a suppression needle. Qingyu took out the box from her pants pocket. Just enough. She climbed to Baiyu's control room, injected Baiyu, and fed him some nutritional fluid. Qingyu and the other 2 stood below, her expression somewhat heavy. It's my fault for being too weak. If only I hadn't teamed up with you guys back then. Zayli shed tears, his face full of regret. He truly felt regretful. The power of the energy gun was not great, and the skin of the insect beasts was especially thick. Zayli's movements were not very agile, while Baiyu, with his mech, could withstand more attacks for him. It's not your fault. Mech users are indeed at a disadvantage in this situation. Once the insect beasts start their mental attacks, mech users have nowhere to hide, unless they have strong mental strength themselves. But even if Baiyu's mental strength is strong, he can't withstand the mental attacks of 5 insect beasts. Qingyu didn't reply. She crossed her arms, lost in thought. All right, just wait a moment, and my mental strength should be fully restored. She jumped down from the mech. The 4 of them stood under the mech, entering into a strange silence. Have we already entered a new scene? She glanced at the current situation. Unlike the previous heat, a slightly fishy sea breeze rushed straight to their noses. They were on a small piece of land, but it was enough for them to take shelter. This scene was extremely bizarre. Yet, not a single person responded to Huaxi's words. Qingyu looked a bit strange. Qingyu. Qingyu. She called out to Qingyu twice before she turned her head. Qingyu, what are you thinking about? Baiyu is fine now. Baiyu was indeed fine, but her complexion was still a bit pale. Baiyu crawled out of the mech and walked up to the group. I'm sorry. It's my lack of strength. Zayli felt guilty and didn't dare to look at Baiyu. We are a team. He can just watch Zayli die. Baiyu sat beside Zayli. At first, he did think that this team's strength was a bit weak. However, since they had become teammates, they were now one. None of you are at fault. Qingyu suddenly spoke up. However, I just want to know, are all mecha pilots this fragile? Mecha can indeed take on 10 opponents. But whether it's Gue Z or Baiyu, if they encounter a higher level insect beast or a group attack, their mental strength no longer has the advantage. Qingyu, what are you talking about? She couldn't help but retort. Mecha pilots actually have a relatively higher resistance to mental attacks. The others are fine only because they wore helmets. Otherwise, many would definitely fall. Qingyu let out a faint breath. It's nothing. I just want to ask how much influence insect beasts have on your mental strength. Qingyu, don't you feel anything at all? Baiyu squinted, looking at Qingyu's expression, which seemed strange. He didn't wear a helmet, so he was attacked by mental strength. But how could Qingyu's mental strength remain unharmed in this situation? Yeah, Qingyu. It seems like no matter who uses mental strength against you, it has no effect. From Li Lei at the beginning to the insect beast now, Yan Qingyu seemed to have never been affected. Yan Qingyu tilted her head, clearly not expecting to be asked this. Bai Yu's hands were clenched tightly, as he really wanted to know the answer. The other few people's expressions were also anxious. The people outside the screen were even more anxious. What could be the reason that Yan Qingyu has such a strong resistance to mental strength? Chapter 78. Scene change. Yan Qingyu smiled at the reactions of the crowd. It's very likely that my mental strength is too low, almost non-existent. So mental attacks don't have much effect on me. Yan Qingyu looked quite obedient with a smile on her face. Yet, there was something off about it. Qingyu, it seems that having a low mental strength level is a good thing. For an individual soldier, having a low mental strength level is indeed quite advantageous. Zhe Li was a bit excited. Thinking back, he had secretly sympathized with Qingyu for having such low mental strength. He didn't expect that being low in mental strength would have such benefits. Yan Qingyu smiled at Zhe Li. She didn't bring this up to make others notice her differences. So she just said her mental strength was too low, rather than saying she had no mental strength. However, for a level 4 individual soldier, it would still be very difficult to enter the 5 major academies based on the data she found, just relying on her level. So she needed to highlight her advantages. The biggest weakness of an individual soldier lies in their inherently low mental strength, which prevents them from piloting mechs, significantly reducing their combat capability. Yet, they still have some mental strength. When encountering higher-level insect beast mental attacks, the individual soldier completely loses their advantage. Therefore, individual soldiers are typically relegated to doing menial work at the back in formal battlefields. To put it accurately, this might be Yan Qingyu's greatest advantage. The people outside the screen were also shocked. So, if mental strength is low enough, can one be unaffected by mental attacks? Let's go. I don't even know what this level is testing. Having achieved the goal, Yan Qingyu looked around at the scene. This scene was indeed bizarre. Are there insect beasts in the sea too? It was Yan Qingyu's first time seeing the ocean in the starry sky. But it was completely different from the oceans on Earth. Even standing on the shore, she could clearly see how dark the water was here. Standing on the shore, she couldn't see what was beneath the water. Planet 250 had large areas of land covered by water, with countless insect beasts in the water. This planet actually harbored hidden dangers, but generally, few people ventured into the ocean. So they were just simulating a sea for their training. So were the insect beasts? As soon as Yan Qingyu's voice fell, screams came from not far away. The 5 stood together, their expressions a bit serious. They were all newcomers and didn't know what this level would test. They could only stay cautious. However, they didn't have to be on guard for long. As the insect beasts had already gathered, various strange-shaped fish were constantly surging in the water, even attempting to come ashore. Qingyu, we should head to that island in the middle. It looks like a speed and excitement routine. Many bizarre mechs were continuously moving towards that direction. But with so many insect beasts in the water, how are we supposed to get across? That's the key. Those mechs that forcibly crossed from the water were almost completely devoured. Bang! A spark appeared directly in the sky. It seems someone's mech tried to fly over and was shot down by an insect beast. If they get eliminated, they have to pay a heavy price. The cost of elimination is truly too great. Isn't there a boat here? Yan Qingyu calmly pointed to the wooden boat behind them. The others looked at the wooden boat behind them, then back at Yan Qingyu. Yan Qingyu waved her hand and tilted her head. This was clearly a last resort. With so many insect beasts in the sea, are you really sure we can get across relying on just by you as a mech pilot? The group's gazes turned towards the sea. It was indeed not feasible. In other teams, there were at least 2 mech pilots. One would take the people across, while the other would be responsible for attacking. The current sea was indeed turbulent. The sounds of energy cannons and various insect beasts were quite jarring. Let us go. The first place is indeed what we need to get. So the 5 obediently pushed the boat into the sea. They shot down the insect beasts that kept leaping up with their energy guns. The 5 quickly glided toward the island. Although there were many insect beasts, luckily the insect beasts were not very large. They posed no threat to Yan Qingyu and their boat. However, the surging sea still caused their boat to drift somewhat off course. Moreover, on the boat, their movements couldn't be too large, so the speed of the boat remained slow. However, it was really amazing. There were so few insect beasts attacking them, compared to the other giant insect beasts attacking them. Qingyu and her companion's small boat was much calmer. Their noise was so loud that the insect beasts would naturally attack them more. Qingyu continued to slay the insect beasts at the side of the boat without stopping. Although she used internal strength to protect the bottom of the boat, it was still thanks to the cover of the others that they could ease the burden significantly. Qingyu's boat had already traveled halfway, and indeed, there were considerably fewer mechs still in the water. Most of the small boats behind were rushing over after learning from Qingyu. Damn, are they learning from us? Zayli cursed while killing the insect beasts. Don't mind them, our trial is ahead. Qinyu's expression was somewhat grim. Her internal energy was protecting the bottom of the boat. She sensed that something below was probing their vessel. At this moment, they could only hurry to their destination. Qinyu's warning came a bit late. In just a moment, their boat was completely overturned. The pitch-black seawater engulfed several people. Above the sea, apart from a few boats still at the starting point, the rest were almost completely covered by the water. Qingyu poked her head out of the water. The boat had fallen apart, and pieces of wood were floating on the surface. Qingyu clung to a plank for support. Others gradually surfaced as well, but everyone was struggling in the water. Are you all okay? Baiyu asked anxiously, realizing he should have deployed the mech earlier. The mech could detect the situation around them. It's fine, don't deploy the mech. This insect beast is very strong. After Qingyu shouted, the insect beast revealed its true form from the sea. It was huge, at least twice the size of an ordinary mech. Qingyu thought the insect beast resembled an ancient octopus monster, but it wasn't. It had a mouth full of sharp teeth. This insect beast seemed to sense its territory was threatened and let out a furious roar. This was a mental attack. Qingyu might not feel anything, but the strange expressions on Zayli and the others made it clear they could sense it. The surrounding insect beasts had basically fled. This insect beast must be of a very high level to penetrate their helmets so easily and affect them. Chapter 79 directly exploded at this point. Many people had already given up. After all, the upperclassmen had gained enough points in the first two scenes. The middle-class students weren't in a hurry to earn points either. As for the lower-classmen, very few could persist to the third scene. However, she had to come in first. You all stay here and watch your safety. Qingyu didn't plan to take them further. The mental attacks of the insect beasts were no joke. Since she was the only one immune to their mental power, she would go alone. Ignoring the shouts behind her, Qingyu swam directly to the insect beast. Was she crazy? Not just the people in the virtual scene. Even those watching from outside found Qingyu's actions hard to comprehend. Had anyone ever won in this scene? The newcomers were indeed somewhat unfamiliar with these scenarios. Just the appearance of this insect beast was too terrifying. Plus, it must have a very high level of mental power. Even Baiyu couldn't bear it. So what if Qingyu was unaffected by the mental power? As a lone soldier without a mech or a large energy cannon, how could she get past it? There had been victories before, but that was the result of everyone working together. How could they expect to win without the cooperation of a few people? Just this insect beast alone made victory unlikely. However, Qingyu had eliminated many upperclassmen at the start, and now there weren't enough strong ones left to assist them. This was truly unexpected karma. For a moment, everyone felt a bit melancholic. Was it really necessary to go to the other side? Did they really have to fight for first place? What do you understand? Qingyu probably was the type who loved to compete for first place. Upon reflection, since Qingyu entered the school, when had she not been first? Didn't they say Qingyu was missing? The setup of the scene only had a wide-angle view. They couldn't see the hidden angles at all. The bottom of the sea was a hidden angle, and the grass where Qingyu was hiding was also a hidden angle. If Qingyu hadn't exposed herself while fighting with the mech master, no one might have discovered she was hiding there. Qingyu held her breath tightly underwater. Although she wouldn't die, it didn't mean she didn't need to breathe. Now, using her internal energy to protect her heart meridian gave her some time to act quickly. Qingyu cautiously maneuvered around the insect beast's tentacles, struggling to swim in the water. However, the massive tentacles stirred the water violently. Even as she tried to get closer repeatedly, she kept being pushed away. She was starting to struggle. Being underwater for a long time, she could hardly muster any strength. Moreover, this was a tremendous drain on her internal energy. Qingyu paused for a moment, allowing herself to sink. The light beam shining down revealed only a faint glow at the seabed, but the most turbulent area was definitely where the insect beast was hiding. Qingyu didn't plan to swim again. She took out a time bomb from her space. She hesitated to let it go. After all, it was very difficult to obtain such things in modern times, and she had worked hard to get just a little bit. Did she really have to use it in this virtual scene? But holding this sword couldn't do anything to the giant insect beast. After all, the sea wasn't human territory. Qingyu didn't think for long. In just a moment, she activated the bomb and let it sink into the water. Now, all she needed to do was lift the sword in her hand and fiercely slash through the water, directing the bomb towards the insect beast. Boom! The entire virtual scene seemed to shake a few times. The scene was filled with splashing seawater, and flames spread around the insect beast. The entire ocean exhibited chaotic turbulence. The trial ended. Beep, beep, beep. When Qingyu opened her eyes, she was still a bit dazed. Cough, cough, cough. After the explosion, she suddenly lost consciousness and swallowed quite a bit of water. Qingyu, I think we might be finished. Zayli gently patted Qinyu's back to help her breathe easier, but the worry in his voice was unmistakable. Baiyu moved Zayli's hand aside and gently patted Qinyu's back. Don't listen to him. The leader is a good person. He won't do anything to us. Let Qingyu rest for a moment. Qishu looked at the scene and rubbed his forehead. Did we fail? Qingyu sat up and, seeing the figures of several people, had her suspicions. They must have all been eliminated together. Otherwise, how could a single bomb kill the insect beast? Not even the energy cannon could do that. The only possibility was that the bomb eliminated them. Qingyu, are you okay? Zayli asked again after seeing Qingyu speak. Are you annoying? Always asking. What do you understand? We might get imprisoned after we go out. Huaxi and Zayli started arguing. Qingyu looked at the two in confusion. Did this lead to imprisonment? Qingyu, what did you do underwater? Forget it. No matter what you did, don't admit it. Qishu looked very serious. So what did she do? She didn't even know. Before Qingyu could ask anything further, someone walked in. Leading the way was Yiju. Yiju looked at her with a strange expression, as if feeling somewhat exhausted. Let us go. When Qingyu came out, she realized many people had already exited. It looked like this was a place for eliminated individuals. You all take a look at what you did. Qingyu raised her eyes to see a huge screen. What was playing on it was the scene of the entire sea being blown up. It must be said that when Qingyu was on site, she didn't feel much, but from the footage, the power of the explosion was incredibly fierce. It felt like the entire sea surface was about to ignite. This scene was very brief, and then there was nothing more. I bombed the insect beast, Qingyu said with conviction, not mentioning the other four at all. This was her doing, so she just needed to speak the truth. How did you bomb it? Do you know you destroyed the virtual arena? Iju's face had turned grim at this point. If it were just to kill the insect beast, it might be understandable, but she had blown up the virtual arena. Qinyu's crime would definitely not be light. Do you know what it means to destroy the objects made by the leader? Ignorance is no excuse. The air suddenly fell silent. Yiju found it hard to imagine that Qingyu still showed no signs of remorse at this moment. I was just attacking the insect beast. I didn't think this scene would break so easily. Qingyu herself didn't understand the reasoning behind it. However, she would not allow herself to be imprisoned for no reason. Chapter 80 The Leader Appears. Yiju pursed her lips. This was no longer just a matter of compensation. All virtual arenas were made by the leader, but the leader had stopped making virtual arenas many years ago. Instructor, she really didn't mean it. Zili stepped forward to mediate. Clearly, this matter seemed more serious than they had imagined. What do you mean it wasn't intentional? From the beginning, Qingyu was aiming for first place. She did so many things to get first. The people around began to lose their composure. This is a virtual arena made by the leader, and it has been destroyed by Qingyu. What nonsense! Qingyu even disregarded other people's lives just to get first. She didn't even share nutrient solution with 2C and the others. Exactly. The scene began to erupt into inexplicable arguments. Yan Qingyu remained silent amidst the noise, seemingly unfazed by the commotion around her. Zili and the others tightly surrounded Yan Qingyu, but they couldn't stop the frenzied attacks from others. From the very beginning, eliminating others, to later ignoring those in peril, and then directly blowing up the leader's virtual arena. Every step Yan Qingyu took seemed to others to be calculated and unscrupulous. She probably really wanted to kill someone. Poisoning, fighting, if no one stopped her, she might have really done it. Killing. As soon as this was said, the scene fell silent for a moment, but then became even louder. Even though Yiju wanted Yan Qingyu to leave first, it was of no use. Now all the students had blocked them here, unable to advance or retreat. I had suspected it long ago. She probably has a problem in her heart, right? Wanting to kill, to take first. Yan Qingyu's various minor incidents in school over the past 3 months were brought up repeatedly. Perhaps entertainment activities aren't as abundant as in modern times. In fact, people in the galaxy prefer to gossip about these matters. Now, bringing it up again, it felt somewhat off. Just put her in confinement first. In the galaxy, killing is not allowed, but there are prisons. Although this thing is almost a facade, there are still some who can go in. Why? Why should someone be locked up? Zili didn't understand, nor did the other 3 protecting Yan Qingyu. Without evidence, the leader wouldn't care about you. Wudu looked somewhat grim, but still firmly stepped forward towards Yan Qingyu. Moreover, in this assessment, we are competitors. Everything Yan Qingyu did was normal, right? But she blew up the virtual arena. Could she not be locked up? That was made by the leader. That's the key. The noise among the crowd grew louder. Yan Qingyu still did not speak, looking as if she had been frightened by the commotion. Silence. Yiju was striving to maintain order, but with the involvement of the leader, it was clearly not easy to calm down. Shoving and cursing ensued. The scene once again descended into chaos. Stop it! Yan Qingyu's cold voice echoed throughout the venue, loud enough for everyone to hear. This voice abruptly stopped the chaos. It spread too widely, and everyone present could hear it. Yan Qingyu's expression remained unchanged, but her tightly clenched hands revealed her inner unrest. Your voice. Silence. Yan Qingyu directly interrupted the speculation. She indeed used her internal force to amplify her voice. She simply didn't want the people around her to fall into a predicament anymore. Since it was the leader's property that was destroyed, then she should ask him how to punish her. Others shouldn't be pointing fingers here. Yan Qingyu pushed aside Zili, resolutely stepping forward. The leader? You still want to ask the leader? Are you out of your mind? Even if the leader is approachable, he surely doesn't have time to manage the people from Planet 250, right? Yan Qingyu ignored the sarcastic remarks behind her. She directly connected her light brain to the big screen. Yan Qingyu was searching for the leader's light brain number. After Hui Zi and the others left, Yan Qingyu had saved the leader's light brain number. After all, their collaboration was not yet complete. Yan Qingyu stood on the stage, waiting for the connection to go through. The crowd below was somewhat noisy. The direction of this matter was becoming increasingly confusing, and even if Yan Qingyu had great talent, a level 4 solo soldier couldn't possibly have the leader's light brain number, right? Miss Yan. The bland mechanical voice that could only be heard in news from the Star Network was now actually heard here. Miss Yan, have you completed the assessment? The light brain was a 2-way video, and the leader could certainly see this strange scene. Yan Qingyu nodded expressionlessly. Now there's a problem. Your virtual arena was blown up by me. How will compensation be handled? Yan Qingyu's unceremonious tone made those around her gasp. The leader, this is the person in charge of School 250, commonly referred to as the principal. It truly is commendable that he arrived here only now. The virtual arena is broken? How did you do that, Miss Yan? Compared to the fact that the virtual arena was damaged, the leader was more curious about how Yan Qingyu did it. Yan Qingyu pressed her lips together. How would she know how she did it? It was blown up. The leader's robotic head turned slightly. Miss Yan, you are indeed impressive. However, it's just a virtual arena. I still have others. You don't need to compensate, Miss Yan. Impressive? The people around were even more stunned. Is it the time to praise Yan Qingyu? Yan Qingyu frowned, as if she wanted to say something to refute. Leader, I report. Yan Qingyu disregarded others' lives to win first place and even eliminated multiple teammates at the very start. Before Yan Qingyu could say anything, Tu Jing jumped out again. Her complexion now was much better than when she was seen in the scene, but her words still made people unable to hold back their anger. Yan Qingyu rolled her eyes in a very ungraceful manner. The leader chuckled softly, and it was evident that he was in a very good mood. Unaffected by Tu Jing's words, "Miss, I have considered real cases when formulating the rules for creating virtual arenas." The leader answered Tu Jing earnestly. "Galactic law prohibits killing at will, and we all know that our common enemy is the insect beasts. However, based on past combat examples, perhaps we humans are too emotional, often showing various soft-hearted situations during battle. Due to these circumstances, when I was creating the rules for the virtual arena, I hope that you could treat each other as competitors and not make more fearless sacrifices because of our kindness. Understand when to give up and the significance of fighting. However, it seems that not many people can deeply understand the significance. Instead, some have misinterpreted its original meaning. Achieving victory, like slaying the insect beasts, may lead Miss Yin to success, but those who fight only for points and give up before the end cannot be expected to fight desperately on a battlefield. Right now, they're only ranked first because they have the most points, but in reality, the true first place has not emerged. But she did not save those in danger." Tu Jing's expression was somewhat flustered. Could it be that Yan Qingyu is always right? The leader fell silent for a moment, and the people on the field were somewhat anxious. The leader's explanation seemed to unveil the essence of battle that they had never understood before. Chapter 81. Regarding friends in reality, battle is brutal. This young lady, I hope you can realize that on the battlefield, only those who are worth living are valuable. Suppose there is only one bottle of nutrient solution, but two injured individuals. One is the hope of victory, and the other is just a supporting infantryman. Who should receive the nutrient solution? I believe no one would hesitate too much. The leader's words were harsh, but most people understood that this would indeed be the direction of their future development. Each of you is the hope for humanity's survival, so I hope you will work hard to participate in the upcoming interviews for the 5 major academies. We welcome the participation of outstanding talents. After the leader's speech, every person's face in the crowd was filled with hope. Well, I have other matters to attend to. The virtual arena will be installed soon. After the leader finished speaking, he directly ended the holographic call. The people on the field were still lingering in thought. Yan Qingyu quietly left the venue with a few others. "Qingyu, you're amazing. You actually caught the leader's attention." Being able to get the leader's contact information and even have the leader remember her name indicated that Yan Qingyu's strength must be extraordinary in Zhe Li's eyes. Yan Qingyu buried her head and did not respond. "Qingyu, it's good that the matter is resolved. You don't need to carry too much burden." Qishu thought more about it, initially believing that Yan Qingyu was worried about subsequent issues. Yan Qingyu suddenly stopped in her tracks. "Do you all want something?" Yan Qingyu indeed felt burdened, but her burden was not directed at those coldly watching her. Instead, it was towards this group of people who had known her for such a short time, but behaved so strangely. Previously revealing her strength in front of them was merely because she didn't care much about strength and could show it. However, when they protected her without hesitation, she felt somewhat palpitated. "What do you want?" Zhe Li didn't quite understand how the topic had shifted to this. The others remained silent. They were not Zhe Li and naturally understood what Yan Qingyu meant. Star coins? Or do you want to go to the capital star? Besides that, Yan Qingyu couldn't think of any other reasons for their help. Only then did Zhe Li understand. "Qingyu, we are friends." Zhe Li's expression became serious. "Aren't we friends?" Friends would step up to help each other. Yan Qingyu remained silent, looking at the other few people as if asking if they needed anything. "Qingyu, you really don't need to think like that." Qishu sighed. "I don't know where this idea of yours came from, but we will always be your friends. We didn't come here for our own interests." Yan Qingyu lowered her eyes. She didn't know how to define friendship, but reality told her that friends were merely using each other. To become friends must mean that one party has something the other needs. "Qingyu, we just want to protect you. Can you all remain like this forever without asking for anything in return?" Some people endure temporarily to wait for more feedback later. Yan Qingyu, do you overestimate your own value? Iju stepped forward and glanced at Yan Qingyu lightly. "You all go back. I want to talk to her." Perhaps what Yan Qingyu said at that moment was too hurtful to Zhe Li and the others. They did not linger and turned to leave. Yan Qingyu lowered her brow and did not look at Iju. However, Iju's gaze was always focused on Yan Qingyu. What are you worried about? What exactly are you concerned about? It's nothing. Yan Qingyu, I know I can't change your thoughts. But I want to tell you that whether you know the leader or not, whether you have star coins or not, that's not a reason for them to stand in front of you. Iju glanced at the unmoved Yan Qingyu and sighed. I can't persuade you, but I hope you can think it through. Don't lose them. Losing teammates doesn't feel good. Iju understands. But he hopes Yan Qingyu can understand as well. I have one more thing to ask you. Are you planning to participate in the interview? Even if Yan Qingyu destroyed the virtual arena, the final insect beast was indeed defeated by her. She should rightfully be the first. Yan Qingyu felt somewhat chaotic at that moment and didn't want to talk much about this matter. Iju noticed and only sent Yan Qingyu to the dormitory door before leaving. Yan Qingyu sat on the chair, her expression somewhat indifferent. Beep beep. Yan Qingyu answered the holographic call. The leader's image suddenly appeared before her. What? Do you want compensation? However, unfortunately, her mood was not pleasant at all, and she had no desire to discuss this issue. No, that's not necessary. I just watched your performance. I'm here to ask you a few questions. The leader seriously reviewed the footage of Yan Qingyu's competition again, which had damaged his virtual arena. I don't want to answer. She felt strangely off and truly did not want to deal with these complicated matters. What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? What are you sad about? In a bad mood? I'm sad? Why do you think I'm sad? Your expression is easy to read. Hearing this, Yan Qingyu touched her cheek, her gaze somewhat vacant. Is it something difficult to resolve? Difficult to resolve? I don't know if this counts, but this is the first time I've encountered people like them. They stood by my side when everyone else was criticizing me. That's great. They must be your good friends. The two began to chat, as if they were old acquaintances. Maybe not anymore. The decisiveness in her words indicated that there likely wouldn't be a future. But why did her heart feel so strange? Why? Since they are friends, they wouldn't easily abandon you. Didn't you say they were still by your side when everyone criticized you? I asked them if they wanted something from me. Even if they don't now, what about later? Will it be like this in the future? Spending some time trapped is enough. Continuing to sink is really not good. Yan Qingyu's face rarely showed a confused expression. Qingyu, in fact, relationships between people are just mutual use. But as friends, we can gain more from each other. We need friendship. We need care. Friends can provide that for us, and, of course, we can reciprocate. The leader paused, glanced at the silent Yan Qingyu, and continued. Sometimes our love is merely reflected in material ways, but I believe deep down you don't want to lose them. But I am a burden. Without me, they shouldn't be criticized either. Yan Qingyu knew she had been a troublemaker from the very beginning, but as time passed and she deliberately avoided it, she had gradually forgotten about it, until today when she suddenly saw the tall figures standing in front of her. Chapter 82. The upcoming interview, Yan Qingyu kept scratching her fingertips. The leader watched her movements for a while. Everyone has a different definition of friendship, but we all make mistakes and may have moments of misunderstanding. However, if you reject others because of this, you will never meet a true friend. After the leader finished speaking, the room suddenly fell silent, as if both were pondering, not disturbing each other. I think it's a pity that someone with your eloquence isn't in pyramid selling. Yan Qingyu suddenly chuckled, looking at the humanoid robot in front of her. Her feelings were somewhat complicated. However, she didn't want to share this complexity with the person in front of her. I may not know what pyramid selling is, but I am indeed speaking my truth. I know. So, have you decided to take my suppressor? Given that you helped me out today, I'll give you a 20% discount. Yan Qingyu quickly composed herself. Moreover, she understood that someone as busy as the leader must have a reason for contacting her now. Gue Z is still being tested, so there's no need to discuss the suppressor for now. I'm here mainly to ask you about another matter. The surprises discovered from Yan Qingyu were truly too many. She was like the last ray of hope sent by heaven to pity humanity. What exactly did you use to blow up the virtual arena? The explosive power was extremely strong. If it could be used in battles against insect beasts, the chances of human victory would increase significantly. Hearing this, Yan Qingyu couldn't help but furrow her brows. What's wrong? Are you still going to pursue my responsibility? Yan Qingyu didn't think too much, as it involved money and confinement. If there were to be a reckoning, she would feel a bit of a headache. No, I showed your video to some people in the chief group. The explosive power was incredibly fierce, more than 10 times that of the strongest energy cannon. Once it hits the water, the energy cannon's power will be weakened. But what you use could produce such great power. Yan Qingyu lowered her eyelids, absent-mindedly fiddling with her bracelet. I know your thoughts, but I don't have much of this stuff left, and I can't sell it. Even if Yan Qingyu was remarkable, she couldn't possibly buy a bunch of bombs in modern times and store them in her space. I'm not asking you to sell it. Perhaps you could sell one to us? We want to try to research it ourselves. The leader paused for a moment before coming up with this compromise. Yan Qingyu said she had little left, which suggested she did not create it herself. But since there was still stock, she could let others come and get it. Yan Qingyu raised her eyes to look at the person in the light brain. I'm very clear that the power of what I used isn't this great. It might have encountered something that caused this power. It's just a bomb. In Yan Qingyu's view, it wasn't much different from the energy cannon Zhang he used that day. But this bomb had such great power in this virtual arena. Both fell silent. Yan Qingyu didn't want to reveal the remaining bombs, and the leader felt a bit troubled. But since Yan Qingyu didn't speak, he could only temporarily let this matter slip by. Have you decided which academy to take the exam for? Planning to recommend? Yan Qingyu raised her gaze, her satisfaction evident. She enjoyed talking to someone who knew when to advance and retreat, and who was smart enough to understand what she meant. Changing the topic was the best choice. All 5 academies are strong, but overall, the best academy is the Earth Academy. Do you hope I go to this academy? No. Just letting you know a good place. In the leader's view, all 5 academies were quite good. I heard you admire the strong, so I think you would be interested in this academy. It wasn't merely hearsay. It was probably a judgment made based on others' evaluations of her. However, which academy to enter wasn't up to her, right? Was this interview to select academies? The assessment had just ended, and Yan Qingyu was still somewhat unclear about the selection process of the 5 academies. No need to save costs. The interview actually gathers all candidates together to test their talents first, then goes to a planet with insect beasts for competition. Save costs. Yan Qingyu nodded, indicating she understood. Since she was prepared to rely on herself, she would need to come to Capital Star in a week. A week? That's too rushed. The robot's face showed no signs of amusement, but Yan Qingyu sensed the person's delight from the silent atmosphere. All right, with a week left, go quickly to make up for what you need to. Once you go to Capital Star, there may not be another chance to come back. The leader's last words were somewhat serious. However, Yan Qingyu knew he wasn't lying. The war between insect beasts and humans was on the verge of breaking out. She might still be alive, but what about those living on this remote planet? A few high-level insect beasts howling could almost wipe them out. After the assessment, Yan Qingyu's video once again became a hot topic on the Star Network. However, the leader's popularity was evidently higher, overshadowing Yan Qingyu. But people were still interested in the one who blew up the virtual arena and had a certain connection with the leader, especially after knowing that this person was the one who defeated the Mecha Master. Yan Qingyu's video during the assessment became even more explosive. This person really likes to compete for first place. People from Planet 250 said that this person would stop at nothing for the first place. Huh? So scary. But the leader knows her. The leader can't be wrong, right? Yini, you should know this person, right? Dimu looked at the roaring flames on the screen, feeling a bit emotional. This girl was truly amazing. She could pull off such things. Yun withdrew her gaze from the screen with a complex expression. Why are we looking at this? We should talk about Gue Z instead. Where is he? The 5 major academy interviews are about to start. Is he not going? Leo directly interrupted their conversation. Gue Z is the important one, okay? It's quite strange not to see him at all. Hey, don't worry. Even if he doesn't attend the interview, it doesn't matter. Every academy wants to recruit him. Yin nodded in agreement with Di Mu's words. Guizhi's strength was indeed outstanding among his peers. Chapter 83. Preparations before leaving. It's not that his strength is bad. Anyway, where has he gone? It's quite strange not to see him. He still has some matters to attend to. Don't worry too much about him. Yin only vaguely hinted at the situation and couldn't elaborate further. So, Yin, are you planning to go to your own academy? Leo quietly leaned closer to Yin. Does it need to be asked? Of course, it's the Earth Academy. Yunyi's father also attended the Earth Academy, so of course, she would too. No, not necessarily. Yunyi planned to attend with Yan Qingyu. so which academy she would go to was indeed uncertain. Dimu looked at Yin thoughtfully. In theory, for those with such high talent and exceptionally powerful families, they can even directly choose their academy without having to attend interviews. Qingyu packed her things into her space, and with the advanced light brain, she could gain more convenience. However, after finishing her packing, she felt empty. There were only 3 days left. If she didn't take action soon, she might really miss her opportunity. Qingyu glanced at the silent light brain, her fingers tapping restlessly on the tabletop. They hadn't given her any news, and she hadn't spoken to them on the light brain. Now, the sound of knocking echoed clearly in the room. Qingyu stood up and quietly took a breath before turning to open the door. Qingyu, if we don't come looking for you, do you really not want to contact us? A few tall men stood at the door, blocking Qingyu's line of sight. However, Zhe Li, who stood at the front, was quick to get angry, but also quick to back down. I didn't mean to. I just didn't want to let go of that damn pride. Qingyu thought this in her heart, but didn't say it out loud. Qingyu, I don't know what you've been through to have such thoughts, but you can rest assured that we are not those kinds of people. Qishu remained as calm as ever. He understood Qingyu's thoughts better and knew she didn't mean to say such things. That's right. Besides, isn't this a win-win collaboration? You provide me with ideas and materials, and then I create for you, bringing your ideas to life. Huaxi's words were very pragmatic. He didn't have much interaction with Qingyu, but every collaboration was extremely harmonious. Qingyu bit her lower lip lightly. Sorry. I was wrong before. We should be friends. Friends should give and take, and responsibilities should be shared. Huh, Qingyu, it's good that you've come to your senses. Zhe Li smiled a bit happily, but after Ju's cough, the smile on his face slowly faded. There are only 3 days left until the Capital Star starts interviews. You're planning to leave, right? The graduation procedures had already been completed, so it seemed that Qingyu's departure was a done deal. With that, the atmosphere became a bit heavy. That's right. I plan to give it a try. Qingyu nodded, confirming Ju's statement. You'll definitely be fine, but Capital Star is still not like our 250th planet. There are more talented people. But geniuses often have worse tempers. No, Qingyu, just remember not to surround yourself with too many boys like on this planet. Although Qingyu's talent might not be the best, the qualities she displayed were indeed particularly attractive. That's right. Even if you go to Capital Star, don't forget us. Zhe Li immediately interrupted Ju's words. Qingyu smiled. Of course, but since we're on break, let us go out and have some fun. As soon as Zhe Li finished speaking, he grabbed Qingyu and ran off, leaving Ju standing there with a dark expression. He still had things he hadn't finished saying. Baiyu and the others also ran after them. Let us go to Baiyu's house. Baiyu, why are we going to my house? Zhe Li asked with a questioning expression. Where else would we go? Your house is the best place on the entire 250th planet. Qingyu is leaving, and you want to even less take a look? A few of them huddled together in a flying cabin, and the sight of several big men was quite oppressive. That's right. Let us go to your house. There are a lot of mechas at Baiyu's place, where she thought this trip was a must. You just want to go to take apart my mechas. Don't worry about it. The group chatted noisily as they finally got off the flying vehicle. Baiyu's home was indeed very grand, and the luxury was evident everywhere. Qingyu looked around and couldn't help but exclaim, You really are extravagantly wealthy. Baiyu's house was indeed much more automated than the school, with various robots everywhere. Come on, I'll show you around. Baiyu's expression was calm as he walked ahead. Behind him, Qingyu was pulling Zhe Li, Wu Du, and Qi Shu, chattering away. I wonder why that Tu Jing always gets so angry every time he sees me. It turns out he's looking for shortcuts. This was truly a big shortcut. Baiyu's family was powerful and extremely wealthy, and Baiyu himself was a person with great talent. Ahem, Qingyu, don't be deceived by this scene. If you want these things, you can have them yourself. Zele visper toyan Qingyu. He didn't want her to be fooled by Baiyu. Qingyu looked at Zhe Li in surprise. Although she felt she could earn these things herself, she was surprised that Zhe Li believed in her so much. It's fine if you don't have them. We'll each sponsor you a bit. Qingyu realized she might have been overthinking. After playing around at Baiyu's place for half a day, they decided to leave. However, The opportunity was rare, so Yan Qingyu decided to finish her tasks first. Make sure to store your helmets properly, and one more thing. Never blindly stand up for friends in the future, especially in life-and-death situations. The fact that insect beasts could turn into human forms hadn't been announced yet, so Yan Qingyu couldn't rashly tell them. But judging by how fiercely these people were protecting her, they might be able to do those things. However, once the insect beasts really attacked, protecting oneself was the best option. If she could get a capital star, then hurry up, especially Zayli. Yan Qingyu couldn't return at any time, so she could only urge them to work hard for capital star. After all, the defenses there would definitely be better. Qishu, keep an eye on Zayli. You all work hard. And Huashi, your talent is quite good, and this helmet is one of your achievements. If you want to go to capital star, you can use this as a bargaining chip. But this helmet was clearly your idea. Huashi frowned and refuted Yan Qingyu's statement. I only provided the materials and told you to make a helmet. The layout inside was all done by you. Yan Qingyu rubbed her forehead, thinking that at this time, they shouldn't focus on copyright issues. Chapter 84. Arriving at Capital Star, Yan Qingyu turned to Wu. We should go to Capital Star together. The others didn't have enough points to go, but Wu Du was just graduating, and Yan Qingyu believed Wu Du's total points definitely met the standard. However, I want to go. I plan to find a job on the 250th planet. Serving in the military was the fate of most individual soldiers. Why not go? Yan Qingyu directly retorted. The others fell silent. Just go, it's only a few tens of thousands of star coins, right? We can each lend you a bit. So go study. A few tens of thousands of star coins. Yan Qingyu understood now. This wasn't just about a few tens of thousands of star coins. That was just the beginning, and there would be much more later. The cost of living in Capital Star and various expenses were not something a poor individual soldier could bear. And you all don't need to think about helping me. I just want to contribute to the interstellar community a few years earlier. Wu Du's expression was very calm, even with a hint of satisfaction. After all, contributing to the interstellar community was the meaning and duty of every human being. So this was also a choice he made after careful consideration. Yan Qingyu didn't continue speaking. She glanced at the others and took out what she had prepared. This is the inhibitor I researched. There aren't many right now. So each person gets 3 bottles. Remember, you must use it when you encounter insect beasts and your mental strength collapses. Only then can you increase your chances of survival. A few people, confused, accepted the suppressants and were given a jade pendant as a bonus. Qingyu, why are you so worried about our mental strength? There shouldn't be any need for concern, right? What problems could their mental strength have? They have helmets, and it's not like they're being attacked by anyone's mental strength. A few of them exchanged glances at the items in their hands, which indeed felt a bit unusual. Is there any other reason besides your fragility? Yan Qingyu said calmly. And that was indeed one reason. The others awkwardly nodded. Soon, they each dispersed. Farewell days always come particularly quickly. Yan Qingyu stood in front of the spaceship, her expression. She couldn't really see any sadness in the farewell. Don't worry about me. Qingyu, you must take care of yourself. If you really can't pass the exam, then so be it. That's right. No need to force it. Being on planet 250 is also pretty good. Each person chimed in with their own words. Yan Qingyu felt a bit helpless. I'm just going to the capital star. Not that I'm about to die. Is there really a need to cry? Zili's crying immediately attracted a large crowd's attention. You're going for an interview, but it's a direct confrontation with real insect beasts. What if something unexpected happens? Zili had looked up information about the interview after hearing Yan Qingyu was going. Who knew that talent was only one aspect? The most important thing was that Yan Qingyu would actually have to fight real insect beasts afterward. All right, stop talking nonsense. Qingyu, be careful in everything. Iju bluntly interrupted Zili, looking serious at Yan Qingyu. Yan Qingyu nodded. She glanced at the others with a complex expression and then boarded the spaceship to the capital star. Looking out from the spaceship, the endless starry sky, with only a few scatter planets, felt somewhat eerie. The planet she had lived on for who knows how many years was gradually fading away. A sense of melancholy crept into Yan Qingyu's heart, and she closed her eyes, not intending to look any further. The capital star has arrived. The capital star has arrived. When Yan Qingyu opened her eyes, she felt a bit dazed. Had she fallen asleep? However, just stepping down, She could already notice the huge difference between the capital star and Planet 250. The scenery here looked like something out of a sci-fi movie, orderly and filled with high-tech items amidst the bright city. Yan Qingyu wanted to ignore the person in front of her, but Yun Yi was staring directly at her. So she had to turn her eyes to meet Yun Yi's gaze. What are you doing here? Yan Qingyu had planned to start being a low-key salted fish from now on. The leader asked me to pick you up. The leader? Yan Qingyu lowered her eyes and followed Yun Yi onto the flyer without further resistance. Which academy are you planning to apply to? Yun Yi's smile was still unusually warm. Yan Qingyu tilted her head, her gaze fixed on the scenery outside the window. I don't know. She certainly wouldn't reveal her plans to them. Moreover, she hadn't actually thought about that question. She was just going with the flow. How have you been during this time? Hearing this, Yan Qingyu shifted her gaze back to Yun Yi. Not bad, and you guys? You guys naturally included Huizi. Huizi is still undergoing tests. The actual testing starts tomorrow. After we meet the leader, we should still be able to go around. Yun Yi said softly. Yan Qingyu remained silent. Come on. Yun Yi's popularity is only slightly less than that of the leader on Capital Star, all right? She doesn't want to be someone with connections. The two entered this heavily guarded place together. Yan Qingyu discreetly scanned the place protected by a copper wall and iron bastion. Isn't this too tight? Staying here every day would suffocate a person. Just as she momentarily lost focus, she realized the person in front had already stopped. Qingyu, the leader wants you to go in by yourself. Yan Qingyu looked up at Yun Yi, calmly nodded, and entered. The room was somewhat dim, but just as Yan Qingyu walked into the spacious area, the lights turned on. Miss Yan, a familiar voice. The surprise in Yan Qingyu's eyes was impossible to hide. The leader speaking in front of her was indeed a robot, but it was just a robot with an upper body. Miss Yan? Yan Qingyu snapped back to her senses, quickly concealing her emotions. What's wrong with your body? Her straightforward question left the leader momentarily speechless. However, it was only a moment before the leader spoke again. This body couldn't possibly support me for 300 years. 300 years? Are you saying you've been using this body since you became the leader? Yan Qingyu was a bit confused. Is this a human or a robot? Don't misunderstand. This body is just my vessel, my real body. Well, it doesn't affect my brain, the leader clarified. His real body? Yan Qingyu felt that things might be a bit complicated. But what did it have to do with her? They were just partners at most. Have you considered finding me? Yan Qingyu straightforwardly pointed out the topic she wanted to discuss. Chapter 85. The leader's name, Yan Qingyu, casually sat down opposite the leader. Miss Yan, based on Huizi's data alone, your suppressants do indeed have special effects, the leader confirmed. However, the smile on Yan Qingyu's lips did not fade. What? Do you think there will be something special that prevents universality? Are you afraid Huizi's body might be one of a kind? The leader did not hesitate and directly answered in the affirmative. No problem. I have a new bottle made. You could try it again. But of course, I can't give it to you for free. Just give me 1 million star coins. Perfect to cover your tuition. The prices on Capital Star were indeed much higher than on Planet 250. Yan Qingyu couldn't help but entertain the idea of selling jade again. But she was still wary of acting rashly on Capital Star. After all, it was under the leader's watchful eye. All right. The leader accepted the suppressants and showed no intention of letting Yan Qingyu leave. Instead, he started conversing with her directly. Miss Yan, may I ask which academy you would like to go to? Here was again the same question. Yan Qingyu smiled. I don't know. Her answer remained the same. But you could just call me Qingyu. The three-character name felt quite odd, and the leader emphasizing her surname was not a good sign. Yan Qingyu didn't realize that her video had already gone viral on Capital Star. Even when she browsed the Star Network, she was rarely the type to search for her own information. So she truly had no idea that the leader addressing her as Miss Yan had spread throughout the galaxy. All right, Qingyu, my name is Hong. The sudden information left Yan Qingyu a bit stunned. Hong, you only have one character? Wasn't it agreed that everyone has 2 characters? It was quite popular to have single character names over 300 years ago, the leader briefly explained. Yan Qingyu nodded disinterestedly. Okay, then I'll just call you Lil Hong. That name felt quite down to earth. Yan Qingyu secretly nodded, though she still found the name a bit cheesy. Qingyu, my Hong. Is the Hong in Hong Tin Hongyu? The leader quickly realized that Yan Qingyu had misunderstood his name. However, when explaining, he remained calm and showed no signs of being bothered by the misunderstanding. Home to a great enterprise. It seems your father really hopes you can lead the galaxy to a better future. Qingyu smiled, appearing quite impressed by Hong's name. Only she knows the loneliness in her heart. Well, if we confirm the collaboration, we can talk again. I'm leaving now. After Qingyu finished speaking, she left eagerly. He did not wait in place. Qingyu walked out alone. Her gaze was lowered, not knowing what she was thinking. Only when she glanced back did a bitter smile appear at the corners of her mouth. Everyone has to die, some heavier than a mountain, some lighter than a feather. They are clearly in the same sentence, but her name implies that her life is as light and worthless as a feather, while the name Hong suggests a hope that his life can be connected with all of humanity. Moreover, both she and he have lived to an age that ordinary people find hard to reach. Qingyu shook her head, throwing the thoughts in her mind aside. Soon, she saw Yi standing at the door. Let's go. Qingyu had no intention of refusing the free guide. But is this your friend? Qingyu pointed at the light brain, checking the information of these few people. Although their information was available, their fame was much lower than Yunyi's. Who are you? Dimu frowned, looking at the short girl in front of him, as he found her face somewhat familiar. However, her way of speaking was too impolite, giving off a feeling of taking the lead instead. Besides, a girl with such low talent didn't need to be paid too much attention by people like them. Let me introduce, this is Qingyu from Star 250, a level 4 soldier. Yi smiled as he introduced her to Leo and Dimu. Leo didn't care too much, as he had already recognized that the girl in front of him was the one he and Yi met on Star 250. It's you. You came to Capital Star? Dimu frowned, but didn't stop Leo's excited chatter. This is Leo, who found you with me, a mecha engineer. And that one is Dimu, also a mecha engineer. Qingyu nodded in understanding. The information was all written in the Star Network. They would also participate in the Academy interview. And Qingyu, if you want to choose an academy, you can ask them for advice. He warmly invited everyone to sit down together. Qingyu unceremoniously sat across from the two, picked up an apple, and took a bite. Qingyu, why does this apple have no taste at all? Neither sweet nor sour. It's simply bland. If you don't know how to appreciate it, you can skip eating it. You're still young. You should learn to be modest. We are all seniors. Dimu thought that the seniors, who were far superior to Qingyu in both strength and age, should not pay too much attention to her. Yunyi's expression suddenly turned ugly. Qingyu paused in her action of biting the apple. Ha ha ha. You? A senior? If we talk about age, even your leader should call me senior. As for strength, we haven't compared yet, so how can you call yourself my senior? That is just too confident. Qinyu's laughter made Dimu's face turn ugly. However, Leo's expression wasn't much better either. The reason was simple. Qingyu actually said that about the leader. One must not be disrespectful to the leader. Dimu stood up, looking down at Qingyu, but the indifference and disgust in his eyes were hard to conceal. Calm down, calm down. He was really feeling overwhelmed at this moment. Qingyu's talent for causing trouble was simply too strong. Sometimes she was clearly very clear-headed, and other times she was childish, wanting to argue about everything. Even though she knew the leader's status in the galaxy, Qingyu still chose to tease him. You can explain to them slowly. Just find someone to take me around. I will leave first. Let the three of them stay here to deal with their issues. Qingyu still planned to find someone to explore with at a lower risk. Don't go. As Qingyu was about to walk out, Dimu directly reached out to grab her clothes. But before he could touch her, Qingyu turned around and caught him off guard, landing a heavy punch on him. Chapter 86. Piercing the truth, however, Dimu's reaction was quite timely. After being punched by Qingyu, he automatically stepped back. Just as he was about to retaliate, he was held back by Yunyi. Yunyi, she's just a woman. Even if women are precious, we can't protect someone like her. Dimu, calm down. Qingyu is not an ordinary girl. Yunyi firmly restrained Dimu, and seeing this, Qingyu wanted to leave. But there was also Leo watching closely. Don't leave. Leo's face was clearly not as relaxed as it was before. There was a hint of repression on his face. Miss Yin, even if the leader is somewhat close to you, it doesn't mean the leader has to accommodate you. Right? Somewhat close? Qingyu's action of opening the door slowed down. I think you two might not know something, right? She didn't expect that the two, who seemed to have a good relationship with Yun Yi, actually knew nothing. Qingyu. Yun Yi was somewhat anxious, while Qingyu smiled slightly. Of course. I'm not from your era. I come from the 21st century. Perhaps in terms of time, you should call me great-grandmother, right? The door gently closed, and the two stood there in a daze, while Yun Yi relaxed his grip on Dimu's hand slightly. Qingyu had already vanished without a trace. Yun Yi hurriedly called someone to follow Qingyu. The remaining three were left in the room, stunned and without further words. Qingyu didn't care about the reactions of the remaining three. She saw the guide beside her and walked along. She had arrived by flying vehicle, but now she was walking. It seemed to be a bustling downtown area. Many tall and handsome men and women were quite ordinary here. Qinyu's eyes sparkled. She finally understood what genes meant. The people here were somewhat different from those on Star 250, at least from the lightness of their steps. Most of the people here had decent physiques. Moreover, they seemed a bit too tall. At this moment, Qingyu truly felt like an underage child. Standing among this towering crowd, the person beside her silently followed, responsible for ensuring Qingyu's safety. Qingyu excitedly walked into a huge mecha shop. The person behind her quickly followed. Meanwhile, the three were still entangled in Qingyu's words. So what she said is true. Dimu looked at Yun Yi with a complex expression. This news was indeed somewhat hard to imagine. That's right. Only I, the leader, and Huizi know this information. Even if Qingyu's blood was taken for research, no one would know whose blood it is. The leader has kept this matter very secret. Why hide it and not speak? Since she is a pure human, her value should be well utilized. Dimu clearly didn't understand why no measures were taken against Qingyu, allowing her to stay recklessly on Star 250. They even let her enter the 5 major academies. Dimu, this is not right. Yun Yi it. Qingyu may seem hard to approach and sometimes has a bad temperament, but she is actually a very kind person. Leo blinked. Are you praising her or criticizing her? However, this girl is the one we found under the energy mine. She is an ancient human. Is she really completely fine? How did she inexplicably become a level 4 female soldier? Is this something a non-galactic person can achieve? But the facts are right in front of them. Qingyu is indeed a time traveler. Her cells are more active than ours. And there are no signs of any genetic diseases, and she doesn't even have mental power. Dimu couldn't help but snort at this point. Since she doesn't even have mental power, isn't she even less useful to us? However, she can withstand the attacks of insect beasts and may even have a certain attraction to them. Qingyu's value goes far beyond this. But they are not the type of people who are merely here for her value. She is truly a good person. She even saved Huizi. Huizi? Did Huizi get injured while protecting her? Before anyone could finish speaking, Leo directly interrupted Yun Yi. When Dimu heard Leo's words, his expression grew colder. In any case, her attitude towards the leader is definitely not good. Qingyu has lived here for so long. She must know the significance of the leader to them. But her attitude doesn't seem to reflect that. Yun Yi fell silent. Her attitude towards the leader is not just bad. She is practically questioning the leader's intentions. She even placed a curse on Huizi and him. Although so far, she hasn't shown what she has done with this curse. Yun Yi still hopes that the two can change their views on Qingyu. If you don't like her, you can choose not to enroll in the same academy as her. If it really can't be resolved, then the only option is to create distance. Dimu and Leo exchanged knowing smiles. Yun Yi, are you being brainwashed by Qingyu? After a few days at Star 250, do you think she can beat us? Not to mention that they all have physical abilities of 4 or above. They're even mecha engineers. Yun Yi's mental power has reached 4, and her physical ability is even 5. Although Leo is also at 4, he is still far better than Qingyu, who has no mental power at all. Haven't you two carefully watched Qingyu's competitions? The benefits of not having mental power are not limited to that. Yun Yi recalled what she had seen in the competitions and became even more convinced of her thoughts. The two exchanged confused glances. Competitions? Did she burn the virtual arena? Dimu's uncertain tone made Yun Yi realize that these two probably hadn't seriously watched Qingyu's competitions at all. Chapter 87. Testing in progress. Qingyu had already taken a preliminary look at the bustling areas of the capital star. However, she was just looking and didn't buy anything. At that moment, Qingyu was standing under a huge screen, watching the trending news of the past few days. The hottest topic these days was, of course, the upcoming admissions for the 5 major academies. Each academy had released quite a few promotional videos to attract students. However, after Qingyu looked closely, she found that there was hardly any difference between them. The Fire Academy's overall strength was the weakest, mainly due to the lack of strong representatives. What the 5 major academies valued most was actually the competition between the academies. The Fire Academy had lost for several years, so its strength was naturally judged to be the worst. But whether good or bad, Qingyu didn't want to think about this issue. She just needed to pretend that her strength was like this and rely on it to get into an academy. Once she successfully entered the academy and finished this idle phase, she would look for opportunities to find her own life. Qingyu blinked, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. She just wanted to take this opportunity to see what the leader wanted to do with her, to scout for enemies in a dangerous place. After all, she had nothing better to do. The 3 people still watching Qingyu's competition were unaware that she had returned. After watching, Leo let out a gasp. Meanwhile, Mu's frown deepened. So without mental power, she doesn't have to suffer from mental attacks at all. If we're talking about mental power, Qingyu's unique trait could make her the strongest individual soldier in the entire galaxy. That's right, and the helmet she and Huaxi researched is indeed very creative. How many powerful individual soldiers can stand on the front lines against insect beasts thanks to this? Did she give this to us? Leo was somewhat excited. Although it doesn't have much effect on mecha engineers, such a large individual soldier force can still alleviate a lot of the burden on them. He let out a bitter laugh upon hearing this. How could they think that Qingyu would simply give it to them? Seeing Yi's unusual expression, the 2 understood what that meant. What? Just because she's special, she can directly attend one of the 5 major academies? They thought she had made some contribution. But it turns out she wants to rely on her unique identity to get the leader to open a back door for her? Not at all. The leader did suggest this to her, but she actually didn't agree. Even without valuing Qingyu's special identity, just her alone is worth the leader making this decision. She didn't agree. The 2 were somewhat at a loss. She only requested that the admissions for the 5 major academies could start again in a short time. So, this time, the early admissions for the 5 major academies were Qingyu's proposal. What are you talking about? When Qingyu pushed the door in, the 3 had somewhat strange expressions. However, Qingyu didn't ask much. She directly asked Yi to tell her where she would be staying tonight, as she planned to rest. Hearing Qingyu's words, Yi immediately followed her out, leaving the other 2 sitting there, filled with questions. Did you sort things out? Qingyu looked at the stiff Yi with amusement. What she let them know were merely points she felt indifferent about. As for the important matters, she hadn't mentioned them at all. Qingyu, they are actually very nice people. Got it. Qingyu walked to the door, intending to close it directly. She didn't want to hear any more of Yi's words. Those few people held little value for her. What she hoped for now was that every step she took next would align with her expectations. Yi looked at the tightly closed door, bit her lip, but still didn't disturb Qingyu. Qingyu arrived at the competition entrance early in the morning. Rather than coming with Yi and the others to be the center of attention, it was better for her to come alone. Qingyu walked to the testing platform. The test results were not surprising. Her mental power remained unchanged. This strange phenomenon once again attracted everyone's attention. Qingyu's appearance and height were extremely unique, and with her strange mental power, she appeared even more extraordinary. Qingyu ignored the gazes of the crowd and continued to walk to the physical test area. She still maintained her previous strength, still a level 4 individual soldier. Qingyu walked down leisurely. She had to wait for the initial screening results. However, after Qingyu left, the discussions on the field grew louder. The inexplicable video of Qingyu talking to the leader, the way the leader addressed her, and how she blew up the virtual arena using an unknown method, all these made her a mystery. Qingyu was not unaware that people were watching her. After all, even the lowest mental power for an individual soldier here is 2, yet Qingyu is the only odd one without any mental power. However, this shouldn't be a big deal. Qingyu was confident that she could persuade them to let her enter the next round. At this time, there was still a long line waiting for testing. Qingyu scanned the queue. The longer she looked, the more puzzled she became. Although there were indeed more men than women, the disparity was too great. So far, including her, there were only 3 female individual soldiers. There were quite a few female mecha engineers on the capital star, but one couldn't blame the population for worrying about the future. Chapter 88. The mysterious man, Qingyu, didn't wait for an opportunity to explain. She directly advanced to the next round. It might be hard to believe, but at that moment, Qingyu felt that her competition had already become known to others. That's right, after all, the leaders have appeared, and she has still underestimated their influence. However, Qingyu returned to her room with a calm expression. When Yi came to discuss tomorrow's assessment, she did not agree. She had no intention of teaming up with Yi and the others. She preferred to keep their relationship strictly professional. Standing in front of the spaceship, she was unsure whether it was intentional or accidental that they were all on the same ship. Why are you on the spaceship? Qingyu turned to look at Yi. Aren't you a doctor? Even if you have good mental strength, you shouldn't be paired with a solo soldier like me. The other 2 were mecha engineers. This is just a random assignment to allow us to form teams ourselves. The purpose of this arrangement is to give solo soldiers and those with lower combat abilities a chance. Qingyu, team up with us. Yi smiled and extended an invitation. Qingyu rolled her eyes and ignored them. Leo snorted lightly, while Mu remained silent. The atmosphere became awkward for a moment. Soon, they arrived at their destination, and Qingyu was the first to disembark from the spaceship, no longer paying attention to the others. It seemed that facing real insect beasts required even more vigilance from everyone. Qingyu armed herself completely, but this time, she could fearlessly use the items from her space. Those who had not been eliminated after 2 days successfully passed the assessment. Many people had not actually encountered insect beasts during their 2 days in a place filled with them. Qingyu tightened her shoelaces, ignoring the shouts behind her, and walked directly into the woods. Qingyu. Yi looked at Qingyu, who was about to disappear from sight, and was about to run after her, but was held back by Mu. Leo was still dealing with his physiological issues. You thrown it tightly. Why didn't you solve this earlier? Why are you thinking about it now? Leo stepped out, his playful expression frozen by Yi's words. Come on, why should we care about Qingyu? Besides, since she didn't plan to cooperate from the beginning, we can't just go save her, can we? Let's hurry up and set off. We can explain on the way. This isn't something I wanted to do. It's a warning from the leaders. The 3 followed the path Qingyu had taken. Qingyu had arrived early and quickly disappeared using her lightness skill. She stood beneath a tall tree, contemplating her task. It was simply to kill insect beasts and earn points. Of course, the most important thing was to survive the encounter. Qingyu closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, the killing intent in her gaze was evident. She drew the sword at her waist and swung it. However, just before hitting a vital spot, she halted her strike at the throat of the incoming person. Who are you? Someone had been stealthily following her, and she had only just noticed him. The man was quite a bit taller than her, and his handsome face, when smiling, was somewhat dazzling. Yet, in this place, Qingyu found him rather unsettling. The man remained silent for a long time. Qingyu frowned slightly, pressing the tip of her sword towards the man's throat. If you don't speak, then you might as well never speak again. Did he think that silence would make her powerless against him? Hey, you. Qingyu heard the man chuckle lightly and immediately made a cut with her sword across his throat. If the man hadn't been agile, he might have had his throat cut by Qingyu. He steadied himself, revealing no emotion in his eyes. Villains die from excessive talk. Qingyu sheathed her sword and looked calmly at the obviously unsettled man in front of her. Acting all mysterious, she wondered what he really wanted. However, just pretending to want to kill him wasn't enough to keep him calm. The man raised an eyebrow at Qinyu's words. You're quite special. Qingyu rolled her eyes in annoyance. Here we go again. Of course, she knew she was special. Is that your reason for following me? If so, Qingyu tightened her grip on the sword hilt. Can we team up? The man seemed oblivious to Qingyu's cautious demeanor, staring intently at her. No, don't follow me. I have my own plan. Qingyu turned to leave, but the man persisted, following closely behind her. Qingyu ignored him and secretly increased her speed. However, the man continued to follow her like a shadow. After Qingyu killed several insect beasts, the The man still made no move. Suddenly, a beast crashed in front of him. Tell me, what do you want? Starship laws prohibit killing, and Yin Qingyu couldn't easily shake him off. She had no choice but to keep her sword at his neck. Displeasure filled Yin Qingyu's eyes, but before she could get a response, the man jumped forward, leaning against her sword and moving closer to the hilt. Their distance closed significantly, forcing Yin Qingyu to look up at him. Although he was tall, he was only a head and a half taller than her. He was probably the shortest man Yin Qingyu had seen on this planet. Yin Qingyu frowned, trying to distance herself from him, but he grabbed her sword hand. You. Before Yin Qingyu could say anything, she was stunned by what this person did. The man lowered his head and brushed his lips against the hand holding the sword. The moist, soft sensation made Yin Qingyu shudder. She froze for a moment, and when the man attempted to act again, she pushed him away. Yin Qingyu's hand holding the sword trembled slightly. The man smiled at her shocked expression. You really are very special. His words made Yin Qingyu's skin crawl. You're quite special too. Her hands were covered in the dirt and blood of the insect beast she had killed. And you can still enjoy this. She had to admit he was stronger than her in some ways. Chapter 88. He's an insect beast. Qingyu. The distant shout made Yin Qingyu turn her head. Though she couldn't see anyone through the trees, it was undoubtedly Yin Yi's voice. However, she had walked so far, yet he could still find her. Yin Qingyu shifted her gaze to where the man had been standing, but he had mysteriously disappeared like before. Who was he? Yin Qingyu looked at her hands, realizing she had been too shocked to notice them before. Now, seeing her hands, a chill ran through her heart. Qingyu, why are you standing here? Are you hurt? Yin Yi, seeing Yin Qingyu standing there in a daze, asked with concern. However, seeing the bodies of the insect beasts nearby, he knew that Yin Qingyu couldn't have come to any real harm. Dimu and Leo were standing a distance away from them. Yin Yi, we still need to find insect beasts. We can't leave even one alive, right? That doesn't make sense, but following behind Yin Qingyu. All the insect beasts have been wiped out. Yin Qingyu's pupils were still dilated, completely immersed in her own thoughts. Yin Yi was getting anxious. Qingyu, you can't act alone anymore. The leaders said your blood has issues. Hearing this, Yin Qingyu suddenly looked up at Yin Yi. Her lips trembled, but she still said nothing. The leader said the insect beasts have a strong reaction to your blood. They seem to really like your blood. I really like my blood and how it connects my thoughts to the first time I saw a real insect beast. She was kidnapped, and the strange attitude of the two insect beasts towards her. Then there was the insect beast in the virtual space. And what will my blood do to the insect beasts? Yin Qingyu closed her eyes to calm herself down. She only hoped that this result wouldn't be the one she could least accept. She didn't know for now. Yin Yi looked at Yin Qingyu in surprise. Yin Qingyu's attitude at this moment was extremely unusual. Perhaps you need to find out a bit about this result. Just now, an insect beast has already drunk my blood. After Yin Qingyu said this, the three of them were somewhat stunned, but soon became alert. Are you saying that an insect beast drank your blood and then escaped from you? Do you remember what kind of insect beast it was? Yin Yi asked cautiously. This matter was indeed very crucial. Yin Qingyu shook her head. It didn't look like an insect beast, but when it encountered me, it only said 2 sentences, and each time it referred to me as special. Yin Qingyu covered her hand, clearly recalling the appearance of the man from earlier. Did you get hurt? Yin Yi grabbed Yin Qingyu's hand, and without looking closely, the injury was completely invisible. Just a slight bruise that I didn't even notice. But that person was very keen and directly licked my wound. Yin Qingyu withdrew her hand, her mind calming down a bit. So, you should go tell the leader to check what effect my blood has on the insect beasts as soon as possible. This is the first time someone has drunk her blood. Although it was just one insect beast, Yin Qingyu couldn't guarantee that her blood had a special effect because of her ability to not age or die. Leo raised his light brain, saying he had already sent the message to the leader. Even after hearing Yin Yi's explanation on the way, Leo still couldn't believe that Yin Qingyu actually had such blood that attracted insect beasts. He even went to the Interstellar Army's deployment area, specifically to find Yin Qingyu. Did you let him lick it directly? Dimu suddenly said, his expression ambiguous. Yin Yi suddenly reacted, his face somewhat pale. Qingyu, you can't like that person's appearance. If you really like someone like that, are you planning to find me 10 or 8 of them? Yin Qingyu's expression was cold, looking at Yun Yi with questioning eyes. The three people across from her suddenly choked. If Qingyu, you really like him, the leader would agree to it. Yin Qingyu directly fell silent. Huh, you all are quite open-minded. Yin Qingyu's expression seemed to mock. But none of the three opposite felt surprised. What's the problem? The birth rate is declining. And if a woman with exceptional talent applies, the leader will definitely agree. Di Mu casually said something that would leave Yin Qingyu speechless. Just for genetic diseases? Yin Qingyu suddenly recalled what the leader had said before about genetic diseases. What do you mean just? Genetic diseases are certainly worth our attention. If we can contribute to the future of humanity, I don't think any interstellar citizen could refuse. Leo frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. This is a major issue concerning the survival of humanity. Yin Qingyu lowered her eyelids, unable to conceal her shock. If she had known that genetic diseases were actually resolved this way, she probably wouldn't have come to the capital star at all. Qingyu, if you like someone like that, you can describe it, and the leader will find it for you. Yin once again offered a suggestion. No, that is totally unnecessary. Yin Qingyu's expression was extremely unpleasant. It was I who pointed a sword at his neck, and then he suddenly leaned in front of me and grabbed my hand. In fact, she was a bit dazed at that moment and didn't react in time. Otherwise, she would never have let that person get close to her. Moreover, I didn't even know my hand was stained with blood. If I had known, I would have tightly wrapped my hand. This insect beast has a high IQ, even stronger than the combat power of the previous two insect beasts. Yin Qingyu only exchanged a few moves with him and realized this person's strength was impressive. He was just good-looking, indescribably good-looking. Another characteristic was that he was short. In the interstellar world, the average appearance isn't low, and apart from her medical and martial arts skills, Yin Qingyu's attitude towards studies was completely casual, making it hard to find words to describe the man's image. Short? Is he a bit shorter than me? He pointed to himself with little confidence. Yin Qingyu glanced at Yun Yi beside her, then looked at Leo and Di Mu. Under the gaze of the three, she calmly shook her head. No, if you're adult men, then he can only be considered underage, just a bit taller than me. He is the shortest man I have ever seen in this interstellar world. Yun Yi compiled the information and sent it to the leader, but now they probably wouldn't be able to catch this insect beast. They could only follow the leader's orders and protect Yin Qingyu well. Chapter 89, Encountering Insect Beasts. Yin Qingyu looked at the three people in front of her with a bland expression. The dissatisfaction in her eyes was growing deeper. Can you all stay a little farther away from me? They could kill the insect beasts. It was fine. Di Mu and Leo each took one and literally swept through the insect beasts. She, on the other hand, was firmly protected behind by Yun Yi. Of course not. What if that situation occurs again? Yun Yi unceremoniously refused Yin Qingyu's request. No matter how important Yin Qingyu's subjective intention was, it couldn't compare to the leader's orders. Even if his life was in Yin Qingyu's hands, it didn't matter. That was just an accident. It's impossible now. The one just now appeared in human form before her eyes, and of course she wouldn't recognize it. But these insect beasts, she should be able to handle them easily. We cannot have any accidents. Yun Yi firmly rejected Yin Qingyu's request. What if I can't enter the academy? Will you be responsible? Yin Qingyu stared directly into Yun Yi's eyes. Yun Yi, however, calmly nodded. The leader can let you in directly. Yin Qingyu closed her mouth. Anyway, she couldn't explain it clearly to Yun Yi. Leo, help. Di Mu was pinned against a tree by an insect beast. But at that moment, Leo was also preoccupied with himself. There was no choice. As time passed, the easier-to-kill insect beasts had all been taken down. The remaining insect beasts were not easy opponents, especially against the mental attacks of the Mecha Masters. Their mental strength, no matter how strong, would still be somewhat fatigued after prolonged battle. Are we not going to help? Yin Qingyu crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow, as if watching a show. Yun Yi's expression was unusually conflicted. I'll go, you stay. After saying this, Yun Yi rushed towards Leo. But Yin Qingyu was not someone who would obey. She immediately charged towards the insect beast that Di Mu was facing. Leaping into the air from Di Mu's mecha, she aimed straight at the insect beast's abdomen with her sword. However, she did not expect that the insect beast would howl even more vigorously. Although Yin Qingyu was not afraid of the insect beast's mental attacks, Such an unpleasant sound still made her somewhat deafened. The symptoms for Yun, Yi, and the others were even more pronounced. Their movements were no longer swift and powerful. Even their attacks had some deviation. Qingyu did not take too long to recover. She raised her sword and charged again. Using lightness skill, Qingyu's figure became elusive. Within a few breaths, she leaped in front of the insect beast. No one could tell how she jumped so high. But Qingyu clearly mastered the techniques of killing insects. One sword pierced through the insect beast's eye and into its brain. However, she didn't stay for long. Instead, she drew her sword and plunged it in once again. Only then did the insect beast fall to the ground. Qingyu landed on the ground, wiped some of the insect beast's blood off her face, and breathed heavily. Her gaze fell on the two people and one beast not far away. After Qingyu killed one insect beast, the pressure on the two of them was significantly reduced. Despite the pain in their mental energy, they quickly dealt with the remaining insect beasts. "Hey, you two, stop panting and come over here check on him." Qingyu called out to the two men who were still gasping for breath, glancing at Dimu, who was still unable to operate his mecha. He furrowed his brow and slowly walked over, his slender fingers lightly touching the mecha. Yi's eyelids gently closed. Qingyu silently observed the scene before her, while Liu slowly moved to her side. Can you really feel nothing from mental attacks? Even after watching Qingyu's competition videos, this fact still shocked him. Qingyu remained silent. Liu pursed his lips and took a step forward, but was interrupted by Yi's voice. "Liu, open Dimu's cockpit with the mecha. This is bad." Liu immediately forcefully dismantled Dimu's mecha. Dimu was indeed inside, suffering and unable to get up. He was drenched in sweat, lying in his seat, desperately clutching his hair. It looked as if he was enduring immense pain. Mental breakdown. This state was clearly very familiar to him. He quickly administered a suppression needle to Dimu. Qingyu watched as Dimu gradually regained consciousness before turning to Yuni. "You see, this should be the result of excessive use of mental energy, leading to a subsequent breakdown, compounded by a close-range mental attack, resulting in a mental collapse." The three of them listened in stunned silence to Qingyu's analysis. After hearing this, Yi uncertainly responded, So what are we analyzing this for? Can you fragile one stop restricting me from participating in the interview? Is it really necessary to flaunt this weak chicken setting that can be suppressed with just one shout? Fragile? We're just overusing our mental energy. Liu protested slightly. But once her mental energy is in crisis, you all will be in danger. To be honest, if she hadn't been there at that moment, if they had all been attacked by mental energy, they probably wouldn't have been able to wait for the army's rescue. You only don't feel mental attacks. Dimu, with pale lips, softly said this. Qingyu then burst into laughter, but quickly straightened up. Her expression cold as she looked at the three men. Everyone has their strengths. Since we must cooperate, we need to do so properly and each fulfill our roles. After saying this, Qingyu directly walked into the depths of the jungle, completely ignoring the reactions of the three men behind her. Meanwhile, the people watching the simultaneous broadcast on the Star Network were left in shock. As soon as the screen switched to Qingyu and the others, they witnessed this dangerous scene. With the fame of people like Yi adding to the spread, the footage circulated even further. Not having mental energy is really impressive. Not having mental energy means being unaffected by insect beasts at all. Without mental energy, how do you pilot your mecha? Are you just going to fight the insect beasts on your own? You know insect beasts are much stronger than us. True for humans. Not having mental energy is indeed fatal. And she only came out after the other three had dealt with most of the insect beasts. Previously, she had been protected by the three of them. At the start of the footage, it was indeed Qingyu being constantly shielded by Yuni. Yeah. Why did Yuni protect her? Yeah. Why did Yuni come to protect a level 4 soldier for no reason? Chapter 90. A conversation about blood. Qingyu got her wish and successfully killed a substantial number of insect beasts on her own. The assessment time quickly came to an end. Qingyu and the three of them boarded the ship back. Qingyu, which academy are you planning to choose? Yun still asked this question with hope. The other two remained silent, but their gazes were still on Qingyu. Earth. Qingyu casually uttered a single word. There was a hint of excitement in Yun Yi's eyes. Earth Academy? What makes you think you can go there? That's ridiculous. The boy sitting next to Yin, Qingyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. The four of them turned their gazes toward him. The boys stiffened under their intense stares. What? Is that not right? You're not Yin Qingyu, are you? I can't be mistaken, can I? Yin Qingyu frowned slightly, trying to hide her discomfort. You know me? Even if the head's video had gone viral, it was unlikely anyone would remember her name, right? Besides, didn't the head always just call her Miss Yin? Aren't you the one who defeated the Mecha Master of your planet? And the one who broke the head's virtual arena, a female soldier without mental energy, right? The boy sneered as he said this, clearly looking down on her. Honestly, your genes aren't exactly advantageous. Who would want their offspring to be someone without any mental energy? While a soldier without mental energy is certainly okay, the one with the most potential is still the Mecha Master. Is it acceptable for a Mecha Master to have no mental energy? Why do you think I can't get into Earth Academy? Yin Qingyu calmly retorted, not at all bothered by the boy's disdain. To be honest, I estimated the admissions criteria, and I definitely wouldn't meet Earth Academy standards. Of course, she didn't want to go to Earth Academy, a school with such a plain name. Yin Qingyu felt a bit disdainful. More importantly, she caught a glimpse of the talented individuals around her. Surely, those prodigies would go there. Isn't it simple? You're just a soldier, a level 4 female soldier. Not even as good as any Mecha Master from our capital star. Oh, it seems the Mecha Masters from the capital star must be quite strong, right? Yin Qingyu casually shook her head, quickly shifting her gaze away from the boy. The other three continued to stare at the boy until he finally looked away, and then they followed suit. Qingyu, don't listen to him. If you want to go to Earth Academy and meet the head, stop right there. Why does everything have to involve the head? Isn't the head going to be annoyed by this? And as the one who cares for all the interstellar humans, isn't doing this a bit uncomfortable? Yin Qingyu closed her eyes, not wanting to deal with this matter any longer. The three exchanged glances, and the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Yin Qingyu returned to her quarters without hesitation, while Yun Yi and the others dispersed. Yun Yi hurriedly returned to the head's location. Head. Upon seeing the robot in the laboratory, Yun Yi momentarily froze. Has she rested? The head didn't look at Yun Yi but continued to observe everything happening in the laboratory. She said she wants to go to Earth Academy. Yun Yi conveyed Yin Qingyu's thoughts to the head without any concealment. Only then did the head turn her chair to look at Yun Yi. Is that so? Did she say anything else? Yun Yi paused for a moment, and then relayed Yin Qingyu's words specifically to the head. After listening, the head turned her chair back toward the laboratory. She really isn't the type to rely on our power. Yin Qingyu has her own pride. Perhaps she was once a rare strong person. She also possesses the pride of a strong individual. But she said she wants to go, and there are those who deny her words. Yun Yi didn't quite understand. The leader always considered Yin Qingyu's thoughts. But this time, for some reason, they didn't. Someone denied her, but she didn't take any further action. With her personality, if she really cared, how could she not prove herself through her strength? Yin Qingyu's strength, or rather the value she currently demonstrated, allowed her to enter the Earth Academy without a doubt. However, she didn't want to. Upon hearing this, Yun Yi looked at the leader with a complex expression, but soon her attention was drawn into the laboratory by the leader's voice. Is this an insect beast? Such an obsessed and quiet thing is an insect beast? It's an insect beast that drank Qingyu's blood. After receiving the news from them, the leader immediately called for the experiment to begin. At least from the current perspective, the result seems somewhat strange. What is it doing? This calm appearance is not at all consistent with the violent nature of insect beasts. Qingyu's blood indeed has a peculiar attraction to insect beasts. However, it is temporarily impossible to observe what kind of ability it has. Moreover, after drinking Qingyu's blood, the insect beast has clearly become much more stable. Time is short, and humans do not have a thorough understanding of insect beasts. After all, humans have a past, and so do insect beasts. Different insect beasts have different characteristics. However, Qingyu's blood cannot be used for insect beasts anymore. If they were to test one by one, how could Yin Qingyu's blood be sufficient for testing? Most importantly, Yin Qingyu would not agree to this. Of course, they wouldn't agree either. Let's just observe the subsequent reactions of this insect beast. Those insect beasts are truly unpredictable. Who knows how they manage to possess human forms? This body doesn't seem like it was found on a low-level planet. But corpses on Capital Star are generally not buried, but directly cremated. This issue still needs further research, but you and Huizi don't need to think about it anymore. The leader turned his chair to look at Yun-Yi. Yun-Yi was momentarily taken aback, but soon her eyes were filled with excitement. Huizi can come out now? I'm already here. Huizi's cold voice appeared again. Chapter 92. Finding the insect beast, Huizi stood in place, casually scanning his long-lost old friends. Huizi, are you okay? The research on Huizi surely wouldn't be entirely handled by him. His father is the primary person in charge. So, Yun-Yi knows very little about Huizi's situation. It's nothing. The inhibitor has no side effects on my body. In fact, shortly after drinking it, my mental state was very active. After observing for a long time, I was able to reach this conclusion. Huizi glanced at the leader sitting in the chair, lightly rubbing his fingers. Leader, I still need to. No need. The leader interrupted Huizi's words without turning around. Huizi's expression was ambiguous. With his eyelids lowered, he spoke again. Is it because there are better candidates to do it? Yun-Yi was somewhat unclear about what Huizi and the leader were discussing, but she wisely chose not to speak up. No, it's because she doesn't like it. The leader said this before turning around to look at the two. Both Yun-Yi and Huizi should have sensed it. Qingyu is someone who dislikes being controlled. There is no need for you to monitor her anymore. You don't need to make her uncomfortable in this manner on Capital Star. The two lowered their eyes, not responding. This is indeed a fact, that Qingyu resists their contact. So, you don't need to approach her in this way anymore. Perhaps the best way is for you to become friends. Qingyu dislikes approaching with ulterior motives, and she even has doubts about friends. As long as you are sincere enough, she will not resist your contact. After hearing this, the two were about to leave when they were called back. Wait, there's one more thing. You don't need to report every detail about her to me. After the leader finished speaking, he completely closed the door. The two outside looked at each other, and the confusion in their eyes was quite evident. Qingyu's rest period did not last long. She was soon called to the leader's room. Qingyu obediently sat down in the chair, gently pressing her index finger against her temple. Didn't you already hear from those few followers? Why did you call me here? It has been quite a while since she woke up. And Qingyu's sleeping habits have now become nearly the same as those of ordinary people. Getting her out of bed is still a relatively difficult task. And the somewhat creepy robot let out a strange laugh. Qingyu shivered. Can't this body be replaced with a normal one? This feeling is really creepy. The leader stopped his actions, his large head turning directly toward Qingyu. Qingyu, they really enjoy being with you. The leader's words startled Qingyu, but she pursed her lips and did not respond. After a moment of silence, the leader brought up another topic. Qingyu, can you accurately describe the appearance of that insect beast? Qingyu frowned, seemingly a bit displeased. I can only say that if I see it again, I will definitely recognize it. But the key is to find out whether they evolved or used a human body. Whether it's describing the appearance or Qingyu's memory of the insect beast is meaningless. If the insect beast is indeed wearing a human skin, then recognizing this skin has little significance. We can check whether this skin belongs to someone from the stars based on that. That said, the number of people in the stars is still huge, and Qingyu can't describe it at all. I can only say that the skin is likely to belong to a high-level gene holder. That excellent appearance can only be seen among Yun-Yi and the others on Capital Star. However, I think you should have records of high-level gene holders, so this situation shouldn't occur. The situation of an insect beast stealing a body seems impossible to think about. Then it should only be possible for the insect beast to imitate or evolve. But honestly, no one would believe that insect beasts could evolve themselves, right? It's not that they don't want to, but they don't dare. If insect beasts could really replace humans, then the value of human existence might truly disappear. Qingyu, can you take a look at our high-level gene holders? The leader suddenly said this, causing Qingyu's body to stiffen. Show me? Right now. She is just a nominal citizen of the stars, and she even threatened Yun-Yi and Huizi with life-threatening worms. Do they dare to show her high-level gene holders? The leader did not hesitate, but instead controlled his holographic computer to retrieve the data. Qingyu sat in the chair. looking at the dazzling images on the virtual screen in front of her. This one is the captain of Team 1, with excellent genes. No, this one isn't it. Yan Qingyu glanced at the photo and directly rejected it. This one is one of the heads of the 5 academies. No, Yan Qingyu rejected it even faster. The leader paused and continued with the next introduction. After looking for a long time, Yan Qingyu felt like her head was about to spin. However, after seeing so many, she still gained nothing. Moreover, the trend seemed to be somewhat off. You don't need to introduce each one. I can tell something's wrong just by looking at the photos. Besides, I already said that the man is very short, probably only suitable for your teenage years. If it's a replica, then the height should also be the same. What? Don't you like any of them? The leader turned to Yan Qingyu, and his words did not seem like a joke at all. Upon hearing this, Yan Qingyu paused the hand that was pressing against her brow. She raised her eyes to look across. They really reported everything to you. She had only made a joke about wanting to find 10 or 8, and the leader directly told her to choose. If you want, that's fine too. The leader was completely unfazed by the sarcasm in Yan Qingyu's words and continued to flip through the images. I don't want to look for them, and you should think of forcing me to. Even if I were to have a child, my child would never be subjected to research. Of course, she might not have children in this lifetime. After saying this, Yan Qingyu stood up directly. I'm tired today. Send the rest to my light brain, and I will let you know when I find something. Normally, such confidential files shouldn't be given to Yan Qingyu. However, the leader nodded, indicating his agreement. As Yan Qingyu walked to the door, she suddenly stopped. By the way, what do you look like? I still don't know. Yan Qingyu suddenly turned her head, her gaze sharp as she looked at the leader. The leader was somewhat taken aback, staring blankly and not speaking. My appearance cannot be replicated. After thinking for a moment, the leader finally understood what Yan Qingyu meant. However, his appearance truly could not be replicated. Why? Yan Qingyu didn't understand why this person was so confident. Chapter 93. A handsome boy. My body has been sealed for 300 years. Only a few people can access his body, and those few are all cultivated from Capital Star. It's impossible to reveal his appearance to others. 300 years. Yan Qingyu silently repeated these words. But soon, she smiled and looked at the leader. Can you guarantee that these insect beasts did not exist 300 years ago? If insect beasts can live that long, they might remember this face. And I remember that you seem to have lived in this machine before you reached adulthood, right? Yan Qingyu calculated the time when the previous leader stepped down and compared it with Hong's age. Hong must have been about 15 or 16 when he entered this body. This was still an underage period. That's right, but the possibility is indeed quite low. Whether this possibility is large or not is hard to say. Yan Qingyu did not continue the conversation and left. Yan Qingyu quickly returned to her room, and as soon as she lay down, she felt the vibration of her light brain. When she opened it, it was the remaining images from earlier. Yan Qingyu closed her eyes and took a deep breath. However, this matter is indeed very urgent, not only concerning interstellar dangers, but also regarding herself, who has been discovered by the insect beast for her unique blood. Yan Qingyu sat up and carefully flipped through the remaining images. Without the leader wasting time on introductions, her speed increased significantly. The more she flipped, the tighter her brows became. None. There were no faces of insect beasts that she had seen before. The 2 insect beasts that had died were not there, nor was the face of the insect beast that drank her blood. What exactly? Yan Qingyu's thoughts suddenly halted. She stared intently at the image before her. This person is the last photo. In the picture was a boy with a slight smile, wearing a white shirt. This image was only a half-body shot, and judging by the boy's shoulders and upper body, he was extremely thin and likely not yet an adult. However, this dazzling face was different from the insect beasts Yan Qingyu had seen. Yan Qingyu withdrew her gaze, but her peripheral vision lingered on it. Even if this boy was not yet an adult, this youthful yet graceful face was enough to glimpse his future charm. He was a very beautiful person. It might not be appropriate to describe a boy as beautiful, but Yan Qingyu could only say so about him. No, the 2 short words were sent, and Yan Qingyu's hand trembled. What does this mean? She thought Hong should understand as well. Yan Qingyu's hand slowly fell below the seat, and her gaze locked directly onto the smiling boy's photo. When the leader gathered the chief group, everyone felt a tightening in their hearts. Yan Qingyu, who was called early in the morning, looked even more unfriendly. I said, even if you're a robot, don't overdo it. She had just replied to him yesterday, and he was probably still in the lab observing the insect beasts or contemplating this matter last night. But unexpectedly, early in the morning, they had to start a meeting, and she was summoned to join. Qingyu, I'm really sorry, but we may need to talk about your identity with them. This matter is very important. The leader's mechanical voice was still the same, and it was impossible to detect any fatigue from sleeplessness. Upon hearing this, Qingyu casually sat down on a chair, her fingers lightly tapping on the table. Qingyu's pale face turned somewhat strange. Qingyu, I'm truly begging you this time. Begging her? This wise leader actually begged her. That was a first in her life. I'm just curious, why don't you suspect that your subordinates might also have an insect beast invasion? The method by which insect beasts transform into human form is still uncertain, but having witnessed numerous undercover strategies throughout various dynasties, Qingyu had seen many. Just from my country alone, spanning 5,000 years, countless dynasties have fallen because of internal enemies. Qingyu turned her back to the leader, her indifference making it feel chilly to look into her eyes. She was merely a witness to the vicissitudes of history. Her words made the leader pause slightly. I trust them. Qingyu suddenly turned around, her eyes filled with surprise, but she quickly calmed down, her expression devoid of emotion. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I have already been discovered by the insect beasts, so you can also casually discuss this with the people you claim to trust. This was the reason Qingyu was fearless. At first, she didn't want to expose herself because she was afraid of being dissected or imprisoned due to insufficient combat power. But now that it was known, there was no need to hide it anymore. Well, we can also discuss the matter of your suppressants. Upon hearing this, Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Guozi has come out. The research results should be fine, but Qingyu was more concerned about another point. Well, he is fine, and he won't be following you anymore. Upon hearing the leader's words, Qingyu felt as if she had been seen through, and she shifted uncomfortably. Cough. Are you my parasite? How come you know what I'm thinking? Qingyu suddenly looked at the leader with suspicion in her eyes. This wasn't the first or second time. Did this person have mind-reading abilities? Otherwise, how did he know that she actually wanted to ask whether Guozi would continue to follow her? However, the leader merely turned his head and did not answer Qinyu's question. The door was pushed open, and people began to enter one after another. Upon hearing the noise, Qingyu sat down. The group that entered looked at Qingyu, sitting near the leader with surprise. Who is this? The hall quickly filled up, but despite their curiosity, the entire hall remained unusually quiet. They were all waiting for the leader to speak. Qingyu casually glanced around, as expected of the leader's chief group. They were quite eye-catching. It was a relief not to see a bunch of pot-bellied, greasy men sitting together. However, Qinyu's gaze fell on Yun, Yi, and Guozi at the end, tilting her head. So these two are also part of the chief group? No wonder. Qingyu sat near the leader, positioned at a higher place, her every move exceptionally eye-catching. The leader naturally noticed Qinyu's actions. Does Qingyu want Huaizi and Yun Yi to come up together? This really is a major social death scene. A young girl openly wanting two handsome guys to sit beside her. Doesn't that lead to misunderstandings? Qinyu's expression remained calm, and her words were even colder. No need. Just stay where you are. Let's finish quickly. Below, a crowd of people looked on, feeling quite awkward. The leader nodded at the machine's head and finally began the meeting. Chapter 94. The meeting exposes identities. Qingyu's appearance was certainly shocking, but the leader's speech was enough to capture everyone's attention. Everyone knows that not long ago, I ordered the 5 major academies to start enrolling students again. This was indeed a fact, and the crowd below looked serious as they stared at the leader. The leader continued, the humanoid forms of the insect beasts have been tested by us, ruling out the possibilities of using human corpses or replicating human faces. Leader, is it possible that there might be errors in this test? Many people from different planets could have been replicated, or, just as the leader finished his viewpoint, someone raised a possibility. Qingyu looked expressionlessly at the group of people expressing their opinions, remaining silent. No, we have indeed ruled out that possibility. The leader was not angered by the doubts raised. They were discussing as teammates would. We have seen 3 humanoid insect beasts, and all 3 of them have been seen by people. The leader's gaze shifted to Huaizi. Huaizi nodded and stepped onto the stage. This is the first humanoid insect beast we encountered, a total of 2. These are some clips recorded by my mech. Huaizi's fingers slid continuously over the holographic screen. With each movement, the images of the insect beasts became clearer. Qingyu looked at the patterns in the photos. They were taken before she had taken medicine. At this point, the 2 insect beasts still had relatively complete humanoid forms. Based on their facial features, they could only be high genetic individuals. The quality of genes determines one's appearance. Generally speaking, the better-looking someone is, the higher their genes. Of course, Qingyu did not count. Indeed, but it does not rule out other possibilities. This young lady next to me is Miss Qingyu, from ancient Earth. The leader hesitated slightly at the end of his statement. Earth, once the cradle of humanity, still holds hope for them. Ancient Earth? The crowd exchanged glances. Isn't Earth now a low-level planet? What could someone from a low-level planet know? Is this young lady one of those captured by the insect beasts? Someone quickly reacted. Isn't that the girl in the underground scene? That's right. Miss Qingyu is from Earth, 6,000 years ago, which holds unique allure for the insect beasts. She is also the only one who has seen the 3rd humanoid insect beast. The leader's introduction was indeed grand. Yet Qingyu still wore an expressionless face when everyone looked at her. Aren't these all facts for her? So, does Miss Yin believe that there are no possibilities above? However, despite Qingyu's special background, those present understood not to ask too many questions. Can someone from ancient Earth really be trusted? No. I have reviewed the data of all the high genetic individuals, and there is still a considerable gap in appearance compared to that insect beast. Only one person's image met the standard. Qingyu's expression was extremely calm. After reviewing these high genetic individuals, she found only one photo comparable to that insect beast. Qingyu, who are you referring to? He asked curiously. High genetic individuals generally have decent appearances, but since Qingyu said there was still a significant gap, it indicated that the only person who met the standard must possess extraordinary abilities, perhaps comparable to the insect beast strength. Oh, looking at the image. It seems to be a minor. Leader, who was the last image you gave me yesterday? Qingyu didn't know who it was, but she left that question for them to discuss amongst themselves. Everyone's gaze turned to the leader, whose machine head slightly turned without providing an explanation. Now, we suspect that the insect beasts may have evolved on their own, so we must be cautious of every unfamiliar face. The capital star may not be able to enter for the time being, but other planets must be careful in their arrangements. Yes, with very little information about the insect beasts, they could only remain vigilant. Additionally, Miss Yan's suppressants have shown great effectiveness on Huaizi, but procuring the suppressants requires our joint discussion. When the leader mentioned this, Qingyu's brows finally relaxed. As soon as the leader finished speaking, Qingyu stood up and began to explain. From Huaizi's report, you should know that my suppressants can not only quickly restore consciousness and repair mental strength, but can also allow a person to be unaffected by mental attacks for a short period, meaning my suppressants have a shelf life of effectiveness. This is incredibly important for mech pilots in life and death situations. Qingyu's points were very compelling. But Miss Yin, is this medicine effective for all mech pilots, or only for those with exceptional talents like Huaizi? The suppressants are classified differently based on the level of the mech pilots. Naturally, a strong pilot's suppressants are extraordinary. However, for the weaker ones, the same items may not work at all. I know the properties of what I produce. What a joke. She does have a skill for making poisons. After all, this was merely a slight adjustment based on Yun Yi's suggestions. Qingyu felt a bit anxious internally, but showed no sign of it on her face. You can also try using it internally for a while. Qingyu was not in a hurry. After all, if one path did not work, there was always another. Miss Yin, can we try using a batch first? Someone asked, marking the beginning of the market. Sure. Qingyu sat down, quietly watching a group of people gather to discuss, anxious, and then disperse. She was in a daze for an unknown amount of time until the leader called her back to reality. Then I will leave first. I will give you the items later. If you need anything else, just contact me through the holographic screen. It must be quite difficult to leave the school. In the 250 schools, that was how it was. Qingyu stood up and prepared to leave, completely ignoring Huaizi's gaze. Yun Yi watched Qingyu brush past him. his expression somewhat despondent. Walking up to the leader's side, he looked at Huizi, whose expression showed no change and did not know what to say. All right, you will be seeing each other for a long time soon. At least you don't have to stay here forever. The leader's comforting words had no effect. Yunyi's face grew more anxious. Leader, trust us. Your health will improve soon. To be honest, Yunyi was just playing a supporting role, as his father was the main person in charge. However, if there were no further developments, it seemed this mission would not need to continue. The leader remained silent, his large machine head staring intently in the direction Yin Qingyu had left. Chapter 95. Enrollment. Yin Qingyu returned to her room and took a good nap to make up for the morning. When she got up, she saw the news on the holographic screen. She had successfully entered the academy. However, she hadn't been accepted into the Earth Academy. She could choose any of the other 4 academies. Yin Qingyu's fingertips tapped on the holographic screen, but she still did not make a choice. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a series of notifications began to beep on the light brain. Most of them were messages from Yun, Yi, and Huizi. Yun, Yi sent the most messages, while Huizi only sent one sentence before stopping. The content mainly revolved around asking which school she wanted to apply for. Yin Qingyu moved her somewhat stiff neck and once again focused her gaze on the options. Bai Qian's slender fingers quickly swiped on the light brain before shutting it down. Her choice should be something that these people wouldn't be able to guess. Yin Qingyu took a bucket and collected some water from the space. From now on, she was going to start making the suppressants. Yin Qingyu closed the light brain, completely cutting off contact. Yun, Yi, and the others didn't dare to knock on her door either, and it was unlikely that Yin Qingyu would tell them about this matter. In my previous inquiry, Qingyu didn't tell me her intentions. After Yun, Yi said this, Huizi's expression still did not change. However, her gaze at the light brain showed some disappointment. There was still no response. Could she be in some kind of trouble? Huizi's sudden remark made Yun, Yi shiver slightly. He suddenly recalled the previous experiences when Yin Qingyu was captured by the insect beasts. Let's go take a look. After Yun, Yi said this, he intended to leave. But before they had taken a few steps, they were stopped. No need to go. The figure of the leader appeared in front of them, causing both of them to pause. She deliberately doesn't want to tell you. The leader looked at the two who were stunned and did not relent. Instead, she kept them there to say a few more words. After Yin Qingyu finished making the suppressants and submitted them to the leader's chief group, she received another message on the light brain. This time, Yin Qingyu finally opened the light brain to take a look. After filtering out the messages from Yun, Yi, and Huizi, she scrolled to the bottom and finally saw the message she wanted to see. A smile finally appeared at the corners of Yin Qingyu's mouth. She could finally get rid of these people who had been following her. Being watched by 2 monitors was truly unpleasant. Yin Qingyu took a shower and went to sleep peacefully. The next morning, Yin Qingyu got up early to start her preparations. This time, once she entered, it would be truly difficult to come out. Yin Qingyu left her room early and went straight to the academy. The people standing at the entrance of the academy clearly weren't as happy as those from the neighboring academy, even though both academies looked similarly magnificent from the outside. Yin Qingyu stood at the entrance of the academy without continuing to move forward. You all came so early? Yin Qingyu looked at the 4 people in front of her and then at the few people around her. Why did they come so early this time? We're here to go to school. The synchronized response made Yin Qingyu unconsciously furrow her brows. Why did she feel that the situation was a bit off? Oh, your academy seems to be across the street, right? Why do I feel like the people from our academy don't seem to be as happy as those from the next door? Yin Qingyu seemed to say it casually. Her fingertips trembled slightly as she pointed towards the main gate, intentionally ignoring the messages on the light brain, and now they meet face to face. This scene was somewhat awkward. The gazes of the 4 still remained unchanged on Yin Qingyu. Yun Yi pursed his lips and explained to Yin Qingyu. That's because they can only go to the Fire Academy. Can only go? Isn't that great? Being able to attend one of the 5 major academies is wonderful, isn't it? Yin Qingyu thought about how a crowd of people longed to attend the 5 major academies when they were on Planet 250. However, the academy across the street was the Earth Academy. I know, of course, Yin Qingyu knew. Otherwise, how could these 4 be standing here? The 2 academies going back and forth was actually quite nice. Yin Qingyu smiled and awkwardly rolled her eyes. No, The Fire Academy has been at the bottom for several consecutive years, ranking last among all the academies. For the past 2 years, they haven't had priority in admissions. So generally, those who come to the Fire Academy are either their own choice or have no other option. Mu explained at length, clarifying Yin Qingyu's question. It was just a feeling of being in the lowest-ranked academy, while the one across was at the top, resulting in a strong sense of dissatisfaction due to the contrast. Oh, thanks for the explanation. I'll head in first. You all should hurry inside, too. Yin Qingyu waved her hand, wanting to leave. But she was called back by a few again. Wait, let's go in together. In together? Yin Qingyu was somewhat confused. In where? The few walked in front of her and entered the academy she had been pondering for over 10 minutes. Yin Qingyu suddenly felt her breath hitch. You investigated me? No. Do you know where I'm applying? Did the leader say so? No. If the leader wanted to do that, she would have sent someone directly. Or did these people investigate on their own? Why? Why do they have to follow her? Yin Qingyu's right hand pressed tightly against her forehead. The anxious action was enough to show her inner impatience. Qingyu, wait a moment. Yin gently signaled Yin Qingyu to be quiet. When Yin Qingyu turned her head, she noticed that the previously expressionless and somewhat dejected crowd suddenly became excited upon seeing Yun Yi and the others enter. The looks they gave Yin Qingyu were even stranger. Yin Qingyu withdrew her gaze, took a deep breath, and walked straight away. The four exchanged glances and quickly chased after her. Yin Qingyu ignored the commotion behind her and was focused on the map on the light brain to find her dormitory. After wandering for a long time, she finally arrived in front of a bungalow. She pushed the door open and was greeted by a small living room, which only had a table and a few chairs. Qingyu, should we go in and help you tidy up your room? Yin Yi was about to step inside, but was stopped by Yin Qingyu at the door. No need. You all go find your dormitory first. I brought a cleaning robot. Yin Qingyu closed the door without hesitation. The four outside looked at the tightly closed door, didn't linger too long, and went directly to find their dormitory. Yin Qingyu walked into her dormitory and looked at the 3 doors. She casually opened the nearest door. No one. Yin Qingyu felt relieved and walked in. This was a private room with a bed and a desk inside. Although it looked like a small room, it was still quite nice. Yin Qingyu hadn't looked for long when a sound came from the door. Chapter 96. New roommate Yin Qingyu turned around to see a tall girl with tan skin standing at the door. Sorry. The girl seemed unaware that there was someone in the room, and after apologizing, she stepped back out. Yin Qingyu looked at her with slight curiosity. After all, there weren't many people with this skin tone in the galaxy. Moreover, she was one of the female soldiers in the talent test. She actually came to this academy? It might seem a bit unbelievable, but the fact was indeed so. After Yin Qingyu tidied up the room and went back out, the girl in the living room had changed again. This girl looked even more noble. Are you Yin Qingyu? The girl's uncertain question made Yin Qingyu unconsciously frown. Seeing that Yin Qingyu did not respond and was just staring blankly, the woman's expression grew somewhat impatient. All right, don't look like you've never seen the world before. You and Lena are both from low-level planets, right? Then just recognize me as your older sister, as long as these 2 soldiers are following her. Her charm should be more evident, right? Sun Yi couldn't help but smile, although many pursued her because of her talent. Who wouldn't want to find someone even more talented than themselves? Sun Yi glanced at the short and petite Yin Qingyu in front of her, and the satisfaction in her eyes became even more apparent. Yin Qingyu looked at the woman in front of her, who was dressed like a flower and did not rashly respond to her strange words. What? Can't you speak? The information didn't mention that, did it? Sun Yi furrowed her brow tighter, recalling the information she had found about Yin Qingyu. The data on Yin Qingyu was much harder to find than that of another girl. There was extremely little information available. However, this should not be important. As long as she knew that these 2 were from a lower-tier planet, that was enough. Yin Qingyu ignored her and turned to head back to her room. Just as Yin Qingyu turned around, Sun Yi quickly stepped forward, trying to grab her arm. But before she could touch Yin Qingyu's arm, Yin Qingyu sidestepped to avoid her. Even as Sun Yi was still in shock, Yin Qingyu struck her palm against Sun Yi's chest, pushing her away. Yin Qingyu looked at Sun Yi warily, and Sun Yi glared back at her in anger. What do you mean by that? Yin Qingyu raised an eyebrow at the question. She wanted to ask what this person meant as well. What? Are you a person from a lower-tier planet and still feeling unwilling? Even if you... A level 4 female soldier, entered one of the 5 major academies. How much achievement could you really have? Sun Yi clutched her stomach, her expression darkening. Who do you think you are? What gives you the audacity to act so arrogantly? Before Yan Qingyu could say much, a rough female voice came from behind. It was the other girl from earlier. Yan Qingyu shifted to the side and finally saw the figure of the girl. Lina, you also stand with Yan Qingyu? Sun Yi couldn't believe it. She came to this special dormitory to find 2 female soldiers to showcase her uniqueness. After all, in Capital Star, the image of female soldiers was rough and lacked the inherent grace of women. And the only 2 female soldiers in this school were in this dormitory. What gave you the face to think we would let you manipulate us? Under the leadership of the head, we are all from the 5 major academies. Even if they are soldiers from a lower tier planet, they should not be controlled by someone like you. Are you guys not thinking straight? Oh no, you might not fully understand the rules of Capital Star. Here, talent is everything. Those who could stay in Capital Star were the best among interstellar humanity, and their offspring would certainly not be inferior. Sun Yi proudly raised her head, looking at the 2 with disdain. Talent? Is your talent really that impressive? Yan Qingyu suddenly asked, her eyes inscrutable. This left Sun Yi somewhat puzzled about Yan Qingyu's thoughts. Nevertheless, she answered Yan Qingyu's question. Of course, I'm a mecha engineer. Mental strength 4, physical strength 3. Sun Yi's proud expression looked a bit awkward at this moment. For Lina, this talent had nothing to do with her. Yan Qingyu, on the other hand, showed a completely unimpressed expression. For someone like her who had seen the strength of Guizi, Sun Yi's talent seemed somewhat diminished. Yan Qingyu, are you looking down on me? Sun Yi pointed at the 2, her finger trembling in anger as she looked at their indifferent expressions. Am I being obvious? Yan Qingyu touched her cheek, looking somewhat anxious. It seemed that ever since she arrived in the interstellar realm, her expressions were easily read by others. It was one thing to be figured out by capable individuals like the head, but to be seen through by someone like this was her own problem. Sun Yi was so infuriated by Yan Qingyu's response that she was left speechless, her lips trembling without uttering a word. Lina did not hold back either. With a stern face, she directly warned Sun Yi. I advise you not to think about targeting us. Everyone is very busy and has no time to play with you. Just as Lina finished speaking, Sun Yi suddenly sneered, her eyes filled with sarcasm as she looked at the 2. Busy? You're just a soldier with physical strength 5 and mental strength 1. As for Yan Qingyu, her physical strength is only 4, and she has no mental strength at all. With that, what could you possibly be busy with? With such talent, how can a soldier who can't even pilot a mecha be busy? Lina suddenly turned to look at Yan Qingyu, her eyes filled with surprise, which Yan Qingyu couldn't help but notice. But before she could say anything, Sun Yi spoke again. Also, the biggest task for girls from our planet is not combat. It's reproduction. To find a man with good genes for the next generation. This is common knowledge for many girls in Capital Star. Why waste such good living conditions and excellent talents? Why throw yourselves into the battlefield, risking your lives? So, you say you're busy? Do you really think you can go to the battlefield to contribute to interstellar affairs in the future? If you really want to contribute, it would be better to obediently give birth to a bunch of talented children. Sun Yi's words were a consensus for most girls in Capital Star, but for Lina, who had just arrived in Capital Star, it was shocking news. You're talking nonsense. The head would never allow such a thing to happen. Each of us should contribute to the interstellar effort. Going to the battlefield to slay bugs is our responsibility. Lina's face turned red, clearly enraged by Sun Yi's words. Whether it's nonsense or not, you can ask for yourself. Seeing Lina getting agitated, Sun Yi became calm instead, a hint of mocking smile on her lips. Chapter 97. New friends Lina's eyes were slightly red, and she turned to pull the door open, but Yan Qingyu directly pressed down on the doorknob. Step aside. Lina glanced at the petite Yan Qingyu and quietly warned her to move. However, even in a very low voice, Yan Qingyu could hear the hint of tears hidden in her words. Yan Qingyu didn't move, but shifted her gaze to the gloating Sun Yi. The head didn't issue a decree stating that girls couldn't enter the battlefield, and many teams even had female members. Everyone has their own aspirations. Clearly, your ambition is to find a satisfactory man in the academy, while we are not that shallow. Just for a man, To give up everything you have learned and enjoy the comfortable life that everyone else has fought hard-earned. Wun yi kudanchit hartit. And the resentment in her gaze towards Yin Qingyu deepened. What do you mean shallow? Without excellent offspring, do you know what we will face? I'm only thinking about the future of the interstellar realm. As Sun Yi said this, her eyes were fixed on Yin Qingyu. Without a future, without hope. Even if we defeat the bugs, how will we develop? Future? If we can't even protect the present, where will the future of the interstellar realm come from? Besides, having the next generation doesn't prevent you from going to the battlefield to fight, does it? Unless you just want to be a baby-making machine. It takes a maximum of 3 years to have a child. And if a woman puts all her energy into reproduction, it wastes educational resources. Why not let those who want to contribute to the interstellar realm go to school? Do you really want to rely on your talent of 4 to go to the battlefield and die? Yin Qingyu made some valid points. But with that talent, was she planning to go to the battlefield to die? Talent? My principle of doing things does not rely on talent, but on strength. Even in Sun Yi's eyes, her talent was much higher. Yet Yin Qingyu still had confidence that she could defeat Sun Yi. Strength? Sun Yi looked Yin Qingyu up and down, her disdain evident. Since you are unwilling to seize this opportunity, then let us not disturb each other. Let's leave it at that. After Sun Yi finished speaking, she turned and entered her own room. Yin Qingyu glanced at Lena in the living room before turning to her own room. She knew that even if Lena heard her words, she didn't seem to be too agitated. However, she still needed to clarify the truth about this planet. Yin Qingyu wasn't very familiar with her and didn't intend to elaborate on this reasoning. Since the leader hadn't made it clear, it only indicated that it was up to everyone's own intentions. Yin Qingyu didn't have much to complain about this. Everyone's thoughts and ambitions were different. One thing, though, did you tell them my information? Yin Qingyu reconnected with the leader through the holographic communication. Her expression was clearly not very good. Her fingers were constantly tugging at the bracelet on her wrist, revealing her impatience. She didn't directly tell them, but just reminded them to think about her character. The leader didn't intend to retrieve Yin Qingyu's information, but he could roughly understand what she wanted. This hint was enough for the 4 intelligent individuals to guess Yin Qingyu's thoughts. So, what exactly do you want them to do? I'm already on the capital star. Do I still need such tight protection? Or do you have other plans? When Yin Qingyu asked this question, her expression was calm, without any waves. Only she knew how anxious her hands were, rubbing under the table. What on earth did these people want to do to her? Yin Qingyu's mind was racing. Even while the leader was speaking, she was still recalling in her head. What else could be worth such attention? The bomb to blow up the virtual arena, or the inhibitor she developed, or perhaps her various strange medicines. They wanted blood, and she had given it before. What was it? What else was there? So, Qingyu, they just want to be friends with you. The leader calling out Yin Qingyu's name brought her thoughts back somewhat. Friends. Yin Qingyu softly repeated these 2 words, her fingers lightly tapping on the table. Dimu and Leo didn't spend much time with me, and they probably didn't like me before because of my disrespect towards you. Yun Yi and Huizi, with their high talents, could clearly go to the Earth Academy, yet they chose to join the same academy as me just to befriend me. Yin Qingyu didn't trust these people from the capital star yet. After all, they approached her with a purpose from the beginning. Now, talking about friendship instead of cooperation, the leader remained silent, the large machine brain facing Yin Qingyu. She tilted her head. You can tell them to stay away from me. My patience is thin. The main point is she is a suspicious person. The more they approach with ulterior motives, the more alert she becomes. Just like when Zhe Li first approached her. The leader hadn't replied to Yin Qingyu's words when she directly cut off the holographic communication. The leader was stunned for a moment, but still relayed Yin Qingyu's words to Yun Yi and the others. After all, the remaining matters were really up to them to handle. He would only assist this once. Yin Qingyu calmed her emotions before contacting Zhe Li and the others. Qingyu, I miss you so much. Go away. The loud crying of Zhe Li and Qi Shu's disgusted voice came through. Looking at the 2 on the screen, Yin Qingyu's expression softened a bit. Are you all okay? Yin Qingyu paused when asking this, as if she wasn't used to saying it. We're good. How about you? Which academy did you enter? During this time, Yin Qingyu had been very busy and hadn't informed them of even a hint of news from her side. The Fire Academy. Yin Qingyu answered each of their questions seriously. The Fire Academy. You're so amazing. Qingyu. Zayli was almost screaming, nearly overflowing from the screen. Qingyu smiled gently. For them, entering the 5 major academies was the beginning of a dream. So, Qingyu, can you adapt to life on the capital star? Will you feel uncomfortable or anything? I can manage. I'm adjusting well here. Qingyu thought carefully. Aside from a few grievances with Yun, Yi, and the others, everything else was fine. So, Qingyu, have you made new friends? Friends? Qingyu unconsciously frowned. But seeing that Qingyu was silent for a long time, they probably understood that she was still walking alone. Why do I need to make friends? Aren't you all my friends? Do I need to make more friends? Qingyu didn't understand and didn't want to spend more time getting to know new friends. Chapter 98, The New Battle Team. Qingyu, of course, you need to make friends. You're in a new place, and making friends on the capital star will help you solve your troubles. Zayli persuaded Qingyu. Qishu nodded in agreement. You can take your time with this, Qingyu. Qingyu didn't respond. Troubles? What troubles could she have? If there were troubles, she could solve them herself. You all need to work hard to earn points over there. Even if you can't come to the capital star, you need to have the ability to protect yourselves. Qingyu abruptly shifted the topic. But this matter was indeed more important. The thoughts of the insect beasts are unfathomable to humans. But once the war strikes, whether Zayli and the others on the lower-level planets can save themselves is the critical point. We understand. Qingyu, take care of yourself over there. We're going to train now. Iju walked over. Iju sent the two off to train and sat down in front of the screen. Are you doing okay over there? Iju paused before asking this. However, Qingyu's expression remained unchanged, lacking the excitement she had while chatting with Zayli and the others. I'm fine. So have you seen them? Iju couldn't wait to ask this question. Qingyu blinked, her eyelashes slightly fluttering. Her gaze was obscure. No, I haven't. Iju paused, seeming not to react to Qingyu's words. Did you find them? They shouldn't be in the military anymore, but you should still be able to find Team 15. Iju said this, biting his lip, feeling a little guilty about his words. Shouldn't you know that even if you know the team's name, you still can't find them? Qingyu smiled, her laughter tinged with sarcasm. At that moment, she felt that Iju wasn't as brave as she was when she went to apologize to Zayli and the others. One academy has one Team 15. With 5 academies, there are 5 teams. Now that so many years have passed, who knows how many Team 15s have emerged? With so many Team 15s, how could it be so easy to find them? Moreover, once so many Team 15s meet in the same place, only the strongest team can retain that name. Did Iju think that Team 15, after losing 2 teammates, could still use that name? Qingyu tilted her face, her gaze no longer on Iju. Iju was feeling conflicted, his fingers tightly clenched. Should I tell you their names? Iju finally said this after holding it in for a long time. Qingyu suddenly exhaled, letting out a light laugh. Instructor Iju, you're really stubborn. You could easily contact your teammates, but you insist on making her do it. However, since I promised, I will do it for you. I just need more time. This matter could actually be resolved quickly by asking Huizi. But Qingyu didn't want to do it. After finishing the conversation with Iju, Qingyu turned off her light brain and had a good sleep. When Qingyu woke up in the morning and walked around the academy, she realized that today was the day for selecting battle teams. Many upperclassmen stood by the roadside, looking at the level badges worn by the freshmen. This was a tradition at the academy. The badges they wore allowed these teams to better understand what kind of people they wanted. However, generally speaking, the teams did not lack members. They were only looking to recruit the most talented freshmen. Of course, many freshmen were willing to join their teams, as they could learn many skills from the upperclassmen. Yet, after walking around for a while, Qingyu still had no one calling out to her to invite her to join a team. There were also some freshmen forming their own teams, but Qingyu had not sought anyone to form a team with. She decided to leave. Qingyu, you haven't found a team yet? The annoying voice, tinged with a hint of arrogance, made Qingyu immediately recognize who it was. She looked up and saw Sun Yi, who wore a smug expression as if to say that refusing her proposal yesterday was a huge mistake. Qingyu merely glanced at Sun Yi before turning to leave. Wait, Qingyu, since you can't find a team to take you in, why not join ours? Sun Yi quickly stepped in front of Qingyu to block her path. Get lost. No. Yan Qingyu spoke simultaneously with a male voice, but Sun Yi's expression darkened. The male voice behind her remained unfazed. Captain, just let her in. With my talent already in your team, adding another solo player isn't a big deal, right? Having her would just be an extra addition. Why not? Sun Yi seemed to be pleading for Yan Qingyu, but the pride in her tone was unmistakable. Her talent is too low, just a solo player. There's no need to divide the already scarce resources. Upon hearing this, Sun Yi smirked. Her talent was not low. Lena happened to pass by at that moment. With a flick of her eyelid, Lena firmly protected Yan Qingyu behind her. As a solo player, Yan Qingyu's talent was quite decent. However, while she passed the physical requirements, her mental strength was quite low. This was the reason they wanted to deal with Yan Qingyu. Your talent is still acceptable, Sun Yi. The other female solo player should be her, right? I can reluctantly take her in. The male voice was still concerned about Sun Yi's opinion, and his words felt like he was trying to get closer to her. Sun Yi smiled in satisfaction upon hearing this, lifting her chin and looking at Lena. Then it's Lena. Qingyu, I'm really sorry. I refuse. As soon as Sun Yi finished speaking, Lena directly rejected her. The male's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Freshman, don't you know the reputation of Team 75? In an academy, one could strive for a team ranking, while a ranking upon graduation could be used as the team name. 75 indicated that they were already among the top 100 teams. That's right, you shouldn't be so ignorant. Captain, they come from a lower-tier planet and don't know our rules at all. Lower-tier planet, huh? The gazes of the crowd shifted. What team we can join has nothing to do with you. Qingyu, let's go. Lena did not intend to offend them further, but she did not want to join this team. She planned to pull Yan Qingyu away. Qingyu, wait. Yan Yi's voice suddenly came over. They had been looking for Yan Qingyu for a long time, fearing she would join another team. Yan Qingyu looked at the approaching Yan Yi, her expression still calm, but her eyes showed some dissatisfaction. Yan Yi, why are you here? Even more excited than finding Yan Qingyu was Sun Yi. Her tone was filled with surprise. The people around were taken aback upon hearing Sun Yi's address. Yan Yi, it turns out to be this genius with advanced genes. She is the most promising doctor in the entire star system. She might even have the chance to get close to the leaders. Chapter 99. Joining a team, Yan Yi looked at the woman in front of him, his brows unconsciously furrowing. However, he did not respond to Sun Yi, but directly asked Yan Qingyu about her thoughts. Qingyu, are you planning to join a team? Yan Yi completely ignored Sun Yi's presence and walked right up to Yan Qingyu. No, I was just stopped for some promotion. Yan Yi, it's me, I'm Sun Yi. Sun Yi hurriedly stepped forward, pointing to her own cheek. This face should not be easily forgotten. Yan Yi posed it. You're from the Sun family? Yes, that's me. Sun Yi was clearly happy. The geniuses she could only see from afar now felt extremely close. Qingyu, why not join our team? With you, we would have a total of 5 people. Relying on Huaizi's talent, we have already met the minimum team formation standard. Huaizi's talent and strength indeed reached a level where he could take on 5 by himself. I don't want to form a team for now. Yan Qingyu's gaze shifted, never resting on Yan Yi. Qingyu, don't be like this. You know we all need to form teams. Today is the first day for team formation. How could you not form a team? It was simply that Yan Qingyu did not want to team up with them. I want to find a team with experience. Yan Qingyu spoke gently. After all, these kids were thousands of years younger than her. She should adhere to the virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. But we have quite a bit of experience. Huaizi has participated in many interstellar battles, and Dimu has also been to quite a few. Although Leo's battle experience is less, you can ask Huaizi. Yan Yi smiled at Yan Qingyu. Yan Qingyu was momentarily taken aback by Yan Yi's smile and did not continue the conversation. Sun Yi stood by, her expression somewhat vacant. Yan Yi, can I join your team? Aren't you short on people? If Yan Qingyu wouldn't go, then she would. Besides, she was a mecha master and, importantly, she was a talented female mecha master. Wuxia, the captain from earlier, now had a not-so-good tone. It was a joke. A decent female mecha master they had just found was about to be poached by someone else. Even if it was Yan Yi, that wouldn't do. Strong as he may be, can he let go of his wife? Even if Sun Yi is still unmarried, as long as she is in their team. Someone will eventually have a chance, right? Sun Yi paid no heed to the shouting behind her. Yin E, you know me. Your team is just short one person. Just take me in. After all, we've known each other since we were young. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit quiet. What? Yin E, you have a childhood friend? Then just take her in. I didn't expect you to like this kind. The gazes were somewhat lacking. Leo shook his head, his eyes filled with sympathy for Yin E. Uneducated, don't speak. The girl is called a childhood sweetheart. Dimu shot a disdainful glance at Leo, finally turning his attention to the current situation. You're planning to join a team like this? Dimu lifted his chin, but the sarcasm in his words was unmistakable. What do you mean? The captain stepped forward without hesitation to question him. However, seeing the complete team badge in front of Dimu was somewhat awkward. Mecha Master. Such a talented Mecha Master. Come with us. Huizi's face was cold, but his gaze towards Yin Qingyu was firm. That childhood friend is being taken away? Leo added once more. The veins on the male captain's forehead bulged even more. Don't go too far. What does it matter if you have talent? Does that mean you can just snatch people everywhere? Double standards. Yin Qingyu couldn't help but sneer at this. Just now, they were still talking about talent in front of her, but now they see Huizi and the others and start saying talent doesn't matter. However, Yin Qingyu's expression remained calm. You can take Yin E, just don't worry about me. And don't bother me. Yin Qingyu moved her slightly stiff wrist, her brows furrowing tighter. Nothing was going her way. Huizi's gaze quickly locked onto Yin E and Sun E. Yin E had a stern face, looking at this stranger in front of her. Miss Sun, I don't know you. Where do you get the idea that we've known each other since childhood? Also, our Team 1T accepts someone with your level of talent. Do you see the name tags of everyone behind me? You can't reach that level. Yin E wasn't familiar with Sun E at all. She just knew of the Sun family. The family isn't too big or too small. They're famous mostly because they have daughters among various families. After all, females are exceedingly rare in the capital star. Moreover, even if the battle team needed more Mecha Masters, they wouldn't be looking for someone of Sun Yi's level. They only wanted Yin Qingyu to join the team. Sun Yi's face turned pale at Yin Yi's words. Attacking her pride and talent was enough to make her lose her composure. Why? You even want someone with Yin Qingyu's talent. On what basis? On what basis can you say she is inferior to Yin Qingyu? Even if she is unworthy, does that mean Yin Qingyu is worthy? Sun Yi's frantic scream attracted everyone's attention, including a crowd of onlookers. It seems that, indeed, this person has better talent. The spectators started observing from a distance. But just by looking at the new students' name tags, one could basically judge their talent. Are you stupid? All the talented ones are over there. How could this Mecha Master's talent possibly be enough? They must be accepting a single soldier because their strength is greater. Talent is important, but there are also many who can succeed without relying on talent. Sun Yi only caught those two words, strength. Yin Qingyu, I want to compete with you. If I lose, give me your spot in the team. Since it's about strength, her strength 1T lose to Yin Qingyu's. Even with a calm and unruffled expression, Yin Qingyu couldn't help but let out a cold laugh at being made a spectacle of repeatedly. How amusing. If you want to join, you should ask the captain. I don't intend to join. You say compete, and just compete? What give you the right to command me? What you discard as worthless is something others could only dream of. Hitting where it hurts the most. Seeing more and more people gather around. Some even starting to film with their light brains. Yin Qingyu lowered her head and tugged at Huizi's clothing corner. Huizi bent down to her level. I promised. Let us go quickly. If I don't agree, who knows what trouble will arise. After all, if those monitors dare to report her whereabouts at any time or analyze her, she could still leave the battle team. These are all minor issues. Minor issues. Chapter 100. Tricked in the battle team. With Huizi leading the way, they quickly left the scene. Yin Qingyu stopped, releasing Huizi's clothing corner. All right, let's part ways now. Yin Qingyu waved her hand, intending to leave. She had only verbally agreed. She and T said she couldn't back out. Qingyu, you are now our team member. Yin Yi's gentle voice reached Yin Qingyu's ears. Team member? What more do I have that makes me your team member? Yin Qingyu spread her hands, a slight smile on her face, but with a hint of provocation. Seeing that they had nothing more to say, she lowered her hands. You should go find someone else to team up with. If you need a single soldier, how about this one next to me? Yin Qingyu was, of course, referring to Lena. Yet the others remained silent. No, I don't intend to join this battle team. Lena also rejected Yan Qingyu's words. No, why not? So many people want to partner with them in the same team, yet one doesn't wanna, the other doesn't want to. Leo genuinely couldn't understand the reasoning behind this. Qingyu, do you really not want to be with us? When Huizi said this, the other's gazes turned a bit strange. Lena also looked at Yan Qingyu in shock, but with her strong willpower, she held back the question she was about to ask. No. Should it be that you really don't want to form a team with us? Dimu, knowing more than Huizi, felt something was off and spoke up to correct the misunderstanding. Well, I don't want to be with you. Yan Qingyu looked directly at Huizi, her words unwavering. Dimu helplessly watched Yan Qingyu continue talking to Huizi. He expected that their way of speaking would be so similar. No wonder everyone was shocked by their relationship. Both were still responding seriously. I'm leaving. Lena didn't intend to stay and listen to more. She turned to leave. Meanwhile, Yan Qingyu and the others continued to question and respond. Qingyu, you need protection. Huizi remained silent for a moment before uttering this statement. While he was not wrong, Yan Qingyu's life and safety were indeed important, but her expression grew even colder. You truly came to me for this reason? What nonsense about respecting the elderly and loving the young. Since they weren't giving her face, Yan Qingyu planned to expose the truth and reveal their true nature. Leo and Dimu were clearly a bit confused. Otherwise, what? Isn't this just Huizi and Yunyi's purpose for going to Planet 250? Huizi's gray eyes fixed intently on Yan Qingyu, while Yan Qingyu's gaze swept back and forth between Yun, Yi, and Huizi. Don't you plan to say why you want to get close to me again? Yan Qingyu slowly stepped forward to stand before Huizi. She didn't look up at him, but walked straight up to his abdomen, almost close enough to touch. From behind Yan Qingyu, it looked as if she was lightly leaning into Huizi's embrace. Don't you plan to explain how much you've told your leaders about me? Although she had told her leaders many things herself, it was just because she was unwilling to let others reveal her matters. Without these two, many things might only be known to her. Yan Qingyu raised her head, her gaze locking onto Huizi's. Huizi lowered his head, staring intently at Yan Qingyu. Yun Yi stood beside them, pursing his lips, eyes lowered, but he remained silent. Qingyu, we really won tea this time. We just want to be friends with you. Yun Yi hesitated slightly as he said this. He expected Qingyu to care so much about this matter. Yan Qingyu continued to stare into Huizi's eyes without letting go. After a while, as Huizi was about to say a word, Yan Qingyu withdrew her gaze. It doesn't matter. I don't care much about the past. But since you behave this way, doesn't that mean all my actions are being monitored? Yan Qingyu turned around and walked a few steps away from several people. Trust those who can be used, and don't use those who are doubtful. As collaborators, you are all excellent, but as friends, there's really no need for that. The remaining matters shouldn't require Huizi and the others to stay by her side. Yan Qingyu didn't intend to get too entangled with them. So, I've finished explaining my reasons. It's best if we don't meet again when there's nothing important. After saying this, Yan Qingyu turned to leave. Qingyu, you're already our team member. Huizi's gentle words halted Yan Qingyu's movements. Yan Qingyu abruptly turned around, surprise evident in her eyes. However, she still maintained a calm expression. How did this happen? Yan Qingyu's mind was racing, but she still couldn't understand how she had so quickly become part of their team. Huizi shifted his stance, moving closer to Yan Qingyu. But as Huizi approached, Yan Qingyu took a few steps back. What are you doing? There was wariness in Yan Qingyu's eyes. His words and actions left her uncertain about how things were going to unfold. Huizi paused briefly, but continued to approach Yan Qingyu. When he was just a few steps away, he grasped Yan Qingyu's hand. Yan Qingyu moved slightly, but did not pull away from Huizi's grip. She looked up at Huizi, and their eyes briefly met. Huizi quickly averted his gaze. If you don't believe me, you can check if you're my team. Huizi pressed Yan Qingyu's hand onto his light brain. The light brain sensed her hand and emitted a faint glow, which quickly extinguished. Yan Qingyu frowned, puzzled by this series of actions. There didn't seem to be any noticeable change. Let go. Yan Qingyu rubbed her wrist where Huizi had grasped it, but her gaze kept darting back to Huizi's light brain. Beep. Suddenly, there was a sound from the light brain in Yan Qingyu's hand. Her motion of rubbing her wrist paused. It seemed she sensed something was amiss. Just wait and see. Huizi suddenly spoke to Yin Qingyu, and her hesitant movement stopped. You haven't told me if what you said is true. Yin Qingyu didn't intend to check the light brain first. Instead, she wanted to reprimand those who had somehow pulled her into the team. Her gaze was sharp, while Huizi's eyes still avoided hers, landing directly on Yin Qingyu's light brain. You'll understand once you look. Huizi quietly said this, his expression plain, but upon closer observation, one could see his joy. Yin Qingyu pursed her lips and raised her hand to open the light brain to check the recent messages. Congratulations! You have officially joined the 38th team created by Huizi. The message was sent 2 minutes ago. Yin Qingyu's head snapped up to look at Huizi, her anger evident and impossible to hide. Easy. You tricked me. It was Huizi's scheme. Yin Qingyu's gaze fell on Huizi's lowered hand, and her own hand tightened around his. Ha! You were creating a team when you took my hand. She didn't understand the rules involved here, thinking that the leader had granted them some privilege. Initially, she wanted to use this opportunity to find fault with the leader, so his people could stay away from her. But she didn't expect that in the end, she would fall directly into Huizi's trap. Qingyu, I'm sorry. I just really wanted us to be on the same team. Huizi looked at Yin Qingyu seriously, his eyes filled with sincerity. But Yin Qingyu was so angry that her chest was heaving slightly. She glared fiercely at Huizi, her eyes full of resentment. Qingyu, I'm sorry. We might have gone too far with our methods, but we just want to protect you better. We could be good friends. As Huizi said this while holding Yin Qingyu's hand on the light brain, the others realized what he was doing. Get lost. Yin Qingyu gritted her teeth and said this, her gaze still sharp as she looked at them. Qingyu, we can't temporarily dissolve our team relationship. So, can we just be in the same team for now? After saying this, Huizi licked his lips, clearly anxious inside. But he couldn't just watch Yin Qingyu join another team. Get lost. Yin Qingyu's fingers were tense, her body trembling slightly. The others worriedly tried to approach her again. But before they could take a second step, Yin Qingyu suddenly screamed. The unprepared group was instantly pushed back a few steps. Yin Qingyu used her internal energy. Qingyu. Yin, he wanted to say something more, but Huizi held him back. The group stopped approaching Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu's gaze swept over the four of them. Despite her expression being neutral, her eyes conveyed discomfort. This time, she still moved away using lightness skill. The four stood rooted, not daring to chase after her. Why did you do this? Dimu looked at the downcast Huizi. Not only did Yin Qingyu not understand, but even if he were forced into someone else's team, he would definitely feel agitated. Why was Huizi so reckless in doing this? Huizi, we really made Qingyu angry this time. He also sensed Yin Qingyu's anger. From the beginning, her suspicion or distancing had been relatively calm. But this time, it was clear that Yin Qingyu was truly angry. Huizi remained silent. But the other three kept talking. Yeah, even if you want to make friends, it should be done gradually. Why does it have to be as teammates? Cough. Ordinary friends are also friends. If we're not in the same team, even as friends, we might only see each other a few times a year. This was why Leo and Dimu came to the Fire Academy together. Conversely, in a team, even if they started as ordinary friends, repeated battles could lead to much closer friendships. Huizi wanted his relationship with Yin Qingyu to go beyond just being ordinary friends. Your method was too rigid. Even though Dimu hadn't been with Yin Qingyu for long, he knew that she was not someone who liked to be controlled. Even if she were, she would only accept clear control. Such actions that went against her were clearly seen as a provocation. As soon as Dimu finished speaking, Huizi finally raised his eyes. Without this method, she would never have acknowledged us. Once Yin Qingyu made her choice, there would be no chance for them to turn things around. So, he would bear all the blame. If she doesn't want to acknowledge us, then so be it. Aren't we from different worlds to begin with? Leo said, scratching his head in confusion. He had felt puzzled ever since Yun, and Leo chose this academy. Was it just going back to the way things were? Why did these two seem unable to let go? Could it be that you all— Shut up. Dimu timely interrupted Leo's words. Yun looked at Leo in confusion, not understanding why he was so surprised. Huizi seemed not to have heard their strange conversation, and he began to explain on his own. Although we are not from the same world, As long as you spend more time with her, you will find that she is actually a very good person. Good person? Leo scratched the back of his head. What does this definition of a good person mean? Like or dislike? She saved my life, and I hope I can protect her well. But isn't the key that you went to protect her first, which led to that situation? Leo scratched his head as he thought. Indeed, Qingyu is truly a good person. If you spend a bit more time with her, you'll know. Yuni continued from Huizi's words. However, Leo, who had been scratching his head earlier, was now scratching even faster. Seeing that Dimmu and Leo were both silent, Yuni and Huizi left one after the other. By the way, does Qingyu really have such great charm? It's not even certain if we can see her again. She doesn't even want to be on the same team as us. Leo looked at the two of them walking away and poked Dimmu's elbow. I don't know, but the two of them seem a bit infatuated. Dimmu finished speaking and left as well. Leo stood there for a moment, thought it over, and quickly chased after them. When Qingyu returned to the dormitory, Lena was already sitting on the sofa in the living room. However, Qingyu was in a bad mood at that moment and turned around to walk into her room. As soon as she opened the door, she found a room in complete disarray. The originally tidy space had become extremely messy, with even some marks left by sharp weapons. Qinyu's expression didn't change much. She silently closed the door and walked back to the living room. Where's Xiuni? This was the first time Qingyu called Xiuni's name, and Lena pondered their previous relationship, feeling somewhat confused. Weren't they at odds? Nevertheless, she truthfully told Qingyu that Xiuni had just returned to her room. Qingyu walked to Xiuni's door and knocked. There was no response. She knocked again, still no answer. By the last knock, her urgency had diminished. Yet there was still silence. Lena, seeing this, also showed a puzzled expression. What's going on? When I came back, she was in the living room. And then she went into her room. Is there no one now? Lena wasn't quite sure, but Qingyu's expression remained unchanged. Step aside. After Qingyu said this to Lena, she took a step back herself. Lena couldn't understand Qingyu's intentions, but obediently stepped back. Qingyu only stepped back 2 or 3 paces, then pushed off her back foot and rushed towards the door, kicking it open. Lena watched Qingyu's sudden action in shock, but quickly calmed down. She didn't step forward to intervene, but stood aside to watch. Xiuni was still trying to hit Qingyu's arm with her hands, attempting to break free from Qingyu's grip. Qingyu didn't maintain the hold for long. She kicked Xiuni a bit and then threw her out forcefully. Cough, cough. Xiuni crashed heavily against the wall and coughed, but the resentment in her eyes couldn't be suppressed. What right do you have to enter my room? After coughing, Xiuni asked in a sharp tone. Qingyu didn't respond to her, but instead took out many bottles and jars from her space. Xiuni glanced at her warily but quickly straightened up and distanced herself from Qingyu. Get out. Xiuni's tone trembled a bit, unsure if it was from fear. Trespassing into private space carries legal consequences. Lena couldn't help but remind Qingyu. She didn't know what had happened, but looking at Qingyu like this, it seemed Xiuni was in danger today. A flower raised in a greenhouse is not only brainless, but also lacks awareness. A person like Qingyu is someone she wouldn't want to be enemies with. She might not have seen her strength yet, but just from her way of handling things. It was clear she was a resolute person. Perhaps she even harbored madness deep down. Lena understood and planned to pull Qingyu away. If they disturbed the system, someone would come knocking soon. It would be better to settle things early. Don't leave. Xiuni suddenly called out to Lena, who was about to step in to pull Qingyu away. Lena frowned, unable to understand what Xiuni wanted. After all, she was the one who had asked them to leave earlier. Hey, have you seen your room? Low-level alien, you're a waste. Without good talent, you should be more cautious. What right do you have to compete with her, making her lose face in front of so many people? Shouldn't it be talent above all? Clearly, her talent is better than yours. What have you done? What right do you have to do this? Lena suddenly realized something was off. Moreover, calling her a low-level alien. This woman had been discriminating against them from the start. What right do I have? Just because I'm a mecha master. I'm a mecha master with better talent than you. Just 2 mere soldiers, neither good-looking nor talented. What right do they have to join Yuni's team? The closer Xiuni got to Qingyu, the more she stopped. She slightly lowered her head and locked eyes with Qingyu's vacant gaze. What are you so proud of? Your height and talent are practically proportional. Do you think just because you got in, you're a genius? They're just playing with you. In the end, they'll still choose girls with better talent to be together. For the sake of better offspring. Many people from Capital Star do this. As long as your genes are good enough. Lena walked up to Yin Qingyu, her expression cold, looking at Xuanyi as if she were a madwoman. You think you're so excellent? Those mecha masters from today, whether in mental strength or physical ability, are all at level 4, right? With your level, if you can't get in, who can you blame? Qingyu, let's go. Since this person refuses to reason, then let's prove it to her with strength in the future. However, Yin Qingyu had no intention of allowing this person to have a future. Go to hell. Yin Qingyu softly uttered these 2 words, flipping over and jumping in front of Xuanyi. She even inexplicably produced a sword in her hand, charging straight at Xuanyi. However, Xuanyi didn't just stand there in a daze. She released her mecha. One person and one mecha stood facing each other. The room was still too small, and the mecha made it feel cramped. Moreover, the mecha couldn't even stand upright. What are you doing? Lena opened her eyes to see Xuanyi's mecha pounce at Yin Qingyu. The exterior of the mecha was scraping against the room, making it look shabby. But the 2 of them just started fighting. Low-level people from a garbage star. I'll show you what talent really is. Yin Qingyu didn't speak and directly thrust her sword forward. The sword left a scratch on the mecha, but Xuanyi's strength increased. She didn't care about that minor scratch at all. Yin Qingyu's internal strength only allowed the sword to penetrate the mecha a bit further. It seemed Xuanyi's mecha was better than Zhang Yi and their mechas. Heh, if you quit Yunyi's team, I'll consider not hitting you. Xuanyi laughed mockingly at Yin Qingyu's actions. Perhaps this move of Yin Qingyu's might work against those mediocre mecha masters. But her mech material is extremely good. Yin Qingyu, you can't think of me like this. What did you put on my mech? Stop. Hurry up and stop. The arm of the mech from Xuanyi continuously fell off. Yin Qingyu, I want to kill you. I want to kill you. Watching large chunks of the mech fall off while Yin Qingyu continued pouring water made Xuanyi completely lose her sanity. Another mech arm heavily struck the spot where Yin Qingyu had just been. However, Yin Qingyu, clearly more agile, dodged Xuanyi's attack. After opening all the bottles in her hands and pouring them out, Yin Qingyu threw away the bottles, one hand forming a fist and the other holding a sword, attacking directly on Xuanyi's mech. Yin Qingyu poured all her internal strength into this, causing the mech to vibrate continuously. Lena had long realized that something was wrong and went out to call for help. The message received by Wuxia and the others was transmitted from the leader. The new female single soldier dormitory in the Fire Academy was that one, and the system was also created by the leader. Sensing that the system was damaged, the leader immediately sent a message directive to Wuxia and the others. The 4 happened to run into Lena, who had just gone out. Where's Yin Qingyu? What happened to your dormitory? Why did only one person run out? Leo started asking Lena. After glancing at the 4, Lena pulled Leo's hand and ran back. Hurry! Yin Qingyu and Xuanyi are fighting, and the mechs have been released. Lena's words instantly made the few realize the seriousness of the problem. They rushed to the scene of the battle between the 2. Help, help! A weak voice reached the door, and this battle clearly had a winner and loser. However, the messy scene made people feel a chill. Chapter 103. The true intentions behind joining the battle team seen before them was somewhat hard to believe. Xuanyi, for some reason, had retracted her mech. Without the mech, Xuanyi was directly crushed to the ground by Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu sat on Xuanyi's chest, one hand gripping her neck, and the other holding a medicine bottle, continuously pouring it into Xuanyi's mouth. Xuanyi only called for help a few times before Yin Qingyu forcefully poured a whole bottle of medicine down her throat. Qingyu. Yin Qingyu was pulled away by Wuxia, who had rushed over and hugged her waist tightly. After Yin Qingyu left, Xuanyi curled up on the ground, coughing incessantly. However, the medicine that had entered her mouth could not be easily expelled. Yuni hurried over to check Xuanyi's condition. Take her to the infirmary. Yuni instructed Leo behind her to pick up Xuanyi and leave, leaving behind a scene of chaos. Yin Qingyu was also taken out of the room by Wuxia. Yin Qingyu was still struggling, but the recent fight had exhausted too much of her internal strength, and Wuxia held her tightly as they left. Let go. Yin Qingyu was tired from struggling and finally spoke. However, the group was still walking, seemingly heading toward the infirmary. Qingyu, you're injured and need treatment. When Lina advised Yin Qingyu, Dimu noticed that Yin Qingyu had some bloodstains on her body. Even Yin Qingyu's hands were still dripping with blood. Huizi carefully placed Yin Qingyu's hand in his embrace. Lina was thrown into a panic by Yin Qingyu's actions. So when Dimu asked her to go back and deal with the system damage in the dormitory, she left without any defenses. Your blood is different from ours. Even though Dimu had heard for a long time that Yin Qingyu came from another world, seeing her special blood still surprised him. Dimu spoke these words with a heavy heart, but neither Yin Qingyu nor Huizi reacted particularly. Obviously, both of them already knew this fact. This matter cannot be discovered by others. Dimu frowned. The two of them unknowingly revealed Yin Qingyu's special blood, Wu Ti, that exposed her uniqueness. Fortunately, Lina did not notice. The chief team already knew. Was there still a need to hide it? Yin Qingyu's voice was somewhat hoarse, but she still said this. It seemed her emotions had calmed down a lot. Dimu's frown tightened further. I still don't know about this matter, which can only mean that the leader has made a request within the chief team. But do not disclose this matter to others. As the heir of a major family in the chief team, it was ironic that he did not know about this. It can only be said that this matter is only allowed to be circulated within the chief team. Exposing it to the outside world is not allowed. In any case, this matter should still be handled according to the leader's wishes, so it's best not to reveal it to the outside now. You all stay in your room. I will go check on Uni. Dimu watched Yin Qingyu and Huizi enter the infirmary before leaving. He had to tell Uni to deal with the blood on Shuani's mech. After Huizi waited for the treatment chamber to finish treating Yin Qingyu, he quietly sat in front of her bed, watching her. Yin Qingyu's gaze did not meet his. The room was unusually quiet. Are you feeling any discomfort? Huizi waited a long time and finally spoke to Yin Qingyu. However, Yin Qingyu did not respond, so he had to take the initiative to speak. But this caring question did not sound comforting to Yin Qingyu. Seeing you all, Yin Qingyu softly uttered 4 words, her expression calm. Huizi's eyes darkened. The meaning of Yin Qingyu's words was that seeing them made her uncomfortable. His intelligence was fully capable of understanding Yin Qingyu's implication. What did she do to you? Huizi's low voice was somewhat intoxicating. Upon hearing Huizi's question, Yin Qingyu shifted her gaze to him. Their eyes met directly, but no further words were exchanged. They just stared at each other for a long time. Finally, Yin Qingyu withdrew her gaze, looking straight out the door. I thought you geniuses would look down on a small person like me. This is the starry sky, a place where levels are determined by talent. It seems that wherever she goes, she is an outlier. Yin Qingyu buried her head lower. Huizi's gaze followed Yin Qingyu's movements. He was not very good at communicating with others, especially girls, although Yin Qingyu was a special girl. However, this was indeed the first time Huizi had such extensive communication with a girl. Your strength is very strong. A dry statement, not sure if it counts as comfort. Yin Qingyu indeed did not move, and it was hard to tell her mood. I don't want to be with you. After a long silence, Yin Qingyu finally uttered this sentence. The biggest difficulty in associating with geniuses is whether one can endure the suppression of their brilliance. Just like the savior Harry and his companion Ron. Although Huizi and the others are not saviors, the brilliance they carry has already affected her. Moreover, she did not want to be with them in the first place. But we are your best choice. Huizi paused before stating this fact. This statement is indeed correct. Huizi, at a young age, was already within the chief team. His own strength and talent were certainly exceptional. Plus, their S-Uni, this genius doctor. Even Dimu and Leo were equally outstanding. This kind of team is indeed top-notch. This is also why Shuani wanted to join, but was angered by Yin Qingyu, whom she viewed as a lower-class star, mocking her. But I don't need it. I hate people like you who act on your own and deceive me. I'm not like the girls from your capital star. In Yin Qingyu's view, girls who lose themselves for a few talented men are truly pathetic. Yin Qingyu classified Sun Yi into this category of people. Huizi didn't know what to say. However, bringing Yin Qingyu into the team was something that had to be executed. I apologize for deceiving and forcing you, but I had to do it. Huh? Is this your so-called leader's order again? Yin Qingyu's expression had become annoyed. No, it has nothing to do with the leader. It's just what I want to do myself. Only after hearing this did Yin Qingyu look up and meet Huizi's gaze. Huizi tightened his grip but continued to speak. There are few women, and even fewer can enter the 5 major academies. Sometimes, when women choose a battle team, they are likely to choose a future husband within that team. The same goes for men. Even excellent women can apply to be a team's wife. So, Huizi couldn't bring himself to say the rest. He suddenly found it hard to articulate his original reason for wanting Yin Qingyu to join his team. So, are you afraid that I will be claimed by other men? Yin Qingyu truly didn't know that there were so many hidden rules involved. But that wasn't a reason to force her. Chapter 104. Punished, I won't fall into such a situation. I said before that I cannot be forced into marriage. Who I want to be with is my own business. Even with these hidden rules, Yin Qingyu didn't think it was a big deal for her. Your actions make me very angry. Yin Qingyu was always straightforward. She wouldn't have been so impulsive just because she saw the room in disarray. If it were just that, she would only feel pity for Sun Yi. But she was furious because of Huizi's deception. How could she easily let Sun Yi go? Huizi nodded, unable to say another word. You can leave now. I need a rest. Yin Qingyu closed her eyes and issued an eviction order to Huizi. Huizi didn't make a sound, but the sound of the door closing indicated to Yin Qingyu that he had left. After Huizi left, Yin Qingyu opened her eyes. She pulled back the quilt, sat on the bed for a while, listened carefully to the sounds outside the door, and then pushed the door open to leave. Fortunately, Huizi was no longer waiting at her door. Yin Qingyu successfully left the infirmary. Meanwhile, Yin Yi had no way to deal with Sun Yi. Without Sun Yi taking out the mech, they couldn't clean up the bloodstains. But Sun Yi didn't know what kind of drug Yin Qingyu had used on her and could only lie stiffly on the bed, glaring with big eyes. When Huizi walked in, the three of them were worried as they looked at Sun Yi in the lab. How is Qingyu? Yin Yi directly asked Huizi upon seeing him. Huizi paused in his action of closing the door, but still stated the facts. She is fine. She just hasn't calmed down yet. Leo took a deep breath upon hearing this. So we should have let her choose her team at that time. Just being in the same academy was enough to make her angry. Now we are forcing her to choose our team. How can you force someone into a team? Huizi was too trusted, and no one stopped his actions at that time. Leo regretted and just wanted to pull his hair. Yin Qingyu's methods and tactics seemed like she wasn't afraid of killing at all. Have you handled it? Huizi didn't answer Leo, but instead looked toward the lab. Yin Yi pressed her lips together. Considering this issue now is disrespectful to the patient, but not considering it could lead to Yin Qingyu's background being leaked. Those bloodstains don't matter, right? Even if they know she isn't one of us, what difference does it make? Leo spread his hands and scanned the three of them with his gaze. The key issue is that they couldn't possibly make a person who couldn't move give them a mech. Moreover, Sun Yi also knew that they were on the same team as Yin Qingyu. Can you use your brain? We haven't touched Yin Qingyu. We just know her genes currently don't have any useful aspects for us. Besides, we are obeying the leader's orders. But what if everyone in the star system demands the leader to confine Yin Qingyu for research? Furthermore, Yin Qingyu's blood may not be useful to us for now, but it could have unknown effects on the insect beasts. If that is the case, everyone in the star system might demand the leader to imprison or kill Yin Qingyu. The leader can command the chief group, but it's impossible to go against the proposals of all the people, right? Dimmu quietly scolded Leo. Thinking such an idea was too simplistic. Her blood is effective against insect beasts? What effect? Leo was stunned, realizing he didn't know this information. Dimmu looked at Leo deeply and then sympathetically patted his shoulder. Maybe your father doesn't think you need to know about this. Both of their fathers were in the chief group, and Dimmu learned it from her father. Huizi ignored the words of the two behind him. His eyes deepened thought. Yin Qingyu didn't know what kind of drug she used. Although it wasn't life-threatening, keeping her like this would be difficult to explain to the Sun family. Yin Yi rubbed her forehead. Yin Qingyu used to like doing such things. And even if it annoyed someone she cared about, she would do even worse. No need to worry about the Sun family. Moreover, she knows how to be measured in her actions. Even if the Sun family really pursued it, they couldn't do anything to Yin Qingyu. Huizi's gaze became more determined. I'm going in. He wanted to personally clean the blood off the mech. Among the people here, he should be the only one capable of doing so. Yin Yi didn't have time to stop him, and Huizi directly entered the lab. The remaining three were left outside the door. Once Huizi entered, Sun Yi's gaze instantly locked onto him. Sun Yi's eyes widened, staring at Huizi, mouth open but unable to say a word. Don't worry. You won't be in any trouble. Huizi said this calmly. Upon hearing this, Sun Yi shuddered, tears sliding down from the corners of her eyes, her body rising and falling continuously. Although she was indeed a spoiled young lady, she still couldn't remain calm in the face of real death. I am a member of the leader's chief group. This is my holographic ID. Now I need to retrieve your mech. If you agree, blink. Retrieve the mech? Sun Yi felt it was a bit strange. However, since he mentioned the leader and the chief group, Sun Yi quickly blinked in agreement. Huizi used his authority to obtain Sun Yi's mech and quickly left the lab. Just as he exited the lab, he was stopped by Di Mu and the others. Are you crazy? Who told you to misuse your power? Di Mu's face was full of disapproval. However, Huizi didn't answer him. Instead, pushing his hand away and leaving directly, Yun Yi caught Di Mu, who wanted to chase after Huizi, and sighed as she watched Huizi leave. I have reported it to the leader. It seems Huizi wants to take responsibility on his own this time. The origin of the incident lies in him forcing Yin Qingyu into the team, which made Yin Qingyu so explosive. But wasn't it Yin Qingyu who started it? Besides, the one who randomly damaged someone else's room and somehow unlocked Yin Qingyu's room's permissions has no responsibility? It wasn't just Huizi who angered Yin Qingyu. It was even Yin Qingyu who hurt her this badly. What kind of responsibility does Huizi want to take? Misusing power to confiscate someone else's mech. Even using the chief group's authority. How can he be responsible for that? Dimu felt like he was in the same confused state as Leo. Yin, he didn't speak. But Leo, with a face full of disdain, said something. You don't need to say so much. Huizi probably just feels guilty. How could one possibly gauge human hearts with common sense? Leo is much more emotionally attuned than Diki. Nevertheless, this approach is still not advisable. The leader quickly got in touch with them. Chapter 105. She was deceived. The leader didn't say much to the other three, only praising Diki's alertness. However, he was not so gentle when contacting Huizi. Huizi, I know you feel guilty, but abusing your power is wrong. I think you need to come back for a while. Unlike the cold and decisive Huizi of the past, the current Huizi gradually revealed his uncontrollable side. Huizi nodded and agreed. Leader, can I take another look at Qingyu? This request. Huizi, to be friends, you first need to learn to respect. Yin Qingyu is not the type to comply just because she is forced, nor will she be grateful just because you helped her with something. That's why he told the others not to report any news about Yin Qingyu before they arrived at her academy. Yin Qingyu doesn't like her life being exposed. Or rather, she simply wants to be a truly ordinary person in the galaxy. Huizi pursed his lips. The leader's words directly interrupted his thought of wanting to see Yin Qingyu again. Yin Qingyu wouldn't want to see him at all. Huizi left silently. The other three knew this outcome, but couldn't say much. This was the punishment he deserved. Yin Qingyu was unaware that Huizi had left. At that moment, she was dealing with Zili, who sought her out daily, in the recently tidied room. Qingyu, what's wrong? You don't seem in a good mood. Is it because training is too exhausting? Yin Qingyu forced a smile on her stiff face. Stop pretending to smile. It looks terrible. What's wrong? Yin Qingyu thought. This straightforward man really doesn't know how to talk. Zili's anxious expression didn't seem fake, and Qishu also turned to glance at them when he heard Zili's question. Who upset you? Yin Qingyu didn't expect the two could so easily guess her situation. However, she didn't intend to elaborate. She could handle it herself. Yin Qingyu remained silent, her eyelids drooping, bringing the cup she was holding to her lips for a sip to calm her emotions. Yin Qingyu didn't speak, but Zili was getting anxious. What's wrong? Don't just drink there. Qingyu, what kind of nutrient solution is this? Why is it this color? Is there a new nutrient solution out? The cup Yin Qingyu held was transparent, and the liquid inside was clearly also transparent. It didn't seem like a nutrient solution, but rather like water. Yin Qingyu paused, and Zili was also taken aback. Qishu didn't say anything but stared intently at the cup in Yin Qingyu's hand. Could it be? It's water, my own water. Yin Qingyu's eyelids lifted slightly, her gaze casually sweeping over the two. Has your water been discovered by anyone? Seeing Yin Qingyu casually drinking from the cup, it was clear she was at a high risk of exposure. Qishu interrupted Zili, and only after hearing Qishu's words did Zili blink in confusion. What do you mean? Zili seemed not to understand. Isn't it that Yin Qingyu is drinking water she used for bathing? Yin Qingyu's eyelids drooped, her fingers continuously rubbing the cup. I understand now. No matter who discovers it, I must never admit it. Seeing Yin Qingyu like this, Qishu realized that someone must have seen this water long ago. But Yin Qingyu probably didn't know she had been discovered. I will be careful. Yin Qingyu finally replied to Qishu, her eyes unusually firm. However, her fingers rubbing the cup revealed that she was not at peace inside. The secret she was protecting, her greatest worry, had it finally happened? A thin layer of cold sweat appeared on Yin Qingyu's forehead. Qingyu, don't rush. If you really can't hide this anymore, tell the leader. He will protect you. Qishu noticed Yin Qingyu's unease. Yin Qingyu vaguely responded, but completely rejected this plan in her heart. The leader probably already knew about her water, the origin of which was unclear. Anyone who was clearly seen as someone who came from another world would find it easy to deduce what kind of water she had just by looking up ancient texts from the 21st century. Zeely looked at the two in confusion, not understanding what they were talking about. Why had it escalated to the level of the leader? Yin Qingyu's conversation didn't last long. Qishu noticed her unease and urged her to find the leader quickly. But after disconnecting from the holographic computer, Yin Qingyu remained seated in the chair, her gaze vacant, while her grip on the cup tightened. Numerous cracks began to appear on the cup. Yin Qingyu was completely unaware. As her grip tightened, the cup shattered. The crisp sound didn't bring her back to reality. Blood dripped from her hand onto the floor. Yin Qingyu's mind was not chaotic. Instead, she was simply recalling her memories. Her memory had always been good. She had once shared her water with Yun E on Planet 250. At that time, neither of them appeared shocked. Even Huizi drank it in front of her. Smash! Yin Qingyu slammed her blood-stained hand on the table, her expression only one of rage. Liars! All liars! She hadn't seen Yun E drink the water. Yun Yi's body was blocked by Huizi. Yun E was the first to catch the cup. As a doctor, how could he not know that the water on this planet was problematic? He definitely didn't drink it. Remembering Yun Yi's habits, Yin Qingyu's gaze turned colder. Yun Yi merely took her water away, just like taking her blood for research. So what happened next? Later, she stupidly insisted on coming to the capital star, clearly stating that she wanted freedom. Yet these people clung to her, saying it was to be friends. Fake friends. Damn it. With a slap, the table turned to splinters. Her eyes were bloodshot, her nose slightly sweating, and beads of sweat dripped down her forehead. After living for who knows how many years, she had become so foolish. How could a worthless person have any reason to exist? Just like the difference between low-level stars and the capital star. Both are interstellar citizens, yet the gap is enormous. Lowering her guard would only lead to being used. Comforting her, deliberately approaching her, was probably all for that water, right? If not, it must be for her space. In that moment, Yin Qingyu's mind became startlingly clear. Chapter 106. The Man Who Appeared Again. Yin Qingyu sneered, her eyes filled with indifference. How ironic. After living for so many years, she had fallen into the hands of people so much younger than her. After standing in silence for a while, Yin Qingyu finally tidied up the room. Qingyu, when did you come back? Lena looked at the expressionless Yin Qingyu, who didn't even acknowledge her as she brushed past. Lena stood there feeling that something was off, but after thinking for a while, she couldn't figure it out. But it was so late. What did she need to go out for? Lena turned to look at Yin Qingyu's door. Yin Qingyu did not close the door. She walked into a secluded forest, intending to cross through it directly to the school wall. She wanted to go out, or rather, she wanted to leave. As soon as Yin Qingyu climbed out, she fell into darkness again. Outside, there was no waste of resources providing light, apart from the light supplied within the academy. Yin Qingyu did not stop, but continued walking deeper into the forest for a few steps. The sound of her shoes crunching on the fallen leaves was not loud, but there was still a slight friction noise. After walking an unknown distance, she suddenly stopped. It seemed she had reached the center of this vast forest, which was wide open, but in the very center, no matter which direction she looked, the forest appeared extremely chaotic. Yin Qingyu stood in the middle of the clearing, but chose not to move forward, standing straight in place. Is someone here to eat me? Yin Qingyu's voice was not particularly sweet, but the delicate quality unique to women sounded somewhat eerie in this empty clearing. Mainly, there was no one here at all. But Yan Qingyu felt no fear in her heart. Hurry out. I hate it when others approach me deliberately, whether it was a person or a bug beast. Any intentional approach made her feel dissatisfied. Miss Yin, girls should be a bit more delicate to be liked. As soon as the voice came out, Yan Qingyu's sword was pointed straight at the man's Adam's apple. I can kill you. If she pushed a little harder, this man would undoubtedly die. The man's lips curled into a slight smile. Miss Yin is too confident. You can't kill me. Yan Qingyu raised an eyebrow. This bug beast was a bit too confident. Ordinary beast. However, Yan Qingyu did not intend to say more. Since this person had revealed her surname, he must have already looked up her information. Yan Qingyu leaped forward, and her sword moved closer to the man's throat. But just as the blade reached flesh, Yan Qingyu could not stab it down. Even in shock, she twisted her wrist and aimed the sword at the man's chest. But still, she could not pierce through. All right, stop tickling me. Be careful the sword breaks. The man's tone was gentle, as if reminding a lover. But only she knew the panic in Yan Qingyu's heart. She had used her internal energy, but still could not pierce through. In fact, this internal energy was already a large portion of what she had left. However, not killing the man meant Yan Qingyu had lost the initiative. Her sword was caught by the man. Yan Qingyu pulled with all her might, but it was futile. The man even curiously glanced at Yan Qingyu's sword, but upon seeing her struggling, he chuckled softly. With a flick of his hand, he pulled Yan Qingyu into his embrace. A lonely man and a woman. The man gently sniffed Yan Qingyu's black hair. The two were tightly embraced, which might seem romantic to outsiders. But for Yan Qingyu, she was only worried about whether this damned bug beast would drain her blood. It seems you haven't forgotten me. The man lifted his face from Yan Qingyu's hair and sighed. He threw Yan Qingyu's sword away and tightly wrapped his arms around her. You really smell good. Yan Qingyu struggled for a long time, but could not break free. To avoid wasting her internal energy, she chose to give up resisting. Is there any point in saying so much? If you want to drink blood, just do it quickly. Yan Qingyu could never forget this man. The shortest one she had ever seen. Wasn't he the perverted bug beast who liked to drink blood? She was truly unlucky. Just escaped the wolf's den and fell into the tiger's lair. The man's expression was hidden from Yan Qingyu. He was currently buried at her neck, enjoying himself immensely. Really smells good. Without the blood's direct manifestation, the man felt an unusual excitement. Can you keep struggling? It feels so good. Struggling? Yan Qingyu moved uncomfortably, and the man's satisfied groans echoed in her ears again. Suddenly, Yan Qingyu's body froze. Her face contorted in pain, her brows tightly knit, as if encountering something extremely painful. Damn it, you rogue beast. Get lost. There were many bizarre things, but this was the first time she had seen something so bizarre. You just seem to say a swear word. Oh, girls should be well-mannered, and clean-mouthed girls will be more liked. Although, fuck your mother. If you say another word, I'll make you into Wei Zhongxian. Damn it, you're simply a teddy among bug beasts. Yan Qingyu interrupted and retorted the man's words at lightning speed. The man seemed somewhat displeased, straightened up, restraining Yan Qingyu's arms, and looked at her seriously. Aren't those considered vulgar words by you humans? Girls shouldn't learn those. If you say more, I'll make it so you can't talk anymore. I can say whatever the hell I want. If you don't let me go, be careful I kill you. The man's brows furrowed even tighter. This was a look of dissatisfaction, and Yan Qingyu felt a bit pleased. Once, she was a rebellious girl who didn't study well. Who knew the trends of the times would be like this? However, her pleased expression quickly turned to disdain. The man's face lowered slightly, but accurately aimed at Yan Qingyu's red lips. Fortunately, Yan Qingyu turned her head just in time, dodging the man's forceful kiss. You idiot, a bug beast learning such disgusting tricks. Let go of me. God knows the despair in Yan Qingyu's heart when she saw this trick. But thankfully, the man did not try again after failing the first time. Aren't all you human men like this? Yan Qingyu rolled her eyes in an utterly ungraceful manner. She ignored the man's words. The man also released Yan Qingyu, but his gaze still scanned her body. You didn't run away. The man seemed pleased to say this, while Yan Qingyu rubbed her wrist expressionlessly. She had little internal energy left. She might not be able to escape. It was better to stand obediently, practice, and replenish her internal energy. If only those lost during her sleep could return. Qingyu shook her head, no longer thinking about this matter. There was a more troubling presence in front of her. Miss Yin, you can call me Huang. The man extended his palm before Qingyu. Chapter 107, Taken Away. Huang. Indeed, full of yellow thoughts. Qingyu disdainfully glanced at the hand extended toward her. After a long time, without being reciprocated, Huang retracted his hand. Miss Yin, what are you doing out so late? The man smiled at Qingyu instead of being angry. None of your business. Qingyu's expression was cold. She had no good feelings toward this bug beast. This bug beast caught her but did not intend to eat her. She did not know what he was planning. Miss Yin, I mean no harm. A hint of grievance suddenly appeared on the man's face. Bad people don't wear signs that say they are bad. Stop pretending. What do you really want? Didn't he seem to have encountered her by chance? Qingyu's expression grew increasingly displeased. Today was truly a day of bad luck. Oh, since Miss Yin thinks so, would you like to come with me? Unsurprisingly, the man's request fell within the range of Qingyu's imagination. Catching her and not killing her immediately probably meant he wanted to keep her alive before killing her. If you want to kill, just do it. She wouldn't die. Even if she pretended to be dead, she couldn't die in this bug beast lair. That would likely reveal her secret. What are you talking about, Miss Yin? How could I bear to kill you? I just wanted to invite you as a guest. With this set of words, Qingyu was somewhat uncertain whether what stood before her was truly a bug beast. It seemed he resembled a real person more. Miss Yin, you don't need to refuse. Oh, the choice isn't yours. I'm just saying, he said, just as Qingyu was about to speak. The man interrupted her with a mischievous smile. Qingyu pursed her lips and chose not to say more. The man appeared quite satisfied with her obedience, walking beside her while smiling at her. Miss Yin, I wonder if you could tell me your name? Huh, don't you already know? Qingyu retorted with a scoff. The reason she followed Huang was simply because she didn't want to put herself in a passive position. At least being conscious allowed her to recognize the way, making it easier to escape later. There might even be a chance to run along the way. If she got knocked out with a single strike, all those plans would turn to dust. Huang, hearing Qingyu's mockery, didn't seem angry. He smiled at her. I want to hear you introduce yourself personally. Qingyu closed her mouth and took a few steps forward, completely ignoring the man. Tell me, you wouldn't want me to annoy you the whole way, would you? The man's words were clearly quite shameless, but Qingyu knew he was indeed a rogue. Qingyu, she replied curtly, her lips pressed even tighter. The man, however, laughed happily. Qingyu, your name is different from everyone else's. You're really special. Here it comes again, saying she is special once more. Your name is special too. Qingyu responded to Huang irritably. At the same time, she forcefully pulled her hand away from his grasp. This man was too shameless. As long as she didn't answer, he had all sorts of ways to bother her. What a pity. I shouldn't be the first to hear such a special name, right? But you're the first to hear my special name. The boy's face and his almost imperceptible coyness should be weapons that older women couldn't resist. However, there was no change on Qingyu's face. She merely clenched her fingers tightly around the hem of her clothes. Why do you say that? Only Hong had a name as special as Huang's. However, the leader's name had never appeared on the Star Network. Or rather, very few people knew the leader's name now. Everyone referred to Hong as the leader. Huang showed a hint of confusion. He seemed to not understand why Qingyu was asking knowingly. Didn't that person tell you his real name? Then doesn't that make me the first to tell you a special name? The man seemed pleased with his thought. Qingyu ignored the happy man beside her, her brow unconsciously furrowing. Was he talking about Hong? How did he know? And what exactly was this bug beast's identity? Qingyu scanned the dark road ahead. They were walking deeper into the forest. Where on earth was this person taking her? Qingyu, come here. The man suddenly stopped, standing behind Qingyu, looking at her. Qingyu turned around, puzzled, not moving, planning to start killing and silencing me? Come here, I'll hold you. Huang opened his arms seriously, signaling Qingyu to hurry up and come over. Qingyu didn't move, but instead looked up at the sky. There was nothing unusual. The nest shouldn't be in the sky. It should be underground. Qingyu scanned around and then noticed something wrong. Is this hole your nest? The opening could barely fit one person. Such a small hole, deep in the forest, Not having been discovered should indicate this place hadn't existed for long. How dare this bug beast make a nest in a capital star? I'm not going down. Whatever you want to say or do, just say it here. Qingyu had no intention of going down. Who knew how many disgusting bug beasts were down there? Why not go down? Don't you like nests underground? Huang withdrew his hands, looking innocently at Qingyu. Why wouldn't he want to go down? Was he considering building the nest above ground? I heard girls can't stand dirtiness. Huang pondered seriously. Qingyu, however, showed her impatience, not wanting to answer Huang's question at all. What exactly do you want? Qingyu was truly annoyed at the situation, feeling like they were in some old human romantic drama. I think we can talk. The man instantly wiped the smile off his face, looking at Qingyu with an extremely serious expression. Let us talk here. Qingyu also warily watched the man. This hole was very deep. Not knowing the situation below, if she went down, she might really not be able to come back up. Qingyu wasn't foolish. She insisted on standing her ground. However, the man clearly grew impatient. He suddenly pulled Qingyu into his arms, and together they jumped down. At first, it was indeed a bit cramped, but the two slid down smoothly. Before long, the narrow passage widened. Qingyu felt her body plummeting straight down. However, she didn't fall. Instead, she was tightly embraced. They descended quickly, and at first, Qingyu struggled in panic. But soon after, she calmly assessed their situation. This hole was extremely slippery. It was unlikely she would easily get out this time. Chapter 108. Discovery gone missing as soon as Qingyu landed. She distanced herself from Huang. The scene below was dim, but there were faint lights, allowing Qingyu to see the path ahead. However, Huang seemed somewhat dissatisfied. If I had known, I should have let them create so much light. I should have just carried you. Qingyu didn't understand Huang's meaning, but she keenly caught a key word. They. Were they referring to the bug beasts? Qinyu's palms began to sweat slightly. Everything today had exceeded her expectations. The beautiful campus life hadn't begun. Instead, it had been a nerve-wracking day. This path felt exceedingly long for Qingyu. So, she really hadn't returned since going out night? Yun-Yi frowned, looking at Qinyu's roommate, Lena, and asked, could it be she went out to relax? Leo stroked his chin, speculating. I say, can't you all come with me to see what is going on? Lena couldn't pin down what Qingyu was doing. She just couldn't help but peek into Qinyu's room yesterday. That was why she concluded that Qingyu might have left. The three of them immediately got up and followed Lena after a shout. Solo soldiers are fierce. Leo couldn't help but whisper to Dimu, observing that the Qingyu who had seemed crazy yesterday and wanted to kill others was not the same as the woman before him. It clearly told him that solo soldiers were indeed fierce. Don't say that. If Qingyu really left, we should immediately report to the leader. Dimu's mind wasn't on this. His brow was tightly furrowed, looking extremely troubled. If Qingyu had encountered another situation, everyone might not be able to escape responsibility. The three of them smoothly arrived at Qinyu's dorm. The dorm, which had been chaotic yesterday, now looked clean and new. Her door was open yesterday. I went in and took a look. Something seemed off. And now she still hasn't come back, so it's highly likely she left. Lena was the first to enter the room, and Yun-Yi and the others followed one by one. After Leo scanned the room, his gaze fixed on Lena. There's nothing unusual. The room is all tidied up. And how can you just walk into someone else's room? Lena ignored Leo's words. She stared directly at Yuni and Dimo. I was here yesterday, watching the adjustments in Qingyu's room. There was a transparent cup on her desk. But today the cup is gone, and so is the desk. Lena had been called back yesterday to deal with a system issue. So she had checked both of their rooms. What does this indicate? There are some things on the floor. Leo's words were interrupted directly by Dimu. Yuni and Dimu bent down to look at the ground. There were some blood stains in the cracks of the room's floor. And there were even some shards of glass stuck in something. Qingyu's sweeping robot, probably ISNT of a very high level, which caused the things in the cracks to not be cleaned up properly. Did she step on the glass? Did she go to the infirmary? Lena speculated uncertainly. But I didn't receive any information about Qingyu being hospitalized. Yuni frowned, denying this statement. The three of them were taken aback. Why would there be a special concern for Qingyu's hospitalization information? Is Yuni being too meddlesome? You and YZ are both too meddlesome, aren't you? Leo bluntly stated the truth. From YZ tricking Yin Qingyu into joining the battle team for no reason, to Yuni's concern over Yin Qingyu's hospitalization information. Both of their behaviors displayed a strong desire for control. Her body is very fragile. Yuni simply explained, then intended to report the information to the leader. Wait, we're just speculating, but we're not certain she has left. Don't be in such a hurry. Dimu stopped Yuni's actions. Given the importance placed on Yin Qingyu, the leader would probably start sending people out upon receiving the news. But right now, everything is still in the phase of speculation. Exactly. Yuni, are you thinking too lightly of Yin Qingyu? She doesn't seem that fragile. She even managed to blow up the leader's virtual field. Leo chimed in, unable to help but mock Yuni upon seeing her anxious expression. Do you and YZ really understand Yin Qingyu? She is clearly very strong. Everyone is doing things she doesn't like under the guise of protecting her. It's precisely because I understand that I'm worried. Anyway, let's go out and look for her. It's because he and YZ have seen Yin Qingyu's vulnerable side that they know she is not as tough as she appears. Yuni's mind momentarily recalled the time on planet 250 when Yin Qingyu was brought back in a disheveled state after being taken away by the insect beasts, lying quietly in bed and sleeping for many days. Now I just hope this isn't the case. Yin Qingyu didn't know how many twists and turns she had taken, even though her memory was good. She felt a bit confused after walking like this for so long. Enough. If you have something to say, just say it. Yin Qingyu looked at the seemingly endless road and directly stopped in her tracks. I'll hug you, Huang said as he stepped forward, wanting to embrace Yin Qingyu again. Get lost. Yin Qingyu glanced at Huang with disdain, but still refused to take another step. All right, we're almost there. Upon seeing this, Huang stopped joking and stared intently at Yin Qingyu's expressionless face. Huang walked ahead alone, as if there was no need to worry about whether Yin Qingyu would follow. Yin Qingyu loosened her grip on the hem of her clothes slightly, although she didn't know why. This insect beast was indeed very tolerant of her little temper. She didn't know how many tantrums she had thrown along the way, but this person's expression remained unchanged. He didn't even plan to kill her. However, she didn't think this was a good phenomenon, but they had come this far, so the possibility of Yin Qingyu backing out was slim. These damned insects had ulterior motives in the paths they built. The initially narrow, descending passage suddenly widened, but not long after, they soon entered various forked paths. The road kept narrowing. Although there were no insect beasts on the path the insect beast was taking her, the sounds of insect beasts from the adjacent paths were almost piercing her eardrums. Inside the insect beast's nest, she, who had strange blood on her, should just obediently follow along. Being eaten to death by an insect beast is an unacceptable way to die. The key is that she can't die. If she survives, this memory cannot be erased. Yin Qingyu and Huang walked forward together, a few steps apart. This time Huang wasn't lying. They quickly arrived in front of an earthen door. Huang moved his fingers, and the earthen door slowly rose. Yin Qingyu stood behind, silent, but when the door opened, she couldn't help but close her eyes. She was afraid that upon opening the door, she would see nothing but the ugly, stinky mouths of the insect beasts. Chapter 109. Becoming the queen of the insect tribe. The scene behind the door was completely different from what Yin Qingyu had imagined. Several young men and women stood behind the door waiting to greet them. King. The young men and women seemed to show exceptional respect towards Huang. Yin Qingyu's expression didn't change much. She had long known that this person's status among the insect beasts was not low. But she really didn't expect him to be the king of the insect beasts. With his height. However, generally speaking, the most powerful individuals are the most unique. And Yin Qingyu took a gentle breath, trying to keep herself calm. Falling into an insect nest is not a good thing. The several young men and women facing Huang respected him, but they were also very interested in the person behind Huang. King, is she that person? Yin Qingyu's gaze shifted to the speaker. Judging by appearance, he looked like a cute little boy, albeit a giant-sized cute boy. Don't scare her. She's very timid. Huang seemed to notice Yin Qingyu's vigilance and lightly laughed, then walked behind her. Yin Qingyu didn't understand why, but didn't move. This is indeed that special human. I invited her to come here as our guest. Everyone, please don't scare her. As soon as Huang finished speaking, someone immediately interjected. Are we scaring her? How powerful is she? She killed D. King. She is a human. Humans and insect beasts are inherently incompatible. Why bring a human back? Yan Qingyu heard this and still didn't make any excessive movements, only her palms slightly sweating as she prepared to draw her sword. Oh, right. You seem to have met D and the others before, so I'm not the first to hear your most special name, am I? Huang's train of thought was strangely shifting. Yan Qingyu bit her lip and didn't speak. At that time, she didn't care about the names of the insect beasts. Even if that insect beast was named shit, it had nothing to do with her. But these people knew that those two humanoid insect beasts had fought with her. King, stop playing around. By bringing her here, we might very well fall into danger. Last time, it was the spiritual imprint on that woman that allowed D and the others to be found so quickly. They ended up in this situation. No problem. Moo. Don't talk too much. Huang's expression suddenly darkened, seemingly displeased with the opposing opinion. Several insect beasts immediately quieted down. Huang then smiled at Yan Qingyu. See, aren't we not much different from humans? If we were walking in a crowd, we wouldn't be discovered either. Huang's sudden question stunned Yan Qingyu, but she still remained silent, continuously scanning the surroundings with her peripheral vision. You say being with us is just like being with real humans, right? Huang kept questioning as several pairs of eyes were fixed tightly on the two of them. However, Yan Qingyu still did not speak. The king is asking you a question. Are you mute? Yan Qingyu's gaze suddenly shot sharply at Mu. But in the next moment, she shifted her gaze away. Although it was just a moment, Mu was still somewhat startled. Yan Qingyu's gaze was too cold, even carrying a hint of killing intent. She had clearly grown into an adult form. Yet Yan Qingyu looked at her with the same eyes as those who slaughtered insect beasts. What exactly do you want to say? Yan Qingyu had been walking with Huang for quite a while, and the frequency with which she asked this question was not low. Yet this person brought her all the way to the base and was here saying some nonsensical words. Doesn't he have a clear understanding of these issues in his own heart? Even if insect beasts wear human skin, they are still insect beasts. Moreover, these are insect beasts that covet her blood. I already said, we're just talking. Huang's playful demeanor returned, but just looking at Yan Qingyu made her hand feel hot. She really wanted to punch him. Yan Qingyu's expression was cold, but knowing this person's nature, she didn't ask. He could always see her goosebumps. Talking about what? Yan Qingyu tightened her grip. If he kept going around in circles with her, she wouldn't be able to hold her temper. At worst, dying a bit more painfully would be fine. Bringing these insect beasts along to accompany her in death. Let us talk about our wedding. And how many children we want in the future? Do you prefer boys or girls? As soon as Huang finished speaking, Yan Qingyu pressed her sword against Huang's neck. King. The others instantly distanced themselves from Yan Qingyu, because Huang was being held at the throat by Yan Qingyu's sword. I know I can't kill you, but you better not touch my bottom line. At worst, I can die again, and after sleeping, my internal energy will diminish a bit more. But it's not a big deal. If I really die, I can put an end to everything. Huang was not as panicked as the others standing there. Instead, he was still laughing. Do you really not want to be with me? You want to be with me for what reason? Do you think I don't know? Isn't it just for her blood? Yan Qingyu scoffed. She knew that this insect beast, even in human skin, was invulnerable. But one must still strive for a little buffer time, right? Who knows what this rogue beast wants to do? You know? Darling, then let us talk business. Huang chuckled lightly upon hearing Yan Qingyu's words, then turned around and hugged her, and even with the sword pressed against him, there were no traces of blood on his neck. Yan Qingyu, with a wooden expression, struggled for a moment, but Huang held her even tighter. As our insect tribe's queen, you will have everything you want. Men have always been good at painting grand visions since ancient times. Yan Qingyu remained silent. She did not know this man's true intentions. It's better to speak plainly. If we can cooperate, we can naturally succeed. If not, whatever you say will be in vain. Yan Qingyu said this with a hint of sarcasm. However, Huang released Yan Qingyu and looked at her with surprise. Oh, a human like you would help our insect beasts? Upon hearing this, Yan Qingyu subtly raised her eyebrows. She knew that this insect beast must have some significant matter to discuss with her. Otherwise, it wouldn't spend so long here talking nonsense and painting a huge disgusting picture for her. I need to see your sincerity. I can't work for free, right? Yan Qingyu subtly distanced herself from Huang, looking provocatively at the several insect beasts standing nearby, itching to move. King, don't believe her. She is human. Mu's face was full of indignation. Humans are the best at lying. What can humans do? You must understand that humans are the most opportunistic. Yan Qingyu said this with a slight smile, causing the humanoid insect beasts to feel a chill. Didn't they say that humans are the most loyal to the leaders of your interstellar community? That adorable boy spoke again, his expression blank. Yan Qingyu lightly bit her lip, quickly unwrapping the bandages on her hands. The fresh scent of blood began to waft through the air. Chapter 110. Cooperating with insect beasts, the smell of blood spread in the air. The expressions of the group changed strangely. Good, it smells so good. The boy couldn't help but squint his eyes, his face full of intoxication. This scent was simply too alluring. The eyes of the others turned a bit crimson. Huang quickly bandaged Yan Qingyu's hand and shot a glare at the others. The others lowered their heads, but continued to sniff the alluring scent of blood in the air. Why did you let your blood out? After finishing the bandaging, Huang asked Yan Qingyu, What? Don't you think my blood is special? Yan Qingyu raised an eyebrow in response. So, you think this alone can convince them to trust you? No, Yan Qingyu certainly did not think so. In fact, this would only make them want to drink her blood even more. However, Yan Qingyu did not respond to Huang's words like that. The reason I'm willing to cooperate is that I am not from this interstellar community. I don't need to be loyal to either side. I just want my own interests. Yan Qingyu directly revealed her identity. To be honest, exposing this identity to the insect beast shouldn't be a big deal. After all, her blood was already laid bare. Traveling here only severed her ties with the interstellar community. Huang's gaze suddenly darkened, his expression calm, showing no signs of change. Naturally, his emotions were unreadable. The others stood there, looking at Yan Qingyu in astonishment. Their thinking was not on par with Huang's. However, it was indeed extremely rare for Yan Qingyu to so mercilessly abandon her identity as an interstellar person from another world. Huang's tone finally lost some of its playfulness, gaining a hint of curiosity. This matter was indeed too rare and shocking. So as long as you can meet my conditions, I will help anyone. Yan Qingyu spoke as if she were discussing something trivial. Then what conditions do you need us to meet for you? Huang didn't stay surprised for long. At this moment, he was more curious about what conditions would move Yan Qingyu. I need freedom. Yan Qingyu smiled slightly as she looked at Huang, her eyes reflecting emotions that Huang could not comprehend. Freedom? Can the interstellar community not give you this condition? Huang was not foolish. Yan Qingyu could come to the capital star, so she must have made some demands, but just this simple condition? Just freedom? Could the capital star not provide that? Humans are always good at betraying trust. The reason you met me today is that I am fighting for my freedom. Yan Qingyu said this calmly. Huang then laughed. Have you been wronged? Yan Qingyu didn't say much, just glanced around at the situation here. It looked like a huge palace built by insect beasts. Although it was all made of dirt, it was still large and spacious. Only they seemed a bit small. So what is your matter? Is it worth us making this cooperation? Yan Qingyu looked to Huang again. Huang also gazed directly at Yan Qingyu. You need freedom. We need space. Living space. The capital star is a good place. Huang's words made Yan Qingyu pause. You want to attack the capital star? Wanting the capital star would be difficult. Although she was just pretending, this clearly did not match her level of strength. Agreeing to it would seem quite off. No, we just want a chance to coexist peacefully with humans. It's impossible for them to enjoy so many resources while we can only live here like snails. Isn't it good to just pick a planet to live on? The number of planets humans have is actually quite limited. After all, there are only so many people. How many planets can we occupy? Especially in this era where insect beasts are everywhere. The space occupied by humans is not large at all. However, what we need is a normal life. Do other planets have a capital star as well developed as this? And don't you know that the cleanest water in the entire galaxy is right here? As Huang spoke, he became increasingly excited. Yan Qingyu lowered her head and did not echo Huang's words. On the contrary, the insect beasts were excited while Huang spoke. Yan Qingyu felt that this person must have some serious issues. Clearly, The current development of capital star relies on the hard work of many generations of humans. But water resources should be the most important point. So Yan Qingyu discreetly covered her wrist. Making deals with the tiger is not a good idea. Yan Qingyu went missing. After searching for a long time, they did not see Yan Qingyu in the academy. Only then did they come to this conclusion. After several people gathered and reached this result, Yun Yi immediately reported the news to the leader. There was a moment of silence on the leader's side, but he told Yun Yi and the others not to worry. He would send someone to search for Yan Qingyu around the academy right away. Where could she possibly go? Leo sat on the ground, unable to understand. Yan Qingyu's temper is a bit too big, isn't it? Don't you think that in the galaxy, she's the first solo female soldier I've seen with such a bad temper? She hits people and even attempts murder, and she left the school by herself. That's why it feels suspicious. Dimmu picked up on this. Yun Yi looked at Dimmu excitedly. Did you discover something? He always felt like history was repeating itself. Lena, she shouldn't have gone out right after coming back, right? Dimmu turned to look at Lena. I don't know. She should have stayed for a while. Lena was not sure about this. What I'm worried about now is that the insect beast might have infiltrated. Yun Yi interrupted. This familiar process is just like when Yan Qingyu went missing, isn't it? Dimmu shook his head. The insect beast cannot come in. Its information has not been recorded in the light brain system. It is not a resident of Capital Star, so it cannot enter at all. This assumption is indeed a bit excessive. However, there is a possibility that this insect beast sneaked onto a sightseeing spaceship and came to Capital Star. That it might have encountered Yan Qingyu outside the school gate. There might still be opportunities after arriving at Capital Star, but would be unlikely to enter the academy. After hearing this, Yun Yi suddenly stared straight at Dimmu's back. Dimmu noticed that something was off with Yun Yi and turned to look. Behind them was a hidden back mountain, sparsely populated. Very few people would go that way. Qingyu loved to train in the back mountain when she was on planet 250. He had only noticed it a couple of times. But Yan Qingyu really loved to run to the back mountain. This time might also be. So, I will be your spy, and all you need to do is ensure that I can completely gain my freedom, including my freedom regarding my engagement. Yan Qingyu looked up at Huang. Hey, don't you want to be my insect queen? Huang suddenly grinned, but there was no significant change on Yan Qingyu's face. How do we contact each other? Or what battle plan do we have? Yan Qingyu asked coldly, not buying into Huang's words. This is for you. Our insect beast contact method. Just knock 3 times on this and then speak. With the goal achieved, Huang didn't say much more. He directly handed over the antenna he had shed to Yan Qingyu. Chapter 111. Returning to the academy to see the leader. Yan Qingyu accepted it and placed it into her light brain. As for the strategy, we currently do not have any specific plans. I'm afraid Qingyu will have to wait a little longer. She can still enjoy the glory of being a student from the 5 major academies. Huang began to tease Yan Qingyu again. However, this time, before Yan Qingyu could say much, Huang reached out his hand towards her. Let us go, otherwise, they will come looking for us soon. They? Yan Qingyu's eyes widened slightly, but she still extended her hand to Huang. Huang tightened his grip on Yan Qingyu's hand and smiled at her. Then he tightly wrapped his arms around Yan Qingyu's waist and covered her eyes with one hand. Before Yan Qingyu could struggle much, Huang suddenly released his hand. Yan Qingyu felt the softness under her feet. When she opened her eyes, the person in front of her had already disappeared. Yan Qingyu did not express much surprise. Instead, she turned around to survey her surroundings. This was no longer the original entrance. After surveying for a while, Yan Qingyu determined a direction and walked towards it. Soon, she appeared in the open space where she had first discovered Huang. Although the open space was still the same, Yan Qingyu noticed that the arrangement of the trees had changed slightly. Yan Qingyu narrowed her eyes and was about to step into the depths of the forest when she heard footsteps behind her. She stood still without moving. A familiar voice came from behind. Qingyu, why are you here? Yan Yi quickly ran in front of Yan Qingyu and examined her closely. After noticing that besides the bandage on her hand, she had no other injuries, Yan Yi let out a sigh of relief. Yan Qingyu discreetly created some distance from Yan Yi. Why are you here? No wonder Huang said they would find out so quickly that she was missing and could even accurately locate where she was. The power of the galaxy should not be underestimated. Why did you leave? and specifically to find such a remote place to go. You probably didn't plan to come back at all. Thinking of this, Yin Yi reached out to grab Yin Qingyu's hand. Yin Qingyu sidestepped and dodged Yin Yi's touch. Does this have anything to do with you? Is it not okay for me to not want to stay on Capital Star? Yin Qingyu looked at Yin Yi with a calm expression. Yin Yi was taken aback, but still stood by Yin Qingyu's side without leaving. You could just leave like that? Do you know how worried we would be? Dimu did not have Yin Yi's good temper and directly criticized Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu smiled faintly. I can leave if I want, and what about you? You say you come when you want, and that I have to enter the battle team when you say so. After Yin Qingyu said this, the others were once again taken aback. Qingyu, if you have grievances, you can speak directly. What will you do if you encounter an insect beast? Yin Yi looked at Yin Qingyu anxiously. If an insect beast encounters Yin Qingyu, wouldn't she be in danger? Yin Qingyu remained silent, only giving Yin Yi a cold glance. Dimu also looked at Yin Qingyu disapprovingly. This time, they had indeed mobilized a lot of manpower for Yin Qingyu. They were even worried that Yin Qingyu had been taken away by an insect beast. Okay, stop talking. Let us go back first. Lena hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. It is more important to leave now. I said, will you do it? You always respond with empty promises. But you never actually follow through, right? So she would no longer believe them. She would no longer consider the face of the galaxy. She had many choices, and since she wouldn't die anyway, both sides wanted to use her. But don't blame her for stirring the situation up even more. After saying this, Yin Qingyu walked ahead alone. Lena felt compelled to follow her. Dimu exchanged glances with the stunned Yin Yi. The two then followed suit. After this incident, Yin Qingyu was once again summoned by the leader. When she saw the leader, Yin Qingyu was not very surprised. She calmly sat down in the chair. Qingyu, the last time we tested the inhibitor, it worked quite well. We want to order more. Can you handle that? The first sentence from a leader caught Yin Qingyu off guard for a moment. However, her face quickly returned to a calm demeanor. Sure, but from now on, the price of the inhibitors will be set according to my contract. Yin Qingyu's fingers continuously fiddled with the bracelet on her wrist. The leader's large mechanical head nodded in understanding. What do you need? Yin Qingyu was straightforward. When it came to money, she was serious about negotiating with the leader. I will only provide some raw materials, but I need to take 6. Yin Qingyu no longer planned to spend a lot of time making the inhibitors herself. Although she didn't know why her inhibitors were special, the raw materials were basically the same. Some were just herbs from her space. However, she could confirm that these things were unique in the interstellar realm. You don't plan to make them yourself? The leader asked in return. And Yin Qingyu shook her head. It would waste too much of my time. You have so many people in the interstellar realm. It's impossible for me to make them all, right? However, I have one more request besides what I just mentioned. Yin Qingyu's request was certainly not finished. I want my inhibitors to have different prices on different planets, based on the identity of the planet's residents, and there needs to be a purchase limit. Yin Qingyu did not forget the wealth gap in the interstellar realm. She pursed her lips, looking at the leader with an unusually serious expression. Then the interstellar should have money to support those poor girls, right? The leader paused. Are you really willing to give us your materials? Yin Qingyu's materials were the most valuable part of the inhibitor, so they would definitely agree to this condition. Yin Qingyu nodded affirmatively again. Qingyu, I'm sorry. We didn't mean to hide this from you. We found out about your water situation. The leader's sudden words made Yin Qingyu's expression turn solemn in an instant. Yin Yi accidentally discovered it and told me, after which I instructed that this matter must not be used to question you. Yes, she indeed hadn't asked her about it. A group of people pretending not to know approached her again. Yin Qingyu's expression grew colder. You can hand over the raw materials to us. You must have known that Yin Yi secretly conducted experiments, right? The leader's mechanical voice was slow, but his head remained fixed on Yin Qingyu. I apologize on behalf of him and them, but we are definitely not approaching you because of these things. The leader clearly sensed Yin Qingyu's displeasure. Yin Qingyu blinked and pressed her lips together, but she still remained silent. Chapter 112 Gaining Trust. The leader glanced at Yin Qingyu and continued. I know you might not believe it, but you mean something different to me, to Huaizi, and to Yin Yi. Meaning? Yin Qingyu unconsciously furrowed her brows tighter. Am I not just being used by you? However, we are mutually using each other. I just hope you can refrain from arbitrarily deciding my choices in the future. Yan Qingyu leaned forward to meet the leader's gaze, her big almond-shaped eyes locking onto the strange robot in front of her. Her expression was extremely sarcastic. She didn't believe these words at all. What this person was saying was comparable to a pyramid scheme. Qingyu, the leader called out to Yan Qingyu, who was about to turn and leave. Yan Qingyu didn't look back, her expression clearly showing some impatience. I don't have much time left. I want to make your lives easier before I die. It was the first time the leader opened up to Yan Qingyu. But Yan Qingyu remained still, not turning back to look at the leader even once. The leader didn't mind and continued speaking. If this machine gets damaged and my body hasn't been repaired, I will die. He was very clear. His life was running out. Initially, I just wanted you to quickly establish a friendship, but it seems that this relationship cannot be formed through any shortcuts. As the leader said this, he moved his chair in front of Yan Qingyu. Qingyu, in fact, compared to us, you are everyone's hope for the future. Why can't return to the academy for now? Others won't come to disturb you. You can truly do what you want to do. Yan Qingyu felt that the promise given by the leader was something he had done. You don't need to put such a heavy burden on me. I'm just Yan Qingyu, not special at all. Yan Qingyu lowered her eyelids, and after saying this, she pushed the door open and left. The leader stood at the door, watching Yan Qingyu leave, not calling out to her. This robot couldn't support him for too long either. Yan Qingyu returned to her dormitory. Sun, he hadn't returned yet. As for Lena, she was still on the way searching for the team. Yan Qingyu was looking at various ways to disband the battle team on her light brain. The light brain said that as long as the points reached a certain stage, they could change teams once. As freshmen, their levels were all at the initial stage. As long as their strength was high enough, they could change teams freely. Yan Qingyu looked at the ways to earn points, and after a while, she closed the light brain. What she took out was the message-transmitting tentacle that Huang had given her. Yan Qingyu examined it carefully. There was nothing special about it, but just to be safe, she threw this thing deep into the light brain. This thing couldn't even be placed in her space. Yan Qingyu lay back on her bed, thinking about the current situation. One said she was the hope of humanity, and the other wanted her to incite a rebellion. So which one should she believe? Wang, do you really believe that woman? Mu asked again, unconvinced. Yan Qingyu is also human. How can she be trusted? Huang sat silently above, his eyes dazed. Not knowing what he was thinking, Mu was still unwilling to give up. Wang, that woman killed Di and Xiao. Didn't they see the corpses of those two when they brought them back? Mu shot a glare at Lin. But she really smells good. I don't want to eat her. I just want to smell her. Lin spoke a bit shyly. He was indeed attracted by Yan Qingyu's blood. But he didn't understand what this instinct meant. As soon as Lin finished speaking, his body was sent flying. A tentacle quickly retracted. A few people looked over and saw Huang standing expressionlessly above them, watching them. Don't fantasize about things you shouldn't think about. Those two ungrateful bug beasts are dead, so let them stay dead. Meeting Yan Qingyu, they actually wanted her to be their mate. It was simply a dream, and they were two such foolish bug beasts. Huang said this with a mocking expression. He didn't even notice the mental energy mark on Yan Qingyu, which had allowed her to be rescued. The others below trembled in fear, not daring to speak. Wang's possessiveness over Yan Qingyu was also unusually strong. This was something everyone present could see. Wang, although Yan Qingyu is indeed special, do you believe what she said? Sun calmly analyzed the situation. As a human, even if not from this timeline, would one really collude with them for the sake of so-called freedom? Huang did not answer. Instead, she looked into the distance. Moreover, we have already exposed ourselves here. If she was just deceiving us, then those armies should be coming by now. Huang leisurely interrupted Sen's words. However, the stillness of the moment clearly indicated that Yan Qingyu had not disclosed anything about this place. It seemed that her words held a certain degree of credibility. The she referred to here was obvious to several people, even without guessing. Huang's smile deepened. As the queen of the insect race, this must be a difficult reason for her to refuse. Many wished to become the queen, but this honor was only promised to Yan Qingyu. Huang slightly curled her lips, appearing to be in extremely good spirits. However, the number of those wanting to become the queen was indeed many, including Mu. Mu tightened her grip slightly as she looked down at Huang's smiling face. Yan Qingyu, of course, was unaware that the insect beast had also judged her credibility. However, even from her own perspective, she did not intend to disclose the matter of the insect beast so quickly. She did not trust either side. However, balance was also an extremely important tactic. Until she obtained real assurance, Qingyu did not plan to make any hasty decisions. At this moment, Qingyu stood outside the entrance of the virtual arena, watching the flow of people coming and going, lost in thought. After standing for a while, she finally walked in. This virtual arena was significantly larger than Planet 250. Even each excellent battle team, that is, a team that reached a certain level, would have its own designated entrance. Qingyu's gaze was drawn to a large screen. It displayed some basic level distinctions. If she wanted to reach a higher level and change teams, she would need to earn 1 million points to be promoted. Currently, she had 0 points. Chapter 113. Together with Lina, Qingyu withdrew her gaze and quietly moved to the central public area to queue. This entrance was for those without a team or with a team of too low a level. Therefore, when she encountered Lina here, Qingyu was not too surprised. Lina was the one who was initially surprised. However, upon recalling what Qingyu had been doing these past 2 days, she understood why Qingyu was so eager to earn points. Nevertheless, Qingyu did not call her, nor did she stop Qingyu. The two of them tacitly pretended not to know each other and slowly queued to enter the virtual arena. Meanwhile, He was still bowing his head in front of the leader. Huizi stood beside him. Both of their faces showed a hint of dejection. The leader silently watched them for a long time. I'll say this one last time. Do not think that everything you do is good for her. He had clearly said last time it was the final reminder, yet they still did not take his words seriously. Leader, I don't know why it ended up like this. They just wanted to get closer to her, but Qingyu doesn't like it. As Yuni said this, he buried his head even lower. He had little experience interacting with girls, and even when he did, it was usually the girls trying to curry favor with him. He also did not understand why Qingyu disliked them approaching her so much. Huizi remained silent, quietly listening. In any case, from now on, do not do such things again. You can leave first. If this happens again, Qingyu will definitely not let it go easily. He did not know if he would still be there at that time. If he were not there and no one could dissuade Qingyu, given her temperament, Huizi and he would surely meet their end at her hands. The leader had no doubt about this. Qingyu had great love, but she was also extremely aggressive. Many of Qingyu's actions showed that she was not afraid of killing. She was even quite adept at such matters. He left, leaving Huizi and the leader to continue their conversation in the room. Seeing Huizi's silent demeanor, the leader had to speak first. Do you like Qingyu? After asking this, Huizi's body trembled, but he quickly shook his head. I just want to be friends with her. Dimu. Aren't they all your friends? But aren't you treating them differently than you treat Qingyu? The leader calmly analyzed. Otherwise, Huizi would not have forced Qingyu into his team. Once in a team, a girl was likely to end up with someone from that team. You want Qingyu to stay in your team, don't you? After analyzing, the leader leaned closer to Huizi and asked again. Huizi pressed his lips tightly together. But you should know that teams can be changed. Huizi, you were really too impulsive this time. Impulsively losing your usual wisdom. This must be love, otherwise what else could so confuse the mind? I just don't want her to get hurt. Our team's strength is very good. I can protect her. Huizi finally spoke up. However, this statement only made the leader's large mechanical head turn back and forth. Why do you think Qingyu is the kind of girl who needs protection? You survive because Qingyu helped you so much. The leader said bluntly. I think you should think this over carefully and make sure you understand before going back to the academy. The leader then kept Huizi there, allowing him to think alone in the room. This time, the leader also prepared something for him. Qingyu's battle videos. The leader watched Huizi enter the room. Wanted to sigh, but before he could, someone behind him called out to him. Leader, your body is not suitable for handling too many matters right now. You should go rest. The leader paused, but still complied and left. His time was short, and in the remaining days, he needed to serve all the people in the galaxy. When Qingyu entered the virtual arena, she did not feel much. But seeing so many people in front of her, she couldn't help but wrinkle her brow slightly. She planned to earn points on her own. However, before she could take a few steps, Lina called out to her. Shall we go together? Most people standing here were freshmen, even if they might have some experience in virtual arenas. However, the virtual arena of the 5 academies was different from ordinary virtual arenas. As the cradle of the strongest military in the galaxy, the 5 academies were connected to the galaxy. The insect beasts in their virtual arena were modeled after those in the galaxy. The combat power of the insect beasts, their intelligence, and the potential harm to students would not be reduced. This was entirely a battlefield that did not lose to reality. More importantly, there were truly intelligent insect beasts here. While other planets might occasionally have a few, those were enough to overwhelm people from lower-level planets. But for those from the capital star, this was something they were all too familiar with. Qingyu turned around to look at Lena. Lena nervously swallowed her saliva, but still met Qingyu's gaze directly. Whatever. It was Qingyu's first time in, so she was just going to check things out. As for leaving this team, it was important to her, but not urgent. After all, there were currently no tasks requiring a team. The team was just a decoration. However, this would cause her to lose time to acclimate with a new team. For this short period, many talents began to actively choose their teams on the very first day. Lena followed closely behind Qingyu, and the two of them left the large group together. Neither of them was particularly fond of talking, but the overly quiet atmosphere made Lena unable to resist speaking up. Why don't we go that way? Lena pointed to the path that most people were taking. Qingyu had been going the opposite way from the beginning, taking an extremely quiet path. We're here to earn points, Qingyu replied lightly to Lena. However, her pace remained steady. Lena pursed her lips and didn't ask any more questions. This question, even if she felt a bit foolish asking it, seemed unnecessary. Wouldn't it be better to go to a more remote area where no one would be competing for points? Yet to ease the atmosphere, she had opened her mouth to say that. Qingyu, walking ahead, did not notice Lena's embarrassment. As they continued walking, Qingyu suddenly stopped. Lena instantly became alert, her gaze scanning the dense forest ahead. She was slightly taller than Qingyu, but the trees were much taller than both of them. Even Lena couldn't make out what was going on. Just as Lena was about to step forward to ask Qingyu swiftly climbed up a tree. Chapter 114. The giant insect beast. After climbing the tree, Qingyu saw Lena still frozen at the base and frowned, then jumped back down. Get up. After briefly stating her request, Lena seemed even more flustered. She looked around at the base of the tree, then looked up again. Lena stood for a moment, then turned to Qingyu. I can't climb trees. Who climbs trees for no reason? We're solo fighters. Qingyu's brows furrowed even tighter. She clearly hadn't expected that solo fighters wouldn't be taught this. But she quickly became resigned. Whether solo fighters or mecha masters, they looked down on ambush tactics. Climbing trees was sometimes defined as ambush. Qingyu no longer insisted that Lena climb the tree. Instead, she led Lena to hide in the nearby bushes. Lena was confused, but she obediently hid. After a short while, the ground suddenly began to tremble. At first, it was just a slight vibration, but as the insect beast got closer, the sound of the tremors grew louder. Lena even felt her body vibrating along with it. What kind of insect beast could be so large? Qingyu's lips curled slightly. Clearly, her luck was still good. Right from the start, she encountered a heavyweight insect beast. Qingyu was in a good mood, while Lena wasn't feeling great. Although they both came from low-level planets, it was her first time encountering such an insect beast. However, her rich combat experience told her that she needed to stay calm. Lena quickly took out her weapon. Qingyu curiously glanced at Lena's weapon, which was a large knife, somewhat matching Lena's image. At the same time, Qingyu also took out the sword from her space. This was the first time Lena had seen Qingyu's sword up close. However, the insect beast was getting closer, and the two of them didn't have much time to focus on anything else. They heightened their vigilance, staring intently at the rustling grass. However, there was no need to wait for the insect beast to approach. Its form was already visible. This insect beast was even taller than the trees around. With a massive body and the sharp teeth that most insect beasts possessed, Qingyu gripped the sword hilt tightly. As soon as the insect beast approached, she would stab it with her sword. Lena clearly thought the same way, both holding their weapons, waiting for the insect beast to get closer. But for some reason, the insect beast, being so large, didn't seem to notice them at all. It just walked straight past. Lena tightened her grip and was about to rush out when Yin Qingyu pulled her back with one hand. Lena looked at Yin Qingyu in confusion. They should have chased after the insect beast now that it had turned away. Yin Qingyu waited until the insect beast had completely left before signaling Lena to follow her. Lena complied with Yin Qingyu's guidance and left the area. Why didn't we go kill the insect beast just now? Don't you dislike this team? If we earn points quickly, we can leave. The points from this insect beast should be considerable. Given its size, it must have a lot of points. Lena didn't quite understand Yin Qingyu's thinking. After making such a fuss earlier, why let the opportunity slip away just to watch the insect beast leave? Yin Qingyu continued to lead Lena until they reached a giant tree, at which point she let go of Lena's hand and climbed the tree alone. Qingyu, be careful. As soon as Lena saw Yin Qingyu climb the tree, she noticed a huge insect beast clinging to a nearby branch. It wasn't as large as the previous one, but this ugly insect beast could climb trees, which made it seem dangerous. Lena's shout made the insect beast even more agitated. It stood up straight and lunged fiercely at Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu's figure was light. She leaped to another branch. However, the insect beast seemed to have not eaten in a long time and was determined to catch Yin Qingyu. As soon as Yin Qingyu landed on the branch, the insect beast followed and began to coil around her. It was always more difficult to evade while in a tree than on solid ground. Yin Qingyu's dodging movements were slower than they would be on the ground, but the insect beast relentlessly pursued her. Using her agility, Yin Qingyu lightly tapped on a branch and leaped in front of the insect beast. The insect beast stood upright, its large mouth wide open, aiming directly at Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu gathered her inner strength and stabbed her sword deep into the insect beast's flesh. Lena, watching from the ground, felt her heart finally calm down after witnessing Yin Qingyu's series of actions. The insect beast continued to writhe. Yin Qingyu frowned and stabbed another sword deep into the insect beast's body. It was only after the insect beast stopped moving that she forcefully withdrew her sword and threw the insect beast down. Lena watched as Yin Qingyu climbed higher into the tree, unsure of what she intended to do. Don't get close to that insect beast. Yin Qingyu reminded Lena and climbed even higher, disappearing from view. Although Lena was somewhat curious, she remained still. After a short while, Yin Qingyu jumped down from the tree. Seeing Lena obediently standing in place, Yin Qingyu didn't say much, but her expression was friendly. You're still obedient. Otherwise, you might have been eliminated. Getting eliminated without any points right after entering would be a great humiliation for anyone. Lena didn't quite understand, but she nodded in agreement. Yin Qingyu was satisfied with Lena's understanding of the situation. She then walked over to the insect beast's corpse and severed its head with her sword. After the head was cut off, the insect beast's head shook several times, as if it were still alive. Yin Qingyu watched the scene coldly without speaking. Lena felt a chill down her neck. This was the first time she had seen such an insect beast. It seemed dead but could still move. If she touched this insect beast, remember, no matter how real the insect beasts here are, they are still fake. Virtual insect beasts disappear completely when they die, just like the one Yin Qingyu just decapitated. Qingyu, do you recognize this kind of insect beast? Lena had never seen this strange characteristic in other insect beasts. I recognize a similar kind of insect beast. The principle is the same. Let's head back. Yin Qingyu finished speaking and walked in the opposite direction of where the insect beast had gone. Lena was taken aback, but still followed closely behind Yin Qingyu. Glancing back occasionally, Yin Qingyu walked ahead, wiping the blood of the insect beast off her sword. Although this insect beast looked somewhat rough and ugly, its appearance was strikingly similar to the giant pythons on Earth. To defeat a snake, one must strike its vital point, and this insect beast could only be swiftly eliminated that way. However, even when the insect beast passed by Yin Qingyu, she did not detect its weakness. Moreover, it was not a good time to hunt that insect beast. With such a large number of points at stake, how could Yin Qingyu possibly give up? Chapter 115. The giant insect beast. The insect beast that Yin Qingyu and Lena encountered afterwards were much easier to handle. The two stood together, panting heavily. Lena kept looking back occasionally. What was she looking for? Yin Qingyu wiped the sweat off her brow, her gaze fixed on Lena. Lena always seemed distracted. Are we really not going to kill that insect beast? Although it seemed very powerful, Which interstellar warrior would want to slay such a beast? Besides, this was a virtual arena where there was basically no real danger to life. With such a huge insect beast, did she think only the two of them had seen it? Yan Qingyu's gaze extended, looking straight toward the direction the insect beast had left. Of course, you might not know, but our exit is also our entrance, Yan Qingyu added with a tilt of her head. Lena felt like the sweat on her forehead was endless. So, it's very likely that we could all be killed at the exit. The virtual arena here did not reduce pain levels. She didn't know how painful it would be to be killed. Neither of them had tried it yet. Well, maybe not. As long as everyone is present. It should be fine. Yan Qingyu's words were somewhat vague. But Lena quickly understood what she meant. The direction the insect beast had gone began to fill with endless screams. Lena's eyes darted quickly to Yan Qingyu, a hint of panic in her gaze. What is going on? The screams were not from the insect beast, but from humans. Many voices were gathered together. Oh, it seems everyone has gone over. Let's go too. Yan Qingyu suddenly turned to leave. Lena was stunned, but quickly followed closely behind her. The two moved at a steady pace, but as they got closer, the screams grew louder. They cautiously approached the direction of the insect beast. Yan Qingyu used her lightness skill, making her footsteps nearly silent and her movements incredibly swift. This made it a bit challenging for Lena, who struggled to keep up with Yan Qingyu's pace. The two stopped near the insect beast, observing the battle not far away, which showed no signs of movement. Yan Qingyu was assessing the situation. It was simply the insect beast overpowering the group of people. Many had been eliminated. The insect beast was just too large. Even with mechs, it was difficult to accurately strike at the beast's vital points. The colorful energy cannons were exceptionally bright. The sweat on Lena's forehead became even more pronounced. This level of battle was a first for her. Although it was also Yan Qingyu's first time seeing such a giant insect beast, she wasn't concerned about others' battles. She was only focused on whether her own fight could be completed successfully. Yan Qingyu crouched down to take a closer look. Lena followed suit and crouched beside her. Qingyu, aren't we going to strike? Yan Qingyu did not turn back, her gaze fixed ahead. Don't panic. Observe the battle of others. This was Yan Qingyu's true intention, to use others to discover the insect beast's weaknesses. It was much better than rushing in with swords drawn. Such behavior would be laborious and thankless. Lena crouched next to Yan Qingyu, carefully observing the insect beast's weaknesses. The time they crouched wasn't too long. But during that time, many people were eliminated. All of them wanted to exit. Damn, putting such an insect beast at the exit. How could anyone get out? This was Lena's conclusion after watching for a while. So far, no one had truly managed to injure the insect beast. Even if someone did, the injuries were minimal. But humanity had already suffered heavy losses. This was undoubtedly an insect beast that could lead to total annihilation of everyone. Yan Qingyu remained silent, her gaze fixed on the fighting scene. As she saw fewer and fewer people, she finally stood up. Just as she was about to rush out, Lena, in a panic, quickly grabbed her. Are you crazy? Going out now. If we get killed by the insect beast, we'll have to spend at least a few days in the infirmary. Wasting days in the infirmary might mean missing out on tasks, and no one knows how things will go. If we miss out, that could be a loss. Don't worry, it won't happen. Yan Qingyu reached out and tugged at her sleeve. She drew her sword and leaped to a spot not far from the insect beast. Lena watched as Yan Qingyu moved away, stomping her foot in frustration before quickly following. Yan Qingyu didn't care about the actions of those behind her. Even if Lena came along, she didn't mind. Using her lightness skill, Yan Qingyu moved with unpredictable agility and speed. Many mechs only saw a blur before them. However, during detection, they could hardly capture Yan Qingyu's true face. The insect beast paid no attention to Yan Qingyu's approach. To the insect beast, everyone here was an enemy. Yan Qingyu leaped directly onto the insect beast's back. Many mechs in the air were startled by the sudden appearance of a figure. The insect beast was constantly swinging its tail, and its body was also shaking. While getting close to the insect beast allowed for close attacks, it was also possible to be thrown off before landing a hit. However, these issues were not significant problems for her. Yan Qingyu accurately drove her sword into the insect beast's spine, giving herself a point of support. However, the pain on its back caused the insect beast to start howling. A mental attack followed. Now, The group had to resolve the battle quickly. Otherwise, if the insect beast didn't die, they would be ejected due to mental collapse. But even being killed by the insect beast was better than collapsing mentally. Qingyu felt no mental attack. She relied on her sword to slowly climb higher. The insect beast's limbs were too busy dealing with the attacking mechs to handle the person on its back. The insect beast could only rely on violent shaking to try and throw Qingyu off. Those attacking from behind the insect beast were somewhat alarmed at Qingyu's presence. A slight misstep could lead to being crushed under the beast's foot. Yet, Qingyu remained firmly attached to the insect beast's back. She climbed closer and closer to the beast's head. But the closer she got, the more intense the insect beast's reactions became. The beast's roar pierced the sky, causing several mechs to drop to the ground. Few continued to attack. Most had already been eliminated. Mental strength was an extremely fragile thing. Qingyu paid no attention to the insect beast's roars and anxiously approached its head. The insect beast's body was constantly shaking. It even began to jump, trying to shake Qingyu off with this movement. Qingyu remained still, steadily hanging onto the insect beast, cautiously advancing toward the target. Chapter 116. Learning about the leader's crisis. However, a significant portion of the assisting students had been eliminated. Alone on top, the difficulty increased as she fought solo. Qingyu did not hesitate. She directly placed one hand on the sword hilt while retrieving the energy cannon that she had given her from her space. This device was too advanced. She preferred using a sword over the energy cannon. However, at this moment, the best approach was to use both in combination. Qingyu narrowed her eyes, raised the energy cannon, and tried to keep her body as still as possible. With a bend of her finger, the energy cannon fired at the back of the insect beast's head. A small spark exploded above the insect beast's head. Yet, Qingyu did not pause and continued to fire. After firing 3 consecutive shots, the laser cannon in her hand disappeared, replaced by Qingyu's swift movements. After drawing her sword, she lightly tapped her toes on the insect beast's back a few times and instantly arrived at her intended position. As she crawled slowly, she was continuously approaching the insect beast's critical weakness. With both hands raised, Qingyu swiftly plunged the sword into the back of the insect beast's head, twisting around inside the creature. The insect beast no longer jumped vigorously, but slowly bowed its head. It was still trembling, but its aggression had significantly decreased. Some who had not been eliminated, and those who had just arrived seized this opportunity to imitate Qingyu, stabbing fiercely at the insect beast. Qingyu did not pay attention to her surroundings. She forcefully pulled the sword out from deep within the insect beast and silently left its back. Although the insect beast's body had not yet disappeared, under the increasing number of arrivals, the heavily injured body soon vanished within a short time. Everyone was somewhat excited. Such a large insect beast would surely yield a considerable amount of points. Moreover, without the obstruction of the insect beast, everyone could exit directly. The time limit in the virtual arena was approaching. Qingyu did not linger and directly exited the virtual arena. Once outside, it was already late, and Qingyu scanned the hall but did not see Lina. However, she did not wait and turned to leave. Her overexerted body and internal energy needed to be restored through meditation and proper rest. He had not yet returned to the academy. This incident involved the leader's power, escalating the situation significantly. At this moment, Yunyi's father stood before him, staring intently. Why did he not listen to the leader? Why must he oppose Qingyu and now require the leader to expend so much energy on dealing with her? This felt disrespectful to all who were loyal to the leader. Yun remained silent, his eyelashes fluttering, calmly standing in place listening to his father's reprimand. The leader's body was on the brink of collapse, and the time left for them was limited. Since they had not found any meaningful value in that girl, they should not spend too much energy on her. The Yin family's duty was to heal the leader. Initially, they thought that Qinyu's cells or blood might be useful for the leader. But reality told them that this blood might be useful for insect beasts, but not necessarily for humans. It was merely a bit special. Father, what problem has arisen with the leader's body? Mentioning the leader made Yunyi's head snap up. His loyalty still lay with the leader, and he was more concerned about the leader's news. It seemed that there was nothing major before. How did it suddenly change? Yin Yi's anxiety was palpable, but being anxious was futile. The leader's body was already on the verge of collapse, and they had not yet found a solution for the toxins within the leader's body. Yin Yi clenched his hands tighter. The leader's body had always been well preserved. He had only seen it a few times. All for better research on the leader's condition in the future. But he did not expect to be informed now that the leader's time was running out. What about the robot? Can't we use that robot? Can't the mecha manufacturing department just build another one? Perhaps in a frantic attempt. Yin Yi no longer considered using medical methods to restore the leader's health. The man before Yin Yi suddenly sighed, appearing aged. Child, you must understand how special this machine is. It is one of a kind in the world. Just this one, and it was exchanged for the old leader's life. When this robot can no longer be used, it will also be the time for the leader to leave. This fact sounded so cruel. Tears streamed down Yin Yi's face. As a prodigy, it was the first time he felt such despair. He did not want to watch the leader die. Perhaps there were other ways? What exactly was wrong with the leader's body? Knowing the cause of the illness would allow him to find a treatment method. This was something not only Yin Yi wanted to know, all doctors wanted to know. Yin Yi looked at his father, who shook his head helplessly, and his heart sank. As a father, he only wanted to remind Yin Yi, but once the topic shifted to the leader, it became heavy. Both were busy people. Even if they were sad, they still had to fulfill their duties and work. Yin Yi blankly returned to the dormitory. He lived in a 4-person room with Di Mu and the others. But their rooms were separated, leaving the living room empty. No one knew Yin Yi had returned. It wasn't until the next morning when Leo saw the 2 people in the living room that he was suddenly startled. Yin Yi, are you the only one back? What about Wuxia? Leo glanced around. Wuxia's door was tightly closed. He didn't know if he had returned or not. However, neither Di Mu nor Yin Yi paid attention to Leo. Not knowing the reason, Leo decided not to say more. By the way, are we going to earn points? Leo suddenly became excited, but Di Mu extinguished his enthusiasm immediately. Wuxia isn't even here. Why would we go earn points? Huh? Didn't Qingyu go? Didn't you see the information from the light brain? Di Mu's remark left Leo confused. They had received information from the light brain last night that their team's points exceeded 10,000, thanks to team member Qingyu. They had no idea how she managed it, as team points were supposed to deduct 1/10 from individual points. Yet, even after such deductions, the team points still exceeded 10,000. This truly impressed everyone. Logically, they had just entered school. Insect beast points shouldn't be that significant or extreme. Yet, Qingyu had immediately scored a large number of points. Let's not worry about it. We'll just proceed step by step. Di Mu didn't have much of a reaction after reading the information. After saying this, the 3 of them tacitly dispersed from the living room. Chapter 117, asking her for help. Leo had nothing to do, and Di Mu was worried about Yin Yi's mood, so he let Leo accompany Yin Yi. The 2 went to the infirmary, where Yin Yi still needed to deal with a mess left by Qingyu, as well as the long unrecovered Sun Yi. Yin Yi entered alone to take a look. Sun Yi had not improved much. Fortunately, his life was not in danger, and it did not significantly affect Qingyu. However, Sun Yi lay there, staring blankly at the newcomers. He looked utterly miserable. After the treatment, Yin Yi came out and saw Leo still standing at the door, and he couldn't help but sigh. Why are you still here? Leo was momentarily taken aback by Yin Yi's words. Oh, Di Mu asked me to follow you. Anyway, there's no activity to do since Wuxia hasn't returned yet. Right now, I'm just a bystander. Stop following me. I still need to check this person's illness. Every time Qingyu made a medicine, it excited him yet gave him a headache. The excitement was due to the thrill of new medical techniques. But the headache came from the fact that Qingyu always implemented her new medicines directly on people without any follow-up. Yin Yi really didn't understand Qingyu. She was clearly a loving and kind person at heart, yet she could be extremely ruthless in certain matters. Qingyu is quite impressive. Just look at how miserable this woman is. Leo pointed to Sun Yi in the experimental window. At that moment, Sun Yi's clothes had been completely removed, leaving only a few strips of fabric covering her important parts. The reason was simple. Sun Yi's body was covered in pus-filled sores. Fortunately, Sun Yi couldn't move. If she could, who knew what those sores would look like? Yun Yi's gaze turned towards her, and there wasn't much sympathy in his eyes. He was just a doctor, more interested in Sun Yi's rare illness. In some ways, he was actually much colder than Yen Qingyu. Qingyu had come from another world, and her era had a relatively advanced level of medical knowledge. The medical techniques we have now are still quite different from what they had back then. Their methods of treatment mainly relied on mental powers, with more dependence on various machines. Yun Yi and Yen Qingyu were researching different directions. He found Yen Qingyu's medicines to be unpredictable. Is her medical skill really that impressive? What a pity. A trace of regret suddenly appeared on Leo's face. Yun Yi stared blankly at Leo, confused. What a pity about what? Leo turned to face Yun Yi, looking at him as if he couldn't understand. Of course it's a pity that she became a soldier. The future of a soldier is not as good as that of a doctor. I heard she made an inhibitor recently, and now it's said to be promoted on a large scale. Logically speaking, she should be a doctor. The status of a soldier is inherently lower than that of a doctor, which is why Leo felt it was a pity. With Yen Qingyu's medical skills, shouldn't she be in this field? It's nothing. Career choices are free. Qingyu's medical skills are indeed. He suddenly paused here, his eyes blank, unable to hear Leo's murmurs. If we talk about Yen Qingyu's medical skills, what is unique and useful is indeed her medical skills. Yen Qingyu came from another world and has a rich and diverse reserve of medical knowledge. She can even use things like poison. She even has enough pure water herself. Perhaps Yen Qingyu has a way to solve the problem with the brain. As Yun Yi thought of this, he suddenly realized, and his eyes became excited. Ignoring Leo's shouting behind him, he ran off. In the blink of an eye, Yun Yi's voice disappeared from sight. Report to Dimu. Dimu paused in front of his father, subtly touching his ring. It seemed Leo had sent him a message. Dimu, did you remember what I just told you? Dimu's father was clearly dissatisfied with Dimu's distraction. Dimu put his hand down and nodded affirmatively. Yes. Only then was Dimu's father satisfied enough to let him leave his sight. Besides the head, no one could leave during the academy's opening hours. Therefore, Dimu's father had few opportunities to come in and see him. This time was just to remind Dimu. As soon as Dimu came out, he opened his light brain to check. Seeing Leo's vague message, his brows involuntarily furrowed. What? It's just that Yun Yi ran away for some reason. Ran away? Dimu was even more puzzled. Didn't I tell you to follow him? How could you lose him so quickly? Dimu hurried to find Leo. Normally, Dimu wouldn't care about Yun Yi's whereabouts. However, Yun Yi's current state was clearly not right. The reason for letting Leo follow Yun Yi was to prevent any accidents. Moreover, he had just learned about that matter, so he had to find Yun Yi back. Yun Yi ran to Yen Qingyu's dormitory and knocked frantically on the door. After a moment, the door opened wide. Fortunately, and coincidentally, Yen Qingyu was still in the dorm. It was Yen Qingyu who had just come out to open the door. Looking at the man standing in front of her, Yen Qingyu rolled her eyes, appearing somewhat impatient. Why are you here again? Yen Qingyu really didn't want to see these people right now. Yet this person kept coming closer to her. Yun Yi calmed himself down, excitedly looking at Yen Qingyu. But he didn't know how to start. Seeing this, Yen Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Don't really define me as a good person. If you do anything else, you should be careful about that little bug inside your body. Yen Qingyu pointed at Yun Yi's heart area, her face showing a hint of teasing. Only she knew that this time she was serious about taking action. At worst, she could choose the insect bee side as well. Yen Qingyu's fingers were spinning around on the table, seemingly casual, but she was actually waiting for the right moment. I have something I want to ask you for help with. He didn't flinch at Yen Qingyu's words. On the contrary, he directly stated his purpose. Oh, cooperation? You should know that I require quite a price for cooperating with me. Yen Qingyu straightened up, looking at Yun Yi with interest. The inhibitor, such a highly profitable product, had been sold according to her requirements under her coercion. It was easy to imagine that things Yen Qingyu deemed valuable would naturally require higher conditions for an equivalent exchange. Yun Yi bit his lips somewhat pale, but his expression remained resolute. We can cooperate, as long as you can do it. Ikan fulfill ein request, ikan. Yen Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Those words carried significant weight. She wondered what kind of matter would be worth Yun Yi making such a promise. Suddenly, Yin Qingyu became a bit interested in this cooperation. Chapter 118. The head's attention to her. Since you say so, it seems this is a difficult task. Let's go inside and talk. Yin Qingyu stood up, intending to take Yun Yi into her room. The two had previously been talking in the living room. Seeing the open door to Yin Qingyu's room, Yun Yi involuntarily frowned. Don't you like to close the door when you go out? The last time Lena discovered something was off was because Yin Qingyu's door was left open. But the time before that, Sun Yi had destroyed Yin Qingyu's room, possibly also because her door was left open, giving Sun Yi an opportunity. Just because I don't close the door doesn't mean others can go in. Yin Qingyu replied lightly to Yun Yi. The two stood in the room, which felt a bit cramped. Yin Qingyu only allowed Yun Yi to sit on the bed opposite her. Go ahead, since you've offered such a generous reward. This matter should be quite simple, right? Yin Qingyu was very self-aware. This matter must be something that Yun Yi found difficult to solve, which is why he came to her. But what exactly was it that made Yun Yi think finding her was a good choice? Yun Yi sat down, his body tense. If Yin Qingyu couldn't handle this matter, then there truly would be no one capable of resolving it. He didn't want to watch the leader die helplessly. Can you give it a try? As Yun Yi spoke, she realized her voice was extremely hoarse. Yin Qingyu said nothing, just stared straight at Yun Yi. Help the leader. His time is running out, but his body seems to be poisoned, preventing him from returning to his body. Yun Yi directly revealed this information that only a few knew. There are toxins in the leader's body. If it weren't for the old leader's rescue back then, the leader would likely have died long ago. But the leader was just a minor at that time and had no descendants. If the leader were to pass away, it would mean that the entire interstellar mental support could very likely disappear. Humanity might really collapse. This was Yin Qingyu's real thought after hearing Yun Yi's words. She knew Hong had told her that his time was limited, but she was truly in a difficult position now. Without the leader, the progress on the insect B side would speed up significantly. But without the leader, humanity's progress might just come to an end. Sometimes, a mental collapse can be even more fatal. You know so much about medicine. Can you get a try? Yun Yi's eyes were red as she fixed her gaze on Yin Qingyu. This was the last hope. After a long silence, Yin Qingyu finally asked softly, "Let me ask you, what if I can't do it either? What if he's destined to die, having not seen the condition yet?" Yin Qingyu could not guarantee whether she could really help, but at least she needed to prepare herself before going. You are willing to try, right? Yin Yi's focus was different. Hearing Yin Qingyu's words, she happily stood in front of Yin Qingyu. As long as Yin Qingyu was willing to go, there might be hope. I can agree to cooperate with you, but I need to ensure that even if I can't do it, I won't be blamed. Yun Yi looked at Yin Qingyu with a somewhat incredulous expression. How is that possible? How could such a thing happen? Yin Qingyu smirked. This kind of thing is most likely to happen. But she wasn't swayed by Yun Yi's conditions. She felt that if it was time to save him, then she would save him. Let's go, let's have a look now. Don't wait until it's too late. Yin Qingyu opened the door with irritation and, as soon as she stepped outside, saw two people who had run to her dormitory door. Yin Yi, what are you doing? Yin Qingyu raised an eyebrow at Di-Mu's words. She hadn't even asked what they were doing at her dormitory yet. Yin Yi's expression darkened. We have business. Step aside. Yin Yi's words suddenly became domineering. Yin Qingyu looked at Yun Yi in disbelief, but remained silent, quietly watching the actions of the three. Yun Yi, don't be foolish. If you dare to let Yin Qingyu get close to the leader, you will definitely be punished. Di-Mu said as he walked, and hearing this, he understood what Yin Yi wanted to do. Since a Grey Ji had already misused their authority, why was Yun Yi still trying to intervene? Moreover, if the leader really fell ill because of Yin Qingyu would probably not escape punishment. I believe her. Yin Yi quickly responded to Di-Mu. This statement stunned all three. Believe Yin Qingyu? Believe me? Yin Qingyu herself couldn't understand why Yun Yi would trust her. After all, the things she had done in front of Yun Yi were increasingly astonishing. Di-Mu furrowed his brow tighter, wanting to say something more. But Yin Qingyu had already taken the initiative to step forward. Let's go. Let's take a look first. Whether we can treat him is a matter for after we see him. As a doctor, how could she rush in without even seeing the illness? Yin Qingyu certainly wanted to take a look first, then see if she could treat it. The few followed behind Yin Qingyu. Exiting the school gate was a big challenge. But after Yin Qingyu contacted the leader through the light brain, they easily boarded the spaceship. The leader is really good to you. Leo looked at Yin Qingyu enviously while sitting in the spaceship. Yin Qingyu was taken aback and turned to look at Leo. The confusion in her eyes was evident even to Leo. At this moment, Leo felt even more sour. You seem to have no sense of it. You should know how busy the leader is, yet you can easily contact him. Leo's words stunned the other two as well. It was indeed a fact. Yin Qingyu's contact with the leader was surprisingly easy. It had been easy when you were on planet 252. Remember that video that swept through the interstellar? The leader doesn't actually appear frequently on the star network, but he was willing to help Yin Qingyu through difficulties on the light brain. It even seemed that he was readily available today. What is the big deal? Maybe yes, just watching the light brain now. Yin Qingyu frowned and retorted. But Yin E and Dimu's expressions were not good. The leader's working hours had already been restricted. Many times he was in standby mode. Dimu had heard this from his father. If anything unexpected happened to the leader, they would be the core combat personnel of the interstellar, ready to sacrifice for it at any time. Dimu's words silenced everyone in the spaceship. They silently arrived at the leader's residence, and a few of them got out of the car one after another. However, Dimu and Leo were firmly blocked from entering the living room. Yin Qingyu and Yun Yi, on the other hand, were slowly led downwards by two soldiers. Deep underground, the space became larger, but the defenses here were even more stringent. Many soldiers stood solemnly in the corridor, but the silence here felt somewhat terrifying. Yun Yi walked quickly, but Yin Qingyu walked slowly behind, constantly observing the environment. Chapter 119. Finding the cause of the illness after walking for a long time, Yin Qingyu noticed that the people in front had stopped. They waited for the soldier to tap on the door a few times before being told they could enter. The scenery inside was undoubtedly a more enclosed space. But perhaps due to the large number of visitors today, the guards had become more vigilant. Yin Qingyu curiously scanned the room, but she did not see anyone else. She looked at the person in front, puzzled. Are we not there yet? No one answered her, but the people around couldn't help but tremble at her words. In this quiet atmosphere, only Yin Qingyu dared to be so bold. We need to wait a little longer. Of course, the leader's body was placed in an extremely secretive location. Yun Yi quietly reminded Yin Qingyu, fearing she would feel bored waiting. Yin Qingyu nodded and continued to follow them down. Until a few people stopped in front of a wall, they finally halted. Yin Qingyu found it somewhat amusing to see a few soldiers standing opposite the wall. This distraction tactic was indeed quite effective. Sure enough, the wall suddenly trembled. The rising wall was extremely large. The space inside seemed not small either, but only Yin Qingyu and Yun Yi could enter. Once they walked in, they discovered something unusual. This was a huge laboratory. Many doctors in white coats were walking around conducting experiments. The entire space was large and spacious, yet when the two entered, no one seemed shocked. They were all busy with their own tasks. Qingyu, over there. Yun Yi led Yin Qingyu through the crowd toward a deeper area. The two stopped in front of a door. Come in. A machine above the door suddenly made a sound. The door slowly lifted. Yin Qingyu curiously looked at everything in front of her. If nothing goes wrong, this should be the final destination. The two of them just entered, and the door quickly closed. The room became quite empty. Looking around, there was only one person standing at the end. The father. Yun Yi suddenly called out, once again attracting Yin Qingyu's attention. The refined man in front of her turned out to be Yun Yi's father. However, upon closer inspection, the two did share some similarities. Yin Qingyu followed Yun Yi as they walked forward. Miss Yin, Yun's father said upon seeing Yin Qingyu approach, his expression showing little change. Yin Qingyu merely nodded slightly, but did not say more. The reason was simple. As soon as she lowered her gaze, she saw the man sleeping inside the treatment pod. Yin Qingyu's pupils dilated slightly, and her surprise became more evident. The man in the treatment pod looked extremely familiar. He just had no color in his face. But Yin Qingyu knew this was one of the boys the leader had identified for her last time. The most handsome one. The boy's complexion was pale, and he looked nothing like a normal person anymore. Yin Qingyu couldn't help but frown. Such a beautiful thing shouldn't be lying here so lifelessly. The cause of the leader's illness. We can tentatively determine that the leader has been poisoned, but among the majority of poisonous insect beasts in the starry sky, we haven't found this particular poison. This is the reason the leader has not been cured for a long time. Only the leader has been poisoned. The previous generation of leaders removed the leader's brain and transferred it into a robot, but over time, the robot could no longer be used. Yet the poison in the leader's body remains unresolved. Remove the brain. Qingyu couldn't imagine what kind of miraculous technology this was. And just placing the brain inside a robot's body? The technology is hard to explain. It was done by the previous generation, and we don't know the details. As for this robot, it was also made by the leader, and there's only this one. Qingyu didn't feel shy about the words she unconsciously spoke. Instead, she fully understood. This is a secret technique of Hong's father. But this is all there is to it. The leader is very likely to die under such circumstances. Qinyu's expression became somewhat serious. Miss Yin, if you are not confident. Yun's father suddenly stopped speaking. Qinyu's sharp gaze fixed on him, as if trying to see what Yun's father really wanted to say. Yun's father closed his mouth and did not continue. Qingyu looked very confident and did not allow anyone to undermine her confidence. Father, Qingyu just came to take a look first. Yun, he certainly knew what her father was worried about. After all, Qingyu was still young. Even if she understood ancient medical techniques, she still lacked experience compared to them. How could Yun's father trust her to treat the leader? After Yun, he spoke. Yun's father raised his eyes to the screen above the treatment pod. A screen of moderate size displayed the leader's robotic head in front of the three of them. Leader, you should no longer use your body. Yun's father's brow was tightly furrowed. The leader, however, seemed unconcerned. Qingyu, don't feel too much pressure. The leader directly spoke to Qingyu. Qingyu paused, but still obediently nodded. Leader, you should rest well. Yunyi's voice carried a hint of a cry. Qingyu cast a curious glance at Yun, but quickly returned her gaze to the leader. You can listen here. This was Qingyu's words to the leader, causing both Yun, father and son, to collectively cast puzzled looks at her. Whether I can solve your problem depends on whether I still have hope here. If I can't, I will inform you of the result immediately. Although it seemed somewhat cruel, the truth had to come out eventually. The leader agreed, and they all watched as Qingyu opened the treatment pod, carefully observing the leader's body. Qingyu's gaze swept over the leader's body. The leader was only wearing a thin garment, extremely form-fitting, revealing the youthful yet masculine physique of the boy. However, Qingyu had no interest in such details at the moment. Her eyes scanned over the leader's body, and she checked the leader's pulse. Her brows involuntarily furrowed. His body was well preserved. Indeed, it was good. She didn't know what method had been used to achieve this. Even though the brain was removed, the pulse was still faintly beating. However, if there was truly no way to treat it, this weak pulse could stop at any moment. But the leader's poison is mainly concentrated in the brain, and there is no way to expel it. Qingyu could understand why the poison was concentrated in the brain. If the toxin were to scatter throughout the body, even if there were a way to save the person, other organs would have long since deteriorated. Chapter 1:20 Treatment. Qingyu reached out again to pry open the leader's eyelids. However, her movements were somewhat rough. The two men standing beside her felt helpless, fearing that Qingyu might accidentally poke the leader's eyeball. But Qingyu only took a curious glance before lowering her hand. Her hand moved to the leader's lips. She gently pried open the leader's lips, and the pale color of the lips contrasted with her fair hand, appearing lackluster. The Yin father and son stared blankly at Qingyu's actions. Especially when they saw Qingyu lean in to smell the leader's mouth, their shock deepened. Qingyu, what are you doing? Although his body would be cleaned by specialized instruments, it still felt somewhat embarrassing for him that Qingyu directly smelled his mouth like that. Only the robot's head effectively concealed his shyness. Qingyu closed her eyes and thought for a moment, and after a while, she finally came to her senses. Your toxin is well controlled in the brain area, but from the smell, this poison is highly toxic, and poisoning for a short time will lead to death. Fortunately, Hong was poisoned for a short time, and his father used his life to leave him a way out. So, can this poison be cured? Cured? Qingyu gave Yun a strange look. How could you think it can be cured? Of course it can't. The toxicity is strong. Unless you use poison to counter poison, but given his condition, using poison to counter poison would likely not allow him to live long either. Unless one is a poison body, or has someone like Qingyu who is immune to all poisons, it would be impossible to cure this poison. Cannot be cured. As soon as Yin Qingyu said this, the expressions of the two men in front of her turned pale. The leader also fell silent. The atmosphere became heavy. Yin Qingyu was still looking down at the leader's body, unaware of the other's unease. She was carefully observing the leader's physical condition and calculating how to achieve the best healing effect. When Yin Qingyu finally finished her contemplation and raised her face, she realized something was off with the others. Yin's father looked at her with deep sadness. "It's okay. Miss Yin, you can stop looking here. We will do our best to extend some time for the leader." The leader remained silent, appearing somewhat unwilling to speak. Yin quietly wiped the tears from his face. For him, the leader was someone he had known since childhood. Not only was he the leader of the star system, but he was also like an elder to him. But he had no ability to save the leader. "Huh? You all came? My fees are not very high, right? Are you sure you can cure him? If you could cure him, wouldn't it have been done already?" Yin Qingyu did not think it was a difficult task, but for those without internal energy, it might not be that simple. Her words made the Yun family father and son stare at her intently. "Are you saying that the leader's illness can be cured?" Perhaps too excited, this question even came out a bit cracked. Yin Qingyu smiled and nodded gently. "However, about the cost." She rubbed her thumb and index finger together. "The cost is indeed not low. No problem. Whatever it costs is fine." "Wait a minute, Qingyu. Let's clarify the price first." The leader's flat mechanical voice interrupted, leaving the excited Yun family father and son in shock. Right now, the interstellar world is in dire need of resources. If Yin Qingyu were to ask for an exorbitant price, they could not possibly give up on the leader. Yin Qingyu just smiled. She understood the leader's intention. Money should be accounted for clearly. "I can't detoxify your poison, but fortunately, your poison is concentrated in the brain area and can be forced out through the face. However, just forcing it out will only count as my labor cost." Yin Qingyu said this very casually, but the three listened in shock. "What do you mean by forcing it out?" They completely did not understand this concept. The key point is that if you place the toxin in his brain, the chance of his mental breakdown will be very high. Although she had no mental power, this simple logic should be understood by any doctor. Yin nodded in agreement. "Yes, but placing the toxin in the brain is definitely better than in the body. Placing it in the brain only affects mental power. And the leader's mental power is different from that of ordinary people, so it's a matter of health and death. The old leader's priority is to preserve the leader's body, not his mental power. Therefore, if we want him to fully recover, we will need some soothing elements for his mental power in the later stages. And it must be a long-term, soothing process." When Yin Qingyu said this, the smile on her face resembled a well-behaved little cat. Even though they knew she had ulterior motives, they still found her exceptionally cute. Yin immediately followed up with, "What do we need?" Finally, they got to the main topic. Yin Qingyu smiled and took out a jade pendant. It was a uniform green, extremely smooth. A faint cool aura emanated from it, soothing the mental powers of the two present. The surprise in Yun Yi's eyes was hard to conceal. However, Yun's father remained much more rational. "Miss Yan's jade pendant is nice, but it's just a piece of jade. It might." Yin Qingyu suddenly took out another piece of jade, the size of a fist. "Sorry, I started out selling jade," Yin Qingyu said half-jokingly, as her first earnings after arriving in the interstellar world really did come from selling jade pendants. "This jade is a specialty in my hometown." Yin Qingyu cheerfully cut off Yun's father's question. But soon, she put the jade back. "Then let's get started right away." "Get started right away?" Yin Qingyu's words left the Yun family stunned, and even the leader did not react. Those with poor psychological quality could skip watching. Yin Qingyu intended to start immediately, but the Yun family clearly did not plan to leave. Their leader was lying here. They could not possibly leave at this time. The treatment chamber was opened, becoming a huge platform. Yin Qingyu asked Yun Yi to help the leader sit up, and she sat cross-legged behind him, channeling her energy. The space around them subtly distorted, drawing all three of their gazes to Yin Qingyu. She slowly placed her hand on the leader's back. Closing her eyes, she continuously forced out the black mass in the leader's brain with her internal energy. The place suddenly became exceptionally quiet, fearing that even the slightest noise would disturb Yin Qingyu. Time passed by second. A thin layer of sweat formed on Yin Qingyu's forehead. Yun yachit anjosli. But now, even though he was anxious, there was nothing he could do but wait for Yin Qingyu to succeed smoothly. Chapter 121. treatment too, except for Yin Qingyu. Everyone else felt that time passed unusually slowly. However, Yin Qingyu did not feel it. Her internal energy was orderly heading towards the leader's brain. The internal energy followed the leader's meridians, gradually advancing towards the brain. Yin Qingyu could sense that the leader's meridians were not tough. In fact, they were even weaker compared to Zili's. However, the internal energy quickly reached the leader's brain. The meridians began to clog. Yin Qingyu secretly exerted more force, guiding this internal energy to draw out the poison from the desired location. Yin Qingyu closed her eyes and could not see the current situation. However, the Yin father and son could clearly see that a thin layer of sweat had appeared on the leader's body. This change was enough to excite them. Since the leader was poisoned, not to mention resembling a vegetative state, even a normal physiological response had disappeared. But Yin Qingyu's method was able to make the leader sweat. It seemed her method was effective. The two members of the Yun family appeared very excited. Only the leader showed no other reaction on the screen, as if this body did not belong to him. Yin Qingyu was unaware of the astonishment of the three looking at her. She was just continuously channeling energy, pushing the toxins out with reasonable force. Time ticked by, and it seemed the leader's bleeding had stopped. The Yun family hesitated whether to step forward. After all, Yin Qingyu's current state was quite a mess. Sweat clung her hair to her cheeks, her lips were slightly pale, and her complexion seemed to have lost the vitality from when she first entered. Leader, should we let her stop? He felt a bit distressed seeing Yin Qingyu working so hard. It should be fine to take a break and then continue, right? But Yun's father shook his head before the leader could respond. No, she doesn't know what method she's using, but as a doctor, one must not interrupt treatment. Yun's father understood better than Yun that even if he encountered an accident while treating the leader, the treatment could not be casually interrupted. Let her take a break. The leader remained silent for a long time before speaking. He had seen Yin Qingyu's miserable state. It was the first time he had seen her so disheveled without fighting. Yun's father pressed his lips together and stopped speaking. How could he not know that the leader was worried about Yin Qingyu? But compared to Yin Qingyu, he was more concerned that the treatment could not be completed. He stepped forward, just as she was about to touch Yin Qingyu's hand. Yin Qingyu suddenly withdrew her hand from the back of the leader's head and then slammed her palm down heavily on the leader's back. This action was done in one breath, and he hadn't even figured out what was happening when Yin Qingyu had completed all her movements. However, the heavy slap startled the three people present. The leader's body did not fall down because of the slap. Instead, he sat straight up and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. It was a pool of dark blood, which even emitted a faint stench. The three were shocked by Yin Qingyu's action. However, after this action, Yin Qingyu immediately opened her eyes, and her internal energy slowly retracted, leaving only one hand grasping the leader's hand. My internal energy cannot be interrupted. You all are too noisy, Yin Qingyu said in a hoarse voice. Wanted to emphasize this matter first. With her internal energy, her hearing was already quite sharp. Helping someone expel poison required focus, but these people kept chattering beside her. Yin Qingyu's words made the three fall silent. However, Yun's father quickly reacted. Miss Yin, is this done? Yin Qingyu furrowed her brows upon hearing the question. Not yet. There is still residual poison in him, so my internal energy has not been interrupted. Now you all clean him up, and after you finish, get out. Yin Qingyu responded weakly. She hadn't expected it to be so troublesome, but since she had started, it wasn't her style to only do half of it. Besides, the leader had to be saved. Yin Qingyu held onto the leader's hand, and her weak internal energy continued to flow in. She sat there watching them clean the leader's face. Hey, you also need to clean his mouth. Yin Qingyu called to the two who were about to leave. However, their expressions were obviously a bit strange. Miss Yin, this water can't go in his mouth. It has to be made into a nutrient solution before it can be drunk. Yin Qingyu suddenly remembered that the water on this planet couldn't be drunk directly. She frowned and waved her hand, signaling the two to leave. After the two left, Yin Qingyu's free hand suddenly had a cup of water, which she had just fetched from her space. Then, regardless of anything else, she directly stuffed it into the leader's mouth. After casually rinsing a couple of times, Yin Qingyu took the cup back. She laid the leader flat, but still did not let go of his hand. Really? How did you get poisoned so early? It left some residual poison inside. If only it had been a bit earlier, my previous slap would have expelled the poison directly. Unfortunately, there was still some residual poison. It couldn't be left uncleaned. But cleaning the remaining poison, damn it, what a loss. This time, I must make you pay dearly. After saying that, Qingyu leaned down. Her lips coincidentally pressed against the leader's. Qingyu didn't know how to open the mouth of an unconscious person, so she could only use her free hand to pinch the leader's face to create some space. Qingyu probed into the leader's lips while continuously channeling her internal energy into him. The remaining poison was difficult to expel because it was in small amounts but scattered, making it hard to force out. Therefore, she could only use a dual approach, sucking it out and forcing it out simultaneously. Qingyu simply lay across the leader's body. Every time she sucked out some, she spat on the ground. Qingyu was diligently fulfilling her role as a temporary doctor. Chapter 122. After the treatment is complete, once Qingyu spat out the dirty blood, she closed her eyes and began to carefully examine the leader's body. After circulating her internal energy through the leader's meridians and finding no residual toxins, she let out a sigh of relief. Qingyu lowered her body and stood beside the leader. However, she did not immediately call the two at the door. She stood there watching the leader lying on the bed. The lips that had been pale before were now somewhat glossy and moist after Qinyu's licking. Qingyu suddenly felt a bit shy, and her gaze wandered aimlessly. However, it was because her gaze was wandering that she noticed the leader's screen still in standby mode on the wall. Qinyu's face suddenly turned serious. "You're still here?" Qinyu's tone suddenly rose, her meaning unclear. However, seeing her serious expression indicated that she was displeased at being seen. But shortly after Qingyu asked this question, the leader still did not respond. Instead, Qinyu's voice made the people outside a bit excited. "Qingyu, are you done?" He shouted, and Qingyu helplessly rubbed her forehead. "Guomin," Qingyu said helplessly towards the door. Then the door opened. And Yun's father excitedly walked in. Qingyu stepped aside to let them take a closer look at the leader's body. Once their excitement subsided a bit, Qingyu finally spoke. "Hey, why does he still want to watch my treatment process? He saw everything. It's still his own body being saved." After Qingyu said this, He paused for a moment. "Qingyu, the leader should not be working now. He should be in a resting state. It's not allowed to use the robot for too long." Qingyu thoughtfully glanced at the screen where the leader was. "All right, the rest may have to be up to you. I really can't put the brain back in." Expelling the poison was simple, but putting the brain back in was something Qingyu really couldn't do. After saying this, Qingyu left without caring about Yunyi's calls from behind. "All right, Yunyi, the next part is up to us. Go tell them we can start the treatment now. We've been waiting for a long time. We can finally begin the treatment." There were a few tears of excitement in Yun's father's eyes. Hearing this, Yunyi hurriedly went out. The leader's robotic body was pushed over. When he came into direct contact with this body, the leader was still a bit dazed. The leader didn't need to worry. "We will complete the treatment very well soon." Yun's father interrupted whatever the leader was about to say. His displayed excitement made the leader fall silent. In case of an accident, the next leader will be elected by the chief group. Also, no disrespect towards Qingyu. Just treat her as a normal interstellar resident. "Leader, you must trust us," Yun's father said with a serious expression. There would absolutely be no accidents during this treatment. The leader said no more. He took one last look at the direction of the door, and the treatment began. Qingyu and Dimu boarded the spaceship and returned to the academy. "Are we going to the virtual arena?" Last time, Qingyu went there and earned so many team points. Leo thought of Qingyu's several competitions. It seemed that Qingyu should like going to the virtual arena. So, as soon as Leo arrived at the academy, he wanted to invite Qingyu to go to the virtual arena together. However, Qingyu directly rejected Leo's proposal. She was too tired. She had spent a lot of internal energy on that body. Moreover, her internal energy, which had been worn down during her long sleep, had not returned. She had been busy during this time, and practicing wasn't a long-term solution. She needed to rest well now. Qingyu returned to her dormitory with a pale face. After entering the room, she finally remembered to close the door properly. Now, she was afraid she wouldn't come out for a while. Of course, She didn't want others to disturb her practice and increase her internal energy. Yan Qingyu disappeared, not showing her face for a whole week. They were originally worried that Yan Qingyu had run away again. However, according to Lena, Yan Qingyu seemed to have been in her room the whole time. So it was left at that. Ever since the last incident, the leader had strengthened the control around the academy. Therefore, Yan Qingyu hadn't come out for a long time. Although everyone was worried, no one intended to go in and investigate. At this moment, the very person everyone was concerned about, Yan Qingyu, was frowning at a tentacle she was holding. Qingyu, you've never actively sought me out. The voice from the other side was somewhat clingy, and Yan Qingyu's frown deepened. What is it? This tentacle had wriggled around in her light brain space while she was practicing, successfully prompting the light brain to eject it. If there's nothing, then no. Absolutely not. Suddenly, the other side fell silent. Yan Qingyu continued to frown at the tentacle, contemplating whether this thing was one-sided. Could it see the images on her side like the light brain? Qingyu, it makes me sad when you talk like this. The man's voice sounded somewhat aggrieved. However, Yan Qingyu glared at the tentacle with clear impatience. If there's something, just say it. I'm busy. Busy? What have you been busy with lately, Qingyu? Or did your dear leader ask you to do something? The man's follow-up words caught Yan Qingyu off guard. What? Am I being tasked to be a spy now? Yan Qingyu threw the tentacle onto the bed, clasped her hands, and stared at her fingertips. How should she put it? Or rather, she wasn't ready to make a choice yet. Haha, of course not. It's just that we both have to deal with the interstellar situation. Our insect beast can't come in. How would we know what the interstellar is planning against us? The tone of Huang was still somewhat flippant. However, Yan Qingyu wore a sarcastic expression. Wasn't this still wanting her to be a spy to find a quicker way to deal with the interstellar? What do you want to know? Yan Qingyu's eyes were ambiguous. Huang suddenly smiled upon hearing this. Qingyu, it's not that we want to know anything. As allies, we need to cooperate without reservation. Yan Qingyu raised an eyebrow. That was quite shamelessly said. She initially thought her cooperation was needed for her strength, but being a spy, Yan Qingyu paused. If they truly wanted to cooperate with her, it should be shoulder to shoulder in battle. But that was not the case. This insect beast only wanted her to act as a spy. Of course, we need your strength, Qingyu. Don't forget, the freedom you crave can never be realized among humans. Huang said this seriously. However, he couldn't see the smile on Yan Qingyu's face becoming even more radiant. Oh, then if that's the case, being a spy would come at another price. Yan Qingyu's smile was somewhat eerie, but Huang couldn't see her expression and didn't quite understand her meaning. Another price? What do you want? The star coins are something our insect beast can't provide. Yan Qingyu's light laughter reached Huang's ears. Haha, every piece of information should be crucial to you, right? How could you obtain it without paying a price? Yan Qingyu went in circles, but never mentioned what she wanted. Huang frowned. The tone of the conversation became somewhat impatient. Are you trying to take revenge on me? Upon hearing this, Yan Qingyu let out a cold laugh. This insect beast had a decent brain. Huang, hearing Yan Qingyu's cold laugh, glanced at his own palm with amusement. His tentacle had detached from that hand. Huang knew Yan Qingyu was retaliating for the last time he had taken her away for so long and had been evasive about what he wanted her to do. He didn't expect this woman to have such a strong sense of revenge. Fine, if every piece of information is crucial, then for every piece of information you provide, I'll give you what you want. This condition was a bit harsh. One piece of information for one condition. What if the information Yan Qingyu brought didn't match what she wanted? However, who told her she was Yan Qingyu? Huang's gaze on his palm became increasingly gentle. Then, now that we've established an alliance, shouldn't we get to know each other better? Yan Qingyu agreed to Huang's words without any psychological burden. After all, no matter what, she wouldn't be the one at a disadvantage. Moreover, she understood too little about the insect beasts. What she needed now was more understanding. Upon hearing this, Huang's eyebrows unconsciously furrowed. Qingyu, tell me the truth. Yan Qingyu's eyes involuntarily rolled. Do you want to know me better? Huang's tone suddenly shifted, and he began to race down the path of flirtation. Yan Qingyu rolled her eyes continuously, placed the tentacle on the bed, and went to snack on a pack of food before returning. So, I must be the best among the insect race. I don't know how many insect beasts want to marry me. Yan Qingyu said, All right, I don't want to know how you are. I want to know how your insect beasts are. Why do some insect beasts lack basic intelligence, while some have human forms? Just like Huang over there. Well, in your human terms, that's called genes. Insect beasts have their own genes, and those like Huang, who are at the top of the insect beasts, have the highest level of genes. So, those with human forms are basically the most advanced insect beasts. Is your human form present from birth? Yan Qingyu had been confused about this question for a long time. Huang generously provided her with some knowledge. Of course not. When they are born, they haven't even seen humans. How could they possibly be in human form for birth? It's just that as time goes on, insect beasts encounter humans, and gradually, their forms begin to develop into human shapes. Yan Qingyu and Huang's conversation didn't last too long. Their dialogue ended briefly. However, Yan Qingyu had gained a superficial understanding of insect beasts. Putting this matter aside, Yan Qingyu glanced at her light brain and found that there was already a pile of messages. Zili and the others had sent over quite a bit of information. After all, according to Zili's level, he was supposed to send messages every day. There were also messages from Yun, Yi, and the others. Yan Qingyu first replied to Zili's messages, then responded to Yun Yi's before stepping out. As soon as she walked out, Yan Qingyu noticed the changes here. There were many robots coming and going at the entrance. It seemed they were coming in and out of Sun Yi's room. However, since it had nothing to do with Yan Qingyu, she didn't care much. She closed the door and left. Qingyu? Perhaps seeing Yan Qingyu here was somewhat unbelievable. Lena called out. Yan Qingyu saw Lena's surprised face from the side and responded, then shifted her gaze back to the virtual arena. Without a doubt, she and Lena had met again in the virtual arena. With your strength, haven't you entered a ranked team? Yan Qingyu suddenly asked. Lena paused but still honestly nodded. However, suddenly realizing that Yan Qingyu couldn't see her actions, she simply gave a brief reply. No, she hadn't found a team that suited her yet, so she had no intention of joining. However, Lena was also very interested in Yan Qingyu's team. Clearly, with such strong configurations, why hadn't they reached rank yet? But she understood Yan Qingyu's dissatisfaction with her team, so she kept her lips tightly closed and said nothing more. Let's go. It's not bad to raise our points first. Raising the points first was the only way she could leave her current team. That's right, Yan Qingyu still hasn't given up on her idea of leaving this battle team. After all, her ultimate goal is to be an ordinary student, not to actually go to the battlefield. Lena silently nodded and followed Yan Qingyu into the virtual arena. However, this time, unfortunately, everyone was distributed in different locations. Yan Qingyu found herself alone next to a lake, with an eerily quiet surroundings. She stood up and looked around. There were no strange changes. Only the lake in front of her appeared unusually eerie. The water in the lake shimmered with a hint of black, which is the normal condition for most water bodies in this star system. Yan Qingyu decided to walk around the lake. Taking slow steps, she moved forward. The middle of the lake was dark and invisible, likely indicating deep water. The water near the shore was shallower, but it was still difficult to see the bottom clearly. Suddenly, Yan Qingyu stopped in her tracks, standing still. It wasn't because there was some difficult bug beast ahead, but because there was a naked man. Yes, not far from Yan Qingyu by the water's edge was a man with his upper body exposed. His long silver hair was flowing in the water, and the dark water obscured his lower half. But even so, it was still terrifying. Yan Qingyu's footsteps had already alerted the man. He turned his head, his eyes, similar in color to his hair, fixed intently on Yan Qingyu. The man's face was stunning, but fortunately, Yan Qingyu had already seen the faces of the leader and Huang, so the impact wasn't too great. However, this appearance was somewhat strange. Doubts arose in Yan Qingyu's mind. Miss, you are really beautiful. Yan Qingyu didn't show much excitement or shyness on her face. Instead, she looked at this strange man with a blank expression. The man's voice was pleasant, reminiscent of listening to elegant opera, but the tone was bizarre. Chapter 124, The Merman. The man noticed Yan Qingyu's lack of reaction, and his smile faded slightly. Do you want to hear me sing? He said again, uttering another nonsensical line. Yan Qingyu still didn't move, standing still without responding to him. The man waited for a moment, realizing that Yan Qingyu showed no signs of change. His expression grew even stranger. His smile gradually disappeared. But before he could say anything else, Yan Qingyu spoke directly. I don't want to listen. Such a straightforward person. The man's expression turned cold. Suddenly, he inexplicably began to sing, and his voice was indeed good. He tilted his head back and sang loudly to Qingyu, even locking his gaze tightly on her. His eyes were filled with determination. However, Qingyu's expression clearly showed little change. Her gaze met his directly, but her hand had unconsciously tightened into a fist. Being sung to out of the blue, whether or not it was an attempt to flirt with her, indicated he was not a good person. Who comes to a virtual arena to sing? So in the next moment, Qingyu drew out her long sword and charged directly at the man in the water. The man singing abruptly stopped as he retreated, barely escaping Qingyu's attack range. But his reaction was still too slow. A huge gash was opened on his chest by Qingyu. The man looked down at his chest, and Qingyu's gaze fell there as well. It was blue blood. This was a bug beast. Qingyu's eyes sharpened immediately. The man leaped into the water, disappearing from sight. However, Qingyu had no intention of diving in easily. The water was not her territory. After waiting on the shore for a few moments and seeing that the bug beast hadn't surfaced, Qingyu turned around. But just as she took a step to turn, the water behind her suddenly stirred. Qingyu was quick to react. She spun around and thrust her sword straight at the bug beast that was leaping out of the water. Qingyu's sword pierced perfectly into the beast's mouth. The mouth, which had previously appeared beautiful, was now filled with sharp teeth, looking exceptionally ugly as Qingyu's sword jabbed inside. Qingyu raised her eyes to examine the overall appearance of the bug beast, nearly gagging at its ugliness. This was nowhere near a mermaid. It was clearly a monster. It had a human upper body and a tail, but the scales on its upper body were haphazardly distributed, and the fishtail was particularly thick. After staying in this water for too long, Qingyu found it smelled fishy. Once on land, it would be difficult to go back in. Seeing that her first attack hadn't killed it, Qingyu quickly withdrew her sword. Taking advantage of Qingyu's moment of sheathing her sword, the merman's sharp claws lunged toward her face. Unfortunately for him, Qingyu's reaction was exceptionally swift. She dodged to the side just in time. Channeling her inner strength in her hand, she aimed for the merman's waist. She didn't believe that if she severed the tail, leaving only the upper body, it could still move. The angle of her sword slash wasn't great, but at least she managed to hit it. The tail began to bleed profusely. This seemed to enrage the bug beast, which began to emit a wailing sound from its injured mouth, glaring at her with ferocity. Seeing this scene, Qingyu understood. This bug beast was also intelligent. No wonder it had set a trap. Why are you doing this? The bug beast's voice was strange, but it managed to ask this question. Qingyu stood across from the bug beast, not quite understanding its meaning. Was it asking how she discovered it? If you want to deceive people, you should learn to speak proper Mandarin. No, I mean human language well. Qingyu shook her head in apparent regret. The bug beast wiped the blood from its mouth. Then with a flick of its hand, it glared at Qingyu with killing intent. How could it be asking that? Why was this woman not affected by its mental attack? Clearly, it had successfully lured many people before, and now she was criticizing its speech. It was originally learning from humans. The man decided not to waste any more words with Qingyu. Ignoring the severe pain in its tail, it charged at her. However, the merman, injured in its tail, was still a bit slower. Not to mention, it was still on land. Qingyu used her lightness skill to lightly tap her toes and leaped onto the merman's head. Seeing this move, the merman could hardly react. Qingyu jumped behind the merman and slashed its throat with her sword, causing it to collapse to the ground. Its body transformed into specks of light and dissipated. TSK, you completely ruined my imagination of mermaids. Qingyu frowned, her expression displeased. She sheathed her sword and turned to leave. This time, she didn't necessarily have to return to the original spot to exit. As long as she didn't want to train anymore, she could leave at any time. Qingyu knew that the first training was merely a reminder for newcomers. After lying low for a few days, the following training would surely be more diligent. However, Qingyu was clearly not want to do that. When she exited the virtual arena, her expression was still somewhat impatient. But when she received a message from her light brain, her expression softened. She guessed correctly. The points for this intelligent bug beast were only going to be higher, not lower. The last bug beast had around 100,000 points, and this time it had directly reached 200,000. Yin Qingyu was in a great mood. Even having to give 10% of her points to the team was no big deal. At the rate she was going and, with her luck, leaving the team was just around the corner. Good things were coming one after another. She heard that the leader needed her again, so Yin Qingyu hurried onto the spaceship. This time, it was to retrieve the star coins from before. Last time, she had treated someone, but the payment hadn't been made yet. Moreover, she had suffered a significant loss to heal that person. Yin Qingyu looked at Yun Yi, who had been staring at her since she boarded the spaceship, and spoke up. I say, you've been staring at me since I got on the spaceship. What are you thinking about? Here we go again. Yin Qingyu rolled her eyes in annoyance. Hearing her words, Yun Yi quickly averted his gaze. He had a deep understanding of Yin Qingyu's vigilance regarding her privacy. I want to tell you, the leader is already well. Yin Qingyu didn't show the happy expression he expected. Instead, she wrinkled her nose, looking at him in confusion. Of course I know, even if he hadn't been cured, it wouldn't be my fault. Anyway, I cleaned out the poison. I really can't fix brains. But as long as the Yin family can handle it, the leader should have no problem at all. This simple logic doesn't need Yun Yi to remind me. Yun Yi fiddled with his nails, unable to find any words to respond to Yin Qingyu. The two fell into an awkward silence. Chapter 125, Money. Fortunately, the spaceship was very fast, so this atmosphere didn't last long, and they soon arrived. Yin Qingyu disembarked and followed the path in her memory. However, this time a leader's room had moved upstairs. There were inexplicably many rooms upstairs. Each door was identical, and Yin Qingyu's eyes were almost dazzled. The person in front finally stopped. The leader only allowed Miss Yin Qingyu to enter. He was blocked outside. Yin Qingyu suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Nevertheless, she still walked in with a calm expression. The room was quite spacious, but looking across, there was only a separated office area, and inside was the room. Yin Qingyu's gaze turned to the room. Qingyu, Gomein. A strange voice, but it was cold and slightly low, making her feel that the owner of this voice was a handsome guy. Yin Qingyu walked in. The only person lying on the bed was the leader, the one she had rescued that day. Qingyu. The leader smiled slightly upon seeing her and patted the edge of the bed, indicating for her to sit down. Yin Qingyu was not polite and directly sat at the foot of the bed, turning to face him. Recovering well? She didn't know if he had seen the treatment process that day, but as long as he didn't mention it, she would act as if she hadn't seen anything. Yin Qingyu's expression was calm as water, but she still symbolically asked, "It's all good, thank you." The leader suddenly smiled at Yin Qingyu, making her feel a bit shivery. Yin Qingyu steadied herself, looking at the leader's serious expression. Where are the star coins? This question truly broke the previous warmth in the room. However, Yin Qingyu had come for the star coins. Otherwise, what was she here for? How much do you think is appropriate? The leader's smile seemed harmless. Yin Qingyu contemplated for a moment and raised two fingers. 200 million star coins. I want 200 million star coins. There were not many people who could save the leader. Since she had done it, she felt no problem asking for that much. However, the leader frowned, clearly dissatisfied with Yin Qingyu's lion's opening of the mouth. I don't have that many star coins. Yin Qingyu, what are you joking about? A leader of an interstellar nation wouldn't have star coins. Last time, I sold a J pendant for 100 million. Does the leader's total assets only amount to 100 million? Before Yin Qingyu could voice her question, the leader, with his beautiful face, began to explain. Although I am the leader, the star coins I receive for each position are fixed. Over the years, I have spent a lot on treatments, and I currently have at most about 100 million star coins left. Yin Qingyu looked at the leader with a complex expression. I really didn't expect that as a leader, you don't treat the interstellar money as your personal property. Given the level of obsession the entire interstellar community had with the leader, if the leader asked them to give all their family's money to him, they would probably be willing. The leader smiled at Yin Qingyu's annoyed look, well aware of what she wanted. But he truly only had that much money for the time being. However, I only recognized star coins, not people. Yin Qingyu's tone shifted abruptly, and her gaze directly met the leader's. If you borrow money, you have to pay it back. Also, your mental strength is unstable. You will still need my help later. If this cooperation wasn't negotiated well, she had no mood for the next one. Without star coins, where would the guarantee come from? Yan Qingyu had made it clear from the start that she wanted star coins. Can I owe you first? The gentle and cold voice entered Yan Qingyu's ears, and the leader looked quite cute when he said this with his body. However, leader, you didn't say that back when I was treating you. She certainly understood the value of a man's beauty compared to her money. Let Yin Yi's father come in. He must be anxious waiting outside. Yan Qingyu raised her eyelids, stood up, and walked directly to the door. How could she not know that during Hong's recovery period, he couldn't possibly stay alone? It was not the leader who promised to spare no effort at the time. Now that it was time to collect the debt, of course, she would find the person who said it back then. 200 million star coins. Once it's given, we can start the next phase. Yan Qingyu showed no awareness of being greedy, spreading her hands toward the entering Yun father, indicating her attitude. Yun father did not refuse, and even looked excitedly at Yan Qingyu. No problem, as long as we can completely cure the leader, giving any amount is fine. The leader, lying on the bed, suddenly coughed, drawing both of their gazes. Cough, cough, cough. I wonder how much Qingyu wants for the next deal? The leader knew Yan Qingyu's character and felt it was necessary to ask the price in advance this time. For some reason, Yan Qingyu didn't need to buy a mecha, nor did she need the materials to make a mecha. Without mental strength, she wouldn't need suppressants. In fact, the suppressants were developed by herself, allowing her to earn a good amount of star coins. Despite all this, Yan Qingyu still insisted that star coins were very important. Yan Qingyu didn't know what the leader was thinking. If she did, she would only mock him. She had the strength. Without mental power, she didn't force it. And as for life, it was long and terrifying. Compared to having no life, what Yan Qingyu feared more was being broke. When she had no money before, she could only dig up tree roots and cook them to eat. She didn't want to live that kind of life again. At the very least, she should ensure that she was sufficiently wealthy now. Money was never too much. Well, the following should be decided by you. I brought the items. You can estimate their value. To be honest, Yan Qingyu couldn't determine how much her items were worth. However, she still wanted to understand the market price first. Items? The leader blinked his long eyelashes and looked up at Yan Qingyu. Qingyu, even the jade you took out last time isn't of much use for my recovery. It does have some effect, but if made into a jade pendant, I fear I will have to carry it for a lifetime until it no longer works. Moreover, he really had no star coins left. Even though the people from the chief group would pay him star coins, isn't that still the same as being in debt? Well, a small amount is indeed not enough. If this goes on, he should never be able to recover. Yan Qingyu nodded in agreement. The little bit she took out that day was not enough for the leader to repair for several years. However, she doesn't just have a little bit. Come on. She is a woman who has made several preparations to be wealthy. Gold, silver, jade, antiques. She has everything in her space. It's all to worry about one day waking up to find herself a pauper again. Chapter 126. The confrontation of two people. Yin Fu and the leader looked at the jade scattered all over the ground. Their shock was unmistakable. With a wave of her hand, Yan Qingyu had essentially covered the floor with various colors of jade, unrefined. I would say I have emptied all my jade. You must give a good estimate, Yan Qingyu said with a smile on her face, but there was an underlying threat. What if these middlemen made a profit? She was already at a loss. If it weren't for the leader having treated her decently before and showing no covetousness towards her space, she wouldn't have sold it to him for 2 billion so cheaply. But she couldn't afford to lose more on these jades. She had collected so much in her lifetime, and even a little scattered would not compare to what was here. This price absolutely couldn't be lower. First, let them estimate, and then she would negotiate the price later. I'll say this first. You can pick some to take for appraisal, or you can take them all if you want. Yan Qingyu made it clear to them. The leader swallowed hard, and then turned his gaze directly to Yan Qingyu. Qingyu, I usually have too much jade in my room. I only need to buy some first. Or rather, he could tell with just his eyes that this pile of jade would cost him most of his life's work to earn the star coins for. We want them all. Miss Yin, since you have brought out so much jade, do you have any good tricks? We hope the leader's health recovers soon. Yin Fu directly agreed to Yan Qingyu's words. Yan Qingyu's words hinted at something, and Yin Fu quickly became clear-minded, completely ignoring the leader's words as he locked eyes with Yan Qingyu. Good, good. Since you want to buy them all, I'll give you a tip. The smile on Yin Qingyu's face grew more sincere. She had a premonition that selling this batch of jade would ensure she wouldn't have to worry about becoming a pauper for at least a short while. Yin Fu stared seriously at Yin Qingyu, afraid of missing any of her movements or words. Carrying the jade was too heavy for him. Moreover, if he took all this out, wouldn't everyone know he was acting strangely? That wasn't the key. The key was that if he took it out, others would also be calmed by the jade. Yin Qingyu's index finger pointed straight at the leader on the bed, and in his current state, let alone going out. Placing all the jade here did take up a lot of space. It would be better to move the bed aside. Yin Qingyu gestured as if she wanted to move the bed right now. Are you saying to let the leader sleep on this jade? Yun Fu frowned, a bit conflicted. The leader then looked at Yin Qingyu. You want to make this jade into a bed for me to sleep on, right? This sounded reasonable. But why can't you just say it all at once? Why take such long pauses? The bed is, of course, for you to sleep on. Since we already know the method, let's first take these items for appraisal, then we can have a brief transaction. Yin Qingyu impatiently waved her hand, and Yin Fu collected all the items into the light brain, planning to take them for appraisal immediately. Just as he reached the door, Yin Qingyu called him back. I could tell if even a little is missing. Regarding the matter of pocketing money, Yin Qingyu still speculated firmly. Yin Fu paused, but quickly left. Only Yin Qingyu and the leader remained in the room. Yin Qingyu turned around, her expression inscrutable. Yet she took one step at a time toward the leader. The leader did not move, a knowing smile on his lips. Are you trying to say something to me after sending him away? Yin Qingyu paused in her steps, but quickly relaxed, standing directly in front of the leader. I said, why are they so reluctant to let you die? Your head is really clever. No matter what she did, he seemed to have known it all along. The leader chuckled lightly, his dark eyes fixed intently on Yin Qingyu. The fact that you can expose so much mysterious jade here is enough to show that you want to send everyone away. Yin Qingyu could be furious if her water was exposed. How could she possibly expose so much jade in front of others? I have a good reason. Yin Qingyu raised an eyebrow, not denying it. She had mentioned before that this was all a specialty from her hometown, which of course was Earth. No matter what reason, so much jade would still raise suspicion. However, do you believe me? The leader's hand under the blanket curled slightly. Yin Qingyu shot him an annoyed glance. Huh, if it weren't for you already knowing about my space, how could I possibly show it in front of you? In the end, it was still her water that had been exposed, but it didn't matter now. She had bottled that water and still sold it to the leader. The leader lowered his eyelids, not refuting Yin Qingyu's words. That was true. Otherwise, she wouldn't have revealed her space to him. Yin Qingyu looked at the leader's contemplative expression, puzzled and bit her lip. What are you thinking? Time is running out. Let's talk quickly. The leader came back to his senses, looking at Yin Qingyu sitting in front of him, his face full of confusion. Talk quickly? The humanoid insect beasts are formed according to genes, but they gradually develop into this. Yin Qingyu succinctly explained this matter. The leader's expression changed slightly. It seems our guess was correct. They had started speculating when they saw the first humanoid insect beast. Yin Qingyu nodded. They have a hierarchy within them, similar to your status among insect beasts. We just don't know what these insect beasts want to do yet. Huang had never revealed the plan to her, so of course, she didn't know. The leader's body stiffened, his gaze fixated on Yin Qingyu, who was thinking seriously beside him. How do you know so much? Yin Qingyu turned to face the leader's gaze. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. However, Yin Qingyu still lowered her head first. All right, I'll tell you the truth. I encountered the king of their insect beasts. The leader's pupils contracted, and he immediately struggled to sit up. Even the hand under the blanket reached toward Yin Qingyu. Stop, stop, stop. You shouldn't move. You haven't moved for hundreds of years, so why are you moving so vigorously now? Seeing the leader now was like seeing herself waking up after 100 years of deep sleep. Her body was stiff. Fortunately, she gradually got used to it afterward. The urgency on the leader's face, however, did not ease. Did he do anything to you? Yin Qingyu's blood is most attractive to insect beasts. Even if she has a strange technique, she cannot guarantee that she would be unharmed in front of the king of the insect beasts. Chapter 127. Seeking Leo for help, Yin Qingyu shook her head. No, he just wanted me to be his insect queen, but I refused. Later, Yin Yi and the others came, and he left on his own. The process shouldn't be as simple as Yin Qingyu said. But I can only trust what Yin Qingyu said. The leader lowered his eyelids and did not respond to Yin Qingyu's words. So I just want to ask, have you figured out what my blood does to the insect beasts? Yin Qingyu casually asked, as if she was also very concerned about her safety. But in fact, she was genuinely concerned. Collaborating with the insect beasts, she still hadn't figured out what her blood did to them. What if it helped the insect beasts conquer the galaxy? And they skinned her alive and drained her blood? Wouldn't she be putting herself in danger? At least humans, although cunning, wouldn't do such things to her openly. Moreover, Yin Qingyu's gaze shifted back to the leader. There were many reasons she saved this person. Not only did she want to repay the kindness he had shown her before, but she also felt that this leader would not truly torture her. At least for now, she could stay at the academy peacefully and live as a normal interstellar student. The leader reclined on the bed, and this matter somewhat disturbed his mind. What we know now is that as long as we have your blood, the insect beasts will become much quieter, even becoming unusually infatuated with your blood. Multiple experiments have only led to this conclusion. Yin Qingyu felt that this statement was like nonsense. Look at that shameless, endlessly aroused Huang. After drinking her blood, his lustfulness did not diminish at all. Even other humanoid insect beasts that smelled her blood said it was very fragrant. And the two insect beasts before probably sensed her menstrual blood and immediately said they wanted Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu's movements suddenly softened. Have you checked another direction? Yin Qingyu's unusual reaction alerted the leader. Is it possible that insect beasts can also go into heat? According to the experience of animals on Earth, most animals have a heat period. Although the insect beasts here are not animals, from Yin Qingyu's observations, many insect beasts share some similarities with those on Earth. And during the heat period, it is the most uncomfortable time. Could her blood be an important tool to soothe their heat? The leader pondered for a moment and quickly tapped the light brain at the bedside. Yin Qingyu knew this was probably to relay her speculation to the researchers. How did you come to this conclusion? After completing a series of actions, the leader couldn't help but curiously ask Yin Qingyu. He was indeed correct when he said that Yin Qingyu was the hope of humanity. Since her arrival, humanoid insect beasts have been discovered, and they have even gradually deduced the reasons for insect beasts taking on human forms. Now, even the effect of her blood on the insect beasts is basically deduced by her. The two insect beasts that kidnapped me initially said they wanted me to be their mate, but at that time, I just thought they were being lustful. However, later when I encountered that insect king, he sniffed the scent on me. Yin Qingyu's face was full of disgust as she spoke. He must have smelled the blood on my hands. He was like a lustful big bug rubbing against me. It was disgusting when the two matters were connected. And considering that this insect king was also calling her to be some insect queen, she naturally began to think in that direction. After talking for a long time without hearing a response from the leader, Yin Qingyu looked at him in confusion. The leader's expression seemed not very good. Qingyu, you are a girl. In the future, when you go out, you can have Wuxia and the others accompany you, so that others won't have a chance to take advantage of you. Forget it. If I give others a chance, isn't it because of Wuxia and the others? Yin Qingyu bluntly stated the facts. If it weren't for Wuxia and the others doing such things and exposing the space, why I've been so anxious that I would randomly run away? The leader was choked by Yin Qingyu's words. Yin Qingyu still did not stop speaking. She was not specifically trying to expose the insect beast information or leaving this space for the two of them. Well, since I've told you this, you should also inform me of your research results afterward. This belongs to their internal confidentiality. If Yin Qingyu hadn't come to ask, they probably wouldn't have told her these things. However, this matter still had to be avoided with the leader. After all, there were quite a few people guarding the leader during this time. However, Huang was anxiously contacting her. She still had to come over to clarify. Okay, you must be more careful when you go out in the future. The leader readily agreed to Yin Qingyu's words. After all, he was more concerned about Yin Qingyu's safety. Seeing her goal achieved, Yin Qingyu did not plan to stay longer. She stood up and intended to leave. Then, if there is any new information, inform me. You should rest well and strive to recover as soon as possible. If there is a confirmed prize for that batch of jade stones, just contact me directly through the light brain. After Yin Qingyu finished speaking, she turned and left. With the closing of the door, the empty room was once again left with only the leader. Looking at his still stiff body, he chuckled helplessly. Yan Qingyu's days back at the academy became sparse and ordinary for a few days. Soon he had moved to another dormitory, and Leo and the others were busy with their own matters. Huizi hadn't come to bother her for a long time. And Yun, he had also gone to stay by the leader's side. For a while, Yan Qingyu had much more alone time and also received the star coins for that batch of jade stones, totaling as much as 5 billion. During this time, Yan Qingyu was busy earning points. Although she was still a bit short of 1,000,000 points, it was enough for now. Yan Qingyu still had things to do. Qingyu, what do you want from me? Leo looked at Yan Qingyu, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, feeling puzzled. Yan Qingyu usually either went directly to find the leader or Yun Yi, or, at the very least, she would look for Dimu. But this time, she actually came to find him. Leo adjusted his collar and looked down at Yan Qingyu, who was much shorter than him. I want to ask, do you know about Team 15? Yan Qingyu suddenly brought this up, which made Leo feel a bit strange. Qingyu, there are many Team 15s. Our school has one. The names of the Academy's teams are unique, but outside the school, that's not the case. Moreover, there are quite a few graduates from Team 15. Yan Qingyu pursed her lips and continued. I want you to help me find a team. They were Team 15 when they graduated from the Academy. But 2 of their teammates are no longer around, and the names of the other 3 teammates are. Leo agreed to Yan Qingyu's request. And after seeing him leave, Yan Qingyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 128. Huizi apologizes honestly. She had been so busy these past few days that she almost forgot about the promise she made to Yiju. It was only when Yiju found her again last night that she remembered this matter. However, the breakthrough this time was that she managed to find out the names of Yiju's teammates. It seemed he had also come to a lot of realizations during this time. So, as soon as Yan Qingyu arrived, she thought of asking someone for help. However, this matter could not be taken to the leader now, nor could she find Yun Yi. As for Huizi, she skipped over that and went directly to Leo. After all, anyone who could associate with Huizi and the others, Leo's identity should be sufficient to check these things. Yan Qingyu watched Leo's departing figure with assurance. Huizi, Qingyu asked me to help her find a team. I thought you would know more about this. Can you show me the team information? Leo went to Huizi's room in a flash. It was said that he was released once he figured things out. But all of this was not important. Yan Qingyu had finally asked him for help with something. He had to do it well for her. What? Gracie raised her eyes to Leo, seemingly not quite understanding what he was saying. Oh, let me see the team information. Leo repeated once again. What team are you talking about? Gracie said, somewhat confused, which surprised Leo. Never mind, just give me the team information, I can find it myself. Just kidding. He wouldn't dare to let Gracie take time to look for it for him. Moreover, this was a task assigned to him by Yan Qingyu. He had already agreed to it and wouldn't push this responsibility onto someone else. Gracie didn't expect Leo to be so insistent. After a moment of silence, she opened her light brain. The information cannot be disclosed. You can only view it here. Leo frowned but still acknowledged it, quietly sitting on Gracie's chair and began searching. Gracie looked complexly at Leo's back in front of her. All right, found it. I'm leaving now. Leo stood up, his tone cheerful as he was about to leave. However, Gracie called out to him. Is she happy now? Without him, the one who forced her, she probably felt quite at ease. Even if he returned, he wouldn't dare to look for Yan Qingyu. Are you asking about Yan Qingyu? Leo turned around, understanding that it wasn't that simple. Yeah, Gracie answered calmly. She was indeed worried about Yan Qingyu's feelings. Can she still be unhappy? During this time, she's just been continuously earning points, but she should be living quite comfortably. Like other ordinary students, busy, but not exceptionally noticeable. That's good. Gracie seemed not to intend to ask further. Leo waited for a while, but still didn't hear Gracie's response. He couldn't help but frown. Aren't you supposed to apologize like a man? What's the point of asking others? At times like this, you should just apologize yourself. Leo didn't understand. Since he had returned, why not apologize to Yan Qingyu instead of just sitting here? He could also earn points in the virtual arena. Gracie, the unity of our team relies on you. Leo suddenly became excited. You should know, right? The team training ranking is about to start. The recruitment has been moved up, so the training will also start earlier. And the team training isn't in the virtual arena. They would go to those planets for training to make up for the military shortcomings. It could be said that anyone who entered the academy on Capital Star was likely to face the danger of death. The first team ranking would be based on the results of the first training session. Gracie didn't respond, and seeing that he really couldn't persuade her, Leo gritted his teeth and left. They formed a team, and up until today, they hadn't even gone to the virtual arena together. The more Leo thought about it, the more he felt regretful. But soon, Leo returned to Yin Qingyu's dormitory. "Qingyu, I found it." Yin Qingyu opened the door and looked at Leo, her eyes showing some surprise. That was quick. Not just quick, it was incredibly fast. In less than half a day, Leo had actually completed the search. It seemed having a name was indeed beneficial. Yin Qingyu smiled and welcomed Leo into the room. This team is already disbanded. Currently, one mecha engineer is still in the military, while the whereabouts of the other two, who are not in this profession, are temporarily unclear. Leo straightforwardly told Yin Qingyu what he had found. "You can find this person in District 15. He works there." Leo showed her the photo. The man in the photo had deep features, but there was a long scar on his face that looked somewhat frightening. Who was this among the three? Qingyu. Mental power 5, physical ability 4. Only with this can he be qualified to remain in the military. Yin Qingyu nodded in understanding. "Actually, ahem." Leo suddenly coughed. Yin Qingyu shifted her gaze to him. "Actually, I got this information with Grazie's help. You know Gracie is responsible for this in the chief team. I can't just go out casually, so I had to ask Gracie first." However, he still had to mention that his source of information was indeed Gracie. After all, without Gracie, the search would have been more troublesome and wouldn't have been this fast. "Qingyu, Gracie already knows his mistake. You just..." In Yin Qingyu's half-smiling, half-serious gaze, Leo shut his mouth. "All right, I know everything you said. Next time you need my help, just call me directly." Yin Qingyu looked at Leo, who had closed his mouth and didn't say anything else. She just subtly urged Leo to leave her room. Not long after Leo left, there was another knock on the dormitory door. When Yin Qingyu opened the door and saw Gracie, she wasn't too surprised. She had just learned from Leo that Gracie was back, so seeing him now wasn't too shocking. "I'm sorry." Gracie bent slightly, his tone inevitably lowering. Yin Qingyu looked at the head before her without speaking. "Qingyu, I want to gain your forgiveness." What a guy, coming to apologize, yet acting so justified. Yin Qingyu looked up at Gracie. "What do you think you went wrong? Can you correct it? Or rather, if you don't need to correct it, we could just create distance between us, right? That would save us all the trouble. As long as there is distance, no need for apologies, no need for forgiveness. All those steps could be avoided." Yin Qingyu shot Gracie an annoyed glance. "I don't want to create distance between us." Gracie stared intently at Yin Qingyu, his gaze somewhat aggressive, looking straight into the depths of her eyes. Huh. Chapter 129. No emotional talks. Yin Qingyu looked at Gracie in disbelief. What is this about? Gracie seemed not to notice Yin Qingyu's shock and continued speaking. "I don't want us to create distance, so I hope you join my team. If you join someone else's team, we will definitely be far apart. I'm sorry, I was too selfish." Before doing this, he only thought about himself, which led to this situation. Yin Qingyu was at a loss for words for a moment. However, she directly articulated her conclusion after some thought. "I actually don't care much about which team to join. What I care about is that you made the decision for me. Even if this decision is what you think is right, or from an objective standpoint, it's still pretty good. If it were up to me to choose, your team would undoubtedly be good. But I hope my strength can allow me to join whichever team I want." Just because of her uniqueness and her acquaintance with them, she gained the qualification to enter this team, which indeed felt like using backdoor connections. Moreover, this situation wasn't good. Rumors were one aspect, and deeper issues were also something she needed to consider. So, my decision is that after my level increases to level 6, I will choose a team based on my personal will. Yin Qingyu directly expressed her thoughts to Gracie. After saying this, she didn't care about Gracie's reaction and directly closed the door, leaving him outside. Outside the door, Gracie's expression didn't change much, but disappointment undoubtedly lingered around him. Perhaps after the first training, Yin Qingyu would leave them. Gracie stood in front of the door for a while, and, noticing that Yin Qingyu still had no reaction, he left on his own. As for Yin Qingyu, she stood in her room with a somewhat conflicted expression. What to say? She was indeed very angry about the decision Gracie had forced upon her before. But after some time of cooling down and reflection, she didn't think the team was bad. She simply disliked Huaizi's behavior. But today this person actually came to her and said he didn't want to distance himself from her. Why does she feel something is off? Qingyu thought about it and shook her head, opening her light brain. Qingyu, you actually showed up this time? Qingyu couldn't help but laugh at Zhe Li's excited face. How come you're always so punctual in contacting me? The timing was just perfect, and he chatted with her every day. If she hadn't been too busy recently, and sometimes missed Zhe Li's messages, they might have maintained a daily communication frequency. After all, I'm a good friend of Qingyu. Qingyu, how have you been? Qi Shu pushed Zhe Li aside and sat straight in front of the light brain. Not bad. Just earning points and making money. Qingyu pondered the trajectory of this period. It was indeed quite simple. Wow, Qingyu, you must be tired. You must be able to buy a lot of mecha materials now. Zhe Li and Hua, she said at the same time. Hua, she was still engrossed in his mecha manufacturing. Not too tired, just a lot of things lately. Where's the instructor? She actually mainly wanted to inform the instructor. As for making money, it didn't seem too hard. She was basically just earning directly from the stock in her space. The tasks related to points were also within her capability. So Qingyu didn't find it very tiring. She just needed to ask the instructor about it first. The instructor didn't come. Do you have anything to tell him? Qingyu was taken aback, but didn't ask them to relay the message. I think I'll just ask you guys. Remember to earn points and come to Capital Star early. After Qingyu finished her instructions, she cut off the light brain. But if Yiju didn't come to school, Qingyu wouldn't take the initiative to contact Yiju. After all, Yiju was in the military, and communication wasn't very convenient. Qingyu still planned to wait until Yiju had time to find her. However, after hanging up the light brain, Qingyu always felt a bit melancholy. Should she ask that question or not? Although she had never seen a pig run, she had at least seen one before. With so many modern idol dramas, Qingyu had seen a bit. Huaizi's words felt a bit off, but given her lack of experience in making friends, Qingyu didn't dare to easily judge what Huaizi meant. Could it be that he wanted to be her follower? Otherwise, why wouldn't he want to distance himself from her? With this thought, Qingyu relaxed a lot. Discussing cooperation was fine, discussing money was fine, but discussing feelings was really beyond her. With this in mind, Qingyu stopped thinking and fell straight onto her bed to sleep. Mu, you can't go. Why can't I go? Even you are protecting her. The two were pulling at each other, and Lin Ku's face was filled with anxiety. If you really do something, the king will kill you. Saying this, the insect king and the leader were both leaders of their respective factions, but in reality, it wasn't the case. The hierarchy among the insect beasts was even more apparent. The insect king's level was above all their insect beasts, or rather, the insect king was the first among them to possess intelligence. All their insect beast spiritual power will be suppressed by the insect king. However, Lin felt that the insect king wouldn't hesitate to kill just one insect beast. Little did he know that the more he said this, the angrier Mu felt. Can you just watch the king marry the human named Qingyu? That's a human. Then don't marry. We're not humans anyway. Just treat Qingyu as a mate. Lin hesitated to say this. He didn't care whether she was human or not. The king could do whatever he wanted. Mu, but if you really do something to Qingyu, the king won't let you off. After all, the king said he wanted to cooperate with Qingyu. Moreover, not to mention the king, sending Mu alone to find Qingyu in the academy at Capital Star to kill her, wouldn't that be sending Mu to her death? Lin didn't quite understand Mu's persistence. He also couldn't comprehend the feelings of a female beast wanting a strong mate and the determination she had to do this. I understand. That's good. Just wait obediently. When we conquer the starry sky, maybe the king won't want Qingyu anymore. Lin didn't really believe this himself, but he just felt that it was enough to calm Mu down. Otherwise, Mu might really do something foolish. Wait? No, she won't wait. Because Qinyu's uniqueness made her believe in her. Even if they all believed in Qingyu, she wouldn't trust her. Humans were just humans. They were always different. Chapter 130. Lena joins the team. When Qingyu came out, she saw Lena sitting on the sofa and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Lena hadn't really shown her anxious side before, except at the beginning of the school year. Now, seeing her so agitated here, Qingyu was somewhat interested. Hearing the sound behind her, Lena looked back. Are you going out? Not for now. What are you doing? Qingyu retorted, calmly sitting on the other side of the sofa. Lena shifted her position, awkwardly stammering, just watching the battle team. While Qingyu was earning points to leave the battle team, Lena was still worried about finding one. You still haven't found a battle team? Qingyu's tone was somewhat disbelieving. Lena's strength wasn't bad. How could she not have a battle team by now? Even if her standards were high, she could always join a lower-level team. The last time with the Suani team, she directly said that team was not good and they planned to take revenge. But unfortunately, Qingyu and the others formed their own team. Now only Lena was left. If she wanted to join any team, she would always mysteriously get eliminated. Some 2 low-level teams wouldn't dare offend a high-level team to help her. After hearing this response, Qingyu's expression darkened slightly. Lena didn't see Qingyu's expression. She was still looking at her light brain. I must choose a battle team to join. The junior training is about to start. Without a team, I can't get out. Sorry, our team doesn't need a solo soldier for now. Once again rejected. Lena irritably closed her light brain. Do you want to try joining our team? Qingyu certainly knew about the training matters. She understood why Lena was so anxious, since this matter originated because of them. Qingyu planned to let Lena join their team. You yourself are leaving this team. Qingyu. This sentence sounded a bit sarcastic to her. I'm serious. There are very few people in our team, and everyone is very strong. If I were to leave, you would be the only solo soldier in the team. Qingyu analyzed carefully. This team was indeed not bad, and if Lena joined, it would only develop better. Everyone is strong, and you're not going to stay? Qingyu, if you think about it carefully, don't you think this team is quite good? Lena turned to look at Qingyu seriously. She didn't believe Qingyu wouldn't know how good this team was. Just seeing the badges on those people that day made her feel that each one was impressive. But she didn't expect these few people to actually gather in one team. It's indeed quite good, but I have my own thoughts. And I'm just giving you a suggestion. Even if you want to join a team, you still need to find YZ. Qingyu could not guarantee that Lena could join the team, but still pointed her in a direction. After a moment of silence, Lena collected herself, but by then, Qingyu had left again. However, Lena did not linger and got up to follow her out. She thought Qingyu was right. Since it had come to this point, it was better to go and try her luck with Huizi and the others. By the time Lena found Huizi and the others, the sky was almost dark. I want to join your battle team. Hey, aren't you that Qingyu's roommate? Leo recognized Lena at a glance. However, Lena's gaze was fixed on Huizi. Did Qingyu send you? Lena was taken aback, but nodded. But she just suggested I come and try. If I don't meet your standards, then that's it. Although she had the connection with Qingyu, Lena still preferred to enter the battle team based on her own abilities rather than because of who Qingyu was, or your mental and physical abilities. Lena answered truthfully. Huizi kept his eyes down and said nothing, while Leo seemed quite interested. With such high physical abilities, why don't you have a battle team yet? Lena glanced at Leo and then at Huizi, still not responding. Leo scratched his head awkwardly. The underlying reasons for this situation didn't seem good. Fight me, and if you win, you can join our team. Qingyu spoke up, catching both Lena and Leo off guard. Wait, why do I have to fight you? Qingyu didn't fight with us, but she still got in. Qingyu is stronger than you. Leo thought to himself, this brother really can't be trusted. He's a typical example of valuing romantic relationships over friendship, saying such things about his own brother. He hasn't even fought yet. Fine, let's do it. Come on. Leo stepped forward, looking at Lena, his competitive spirit evident in his eyes. Even if he couldn't match Huizi and the others, Leo's own strength was not weak. Lena pursed her lips and resolutely stepped forward. An empty space was cleared in the middle, and Leo didn't release his mech, but instead started fighting Lena directly. The two moved quickly, exchanging blows, but their strengths seemed to be on par. Leo was panting, his eyes fixed on Lena. He had to admit that without a mech, his abilities might be slightly inferior. But Lena wouldn't let Leo off easily. She suddenly flashed in front of him and aimed a kick at his waist. Leo barely dodged it, nearly getting hit, but fortunately, Huizi pulled him back just in time. That's enough. You can join our team now. Lena stood up, her eyes narrowed, but the excitement in them was impossible to hide. I could just like this? Lena clearly didn't believe it. Could it really be that easy? Yeah, come over to register. Leo glanced at the excited Lena and smirked. Once Lena happily left, he stood up to ask Wuxia, "Why did you ask me to compete with her? We're both mech pilots. We don't have any advantage in close combat." Although they also train their physical abilities, they have been training with mechs for a long time. Not being able to beat a single soldier, especially a female soldier, left Leo feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Don't underestimate a single soldier. Even a female soldier can be very strong. Wuxia said this lightly. Leo looked at Wuxia in confusion. If that's the case, would you have stayed by Yin Qingyu's side back then? Although Yin Qingyu has some strength, she can't possibly compare to top mech pilots like us. So she doesn't need me to protect her. I shouldn't see her as weak. Treating someone as a weakling is a sign of distrust towards Yin Qingyu. Perhaps in the first step toward becoming friends, he never placed Yin Qingyu on an equal level, which is why she might feel uncomfortable. Chapter 131 revealed Qingyu. I succeeded. The first thing Lena did when she returned was to find Yin Qingyu to share her news. Congratulations. Yin Qingyu didn't seem too excited. She had already predicted that Lena's strength would allow her to get in. Qingyu, so what are you going to do now? Yin Qingyu said she wanted to leave the battle team, but to Lena, it didn't seem beneficial to quit the team now. The first training session was about to start. Me? I have a lot going on right now. I'm not in a hurry about the team. Aside from being forced into the team at the beginning, they had hardly ever gathered together. Free and easy, Yin Qingyu wasn't particularly anxious to leave now. Besides, women are always fickle. And there was another reason. She still had things to do. Qingyu, you haven't contacted me for a long time. Huang's voice echoed in the room again. Yin Qingyu placed the tentacle on the table, her expression remaining neutral. I didn't know how to contact you. She had only given him a tentacle. Most of the time, it was Huang who contacted her. Yin Qingyu rarely mocked Huang. The man on the other side chuckled softly. As long as you talk to the tentacle, we can communicate. If only you didn't leave the things I sent you in such sparsely populated places. Yin Qingyu's gaze deepened, but her response to Huang didn't stop. What do you want? She should be impatient, but now her concerns hadn't been resolved. She didn't know what her blood meant to them. It was too dangerous to scheme with a tiger. Qingyu, can I just come and see you? I miss you so much. I really wish you could be my queen insect. If you had agreed back then, it would have been great. Huang's tone carried a hint of regret and longing. Yin Qingyu clenched her teeth. It seemed like this insect beast only had those kind of thoughts. Why do I have to be your queen insect? I'm human. I probably can't even reproduce your offspring. Yin Qingyu's annoyed tone lifted the man's spirits. She wouldn't even agree to such a great benefit of being his insect beast. No wonder he valued her. There was no trace of humanity's vanity in her. Who said you can't have children? If you want to have them, it doesn't matter how many. You just can't stay with us after that. I want to be alone with you. Of course, they couldn't have any offspring disturbing their happy world. What a daydream. But Yin Qingyu didn't want to argue with him about this. If there's nothing else, then let's leave it at that. Qingyu, I just wanted to understand your current situation. Huang suddenly lowered his voice and said something ambiguous to Yin Qingyu. In return, I want a piece of information. You must answer honestly. Yin Qingyu understood Huang's words. Thus, their transaction began. I want to know how long it will take for you to be ready. Yin Qingyu actually wanted to ask what her blood meant to them, but she couldn't guarantee that the person on the other side would tell the truth, wasting this reward. Moreover, she didn't want him to see that she was very concerned about this issue. Ready? Actually, we don't need too much preparation. As long as we kill that person, humanity will be wiped out. Huang honestly informed Yin Qingyu. Preparation? They have already been preparing for a long time, since humanity ventured into the stars. Since they evolved from insect beasts into humans, that time has already been their preparation period. Moreover, humanity is inherently weak. If they hadn't stolen the mental power of the insect beasts, they might have been wiped out long ago. That person? Who is this person? Yin Qingyu's question did not receive another answer. Qingyu, this is the second question. It's your turn to speak now. Huang softly reminded Yin Qingyu, bringing her back to her senses. Yin Qingyu clasped her hands together and calmly recounted her recent experiences. We are currently preparing for the team's first training session, and soon we will be leaving Capital Star. Qingyu, although you have told me a lot about your matters, have you missed anything? Didn't you recently go to see the leader? Huang's reminder made Yin Qingyu's hands feel even colder. What does this mean? Is it possible to monitor this as well? She went directly from the academy to the spaceship heading to the leader's location, What could expose her whereabouts during this process? Qingyu's gaze shifted to the tentacle on the table. Qingyu, don't misunderstand. This tentacle only has communication functions, nothing more. Huang seemed to know what she was thinking and explained. But how could Qingyu believe such words? The function of this tentacle was likely vast. He could overhear her movements. Otherwise, he wouldn't know she had thrown this tentacle into a deserted area. Qingyu took a gentle breath and continued speaking. That's right. I want to see the leader for a reason, but this is also my second reward. Since you want to deceive me, let's deceive each other. After Qingyu finished speaking, the other side suddenly fell silent. It seemed they were pondering whether to agree to her terms. Hee. Doesn't Qingyu just want to know who that person is? Qingyu should be quite familiar with him. After a moment of silence, laughter became somewhat eerie. Qingyu's tongue pressed against her palate. She had probably already guessed who it would be. She just didn't expect the insect beast to guess so thoroughly. It's your leader. As long as he is dead, almost all humans in the galaxy will fall into a state of lethargy, making it much easier for the insect race to invade. It seems you have lived in the human world for a while. When I first arrived in this era, I didn't notice, and even thought it was just the lower-class humans' trust in the leader. Qingyu's eyes became even deeper. When she had just woken up, she felt that the leader's brainwashing ability was considerable on Planet 250, but being in the center of power, there would always be some who would be unconvinced. After seeing the top team, Qingyu deeply realized that the leader was indeed a major spiritual pillar of the galaxy. So the insect beast would actually care about this issue and even grasp the crux of the matter tightly. Ha ha ha. Qingyu, you don't have to admire my observational skills too much. But killing a human is really too easy. Last time he didn't die. This time he won't escape. Huang's wild laughter seemed to echo in her ears. But Qingyu only felt her palms growing colder. Last time? The last time the leader faced death was 300 years ago. Was it also his doing? You're right. The leader called me over to tell me that he doesn't have much time left and hopes I can set aside previous prejudices. In that case, let's go along with Huang's wishes. After all, these words the leader did indeed say to her. Chapter 132. Changes the people standing beneath the throne exchanged glances. But no one stepped forward. Lin, Qingyu will be leaving Capital Star soon. Although it's just for training, to avoid some blind bugs, you should secretly protect her. We mustn't expose ourselves. What should we do now, King? Huang's gaze shifted to Mu. What to do? What else can we do? Aren't we the best at waiting? The nest in Capital Star hasn't been discovered, right? Huang casually asked, and after receiving an affirmative answer, their smile became more genuine. Good. Put the larvae inside and let it completely become a bug nest. Of course, they couldn't stay in there for long, but since it hadn't been discovered, the internal nest must deal a significant blow to the galaxy. Watching the few people disperse, Huang burst into loud laughter. They were getting closer to his plan. Qingyu was startled when she woke up in the morning to find several people sitting in the living room. This was the girls' dormitory. What were a bunch of men doing here? Qingyu, we know, but have you forgotten what day it is today? Leo looked particularly excited as he gazed at the emerging Qingyu. What? Qingyu's expression remained unchanged as she walked over to sit in a chair. Qingyu, we need to hurry over. Today is our physical examination day. Yunyi's gentle voice remained unchanged. Lena also walked out from her room. Everyone is here. Let's go. Lena, didn't you mention the physical examination to Qingyu? Leo tried to grab Lena as she was about to leave. Lena sidestepped and avoided him. The message sent in the light brain last night. I only found out last night. I had something to do last night and didn't check the light brain. We could talk on the way. Thinking of last night's events, Qingyu's expression darkened as she followed the others out. The physical examination was our first check at the academy. If we unfortunately die during training, our body information will be preserved or passed on to our families. In simple terms, it's just leaving some information behind before dying. Do we need to draw blood? Qingyu asked in return. No. The treatment pod can check for conditions without drawing blood. He knew Qingyu was worried about this and smiled gently at her. Huizi, walking beside them, couldn't help but glance at Qingyu. But Qingyu completely ignored him. They were just walking together because she belonged to this team. However, when they arrived at the place, the teams came up one by one. After waiting for a while, it was finally Qingyu's team's turn. Each process went smoothly. But when the last height measurement device appeared, Yin Qingyu's face stiffened. Behind her, Leo's faint laughter reached her ears, and Yin Qingyu glanced at him with her peripheral vision, causing his laughter to stop abruptly. Height 168, below average. Cough. This machine should really be modified. Just report the height. Why add that it's below average? When Yin Yi came down, he walked up to Yin Qingyu, intending to comfort her, but found that her expression of surprise was even more pronounced. Yin Yi couldn't help but become anxious. What's wrong? Do you feel something is off? Yin Qingyu came back to her senses, looking at the worried Yin Yi, and her expression softened quite a bit. There is something off. Let's talk outside later. There are too many people here. Since last night's chat with Huang, Yin Qingyu had grown increasingly vigilant. Insect beasts could mix in among humans. She couldn't guarantee that there weren't any insect beasts infiltrating the academy. The group moved quickly. It was just a physical test, and after the tests were completed, everyone scattered with their teams. Yin Yi, did you find anything unusual when you checked my blood? Yin Qingyu asked seriously, looking at Yin Yi. This matter was too significant for her. She had to get to the bottom of it. Unusual? There's nothing wrong. Your body is very healthy. Yin Yi looked at Yin Qingyu in confusion. He hadn't heard of her having any special ailments. Did the leader not mention it? After receiving an affirmative answer, Yin Qingyu appeared even more puzzled. But she could only ask, not say. This was her biggest secret, as important as space itself. A few people didn't quite understand what problem Yin Qingyu had encountered. However, she never revealed the reason, and no one pressed further. After everyone left, Yin Qingyu locked herself in her room. She bit her nails, unable to count how many thousands of years had passed. Her height had finally shown a significant change. She vividly remembered that when she was on Earth, she measured 163 meters, and the scale on this planet hadn't changed. This could only mean that she had grown taller. She was starting to grow, but what did this signify? Was her endless life about to stop? Or was she beginning the next phase of her immortality? Yin Qingyu recalled that her height had fluctuated during her growth period. One day, she woke up and never experienced any further changes. But why was there a change this time? There were too many questions that needed answers. Yin Qingyu wasn't quite sure of the reasons. However, to rule out any issues with the interstellar scale, she rummaged through her clothes in the space and piled them on the bed. These were clothes she used to wear often, and they fit well. There weren't many clothes suitable for interstellar travel. Most were loose-fitting, so she hadn't felt her body growing. After trying on a few pieces, she finally smiled. She had really grown, both her height and her chest. She just hadn't noticed her own growth. Although this situation was quite strange, Yin Qingyu didn't care. The fact that she had changed was the best news. Ding! After finishing her excitement, Yin Qingyu noticed her light brain flashing incessantly. Someone was sending her a message. Qingyu, do you have time to come to me? It was a message from the leader. Yin Qingyu's happy brows relaxed again. Yin Yi had informed the leader again. She unconsciously thought about this. So, when she replied, she couldn't help but sound a little irritable. Speak directly if there's something. There were many things to prepare. Why should she go to the leader? My body might need you to take a look. Body? Once Yin Qingyu realized this had nothing to do with her, she felt relaxed. Remembering there was still something she needed to handle outside, she agreed to the leader's request. Chapter 133, Informing the Leader. This time, Yin Qingyu directly tossed her tentacles into the bathroom of the room. Then she boarded the spaceship to the leader alone. Qingyu. Han's voice was unusually gentle, and of course, Yun's father was standing beside him. Miss Yin, we actually invited you to see if the leader is feeling any better now, despite having various high-tech items. After witnessing Yin Qingyu's miraculous medical skills last time, Yun's father insisted on having Yin Qingyu come over to check before confirming anything. Moreover, they were about to undergo their first training, and it was uncertain how long it would take to return. To be on the safe side, it was better to call Yin Qingyu over early to take a look. The leader had no choice but to let Yin Qingyu come over. Yin Qingyu sat by the bed and began to take the leader's pulse. The pulse was steady. It seemed that the leader's body was gradually approaching that of a normal person. Almost recovered. Remember to pay the consultation fee, 1 million star coins. Just as the leader wanted to haggle, Yun's father immediately agreed. Qingyu, are you going to train? The leader's sudden concern left Yin Qingyu a bit stunned. Have you made any progress on that research? Yan Qingyu couldn't wait any longer. Huang had been looking for her more frequently during this time. If things remained unclear, she might really end up in a tiger's den. If she completely severed ties with the insect beasts, her life would probably be like Huang's, being watched over by everyone. Yan Qingyu still couldn't underestimate Huang's abilities. The leader exchanged a glance with Yun's father, who then left the room. Yan Qingyu didn't pay much attention to this. Her gaze was fixed on Huang. Not yet. Maybe there will be news when you return. Are you worried about running into him again? Yan Qingyu withdrew her gaze, her eyelids drooping, making it hard to see the expression in her eyes. It's fine. Just let me know when he comes out. The leader's brow unconsciously furrowed. Qingyu, have you encountered some trouble? Hearing this, Yan Qingyu sighed softly. I just want to know how you got this illness. Who poisoned you? Do you remember? According to Huang, Huang was responsible for the last poisoning. So, the leader should still have some recollection of it. After all, the target was the leader. Even if it happened again, he had to ensure the leader died first. This was a long time ago. The leader pursed his lips, seemingly unwilling to say much. Hell, what's 300 years? Bai Suzhen was over 1,000 years old and fell in love after coming down the mountain. How long have you been for 300 years? Yan Qingyu sneered. In front of her, talking about duration, she didn't even know how many 300-year spans she had experienced. The leader was taken aback, his eyes filled with innocence. Who is Bai Suzhen? Can someone live that long? Forget who she is. Just tell me what you need to say. I have other matters to attend to. Yan Qingyu didn't want to explain too much. The leader was intimidated by Yan Qingyu's aura, licked his dry lips, and began to recount. This poison was indeed administered by someone. Even 300 years ago, the capital star had sufficient defenses against insect beasts. However, they overlooked the humanoid insect beasts, which likely allowed the insect beast to infiltrate due to negligence. At that time, Huang was only about 17. His mother had passed away early, and his father sacrificed his life to save him. That poison was administered when he drank the nutrient solution. No matter how they investigated afterward, they couldn't find it. It's normal that they couldn't find it. Although you have the psychic powers of insect beasts, you didn't consider that insect beasts also have many special skills. Yan Qingyu's unreserved words made the leader unconsciously lower his head. However, if we don't even have psychic powers, we would really struggle to survive. This was also the truth. Without psychic powers, humanity would have long been extinct. Yan Qingyu looked at the boy lying on the bed, his pale face showing a hint of sadness. Gazing at the still, somewhat immature boy, and sighed silently. At such a young age, had to bear the hope of all humanity. Huang had it tough too. Yan Qingyu leaned down, getting very close to the leader's head. The leader instinctively wanted to move aside, but Yan Qingyu pressed his head down, and their breaths intertwined. The insect beast that harmed you is still alive. You remain its target. Yan Qingyu whispered this into his ear. The warm breath directly entered his ear. His body had been used for 300 years, and after this action, the leader felt his ears heat up and became extremely sensitive. Even a flush crept onto his face. Yan Qingyu didn't notice anything unusual about the leader. She got so close only because she was afraid of being overheard. And this person in front of her was the one the insect beasts most wanted to eliminate. Where did you learn this? The leader took a deep breath and asked Yan Qingyu in a low voice. Don't mind where I got the information. Just know they could be mingling among humans at any time, including here. Although she learned from Huang that he might be using tentacles to locate her position, she couldn't afford to let her guard down against other methods. After saying this, Yan Qingyu didn't plan to linger. She needed to use her time for another matter. In any case, just remember what I said, and I'll borrow your spaceship for a bit. The leader nodded in agreement. Yan Qingyu left amidst the leader's complex gaze. As soon as Yan Qingyu exited, Yin Fu immediately walked into the room. Leader, did Miss Yin give you any instructions regarding your health? If it's medical advice, he needs to take note of it carefully. Do you know the entire process of my poisoning back then? The leader asked. He lost consciousness right after drinking it and was busy dealing with interstellar matters after waking up, without any time to think about these things. Later, they focused more on understanding the poison in him. Even the leader himself only has a vague understanding of this matter. I'm not clear about that. You could ask others in the chief team, Yin Fu replied. Back then, he was just a minor. How could he know more? After coming to the leader's side, He was more concerned about whether the leader's health could recover. No, just find someone who knows, someone trustworthy. I cannot let others know about this body. The previous leader must be kept intact. After some thought, the leader decided not to discard the previous robot. He just needed to make a robot similar enough to mimic his speech. Yin Fu did not understand the reasons behind this, but followed the leader's orders. Once Yin Fu left, the leader straightened up and looked out the window, his gaze flickering. He understood better than anyone how hard it was to have the normal life and body he currently possessed. Chapter 134. Meeting Qingyu after leaving the leader's place. Qingyu did not return to the academy immediately. Instead, she first went to Area 15. She had not forgotten the promise she made to Yiju. Upon arriving in Area 15, Qingyu wandered around for a long time before finally finding the military station location. Shengyu, he should be in logistics. After showing her Fire Academy student ID, she was easily allowed into the academy. However, why would he be in logistics? Was the military not busy? Qingyu couldn't figure out and followed the directions to the logistics office. Qingyu, someone is looking for you. Although this was the logistics office in Area 15, it was arranged exceptionally spacious and simple. The man looked up at Qingyu upon hearing the noise. Qingyu's gaze swept over him. The scar on the man's face was quite conspicuous, so it seemed she had found the right person. Shengyu, who are you? Qingyu's hand, that was waving in greeting, suddenly dropped. This man was quite vigilant. Shengyu was, of course, wary of Qingyu. Over the years, his social circle had been quite small, and he had never met anyone like Qingyu. The distance between the two was quite far. After sweeping a glance at some onlookers, Qingyu cleared her throat twice. Let's find a quiet place to talk. Although Qingyu did not know why Qingyu was looking for him, he still followed her. What about your two other companions? Are they doing well? Qingyu didn't have time to search for clues about the other two, so it was better to ask Qingyu first. To her surprise, this made Shengyu even more wary. What exactly do you want? As for his two companions, he had been alone here for over a decade. How would this girl know about them? Someone asked me to check on your current situation. It seems that would ease his inner unease. Qingyu said vaguely, making it hard for others to guess her identity. An ordinary person would have difficulty guessing. However, Shengyu almost understood upon hearing this. It's Yiju, right? What about him? Yiju didn't come himself, but sent a little girl to find him. Xingyu's tone became stiff. Since you've guessed it, you can also guess why he isn't coming. Qingyu raised an eyebrow, directly sidestepping the question. Yiju didn't allow her to say his name, and she hadn't said a word about it. It was just that he guessed it himself. Does he want to see how miserable we are now? Xingyu's voice was cold. No matter how deep their brotherhood had been back then, he could not accept the reason for abandoning them and fleeing. That's not it. But why aren't you three together? It's a bit difficult to find news about you. Qingyu noticed the man's displeasure, but she was just a messenger. His mood had nothing to do with her. Huh. We separated long ago. After Yiju left, our team couldn't continue, and now everyone has their own life. It seems you're living quite disheartened. Qingyu shot back, hitting a nerve. She initially thought Yiju was just doing some work in logistics, but after arriving at the logistics office, she realized he was indeed working there. A man with a mental strength of 5 and physical ability of 4, not to mention his talent was not inferior to the current Huizi, had fallen to such a level. If it weren't for his self-pity, Qingyu felt he wouldn't have ended up like this. So where are the others? Facing the mockery, Qingyu did not get angry, but kept inquiring about Yiju's whereabouts. He still couldn't get over it. Qingyu briefly replied, her face full of helplessness. She had already told Yiju many times, yet it still didn't work. Qingyu stopped talking, his expression heavy. Both of you now have your own lives, and I'm still required to stay in the military. But I don't want to go back to the battlefield, so I am working here now. Are you doing well? Qingyu unconsciously asked. It's neither good nor bad. Anyway, there's no point in discussing it now. You don't need to look for those two. If you really want to know how they are, just have that person come to find out. After saying this, Qingyu ignored Qinyu's reaction and turned to leave. Upon seeing Qingyu, he couldn't help but think of that person. Moreover, he didn't want those two to see Qingyu. Knowing about that person's news, Qingyu shrugged and did not stop Shengyu. She left alone. It seemed that Yiju would have to solve it himself, unless he still wanted to escape. Qingyu returned to the academy and decided to prepare well for the upcoming training. Instructor, is there anything else? Yan Qingyu had already explained today's events to Yiju. But after hearing the details, Yiju called her back. Qingyu, is he angry? After hearing the description of events, Yiju asked this question with a trembling voice. Aren't you aware of that yourself? Yan Qingyu replied with a smile, as if Yiju couldn't have any uncertainties in his heart. Yet he still refused to accept it. I haven't had much time recently. You might not be able to contact me. If you really worry, it's best to come yourself. After Yan Qingyu finished speaking, she cut off the communication. She would not give Yiju the opportunity to request anything. After tidying herself up, Yan Qingyu obediently went to sleep. Furthermore, after staying in her room for several days, even Lena inviting her to train in the virtual arena did not entice her. This led to the night before their departure, and their team had yet to fight together. When a few of them arrived at the gathering place, almost everyone else was already there. At this moment, they all realized that their team had actually mixed into the ranks. Although they were ranked 100th, they had a relatively fast advancement speed among the freshmen. However, almost no one in the team cared about their ranking. Our experience out there isn't much. It still depends on Huizi. Qingyu, you probably haven't seen a real insect beast, have you? Yan Qingyu turned her gaze towards Leo in response to the sound. But she quickly withdrew her eyes after just a glance. At this moment, Leo's excitement on his face suggested that he really wanted to share some knowledge about real insect beasts with them. Unfortunately, Yan Qingyu had not only seen them, but had also encountered the most special types of insect beasts. So, while Leo continued to chatter on the side, Yan Qingyu's gaze was scanning the open space around them. Chapter 135. Training begins. After looking around, Yan Qingyu found that there were quite a few people here, but there was still plenty of open space in front. Was that area meant for docking spaceships? What size of spaceship would require such a large area? Yan Qingyu didn't ponder for too long. Before long, she witnessed the purpose of that open space. Countless spaceships flew over the open area, and from this angle, the densely packed ships were a bit dizzying. Soon, all the spaceships landed in the open space. Qingyu, let's go, said Huizi. Yan Qingyu retracted her gaze and followed behind Huizi. The spaceship was not a large one, but a mini-type. They were going to a planet, and each battle team had to spread out on that planet. To maximize the dispersion, they prepared small-sized spaceships. Each spaceship carried 2 battle teams. Therefore, when Yan Qingyu saw Sun Yi on the spaceship again, she was surprised for just a moment before returning to normal. Why does your team get to share a spaceship with us? Sun Yi stepped forward, pointing at Yan Qingyu, but her gaze subtly shifted towards Huizi and Yun Yi. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. You should ask your own team why, being at this level, they can still sit with us. It shouldn't be because you are too weak, right? Yan Qingyu was not polite. This woman was simply someone who forgot pain after the wound had healed. She could be okay, thanks to her family providing the medicine. Otherwise, she would still be waiting for her silence. Sun Yi's chest heaved violently. Yan Qingyu and she had never gotten along from the start. However, pulled by her captain, Sun Yi had no choice but to sit still in her seat. After this initial interaction, neither team spoke a word throughout the journey. The 2 teams arrived at their training destination like this. The interstellar destinations were generally chosen to be places with residents, but were poor and had a large presence of insect beasts. Did those residents not worry about the insect beasts? After hearing the introduction, Yan Qingyu only felt it was unreasonable. If they couldn't even protect their lives, how could they afford to live in such a place? They don't need to worry. This planet has been plagued by insect beasts for a long time. But every training session has students from the capital star come here. The insect beasts do not pose a threat to them. This meant that these people were living in a slaughterhouse to save money and for safety. After listening to the explanation, Yan Qingyu looked at the yellow sand on the ground and fell into silence. Did you say there were residents? Lena also looked at the scene in front of her with uncertainty. Did this deserted appearance look like there were people here? TCH Bumpkin, how could they let you stay in comfort right away? Of course, we have to find our own way. If you can't find it and die outside, that's just your lack of strength. Sun Yi interrupted again. However, this time, before Yan Qingyu could retort, her teammates had already pulled her away. Don't mind her. We'll find our own way. Huizi stepped in front of Yan Qingyu, shielding her from the wind and sand. Yan Qingyu did not show much reaction. On the contrary, this place felt novel to her. We don't need to find a residence right away. Let's explore here first. After assessing the situation, Qingyu reached this conclusion. They could earn points by slaying insect beasts, so why rush to find a residence? It was possible to kill insect beasts now, but they still needed to find a place to stay. Dimu also suggested the sand and wind here are strong, and even though it's just past early morning, it feels scorching hot. The group followed Dimu's advice and began to slowly move forward. How we keep track of how many insect beasts we kill? Qingyu had no experience in killing insect beasts in the wild. In the virtual arena, insect beasts were just a string of data. Killing them naturally added points to your score. But these were real insect beasts. How would they keep score? Lena was also not very familiar with this aspect, so she perked up her ears to listen intently. Our light brain starts recording after we arrive at the designated planet, and when we return, we will know how many we have killed. So, this light brain is equivalent to a camera? Qingyu's expression contorted as she glanced at the bracelet on her wrist. Yeni noticed Qingyu's strange expression and carefully explained again. This function not only helps count the number of insect beasts we kill, but also serves as a final tribute to those who have died. This is their achievement. Even as students, they can still engage in battle and sacrifice themselves. The expressions of the group turned solemn. Qingyu felt little impact. Even if she wanted to die, she wouldn't be able to. Moreover, while the imagery might represent heroic records for others, for families, it undoubtedly meant reliving their pain day after day. Qingyu was somewhat selfish. She was more concerned about her family's perspective. She hoped that after her passing, her family would forget her. Unfortunately, she had no family. The group walked for quite a while, but strangely, there wasn't a single insect beast in sight. Do you guys feel something is off? Leo tugged at his collar. His face tightly wrinkled. Yes, something is definitely wrong here. Lena's nerves were tense. We've walked such a long distance. It's impossible not to see a single insect beast. Could it be that there is some particularly powerful insect beast monopolizing this territory? Don't you think so? Doesn't it feel especially hot? Oh my God, I'm sweating all over. More than I did after practicing in the virtual arena for a whole day. He was practically steaming. Lena's tense nerves snapped. Is that what we should be focusing on right now? Just as she was about to retort, Dimu chimed in. That's right. The temperature here is indeed unusual. It felt a bit chilly this morning on Capital Star, but after arriving here, I've started to feel increasingly stifled. Now that it's noon, the heat has soared. Not only was Leo sweating a lot, but none of them were without sweat. Qinyu's long hair was already sticking to her face due to sweat. However, their clothes did a good job of insulating them from the heat. Even if it was hot, it felt more like an internal stifling heat. I think the temperature of the ground must be very high. If we keep walking on it for a while, I don't know if our clothes can hold up. Now, the concern was not about the insect beasts, but their own situation. I think we should find residents to learn more. The temperature difference here is too extreme, and we need to find someone familiar with this planet to know more. Of course, we also want to avoid freezing to death at night. Chapter 136. Strange residents. Finding the resident's dwelling was not very difficult. Qingyu and her group simply walked in the direction of the oasis and soon began to notice signs of human habitation. When it was almost completely dark, Qingyu and the others finally entered the village where the residents lived. They were not the only ones who had arrived. Many other battle teams were also here. However, compared to the other battle teams that were battered and bruised, Qinyu's team had not suffered much damage, just a bit more sweat on their bodies. You arrived just in time. If you had been any later, you might have been swallowed by the insect beasts outside. The person speaking to them was the leader of this village, who had full communication authority with the military. We haven't encountered any insect beasts along the way, Leo asked with some confusion. The leader, although not as impressive as Wuxia and the others, was still fairly handsome, though he was quite small and thin in stature. Oh, I see. You are quite lucky. My name is Ito, and I am the village manager of our planet, Planet 100. Heh, our planet only has this one village, so there aren't many people here. Ito finished speaking with an awkward smile. After hearing Ito's introduction, Leo eagerly introduced himself. We are all from the Fire Academy. I'm Leo, and this is Lena. Ito's gaze began to scan over Leo and the others. However, apart from Leo, the rest of them responded rather indifferently, merely stating their names without saying much else. Ito seemed to be oblivious to their coldness and enthusiastically took out a notebook of residential houses for them to choose from. You are here to find accommodation, right? On our impoverished planet, we can only earn a little money from lodging. With this money, we could buy nutrient solutions and suppression needles. After saying this, he handed the notebook to Leo, who was somewhat surprised by the explanation. Upon seeing the different accommodations listed with varying prices, Leo fell silent. For him, the prices were not particularly high, but they were still double what hotels on the capital planet charged, which was quite outrageous. Perhaps noticing Leo's hesitation, or perhaps just accustomed to it, Ito did not give up but instead carefully explained the reasoning behind the pricing. The temperature difference here is quite large, and it gets extremely cold at night. However, if you stay in the residents' homes, you won't have to worry about the cold. But staying outside could deplete your physical energy, which would be detrimental to your training. All right, we'll stay in this one. Leo decided on a house that looked relatively clean. Okay, then it will be 1 million star coins per person. This is considered one of the better accommodations here. Just one person? Leo frowned. No, there's 6 of us. Just give us 3 rooms. Although he had money, he didn't want to be taken advantage of. It's like this. We charge per person. You can each choose a room, or 2 can share a room. It's flexible, but the charges are indeed based on the number of people. This cannot be changed. Leo glanced back at the others and found their expressions to be indifferent. He was still conflicted, but his hesitation did not last long. Huizi directly moved forward to make the transaction. Here are the star coins for 3 rooms. Thank you. Huizi transferred the money without hesitation. Leo immediately stepped forward, wanting to stop him, but Ito interrupted first. Actually, we have plenty of rooms. You can each choose one if you want. No need to be so crowded. Exactly. Leo was about to agree when Huizi refused again, simply telling Ito that they prefer to stay that way. The group then headed towards their accommodation. Ito watched them for a while before moving on to the next battle team. What's going on? Yin quietly asked Huizi. This doesn't seem normal. Everyone else, except Leo, seems a bit off. Something feels wrong, Huizi replied briefly, not elaborating further. Lena looked at Yin Qingyu in confusion. Are you okay with sharing a room with me? Yin Qingyu seemed to dislike anyone invading her personal space. It's best if we're in the same room. Yin Qingyu's response was simple but raised enough suspicion. The group arrived silently at the resident's home. They were not the only battle team here. When the homeowner saw them, he happily welcomed them. Do you really want to share rooms? The homeowner asked as they walked to the rooms. No need. We have tactical arrangements, Yin Qingyu replied, leaving the homeowner without any other reason to persuade them otherwise. Wait, our rooms need to be next to each other, Yin Qingyu stated again as she looked at the door in front of her. The homeowner showed signs of impatience, but continued to speak politely. How can a man and a woman stay in the same room? The homeowner was full of objections. However, Yin Qingyu was not someone who would easily listen to advice. We won't be staying together. We just don't want to be too far apart. Exactly. What's wrong with staying close? Don't you just want to be a bit closer? Leo, though not understanding what was happening, also sensed something was off. The homeowner began to sweat nervously. No matter how he tried to reason, Yin Qingyu remained firm in her stance. If you're worried about disturbing the other female guests, we could take the 3 rooms in the far corner. Our team has tactical matters to discuss and doesn't want to be too far apart. Yin Qingyu offered more reasoning this time, and upon hearing this, the homeowner had no choice but to let them stay in the 3 rooms in the far corner. The 2 rooms in the opposite corner were for the boys, while Yin Qingyu shared a room with Lena, which was next to Huizi's room. Let us discuss tactics in Huizi's room first, Yin Qingyu casually suggested, and everyone agreed as they entered Huizi's room. Hey, do you think they won't suspect us? It's a bit strange that we're not using our light brains to communicate, Leo said uncertainly after entering. Generally, communication was done through light brains, but they had claimed they needed to discuss tactics in the room. Was that excuse too far-fetched? Chapter 137. Organizing thoughts. The group did not immediately respond to Leo, but instead relaxed in the room. Don't rush. We need to sort things out first. Dimu patted Leo's shoulder, signaling him to sit down. What if someone overhears us? The door had a system, but it was clearly outdated. Even Leo could easily unlock it. Yin Qingyu remained silent, her hands moving slightly more. Don't worry, no one can hear us. Yin Qingyu stopped her movements and began her analysis. I feel something is very off about these people. Yin, Yi, and the others were still trying to figure out how to ensure they wouldn't be overheard, but upon hearing Yin Qingyu's words, they shifted their focus. What's wrong? You and Huizi seemed a bit strange when you met Ito, Yin Yi recalled, noting that Yin Qingyu and Huizi's reactions were indeed unusual. Moreover, both Yin Qingyu and Huizi dislike outsiders intruding on their living space, yet they still mentioned living together in front of Ito. After hearing Huizi's words, Yinyi felt that something was off. I don't know if this is a form of assessment or not, but the person we just encountered was quite strange. Yin Qingyu frowned as she looked at Huizi, who must have also noticed something unusual about that person to come up with the idea of having a few people live together. No, the assessment method has never mentioned anything like this. We are not supposed to have more interactions with the original residents. Huizi immediately countered Yin Qingyu's words. He had been on many missions and was well aware that this was not included in the assessment. What exactly did you discover? I feel something is off, but it seems like nothing is wrong. Leo only felt vaguely troubled, but he wasn't quite sure what these two were talking about. Don't you think that Ito is trying to lead us? Even the landlord seems to be the same. Yin Qingyu raised an eyebrow at Leo. Initially, she had only a suspicion, but repeated inquiries made her feel that something was amiss. Well, I've been on many missions and visited impoverished planets, but the accommodation here is the most peculiar. Huizi realized something was wrong when Ito mentioned 1 million star coins per person, 1 room per person. It seems they really want us to be separated. Yin Qingyu concluded. The group suddenly felt a chill down their spines. In terms of people's tendency to take advantage, anyone would choose to have 1 room each, especially since they came from a capital planet. It was unlikely they would share a room with others. Moreover, since everyone has to pay and the money is already spent, why not live more comfortably? Why do they want to separate us? What exactly do they want to do? Dimu frowned, still pondering the reasons behind this. I don't know, but to prevent any accidents, it's best if we stay together. Huizi also didn't understand the purpose of this arrangement for now, but staying together from now on seemed like the best course of action. However, wouldn't they suspect us for gathering together without using the light brain? If there is some scheme, their current actions would attract attention. No, if they really suspected us, Ito would have brought it up from the start. Moreover, suspecting us isn't a bad thing. At least it serves as a reminder for them not to entertain any crooked thoughts. Yin Qingyu thought it through thoroughly. After discussing their tactics for tomorrow, the group dispersed to their rooms. Yin Qingyu and Lina entered their own room. As soon as they entered, a strange smell filled the air. Qingyu, this room feels a bit odd. Lina glanced around the room and concluded that it was strange. The room was empty but exceptionally antique. Everything was made of wood. A large bed was placed in the center. After surveying the room, Yin Qingyu walked straight to a cabinet beside the bed. What is this? It looks like an antique. It was a delicate golden incense burner, small and placed on the cabinet, looking particularly attractive. After all, in the interstellar era, people rarely see such exquisitely antique items. The incense burner. Yin Qingyu picked it up and opened the lid to smell the remnants of ash inside. Qingyu, this place is really quite strange. From the moment we arrived in this village, it has felt odd. It seems orderly, but there are actually hidden currents beneath. Lina's first reaction upon seeing the incense burner was not admiration, but a slight chill in her heart. Yin Qingyu merely sniffed it and then set the incense burner down. Let us rest. Our training starts tomorrow. Lina nodded, complying with Yin Qingyu's words, and the two lay down on the bed to sleep. Next door, Huizi and Yun Yi were still contemplating the oddities of this place. Why are the people on this planet staying here? The temperature difference is significant, making it an unsuitable place for habitation. It's even worse than the planet Yin Qingyu was on before. Those who initially came were likely attracted by the energy mines, but now those who live here must be their descendants. The energy mines on this planet used to be abundant, and despite the harsh conditions, many people came here. However, now that the energy mines are controlled by the military, it seems there is no longer any meaning in staying here. Huizi could only explain that these people were being nostalgic. So, what is the situation now? What do they want to do to us? Yin Yi's questions went unanswered, and only Asai concluded that topic. On the first night on this planet, they all went to sleep with worries. In the morning, the group hurried to go out and hunt insect beasts. Yin Qingyu and her group woke up extremely early. This time, they went directly out of the village to search for insect beasts. Last time, for some unknown reason, they didn't encounter a single insect beast. If they didn't find any today, they would probably return empty-handed again. What are you thinking? Do you think insect beasts don't come out to hunt for food? You really think you can avoid them? Dimu retorted Leo without holding back. Leo pouted and didn't say anything else. However, after walking for an unknown amount of time without encountering any insect beasts while the temperature gradually rose, they began to realize that something was indeed strange. Not encountering insect beasts yesterday might have just been bad luck, but it's impossible to not encounter them every day, right? Especially when they could hear the sounds of battle not far away. Their doubts deepened. We'd better split up. Yanqingyu bit her lip and thought for a moment before decisively deciding to separate. What? No way. We are a team. What if something happens? How could they come to support us in time? Chapter 138. The Wood That Killed. If we don't do this, we will never be able to hunt insect beasts. Yanqingyu mercilessly revealed the truth. She suspected that something was targeting them, but due to the fact that they had been walking together, that thing couldn't make a move. But it also prevented other insect beasts from making a move on them. Fine, we'll split up. But you two can't go together. Huizi rarely agreed to Yanqingyu's request, while Leo looked incredulous. In the past, Huizi was the most worried about Yanqingyu. For her safety, he would even forcibly recruit people into the team. Yanqingyu didn't refute and calmly followed Huizi's arrangement. Lena and I will be in one group. Huizi directly paired Lena with him, which made Leo look even more shocked. Leo will be in a group with Qingyu, and Dimu will be in a group with Yuni. Don't go too far. If there's any danger, just use the light brain. Everyone nodded in agreement, but Leo, who had walked a short distance with Yanqingyu, was still in a daze. Why did he assign me to your team? Leo felt a bit anxious. Why were Huizi and Yanqingyu so in sync this time? Based on strength, this is the best arrangement. Lena is a solo soldier and has mental strength. Her combat power is the weakest among this group. Yun is a doctor. Although his mental strength level is decent, he doesn't have a mecha, so it's safer to be with the stronger Dimu. So I'm here to protect you? Leo asked uncertainly, and to be honest, he felt that this meaning wasn't quite what he understood. Don't worry too much. We just need to get back safely. Yanqingyu continued to walk without looking back. The atmosphere between the two became momentarily silent. However, as they walked further away, they still didn't encounter any insect beasts along the way. Leo was already drenched in sweat from the heat. Suddenly, Yanqingyu stopped and no longer moved. What's wrong? Are we going back? Finally going back. After walking for so long, they hadn't even seen a low-level insect beast. If they didn't go back soon, he would faint from the heat before he even started killing the insect beasts. We shouldn't be able to go back for now, Yanqingyu said in a low voice. Leo's hand, which was wiping sweat, suddenly froze. What does this mean? But the two of them instinctively became alert. From now on, we will head back the way we came. Yanqingyu closed the distance between her and Leo, and they began to retreat. However, this retreating action seemed to provoke something. Endless branches began to appear on the ground, trying to entangle them. Run! Yanqingyu unhesitatingly grabbed Leo's hand and ran back. But someone suddenly blocked her path. Ha! Yanqingyu, don't think you can escape. Leo looked up in surprise at the woman above, who was stunningly beautiful with an alluring figure, but her face contorted in a terrifying manner. Who is she? Leo's question went unanswered. Yanqingyu's palm was tightly clenched. She and brought that antenna. The thing was still in her bathroom. She should have known this thing couldn't stand her, but she didn't expect it to come so quickly. Do you want to kill me? Did you ask your king about it? With Mu blocking the way in front and the strange vines behind, Yanqingyu found herself in a dilemma. The king wants to know how you died. Don't think you're that important to the king. Do you really believe that a promise of becoming an insect queen makes you one? Mu's gaze towards Yanqingyu was filled with jealousy and anger. Killing me won't solve anything. Don't think she doesn't know that insect beasts are different from human women. This insect beast just wanted the position of queen, along with an unconscious reverence for their king ingrained in her genes. This is what drove Mu to want to kill her. First, I'll kill you, and you don't need to worry about the rest. Mu didn't want to waste too much time talking with Yanqingyu. The branches behind them kept surging toward them. Leo, you deal with the branches. I'll kill her. After Qingyu said this, she used her lightness skill to leap upwards. Hearing Qingyu's words, Liu didn't hesitate at all and immediately released his mech to fight the branches. Seeing Qingyu escape so quickly, a flicker of regret passed through Mu's eyes. But as Qingyu approached, Mu swiped towards her direction. She wanted to tear this woman's face. Qingyu leaned back to avoid Mu's attack, her hand brushing against Mu's clothes. Using the momentum, she pulled herself behind Mu. Mu reacted quickly. As soon as Qingyu let go, she turned around for another strike. However, Qingyu kicked her in the calf, causing her to kneel on the ground. Qingyu was pushed back a bit, but quickly steadied herself. Qingyu, I will definitely make you die here today. Mu's body began to tremble, and Qingyu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, looking at the woman before her who was about to undergo a transformation with amusement. Have you ever thought that maybe your insect beast form is too ugly? Which is why your king insists on making me the queen. To Qingyu, none of the true forms of insect beasts were good-looking. The last time she saw a mermaid, its true form was still quite ugly. Mu's current true form was naturally hideous as well. Cough, you can't talk nonsense. What do you humans know? She clearly is one of the better-looking ones among the insect beasts. Just looking at your hairy hands is disgusting, especially with that black fur. Qingyu drew a sword from her space, pointing it directly at Mu. Heh, even without using my true form to fight you, I can still kill you. When Qingyu heard this, a strange smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. But she didn't linger too long and swung the sword down. Qingyu's internal energy, combined with her technique, made her attacks increasingly powerful. However, her body was still too weak. Just being struck once on the chest caused her to spit out a lot of blood. The rich smell of blood constantly stimulated Mu's nostrils. Muliket harips. Her eyes turning red as she looked at the corner of Qingyu's mouth. This person's blood is really fragrant. It can entice the insect beasts. Qingyu seemed to notice something was off with Mu, smiled slightly, wiped the blood from her lips, and extended her hand towards Mu. Want a drink? Mu's gaze shifted to Qingyu's hand. Deep in her mind, something urged her to consume this blood. If she did, she wouldn't have to suffer so much pain anymore. Mu shook her head, quickly suppressing the thoughts in her mind. But this moment of distraction allowed Qingyu's sword tip to pierce directly into her abdomen. Chapter 139. Kill her. Mu quickly reacted, retreating and pulling the sword out of her body. You damned woman. Sneak attack her. Attack her while she's distracted. Mu raised her hand, trying to grab Qingyu. Mu realized her hand inexplicably couldn't move. If she tried to move, she would experience excruciating pain. What'd you do to me? Looking at Qingyu closing in, Mu wanted to retreat, but as soon as she moved, a heart-wrenching discomfort surged. Mu fell to the ground, watching Qingyu hover above her. I want to root you out. After saying this, Qingyu raised her sword, the tip aimed directly at Mu's throat. Wait, no. Qingyu. Ugh. Qingyu's sword tip had already pierced into Mu's throat, a stream of blue liquid flowing directly from her mouth. When Lin arrived, Qingyu had already pulled the sword out of Mu's body. What? Are you here to kill me too? Qingyu held the sword, warily looking at the man before her. This was the cute boy she had seen at Huang's place the other day. He actually came with Mu, which made Qingyu have to be on guard. No, it's not that. The king sent me here. Lin's gaze didn't land on Qingyu. His attention was focused entirely on Mu. Even though Qingyu's sweet smell of blood stimulated his nostrils, Lin merely swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Since it's not that, then hurry and leave. Qingyu didn't want him lingering here. Lin came back to his senses, quickly picked up Mu's body, and ran off. With Mu's power gone, the branches stopped moving. Liu hurried over to Qingyu's side after getting out of the mech. That insect beast seemed to know Qingyu. Qingyu didn't know what Liu was thinking, but she couldn't hold on any longer. Her internal energy was too depleted, and combined with the insect beast's tough skin, her hands were already in bad shape from using the sword. Plus, she had been hit in the chest twice. Qingyu felt her breathing becoming labored, with intense pain in her chest. Supporting herself with the sword, she saw Liu coming over, but didn't explain much. Qingyu. Bang. Qingyu could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. When Liu carried Qingyu back, Huizi's face turned extremely pale. Not long after you left, insect beasts started attacking us. We thought they had chosen us to attack, but who knew it would turn out like this? Uni, is there something wrong with Qingyu? Uni's examination didn't take too long, but he looked at Qingyu with concern. If there were a treatment pod, Qingyu would recover quickly. However, on this remote planet, the treatment pods are old and broken. How could this happen? The leader wouldn't be stingy with medical tools, right? Such basic medical equipment should be provided for free, even in the poorest places. If the treatment pod is broken, they could apply to the interstellar for a new one. You didn't bring one either? Wuxia suddenly turned to Uni. Upon hearing this, Uni's expression turned grim. He hadn't expected such a situation to arise. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat heavy. So, what you're saying is, who would have known that this planet doesn't even have the most basic treatment pod? Leo really couldn't fathom this possibility. Wuxia closed his eyes for a moment and then looked at Dimmu. We can only borrow from the military. The only two places that might have treatment pods here are in the village or with the military. But during training, the military can't help us, including lending equipment. Even if the military knows they are here to exterminate insect beasts, they wouldn't take care to assist them. If they die, it's just because their strength is insufficient. No need to go. I can recover on my own. Although it hurts, Qingyu felt there was no need for that. Due to her immortal nature, she wouldn't die anyway. Since she couldn't die, her recovery speed wouldn't be too slow. Qingyu, your chest. My body is mine. I know it. I am a doctor too. Qingyu retorted sharply to Uni's words. You all should think about how to solve this deadlock. Qingyu stretched out her hand and pinched her brow. She hadn't anticipated such a situation would arise. The attack by the humanoid insect beasts in this strange village. The events of the past 2 days had left Qingyu with a headache. The insect beasts will come again? Leo became alert. Humanoid insect beasts are the hardest to deal with. They possess the defense of insect beasts and the intelligence of humans. They can even blend into the crowd, making it difficult to distinguish between humanoid insect beasts and people. Even though he knew about humanoid insect beasts, he hadn't associated it with the insects when he saw the wood. No, it shouldn't happen again. I killed an important insect beast. Now, we need to deal with this cursed place. If not handled properly, they might lose something here. If they didn't want such a situation to occur, Qingyu naturally felt it was best to clarify things. Didn't Uni just say that the treatment pod here is broken? Why don't they contact the interstellar to get it replaced? Qingyu brought this question up again. Since it's broken regarding something related to life, why don't these people go and exchange it? I don't know. Could it be that they haven't contacted the capital star? Or did the people there forget? Uni speculated that this matter was their planet's issue. If Qingyu hadn't been injured, they wouldn't have thought so much. Uni is indeed Uni. Qingyu's sudden compliment made Uni's face flush. Except for medical skills, he thought too simply. The joy Uni had just experienced was ruthlessly thrown back. Qingyu sat up, looked at the few people, and after glancing around, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Indeed, the proud children of heaven will never understand the thoughts of the lower classes. No matter how much time passes, humanity remains the same. Sometimes, what we don't care about is what others desire. To obtain what they crave, they will go to any lengths, and these methods are ones we cannot accept or even understand. Qingyu briefly explained the principle. Leo scratched his head, looking at Qingyu with confusion. Don't rush. I told you before, the poorer the place, the more terrifying it could be, right? These people are far from the capital star and even live in a desolate area. They are poor. If they want to buy nutrient solutions, they can only rely on the accommodation fees paid by students who come over occasionally. Apart from that, there is nothing else. Chapter 140. Feel the speculation is far-fetched. How terrifying could it be? Their talent is even worse than ours. Dimmu replied disdainfully. Qingyu was right to be worried. But there was no need to worry about everything. Even if the people on this planet have some crooked ideas, they wouldn't be able to inflict any substantial harm on them. Their talent indeed isn't as good as ours, but if they want to plot against us, it would be much simpler. A group of inexperienced kids, how could they understand the malice of human hearts? Qingyu lowered her eyelids, looking at the bandage on her hand, her smile appearing particularly sarcastic. They do not need treatment pods. Rather, they have treatment pods. so they don't need to exchange them. Contact with the capital star is something they cannot accept. So even if the treatment pod is broken, they wouldn't go and exchange it. They have treatment pods, but won't lend them to us? This doesn't make sense. Leo rubbed his chin, his face full of doubt. Of course, they wouldn't lend it to us. The treatment pods sent by the interstellar all have serial numbers. The treatment pod he took out could never have a serial number. Yan Qingtian had seen treatment pods before, even having seen Yuni's personal treatment pod. Her memory wouldn't be wrong on this point. Are you saying they have private treatment pods? Yuni's face was also filled with surprise. Treatment pods are generally public and free. Usually, aside from doctors, very few people would buy private treatment pods. This thing costs a pretty penny. Do they buy private ones? How could that be possible? Even if the accommodation fees are a bit high, we don't come to this planet for training every time. They still need to buy nutrient solutions and suppressants. How could they have so much money to buy treatment pods? Qingtian, how are you so sure they would have their own treatment pods? Clearly, she hadn't seen one either. Yan Qingtian tilted her head to look at the incense burner on the table. I'm not sure, but just speculating this is also valid. Yan Qingtian just felt that on this planet, where insect beasts are rampant, not having treatment pods is really abnormal. Moreover, when we entered this village yesterday, aside from the injured among us, the people in this village looked perfectly clean. Just these speculations aren't enough to explain anything. Dimu interrupted Yan Qingtian's words. This speculation is somewhat far-fetched. They might really not have treatment pods. Let us not worry about that for now. We should just be careful. The main concern is the insect beast coming again. Huizi spoke up, and after he finished, the others nodded with lingering fear. Qingtian, what kind of insect beast did you encounter? Lena looked at Yan Qingtian while everyone else had left. She sat beside her. She had gone to the virtual arena with Yan Qingtian many times, and even the first time they entered the virtual arena. Such a fierce insect beast was slain by Yan Qingtian. This time, however, Yan Qingtian had suffered such serious injuries. That insect beast must have been very powerful. Yan Qingtian didn't speak, her expression showing some pain as she clutched her chest. Seeing this, Lena let Yan Qingtian lie down properly on the bed. She lay on the bed, her eyes tightly closed, but the hand under the blanket kept gripping the sheets. Yan Qingtian wasn't in pain in her chest. Rather, she didn't want to say too much. The appearance of Mu was simply exposing her identity. Leo witnessed Lin and Mu in person and also knew that she was acquainted with these insect beasts. This time, how could she explain this issue? Yanqing's speculation was not without reason. After Leo and the others went out, they began to discuss. I don't know how this insect beast knew Qingyu, but I clearly heard the term insect queen. Leo recalled her previous experiences carefully. From their conversation, it seemed they had met before. Indeed, when we only knew that there were human-shaped insect beasts, Yan Qingyu had even met the insect king. Dimu directly revealed the truth. According to your statement, Yan Qingyu must have met these insect beasts, and that insect king even wanted Yan Qingyu to be the insect queen, but the insect beast was unwilling to accept her. Dimu, based on Leo's words, inadvertently spilled the facts. However, when did she meet them? The last time she saw the insect beasts was during our interview, right? Leo couldn't help but feel a chill at the memory of the last thrilling moment. This was her first time being so close to a human-shaped insect beast. As a result, today, she had an even closer encounter. Huizi, when do you think she met these insect beasts again? Dimu threw the question to Huizi. Huizi's face showed no extra expression. She sat there with her arms crossed, revealing no emotion. These are not what we should consider. Those insect beasts have their sights set on Qingyu, and it seems they want to kill her, no matter how we analyze it. Even if Yan Qingyu had seen these insect beasts before, today's incident only tells us that these insect beasts want Yan Qingyu's life. She wants Yan Qingyu's life? Huang looked coldly at the body lying on the ground. Mu was not completely dead. Her throat was not her fatal point. But being beaten like this made her somewhat weak. My king, Mu didn't mean it. She was just confused for a moment. Please, my king, save her life. Lin knelt on the ground, pleading. Without the king's command, he didn't dare let Ling save Mu. I told you to go to Qingyu's side. Huang casually raised his hand, his gaze brushing over his fingertips. My king, Mu wants to be with me, so if she wants to die, let her die. Since she didn't want to follow his orders, He didn't need to care about her that much. My king, we are in urgent need of manpower now. Sun stepped forward to speak to Huang, but he bowed his head so low that it was hard to discern his intentions. Huang's eyes flickered, and he remained silent without making a sound. In the empty secret room, only Mu's rough breathing was noticeable. Ling, don't kill her. Since Qingyu didn't kill you, she probably doesn't want to see you die just like that. Huang frowned and ordered Ling to take Mu down for treatment. The remaining two stood below, feeling somewhat at a loss. My king, Qingyu probably doesn't want to let her go, but she might not have realized that Mu's fatal point is not there. Sen corrected Huang's mistake. How could humans not strike hard against insect beasts? Qingyu was just a momentary mistake. That's why Mu was able to save her life. Huh? Do you think I don't know that Mu didn't obey my orders and should have been executed? But now, the insect beasts are already short on talent. So since Mu saved her life, it's her good luck. My king, Qingyu is very strong. Not only is she strong, but she is also smart and courageous. Her various skills are extremely well coordinated. Sun glanced at Mu, who was being treated on the bed, and heavily labeled Qingyu in his heart. Chapter 141. Coming to find her, she is very formidable. After Lin calmed down, he couldn't help but interject. Fortunately, she didn't come to kill me at that time. She just let me go. He still felt grateful for this. She let you go. Weren't you with Mu? Huang raised an eyebrow at Lin, wondering why these two, who went together, only had Qingyu deal with one of them. I was tricked by Mu to another place. By the time I rushed over, Mu was like this. If those two really wanted to kill me, we wouldn't have made it back. Lin said this, awkwardly lowering his head. Even though he was relatively outstanding among the insect beasts, he still didn't expect to be tricked by Mu. Those two. Huang frowned at Lin. Yes, their teams separated. Qingyu was with a boy. Obviously, Lin had not realized the oddity in this. He was still describing the scene of seeing Qingyu. Lin, you, and Mu should have led Qingyu into a trap. Sun suddenly spoke up. Huh? Lin was still oblivious. Huang had a serious expression, not revealing what he was thinking. But soon, a smile appeared on his face. This is just right, this way. Qingyu should be able to come directly to be my insect queen. Let's go. Huang's excitement seemed somewhat strange to Lin. My king, where are we going? What are we going to do now? Of course, we are going to take this opportunity to bring our insect queen back. Qingyu might have already aroused suspicion now. Inexplicably acquainted with these two insect beasts, which would always be doubted by humans. Huang set off happily with Lin and Senator when Qingyu woke up again. She glanced at Lena lying beside the bed, then touched her chest. It didn't hurt as much as yesterday. There was also a knock at the door. But Lena had not yet woken up. Qingyu quietly got out of bed. Seeing the four people outside the door, Qingyu couldn't help but frown. However, she still took them to Huizi's room. Sit. Qingyu looked at the four standing in front of her, her expression showing no extra emotion. Qingyu, are you feeling better? Yi sat down beside Qingyu, looking at her with concern. Yes, it's nothing serious. But what about you? Do you have any questions? Qingyu decided to take the initiative. Rather than letting them speculate aimlessly, it would be better for her to come up with a good story. Qingyu, we didn't doubt that you had seen. Leo had just started to say a few words when he was elbowed back by Mu. Qingyu found this scene amusing. All right, it doesn't matter to tell you. I have seen insect beasts before. I met those two insect beasts yesterday as well. Qingyu observed that everyone's expressions were very calm. She knew these people would definitely notice something was off. On the night I was about to leave, I encountered them. That insect king wanted me to stay as his insect queen. I refused, but it seems that this position is not something I covet. Others are very eager for it. Qingyu succinctly explained. However, this statement contained no falsehood. These things had actually happened. You were captured by so many insect beasts. Why did they let you go? Humans who fall into the hands of insect beasts surely have no good outcome. Yet, Qingyu was surprisingly returned safely. Mu was the first to question Qingyu. They won't harm me. Although I still haven't figured out what use I have for them, at least they won't act so quickly against me. Qingyu lightly exhaled a breath of turbid air. This question was something she hadn't found a reason for herself. But that insect beast wanted to kill you, right? Leo looked at Qingyu in confusion. They won't act so quickly against her, but this time they came directly to kill her. I don't want the position of insect queen, Someone else must want it. That was a relatively ambitious insect beast. Yan Qingyu casually replied to Liu. Even if the insect beasts want to kill her, she didn't care. Are you dangerous? Yun Yi asked anxiously. Yan Qingyu might not care, but Yun Yi was very concerned. If anything unexpected happened again, Yun Yi wouldn't be able to accept it. No, they won't kill me for now. Unless they find out that eating me might be more beneficial, then I might be in some danger. Yan Qingyu spoke as if she were not the one in danger. You don't need to worry too much. For now, I should be fine. Besides, I just killed a bug beast yesterday, so they can't possibly come to retaliate against me. Yan Qingyu casually moved past the topic. She couldn't contact Huang, but she thought Huang wouldn't come to kill her over this, right? Didn't she also kill 2 other humanoid bug beasts before? Yan Qingyu decisively put this matter out of her mind. Let's go out and kill bug beasts. We need to finish quickly so we can investigate things. After saying that, Yan Qingyu stood up, but as soon as she stood up, her figure froze. Investigate? What do we need to investigate? Liu thought there was no need to investigate anything. They could just complete the mission and leave. Hey! Liu saw Yan Qingyu frozen in place and wave his hands in front of her eyes. Yan Qingyu grabbed Liu's hand, but remained still, not moving. Qingyu, shill. Yan Qingyu stopped Yun Yi from speaking further and stood still. Seeing this, Huizi also calmed down to sense the situation. A powerful mental force swept through the entire floor, and at that moment, the homeowner, standing at Lena's door, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head and fell to his knees. Hearing the noise, Yan Qingyu pushed Liu aside and ran out. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw Liu kneeling at the door. What are you doing here? Yan Qingyu asked coldly. I just came to bring some food and incense. The homeowner remained weakly kneeling on the ground, dropping everything he was holding. Yan Qingyu glanced at the items on the ground, her expression not showing any extra emotion. Thank you. You can go back now. Yan Qingyu's gaze shifted back to the homeowner. The homeowner nodded while holding his head and quickly left. Yan Qingyu squatted down to pick up the items on the ground. Qingyu, you were really serious just now. If Yan Qingyu hadn't been so serious, Huizi wouldn't have directly attacked with mental power. The few of them helped pick up the items and returned to the room with Yan Qingyu. Yan Qingyu placed the items on the bedside, waking Lena up. Chapter 142. Incense. Qingyu, what is this? A group of people stood inexplicably in the room, and Lena was still a bit confused when she got up. However, looking at the items Yan Qingyu was playing with, Lena felt puzzled. Yan Qingyu didn't answer, but placed the incense in the incense burner. The smoke rose from the burner, filling the room with a fragrant aroma. What is this thing? A few of them sniffed the air, finding the scent delicate and not overpowering. This scent is nice. It's incense, but this is something that hasn't been used for thousands of years. In modern times, very few people use this kind of thing. It's mostly for play. Yan Qingyu retracted her hand, looking at the incense burner with a more serious expression. Then why is there this kind of thing? Can you smell it? Yan Qingyu suddenly asked, causing a few to be taken aback. Qingyu, do you think there's something wrong with this incense? As a doctor, Yun Yi's first thought was about medicine. But what kind of medicine could incense have? There are problems with the incense, and there are problems with the people as well. Yan Qingyu simply replied and extinguished the incense. This scent is specifically used for inducing sleep. However, the amount of drugs in the incense is too much, which can lead to you falling into a deep sleep or even a long coma. As long as the incense burns, long-term exposure will have this effect. This kind of thing should have nearly been lost by the 21st century. I didn't expect to see it in the interstellar era. Yan Qingyu sighed, making Liu and the others feel a bit uneasy. Lena looked at Yan Qingyu with a puzzled expression, not understanding what she meant. However, she wouldn't ask further. You mean there might be others like you here? Yan understood what Yan Qingyu was saying, but Yan Qingyu shook her head. I'm not very sure. However, what can be confirmed now is that these people have started to take action against us. It's just that we don't know what their true purpose is. Going around in circles, things once again returned to the starting point. As Yan Qingyu said this, everyone inexplicably fell silent. Since we can't guess, it's best not to expose ourselves and just proceed with our task step by step. Huizi concluded. Knock, knock. Just after Huizi finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Dimu opened the door, and standing outside was Ito, whom they had seen before. Sorry to disturb you all. I heard Miss Yin was hurt a bit, so I came to check on you. Ito said at the door, but Dimu had no intention of letting him in. However, since he claimed to be looking for Yin Qingyu, she spoke up to let him in. "Miss Yin, are you better now?" Ito looked at Yin Qingyu standing by the bed, his eyes filled with surprise. "Not bad, just a bit of an old injury, but it's okay." The two exchanged pleasantries as usual. Ito kept asking Yin Qingyu various questions, reminding her to be careful when going out. When Leo and the others were getting impatient, Ito finally stopped his incessant chatter. "Qingyu, have you lit the incense yet?" Ito exaggeratedly sniffed the lingering fragrance in the room. I've never seen this kind of thing before, so I just tried it out. Luckily, I've read some ancient books, so I know how to use it." Yin Qingyu calmly replied. Ito looked at Yin Qingyu with a shocked expression. "Qingyu, you actually read ancient books? Truly a genius from the capital star. Not only beautiful, but also knowledgeable." Ito's compliments reached the ears of the others again. "Thank you, but it's not easy for you to make something like this. I heard that making incense is quite complicated. You even equipped it with an incense burner." Yin Qingyu chatted casually with Ito. "Oh, it's nothing much. It's just that our ancestors have always known how to make this. We just wanted to give you a better experience, but the incense isn't much. And some boys don't like this scent. Generally, we give it to girls." Ito replied with a smile, then turned to the others standing not far away and said, "I'm really sorry. We originally wanted to quietly deliver this to each girl's room to avoid you thinking we were being inattentive. Who knew you'd still see us? How about this? If you like this scent, I'll have Liuzi bring you some more." His words sounded very polite and courteous. "No need. Let the remaining incense be for us girls. Boys sometimes don't appreciate it," Yin Qingyu said playfully, winking at Ito, making him pause for a moment. All right. I'll have Liuzi bring you more. I won't disturb you then. You still need to go train, right? Then let's get ready to go." Ito was the first to exit the room. Yin Qingyu and the others remained silent for a while before leaving the room one after another. "Be careful. Some of those who came from there are not simple." Ito and the homeowner stood in a dark corner, whispering to each other. "It's really strange. I was just about to pry the door open when I felt a sharp pain in my head." Liuzi, still shaken, covered his head with his hands. "You idiot. These people must have a high mental power. They attacked you with it." Liuzi may have been short-sighted, but that didn't mean he was the same. What should we do then? Let's kill them." Liuzi panicked at the suggestion. "I told you, you're hopelessly stupid. Can you fight them? One mech comes over, and we're done for." Ito harshly reprimanded the ignorant man before him. "So, should we keep our distance from them?" Liuzi asked, with veins popping on Ito's forehead. This person was really hard to deal with. "We don't need to bother with them. Those two women are our targets. They're solo fighters with weaker mental power." Ito commanded fiercely, feeling excited just thinking about Yin Qingyu's lively blinking appearance. How can I make a move with them so close together? Ito's expression darkened completely. "Don't say you don't understand. If you can't handle it, give your room to someone else. Others should really like your big house, right? It's clean and tidy. And there are quite a few rooms. Most people prefer to stay here." "Hey, no. I can. I will definitely do well." "Just kidding. This house has brought him so many benefits. Let go, there's no point. Remember, if they can't stay, just let them go. Those who are too weak should be kept. We can't let a little personal desire ruin a whole planet's people." After giving his orders, Ito left satisfied. He still needed to check on other people's homes. Chapter 143. Guessing through today, they were no longer like they were in the past 2 days. In just half a day, they had taken the lives of quite a few insect beasts. "It's scorching hot. Let's head back for now. We still have a few days of training left." Leo spoke first, as they had almost wiped out the insect beasts in this area. Given the hot weather, there wouldn't be many insect beasts coming out at this time. The others nodded in agreement and slowly made their way back. "Qingyu, do you think that person has any problems?" Yin Qingyu had talked to that person for so long. There must be something wrong. Huizi was quite certain of this. Moreover, he felt somewhat nauseous upon seeing that man. Yin Qingyu nodded. That person should be the one leading the operations here." Yin Qingyu carefully analyzed Ito's odd behavior with them. The windows of the room were wide open, and although the fragrance had faded, that person still smelled it immediately. They had already ordered that fragrance. What does that prove? Leo was still not quite understanding. Fool! If he can smell that little bit of fragrance, it means he is very familiar with it. It's possible that he made that fragrance himself. Dimu retorted without holding back. Well, whether he made the fragrance or not isn't very important. What matters is that he directly started talking about it. Did you hear who this fragrance is specifically for? Yan Qingyu continued to help them recall the scene from earlier. Did he not say that you girls love this scent the most? Boys sometimes really don't care much for such things. Although this thing is quite rare, they usually send it to girls quietly. If you hadn't seen the fragrance, you probably wouldn't have known we were given something, right? Some people might tell their teammates, but others won't. I've explained the consequences of inhaling those fragrances, right? So, if your teammates don't know they've been drugged, and there's only one girl in the team, who would come to call her? Their team was quite close-knit, but even so, Yan Qingyu and the others were still being targeted, not knowing the reason behind it. However, those women who were considered single within the team were different. Our training has to end eventually, right? If she keeps not showing up and we can't find anyone in the room, then that person probably just slipped away or was killed by an insect beast. Yan Qingyu picked up from Yun Yi's words. As soon as this was said, the expressions of the group stiffened. How could this be? How is that possible? Such a thing sounded like a fairy tale. Don't panic. According to my guess, he usually targets those women who are relatively brainless and weak. Yan Qingyu didn't seem very anxious. She could even clearly articulate this horrifying situation. No, we've been so careful. Why are we still targeted, you and Lena? They were quite tightly knit, yet this person could still fixate on Yan Qingyu and the others. We are solo fighters. Wasn't it written when we checked in? We're solo fighters, and in their eyes, solo fighters are the easiest to bully. Yan Qingyu said this, as if it were a matter of course. Leo, listening from the side, was almost trembling. No. How do we end up in such a dangerous situation? We haven't done anything since we arrived, yet we got caught up in this whirlpool. Not just us. It should have happened to everyone who came here. This has been going on for a long time. Didn't you hear him say? This fragrance has been passed down through their ancestors. Yan Qingyu described as she walked. Lena, such a strong-willed person, couldn't help but inch closer to Leo. Don't be afraid. It might just be Qingyu's guess. Leo patted Lena's back, trying to comfort her. No, Qingyu's guess should be right. He spoke up. This is the death toll on this planet. Compared to other planets, it is indeed much stranger. The number of deaths here, especially among women, far exceeds that of women on other planets during training. These women are either solo fighters or mech manufacturers, and about 10 die in each training session. Women are already rare. Although this death count isn't particularly high, it's still more than the 2 or 3 deaths on other planets. It's normal. Mech manufacturers don't dare to act. Solo fighters have decent physical abilities, but their mental powers are weak. As long as they keep them unconscious or make them go crazy, it won't be a big problem. As for mech manufacturers, Yan Qingyu, Sun Yi walked over from a distance, looking at Yan Qingyu with rage in her eyes. Seriously, training and still being all lovey-dovey with the guys. Where are you all living? I haven't seen you out training every day. You're so lazy. Hui Zi and the others watched Sun Yi warily, not knowing how much of what they had just said she had heard. Why are you all looking at me like that? Sun Yi was confused, wondering why they were all staring at her. She hadn't done anything yet, but they looked at her with hostility. We're tired. We're going back now. Yan Qingyu didn't say much to Sun Yi and quickly pulled Hui Zi and the others away. Qingyu, do you think she might be a chosen target? Leo quietly asked as he leaned closer to Yan Qingyu. Although Sun Yi was a mech manufacturer, she still met the criteria of being not too bright and was the only girl in this team. Hard to say, but for now, let's not worry about her. Yan Qingyu glanced back, seeing Sun Yi still venting her anger. However, it seemed that the people around her were used to this, and no one went up to comfort her. Yan Qingyu retracted her gaze, and the group returned to their room before it got dark. Beep beep. Yan Qingyu's light brain started to buzz. Their team had a dedicated chat platform. Qingyu, what's going to happen with the mecha manufacturers? Leo immediately started asking questions as soon as he returned to the room. The physical abilities of mecha manufacturers are not as good as those of individual soldiers, but their mental strength is quite strong. Their mental attacks can be quite uncomfortable, but as long as they are subjected to abuse, breaking their psychological defenses isn't too difficult. Is that it? Leo didn't quite understand. He thought just abusing them would be enough. Leo, stop gloating here. Dimu scolded Leo once again. Chapter 144. The arrow is on the string that's right, Leo. If you were the one doing the abusing, you might not be able to handle it either, Yan Qingyu spoke bluntly. She thought that the abuse must cross an extreme line for women to give up resistance. Leo fell silent. Huizi directly uploaded the data to the light brain. Qingyu was right. Many teams didn't know how their teammates died. They just assumed they were dead after not seeing them for a long time. Generally, they wouldn't inquire about the cause of death. What Huizi found were just a few board comments. No one noticed the commonalities among them. Don't we have the light brain records? Lena suddenly said. A few of them suddenly reacted, but Huizi immediately stated the facts. The light brain only records our battles against the insect beasts. It doesn't record anything else. Some people also break the light brain because the insect beasts are too powerful, making it impossible to record. Well, when we need something, it becomes useless. The last batch has long since passed. Their light brains must have been destroyed. Yan Qingyu pointed out the facts directly. This method wouldn't work. Then we should just have the leader send troops to exterminate them. Yan Qingyu rolled her eyes without caring about her image. Are we the only victims? What about the previous victims waiting to die? Or do you think the leader can help us based solely on guesswork, without any evidence? Yan Qingyu hit the nail on the head. What they were discussing were basically their own speculations. Even if Yan Qingyu was very sure of this speculation, it couldn't be taken as a conclusion. Moreover, if they acted rashly, what would happen to those previous victims who might still be alive? Qingyu, what should we do then? Yan asked this question, believing that Yan Qingyu could handle it. Let's use their plan against them. We need to find people first. Dealing with these people isn't a difficult task. Rescuing the previous victims is the hard part. Leo was still asking questions, and Yan Qingyu directly cut off the light brain. Qingyu, Lena hadn't finished speaking when she saw Yan Qingyu put her index finger on her lips to signal silence. Lena, this incense smells so good. Let us add more. After saying that, Yan Qingyu nudged Lena and nodded. Oh, okay. Lena responded to Yan Qingyu's words. Yan Qingyu walked to the head of the bed to light the incense, and then turned off the lights. After lying in bed for a while, Yan Qingyu finally sat up. Idiot. Lena looked at Yan Qingyu, who was giving a middle finger to the door, feeling a bit excited. Qingyu, did that person just come to eavesdrop? Yeah, but it wasn't the person from today, it was the landlord. The footsteps were lighter. It was definitely the landlord. It seemed that today's person had put pressure on him. He was very concerned about whether we used this incense. Yan Qingyu turned her head to look at the incense still wafting in the air, and her lips curled slightly. Lena, don't panic. If we get caught, I'll be with you. Lena's racing heart calmed down, and her gaze towards Yan Qingyu became more determined. The next morning, Huizi knocked on Yan Qingyu's door. Let's go out. Oh, Lena, get up. Don't sleep anymore. I'm so sleepy. What's wrong? Didn't T sleep well? The two exchanged questions and answers, looking quite serious. Maybe I didn't sleep enough. Let us go. Yan Qingyu smiled, pulling Lena to head forward. Not far away, they met Lu Zi. Landlord, your incense smells so good. We slept very comfortably. Thank you for the incense. Don't mention it. I have more. I'll send some to your door later. Lu Zi smiled kindly. Yan Qingyu nodded with a smile and followed Huizi and the others. They always slayed the insect beasts when it was cooler. Yan Qingyu pulled her sword out of the insect beast's body, wiped the liquid off the sword, and then stood next to Lena. What's wrong? Are you tired? Yan Qingyu looked at Lena, who was sweating profusely, feeling a bit guilty. No, it's hot. As soon as Lena finished speaking, Leo chimed in with a wail. Yeah, it's really hot. Qingyu, were you okay last night? Yan looked at Yan Qingyu nervously. Yan Qingyu chuckled lightly, stood up straight, and stretched. What could happen to me? Lena and I each had a mint in our mouths. We were wide awake. This medicine, others might not be able to deal with. But someone who has lived this long, like Yan Qingyu, surely knows how to handle it, right? Besides, mint is just common in her space. I'm worried about you guys if, don't worry, their strength isn't that great. Yan Qingyu rejected their concerns outright. And the more we implement this plan, the less likely I am to be harmed. Yan Qingyu would never put her own innocence on the line to save others. She wasn't that reckless, okay? Not for money or profit. If you haven't left yet, if you want to hide us well, you have to take us to their secret place. This little time isn't enough for them to do anything. From the actions of Lu Zi and Ito, it seemed they were constantly exploring at home and on the streets to find their targets. During this time, no one would do anything to them. Once everyone leaves, their situation might become even more dangerous. After explaining, Qingyu followed them back. However, on the way, they encountered Sun Yi's group again. What a twisted fate. Whereas Sun Yi? Qingyu asked casually, but her gaze was firmly locked on their team. Sun Yi is probably still sleeping in her room. She was too tired to come. Although the team leader wasn't fond of her, he still truthfully informed them of Sun Yi's whereabouts. The two groups did not spend much time together. After entering the village, they separated. Qingyu, he said, Sun Yi is sleeping. So, she must have already. Lena leaned closer to Qingyu's ear and whispered, Qingyu, I think we should just talk to the leader directly. Leo felt this was simply playing with fire. From his initial distrust to now witnessing the plot unfold, just as Qingyu had predicted, he only felt worry. Shut up. Dimmu once again sealed Leo's mouth. Now that this has happened, even if the previous people really died, what should be done about the current ones? We can't ignore her. Qingyu was truly at a point where she had to act. Chapter 145. Change genes. Qingyu and the others returned to their room, as usual. And not long after they entered, Qingyu heard a knock at the door. Miss Yin, I heard this morning that you really like this spice, so I brought you some more. It was Lu Zi, the landlord, who had heard she liked the spice this morning. Lu Zi smiled at Qingyu, his murky eyes hiding unseen emotions. Qingyu smiled and accepted Lu Zi's things, then went into the room. Qingyu, he's back again? Lena had just finished her shower when she saw what Qingyu had in her hands. Yes, this time they really brought us some big news. Qingyu tossed the incense onto the table and lay straight on the bed. Here, have some fruit to regain your strength. Qingyu took out a fruit platter and placed it on the table. Since there was nothing else to do, they could eat a little and relax. Thank you. Lena was not polite and directly picked one up to eat. There was supposed to be a big show tonight, and she certainly needed to be well rested. Don't worry too much. Even if they catch us, they won't do anything to us right now. Qingyu comforted Lena while eating. She didn't have much of a feeling herself, but she thought that girls generally get scared in situations like this, so she reassured Lena. Qingyu, where did you buy this fruit? It's really delicious. Although it wasn't the right time to discuss this, Lena couldn't help but ask Qingyu since it was her first time tasting such sweet fruit. I made it myself. Qingyu vaguely explained, and after hearing that, Lena didn't ask further. However, Qingyu, if you take this fruit out to sell, I wonder how much it could sell for. The more Lena ate, the more excited she became. Qingyu, let's focus on our situation first. After finishing her meal, Qingyu activated the cleaning robot to tidy up. Upon hearing this, Lena became much more serious. If this situation isn't handled well, they might be able to escape, but others might not be so lucky. What do you think they would gain by capturing Xuani? Xuani is a mecha engineer. Lena couldn't understand this point. How many female soldiers do we have this time? Qingyu looked directly at Lena. Lena paused. Her movement slowed. Are you saying there aren't enough soldiers, so they can only do it this way? That's right. In this past year, only she and Lena were recruited as soldiers. So even if their team was close by, these people hadn't given up on attacking them. What about the mecha manufacturers? Why didn't they target the mecha manufacturers this time? Lena suddenly thought that mecha manufacturers are weaker than mecha engineers. Yet they didn't even target them. They must have chosen after conducting enough investigations. Originally, there are very few women in the galaxy. After choosing from so many, they could only make such a choice. This was Qingyu's speculation. However, there are actually quite a few mecha manufacturers like Xuani in teams. Why bother choosing a mecha engineer? By the way, can you tell how strong the mental power of the people here is? Qingyu suddenly turned to look at Lena, whose brows were tightly knitted in thought. I can't tell how strong their mental power is, but their physical fitness shouldn't be low. That Ito's physical fitness is at least 3. As a level 5 soldier, Lena was quite familiar with this aspect. I was looking at their mental power. That Liuzi was attacked by Huizi's mental power yesterday, and today he seems like nothing happened. His mental power should be around 23. Qingyu couldn't estimate accurately, but shouldn't be far off. Based on Huizi's attack strength on planet 250, this estimate was quite reasonable. Suddenly, Lena's expression darkened. Her gaze turned to Qingyu. her shock evident in her eyes. Why is their strength so high? This talent seems to belong to people from such a low-level planet. You have to know that when Qingyu was on planet 250, level 3 was already an unattainable level. But the level of this planet is even lower than the one Qingyu came from. Why are there so many people with such talent? Lena's planet is slightly better than theirs, but this talent is also a rarity. Could it be? Yes, their appetite has already started to grow. A hint of sarcasm appeared on Qingyu's lips. These people saw the benefits here and naturally want to expand their appetite. Have they gone mad? Lena couldn't believe it. To have such talented people on such a low-level planet can only be explained by genetic changes. But where did the advanced geneticists come from to change them? The answer is obvious. It seems that soldiers and mecha manufacturers are no longer enough to satisfy their appetite. After saying this, a strange atmosphere enveloped the room. Goosebumps appeared on Lena's arms. Qingyu, they're too bold. What if they get discovered? Lena's face turned a bit pale. This was the first time she had seen such a thing, and she couldn't even imagine that people could be so evil. Growing up in a good environment in the galaxy, she couldn't fathom such things. Even she, who was usually quite calm, felt scared. How could girls like Shuani possibly withstand this? They must have been doing this for a long time. If they were worried about being discovered, they would have been found out long ago. The fact that no one has discovered them is why they are so rampant. Qingyu understood this well. It has always been like this throughout history. Rats and dark corners will continue to thrive and multiply as long as there is no light shining in. All right, don't worry. Swallow this and place the mint under your tongue. They should act tonight. Qingyu lit the incense, and the two quietly lay on the bed. The smoke curled around the head of the bed, and soon the entire room was filled with a rich fragrance. The two on the bed remained motionless, as if they were in a deep sleep. Knock, knock. Qingyu, Lena, are you leaving? Leo knocked on the door from outside, but there was no response for a long time. The brows of a few people furrowed, and Leo's knocking grew louder. We're not going. We're sleeping. Come back later. A muffled voice came from inside the room, but it was faintly recognizable as Qingyu's voice. Leo lowered his hands to the side of his pants. The few glanced at the door, paused for a moment, and then left together. Chapter 146, Captured. Not long after the few left, Qingyu's door opened. Xiao Wu, go back and watch over them. Liuzi walked to the door and looked at the short boy in front of him. What else is there to watch? They're already unconscious. Ordinary people won't wake up. The boy's voice was very rough, not at all matching his age. Well, you can't just stay in this room. Hurry up and get out. They will be back soon. Liuzi unceremoniously shooed him away. Xiao Wu walked out of the house, turned around, and spat towards the direction of the room. Do they really think they are that powerful? After Xiao Wu finished speaking, he left, and the scene fell into a bit of silence. After all, the teams in the village generally go out to train during the day. The village is quite empty now. Where's Qingyu? Huizi looked at the three men in front of them, the mechas unconsciously moving. The person in front of them was definitely dangerous. Who are you? Dimu questioned the person in front of him without hesitation. Huang took a few steps forward, a smug smile on his face. Me? Of course. I'm Qingyu's husband. Husband. This statement made everyone's hearts race a few beats. Don't listen to him. He's a bug beast. I've seen that bug beast. Leo pointed directly at Lin, who was standing beside Huang. The last time, it was this person who took Mu away. They're all bug beasts. I asked you, where's Qingyu gone? Don't think about leaving without handing Qingyu over. Huang's expression also darkened completely. Just yesterday, he had seen Qingyu's figure, and today she was gone. This group of people might have discovered Qingyu's true identity and locked her up. Humanity truly is insidious and despicable. What does it have to do with you? A bug monster dares to talk here. It really isn't afraid of them killing him. With you little kids. If you don't hand over Qingyu, then you will leave your lives here. Huang didn't want to waste more words with them. With just a flash, his figure appeared directly behind Huizi, striking his mech with a palm. Oh, it's only been 300 years, and the mech has already become this solid? Huang withdrew his hand and glanced at Huizi's mech, which had some cracks, but it still hadn't been completely shattered. Huizi quickly turned around and distanced himself from Huang. Dimu and Lei Ao were also engaged in battle with Lin, and center their fight was evenly matched. However, Huizi seemed to struggle more against Huang. Little brat. You were the one who killed two of my subordinates, right? Looking at you. You've stuck to quite a bit of our kind's blood. Huaizi said nothing, dodging Huang's dual-handed tentacle attacks. Huang's hands had disappeared, replaced by two huge and rough tentacles, attacking Huaizi's mech from both front and back. Even with Huaizi's strong experience, he appeared slightly inferior under Huang's assault. The mech emitted sizzling sounds as it was struck. If Huang wasn't stopped, Huaizi might really be severely injured. Wait, Qingyu. Yin unconsciously called to a halt. Huang's movements paused for a moment, but Huaizi's actions did not stop. An energy cannon shot straight towards Huang. The position where Huang stood was directly hit by the energy cannon, and a massive cloud of dust blurred the vision. Huaizi gasped inside the mech. This person was very strong. He felt somewhat powerless against him. As the dust settled, Huang's figure slowly emerged. Just as Huaizi caught sight of Huang, black tentacles directly wrapped around the mech's neck. He was also entangled by the tentacles. Huaizi raised the energy cannon, wanting to strike again. But Huang cleverly pulled Yin in front of him. Come on, as long as you fire, he might not survive. Huang wore a mocking smile. He could withstand this cannon fire. He just didn't know if these people had such tough skin. Huaizi's mech halted, finally giving up resistance. Come on, you know where Qingyu is, right? Quickly tell me. Once Huang saw Huaizi cease moving, his gaze shifted to Yin. Yin entangled. Couldn't move at all. It was getting tighter. Yin, you wouldn't really want to. Lei Ao shouted loudly. But just that moment of distraction. He was punched by Lin into a tree. Cough, we can't harm them. Huang did not respond to Yunyi's words, but instead tightened his grip even more. Hurry up. You should worry about yourself rather than others. Huang smiled wickedly at the naive human before him. Qingyu is still sleeping in her room. What do you want with her? Yin, entangled, spoke in a very low voice. Huang chuckled lightly and threw him aside. Lead the way. Since you say Qingyu is still sleeping, he would personally go and bring her out. Huang forced these people out of their mechs. Be careful. If you let slip our identities, there might be more than just you who will die. Huang threatened them with a smile. Huang and Yin walked ahead without saying much. The group returned to the village. Upon reaching the village entrance, they were blocked by a crowd. Huang became alert and was about to make a move when he heard the conversation ahead. Strange, isn't she training today? TCH, some girls are just like that. Thinking they're talented enough to marry someone good, and now they don't even come to training. In front were several members of a battle team chatting. That's right. Our team member is usually quite spoiled. Since yesterday, she said she wanted to sleep and didn't want to come to training. The other person seemed to find a common topic and kept sighing. Hey, isn't that Huaizi and the others? The chatting man saw Huaizi entering and also spotted Huang and the others. The called-out group stiffened and Huang's hand quietly raised. Aren't those two girls from your team also not planning to go out to train? The boy didn't care about Huang's presence. There were so many people in the school. How could he know them all? Upon hearing this, Huang turned his head slightly to look at the boy. It's really strange. Why aren't these girls going to training? Just as the boy's question fell, it walked over with a smile. So you're still young. You don't understand how to take care of girls at all. If a girl doesn't want to go, then she shouldn't have to. There are very few women in our village, and they are all well protected. Its words made the boy's face flush. The people around couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 147. New faces, by the way. Why are you back so early this time? It looked to Huaizi in front of him, wearing a friendly smile. But the depth in his eyes was hard to decipher. We came back to see if Qingyu was okay. Yin forced a smile as he looked at it. Miss Yin? I haven't seen her either. You know, it's very busy here at the village entrance, with many people, and there are things happening inside the village, so I can't take care of them. It smiled kindly, but the sweat on his forehead showed he was still quite tired. We'll go back and check on her first. Now, it quickly picked up the conversation. The group exchanged strange glances at him. Oh no, I just think your relationship is really good. What good relationship? If you can't speak properly, just shut up. Huang shot back unceremoniously. What good relationship? He is Qingyu's future husband, although it was just a village chief. It was the first time he was publicly insulted so loudly. Its expression changed, narrowing his eyes at Huang. This classmate, I only spoke a bit of truth. Why are you so agitated? Also, Why do I feel like I've never seen this classmate before? It stood at the village entrance, welcoming all his students. And he had been standing there for days, but he had no impression of this person. This was a new face. It quickly made a judgment. Why are they bringing in new people? After returning from the spaceship, they shouldn't be coming back. How could there be new faces? Huang turned his body to meet its gaze. But Huizi reacted faster, standing directly in front of Huang. This is a member of our team. We just got separated before and have now found our way here. Under Huizi's gaze, Yin Yi quickly transferred 3 million star coins to it again. They can just stay in the room next to ours. It accepted the star coins but didn't say much. He just watched the group walk away from distance. Looking at their backs, its expression sank. After being lost for a few days, how could they still be alive? What exactly are these people here for? Could it be that they are suspicious of them? It turned and directly left the village entrance. Huang and a few others returned to Liuzi's place with Huizi. After understanding the situation, Liuzi didn't say much and followed them upstairs. You guys are staying in this area. Liuzi's figure blocked the door to Yin Qingyu's room, awkwardly smiling at the few people in front of him. Where is Yin Qingyu? Huang asked directly without any courtesy. Liuzi's body stiffened, and then a friendly smile appeared on his face. I'm not really sure. I don't pay much attention to your comings and goings. Qingyu should still be asleep. Dimu added at the right moment. Huang glanced at Huang Yi, but quickly shifted his gaze back to the door in front of him. Get out of the way. I want to go in. Huang rudely pushed Liuzi aside and reached out to open the door. Liuzi hurriedly grabbed Huang's hand. When Huang saw his hand being held, he impatiently shook Liuzi off. What are you doing? How dare this person touch him? Hey, I'm saying you boy, how can you be so rude? You just barge into a girl's room like that. Was she sleeping? Liuzi tried to assert dominance first, but Huang's gaze swept over him. Liuzi's voice gradually diminished. Huang's stare was too intimidating. It felt like he wanted to kill him. You don't need to worry about it. We'll come back once Qingyu wakes up. Yin Yi timely intervened to stop the dispute, pulling Huang and the others back to Huizi's room. Huang impatiently shook Yin Yi's hand off, but still didn't go to open Yin Qingyu's door. Once Qingyu wakes up, you guys are done for. Huang sat on the bed, impatiently watching the few people in front of him. A little bug. You wish. Leo retorted without holding back. Huang squinted at Leo, and his hand transformed into a tentacle, striking Leo's face directly. What qualifications do you have to talk to me like that? Now, Dimu went to support Leo, firmly holding his shoulder to prevent him from moving. The atmosphere in the room grew tense again. Was it your bug beast that said it wanted to kill Qingyu last time? Huizi suddenly spoke, causing everyone to freeze. Just a fanciful person wanting to sit in the bug queen's position. That position will only belong to Qingyu. Aren't you being fanciful yourself? Leo angrily panted. You're the bug king? Huizi's gaze shifted to Huang. Huang's expression suddenly turned playful. What? Aren't you supposed to be a smart person? You only just realized my identity? Huizi remained silent, but his eyes were fixed on the bug king. Only he knew how much he wanted to tear apart the fanciful bug in front of him. All right, no matter what your identity is, Bug King, if you don't want Qingyu to fall into danger, you'd better not cause any trouble. Yin Yi nervously looked at the two. The atmosphere was on the verge of exploding. But isn't Qingyu the most important thing right now? What do you mean? Huang's gaze finally landed on Yin Yi upon hearing his words. In short, I think the current situation might develop beyond our imagination. We need to inform the leader immediately. After Yin Yi finished speaking, he tried to open the light brain, but Huang crushed it in one hand. You want to request support? What a joke, they are still here. How could they let Yin Yi inform the leader? By then, even Qingyu won't be able to leave. Yin Yi took a step back, his eyes showing more urgency. Qingyu's situation is very critical. We must request support. So, you have a mouth but can't speak? If something happens, why don't you just say it? Huang kicked Yin Yi casually. Stop. Qingyu is not in the room. Huizi stepped forward to stop Huang's actions. But Huang was even more irritable, directly interrupting Huizi. Not in the room. Yet you let us hear. Do you really want everyone here to die? How dare he deceive him? Huang punched Huizi in the face. A bunch of little kids. Still daring to play tricks on him. Qingyu is not in the room. She has already been taken away. This was her plan. But your appearance may very well interrupt her scheme. Even after being punched, Huizi still calmly recounted the events. So you're saying, these noobs have taken my woman? And took her away? Huang's question made Huizi unconsciously frown. There is foul language in that sentence. What I say is none of your business. When I was born, you didn't even know which man's 2 bags you were under. Huang couldn't help but retaliate when he was angry, whether in battle or in words. Chapter 148, Dialogue. Huizi could only try to ignore what this person said. Qingyu noticed something was wrong here, so last night she cleverly followed their thoughts. But since you've been here today, it's bound to raise suspicions. Huizi's words were full of responsibilities toward Huang. Huang stared at Huizi with a solemn face. And after a long standoff, he let out a soft snort. You still have a nerve to speak? You can't even protect Qingyu, and still let her take risks to do this. Huang looked disdainfully at Huizi. These humans are so arrogant in their own nest. Yet they can't even solve this small matter. Lin, go kill all the people outside. Lin turned to leave upon hearing this, but was blocked by Huizi. Qingyu is still in their hands. If you move, they will definitely harm Qingyu. This matter cannot be risked at all. Just a bunch of little minions. And you're scared like this? Huang approached Huizi provocatively, glancing at him. Huizi gave Huang a faint look, his eyes showing no ripples. Can your bug beast withstand Qingyu's medication? Huang paused his steps, casting a sidelong glance at Huizi. If you can't withstand Qingyu's medication, then it's best to follow Qingyu's instructions and not act recklessly. Huizi's words made Lin at the door take 2 steps back. They really couldn't withstand Qingyu's medication. Are you implying that the people here have medication? Or medication similar to what Qingyu produces? Huang was quite clever and quickly understood Huizi's hint. Wait a minute, Qingyu has sent a signal. It's time for us to go in and rescue her. Huang sat back down on the bed, but his fingers kept tapping lightly on the bed. Qingyu's instructions, sending out a signal. This matter was to be done by Qingyu, right? If she didn't go to do this herself, these few people should have discovered that Qingyu was not in the room long ago. That's right, this matter is to be done by Qingyu. Liu glared at Huang, feeling that this bug beast almost ruined the plan. What would happen if someone discovered it? What about Qingyu being alone now? Son, smash it. Huang suddenly spoke, drawing everyone's attention. The crisp sound behind them indicated they had lost another light brain. We need to take care of Qingyu. But I never told you to request outside help. Dimu's light brain was smashed hard onto the ground. The atmosphere in the room once again became eerily heavy. Qingyu lay on the bed, her eyes tightly shut, with faint sounds of crying and beating around her. But according to the effect of the medication, Qingyu should still not be able to open her eyes at this time. Take her light brain off. Ito's voice came from not far away from Qingyu. Qingyu felt someone moving her hand, gently taking off her light brain. Yes. Brother Ito, let's pretend they're already dead as soon as possible. The members of their team are really clever. Today, they almost went straight in. It's the voice of the homeowner. Qingyu listened carefully to their conversation. Don't worry. This bracelet will be tied to those dead bodies tonight, and the insect beasts outside will take care of these light brains. Ito informed Liuzai without any concern. Liuzai's flattering voice spread here. However, the new guy who came today is really fierce. Liuzai said this with a hint of grievance. No one who has come here has ever seen such a bad temper. Those few men are all strangers. Did they register their information? Ito thought of the irritable man he saw today and couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. Yes, all 3 of them are individual soldiers, but they're all level 4. Hey, these 3 are probably brothers. Except for the first character being different, the rest are the same. Liuzai said with excitement. This is simply a great opportunity to get closer to Ito. 3 people, one is named Huangzhu, another Muzhu, and the last one is Sinju. Huangzhu has the worst temper. Liuzai thought of Huang's appearance and felt a surge of anger. He probably likes Qingyu and came to her room as soon as he arrived. The more Qingyu listened, the more confused she became. When did she meet these 3 people, and what strange names they had? The only one she knows with the character Huang is not even human. It's an insect beast. Could it be that this insect beast really came here to kill her? Qingyu thought of the insect beast she killed before, and her mind became a bit chaotic. So, she just entered the wolf's den. In the blink of an eye, Huizi and the others were forced into the tiger's den. It doesn't matter if he likes Qingyu. From today on, Qingyu is ours. Ito's gaze aggressively invaded Qingyu. Ito, this Qingyu is indeed good-looking, but she's too short. Also, she's only a level 4 individual soldier. I see she hasn't even filled her mental strength. I want to ask that Xiuni, and guess what? Liu Zai's voice was so loud it could be heard from 800 miles away. Yan Qingyu gritted her teeth secretly, lying on the bed without moving, listening to Liu Zai's words. Xiuni woke up. Ito wasn't concerned about what Xiuni said. He was more focused on the fact that she actually woke up. She's the strongest among everyone, the one with the best talent. She shouldn't have woken up so early. No, when I met her before, she came over to ask me if Yan Qingyu lived here, and I chatted with her for a few sentences. Who knew this girl would tell me that Yan Qingyu doesn't even have any mental strength? She's not even as good as us. Liu Zai spat on the ground, expressing his disdain for Yan Qingyu. Yan Qingyu lay on the bed without moving, not even changing her breathing pattern. This man not only mocked her for lacking talent, but also ridiculed her for being short, mainly mocking her for being short. Yan Qingyu secretly made a note of Liu Zai. Ito's expression also became unpleasant. TSK, it seems this can only be used to vent a bit. Individual soldiers have good bodies, and messing around with them won't be so easy to kill. Ito said this almost cruelly, but the cruel person didn't feel like he had said anything outrageous. The voices of the two grew fainter, and it seemed they had gone out. Yan Qingyu still lay on the bed for a while, and when she could no longer hear any voices, she finally opened her eyes. She scanned the structure of the room. There was nothing unusual about it, and it could even be described as dirty and messy. Only the bed she had just lain on was relatively clean. Chapter 149. Tragedy. This room is clearly separated from the others. 3 sides are walls, and in front there are iron bars, just like those who were imprisoned in a jail before. Only faint cries could be heard around. Yan Qingyu felt a headache as she glanced at the environment. These people probably made this place underground. There are no rooms directly opposite Yan Qingyu, but she could vaguely see some similar bars diagonally across. The cries around her hadn't stopped, making Yan Qingyu feel increasingly irritated. When she came in, she was wrapped in cloth and carried inside. She had never seen the way out. If she wanted to go out, she could only look for it herself first. Yan Qingyu placed her hand on the bars. Her inner strength surged, and with a strong pull, she bent the bars to create an arc. Not too big, not too small, but just right for someone of Yan Qingyu's build to get through. After walking out of the iron bars, Yan Qingyu confirmed that she was indeed locked in the middle room. There was no room directly opposite her, but looking ahead, almost every corridor was filled with rooms. Rooms surrounded by iron bars. Yan Qingyu walked over lightly. The room next to her was Lena's, who was still lying there motionless. Cough. Yan Qingyu let out a soft sound, and Lena's eyes suddenly opened wide. She sat up and looked at Yan Qingyu outside the room. Yan Qingyu said nothing more but pointed ahead, indicating to Lena that she wanted to continue moving forward. Lena frowned slightly, but didn't speak to stop her. Even knowing the danger, she couldn't voice a warning. However, Lena did not lie back down. Instead, she stood in front of the iron pillar, looking outside. Her field of vision was limited, but she could clearly see someone diagonally opposite lying peacefully on the bed. Lena tried to place her hand on the bars, applying slight force, causing the bars to deform slightly. But she quickly restored the bars. She stood there quietly, gazing at the space diagonally opposite. From the direction of the voices of those who had just spoken, it seemed those people had just left from here, and Yan Qingyu went in the opposite direction. Lena stayed here to guard for Yan Qingyu. After walking for a long time, most of the people locked here were those who had traveled together this time. She could still remember many faces. However, they were still in deep sleep. Yan Qingyu took a glance and quickly left. The rooms ahead seemed to gradually brighten up. There were also many women lying on the beds in a deep slumber, but Yan Qingyu could hardly find any corresponding faces in her memory. She could only continue to walk forward. The further she walked, the louder the cries became, accompanied by the laughter of many men. Yan Qingyu suddenly stopped, turned around, and opened the bars of a room. She hid under the bed in the room. The footsteps of the men grew louder, and their laughter became more boisterous. I say, why can't these women be woken up? Why do we always have to do it first? The men walked into the room opposite where Yan Qingyu was hiding. Skillfully opening the door, 3 of them walked in. Oh, this one is really pretty. It's so boring when she's unconscious. Wake her up. Hey, are you crazy? They've been locked up here for a year. What if she kills us later? Is life more important or beauty? The men began to argue. Rest assured, this drug has been in her system for a year. She's just a mecha maker with level 4 mental strength. What else there to worry about? The men still woke the women up, and when the woman saw the 3 men in front of her, she looked at them in surprise. But when she realized she couldn't muster any strength at all, she decisively attacked them with her mental strength. The men felt a headache starting and began to whip the woman. Release your mental strength. Look what this is. The images on the man's holographic brain were of naked girls, and there were even quite a few photos of naked men lying beside the girls. The girl couldn't help but cry out, sobbing continuously, just as the man tried to grab her thrashing body. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his head and collapsed to the ground. The 2 men beside him had already fallen to the ground. It was unclear how Qingyu had managed to do this. When the girl saw her, her eyes were filled with bright surprise. Qingyu blocked the mouth of one of the 3 men, tied him up, and threw him onto the bed, while the other 2 were bound and shoved under the bed. Let's go. The girl nodded, carefully following Qingyu out. You go hide under the bed first. I still need to find a way out. Qingyu couldn't take the girl with her. After placing the girl in the spot where she had just hidden, Qingyu left again. Although she said she was looking for an exit, she was actually exploring how many paths there were here. What if there was a secret passage? Also, how many other girls were still here? The number of people Qingyu had seen so far was not small. Moreover, the deeper she went inside, the more people were awake. The noise also grew louder. However, even though the people were awake, their minds were somewhat unclear. They sat there blankly without clothes, showing no reaction when they saw Qingyu. Qingyu slowed her pace. After waiting for a while, the voices of the men below had decreased significantly. Qingyu felt a bit puzzled, but continued walking forward. It seemed that the cells were arranged according to the order in which they had entered. The awake individuals were likely those who had been captured here for a long time. The others would only be awakened after their combat abilities had been weakened. After reaching this conclusion, Qingyu continued moving in that direction. When she was close to the end, her footsteps suddenly stopped. Qingyu's gaze was drawn to a woman inside the room. The woman's mind seemed somewhat unclear, but she was much better than the other women from earlier. Her hand was resting on her belly, and her expression appeared very dazed. Were you also captured? The woman suddenly spoke to Qingyu. Qingyu was startled and looked around. Don't worry, every morning they go up to play their roles, and they only come down at night. The woman seemed to know what Qingyu was worried about. Qingyu stood at the door without speaking, her gaze fixed on the woman's belly. Huh, you didn't see wrong. I'm pregnant, and it's from that group of scum. I don't even know which scum it is. Tears suddenly flowed from the woman's eyes. Her face showed despair mixed with sadness. The child inside her belly was not what she wanted. It was just the seed of a demon. Chapter 150. Gather everyone together. Qingyu was momentarily at a loss for words. This kind of thing would make any girl break down, right? You don't have to look at me like that. Are you here to rescue us? A glimmer of hope flashed in the woman's eyes. She truly couldn't bear it anymore. She really couldn't take it. Qingyu took a moment to calm herself and nodded seriously. Yes, we discovered something was wrong here and pretended to faint to find your presence. Qingyu quietly informed the woman of the truth. Tears suddenly brimmed in the woman's eyes as she softly sobbed. Quick, you can look for a passage first. Once you get out, can you command the leader? No, we need to have the leader send someone over. The woman's words suddenly cut off as she looked at Qingyu with terror in her eyes. We're still in training, and many people are here. If the leader issues an order, these troops will. They will kill us. They will definitely kill us. The woman cried quietly. Qingyu suddenly froze. What did that mean? The woman's sobbing did not last long as she hurriedly walked in front of Qingyu and grabbed her hand. They are all in on it. Don't trust them. You should go back. That's the only way to save us. Qingyu's pupils shook. She had been too confident in herself and had forgotten that every planet's army was almost composed of people from that planet, even though this planet was different from others. But at least half of the people were in the army. You need to go quickly. Our holographic brain is almost out. You're the only one who can possibly get away. The woman's eyes were filled with pleading. This was the first time she had seen hope in such a long time. Only if Qingyu got out would they not perish here. Qingyu looked at the woman complexly, stood up, and walked down again. This time, Qingyu didn't walk far and had already reached the end of the room. However, she still did not see any exit, but this was unreasonable. Earlier, she had heard the voices of men in this area, but they did not come in the direction of Qingyu. Now that she had come, the men had vanished without a trace. Qingyu's suspicions deepened. I'm asking you, where's Qingyu? Huang directly threw Liuzi onto the bed. The room was empty, with not a single shadow in sight. I don't know. Isn't she your teammate? I don't know where she went. Maybe she went out for training. Liuzi's gaze was evasive, but looking at the furious man in front of him, he dared not meet his eyes. His words were incoherent, even stuttering. Huang dragged him out of the house and brought him to the village entrance. Ito watched the few people walking over, and the smile on his face faded. He knew these people were sharp, but he didn't expect them to notice something was wrong so quickly. Tomorrow's training would end. As long as they got through tomorrow, everything would be fine. What do you want to do? Ito looked at the arrogant man in front of him. What do I want to do? Of course. I want all the men in your village to come out. Huang ordered Ito without any courtesy. Ito's expression stiffened, and his heart raced a few beats faster. I don't know what you mean. You're just here to train on our planet. Why should you do such a thing? Ito's face showed anger, looking very displeased. The crowd around them was increasing. Don't know? Our squad's people went missing for no reason. You don't know? You're the one with a short temper. Who isn't hot-tempered? Leo shouted back loudly. This person really knew how to act. It was clearly them who did it. What does your missing people have to do with us? How could they think of them? Ito unconsciously grabbed the sleeve of the person beside him. Don't come here with that. The two girls we lost might be a coincidence, but it's not just our squad-S girls that are missing. Since they were going to tear off the facade, Yun, Yi, and the others no longer plan to hide. You have no evidence, so I want all the people in your village to come out. We'll search, and we'll know if there are any. Huang impatiently looked at Ito. What was wrong with this person? Could he not even understand his words? Ito looked at the increasing number of squad members surrounding them, gritted his teeth, and ordered the people beside him to call everyone over. If they didn't find the people, then this place would be finished. Huang said mercilessly, choking the words Ito wanted to say in his throat. Before long, the people in the village gathered together. Our people are all here. If you want to search, it can't be you doing this searching, Ito Yoshimasa said sternly, and the villagers appeared uneasy, stirring restlessly. Then who do you want to do the searching? Huizi suddenly spoke up, and Huang glanced at him in surprise. Ito was unaware of their exchange of glances and confidently replied, Of course, it should be the military personnel who come to search. Yes, exactly. The villagers within the village agreed with Ito's statement. All right, you go call them. Huizi pointed to the students standing on the periphery, asking them to go find the military. By the way, searching is a big task. It's best to call everyone over. Those who were about to leave suddenly stopped in their tracks. How is that possible? We don't have orders from the command. We can't call so many people. The only ones who can come are those here for training as students. I'll go. Stop. What are you going to do? Huang narrowed his eyes, glaring at Huizi. Huizi knew their identities. What was he planning to do? Moreover, calling the entire military over. Did he want to surround them? I'll go alone. Don't worry about me. The ones we should worry about are Qingyu and the others. After saying this, Huizi walked out by himself, ignoring Huang's fiery gaze behind him. Huang, should I go? No need. No matter how many soldiers he brings, they can't defeat me. Huang's arrogant tone made the villagers standing in place roll their eyes in disdain. The wait didn't last long. Huizi returned with a large group of people. Wow, he really called the entire military over. Of course, he is Huizi. His rank might be higher than anyone here. Several students couldn't help but gossip, completely unaware of the unease hidden in the eyes of the villagers behind them. Tell them to find people. If they can't find anyone, just kill one to ask. If they can't get anything out of them, kill them all. The brutal words stirred strong discontent among those around. They were all residents. The leading officer frowned and said something toward Huang. Huang acted as if he hadn't seen it. Demi walked over to explain to a few people. Chapter 151. Exposing the truth, he was just joking. We have many female classmates who are missing, and before they disappeared, they all said they were tired and wanted to sleep. We still haven't found them. We hope you can help look for them. Once Demi's words came out, whispers began among the residents, and they started to stir restlessly. The leading officer glanced at the few people in front of him. These were all the pride of the capital star. Each of them had a bright future and excellent talents. But what if they weren't here? However, just because they were talented, would they be unconditionally tolerated? This was clearly unlikely. You search first. If you can't find anything, we'll talk then. Huang still spoke arrogantly. His haughty expression made everyone want to slap him. If you can't find anything, you'll have to compensate for their losses. The officer ignored Huang's words and pointed to the residents behind him. Humph. Huang snorted coldly, not wanting to respond to the officer's foolish words. Huizi agreed to the officer's request. Only then did the officer's expression soften a bit. This group, especially that most arrogant one, simply disregarding everyone. The officer stood in place and began assigning tasks. Commander, I'll take people to the east and north. One person stepped forward, speaking loudly to express their intention. The officer didn't react much, nodding in agreement. Huizi and the others stood there watching as the military dispersed. Qingyu still didn't know what was happening above. But after watching for a while, she felt lost. She turned and walked toward each person's room, directly using her internal power to pry open the railings. After prying one open, she fed them a slice of mint. Hey, each person gets a bottle of this nutrient solution. You can't lag behind. The people up top were busy checking, while Qingyu was continuously rescuing people below. She even called Lena over to help open doors and get medicine. However, the ones they woke up first were those who had just been imprisoned for a short time. Their combat power hadn't been weakened too severely. When Sunny opened her eyes and saw this scene, she was still startled. But she was hushed by Qingyu. Listen well. You might be the only mecha master here. You must clear the way for us later. Why should I? Sunny didn't like this statement. She was also a girl. Why should she clear the way? If you don't want to go out, you could just stay here. Qingyu didn't insist on saving everyone. Sunny choked and silently nodded. You are a female mecha master. The people here don't even have mechas. Are you still afraid of them? Qinyu's eyes were full of doubt. I am not afraid. Sunny retorted against Qinyu's words. Qingyu didn't pay her much attention and instead led a group toward the doors of those who had been imprisoned to start rescuing them. But as they walked further back, it became increasingly clear that their bodies had been soaked in medicine for too long, leading to severe weakness. Even if they drank the nutrient solution, there was not much improvement. They could only pull and walk, step by step, rescuing the similarly unfortunate girls here. What about your side? The officer asked the subordinate who hurried over. Nothing. Those who returned all shook their heads, indicating they found nothing. The officer looked up at the color of the sky. It was getting dark. In that case, you should quickly compensate these villagers. The officer turned his head to look at Huizi and the others. Oomph. We've been standing here for so long for nothing. Yeah, we didn't find anything. Still made us stand here for so long. The villagers' voices grew increasingly filled with grievances. There were quite a few people standing at the village entrance. And as it grew darker, several students returned to the village. They were almost all watching this farce. How could it be? Would Huizi wrong someone? Who knows? You should apologize. The students had previously believed in Huizi's claims, as it seemed that indeed many girls had gone missing like this. This student, I understand your concern for your teammate, but if we haven't hidden them here, they might have encountered some accident outside. We have no grudges against her. How can we harm her? Ito's face was filled with emotion. After waiting so long, still nothing? When I see Qingyu again, I want to leave a single one of these people. Huang didn't care what these people were doing. The only one he wanted to save was Qingyu. However, he didn't expect that after searching around, he still couldn't find Qingyu. If you say such things again, don't blame us for being rude. The officer looked at the still arrogant Huang, a vein twitching on his forehead. This was indeed too annoying. Huang's gaze fell on this officer, with a killing intent that couldn't be concealed. Sun understood Huang's thoughts and moved to kill this ungrateful officer. But Huizi's speed was evidently faster. It seemed there were also villagers among the military. Huizi casually said a word that made the officer look at him in confusion. But the people standing behind the officer stiffened. What do you mean? Are you suspecting that there are people in our military who are in the know but not reporting? The officer looked at Huizi seriously. No matter what was said, saying there was a problem with his military personnel made him lose his composure. It's not doubt, but certainty. You, step forward. Huizi pointed at the man who had just stood behind the officer. But the man did not move. Although I am from the village, I am also a soldier. How could I? You are not worthy of being a soldier. A person who abducts and confines girls cannot be a soldier. Huizi sharply cut off the man's words. The man's face turned pale, and he stared blankly at Huizi. Xiao San, you tell me, is what he said true or false? The officer sensed something was off when he saw the man's complexion, but he didn't believe it and loudly questioned the man. Of course not. Officer, we've lived here for many years. How could we do such things under your noses? Ito calmly replied. If you don't believe us, then you can go check in the village. Suddenly, a series of loud noises came from below. Ito's face turned terrified. Almost everyone was drawn to the sound. Don't move. No one is allowed to move. The troops suddenly turned around, capturing the students nearby. In an instant, various mechas emerged, with nearly half of the soldiers standing by the residents' side. Chapter 152. Taken away, of course, the students reacted quickly. Their training during this time was not for nothing. The battle among various mechas quickly erupted. Go check downstairs. Taking advantage of this moment, Ito tried to run downstairs, but unfortunately, he was blocked by Huizi and the others. Want to leave? Huang looked at the panicked man in front of him, his eyes filled with anger. You've been playing with him all this time, right? Hurry up. If you can't find Qingyu, you won't survive. Huizi walked ahead of Huang, his threatening voice reaching the ears of several people. After being grabbed by a few, Ito was helplessly led to the place where Qingyu and the others were imprisoned. It's just down there. The house Ito brought them to was just an abandoned building underground. The entrance had an old wooden door. Ito trembled at the entrance, trying to open the door. Just as he approached the door, it suddenly burst open. The mecha slammed Ito against the wall on the opposite side. Huizi and the others were delighted to see the mecha before them. Huang moved even faster, rushing straight inside. Qingyu here, support her. Qingyu didn't care who came in, but upon hearing the familiar voice, she directly handed the patient she was supporting to Huang. Huang's hand stiffened, and he suppressed his disgust, throwing the woman in his hand to Sun, who casually tossed her to Lin, continuously passing the people out. Hurry up! Qingyu shouted at the entrance, and a group of people quickly rushed toward the exit. The scene was chaotic. Just after Qingyu had come out for a short while, the entrance suddenly collapsed. A cloud of dust blurred everyone's vision. When the dust settled, Huizi turned back, anxiously searching for Qinyu's figure. Qingyu, where are you? There was no response. The sounds of fighting, crying, and Huizi's angry shouts filled the air. This place had already turned into a hell on earth. When Qingyu opened her eyes, her head throbbed, and her vision was somewhat blurry. But when she saw the scene before her, she suddenly sat up. Qingyu, are you okay? Huang stood beside Qingyu, looking at her with concern. Who are you? Huang was momentarily taken aback by this question, but then his eyes lit up. Great. No, Qingyu. You must have amnesia right now, but it's okay. I want to hold it against you. I am actually your husband. Qingyu pushed the head in front of her away without hesitation. I want to ask you, what do you want to do? Why did you bring me back? Qingyu felt a bit anxious. Her internal energy had already diminished significantly while underground. Without practicing, her internal energy couldn't recover for the time being. If Huang wanted to do something to her now, it would be easy for him. So it's nothing. Huang's tone carried a hint of disappointment. Qingyu rolled her eyes at Huang impatiently. Of course, I brought you back to save your life. Huang stood straight, looking at Qingyu. The emotions in his eyes were not seen by Qingyu, who was looking down. Save my life. It's just a small disturbance. It wouldn't cost me my life. Qingyu lowered her head, her voice a bit hoarse. Small disturbance? If you fall into Huizi's hands again, they might just kill you. Huang simply sat down opposite Qingyu, intending to clarify the gravity of the situation with her. How could that be? Why would there be a reason to kill me? Qinyu's face was still pale, looking at Huang with confusion in her eyes. Mu went to find you. They should have discovered your identity by now. No, I directly told them you brought her to see me. She wants to be the insect queen and can't stand me. Qinyu's complexion was not good. Perhaps last time, Huizi and the others didn't suspect her identity at all. But this time, Huang even personally went there to capture her. Qingyu didn't believe that Huizi and the others would still trust her unconditionally. It's okay. They didn't know last time, but they should know this time. You're my insect queen. No. Qingyu reflexively denied Huizi's words. Huizi closed his mouth and quietly looked at her, his deep eyes frightening. Qingyu also said nothing. closing her eyes and not wanting to deal with the chaotic ending now. You don't like me? Huang was silent for a long time before asking Yin Qingyu this question. Yin Qingyu did not respond. What could she say? She couldn't say anything. Huang did not urge Yin Qingyu to answer, but quietly sat beside her, watching her fall asleep. Huizi, don't do this. Take a break. Dimu tugged at Huizi's hand, signaling him to sit down. Fortunately, the spaceship arrived in time this time. The injured had already been taken away, and those trash and scum were also taken away in the spaceship. Only Yin Qingyu was missing. Dimu knew that Yin Qingyu was most likely taken away by Huang. However, Huizi kept wanting to find Yin Qingyu. But how difficult was that? They had no idea where Yin Qingyu had been taken by Huang. Therefore, the task given to Huizi by the leader was to deal with the aftermath here. But Huizi still had not given up. No, she was taken away by the insect beast. She will be very dangerous. Huizi, wake up. At least she is fine right now. Dimu couldn't help but remind Huizi. Yin Qingyu is in danger? If Huizi and Yin Qingyu were both taken away by the insect beast, he would only feel that Huizi was a bit more dangerous. That's an insect beast. Can you casually say she's fine? Huizi impatiently broke free from Dimu's hand. Can't you see? That insect beast likes Yin Qingyu. At least for now, he won't harm her. Dimu was even less polite. Now they couldn't even determine Yin Qingyu's whereabouts. Worrying more was futile. Dimu, Huizi, get ready, we are leaving. Yin Yi walked in, looking exhausted. His voice couldn't hide his fatigue. He was a doctor and played the most important role here. Huizi said nothing. Yin Yi was not angry at Huizi's silence. This was the leader's order. This sentence could indeed move Huizi. After cleaning up the aftermath of this planet, Huizi and the others also boarded the spaceship and returned to the capital star. However, due to the significance of this incident, it has caused considerable turmoil in the capital star. Those poor girls, those villagers who are guilty of heinous crimes. Even half of that planet is rotting with the military. Each of these points has sparked significant discussions among the people. Chapter 153. His weakness, Yin Qingyu had been by the side of the insect beast for nearly a week. Huang still refused to let her go back. Even when she used the excuse of going back as an undercover agent, Huang still wouldn't let her leave. Be good, and you'll become my insect queen soon. By then, you'll be the most. Yin Qingyu turned her head, not wanting to look at Huang any longer. King. Huang's voice was interrupted by Ling. Huang glanced at Ling out of the corner of his eye and temporarily stopped speaking. What is it? Ling respectfully conveyed his intention to Huang. Mu has recovered. Does the king want to see her? Huang's brow involuntarily furrowed. No need, since she's recovered. Let her go out and start her mission. Huang said this without a hint of mercy. After Ling left, Yin Qingyu shifted her gaze to Huang. She didn't die. Yin Qingyu was quite sure. Her sword had been plunged directly into Mu's throat, but she still didn't die. By the time she was brought in, she had only one breath left. Ling must have expended a great deal of effort to save her. Seeing that Yin Qingyu finally began to pay attention to him, Huang started to talk endlessly about how he was angry for her that day. After filtering Huang's words, Yin Qingyu discovered something was amiss. It turned out that not all insect beasts had their fatal weaknesses in the throat. Moreover, there were even doctors among the insect beasts, and Ling was one such existence. What about you? Do you have a fatal weakness? Yin Qingyu casually asked, recalling how she could never harm Huang. With a body like this, could there still be a fatal flaw? Huang's gaze towards Yin Qingyu became strange, making her look away. Suddenly, a light laugh reached Yin Qingyu's ears. Do you want to know my weakness? Huang seemed unconcerned as he looked at Yin Qingyu's face. Clearly, it was such a serious matter. Yet Huang made it seem somewhat frivolous. Yin Qingyu frowned and subtly moved a bit further away from Huang. This is your business. You don't have to tell me. One should know that Huang would never share such matters with her. Yin Qingyu unhesitatingly rejected Huang's inquiry. Don't you want to hear it? You must be very curious. It's not like I can't tell you. Huang suddenly changed his tone, almost startling Yin Qingyu. Would there really be someone who would self-disclose their weaknesses? Even she had never revealed her weaknesses in front of anyone. It was just that she was somewhat foolish and had her secrets gradually uncovered by others. Yin Qingyu remained silent, subconsciously feeling that Huang was just joking. However, there was a hint of surprise in her gaze as she looked at Huang. Why are you looking at me like that? Huang chuckled at Yin Qingyu's astonished expression and subtly closed the distance between them. I'm serious. If you become my insect queen, I'll tell you everything. Yin Qingyu thought it was better not to know. She glanced at Huang, who had come closer, and shifted back a bit. What I'm more concerned about is, why do you want me to be your insect queen? Is it because of my blood? Yin Qingyu speculated, but she wouldn't say it so bluntly. Instead, she stared directly into Huang's eyes, wanting to see what reason he would give to convince her. Your blood smells really good. Huang didn't hide his desire at all, and after saying this, he even leaned closer to Yin Qingyu to sniff. Of course, even when you're not bleeding, it still smells good. Yin Qingyu pushed Huang's head away with a face full of disdain. Since that's the case, if my blood is so fragrant, don't you want to eat me? After all, does her blood elicit a mating desire in these insect beasts or a desire to devour? Yin Qingyu felt that these 2 points were qualitatively different. Why should I eat you? Qingyu is the only one. Besides, you're so interesting. Huang seemed to not understand why Yin Qingyu said that, and instead teasingly touched her hand resting on the bed. You old lecher, if you keep touching me, I'll be rude. Yin Qingyu unceremoniously pulled her hand away from Huang, her face full of disgust. Indeed, it seemed that these insect beasts were feeling high because her blood could incite their mating urges. Thinking of this, Yin Qingyu further wiped her hands in disgust. Qingyu, then why don't you want to be my insect queen? Many insect beasts want this position. You should know that being able to bear me a child is a great honor. Yet, Yin Qingyu seemed to have no desire to be his insect queen at all. I don't want to depend on any man. More importantly, I don't even plan to date or get married. Yin Qingyu turned her face away from Huang. With a clear understanding, Yin Qingyu had no intention of cooperating with these insect beasts any longer. At first, she thought this insect beast was just a bit problematic, learning from humans' domineering CEO tactics. Essentially, it only wanted to suck her blood. But if it was lusting after her body, Yin Qingyu could not accept an interspecies relationship. No, she didn't want to accept a relationship at all. Huang scratched his head, looking at Yin Qingyu, who still didn't want to communicate, and fell into confusion. Why do women always get angry for no reason? Did he say something wrong? Huang and Yin Qingyu remained at an impasse. Huang wouldn't let Yin Qingyu go, and she didn't pay much attention to his actions either. Meanwhile, the capital star was unusually lively. Everyone involved in the abduction of women would be publicly executed. This time, the number of executions was the highest in the interstellar history. Of course, it was also the most serious incident. Yun-Yi, the leader wants us to go over. Dimu called out to Yun-Yi, who had just come out of the laboratory, in a low voice. Got it. Yun-Yi took off his clothes and turned to leave. So, how is that person inside? Dimu couldn't help but ask. In this incident, some were to be executed, and some were rescued. Yet there were still unfortunate individuals who needed to be removed from life. It's fine, very successful. Yun-Yi's medical skills were naturally trustworthy. Dimu nodded, and the two walked out of the medical room together. However, as soon as they exited, Yun-Yi couldn't help but gag. Dimu was startled and quickly patted Yun-Yi's back. Are you okay? In fact, even Dimu himself couldn't stand the occurrence of such events. How could it be okay? Yun-Yi had treated heavily injured warriors who returned with mutilated bodies and bloodied flesh. At that time, he still maintained a calm demeanor, handling everything with ease. Chapter 154. The importance of women, but this was his first time needing to use his medical skills to successfully remove a child that was about to take shape. This should even count as the first case of abortion in the interstellar realm for such a long time. The capital star needed talent. Usually, when a child was born, it would be well taken care of. On other planets, even if the talent wasn't great, the child would still be born. Yun-Yi was merely experiencing this feeling for the first time. Cough, cough, I'm fine. Yun-Yi waved his hand, indicating to Dimu that he was all right. Dimu frowned as he helped Yun-Yi move slowly step by step. Everyone said you shouldn't be doing this treatment anymore. Dimu disapproved of Yun-Yi. How much psychological harm could this cause an ordinary person? Yet Yun-Yi insisted on doing it herself. Sigh, this was something I promised her. Yun-Yi shook her head. From the first moment she was brought out, she was on her knees begging him to abort the child. An unborn child, of course, could not compare to the plea of a blossoming young girl. Moreover, this child should not have come into being in the first place. Yusai, why are you always so soft-hearted? You weren't like this before. The previous Yun-Yi, as a healer born into a medical family, had seen all sorts of difficult diseases from a young age. The pride of a healer was clearly evident in Uni. He only saved those he found interesting. Even with a kind heart, small ailments were left for others to treat. But now, Uni was increasingly becoming more human. Dimmu sighed inwardly at Uni's change. The two happened to run into Huizi and Leo, who were also on their way. Uni, are you okay? Leo noticed Uni's pale complexion and became anxious. Huizi's worried gaze swept over Uni. I'm fine, let's hurry inside. Uni straightened up and followed the others into the room designated by the leader. The leader's figure appeared on the wall screen. The familiar mechanical voice sounded again. How did you know there was a problem there? These days have been quite busy. Uni was busy, and Huizi was busy. Dimmu was assisting, while Leo was dealing with their missing materials. It was Qingyu who discovered it. Dimmu looked steadfastly at the leader. He explained how Qingyu noticed something was wrong, how they followed Qiyu's plan, and the insect beasts that came later. So, those insect beasts specifically came to find Qingyu? The leader grasped this information. Yes, Qingyu killed a humanoid insect beast before, he assumed, but Dimmu didn't continue. In fact, based on his interactions with these insect beasts, they were not there to take revenge on Qingyu. On the contrary, the leading insect beast seemed to have a great tolerance for Qingyu. This speculation left Dimmu unsure of how to proceed. Moreover, according to what those people said, Qiyu's light brain had already been taken away and destroyed. So, without the light brain, they had no idea where the insect beasts were hiding. They didn't even know where Qingyu was, let alone talk about saving her. The leader fell silent for a moment. The situation had indeed exceeded expectations. Now, we can only focus on what we can do. As for Qingyu, the leader paused. I am willing to search for Qiyu's whereabouts. Huizi suddenly spoke up. The expressions of the group changed. Dimmu wanted to say something to Huizi, but realizing the leader was still watching them, he bit his tongue. You can't go. The leader directly rejected Huizi's words. Just you alone. Are you sure you can successfully rescue Qingyu? The leader countered Huizi. If it weren't for their inability to deal with the insect beasts, how could the beasts have mingled among them and taken Qingyu away? Leader, Qingyu has helped us a lot, Huizi said solemnly. The atmosphere among the group once again turned gloomy. If it weren't for Qingyu discovering that something was wrong, finding the source of the illness, and being willing to sacrifice herself to save others, those girls might not know how long it would take to return. We all know that, but we can't act recklessly. Huizi, without absolute strength to rush over, it will only lead to Qingyu sacrificing more to protect you. That's right, the insect beasts have some special need for Qingyu. They won't kill her for now. Moreover, from Dimmu's words, the leader of the insect beasts is very interested in Qingyu. For the time being, Qiyu's life was not in danger. However, if others were captured again, it would ultimately force Qingyu to provide more conditions to ensure their safety. I will make arrangements. After the leader said this, the image on the wall suddenly stopped. The group stood in the room, unsure what to think. Leo felt a terrifying sense of oppression in the atmosphere. None of us wanted this to happen. As soon as Leo finished speaking, Huizi left. Leo stared blankly in the direction Huizi had left, unable to regain his thoughts for a long time. Dimmu patted Leo's shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry about Huizi, and don't doubt the leader. Right now, what we need to do is quickly calm the unrest among the interstellar populace. With this incident, many are also questioning other lower-level planets. In fact, many Academy students no longer want to fight on lower-level planets. They don't want to risk their lives to slay insect beasts and protect the residents there, while those people are thinking about how to gain greater benefits from them. The public opinion on this matter was rapidly brewing in the interstellar community. Although such outrageous events were no longer happening on this planet, it was discovered that some lower-level planets did not treat women as humans, but rather as reproductive instruments for trade. In an instant, discussions about protecting women increased. Many girls from the capital planet felt that they needed to continuously improve their own strength after experiencing this incident. Relying on others for protection was ultimately unreliable. If one's strength was formidable, no one could do anything to them. Those who had previously suffered harm were not exposed. Instead, they were quietly sent back home. They were only given a reputation for fighting successfully and returning home, which served as an explanation for their families who hadn't seen them for a long time. Before these individuals were executed, Ito was detained for individual questioning. Why are you here? Ito, who had remained silent whenever he saw anyone, couldn't help but ask when he saw Huizi enter. Chapter 155. The interrogation process. Huizi did not answer his question, but directly sat down across from him. Seeing Huizi's cold attitude, Ito also darkened his expression. Didn't you guess everything? Why did you bring me here to question me? Ito felt amused. These hypocritical people clearly knew everything. They knew about the drugs, the dungeon, and even rescued everyone. Yet they still had to bring him here for interrogation. Huizi remained silent, staring fixedly at Ito. Ito furrowed his brow in confusion, narrowing his eyes to see Huizi's expression more clearly. Huizi was the only one among those who had interrogated him in the past few days who hadn't immediately started questioning him. What do you want to ask? After a while of sitting in silence, Ito, noticing that Huizi was still looking at him with a complex expression, couldn't help but speak up. Huizi still didn't say anything, his gaze fixed on him. Huizi did not take in what Ito was saying. He was just thinking, if these people hadn't done such things, would Qingyu not have to go down such a dangerous path? Wouldn't it be easier for Qingyu not to be taken away? Huizi suddenly closed his eyes weakly. He realized that thinking about these things was of no use. Moreover, even if these people hadn't committed evil, the insect beast would still come here. You've been doing this for a while, haven't you? Huizi rasped out his first words upon seeing Ito. It was stunned, but soon burst out laughing. Didn't those women say anything? Oh, I forgot. Quite a few women have died, fed to the insect beasts after we dragged them out. At this moment, its face was full of madness. I don't even know how many years it has been, year after year. Who can say for sure? However, watching you proud children of heaven being toyed with by me is indeed quite enjoyable. There wasn't much change on Huizi's face, even though it spoke so excessively. Huizi still looked at it calmly. So, is that your reason for hurting these innocent people? Upon hearing this, it scoffed disdainfully. Innocent? Women like them are not innocent at all, relying on being a woman, doing nothing in the battle team. You can look at those women we've caught. Aren't most of them treating themselves like precious young ladies? At this moment, the expression of Shuani, who was watching the broadcast, suddenly turned pale. So she was captured for this reason too? Hadn't they all gone out to fight together? Aside from you using drugs, when didn't they go out to fight? Huizi also yelled at it. So what? Can you guarantee that they didn't have that mentality? Not only did Huizi not quite understand what it was saying, but even the crowd watching the broadcast in the starry sky was confused. Mentality? Who do you think you are? Can you understand everyone's mentality? Huizi raised an eyebrow at it. People like it always think they are above it all. Aren't the women on this capital star all relying on their natural talents to choose a husband in the battle team? It looked at Huizi with disdain. If that's the case, choosing you is a choice. Choosing us is also a choice. Looking down on people like us who lack talent is fine. After all, we will always have the ability to subdue them. Its words sent chills down the spines of the crowd in the starry sky. Such a method is certainly not a legitimate means. How can women thrown into a wolf's den resist? The answer is unknown. Some people have never experienced the power of the drug, while others were thrown into the wolf's den and never came out again. I guess it was about 100 years ago, or even earlier. I don't know for sure. I just know we've seen quite a few women in the dungeon since we were young. It finally shifted the topic back to the initial question. Just as he was about to say more, it suddenly moved, causing the instruments on him to tighten even more. I've told you so much. You should tell me how you discovered our wrongdoings. We were clearly hiding very well. At this moment, its expression was somewhat deranged. He couldn't understand why it was like this. They had always gotten by this way before, yet this time they were exposed. A hint of pain flashed in Huizi's eyes, but she quickly composed herself and looked at it. You have no right to ask me how many women you implemented this plan on during your time in office. Upon hearing Huizi's words, it let out a cold laugh. Why should I tell you? Does it matter? Anyway, I'm going to die. Its demeanor seemed to be in a state of giving up. If that's the case, then just wait for your death sentence. Huizi was not polite, standing up and preparing to leave. Its expression changed, and he immediately called out to Huizi. Wait, I can tell you. But you have to tell me how you discovered all this. Its face had twisted into a grimace. Watching this scene, Huang was simply amazed. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Who would have thought such humans existed in the starry sky? I've learned. We should be just as bad to humans. Qingyu saw the image on the wall and couldn't help but twitch her face. You're not an insect beast? Huang looked up innocently at Qingyu. Don't I look like one? But suddenly he became excited. I know, Qingyu. I haven't shown you my insect beast form, right? Wait, I'll show you right away. Where did you get this light brain? Yan Qingyu timely interrupted Huang's next action. Huang glanced at the ongoing footage, shrugged nonchalantly. I've had it for a long time. This thing is pretty good. By the way, how did you know about it back then? Huang suddenly thought. Isn't the person who knows the whole story, right here? Coming over, Yan Qingyu started to ask. Yan Qingyu irritably shook off Huang's hand. You were mixed in with Wuxia and the others, didn't they tell you? Otherwise, how could you wait for her to come out without killing Wuxia and the others? They even coexisted peacefully for a while, working with Wuxia to buy her quite a bit of time. They must have told Huang about her whereabouts and reasons for going. They said you discovered something was wrong, and then you planned to take a risk, seeing that the crucial point hadn't been mentioned in the footage. Huang directly clung to Yan Qingyu. Yan Qingyu looked at Wuxia's cold expression in the footage and calmly told Huang the reason she discovered something was off. He intentionally and unintentionally made us live separately, which made us suspicious. Yan Qingyu truthfully informed Huang. Over there, after Wuxia finished asking, she finally revealed the process of discovering the secret. Chapter 156. Her role with the insect beast Wuxia's account was naturally not as detailed as Yan Qingyu's. She simply combined what Yan Qingyu had said to them at that time and the words Lena later explained, summarizing it to tell it. After listening, it slumped back in his seat. I thought no one would discover our plan. It muttered to himself. However, what he said was indeed true. If Yan Qingyu hadn't happened to know the effect of this fragrance and deduced their situation from it, perhaps countless people would still fall into their clutches. It seems that Yan Qingyu is even more formidable than your leader. It suddenly laughed wildly. Your leader. It had already automatically excluded himself from the realm of the starry sky. Wuxia frowned in dissatisfaction. The leader won't let you off either. I know that, but this is after the matter has been exposed. If it were before the exposure, the leader probably wouldn't have the heart to manage us low-level planetary people. It had no good impression of the leader. The nutrient solution and suppression needles are incredibly expensive, and there are already so few girls on this planet. We have no money to buy women from other planets. This approach is merely conforming to everyone else's thoughts. Even at the end, it still did not realize the mistakes they had committed. They believed it was these factors that led them down this path. Look, that leader clearly isn't doing very well either. Huang waved his hand dismissively. After watching the entire broadcast, Huang directly turned off the light brain. Yan Qingyu crossed her arms, standing in front of Huang, unsure of what she was thinking. She didn't give Huang any response. Qingyu, wouldn't it be better to stay with us? Huang was still trying to persuade Yan Qingyu to stay. Huang vaguely sensed that Yan Qingyu did not want to remain in the insect beast territory. He couldn't articulate why, but Yan Qingyu's heart was clearly not here. Yan Qingyu turned to look at Huang, her eyes filled with indifference. If you think you are the leader, what would you do? Upon hearing Yan Qingyu's counter-question, Huang happily responded. Of course, I would torture this group of people to death. I'm asking you, how would you discover these people's wrongdoings? Anyone can do things after they happen. The key is, as it said, who can discover the wrongness of this matter before it is revealed? Huang suddenly darkened his face. Qingyu, you want to go back, right? You never really considered cooperating with the insectoids, did you? Yan Qingyu's pupils constricted, but she remained silent, staring fixedly at Huang. You don't really dislike those humans in the starry sky. You're just pretending to collaborate with me before returning to the stars, aren't you? It's no wonder Huang doubts Yan Qingyu. After so many days, Yan Qingyu's resistance has not diminished. Moreover, every time he says something, Yan Qingyu barely pays him any mind. Just now, he said something like that, and Yan Qingyu couldn't help but retort. Yan Qingyu turned her head, ignoring Huang's words. The two fell into a stalemate once again. But this time, Huang didn't persist but turned and left. Yan Qingyu watched the direction Huang left, subtly frowning. She couldn't quite understand what Huang was doing either. She was well aware that she was human and Huang was an insectoid, although Huang always said he wanted her to be the insect queen or something. Yan Qingyu had never taken it seriously. There was a species gap between humans and insectoids. Even now, she still didn't understand what Huang truly wanted from her. Compared to the relatively familiar leader, Yan Qingyu was much more wary of Huang. Your Majesty, do you really want to marry Yan Qingyu? There has never been a case of humans and insectoids combining. Even if Yin Qingyu's blood is unusually fragrant, is that a reason to marry her? Huang propped his head up with one hand, his expression one of impatience. Of course. Is there anyone more special than her? Lin suddenly breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. You scared me, Your Majesty. I thought you really fell in love with her. Insectoids don't experience love. Their mating is purely instinctive. But seeing Huang frustrated by Yin Qingyu every day, they themselves felt that Huang truly loved her. Huang impatiently closed his eyes, gritting his teeth as he voiced his thoughts. How could that be? If it weren't for her blood being able to soothe our restless mental powers, how could I be so good to her? Huang couldn't help but retort. But I don't feel her soothing my mental power at all. I just feel that her blood smells really good, which made him want to get close to Yin Qingyu and keep smelling that scent. Lin looked at Huang in confusion. Of course, you haven't tasted her blood, so you wouldn't feel it. Huang glanced at Lin with a hint of pride. That's right. Her blood does have a unique effect on us. Although I don't know why, the fact is right there. Yin Qingyu's blood has a magical effect on them. This conclusion was drawn. The leader's side also reached this conclusion. After countless observations, we discovered the difference. The reason insectoids are addicted to Yin Qingyu's blood is that her blood has the effect of soothing mental powers. Indeed, the leader had previously told Yin Qingyu that their mental powers were extracted from insectoids. Insectoids themselves also possess mental powers. However, humans have not researched much into how insectoids use their mental powers because insectoids have directed all their mental power attacks at humans. This is likely related to the fact that Miss Yin Qingyu is not one of us. She doesn't have mental power in her body. Yin Qingyu is the only one among them without mental power. This is no different from humans many years ago. Years ago, humans were the same. They had no mental power, so they were wantonly preyed upon by insectoids. Later, when they developed mental powers, insectoids indeed stopped consuming humans as much. Humans attributed this to their own combat strength becoming stronger. However, based on the research on Yin Qingyu's blood, it seems that insectoids discovered that even if they ate humans, human blood could no longer soothe their mental powers. Because humans have already been infected by insectoid genes, they too are suffering from mental power troubles. Then isn't Qingyu in danger? Yun Yi stood up, her face filled with fear. It just so happens that such a special Yin Qingyu was taken back to the insectoid's lair. The pain of being tormented by mental power is something even they cannot endure, leading to the creation of suppressive needles. But insectoids don't have such things. What they do to Yin Qingyu is self-evident. Chapter 157. Let her go back. The leader's large mechanical body appeared on the screen. Upon hearing this, the machine's head turned slightly. We will save her. The flat voice of the machine came through, but apart from Yun Yi, no one else spoke. Even Huizi furrowed his brows tightly, not saying anything. Leader, we know Miss Yin Qingyu is very important, but we have no idea about her specific location. We don't need to worry. We don't need to search. They will come to us. After saying this, the leader cut off the visual feed, leaving everyone staring at each other in confusion. How could they find Yin Qingyu's whereabouts? Hong sat on the bed, his eyes fixed on a light brain without moving. Leader, your body still needs to recover. You shouldn't be working so hard now, Yun's father advised from the side. In fact, too many things had happened in the past few days. Working hard every day would indeed be exhausting. Moreover, Hong had only just recovered from his illness. Hong's hands kept clicking on the light brain. After a long while, his hands finally stopped. Don't worry, I will handle these matters. Hong's method was nothing more than escalating the situation. The leader personally issued a statement seeking Yin Qingyu's whereabouts. As long as they found the location of Yin Qingyu, there would be an opportunity to meet with the leader and gain a promise. This is the leader, surrounded by layers of protection, only visible on the star network. They actually had the chance to meet the leader. It must be said, this is indeed a huge benefit. Moreover, Yin Qingyu's fame was not low. Almost everyone knew that it was Yin Qingyu who discovered something was wrong, but ended up mysteriously disappearing. Additionally, many rescued individuals anonymously posted descriptions of Yin Qingyu's rescue on the star network. Therefore, this matter once again caused a huge uproar in the starry sky. Leader, you, how can this be? Yun's father was not unaware of who took Yin Qingyu away. It was just that this had only been discussed internally. The starry crowds had no idea that insectoids were mixed in. But knowing clearly who took Yin Qingyu, why issue such a directive? Would insectoids really return people? The insectoids were also confused. Lin looked at the words on the light brain, scratching his not-so-smart head. Clearly, Yin Qingyu was brought back by us. What are these humans doing now? Why are they still ordering to find Yin Qingyu? Huang remained silent, his gaze fixed on the glaring image on the light brain. After watching for a while, he scoffed softly. What else could it be? They just don't dare to openly mention our existence in front of humans. But they want us to see it and want to negotiate with us. Huang saw through it clearly. This statement was not meant for the people in the starry sky. It was clearly directed at them, the insectoids. Huh, is he so sure we can see this? Lin looked at San in confusion, wondering why it seemed no one felt surprised. The king used that artificially created light brain. Huang's expression stiffened. He certainly didn't know how to deal with these technologically advanced little gadgets. However, Huang was very smart. Initially, this light brain could only transmit information. But after years of modification, it had become increasingly functional. He knows we are using the light brain? Lin was shocked. How could he find that out? The current light brains should be bound to personal information, but Wang is not human and has no information to bind. Moreover, who knows how long Wang's light brain has been in use? Finding that out would raise suspicions. Sin clearly revealed why Hong could discover that the insect beasts were also using light brains. Haha, even if he found out we were using the light brain, so what? He still needs us to go find him, right? Huang glanced at Senior. Is it not true that the humans had no other means and could only resort to such tactics? You may not know, but light brains have always had positioning capabilities as long as they are connected to the star network. Yin Qingyu's voice suddenly reached the ears of several people. You, how did you come here? Lin looked at Yin Qingyu, who was leaning against the door, in surprise. Yin Qingyu shrugged with a smile and walked straight into the room. I was in the room next to you, not far away, and you were talking so loudly. How could I not hear? Yin Qingyu walked to the middle of the room. Huang suddenly stood up, staring blankly at Yin Qingyu. You heard everything? Huang's reaction was unexpected, but Yin Qingyu nodded affirmatively. Of course. She ignored Huang, just wanting him to leave so she could focus on her training. Only by doing so could she quickly recover her internal strength. The insect beast room had no soundproofing, and with Yin Qingyu's powerful internal strength, she could certainly hear their conversation clearly. Huang's lips trembled, as if he wanted to say something, but after opening his mouth, he said nothing. In that case, doesn't your opportunity come? Yin Qingyu didn't care about Huang's reaction. Since she already knew why the insect beasts were approaching her, she certainly wouldn't stay here any longer. Besides, judging by Huang's intention, he probably wanted to rescue her. Do you think Yin Qingyu would say to Huang not to put himself in danger to save her? No way. Yin Qingyu didn't even have a light brain. Since Huang was already prepared, she certainly wanted to maximize her chances of returning. Huang frowned, staring fixedly at Yin Qingyu, but unconsciously moved closer to her. What? Yin Qingyu shot Huang an impatient glance. Didn't Huang say this himself? Didn't you say it would be fine as long as we dealt with the leader? Isn't this an opportunity? Yin Qingyu raised an eyebrow, her gaze falling on the words on the light brain. Wasn't it clearly stated there? As long as she was returned. They could see the leader. This was the best time to get close to the leader. Huang looked at Yin Qingyu with confusion. Aren't you on good terms with them? Good terms? Even if they were on good terms, didn't they promise to help them attack the star system? Moreover, I want to go back too. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? We can both achieve our goals. Yin Qingyu smiled at Huang. Huang certainly knew she wanted to go back, but he didn't expect Yin Qingyu to be so straightforward this time. Are you willing to cooperate with me? Huang felt that what he wanted to say was not this. He wanted to ask Yin Qingyu why she always wanted to leave. But in the end, he only asked this question. Did I not say? This is our cooperation. Why not cooperate? Then, you go kill the leader, and I will naturally return to the capital star. Yin Qingyu's words were both innocent and cruel. Chapter 158. Returning Huang ultimately agreed to Yin Qingyu's proposal. Lin did not understand why. Was killing a person more important than healing oneself? But Sun saw it more openly. This is better. Once the leader is dead, the star system will be in turmoil. At that time, if we launch a war, the star system will surely be unable to resist. By then, the entire star system will be ours. In this way, Yin Qingyu would naturally be one of the people in the star system. Huang didn't know what to say. He didn't seem to be like that. He just felt that since Yin Qingyu didn't want to stay here, letting her go back wasn't a bad idea. However, Huang still strangely agreed with Sen's words. After all, in his view, Sen's reasoning was indeed sound. So now, the most important question arose. Who would go to the leader? Even if the leader gave them a chance to meet, those soldiers would certainly not be few. Regardless of whether they killed the leader, they would have to face all the soldiers as enemies. Moreover, it was very likely they couldn't get out of the capital star. So after several discussions among the group, Huang still planned to go out. Yin Qingyu raised an eyebrow when she saw Huang coming out. I thought you would argue for a long time again. After all, Huang was the king of the insect beasts. His existence represented the rise and fall of the insect beasts. She thought the insect beasts would never let Huang go. Don't worry, my strength is not weak. Huang smiled at Yin Qingyu. His strength was indeed not weak. But if he took Yin Qingyu with him, in the end, there would be no chance to bring her out. Qingyu, do you really not want to be my insect queen at all? This was already the umpteenth time Huang had asked Yin Qingyu this question on the way. Yin Qingyu tirelessly informed Huang again and again. She really didn't want to. You don't have to pretend. We're just using each other. Although it was through such means to get close to the leader, at least it was a step closer to what he wanted, right? Yin Qingyu and Huang were still on their way. Meanwhile, Yun, Yi, and Gue Zi and the other four were pacing back and forth in the room. Why do you think the leader would issue such an order? Leo couldn't understand. After all, the leader was extremely vulnerable to attacks. Moreover, the leader's health was poor, so why would he do such a thing for Yin Qingyu? The members of the chief group were also opposing this. All right, don't be anxious. The leader must have thought of a solution. Otherwise, Yin Yi's father wouldn't have been so strongly opposed. Dimu calmly sat in the chair without moving. Now that it has been sent out, the insect beasts should have received the information by now. The most important thing now is to see if the insect beasts will bring Yin Qingyu back. A group of people fell into waiting. When Yin Qingyu and Huang arrived, someone received them and directly took them to the leader's residence. Although it was on the outskirts of the capital star, it was still a form of protection for the capital star. Go in. The person at the door said to Yin Qingyu and Huang, and the two quickly walked in. Inside the room, besides the leader, there were quite a few soldiers guarding there. Yin Qingyu was shocked when she saw the badges on their shoulders. They were all from the first combat team. Huang obviously noticed this too. Haha, Yin Qingyu is back. Since the leader has met me, he surely won't be stingy with a little reward. Huang looked at the leader, who was only half a robot, with a smile. He had known for a long time that the current leader looked more like a monster than a human, but he didn't expect him to be in such a miserable state. No wonder, Yin Qingyu said, he didn't have long to live. What do you want? The mechanical voice echoed in the room, but Huang noticed that the leader's eyes were fixed on Yin Qingyu. Huang clenched his hand and smiled wickedly at the leader. Of course, I want your life. That life should have been given to him 300 years ago. Before Huang's words fell, his figure changed. A huge tentacle emerged from the body, rushing straight towards the leader sitting in front. However, it was unfortunate that the army here was not to be trifled with. One by one, the soldiers charged forward, their mechs leaping into the air. They almost directed their fire at Huang. Huang paid little attention to his own body and glanced at Yin Qingyu behind him. However, Yin Qingyu clearly knew how to avoid danger. She had shrunk back into a corner. Huang glanced deeply at Yin Qingyu, then turned his head and used his tentacles to dismantle or throw aside the mechs one by one. He had only one purpose for coming here, to kill the leader. So even under attack from all sides, Huang showed no extra expression. In this small space, energy cannons and tentacles were attacking continuously, and the room was on the verge of collapsing. Yet the leader remained calmly seated at the back, not moving at all. Insect King, why can't humans and insect beasts coexist peacefully? The leader's sudden question made Huang unable to help but laugh. Huh, ugly thing, you humans merely stole our insect beast genes. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with us? Huang seemed to stand still to verify this fact, as endless energy cannons fired at him, and the surrounding dust made visibility hazy. For a moment, it was impossible to see whether Huang was still alive amidst the dust. But in this moment of distraction, the insect beast's tentacles quickly located the leader's position and penetrated the machine's head. Huang, you are destined to die in my hands. Your interstellar empire will be mine too. Huang quickly retracted his tentacles and turned to leave while several people were distracted by the leader. However, when he glanced back at the corner, Yan Qingyu's figure had already disappeared. But he only paused for that moment. The energy cannons behind him continued to fire. Huang withdrew his gaze and quickly tore through space to escape. The powerful explosions caused the building to collapse with a loud crash. Soon, news came that the leader had been attacked by insect beasts and was now dead. This incident once again caused a huge uproar in the interstellar community. The leader is dead? Who would believe it? That is the leader who has lived for 300 years and has continuously achieved merit during his tenure. Although the continuous emergence of issues indicated that the leader's governance was not perfect, and in many areas, the benefits of leadership were not evident, everyone knew that the interstellar prosperity was achieved under the protection of past leaders. Moreover, the key point was that with the leader's death, there were even people who captured the appearance of the insect beast. Upon seeing this insect beast, turmoil erupted further in the interstellar community. Chapter 159. The leader's death. It was a blurry human face, and it might as well have been an insect beast disguised in human skin. Why does such an insect beast exist? Or rather, is this really an insect beast? The chaos in the interstellar community became more apparent. Fortunately, the capital star remained relatively stable. Although everyone was shocked, the series of events led these proud sons of heaven to temper their tempers. Now, they were gearing up to take on the mission of maintaining interstellar peace. As for other planets, although there was panic, they had not yet entered into war with the insect beasts. Many people from the capital star were maintaining order, which was a relief. On the contrary, Planet 250 was the most stable. With Zhang Yi's absence, Yiju's influence was quite high, and he strongly maintained stability within the planet. Additionally, Baiyu and others organized to ensure peace within the school. It could be said that Planet 250 was the most peaceful of all lower-tier planets. Yan Qingyu had not gone far. She merely jumped out of the window. Using her light skills, she saw the soldiers stationed not far away and followed them back to an important area of the capital star. The leader is looking for you. As soon as Yan Qingyu landed, she was pulled into Hong's room by Yin Fu. At this moment, the two looked at each other. Yan Qingyu remained silent, while Hong kept staring at her without saying a word. I say, why did you call me over? The two were staring at each other for a long time. She didn't know what he wanted her for. And what if Huang had not gone far? Wouldn't he find out that the leader was actually not dead? I haven't seen you in so long. Hong continued to stare at Yan Qingyu. Now, Yan Qingyu was lively and unharmed. Fortunately, she had not been lost due to that previous mistake. Yan Qingyu clearly had no romantic cells in her body. She rolled her eyes at Hong. All right. Enough with the sentimentality. I'm not a king returning. Besides, with you using this underhanded tactic now, are you planning to stop being the leader? Yan Qingyu had told Hong before that the insect beast wanted his life. Hong's idea to use his life to lure Huang to bring Yan Qingyu back was also because his identity had not been exposed. You reap what you sow. Yan Qingyu had only told Huang that Hong's body was weak and would soon fail. She had never mentioned that she had brought Hong over long ago. The matter of the leader is not urgent. I can't live forever. Without me, can the humans of the interstellar realm not survive? Hong also had his own thoughts. He deeply felt that being regarded as a spiritual support was actually the worst way. Treating others as one's own spiritual support would inevitably lead to that support collapsing. However, at that time, people needed a spiritual pillar, so naturally, Hong complied with their thoughts and managed the interstellar realm well. But the reality was that his governance was not flawless and had many loopholes that he had not noticed. Yan Qingyu nodded. It was irrelevant what identity Hong wanted to appear as. So, why did you call me over? She looked at Hong in confusion, but her palms were tightly clenched. Hong suddenly raised his eyes and looked directly into Yan Qingyu's eyes. Without saying a word, Yan Qingyu felt a chill in her heart. She subconsciously avoided Hong's gaze. After a long silence, Hong finally spoke. It's nothing. I just wanted to see if you were okay. Go back and rest well. Yan Qingyu still did not hear any reprimand from Hong. In fact, she felt somewhat conflicted. Hong was such a meticulous person. He should have noticed something was off between her and the insect beasts. But he said nothing and even devised a plan to ensure her return. This alone was enough to make Yan Qingyu feel uneasy. Although the interstellar realm was under martial law, Qingyu returned and still did what she needed to do. It was just that her notoriety might have increased slightly. Yi told Qingyu to take care of herself and not to engage in dangerous activities again. Qingyu's blood had a calming effect on the insect beasts, so if she were captured by them again, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yin did not blame Qingyu because he knew that the leader was actually not dead. However, Dimu and Leo were not the same. They certainly knew who was responsible for the leader's death. They always looked at Qingyu with an unusually strange gaze. Of course, there were many who came to comfort Qingyu. They did not know how the insect beasts had arrived, nor did they understand that Qingyu was the cause of the leader's death, but they knew that she had disappeared after exposing that ugly truth. Seeing Qingyu again, she greeted her with kind words and comfort. Even Xuanyi came to find Qingyu. At this moment, Xuanyi was different from her previous self. She had gained some maturity, perhaps due to the recent abduction incident that scared her, or maybe it was the death of the leader that made everyone grow up. In any case, when Xuanyi saw Qingyu, her first reaction was to ask about her condition. Biting her lip, Xuanyi shyly asked, "Who took you away?" Sitting on the sofa. This was actually the first time they were sitting together in a friendly manner in their dorm. Lena sat beside them in silence, but her gaze was also on Qingyu. She wanted to know why Qingyu had disappeared. "It's nothing. I was just trapped by a landslide when I went out, and later someone picked me up." Qingyu evasively lied. Xuanyi slammed her hand on the table. "What? You couldn't get out as a solo soldier? I told you to train more in the virtual arena." The idea of a solo soldier being trapped and unable to escape was quite amusing. Qingyu frowned at Xuanyi, not quite understanding what she was trying to convey. "That's right, Qingyu. You should really walk around the virtual arena more, but maybe this time you're just too tired." Lena chimed in. Xuanyi frowned and turned to Lena. "Hey, I pried open those doors with my mech, okay? Qingyu just didn't have enough stamina." Lena retorted, unwilling to back down. "What about before we rescued you? We had to pretend to be unconscious while being moved. Do you know how much psychological pressure that was?" "Psychological pressure doesn't affect stamina, does it?" The two of them bickered for a long time, while Qingyu sat by eating fruit and watching them. So throughout history, women are still the best at arguing. Chapter 160. Mutual apologies. Just as Qingyu finished her fruit, she was suddenly stared at by both of them. "You're still eating. Aren't you going to think about your issues?" Xuanyi seemed quite angry, and even Lena's face showed urgency. "That's right, Qingyu. You really need to train properly. We will definitely make sure you join us in the virtual arena." The two of them had inexplicably decided on Qingyu's future training. After sending Xuanyi out, just as Qingyu was about to close the door, Xuanyi grabbed her hand. "Wait, I still have something to say to you." Xuanyi's voice was choked. Seeing this, Qingyu didn't immediately close the door. She actually didn't dislike girls. Compared to boys, she was more tolerant of girls. Xuanyi didn't cause trouble or speak recklessly when she returned, so Qingyu treated her kindly. Noticing Qingyu's silence, Xuanyi grew more shy. "I just wanted to apologize to you. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have had that kind of thought. Actually, even though we are girls, as long as we have the ability and are willing to work hard, we won't necessarily be worse than boys." Xuanyi lowered her head. She had already apologized to Lena after returning, but Qingyu had not come back for a long time. Today, upon hearing that Qingyu was back, Xuanyi couldn't wait to apologize to her. Xuanyi said a lot to Qingyu, who eventually softened her gaze. "I forgive your actions, and of course, I also admit that I was indeed too harsh on you at that time." Qingyu expressed her own apologies as well. She shouldn't have treated Xuanyi so harshly just because the room was messy. At that time, she had transferred her anger towards others and other things onto Xuanyi. They exchanged smiles, and the previous grievances were resolved with laughter. After returning to her room, the smile on Qingyu's face remained. She had just received a new light brain from the leader, and as soon as she logged in, numerous messages popped up. The most were from her companions on planet 250. Qingyu immediately contacted Zili. "Qingyu, are you okay? I saw on the light brain that they were looking for you. What happened?" Zili started chattering as soon as he saw Qingyu. "Zili, we're in class." Guyu's angry voice reached Qingyu's ears. "Qingyu, it's Qingyu. How are you now? Are you hurt? Get away from me. You're crushing me." A series of lively faces appeared before Yin Qingyu, their concern clearly visible in their eyes. I'm fine, how about everyone? Are you all working hard? Yin Qingyu replied softly. Everyone was obviously very excited. Of course, our planet is well trained. Well, if you can say that, it seems everyone's mental state is not bad. Yin Qingyu chatted with them for a long time, and they were mostly concerned about her. Of course, they couldn't help but ask how she discovered that something was wrong. Yin Qingyu almost told them everything. By the time she put down the light brain, it was already afternoon. She lay back on her bed, her eyes half closed. This state made her feel very comfortable, as if things were no longer the same as before. Looking back at what she had done, only to find no one behind her. Now there were many people behind her, friends showing concern and greetings, inquiries from elders, and good interpersonal relationships. All of these made Yin Qingyu feel incredible. However, there was still a sense of oppression in her heart. Every time she saw their smiling faces, she thought about what would have happened if she had really agreed to the proposal of the insect beasts. Humanity would have suffered disasters because of her actions. Yin Qingyu completely closed her eyes, placing her hand over them. This backlash was not without its ripples. Some planets still suffered large-scale attacks from the insect beasts, but only a few planets were attacked. Perhaps it was a test to see if the interstellar community would collapse after losing their leader. Some lower-level planets indeed couldn't hold on, but due to their small numbers, they mostly retreated with the reinforcements. As for the higher-level planets, they had not been captured for a long time. The insect beasts took a break, giving humanity plenty of breathing space. Hey, Qingyu, why do you think the insect beasts stopped attacking? Xuanyi sat on the sofa, munching on fruit and spicy strips, enjoying herself. Haha, how could the insect beasts possibly defeat us? Before Yin Qingyu could respond, Lena interrupted Xuanyi. Xuanyi rolled her eyes at Lena. Are you stupid? The insect beasts are strong. You have no idea how powerful some intelligent insect beasts can be. Right, Qingyu? Both of their gazes turned to Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu silently ate her spicy strips without replying. However, she had to admit, these spicy strips were delicious. Xuanyi didn't press further but grabbed another bag of spicy strips from the table and started eating. You didn't move back just to eat spicy strips, did you? Lena quickly grabbed a bunch of spicy strips for herself while casting a disdainful glance at Xuanyi, who was covered in oil. What? I'm just concerned that you guys aren't fighting enough and came back to cover for you. Our combat strength is not bad. You can leave now. The two started arguing back and forth again, while Yin Qingyu continued to quietly enjoy the show. However, we can't do anything about the insect beasts right now. What we need to prepare for is the joint examination of the 5 major academies. Xuanyi's voice was passionate, and she looked quite excited. Lena and Yin Qingyu stared at her in a daze. Hey, I said, you two have been here for so long. Haven't you researched our study direction at all? Xuanyi had an expression that clearly showed she thought these two were too unambitious. Forget it, forget it. Anyway, the joint examination of the 5 major academies is still early. Let's not talk about that for now. Let's focus on training first. Lena turned to Xuanyi, her eyes full of confusion. Aren't you going to train with your team? Xuanyi suddenly smiled mischievously and opened her holographic device to look at the two. Ha ha ha. I quit that lousy team a long time ago. I had already asked Wuxia to let me join your team. Xuanyi was quite excited, while Yin Qingyu and Lena looked at her with puzzled expressions. What? What's with your expressions? Neither excited nor happy. What are you doing? Didn't you say before that your talent couldn't get you in? What's the situation now? Yin Qingyu spoke straightforwardly. Xuanyi's expression darkened. She almost forgot the scene from back then. Chapter 161. Hong Yu Ahem. What else could it be for? It's because I'm excellent enough now. All right, let's not talk about this. We'll go train in the virtual arena tomorrow. After saying that, Xuanyi grabbed some snacks from the table and ran back to her room. After returning to her room, Xuanyi patted her chest. Could she really tell them that after she fought with Leo and was defeated, she begged them to let her in with her perseverance? That was definitely something she couldn't say out loud. Yin Qingyu and Lena didn't pay much attention to this. When they saw Xuanyi go back, they quietly returned to their own rooms. The next day, Xuanyi insisted on dragging the two to train together. She even wanted to find a team to join them. But Wuxia and Yuni were still busy at the chief team, while Leo and Dimu still had some barriers with Yin Qingyu. What's going on? I thought my previous team had no team spirit, but I didn't expect this new team to be even worse. Training is not taken seriously, and not even the whole team goes to train together. Xuanyi walked along, feeling indignant. Qingyu and Lina were used to it. By the way, do you know what this year's assessment for the 5 major academies is like? It said that there are different changes every year. Xuanyi's despondency came and went quickly. She quickly changed the topic. We've never participated in it even once. Lina replied coldly to Xuanyi. Xuanyi frowned impatiently. So what are you two here for, then? Not checking anything. There's an old saying that goes well. Knowing yourself and knowing your enemy can win every battle. You don't even understand the content of the training competition. How can we win? Qingyu raised her eyes to look at Xuanyi. Is it possible that what you mean is knowing yourself and knowing your enemy? You can win every battle? Xuanyi, it's basically that meaning. Huh, do you still want to win? A man's voice entered the ears of the group. Qingyu and Lina frowned and looked at the man in front of them. Xuanyi curled her lips in disdain. Huh, do you think you could take first place? You should take a look at what kind of useless people are in your team. The person speaking was naturally Xuanyi's former teammate and captain. You, Xuanyi, don't forget that you came from our team. Stop. It was I who didn't want your team. How could a team like yours be worth me joining? I was really blind back then. You, why do you swear? I just said it. I said it. It makes you mad. The dialogue was childish and didn't draw more attention from Qingyu and Lina. Instead, Qingyu's gaze fell on the person in a wheelchair in the distance. TCH, what a thing. Can't even argue back against me. How'd I even join this team back then? The verbal battle between Xuanyi and her former captain came to a temporary pause. However, when she came back to her senses, she found that Qingyu and Lina's gazes had shifted to the man not far away. No, I'm fighting over there. And you're here looking at a man? Although he is quite handsome, you shouldn't be looking for a man like this. Women should consider their happiness for the rest of their lives. Xuanyi threw a knowing glance at Qingyu. Lina shot a sharp glance at Xuanyi without hesitation. All right, I admit, he really does look good, but Xuanyi still couldn't help but admit that the man's appearance was indeed nice. However, she and T finished her sentence when the man had already approached them. But what? The man's voice was somewhat youthful and tender. But this younger brother type of boy could really capture a girl's heart. Xuanyi quickly shut her mouth tightly. Qingyu was more surprised to see Hong. What are you doing here? The current situation is still somewhat dangerous, so why would you want to come out now? I want to experience the life of the academy. Hong simply said. Qingyu, who was standing behind Hong, frowned at the crowded space. Qingyu, let us go back and talk. Qingyu and the others followed Hong to the boys' dormitory nearby. Wow, why do you get to have a room to yourself? Xuanyi looked at Hong's dorm room, nearly crying tears of envy. Hong just smiled but didn't answer. My name is Hongyu. Feel free to sit. Hongyu? Qingyu glanced at Hong subtly. Why was this name chosen? Oh, I'm Xuanyi. Lina. The few introduced themselves familiarly. Hong suddenly smiled and looked at them. To be honest, I am also a member of our team now. However, not many were surprised by this. It should be known that except for Qingyu, who was tricked into joining the team by Wuxia, the others had passed Wuxia's test to enter. So, even with Hong's condition, Lina and Xuanyi did not express doubt, but rather some surprise. How strong must this person's abilities be? Are you a mecha manufacturer? Xuanyi curiously looked at Hongyu. After all, their team was quite special, with many mecha engineers and soldiers. There were even doctors, but there were no mecha manufacturers. Previously, Uni had been barely filling in as a mecha manufacturer, and the man in front of her, sitting in a wheelchair, probably wasn't a mecha engineer or soldier. Hong readily admitted his identity. Yes, I am indeed a mecha manufacturer with a mental strength of 5. Qingyu didn't care much about this. She just wanted to know what this person was out for now. Why are you out now? Aren't you afraid of danger? Hong looked up at Qingyu. The deep meaning hidden in his eyes was something Qingyu didn't understand. Don't worry, my body has actually recovered quite well. Hong also glanced meaningfully at Uni behind him. Qingyu roughly understood how Hong had come to be in this state. This group of people was simply loyal fans of the leader, unwilling to let the leader bear even a little burden and even worrying about the leader's health not being fully recovered. Qingyu, can you take a look at the leader? My father said when he comes back, he would let you see how his condition is. Uni looked at Qingyu with urgency. In fact, according to the machine's examination, Hong's body didn't have any major issues anymore. However, Yin Yi's father couldn't help but keep thinking about having Yin Qingyu check on Hong again after seeing the scene of Yin Qingyu treating him earlier. My father said he would transfer all the money to you at that time. Hong's expression darkened immediately. No way. I know my own body better than anyone. Besides, if you keep doing this, I'm really going to run out of money. If it weren't for the others in the chief team covering for him, Hong would have already been a real pauper by now. Of course, he is still a heavily indebted pauper now. This time, it could be considered a gift. Yin Qingyu squatted down, placed his hand on Hong's hand, and seriously felt his pulse, even adding a bit of internal energy into Hong's body to check. It's really nothing. But my suggestion is that it's best not to sit for long periods. He should strengthen his body. Hong is not a porcelain doll. Keeping him in a wheelchair like this can't be comfortable for him either. He was taking notes seriously on Yin Qingyu's words and providing real-time feedback to Yun's father. Then, in the next moment, please stand up for a moment. My father said you can't sit in this anymore. Yun directly withdrew the wheelchair into the space. The few people in the room were a bit dumbfounded. Chapter 162, Knowing the Truth. Oh, what's going on here? Sun Yi quietly leaned close to Lena's ear. She felt like there wasn't a single normal person present. She thought Hong Yu was a cripple, but unexpectedly, the next moment, the wheelchair was taken away, and he was now standing fine right in front of them. I don't know, just ignore it. Lena looked at the scene and had nothing to say. After all, it's their personal matter. They can do as they please. Ahem, shouldn't our battle team train together sometime? Now that there are mecha engineers, individual soldiers, mecha manufacturers, and even doctors, it's time for their team to combine, right? Sunny still didn't give up on this idea, subtly encouraging everyone to train together. Think about it. The duel of the 5 academies. This is when the victory or defeat of our academy is decided. Moreover, if we win, we can meet many people from the chief team, and after graduation, we might even get good jobs. Sun Yi was tirelessly persuading the others. However, these conditions seemed too unappealing to everyone except Lena. Yin Qingyu turned to Sun Yi, who was still trying to persuade them, and couldn't help but remind her. Huizi has something to do, and Leo and Di Mu probably don't want to train with me right now. So, Sun Yi's idea is definitely not going to work. Hong looked at Yin Yi as if asking her what was going on. Yin Yi secretly shook her head. Well, we could train on our own first. Qingyu, you really need to work on your physical fitness. After Sun Yi finished speaking, she pulled Yin Qingyu and Lena away. Now, only Yin Yi and Hong were left in the room. What is going on between those two? After everyone left, Hong directly asked Yin Yi. They think it was Qingyu who caused your death. After all, they all know it was the insect beast that took Yin Qingyu away. Then, to save Yin Qingyu, the chief sacrificed himself. Hong frowned. He didn't know about this. Then just tell them directly. After all, our team should work well together, right? A longing expression suddenly appeared on Hong's face. Yin Yi nodded. Even if this matter was communicated to Di Mu and Leo, it wouldn't be a problem. On the contrary, as the chief said, Di Mu and Leo would still reconcile with Yin Qingyu. Hong's return didn't cause much of stir. After all, apart from a few people who knew the chief was not dead, others wouldn't pay attention to this seemingly unremarkable boy. Yin Qingyu's situation was just fine, still safely attending school. However, things over Huang were much more difficult. Chief, so far, we've only occupied one of the 3 advanced planets. They just wanted to see if they could do something about the advanced planets. As for the lower planets, they were not within their consideration. Huang's face was grim as he remained silent, his eyes downcast, not knowing what he was thinking. Lin glanced at Huang and then at Sun, who silently shook his head at Lin. Lin turned and left, while Sun stayed by Huang's side. King, are you thinking about Yin Qingyu? Nonsense. Huang immediately retorted upon hearing this. Sun, however, walked up to Huang without surprise. I think you like her. A hint of confusion finally appeared on Huang's face, but it quickly disappeared. How could I like her? She deceived us. She clearly said she would cooperate with us. In the end, she still went back. It seems she didn't deceive us. Sen kuitlu intericted. Huang shot a fierce glare at Senator. Did you forget what she promised us back then? No. She said she would cooperate with us, but she never insisted on cooperating until the star system was in our hands. Also, she never said she wouldn't go back, right? Some pointed out one by one. Yin Qingyu actually didn't deceive them at all. In fact, because of Yin Qingyu, Huang had the chance to kill the chief. Huang sighed deeply. With such a subordinate, he didn't know whether it was good or bad. After hearing Huang's sigh, Sun once again asked, "So, you like Yin Qingyu, right?" The veins on Huang's forehead throbbed. "We are insect beasts. We don't understand love, okay? Not to mention love. They can even devour their own parents. If competition exists among humans, then among insect beasts, it truly is survival of the fittest. Those who survive are all highly combat capable with good genes. Therefore," Huang looked down on Sen's statement. "I just feel like I'm missing this toy. I don't have any feelings at all. Why don't you go keep an eye on Lin?" Huang suddenly lost his temper and chased Sun away. After driving Sun away, Huang sat there again, staring blankly, not knowing where his mind had wandered. The insect beast attack was just a test. This test didn't last long. Soon, the fighting stopped. The starry sky temporarily returned to a peaceful scene. However, with the chief's death and the appearance of humanoid insect beasts, everyone subconsciously thought that this peace probably wouldn't last long. The insect beasts were stirring, and humans were also continuously raising their psychological defenses. So, Yin Qingyu healed the chief? It's no wonder Di Mu was surprised. He had been raised as the heir of the Di family since childhood and vaguely heard that the chief actually had a body. However, he had never seen it, only knowing that Yun Yi's family was working on this. But he didn't expect Yin Qingyu to actually accomplish this. So who died that day? Leo looked at the two with a dazed expression. Of course, it wasn't the chief. The chief is perfectly fine now, but you mustn't let this matter out. Yun couldn't help but remind them again. Also, the chief's name is now Hongyu. You can just call him that, don't get it wrong. He often gets it wrong himself. I want to see the chief. Leo excitedly flipped over. Can you calm down? The chief is sleeping now. Yun directly grabbed Leo's clothes, her face showing a bit of disdain. No, why didn't you tell us earlier? You didn't come back earlier either. I've been waiting here for so long, and you guys just got back. We can only talk about it tomorrow. Yun retorted without hesitation. Who told these people to come back so late from the dormitory just because they were sad to see him and Qingyu getting close? Leo was momentarily speechless. But at this point, Yun had already climbed onto the bed and lay down. Don't worry, the leader will still be there tomorrow. You might as well go to bed early and meet the leader first thing in the morning. After Yun finished speaking, he realized the room had fallen into darkness. And soon, Leo's snoring echoed throughout the room. How does this person manage to fall asleep so quickly? Yun wondered, but soon the snoring stopped, replaced by Leo muttering curses about Demo. Chapter 163. Assemble the team. So why did you guys come so early? Sunny looked at the men in front of her with annoyance. They were still asleep. Who's going to train? Didn't you say yesterday that you wanted a team to train together? Yun glanced at Hongyu beside him and then smiled at Sun in front of him. With a slam, Sun shut the door. Sun what's wrong? Lena and Yin Qingyu walked out of their room. Seeing Sun fuming, they couldn't help but be puzzled. Don't mention it. Those idiots from yesterday don't know what they're doing today, and now they're asking us to train. Yin Qingyu suggested that Sun go back to her room and sleep a bit more while she opened the door to let the others in. Qingyu, that girl is as fierce as ever. We should just. Leo certainly remembered Sun but she actually dared to lock them outside. All right, why are you guys here so early? Yin Qingyu sat on the sofa and looked at the people filing in. Ahem, what else could we be doing? Didn't you say you wanted to train together? Yin awkwardly glanced at Yin Qingyu. Actually, here's what happened. Leo and Dimu wanted to meet the leader yesterday. So this morning they hurried to find the leader, who also got up early. A group of them didn't even know what to talk about. Then the leader said he wanted to find Yin Qingyu. Yin thought of what happened yesterday and used this excuse to come over. Oh, we already trained in the virtual arena yesterday, so we got up a bit late today. Yin Qingyu brought out a plate of fruit and a pile of snacks and placed them in front of everyone. Except for the leader, no one touched them. The leader was enjoying it. Seeing this, the others also started to eat, turning it into a morning tea time. Qingyu, is there more? Leo looked at Yin Qingyu with pitiful eyes. Yin Qingyu, however, just smiled and glanced at Leo. Didn't you say you didn't want to see me before? Yes. Leo did say this after the news of the leader's death was reported. What? Then why are you eating? Put that down. As soon as Sun came out, she heard Yin Qingyu's words and angrily told Leo to put it down. No, it's not like you gave it to us. The two were playfully bickering on the side. Yin Qingyu then turned her attention to Hong. Do you want to fight with us now? Given Hong's physical development, he probably hadn't attended school back then, so he might not have any battle experience. Moreover, there were quite a few people watching him by the leader's side, afraid he might encounter any accidents. I really want to fight with you guys. Hongyu smiled broadly, leaving everyone a bit stunned. Well, then our team will depend on you, the only mech manufacturer. Based on Hongyu's ability to create this virtual arena, his mental strength must be very powerful, and his imagination extraordinary. Many weapons could come from his hands. Having weapons is a significant step towards saving effort. Hongyu nodded heavily at Yin Qingyu. Joining the team and being in the same team as Yin Qingyu were things he had only dreamed of before. He had envied them before, but now he could be the same as them. So, are we going to virtual arena now? Sun Yi's eyes sparkled. Although she had just said she didn't want to go, she had actually been planning for a long time for their team to go to the virtual arena together. But none of these people had given her the chance. Now it could finally be realized. Let's call Wuxia and then head out. Hongyu opened his holographic computer and tapped it, and soon the group set off energetically. When they arrived at the virtual arena, Wuxia was already waiting for them at the spot. A team finally gathered. So our team is still at the level team, right? Sun Yi looked at the crowd waiting in line to enter and slapped her head heavily. She hadn't noticed this problem yesterday. She just thought there were too few people, so everyone went through the public path. She didn't expect that when their team came today, they would all have to line up to enter. It's not that a level team doesn't have its own exclusive passage. Yeah, we barely killed any insect beast during our first training. Leo shrugged, indifferent. They hadn't even thought about killing insect beasts during training. After all, in the later stages, the biggest insect beasts were right beside them. And in the early stages, they were still in a mystery, so they weren't in the mood to hunt insect beasts. Yin Qingyu did kill a humanoid insect beast. But to protect Yin Qingyu from knowing about the insect beasts, the leader deleted that segment. So they didn't earn any points. Now, being at level is already pretty good. If they were any more pathetic, they might not even be at level. Thankfully, Yin Qingyu was still very active in the virtual arena at the beginning. Wait, we'll be there soon. Hongyu was patiently waiting in line and even comforted the somewhat incredulous Sun Yi. Hey, aren't you all geniuses? Why are geniuses still at level? This familiar voice made Sun Yi clench her fists again. Sanwu, can't you stay a bit further away from us? That's right, it's still the team's captain. However, when Yin Qingyu heard this name, she couldn't help but laugh. Hongyu noticed Yin Qingyu smile and slightly lowered his head to ask, "What are you laughing at?" Hongyu's warm breath brushed against Yin Qingyu's neck. Yin Qingyu felt a bit ticklish and leaned closer to Hongyu's ear, her laughter still uninterrupted. I guess he has a brother named Product. After Yin Qingyu said that, she couldn't help but laugh again. Why are there so many bizarre names on this planet? Sanwu Product? What is that? But before they could get an answer, Sun Yi and Sanwu were about to start fighting. If you're so great, why are you still lining up here? Oh, I see. Your team has turned into a level team, right? Don't get too proud. Your team isn't at level either. TCH, our team has plenty of good seedlings. Surpassing you is just a matter of minutes. Sun Yi, we should go in now. They were lined up in front of Sanwu's team, and they were now at the entrance. Lena quickly pulled Sun Yi and wanted to rush in. The group quickly went in. However, Sun Yi was still grumbling. Damn, just mentioning his name brings bad luck. I can't believe I was in his team back then. No way. Thinking about it makes me even more unlucky. Yin Qingyu smiled. I also think that name isn't great. It's helpless and speechless. It's just totally useless. Huh. He has no manners either. Sun Yi angrily added. But speaking of being uncouth, the one who swore the most just now was Xuani. A few people silently closed their mouths. However, after much discussion, their teams still entered the virtual arena together. Now, what awaited them was a battle that required full team cooperation. Chapter 164. Doubt, of course. They entered in a disheveled state and came out just as disheveled. Yin Qingyu dragged her exhausted body directly back to her room to sleep. She didn't expect that their group strength was actually quite good. However, for some reason, the few of them couldn't combine effectively. Not long after Yin Qingyu lay down, she heard a noise coming from the bathroom. She shook her head, as if thinking about what could be howling in the bathroom. Suddenly, she sat up. It seemed she had left a glowing tentacle in the bathroom when she walked out earlier. Qingyu went to the bathroom and directly picked up the tentacle. After thinking for a while, she didn't know what to do, so she just put it in her light brain. They trained in the virtual arena almost every day. Time passed quickly, but the attacks from the insect beasts became increasingly fierce. It seemed they were only trying to gain combat experience. Moreover, the number of insect beasts was enormous, and some planets fell in the blink of an eye. As a result, the competition among the 5 academies was changed to real combat. Only with a continuous supply of troops could they win a moment's respite for humanity. In an instant, everyone in the academy became busy. Qingyu was also very busy. Their team indeed needed to be harmonized, and it would take a long time to achieve that. Qingyu created the helmet that Qingyu had previously told Wuxia about. However, this helmet was obviously more useful. Qingyu had a brilliant idea and added a small energy cannon to the helmet. If the helmet was aimed at the insect beast's eyes, the energy emitted by the cannon was enough to blind the insect beast. Qingyu also informed Zili and the others to be prepared, as the battle was about to begin. Of course, she didn't want anything to happen to Zili and the others. Qingyu, you can rest assured. We have some really powerful people here. They seem to be very familiar with instructor Ijue. Zili couldn't help but tell Qingyu this. Qingyu frowned and thought for a moment. Was there someone named Shanyu? Yes. Qingyu, do you know him? Zili was very excited, as it was surprising that someone of Xingyu's strength would come to such a low-level planet. He is indeed an acquaintance of instructor Ijue. It's good to have him here. With him around, Qingyu felt much more at ease. Qingyu looked up at the current scene. They had now directly entered the military, and from now on, they would start a long-term war. As long as the insect beasts continue their assault, humanity's counterattack would not cease either. Qingyu, which battlefield should we go to today? Leo walked over to ask her. From the current situation, apart from the capital star that had not been attacked, other planets have been somewhat affected by insect beast attacks. Moreover, quite a few advanced planets have been breached by the insect beasts. Many people had fled to the capital star. They had to go out even more. We'll go to the most severely affected battlefield now. We can decide the others after this battlefield is over. Qingyu put on her helmet and prepared to set off. However, she was stopped by Qingyu. Qingyu, can I talk to you alone for a moment? Qingyu didn't know why, but still followed Qingyu inside. I'm sorry. They won't let me leave the capital star, so I probably can't go with you. Qingyu nodded in understanding. You don't have to go. We can manage. Besides, the insect beast target isn't other planets. Their ultimate goal is still the capital star. Qingyu said this conclusion very seriously. Qingyu looked at her in a daze. How do you know? Qingyu looked back at Qingyu. It's not hard to guess. Huang is very intelligent. He understands the principle of catch the king first when catching a thief, so he wants to kill you first. Based on the planets, they are now attacking those with large populations in full force for one reason. Qingyu raised a finger. He wants us to go all out to rescue other planets. And when the troops in the capital star are sparse, they will naturally infiltrate the capital star. This is his strategy. Qingyu stared blankly at Qingyu. Suddenly, he laughed. Qingyu, actually, I suspected it before. You might not be a person from the 21st century. When Qingyu said this, Qinyu's hand trembled a bit, but she still pretended to be puzzled and looked at Qingyu. How could I not be a person from the 21st century? If I weren't from the 21st century, how could I know so much? Qingyu, your military strategy and political tactics are quite good, as if you have really participated in war. Qingyu said with a hint of joking. Chapter 165. Kill Mu in the end. Qingyu did not directly point out anything to Qingyu. However, Qingyu knew that Qingyu might have already discovered something was off. Moreover, she herself also felt something was not quite right. She was growing faster and faster now. She didn't know why, but this could mean that she was continuously developing. It might even break her pattern of being ageless and immortal. Qingyu felt a moment of excitement at this thought. However, they did not spend too much time here and quickly moved towards other planets. As soon as Qingyu and her team arrived at the surface of this planet, many insect beasts were already clinging to their spaceship. Damn, why are there so many insect beasts? Leo's complaint received no response. Now, they had to consider how to get out to avoid the insect beast attacks. After all, almost everyone around was in battle, and no one had the time to clear the insect beast from their spaceship. I'll go out first. You all follow closely behind me. Yin Qingyu drew her sword, as she was the best at close combat. She walked in front to slay the insect beasts, which was the best way. Huizi followed closely behind Yin Qingyu. As soon as Yin Qingyu stepped out of the spaceship, she immediately jumped out and deployed her mecha. Thus, they successfully got off the spaceship. Damn, there are too many of these insect beasts. As soon as Leo got off the spaceship, he heard the piercing sounds of the insect beasts. This was a mental attack. Stop talking nonsense. Let's deal with these insect beasts first. As the mecha operators took the lead, they quickly engaged with the insect beasts. Lena and Uni stood by the spaceship, afraid that the insect beasts would damage it. As for Yin Qingyu, she had not yet set off. The insect beast movements were too coordinated. There were not many intelligent insect beasts. However, these insect beasts seemed to act as if they were intelligent, attacking the human team in groups. Yin Qingyu harvested the approaching insect beasts while carefully thinking. Wheeled warfare. One insect beast died, and another immediately took its place. Yin Qingyu felt that there should be a leading insect beast on this planet. But could be Huang? Yin Qingyu wasn't sure. Huang understood the principle of catch the king first when catching a thief, and how could Yin Qingyu not understand this? However, she had not yet seen who the king here was. Nevertheless, no matter who it was, Yin Qingyu believed they would not easily let her go. The long-term wheeled warfare had led to increasingly severe casualties around them. Yin Qingyu swung her sword, directly cutting her hand. Blood flowed out. The surrounding insect beasts suddenly became restless. Even when facing Yin Qingyu, they wanted to approach, but showed signs of not daring to get close. More and more insect beasts gathered around Yin Qingyu, so she took the opportunity of their constant approach to use her lightness skill and leaped over them. The insect beasts beneath her feet were excited by Yin Qingyu's blood. However, what Yin Qingyu wanted was to reach the highest point to attract the king, controlling these insect beasts. But there were simply too many insect beasts gathered here. Before Yin Qingyu could reach the highest point, Mu appeared in front of her from among the insect beasts. Huh. Mu looked at Yin Qingyu with fierce eyes. She certainly recognized the unique scent of Yin Qingyu, but she didn't come to find her for that. Instead, it was for revenge for the grudge of almost being killed by Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu saw the insect beasts gradually dispersing, standing in front of her, a woman staring at her intently. Yin Qingyu knew this was yet another old grudge. Where's your king? Is it really just you here? If I were to kill you this time, wouldn't there be no one to collect your corpse? Yin Qingyu looked at Mu with a provocative smile. If it were Huang, she might not be able to escape unscathed. But was Mu the only one on this planet? Mu let out a roar from her throat, but couldn't say a word. Yin Qingyu suddenly smiled knowingly. So last time, I just made you mute, and this time it will be better to kill you directly. Yin Qingyu drew her sword, and Mu's eyes grew increasingly venomous. She could not allow herself to be tormented by Yin Qingyu again. With Huang absent, even if Yin Qingyu died here, no one would know. Who told Yin Qingyu to arrive on this planet so opportunely? This time, Mu drew from her previous experience. She flipped over and twisted her body into a massive vine. The upper part was a giant mouth full of teeth, while the lower part was countless vines. A hint of shock crossed Yin Qingyu's eyes. This was the first time she had seen such a plant-like insect beast. The mermaid she had seen before was already absurd enough. She never expected there would be such an insect beast. Mu didn't give Yin Qingyu more time to react and swung her long vines towards her. No matter how quick Yin Qingyu was, she couldn't withstand the incessant attacks of so many vines. Blood streaks appeared on Yin Qingyu's body, all from the barbs on the vines. However, Yin Qingyu still took out the energy cannon made by Hua, and quickly fired a few shots at the vines using her swift movements. She planned to cut off some vines first. Otherwise, she would never be able to get close to Mu. Huizi, hurry and help Qingyu. Lena had a moment of respite. After Mu started fighting with Yin Qingyu, her control over the insect beasts weakened significantly. The insect beasts were now more scattered, making them easier to subdue. However, when Lena saw the vines not far away, she felt a chill. The direction Yin Qingyu had just gone was there. Yet, Huizi and the others were heading in the opposite direction, and Lena couldn't free herself, so she could only send Huizi and those with mechas to go. Hearing Lena's words, Huizi hurriedly ran towards Yin Qingyu, but there were simply too many obstructing insect beasts along the way. Mu was intentionally controlling the situation to prevent anyone from helping Yin Qingyu. She concluded from her last experience that if that day had only been Yin Qingyu alone, and she attacked Yin Qingyu head-on while the vines attacked Yin Qingyu from behind, Yin Qingyu would definitely not be able to defeat her. So this time, she deliberately isolated the others from Yin Qingyu in different places. This way, she would have time to slowly kill Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu spat out a mouthful of blood. She was killing the vines, but there were still too many continuously attacking her. Yin Qingyu could only use her lightness skill to temporarily evade Mu's attacks. The vines kept whipping, and wherever Yin Qingyu went, the vines followed. After chasing for a long while, Yin Qingyu suddenly stopped in her tracks. However, the vines did not stop. One vine struck straight towards Yin Qingyu's face. "You know, after Huang brought me back, do you know what he said about you?" Mu's vines suddenly paused for a moment, but they merely changed from striking to wrapping around her. She directly pulled Yin Qingyu closer to her. A large mouth was aimed straight at Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu couldn't even see where the insect beast's eyes were. Seeing Yin Qingyu keep her mouth shut, Mu tightened the grip of the vines. Yin Qingyu let out a soft grunt, but soon laughed out loud. "Mu, you know your insect beasts have weaknesses, right? And when I asked Huang why you didn't die back then, do you know what he said? Mois vines suddenly tremblet." But Yin Qingyu's gaze did not miss this subtle change. Her internal energy surged, causing the vines that bound her to burst apart. Yin Qingyu swiftly flew onto the vine that had just shaken. With a downward swing of her sword, she severed the hidden, thick vine. Mu let out a piercing scream, and the remaining vines fiercely whipped, sending Yin Qingyu crashing to the ground. Yin Qingyu was dazed on the ground for a moment, but quickly stood up. However, when her eyes met Mu's current state, Yin Qingyu's pupils constricted. Mu had now reverted to her human form, her gaze fixated on Yin Qingyu, filled with hatred. However, her human body was no longer complete. She had lost her legs, or rather, her vines were her legs. Without roots as a plant, there was no reason left to live. Yin Qingyu walked up to Mu, pointing the tip of her sword at Mu's eyes. In fact, she said nothing. However, "You really won't survive this time." After Yin Qingyu finished speaking, she swiftly severed Mu's head, which rolled on the ground, her eyes still wide open in a fixed stare. Thus, she stared straight at Yin Qingyu until her head was eaten by the nearby insect beasts. Yin Qingyu finally let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 166. Breach without the command of the higher insect beasts, the remaining insect beasts quickly scattered. With the insect beasts dispersed, it became much easier for humans to deal with them. However, the battle here was not over, as news of an attack on the capital star came in from afar. When Yin Qingyu heard this news in the spaceship, she was momentarily stunned. Although she knew Huang would use this tactic, she didn't expect it to come so quickly. "We need to set off immediately. There's no time, and what about this planet?" Yin calmly replied to Yin Qingyu. The reason they came to this planet was that it had a high number of insect beasts, and there were also quite a few humans on this planet. If they neglected the insect beasts, whether the humans on this planet could survive was still debatable. As for being late, Yin Qingyu glanced at the report on the light brain. It was indeed too late. This time, Huang had been ruthless. Most of the insect beasts taken to the capital star were intelligent ones. No wonder there were hardly any intelligent insect beasts seen here. Only Mu was commanding the situation. Yin Qingyu stared intently at the images on the light brain. At this rate, the capital star might fall first. One after another, the insect beasts kept attacking the surface of the capital star. However, the capital star, having activated its defense mode, currently did not have any significant gaps for the insect beasts to enter. Rest assured, by the time Hui Zi and the others return, we should be leaving. Yun calmly watched the chaos outside, occasionally observing whether there were any injured people scattered around. If there were, he would go protect them one by one and drag them back. Yin Qingyu took a deep breath and had no choice but to shift his attention to the scene. Over here, Han Yu listened silently to the reports from the people below. "Leader, we have located the insect nest and dropped the energy bomb." "Leader, the insect beasts are concentrating their attack on our shield." Han Yu looked at the images on the holographic screen and didn't say much. He simply scanned everything that appeared on the screen. "Prepare to counterattack." After a long time, Han Yu issued this order, since it was impossible to drive them back. This battle had to be fought. When Huang sensed the casualties beneath the insect nest, he tightly closed his eyes. King, Yan Qingyu has betrayed us. Although he had long anticipated this outcome, he did not expect Yan Qingyu to directly inform them of the insect beast nest. Didn't this further prove her deep connection with the insect beasts? Moreover, with the leader deceased, who would still believe Yan Qingyu's words? A brief flash of pain crossed Huang's face, but he quickly returned to normal. Have them all attack one spot. We must break a hole. This battle was indeed fierce, as the people of Capital Star could not exit, while the insect beasts were aggressively trying to rush in. If reinforcements did not arrive soon, the insect beasts would quickly breach Capital Star by relying on their numbers. Wuxia and the others were still cleaning up the battlefield, but Huang had already made significant breakthroughs. The insect beasts divided into several groups to attack. Now, a sizable entrance had appeared in Capital Star, and many insect beasts surged in. Chapter 167. The reason for the attack. The news of Capital Star's breach defenses quickly spread across the Star Network. But the account that released the information was anonymous. Leader, we clearly did not. That's right, this news wasn't sent out by the people of Capital Star. You must know that Capital Star is a gathering place for talents in the interstellar community, a core position in the stars. Even to stabilize public sentiment, they wouldn't disclose such matters, especially since they are all too busy right now to deal with these things. Qingyu withdrew his gaze from the holographic screen. It wasn't us, it was the insect beasts. Their king previously took our holographic device. Qingyu's tone remained calm, as usual. However, the others who heard this could no longer stay composed. Leader, what exactly does that insect beast king want to do? The key point was that such operations had never been seen by humans from the insect beast before. They had laid their plans for a long time, and now it seemed they wanted a reel in their catch. However, we cannot fall into a passive position. If people from other planets see this news, they will likely be unable to resist the insect beasts. Qingyu began to think calmly. Disseminate my message. The insect beasts want us to psychologically give up resistance. We must, of course, salvage our morale. From the beginning until now, everything Huang had done was almost along psychological lines. This led Qingyu to make certain deductions. No, that's not acceptable. If the insect beasts find out you are still alive. Yun Fu was very clever and naturally understood that last time. They had also used a feigned death to prompt the insect beasts into action. But if Qingyu's existence was truly exposed, and he died this time, there would be no chance for rescue. If others didn't know he was still alive, more people would die. Moreover, there was no need to worry too much. Not many insect beasts could take human form, which was why they had to resort to these methods. That's right. If the insect beasts themselves were very powerful, they wouldn't need these schemes at all. Even the previous attempts to win over Yan Qingyu and the current series of psychological tactics all indicated that the insect beasts lacked talent and could only rely on strategy to achieve victory. The leader's speed was swift, and before long, the news that the leader was still alive spread throughout the stars. Those who had been in despair suddenly found hope. As long as the leader was still here, their victory was not in question. After all, he was the leader. When Huang saw that face on the holographic screen, the veins on his hands bulged, and he suddenly crushed the device in his grip. Lin, standing nearby, didn't dare to breathe. He truly did not expect that Yan Qingyu would not only disclose their secrets to the leader, but even deceive them. Huang's expression darkened, but his mental strength was fiercely controlling the insect beasts to keep attacking. King, no, don't be too angry. Lin felt Huang's mental turmoil and could only weakly comfort him. Mu was right. Humans are not trustworthy. Huang's tone was chilling. King, you should take care of your health. If your mental strength collapses without Yan. Lin quickly stopped himself. The name Yan Qingyu was probably the last thing Huang wanted to hear right now. What can happen without Yan Qingyu? I was still living just fine before her. Now that she is gone, the outcome wouldn't be any worse. Instead, having Yan Qingyu brought me quite a few surprises. She actually dared to deceive me. You all control here. I'll go kill that damn person. After Huang finished speaking, he vanished in a flash. Sun had just walked over and saw the corner of Huang's clothes disappearing. The king is angry. Lin rolled his eyes in exasperation. How could he not be angry? Yan Qingyu actually deceived the king. Aren't we also deceiving her? Sun observed clearly that both sides had been collaborating with their own agendas from the beginning. It was just that Qingyu realized that cooperating with humans was better, so she switched sides. But what about trust between humans? What happened to honesty? Lin was somewhat displeased with Sun, who was defending Qingyu. Sun always seemed to find a bunch of reasons for Qingyu's betrayal. You said it was between humans. Are we human? Sun suddenly countered, leaving Lin stunned. However, I do hope to become human. Sun's words suddenly made Lin alert. You aren't being seduced by Qingyu, are you? Don't tell me we're going to have another traitor. Sun's gaze was fixed on the distant battlefield. Don't you want to? The king must want it too. Not many insect beasts could take human form. We were born traversing the stars. But after so many years, we are still not as good as humans who have just moved to the stars. Lin was somewhat taken aback at this point. Deep down, they had never harbored murderous intent towards Qingyu since they first met her. In fact, because Qingyu was not afraid of them, she did not immediately shout to kill. He even held a friendly attitude towards Qingyu. But we are insect beasts. We do not understand love. Whether it's familial love, friendship, or romantic love. Aren't we evolving? We understand human language and can even use human technology. Our history is clearly longer than that of humans, yet the insect beasts remain chaotic. The king only wanted to fight for a better home for them. Sen's voice became somewhat ethereal. In terms of power, Huang was the strongest bloodline, capable of controlling all insect beasts. But in terms of duty, as the king of the insect beasts, he also wanted to strive for a world as prosperous and civilized as that of humans. Even with its flaws, it was still a world worth longing for. The evolution of the insect beasts is obviously too slow, and the continuous growth of humanity is even constantly squeezing the space of the insect beasts. Therefore, to establish a perfect society and civilization in a short time, it can only rely on plunder. 300 years ago, the king was still lonely, with only him as the sole insect beast transformed into a human. Upon seeing the prosperity of humanity and returning to the dark insect lair, he came up with this idea. However, at that time he was alone, and despite having cunning plans, he still did not succeed. 300 years later, the opportunity has come again. This time, Huang will definitely not let this chance slip away. Huang tore through space and quickly arrived at Hongyu's residence. However, the residence was filled with traps set by Hongyu. If he rashly entered, he would not even see Hongyu. Nevertheless, he did not plan to sneak in quietly. 300 years have passed, and Hongyu's illness has healed, and his strength is continuously increasing. As soon as Huang landed, his hand transformed into a gigantic tentacle, and with a fierce swing, the house shook violently. Chapter 168. She faces at Huang's actions attracted many people who rushed to his location. However, as soon as they appeared, Huang swiftly moved inside. He even closed the door behind him. Even though there were quite a few guards inside, they were no match for Huang. Huang, relying on a woman to survive, and even falsely claiming to be dead. Is this how cowardly you humans are? Huang's voice echoed throughout the house. Yet, there was still no response. Feeling the silence around him, Huang's lips curled up slightly. Even if Huang did not come out, he could not hide for too long. Huang stepped into the room. We need to go back immediately. Upon receiving news of the ambush at the headquarters, and with no response from the leaders, the group quickly made a decision. The leader's life was in danger. They had to return at once. Qingyu sat to the side, fiddling with her bracelet. The development of the situation was more or less related to her. Her arrival should have accelerated the conflict. Perhaps she should not have been so overconfident at that time and should have prepared better. However, with things having come to this point, she could only try her best to salvage the current situation. Qingyu, is your medicine effective against the insect beasts? They needed to be fully armed to return. Therefore, He immediately thought of Qingyu's medicine. All of these are my medicines. You can use them for self-defense, but don't forget, this medicine is effective against insect beasts, and it is also effective for you. Qingyu had almost emptied the limited medicines in the space. For this battle, they needed ample resources. As the group looked at the capital star right in front of them, their hearts felt heavy. I have a plan. Do you want to do it? After a long silence, Qingyu finally spoke. She seriously articulated her thoughts. However, Huizi immediately rejected it. This won't work. Someone must go with you. Yan Qingyu's plan was to have the others hold the insect beast back, giving her a chance to break through their encirclement and find the leader's residence. We can only enter through the breach made by the insect beasts, but once we are inside, it will be difficult to get out. The Mecha Master needs to be at the front. Yan Qingyu clearly analyzed their current situation. They had to know that the defense of Capital Star had not yet been lifted. If they wanted to enter, they could only go through the insect beasts. You can't go alone. Huang will kill you. Huizi understood very well what Yan Qingyu would face if she returned. Yan Qingyu's puzzled gaze shifted to Huizi. Huizi pressed her lips together. Just now, the leader told me to make sure we protect ourselves, especially you. Yan Qingyu had already picked up on this veiled hint. It was clear that Hong Yu was more worried about her, the traitor, being captured by the insect beasts. And I should go even more. This is something I caused. Without her stirring the pot in the middle, how could things have developed to this point? With or without you, this war is inevitable. Dimu keenly sensed Yan Qingyu's meaning. However, he was speaking the truth. Yan Qingyu merely advanced the war. But Huizi, we can only act according to Yan Qingyu's words now. Dimu turned his gaze and looked at Huizi, agreeing with Yan Qingyu's words. If she went, there might still be a glimmer of hope. If they went, they would likely perish together. Losing a Mecha Master would be a huge blow for them. Moreover, if Yan Qingyu went alone, she might not die, and neither would the leader. Dimu lowered his eyes, hiding the deep meaning in them. Dimu, are you trying to use Qingyu as a bargaining chip? Huizi immediately understood what Dimu was trying to do. The insect beasts needed Yan Qingyu to stabilize their mental energy. If Yan Qingyu went, she might be able to exchange herself for a chance at survival. But have you thought about it? The insect beasts are brutal and might very well kill Qingyu too. Yan Qingyu had betrayed the insect beasts. That was the most likely outcome for her. Dimu turned his head, not responding to Huizi's words. I won't die. You all can rest assured. I have more trump cards than you think, and they will be here soon. You must cover me. Yan Qingyu could not possibly be unaware of Dimu's intentions. Dimu wanted to protect Hong Yu, but Yan Qingyu did not care about Dimu's calculations. After all, she had already planned to face it alone. Chapter 169. Luring out Hong Yu, the group had no time to argue. The spaceship was moving quickly, and the figures of the insect beasts were right in front of them. Huizi looked deeply at Yan Qingyu and quickly jumped off the spaceship, with the mecha following. Huizi's mecha positioned itself in front. The others followed closely behind. Yan Qingyu was the last to exit the spaceship, continuously moving forward amid the crowd's path. Lin, do you see that? Sun suddenly called out to Lin, who was still using mental energy to control the insect beasts. Is that Yan Qingyu? How dare she come back? Lin's expression suddenly turned grim. Oof. Then let's intercept her here. Don't let her disturb the king's affairs. Lin quickly reacted and planned to have the insect beasts surround Yan Qingyu. Huizi and the others suddenly felt the surge of insect beasts approaching them. Fool! Of course, we just let Yan Qingyu go in alone. The king surely wants to see Yan Qingyu, right? Sun said unceremoniously to Lin, who was struggling to move. The king hates Yan Qingyu the most. We just need to deal with her here. Lin replied to Sun while multitasking. Sun gave Lin a strange look and then shook his head in disappointment. Are you stupid? When did the king say he hated Yan Qingyu? Besides, no matter what, Yan Qingyu has her importance. The king might want to decide for himself. Sun's words made Lin suddenly realize. Sun, I just discovered you're smarter than Ling. After hearing Sun's words, Lin deliberately controlled the insect beasts to create a path for Yan Qingyu. As long as someone followed behind Yan Qingyu, the insect beasts would quickly cover them again. Thus, by a twist of fate, only Yan Qingyu managed to escape the encirclement of the insect beasts. Yan Qingyu did not notice anything wrong and continued to use her lightness skill to run towards the distant area where cannon fire was loud. Huang was almost turning this place inside out, but still saw no sign of Hong. Even when he captured a few people, he could not extract any useful information. In the end, Huang nearly threw anyone he encountered against the wall. When Huang found the last corner and saw a solitary person squatting on the ground, his gaze deepened a little. Do you know where your leader is? Huang looked at the strikingly beautiful woman before him with a strange smile. And no, I don't know. Please, don't kill me. The girl saw his outstretched hand and kept moving her body towards the table behind her. She was just a doctor, physically weak and mentally inferior to this man, being crushed under his power. Don't know? I've searched this place and haven't seen your leader. If you don't know, I'll have to call him out in a unique way. The woman's face turned completely pale as she noticed Huang's excited gaze sweeping over her. Her resistance was ineffective. Huang reached out and lifted her by the neck. Qingyu, you're so good at making strange things. I wonder if you can see this woman dying in agony? Huang's grip tightened. The woman's breathing quickened, her limbs suppressed by Huang's mental power, unable to move at all. Her life was about to end in 3 counts. 1, 2. Insect King, the person you're looking for is me. When Huang saw this familiar face again, he unexpectedly felt a sense of being worlds apart, a feeling only humans could have. Huang paused for a moment before tossing the person aside. I thought you would hide here for a lifetime. Huang would never let him hide here forever. If he couldn't find him again, he would bury this place with his mental power. He didn't believe he could stay hidden for life. However, doing so would require considerable mental effort. Fortunately, he had a moment of inspiration and saw that woman. Chapter 170. Escape. Huang stepped forward, his eyes fixed on Huang. Was it you 300 years ago? Huang wasn't surprised to hear this. There seemed to be quite a few things that Qingyu had mentioned to Huang. That's right. The one who wanted to kill you 300 years ago was me, and the one who wants to kill you now is still me. Shouldn't you be thanking me? Without me, how could you have lived for 300 years? Huang raised an eyebrow at Huang. If this person had died long ago, the stars would have long been in the grasp of their insect beasts. Perhaps the era Qingyu arrived in was the time when insect beasts dominated the stars. Huang's gaze deepened. His palms slowly moved to his chest. What do you want from us? Huang's words suddenly stunned Huang, but he quickly burst into laughter. What do we want? Of course, we want the stars. We are the masters of the stars. Indeed, it was the insect beast that had survived in the stars. Yet now, humans were the ones bullying others in the stars. Huang shook his head, his gaze locked on the person before him. What you truly want of the stars, or the wisdom and culture that belong to humanity? What do you mean? Huang's expression turned cold. If you want to cooperate. Cooperate? If we conquer the stars, everything here will be ours. He didn't need cooperation. All he had to do was defeat humanity. Was cooperation still necessary? Huang glanced mockingly at Huang. Such thoughts were likely those of a person at the end of the road. Even if they conquered the stars, the insect beast would still not be able to develop. Huang frowned slightly and blurted out, "Stop talking nonsense. This time, you must die." Huang suddenly changed the topic. He sensed vibrations outside the room. Moreover, he had seen how good this person was at using words to manipulate others. A quick resolution was best. Huang's tendrils reached for Huang's face. This man had caused Qingyu to betray their cooperation and had even told him so much information. From the glance, 300 years ago to now, he had thought countless times about killing this person. Taking advantage of the chaos during the most turbulent times in the stars was the opportunity given to him by heaven. And now was the best opportunity. A scratch appeared on Huang's face, but he still nimbly dodged Huang's attack. Coward, how long have you been hiding in that shell? If this person just healed, how could his body be so agile? Huang immediately noticed something was wrong with Huang's body. You've been hiding from everyone for a long time. Huang's expression darkened. He remembered the last time he brought Qingyu to kill the leader. Clearly, Qingyu had said a lot to this person, yet at that time, she seemed completely unconcerned about him killing this person. She probably already knew that what he killed was just a fake. Even if you occupy the stars, you still won't get what you want. While dodging, Huang didn't forget to persuade Huang. Huang's tendrils had tightly coiled around Huang's body. With a forceful pull, he brought the person close to him. What I want will always be obtained. 300 years ago, your life was in my hands today. Without you, I can still develop the stars well. Even without Huang, the current level of technological civilization is already quite good. Even without humanity, I believe I can achieve my goal in less than 300 years this time. Huang was tightly entwined by the tendrils. The difficulty in breathing turned his face red. I'm curious, why should someone like you expect to cooperate with you? Why would anyone want to cooperate with such a person? Huang still couldn't understand this logic. He had given Qingyu the highest promise, the highest position, and even his strength was not weaker than this weakling before him. The strength of humanity was not as strong as that of the insect beasts. It was clear that victory or defeat could be seen from strength. Yet Qingyu still chose to betray their cooperation. Huang's grip suddenly tightened. making Hong's breathing even more difficult. However, in that moment of Huang's distraction, Hong seized the opportunity. His mental power swiftly attacked Huang's mental power. Huang was momentarily stunned, even loosening the tendrils that bound Hong. Seizing this opportunity, Hong broke free from his restraints and created distance from Huang. Don't think you can run. Huang endured the intense pain in his head and reached out to grab Hong again. Unfortunately, he underestimated this place. It was Hong's territory. As soon as Hong left Huang's side, a cloud of white smoke surged in the room. By the time Huang dispersed the smoke, Hong had already disappeared. TCH, just know how to run. Huang gritted his teeth and looked towards the door, then ran out. Hong, if you don't want more people to die because of you, you'd better come out yourself. Huang was going to use the same trick again. As long as he could catch a solitary innocent person, Hong would have to come out. Qingyu turned her head to look below. The voice came from underneath. Qingyu was now almost covered in a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. She hadn't entered through the front door, but had used her internal strength to repeatedly hit the weaker wall to get in. However, even though the walls here were weak, it still took Qingyu a lot of effort. She had already spent a considerable amount of time just getting in. Not long after she entered, she heard Huang shout. After confirming the direction, Qingyu jumped down from above. A dull thud echoed loudly in the empty underground. Chapter 171. Want to negotiate? Huang heard the noise and quickly rushed towards Qinyu's direction. The distance between them gradually closed. Huang was somewhat surprised when he saw Qingyu. According to reason, Qingyu should have gone to another planet by now. Did you kill Mu? Apart from the Mu that controlled the insect beasts, they wouldn't have returned so quickly otherwise. Huang calculated it very precisely. Your goal won't succeed. Qingyu avoided Huang's question and calmly glanced back at him. Why not choose us? Is it just because we are insect beasts? The two of them were talking past each other, not addressing each other's words. Qingyu pursed her lips and stared directly at Huang. I used to not care about these things. In the past, whether she was human or insect beast, as long as her goals were met, it was fine. But now she felt that she didn't want those people to just vanish without a trace. So if she had to choose a side, she would choose the humans. Here, there are friends who care for her and like her. So you're determined to stand with Hong? Huang understood the deeper meaning of Qingyu's words. If you don't attack, we'll be fine. Not only will the humans be fine, but the insect beasts can also reduce more losses. Why not attack? Why can't we insect beasts stand in the sunlight like humans? Why is it only you who have culture and intelligence? Since insect beasts develop extremely slowly, it would be better to simply plunder others. This is Huang's thought. You like the human way of life. Qingyu suddenly realized something. What human beings occupy so many resources, and they are attacked by insect beasts. These are merely excuses Huang uses out of envy. He also likes the human way of life. He just thinks of obtaining it through this method. Soon the stars will be occupied by us. Step aside. Huang didn't want to get entangled with Qingyu. He needed to find Hong. As long as he kills Hong, success will be close at hand. Qingyu directly drew her sword to block Huang's path. You can't defeat me. Although Qinyu's strength was quite strange, Huang was not lying. From Qinyu's current perspective, wanting to kill him was simply impossible. Let's fight first. Qingyu ignored Huang's words and charged at him to engage in combat. Huang's figure did not move. He merely sent one tentacle to fight with Qingyu. Another tentacle moved towards the left path, as engaging with Qingyu might allow Hong to escape. He couldn't let that happen. Qingyu bit her lip and increased her strength. Internal energy burst forth, enveloping her sword, and she struck forcefully at the tentacle. Hiss! Qingyu was ruthless, and with her lightness skill, she quickly severed several side branches. Why do you always help him? Huang's tone was somewhat urgent. This question had always puzzled him. Withdraw the troops. Let's talk. While dodging, Qingyu spoke to Huang. Since she had learned Huang's true intention of attacking the stars, she wanted to achieve a win-win situation through negotiation. Impossible. He had watched many of Hong's speeches over the past 300 years. How could he not know the extent of Hong's brainwashing? If he negotiated with them, the insect beast would still not gain much. It would be better to attack directly. Huang resolutely rejected Qingyu's words. Even to resolve things quickly, he retracted another tentacle. Chapter 172. The obsession to kill him, he no longer planned to entangle himself with Yan Qingyu any longer. Yan Qingyu was almost wrapped up by the massive tentacles. The sword in her hand continued to attack without pause. Soon, Yan Qingyu was enveloped in the tentacles. Huang did not intend to directly strangle Yan Qingyu. He severed the tentacles, creating a circular cage around her. Since that person still wouldn't come out, then, Qingyu, you have fallen into my hands once again. Huang's tone was inexplicably relaxed. However, there was no sound of Yan Qingyu's reply. Huang wasn't angry. He just took a step, only to be surrounded by the railings in front of him. Yan Qingyu was trapped in the tentacles, and Huang was also trapped in the cage. Huang stopped moving. His gaze turned upwards. "Ha! You only know how to use these underhanded tricks. You don't use force to determine victory. Each time, you use these strange methods. But you should consider that these things are of no use to me." After speaking, Huang reached out to pull at the railings. Just as he touched them, a burnt smell came from his palm. "Regardless of the technique, I have always kept you trapped here." Huang walked in front of Huang. The wisdom of humanity is constantly developing. As human history progresses, our wisdom also improves. So now we live better than past humans. Huang repeated this argument in front of Huang. Huang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he snorted through his nose. "Are you here to show off?" "No. I just want to tell you that the current development process of insect beasts is similar to ours. And, as the insect king, you must also want the insect beast to have the life we have now, right? Aren't you humans most averse to sneak attacks? Do you dare to let me out so we can truly compete?" Huang had made up his mind not to engage with Huang's words. Even after Huang repeated it several times, there was no further progress. "I dare not. My physical abilities are not very good, and I cannot defeat you. Moreover, the mental strength of us humans ultimately comes from you insect beasts, so I'm even less likely to defeat you. The greatest advantage of humans is not their mental strength or mechs. It is their wisdom, as long as they are smart enough to cooperate for mutual benefit. This is the advantage that insect beasts need to expend energy to obtain." Huang looked at Huang with a dark expression, his body unmoving, while his gaze was fixed intently on Huang. Meanwhile, Yan Qingyu's struggle within the tentacles intensified. Huang frowned and looked at Huang. "Humans need air. You better release Qingyu. Do you have the right to command me? If you consider dying yourself, I might spare some people." Both of them appear to be in standoff. Upon hearing the growing noise behind him, Huang turned and walked towards Yan Qingyu, standing beside the tentacles, somewhat at a loss. The tentacles formed a tight, circular shape, completely wrapping Yan Qingyu within. "Qingyu, are you okay?" Huang's voice was loud, but apart from the sounds of striking, there was no further reply. Moreover, the striking sounds grew increasingly urgent. Could it be that she is running out of oxygen? Huang thought of this and felt a pang in his heart. "Qingyu, wait for me. Trying to run?" Before Huang had moved a few steps, a tentacle tightly wrapped around his waist. He turned to look and found that Huang had already emerged. "Do you think this thing can control me? I am the king, representing the highest level of insect beasts. How could I be so weak? If it were used on ordinary insect beasts, it would indeed be impossible to get out. Even if he did get out, it would come at some cost. First save Qingyu, I beg you." The sounds of striking gradually weakened, and Huang's heartbeat quickened. Long periods without breathing air could mean that Yan Qingyu had already entered a stage of weakness. Huang did not quite understand what Huang was saying. "Huh, Qingyu is my insect queen. Of course, I won't harm her. You, an outsider, have no right to seek help. Humans need air, and Huang's tentacles were constantly moving. Each time they changed position, they would let in quite a bit of air. Yan Qingyu certainly wouldn't be in any trouble. Huang was merely angry at Huang's inexplicable concern. "You are putting on a show here. Qingyu was probably deceived by your sweet words, but it doesn't matter. Starting today, you will no longer be able to speak." Huang tightened his tentacles, his eyes flickering with madness. This person is the one he has wanted to kill for the past 300 years. Today, he will definitely die by his hands. Chapter 173, Dazed. Huang's complexion turned pale. If he wasn't rescued soon, he would undoubtedly die here. After all, almost everyone in the room had gone to the door to help open it. At this moment, no one noticed that Huang was entangled by Huang. Huang looked at Huang's face and smiled slightly. Bang! Huang heard a sound and glanced in the direction of Yan Qingyu. However, his reaction was noticeably slow. Yan Qingyu's sword was already coming toward his face. Just as Yin Qingyu's sword tip deviated slightly and swept under the tentacles binding Hong fell from Huang's body. You. Huang looked at Yin Qingyu in shock. But Yin Qingyu didn't say much. She twisted her wrist and attacked Huang again with her long sword. With her strong inner power, combined with the strange ancient techniques, every move made it impossible for Huang to counter. Using mental power against Yin Qingyu was the least effective tactic. However, Huang's gaze was fixed on Hong. Since that's the case, he might as well let Hong die like this. Huang swiftly injected his mental power into Hong's mind. Yin Qingyu didn't have any mental power and couldn't sense what Huang was doing. She just continued her rhythmic attacks against him. Since reasoning didn't work, then it was better to fight through. Huang's gaze was slightly distracted by Hong, and just that moment of distraction allowed Yin Qingyu's sword to stab straight into his side. No, impossible. Yin Qingyu couldn't possibly pierce his body. He had never been able to do that before. How is she doing it now? Yin Qingyu didn't feel joy from this strike. Instead, she maintained her offensive. She couldn't find Huang's weakness, but temporarily stalling him was also a good strategy. Huang withdrew his gaze from Hong. Hong had disappeared while he was fighting Yin Qingyu. At this moment, what shocked him the most was that Yin Qingyu could actually hit him. Qingyu, I will not go easy on you anymore. Huang glanced deeply at Yin Qingyu, who did not respond at all. Their attacks entangled once more. This time, Huang distanced himself from Yin Qingyu, but he changed many tentacles to continuously attack her. When Yin Qingyu saw the incoming tentacles, she leaned back to avoid the attack. She pushed her sword forcefully against the ground and stood up straight again. The moment she got up, Yin Qingyu saw Huang's tentacles coming toward her face. Yin Qingyu's pupils constricted. She activated her lightness skill and quickly moved out of Huang's attack range. Yin Qingyu actually flew up halfway onto a wall, but quickly landed on Huang's tentacles. Seizing this opportunity, she plunged her sword into Huang's tentacles. Before she could pull it out, she was thrown away. Huang retracted his tentacles and pulled out Yin Qingyu's sword. His gaze became inscrutable. You, why have you suddenly become stronger? Yin Qingyu had clearly been unable to pierce his body even when she was close before. After all, he knew how hard his body was. Yin Qingyu touched the blood at the corner of her mouth and smiled at Huang. She said nothing, just stared at him with her bright, apricot eyes. Huang unconsciously frowned. What are you laughing at? Before Huang could hear Yin Qingyu's response, he fell to the ground. Yin Qingyu slowly stood up upon seeing Huang collapsed in front of her. You really are hard to take down, even after administering such a large dose of the drug. It only took effect now. Qingyu, leave this to us. When Huang returned, he brought quite a few people with him. Yin Qingyu glanced meaningfully at the helmet on his head and nodded before walking away. By the way, it's best not to kill him just yet. Yin Qingyu suddenly turned and said to Hong. Hong was taken aback, but quickly smiled at Yin Qingyu. Rest assured, I thought of that too. Peacefully resolving this matter is what I believe everyone desires. Yin Qingyu withdrew her gaze and continued walking outside. To deal with Huang, they might have to pay many lives as a price if they use brute force. But sometimes, using some strategies can reduce many casualties. Hong releasing the mist was the first step. Yin Qingyu inserting the drug-coated sword into Huang's body was the second step. She was almost about to fail. She just didn't expect her inner power to return at that moment. Chapter 174. Meeting Senator, it's over. Yin Qingyu is back. Suddenly saw Yin Qingyu's figure from afar. Why are you worried about her? We just need to complete the king's task. Lin casually glanced in Yin Qingyu's direction. They had many insect beasts. Even though the strong humans almost covered this planet, they were still exhausted from the wheel battle. She went back to find the king. But now that the king hasn't returned, she has come back instead. Sen's expression became much more serious. This can only mean something has happened to the king. Lin also figured this out. You hold the fort here. I'll go check on Yin Qingyu. While Yin Qingyu hadn't reached her teammates yet, I must find out what exactly happened. Before Lin could respond, Sen's figure had already moved toward Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu, where's our king? Yin Qingyu stopped her fighting actions. With Sun beside her, the surrounding insect beast didn't dare to approach her. Since you see me here, shouldn't you already know where Huang is now? Yin Qingyu didn't believe he would be unaware. Otherwise, how could he have discovered her presence so quickly and inquired about Huang's whereabouts? Don't hurt the king. He is only fighting for the insect beast clan. Fighting for the insect beasts? Many humans have died because of the insect beast invasion. Qingyu expressionlessly refuted Sun's words. But in reality, you are not much better than us insect beasts. Generally, only a very few of us take the initiative to attack humans. Yet you humans are constantly thinking about hunting us for achievements. In the early days, insect beasts indeed liked to eat humans. But as humans accepted the genes of insect beasts, they also had mental power defects. The instances of insect beasts actively attacking humans should be fewer than the times humans went out to slaughter. So this time, are you attacking to put an end to things? Qingyu quietly tightened her grip on the sword in her hand, her gaze fixed intently on Senior. A hint of difficulty appeared on Sen's face. I don't know if you will believe me when I say this, but I still want to tell you that the king doesn't want to eradicate humanity. He just wants us to live the same life as you. I know. Qingyu lowered her eyes and responded in a dull tone. She seemed unfazed, but Sun was taken aback. You know? How did you know? Even Lin couldn't see the king's intentions. It was Ling who noticed first and then informed him. But Qingyu actually said she knew. Did the king tell you? No, I just guessed. And even if wanting that kind of life isn't a reason, you could create it too. So why not take matters into your own hands instead of just wanting to plunder? Any further explanation is just a pretext. Qingyu raised her eyes to meet Sen's gaze. Now that Huang is in our hands, you'd better take these insect beasts away immediately. Sen understood the implication of Qingyu's words. However, he couldn't possibly leave Huang behind. No, the king must leave with us. Humans do not have a good image in the eyes of the insect beasts, and the insect beasts surely think the same about humans. You humans are the most treacherous. If you leave the king here, would you really let him go back? A hint of mockery appeared on Sen's face. Qingyu also picked up the sword that was resting by her leg. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. But if you let Huang go back now, wouldn't you be unable to persuade him either? The tip of Qingyu's sword pointed towards Senator Qingyu. The king trusts you so much. You betrayed the cooperation. The king didn't kill you. Do you think it's because you could return safely before? The king merely showed you some mercy. Why wouldn't you let him go? If you refuse to let Huang go, Sun will not give up easily either. You will understand later. After saying this, Qingyu swung her sword towards Sen's face. How hard do I have to hit you before you give up? Qingyu murmured to herself. But Sun, who was very close to her, twisted his face in anger. No way, I can't leave. Unless you let the king go. After saying this, Sun lunged towards Qingyu's heart. The weaknesses of insect beasts need to be discovered by humans themselves. However, the two best attack points for humans are undoubtedly the same. The vulnerable neck and the heart in the chest. Qingyu stepped back a little on her toes, narrowly avoiding Sen's attack. Sun stood in place, his eyes growing fiercer as he glared at Qingyu. Let the king go, and I will spare your life. I think it's best for you to be quiet. After saying this, Qingyu swung her sword fiercely towards Sen's face. Sen did not dodge, and Qingyu's sword was still some distance from his face. However, just as Qingyu's sword fell, he felt a sharp pain on his face, and his eyes involuntarily closed. Suddenly, he felt a pain in the back of his neck. Sun was knocked unconscious by Qingyu like this. Chapter 175 Decision to negotiate. Qingyu dragged the unconscious Sun to the front. Lin, withdraw the insect beasts immediately. Otherwise, both Sun and Huang will die here. Qingyu shouted loudly at Lin, who was still holding on alone, using her internal energy to amplify her voice. Qingyu, what have you done to Sun? The anger in Lin's words was unmistakable. He is under the influence of my drug. If he stays here, he probably won't wake up for the rest of his life. After all, the environment of Capital Star is different from your insect beasts. If you withdraw the insect beast from here, I will give him to you first. Qingyu had no intention of leaving this person here. After all, some matters only needed to be discussed with Huang. But right now, she just needed Sun as a guarantee for the insect beast withdrawal. Lin did not hesitate for long. Even though he knew Huang had not come out yet, he still agreed to Qingyu's words. The current situation was not something he could control alone. He had to take Sun back to let Ling take a look. After the insect beasts retreated, Capital Star no longer resembled its initial appearance. After the war, many corpses still lay on the road, waiting to be dealt with. Qingyu, is the leader okay? Wuxia rushed to Yin Qingyu's side as soon as he saw her. The others also gathered around. Qingyu, what exactly did you do? Why did the insect beasts leave so quickly? Sun Yi asked excitedly. It's known that whenever insect beasts and humans meet, they must fight to the death. But this time, the insect beasts were resolved so easily, even allowing them to retreat voluntarily. The others were also eager to know what had happened. Qingyu, are you okay? You went alone and came back alone. What exactly happened? They had no idea. You all clean up here. I have things to do, so I'll leave first. Yin Qingyu did not intend to tell them too much. The drug's effect should be wearing off now, and she needed to return immediately. Yin Qingyu said no more, using her lightness skill to head towards the leader's residence. How strange. Why does her strength seem to have increased a lot? Dimu murmured to himself as he watched Yin Qingyu leave. Wuxia came back to his senses and silently began to help clean up the mess. The others quickly dispersed as well. While everyone was busy cleaning up the aftermath, Yin Qingyu had already arrived at the leader's new residence. Are you just keeping him locked up in your house? This place was clearly different from the previous one. The previous residence belonged to the leader with many soldiers. But this independent building had very few guards, indicating that this should be Hong's true residence. After all, the guest is a guest. Hong smiled and invited Yin Qingyu to sit in a chair. Opposite them was the unconscious Huang, placed in a transparent room. Do you think we can succeed? Hong glanced at the person in the room and then turned his gaze to Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu took out some snacks and fruits and placed them in front of Hong, also bringing in quite a few for Huang. We will succeed. It is necessary to succeed. Things need to come to a conclusion. Whether it's the matter between humans and insect beasts or my own matters, they all need to be resolved. A hint of doubt appeared in Hong's eyes, but he didn't have time to ask before being attracted by the sound in the room. Huang had already woken up, though he looked weak. His eyes still glared at them with hatred. Huang, I think we need to have a good talk. Yin Qingyu took the initiative to start the conversation. Chapter 176, the three uniquely different Huang, was about to open his mouth to reject, but was preempted by Yin Qingyu. What you want is not unattainable. Relying solely on you insect beasts might be difficult to maintain everything that humans have created, but cooperation will allow you to get what you want. Upon hearing this, Huang disdainfully glanced at Hong, but quickly shifted his gaze to Yin Qingyu. We can rely on ourselves as well. How about it? Qingyu, we can cooperate again. What do you think? Huang suddenly sat up straight, as if he wanted to directly talk to Yin Qingyu. No, my friend needs a stable and harmonious society. Yin Qingyu unhesitatingly rejected Huang's words. If it were just her living alone in the world, she actually wouldn't care who could gain dominance over it. But since the people she cares about are involved, she cannot do that. Then you are determined to cooperate with them and want to kill me? Huang's expression turned cold. He had lived long enough to know what happens to insect beasts captured by humans. Killing you is not a good way. And I believe Hong has thought of that as well. Yin Qingyu turned her head towards Hong. Hong received Yin Qingyu's gaze and smiled helplessly. Qingyu, the fact is indeed like this. You are very clever. Many things can be resolved best by just you alone. Yin Qingyu bit her lip and gave a meaningful glance at Huang in the room. Because many things are what I have also experienced. Huang's plan is indeed the best solution. I probably know a bit about it. Huang wants to capture the leader first, using the strategy of drawing the tiger out of the mountain to move people away from Capital Star, ultimately leaving Capital Star defenseless for you to take over. Destroying the most central figure among humans would only mean that Huang's conquest is halfway successful. Huang's gaze at Yin Qingyu finally grew serious. I only told you these things because I want to kill Hong. How could you? Don't worry. Hong should have guessed it too. He knows you would come here to find him. He thought he could delay it a bit longer. But it seems we can only take this perilous path and leave you behind. As Yin Qingyu spoke, she suddenly impatiently sipped a glass of red wine. Huang, sometimes human wisdom is not so simple. Human history is long. The earliest humans were not much different from you insect beasts. They were even weaker than you. As Yin Qingyu said this, she set down her glass, her eyelids drooping, and she could not see the shock on Hong's face. Qingyu, that was just my guess. I didn't mean to do anything to you. I was just curious and wanted to ask. Hong actually knew quite a bit about Yin Qingyu. She was the type who would readily admit when she knew she could not refute something, just like in the previous space. However, he suspected that Yin Qingyu had other secrets. He was just a bit curious. After all, Yin Qingyu was too special. So special that one could not help but feel she should not stay here for long. Well, even if Huang wants to do something to me, it wouldn't work. Let alone you. Yin Qingyu had her own considerations. Undoubtedly, Huang could adopt a strategy of capturing the king first. They could kill Huang, and the insect beast would definitely not be able to gather and attack the stars again for a short period. But why do so? Keeping Huang alive could also bind the insect beast clan. What exactly do you want to say? Huang completely did not understand what Yin Qingyu was talking about. Yin Qingyu's gaze met his directly. I just want to tell you some history of human development. Humans were once like insect beasts. Through countless struggles and sacrifices, they gradually moved toward a better and harmonious existence. This journal was something she had kept from the moment she became conscious. Yin Qingyu elaborated on the years humans had gone through, from the struggles of Qingyu and the Yellow Emperor, the fall of the Xia dynasty, to the establishment of the Qin dynasty, marking the true beginning of human rule. I have seen countless tragedies in the human world. I have witnessed the rise and fall of dynasties and the flourishing of humanity. It is not easy to understand how difficult it is for a race to rise. Huang and Hong remained silent, both immersed in Yin Qingyu's words. So, you really have lived this long? Why don't we all this? Huang frowned as he looked at Yin Qingyu. These were things she should not want to discuss. Yet, she was telling them here. I have indeed lived a long time. In all these years, I have not seen any existence like mine, whether human or other animals. However, coming here, first it was Hong, and then you. After 300 years, although it's not long, at least there are people who resemble me. As Yin Qingyu said this, she casually raised an eyebrow. I am an insect beast, so there is no problem. I have even lived for 500 years. It's just that for the previous 200 years, I did not take on human form. However, Hong is not like us. He relies solely on machines for assistance. At this point, Huang suddenly became excited. For someone like him who had lived so long, he had never seen anyone else like it. Only Hong had lived this long, and he was surviving under unnatural conditions with the help of machines. So, we should be the ones to cooperate. You are the same kind of existence as us. Huang eagerly wanted to pull Yin Qingyu into his camp. Yin Qingyu chuckled lightly, shaking her head as she looked at Huang. Regardless, can't humans achieve longevity? The power of technology is humanity's greatest weapon. Hong placed his hand on Yin Qingyu's shoulder, his eyes filled with concern. Qingyu, is there something wrong with your body? Yin Qingyu looked at Hong in surprise upon hearing this. How does he even know this? The fact that you voluntarily brought this up means there is something you can't resolve on your own, right? Hong looked at Yin Qingyu with a bitter smile. Did he not know her personality? Just a mere guess. Yin Qingyu would definitely refuse to admit it. But Yin Qingyu not only spoke, but elaborated. Moreover, she had just said that when she reached a certain age, her body underwent no changes. Yet, she had grown taller and matured. The shock in Yin Qingyu's eyes could no longer be hidden. She had merely detailed her story a little more than usual, yet Hong could deduce this. Huang straightened up and looked at Yin Qingyu. So, is this the reason you chose humans? Humans possess extraordinary wisdom and advanced technology. If Yin Qingyu wants to understand her body's issues, she indeed needs human assistance. Didn't I say this? It's not just for me. She had said it many times. This was one aspect, and her friends on Planet 250, her friends here, were everything she could not part with. Moreover, Huang, I can only tell you that cooperating with humans is the best option. I told you all this to let you know that if you rely solely on insect beasts to develop into what humans are, you will need many years. Even relying on competition is the same. Upon hearing this, Huang lay back down. You talk about cooperation. How do you want to cooperate? Are we supposed to let insect beasts be slaughtered by humans at will? We can discuss the cooperation slowly, but Qingyu, what exactly is wrong with your body? Yin Qingyu helplessly rubbed her forehead. I said earlier that Huang was unwilling to discuss cooperation, and now what are you doing? After so much effort, he is finally willing to talk about cooperation, and you keep dragging it out. If Huang changes his mind again, they will have to persuade him again. It's fine. You first talk about your matters. Anyway, the cooperation will take a long time. Huang raised an eyebrow dismissively. Yin Qingyu tilted her head, looking helpless. I don't know. What I know is similar to what Hong knows. My body has long since stopped developing, but recently, when I went for a physical checkup, I found that my body was still growing. Yan Qingyu was also puzzled about what was happening. However, this matter had indeed troubled her. She had lived for thousands of years, or perhaps even tens of thousands of years. Yet, there had been no signs of growth during this time. After arriving at the capital star, she began to grow instead. I will have your blood checked, and you need to undergo a complete examination. Sudden changes are the most alarming. That is why Hong felt so anxious. Yan Qingyu nodded. She just wanted to get this information through Hong. Being able to get results without telling anyone else, just through one person, was the best way she had envisioned. I can talk about my matters slowly. Now I need to discuss the issues between humans and insect beasts. Yan Qingyu did not have much time to negotiate. Once Sun regained consciousness, they would soon come back. I have a question. Huang interrupted Yan Qingyu again. I want to know, how did you guess that what I wanted was human technology and culture? He had never disclosed this to anyone. Not even a Lin and Senator. He had only mentioned that he wanted the resources occupied by humans. Yet, these two managed to guess what he truly desired. Actually, it's easy to guess. When Hong said this, Yan Qingyu also nodded. According to Qingyu, I know you have a light brain of ours. I only released the news on the light brain not long ago, and you couldn't wait to attack here. It seems that you're quite skilled at using this light brain. Yan Qingyu continued, picking up Hong's words. I saw how proficient you are at using the light brain, and that you like to search for things on it. Clearly knowing that this thing was made by Hong, you still want him dead. How could you use his things so freely? Therefore, all of this can only explain that what Huang cares about more is not Hong's life, but the feeling that technology brings him. When we look at human resources closely, they can only be human technology and inquiries. Chapter 178. Cooperation details. You two are quite in sync. Huang said softly, his gaze at the two showing a hint of hurt. So if you agree to cooperate, the sincerity humans can offer you is to provide certain technological items. Certain? You can't even offer everything in cooperation. What kind of cooperation is this? Upon hearing this, Huang became agitated. If they occupy the stars, perhaps all human technology would belong to the insect beasts. But now, Hong actually told him that they could only give them certain things. Huang was certainly dissatisfied with this. Certain things will also be provided according to your needs. Right now, there aren't many intelligent insect beasts that can use technology. Hong must have considered this carefully before saying so. Moreover, some things are not actually needed by your insect beasts. How do you know whether I need them or not? If we can't come to an agreement, then let's not talk at all. Huang and Hong fell into a deadlock once again. All right, let's finish this quickly. You both state your demands, and I'll summarize for you. Yan Qingyu frowned impatiently at the two. They were dragging this out. If they didn't come to an agreement soon, they'd start fighting again. We want the same level of technology as you humans, and we also want a good planetary environment. Hong did not immediately respond to Huang's words. We want some insect beast corpses, and we can also cooperate to solve our mental power issues. Both sides clearly stated their demands. So the insect beasts want a good life, and humans want to solve their own problems. Is that right? Yan Qingyu repeated. Both nodded heavily. Very well. This is completely unnegotiable. Yan Qingyu's expression turned cold. First, let's talk about your insect beast issues. You want technological products, which is not a problem. But how many of your insect beasts can actually use them? Isn't it a waste of resources for those who can't use them? Also, do you need human help for your living environment? Didn't humans also come from Earth and take many years to have the living environment they have today? Although Hong's thoughts are practical for both humans and insect beasts, if they cooperate, humans can no longer indiscriminately kill insect beasts, as there wouldn't be enough corpses for humans to study. They could only rely on Huang's agreement to provide some insect beasts for research. So, I have moderated your demands. Insect beasts might as well coexist with humans, but both sides need to agree not to kill indiscriminately. Basic technology will be provided to insect beasts, but the insect beasts also need to cooperate with human experiments. In fact, looking at it this way, the insect beasts benefit more. After all, mental power is a mutual gain, and the insect beasts can easily obtain the cultural wealth created by humans. What if the insect beasts can't control themselves? Our insect beast clan is, as you humans say, inherently unruly and loves freedom. Then just kill them directly. If you want a good society, rules must be established, and rules are meant to be followed. Yan Qingyu replied lightly to Huang. Why do you humans have a right to kill us insect beasts? Of course, it's for you insect beasts to kill yourselves. You can imitate human social structures and create your own society. Of course, we humans can't indiscriminately hunt insect beasts either. If there are violators, they will be punished equally. Society not only has rules, but also needs fairness. Chapter 179. Go save Sun Yin. Qingyu's words left Huang speechless. Establishing a contract is just a formality, but it is necessary to protect the rights of both parties. Last time, Qingyu did not establish a contract, thinking that using some of his own medicine would be enough to feel secure. However, some things should be made clear from the beginning. Otherwise, when various errors occur later, how can there be a reason to break this cooperation? Upon hearing this, Huang seriously looked at the contract that Qingyu handed over. The contract was very simple, almost identical to what Qingyu had just said. I believe none of you would violate the contract, right? Qingyu's gaze wandered between the two. As long as the insect beasts do not violate the contract, we will not violate it either. Ha! Our insect beasts are not as cunning as you humans. We should be worried about whether you will breach the contract. Huang scoffed at Hong. All right, since you all agree to the contract, we can announce it directly on the light brain. Remember to set up a large screen for a loop playback. The moment Qingyu opened the light brain, he was overwhelmed by the information inside. It's over. We've talked too long, and they're fighting again. Qingyu helplessly looked at the two. Ha! Don't look at me. Your medicine still needs some time, and I can't go out to control all the insect beasts right now. Huang just glanced at the images projected on the light brain and knew that the situation was uncontrollable. Sen's mental power went berserk if they couldn't stop him in time. Many humans would die, as well as insect beasts. Of course, he would also die. After watching for a while, Huang reached this conclusion. However, the tone of his words had noticeably dropped. Sun is doomed, whether he dies from exhaustion due to his berserk state or is killed by humans. Huang's eyes turned red. Qingyu, I can't save him, but please don't let him die so painfully, all right? Qingyu turned to look at Huang, seeing reluctance and sadness on his face. I'll do my best to try. Huang, hurry up and release the news. Get that big screen to where Sun and the others are. I'll go over first. I'll try my best. Try not to let him. Qingyu did not finish her last words and quickly used lightness skills to dash away into the distance. The situation was indeed out of control. You all hurry and release the king. Otherwise, you'll all die here. Lin's eyes were red, but his voice was still strong and commanding. Sun has made so many sacrifices. He must bring the king back. Ling stood silently to the side. In the current situation, he couldn't get involved. He couldn't save Senator even if they let him go. This berserk insect beast would still kill us. Everyone be careful. Surround this insect beast. We absolutely cannot let him out. Huizi coldly pierced through Lin's words. You dare. Surrounding Sun will only lead to his death. Lin controlled the insect beasts around him to block everyone. I only need to leave one for him. That's right. While blocking many people, he specifically isolated Huizi and threw him in front of Senator in this way. Sun would neither attack the insect beast nor be surrounded by humans. Lin, are we just going to watch him die? Ling retracted his gaze, his indifferent eyes shifting to Lin. He won't die. Perhaps, as long as that person is killed. Depleting his mental power, he might be fine. There's so many speculative words in a single sentence. Lin subconsciously also feels that Sun might not survive. Chapter 180 News. Huizi and Sun are entangled in a battle. After being distracted by a powerful individual, Sun indeed focused solely on attacking Huizi. The collapse of his mental strength, combined with his strong physique, almost had him overpowering Huizi. Even with the suppressant given to him by Qingyu, Huizi's mech was still battered and bruised. This time, we must rescue the king. Only then can our mission be considered complete. Lin looked grimly at the two still engaged in combat. Damn, these insect beasts are like crazy. They won't let us through. Dimu swung his mech and knocked the insect beast in front of him away. But unfortunately, these insect beasts seem to have no awareness. As soon as one insect beast is defeated, another quickly takes its place. Qingyu seemed to have killed the leading insect beast, causing the entire team to collapse. Leo suddenly remembered this. In a team battle, humans would suffer greatly, but if the leading insect beast is killed, then the mindless insect beasts become much easier to deal with. Sun E, Leo, cover me as I go in. Are you crazy? Go in? What if you fall into the pile of insect beasts? We'll pull you out. Sun E disagreed immediately. What they could think of, these insect beasts could clearly think of too. These intelligent insect beasts were almost all standing right in the middle of their ranks. No time to think too much. If no one goes in, with so many insect beasts attacking us with purpose, we will soon collapse. The insect beasts have gone mad. They have already withdrawn almost all insect beasts from across the star system to the edge of the capital star, just waiting for one batch of insect beasts to fall. Another batch will come in. After Dimu finished speaking, he jumped up with his mech. Seeing this, Sun E had no choice but to cover Dimu along with Leo. However, this step was not bad. The insect beasts were mostly focused on attacking those outside their range, and once they entered their range, they actually stopped attacking Dimu. Dimu casually killed 2 insect beasts and made his way to Lin's rear. When Dimu saw the 2 figures standing, his heart skipped a beat. There were actually so many humanoid insect beasts left. He could at most kill one. If the 2 teamed up against him, he would be the one most likely to be defeated here. Dimu stopped thinking and operated his mech to attack directly from behind Lin. The powerful pressure of the energy bomb made both Lin and Ling feel it. They quickly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the surprise attack of the energy bomb. A sneak attack? Aren't you humans the ones who despise doing such things? Lin saw Dimu standing not far away and couldn't help but chuckle. Since you entered our territory, don't think about going back. There must be equally matched hostages. Lin and Ling exchanged a knowing smile and quickly headed towards Dimu. Dimu, seeing that his attack had missed, calmly left his standing position. Using the speed of his mech, he quickly charged towards Lin and Ling. Are you trying to test whether your fake mechs are tougher or our skins are tougher? Using their mental power, those fakes. The connection between humans and insect beasts is something that cannot be untangled. Lin and Ling also launched a fierce attack towards Dimu. Good news, good news. There is actually such a relationship between humans and insect beasts. Qingyu had just arrived at the scene and nearly twisted her ankle at this flamboyant statement. The large screen hovering overhead constantly played this line, with red words flashing. Chapter 181 she goes. However, Lin and Ling had no intention of listening to this. What they needed to do now was to severely injure Dimu and capture him. Only then could they possibly exchange for the king. 2 insect beasts, 1 mech. Dimu was already at a disadvantage. One attacking with mental power, and the other directly colliding with his mech using brute strength. Dimu's mech quickly showed signs of shattering. Huizi was also continuously fighting with Sun, both sides attacking each other incessantly. The battle between humans and insect beasts was now the biggest spectacle. If the humanoid insect beasts were defeated, then the insect beasts would naturally collapse, and it would no longer be difficult for humans to achieve victory. However, if humans were to suffer a disastrous defeat and captives were taken, the final outcome might indeed be that the insect beasts would reign supreme. The human leader Hong had officially reached a deal with the insect beast King Huang, and both sides would enter into a ceasefire with a conference to be held soon. What? Lin and Ling stopped their attack on Dimu, their eyes moving to the large screen above. The information being broadcast was not incorrect. It was indeed so. Hong and Huang, the 2 of them sitting opposite each other, speaking seriously about their cooperation. Ling stopped her hands and quietly stood by. Lin's face was filled with barely concealed anger, his eyes wide open, with a hint of redness at the corners. The king has been deceived. He must have been coerced. How could there be cooperation? And how could there be reconciliation? The king has said countless times that he wanted to kill the leader, but now they are actually talking about some cooperation. No one can coerce the king. No one can force him. Ling knew very well that her king was a proud person. Even in life-and-death situations, he would only fight desperately, not seek peace. Then, tell me, why did the king suddenly say he wanted to cooperate with these humans? It must be that these humans deceived him, right? Qingyu. It must be Qingyu. What do you want me to do? Qingyu flew over from a distance, raising an eyebrow at the agitated Lin. Don't get excited. This matter, your insect beast can also benefit a lot. The contract is equitable. Who knows if it's true or not? You're good at deceiving. Lin angrily retorted at Qingyu. Believe it or not, it doesn't matter. Anyway, your king believes me now. I came to take you all to sign the agreement. Yan Qingyu's gaze turned to Huizi and Sun, who were still fighting not far away. Dimu, you go find Yuni now and get the syringe for me. Dimu's mech was already damaged beyond recognition. He could only come out from the mech. Warily eyeing the two insect beasts in front of him, he glanced at Yan Qingyu and quickly turned to run to find Yuni. There isn't much time. Sun will definitely kill that person. Based on their earlier conversation, the premise of cooperation is established on both sides, not killing each other. However, while other insect beasts can be controlled, Sun is indeed one they cannot control. I'll go deal with it. After Yan Qingyu finished speaking, she disappeared from the spot. She really is confident. Lin gave an ambiguous glance at Yan Qingyu's back. Ling also looked at her departing figure and sighed. Having confidence is a good thing. If she didn't have confidence, Sun really wouldn't be able to survive. Ling's voice drifted into space. Yan Qingyu moved quickly, soon arriving in front of Senior. Qingyu. Huizi noticed Yan Qingyu in front of him, but did not approve of her coming over. This was an insect beast driven mad with mental power, and its lethality was naturally immense. Step back. I'll handle it. Before Yan Qingyu could finish speaking, Sun had already charged over. I said step back. Yan Qingyu drew her blade, her left hand brushing over the sword, and the blade became stained with her bright red blood, droplets of blood falling to the ground. Chapter 182, The Syringe Arrives. The scent of blood wafted through the air, stirring the desires of the insect beasts. Many of the surrounding insect beasts almost stopped their attacks and turned to stare fixedly at Yan Qingyu. Only a sliver of reason kept them from moving. However, Sun, who had lost all rationality after his mental collapse, was completely out of control. He caught the scent of blood, and his body instinctively reacted. As long as he drank that blood, his body would not feel so uncomfortable. The sudden thought that appeared in his mind energized Senator in an instant. He abandoned other targets and pounced fiercely toward Yan Qingyu. Yan Qingyu flicked his long sword, and Sun followed its movement. The smell of blood on the sword deeply attracted him. Do you want it? Yan Qingyu utilized his lightness skill, teasing Sun with the sword, and Sun moved in response. Eager to lick the blood on the sword, Sun was forced to move at high speed to keep up with Yan Qingyu's swift pace. Yan Qingyu, unhurried, increased his internal energy, surpassing Sin's speed once again, holding the sword but not allowing Sun to touch it at all. Dimu, did you find him? Here. By the time Dimu arrived, the mech was completely destroyed, but he still managed to hand the syringe to Huizi just in time. Lin, control the insect beast. Huizi shouted to Lin in the distance. Lin hesitated for a moment, but seeing that Sun could not keep up with Yan Qingyu's speed, he realized that if they delayed any longer, Sun might be killed by Yan Qingyu, and Sun wouldn't be able to drink Yan Qingyu's blood at all. Lin controlled the insect beast to clear a path, and Huizi took the opportunity to enter Yan Qingyu's range. Qingyu, catch! Sun stood firmly in front of Yan Qingyu, so Huizi could only rely on throwing the items to him. Hearing the noise, Yan Qingyu leaped into the air. However, as the tip of the sword moved, Sun also began to follow Yan Qingyu's movements. Coincidentally, Sun was much taller than Yan Qingyu, and if he and Yan Qingyu jumped to the same height, Yan Qingyu would definitely not be able to catch the syringe. Yan Qingyu made a split-second decision to throw the sword. Sun's speed was fast, and as he saw the sword drop, he changed direction and went for the long sword. Yan Qingyu successfully caught the syringe and immediately injected it into his body, drawing out a full tube of blood. Just as he pulled the needle out, Sun had already licked the blood off the sword. The look in Sin's eyes still flickered with familiar impulses. This little bit of blood was definitely not enough to repair his mental strength. Now I'll give you a big gift. Yan Qingyu smiled at Sun, still shaking the syringe in his hand. How could that thing possibly pierce Sin's body? Lin didn't want Sun to die, but Yan Qingyu's idea was indeed ineffective. Their bodies were incredibly tough. A tiny needle wouldn't hurt them at all. So, it seems we need to help. After Ling finished speaking, he dashed towards Sin's back. Upon seeing Ling's figure, Yan Qingyu exchanged a knowing smile with him. Control him. Sin had completely lost awareness. Even though he sensed someone behind him, with Yan Qingyu in front, how could he possibly turn a look? So, controlling him from behind was quite simple. Lin together. Sin's desire for Yan Qingyu's blood was intense. Even when restrained, he was still making small movements toward Yan Qingyu. Chapter 183. Send him back. Lin quickly followed Ling's pace. Grab him. Yan Qingyu saw that the two had caught hold of Sin's hands and approached with the syringe. Using his internal energy to envelop the needle tip, he deeply inserted it under Sin's neck. Is this enough blood? Lin asked uncertainly. He had never tasted Yan Qingyu's blood, but found the smell unbearable. This blood had a tremendous allure. But this was a rampaging sun. Of course, this tube of blood was not enough. Just as Yan Qingyu finished speaking, Sun collapsed to the ground, unable to struggle. What's going on? Lin crocheted beside Sin. Sensing that it seemed Sun had just fainted. Is he all right? At this point, whether it was good or bad was hard to tell. After all, Sun was the only humanoid insect beast that had gone berserk. Even Huang had never gone this far. Almost there, let's move him back. Yan Qingyu stood up and began directing Ling and Lin. Back? Where to? Where else can we go? Now that we've made peace. Aren't you going back to see your king? And you insect beasts? Hurry up and make arrangements. We still have a lot to do, let's go. Yan Qingyu didn't want to say much. Having lost so much blood, she was also very tired. Will he be okay? Ling calmly asked. I don't know. We'll take him back for observation. Human medical technology is advanced. At least he won't die for now. After saying this, Yan Qingyu walked over to Wuxia and the others. Qingyu, you're amazing. Sunny praised without holding back. That's right, Qingyu. We can finally take a good rest when we go back. Lina was also very excited. After staying on the battlefield for so long, anyone would break down. Now that the situation was good, they should be able to relax. All right, we can relax now. Dimu and Leo will stay here to handle the follow-up matters. Yin, Yi, and I will return together. Huizi will help the insect beasts leave. Lin will control the insect beasts, and Ling will take Sun with us. After Yan Qingyu quickly outlined the plan, she led a group of people away, giving them no chance to object. King, are you all right? Ling couldn't help but ask Huang as he saw him. I'm Fine. What about Sun? How is he now? Huang noticed Sun on his back. But Sun had not yet woken up, and Huang couldn't tell what was wrong with him. He's fine. I just added a little something to make the insect beast faint when I injected my blood. Huang choked when he heard this. It seemed Yan Qingyu really liked using that stuff. However, now they needed to take him for a thorough examination. I'm not sure how much your insect beasts need my blood. I only injected one tube. If that's not enough. If it's not enough, she won't be injecting again in the short term. With such a large ready-made sample, it certainly needed to be utilized well without involving life-threatening situations. Yan Qingyu shrugged indifferently and sent him into the observation room. Can you handle this? Huang looked worriedly at Sun, who was quietly lying on the bed. Let us just trust technology. Yan Qingyu comfortingly patted Huang's shoulder. If your humanoid insect beasts are similar to humans, then it should be fine. If that's the case, using human suppressants should also be all right. Chapter 184. After cooperation with Yan Qingyu's blood and the suppressants controlling him, Sun has improved significantly. It turns out human medicines can indeed be used on insect beasts. Leo couldn't help but marvel when he saw a lively senator in fact. The vitality of insect beasts was even stronger than he had imagined. Our insect beasts are powerful and capable. Huang couldn't help but retort as he walked by. Even if the medicine is effective, it still requires the insect beasts to withstand it themselves. All right, the agreement has been signed. Huang, why don't you arrange for your tribe? Yan Qingyu interrupted their childish debate. Once Sun was better, Huang decisively signed the agreement, and now it was time to see how he would arrange the insect beasts. What's so difficult about this? The smart ones can live on the same planet as humans, and the less smart ones can be put in wormholes to watch the young. Huang casually arranged for this batch of insect beasts. What about you all? Leo looked at Huang, who remained here without leaving, feeling a bit uneasy. We certainly have to stay on Capital Star. With both sides cooperating, what if you do something behind our backs? Huang should naturally live on Capital Star and even asked Hong for permission. He will also be attending the 5 major academies. Speaking of which, what should we do after our academy? We can't fight the insect beasts anymore. Were we supposed to study? Shuani has been contemplating this issue since returning to school. With humans and insect beasts cooperating and agreeing not to harm each other, what should we learn now? It hasn't changed much from before. It's just that there are a few more things. Humans and insect beasts need to develop, after all. Hong told me he specially designed this for your development. Yan Qingyu glanced at several people with a hint of schadenfreude. but the depth of her gaze was almost incomprehensible to anyone. All right, there are still things to do. Let's hurry and go. Huang pulled Yan Qingyu away from the other's sight. What things? Yan Qingyu followed Huang to the underground. When Huang saw the two holding hands, his expression darkened slightly as he asked casually, "Is there something you want to say?" "I don't know. Do you have something to say?" "No. Didn't you forget something?" Huang pursed her lips and looked seriously at the two. "The issues between insect beasts and humans have been resolved, right? Intelligent insect beasts can now enter the academy to study, and both humans and insect beasts have been settled, with mental powers also being researched." After Yan Qingyu said this, she indeed realized how quickly they had resolved all these issues. "No, that is not what I meant. The matters between humans and insect beasts still need time to be perfected. Huang is not anxious about this aspect. Have you found anything out regarding Qingyu?" Yan Qingyu was taken aback upon hearing this. She recalled what she had told them during the final peace talks. Originally, she wanted to rely on human technology for treatment. So why did she forget about it herself in the end? "I've gone through historical texts and found no one with a physique like Qingyu's. That's normal. You've gone through historical texts, while I've walked through history without seeing anyone like me. It's impossible to find precedents in history. However, I had them compare Qingyu's previous blood with her current blood, and they indeed found differences." Huang spoke as if he were gasping for breath, causing Huang to roll her eyes in exasperation. "Just say in one go if you have something to say. Why keep us hanging?" Huang raised his eyes to look at Yan Qingyu. "Qingyu, your blood indicates that your blood cells are now starting to trend towards a normal state, but still differ from ours." "What?" Yan Qingyu didn't understand this complicated explanation. "In other words, if your previous body were compared to a seedling frozen in time and not growing, then you're now like a tree that has thawed and begun to grow. However, your blood is still similar to ancient humans, somewhat different from 21st century humans, and also from us. But this should only indicate that your life has started to move again." Huang wasn't very certain at this point, but based on the medical reports they provided, this was the only explanation for Yan Qingyu's current condition. Chapter 185. The young girl after hearing this news. Yan Qingyu did not react too much. "So, does this mean that Qingyu won't die now?" A smile appeared on Huang's face. "If that's the case, Qingyu is very likely to experience aging and death like normal people." However, Huang's brow did not relax. Yan Qingyu is not a person of this era. She has lived from ancient times to the present. If she returns to normal now, it would mean her lifespan is less than 100 years. Yan Qingyu, however, smiled nonchalantly. "I don't really care much about the concept of life and death, but being able to make so many friends after my life returns to normal. I suppose my journey here hasn't been in vain." Yan Qingyu wasn't the type to care about such things. If it weren't for having so many friends now, she would be eager to experience what it's like to pass away. Heaven has already made the biggest concession by giving her such a long life. "What do you mean? If Qingyu ages a bit more, can't you humans extend life and maintain appearances?" Huang caught the implication in their words and angrily rebutted. "Huh, you think more beautifully than we do. After all, humans are not gods." Yan Qingyu ruthlessly mocked Huang, then quickly changed the topic. "By the way, what are you guys doing in the academy? Especially you. You're already hundreds of years old." Yan Qingyu didn't quite understand why Huang insisted on going to the academy. "You're not much different. You're older than me." Huang whispered this, not daring for Yan Qingyu to hear. "Of course, I want to inspect whether you humans are truly living up to your words. Don't worry. The people of this era are indeed far more sincere than before. You won't be deceived. Well, we insect beasts are very sincere too. After the Great War, aside from some places needing repairs, the lives of humans and insect beasts are gradually getting back on track. So, your name is Hongyu? Aren't you ashamed?" Huang angrily shouted at Hong. "Who gave you permission to insult the leader? Little brat, get lost. Don't interfere in our matters." Huang pushed Liu aside and confronted Hong again. "You're called Hongyu. I'll call myself Huang Qing. Change the name on the identity recognition." Hong completely ignored Huang's noisy complaints. Yan Qingyu helplessly covered her forehead and separated the two. "All right, you two can just change your names back to the original ones. Clearly displaying your ages will prevent young girls from being deceived." "Exactly. How many young girls would be attracted to you two?" Shuani couldn't help but chime in. Both Hong and Huang could be considered exceptionally good-looking. Is it true that older men become more attractive? No, we can't let other girls be deceived. What do you know? Older men need to find younger girls. Otherwise, do you want Wang to remain single? Lin once again stood in front of Huang, defending him. Wang has been single for 300 years. How could he remain single forever? If I were to look, I would look for a young girl. I'd look for someone with a name that sounds very old-fashioned. Huang proudly directed his gaze at Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu, puzzled, received Huang's gaze. What are you looking at? Do you want me to help you find someone? If you want an old-fashioned name, just look for names like Taiju, Tsuhua, or Godin. They're easy to take care of and just right for you insect beasts. Those names sound great. I also think they definitely suit us insect beasts. Wang, what do you think? Lin hadn't finished speaking when Sun covered her mouth and took her away. All right, everyone should hurry in now, or we might not be able to get in later. The academy is about to close again, and they're still standing in place. All right, let us go in and inspect. Huang led Lin and Sun quickly into the academy. We took the wrong path. Our dormitory is on the left. Insect beasts should like to find their own nests, right? Yin Qingyu shook her head and decided not to bother with the people in front anymore. The rest tacitly followed Yin Qingyu away. Chapter 186. New rules. Huang came to the academy to inspect how the interstellar famous virtual arena would be managed now that there was an agreement in place. If it still focuses on exterminating insect beasts, then this cooperation should cease. Why is my dormitory so far from yours? Huang waited all day before finally seeing Yin Qingyu's figure. You're a boy, so of course, you're far from us. You're not actually that far from Hui Zi and the others. Who wants to get closer to Hui Zi and the others? Huang frowned, but didn't continue the conversation. This kind of thing can just be resolved by Huang. As a leader, can't you meet this small request? What are you all doing gathered here? Huang asked quietly, looking at the group of people with confusion. We're planning to go train now, Xuanyi said, feeling a bit dazed as she saw Huang standing in front of her. In the past, Liu standing before her was someone to look up to. Now, the leader actually came to the academy to study with them. Even the king of the insect beasts. Everything felt as illusory and beautiful as flowers in a mirror. She even felt a bit dazed, wondering how things had progressed to this point. Let's go together as a battle team. Wait, you guys formed a battle team? Huang looked up at the few people standing here. Their faces were somewhat familiar. However, he was not very clear about what a battle team entailed. We've always been a battle team. Later, we'll go train. If you have something to discuss, wait until we come back, Liu said bluntly. Impudent. Who allowed you to speak to the king like that? Still waiting? Apart from Yin Qingyu, who dares to speak to Huang like that? All right, do you have something to say now that you've come over? Yin Qingyu rubbed her forehead, knowing that Huang and Liu would definitely argue multiple times. Such things need to be done gradually. We need to go in together. Huang said this assertively, and surprisingly, no one felt it was inappropriate. Once a group of people entered the virtual arena, they soon realized something was off. Ahem, the insect beasts inside are all virtual. They're not real. Xuanyi suddenly remembered Huang's identity and felt a bit embarrassed. Are we bringing insect beasts in to fight insect beasts? Besides, this one in front of us is still the king of insect beasts. It's not bad to come in and experience it. You'll find that the virtual arena is quite fun. Yin Qingyu said this with a calm expression, showing no signs of embarrassment at all. Huang's expression was also exceptionally calm, while Huang squinted at the current state of the two. Excuse me, I need to get through here. Huang squeezed past Huang and Yin Qingyu after looking around. He had no idea what these two had done to appear so in sync. It really annoys the beasts. The group didn't pay much attention to this little episode because they were more concerned about the changes in the virtual arena. Huang and the others had never been here before. They just felt that the scenery in the virtual arena was quite similar to that in the real world. However, they couldn't discern anything new. On the other hand, those who often trained in the virtual arena felt a huge difference. Strange. Strange about what? Xuanyi had just spoken when Lin chimed in. Xuanyi quickly covered her mouth in annoyance. What? Is it strange that there are no insect beasts? Huh. Did you all log off the insect beasts? Huang was clever. He naturally knew what this virtual arena was used for before. After walking for so long, but seeing not a single insect beast, it was evident that Huang, this hypocritical person, had temporarily logged off the insect beasts. Who told him to be so smart and come along. Huang thought disdainfully. Humans are hypocritical. No, the insect beasts are still here. There are just some new rules. Yan Qingyu quietly replied to Huang. Huang looked at Yan Qingyu in surprise. How do you know? He didn't T ask you to do this with him? Did he? Huang's voice rose at this point. Shoo, be quiet, or they'll be attracted over here. They. The group was puzzled by Yan Qingyu's cautious demeanor. But seeing Huang was also being careful, they cautiously observed their surroundings. Even Huang was silenced by Yan Qingyu. What is this? Damn it. It's not the insect beasts. What are those things over there? What can they be? Aren't they just you humans? Can't even recognize your own kind. Lin glanced disdainfully at the shocked Xuani. That's why I said to keep your voices down. We've been discovered. Yan Qingyu sighed helplessly. Chapter 187. Her adaptation. What Yan Qingyu and Huang did was change the settings in the virtual arena. As for how to change it, Yan Qingyu deeply utilized everything she had seen and experienced over the years, trying to lead humanity to revisit a bit of their past history. What kind of people are those? Xuani ran while constantly looking back at the group of people chasing closely behind. Aren't those just you guys? They look really ugly. Lin couldn't help but comment, though he didn't know why they were running. He still followed Yan Qingyu. Why are we running? Can't we just kill them? Huang asked Yan Qingyu in confusion. Those appearing in the virtual arena must be their enemies. But why must we run instead of dealing with them? I can only say our luck is really bad. Yan Qingyu moved gracefully, casting a regretful glance behind her. What followed was a large group of zombies. They looked just like humans, but their bloody faces and severed limbs were enough to terrify those who had never seen a zombie before, including the insect beasts. Damn it! Why are they still coming? Aren't they tired? Leo leaned against a tree, lightly panting. He was very tired from running, but the zombies behind him kept pursuing relentlessly. Can't we kill them with so many of us? Dimu stabilized himself and quietly said to Yan Qingyu, it's not that we can't kill them, it's just very troublesome. The zombie setting is something humans fantasized about in movies during the 21st century. The characteristic is that they have no rationality, but are extremely strong. Unless you hit them in a critical spot, they will follow your scent until they eat you. Yan Qingyu had not initially realized what kind of copy this virtual arena would be, but once she figured out it was zombies, the zombies were already attracted over. What is this? How can humans come up with so many things? Sun completely did not understand how such things were conceived. They seemed to be something that must exist. Anyway, the future virtual arenas will be very interesting, and everyone can come play often. Just after Yan Qingyu finished speaking, a huge roar echoed not far away. Interesting. It seems someone got bitten. Lena innocently looked at Yan Qingyu. Can this still be called fun? The unfortunate lone soldier over there had no idea how he was discovered and was now pinned under a zombie, unable to move. He won't really be bitten to death, right? The lone soldier's body was so strong that he was bitten off a piece of flesh by the zombie. No, it's just game effects. And the pain sensation is less than 20%. If he's bitten to death, he'll just be eliminated. After Yan Qingyu explained, she moved her gaze away. She and Hong had actually discussed how to change this place so that it could effectively train their strength without using insect beasts that Huang could nitpick about. Is that insect beast the same? Not far away stood a huge insect beast, pitch black all over, with a huge bloody hole in its face. It looked very different from the usual insect beasts. Why is this insect beast so ugly? Huang was still struggling with the issue of whether it was ugly or not, but the insect beast had already turned to face them directly. I forgot to tell you. This insect beast has merged the characteristics of zombies. It also attacks without reason. After Yan Qingyu finished speaking, she drew her sword and charged forward. The other few, after understanding Yan Qingyu's words, also cautiously began to deal with these so-called zombies. Huang stood still, his eyes filled with complexity as he watched the scene before him. The ability to change the structure of a virtual field in such a short time speaks volumes about Huang's technological strength. Moreover, the idea that Yan Qingyu proposed must have required a significant amount of data, yet Huang managed to complete it in such a short time. So, is there really a possibility that Huang could elevate the technological level of the interstellar community even further, especially in terms of mental power? Chapter 188 Return. Yan Qingyu's sword pierced sharply into the head of the insect beast, causing it to emit a fierce cry that stirred the surrounding battle even more. Damn it! They've climbed onto the back of the mecha. After shaking off 2 zombies, Leo's expression grew even uglier. Compared to the wheel tactics of the insect beasts, these zombies, resembling them, understood how to use wheel tactics even better. Focus, or we'll lose our defense behind us. Just as Dimmu finished speaking, a zombie sneaked past Leo's side, lunging straight at Yun-E, who had his back turned to the battle. Watch out! Before Dimmu could finish his warning, Lina leaped behind Yun-E, blocking the zombie's attack. Unfortunately, after the claws pierced her back, Lina's figure quickly vanished from their sight. Don't talk now, just focus. Ignoring Leo's daze, Dimmu resumed his attack. Leo also pulled himself together and continued to fight. In the end, Yan Qingyu's team emerged, filled with vigor. Although they had no casualties, they couldn't finish off so many zombies in time. They were simply kicked out of the virtual field when the time was up. So what is the point of designing this thing? Sin looked at Yan Qingyu in exhaustion. What? Isn't this fair? In the virtual field, there are not only insect beasts but also humans. Yan Qingyu innocently nodded. She had come up with this design with such malicious intent in mind. Since we're talking about fairness, let us make it fair for everyone. This way, the virtual field will be even more fun. Yan Qingyu is right, Huang. Since you want the power of technology and don't want to decline in strength, under our alliance, the technology one can provide is just this. Only explain softly. Furthermore, everything in a virtual field is data, not real people or insect beasts. Huang lowered his gaze, not responding. Yan Qingyu didn't care what they were thinking. Anyway, no matter what they thought, there would be no better solution than this. By the way, I need to return to Planet 250 soon. You all can train on your own during this time. After saying this, Yan Qingyu turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Huang directly grabbed her. Leaving? I want to go too. Yan Qingyu looked a bit surprised. Why do you want to go? You have to stay here and watch over Hong, don't you? No need. I want to go too. After Hong inexplicably said this, Yan Qingyu's trip changed from being solo to several people. Yan Qingyu sat on the spaceship, her gaze fixed on the blue planet not far away. It was a magical place that had nurtured humanity for many years, yet it still possessed powerful vitality. Her roots were there, and if one day she could age normally, she hoped to be buried there. Qingyu, are you going to see your friends? Xuanyi had never been out of the capital star, and this time she insisted on coming along. Yun, he was unable to leave as he was healing Lina. Dimmu stayed behind to help Huizi deal with matters, and Sun and Lin also remained in the capital star to assist the insect beasts migrating there. So this trip consisted of Yan Qingyu, Huang, Hong, and a noisy Xuanyi and Leo. Yes, I also plan to see them. Also plan to? Yan Qingyu's trip seemed to have another purpose, but she didn't say anything, and no one could figure it out. Chapter 189, Finding Old Friends. Yan Qingyu's intention for this trip was to return to Earth to find humans like herself. That was the grave she had personally dug. She should be able to find some trace of it. Whether she had truly returned to a normal human life still required some evidence to prove. Huang and Hong were concerned about whether she could live for a long time. However, she didn't care about that. She was more concerned about whether she was normal. This was the reason she wanted to take this trip. After arriving, Yan Qingyu did not immediately go to the academy to find Zili and the others, but instead went to find the gravestone she had once set up for that person. Where is this? After stepping down, Xuanyi was stunned by the sight before her. Is this where you used to live? How does it compare to where we insect beasts live? Huang glanced at the environment and could only say it was even worse than where he lived. Low-level insect beasts probably wouldn't even want to come here. Don't underestimate this place. It used to be a magical location on Earth. Do you remember the poison insects I used for Huizi and the others? Yan Qingyu smiled faintly. Arriving here, she noticed that although the mountain had changed somewhat, the changes were not significant. Perhaps because humanity had long since migrated away from Earth. This primitive place had not changed much. Your poison insects came from here? Hong understood what she meant, while the others looked confused. No, this poison insect was a gift from an old friend. As she said this, her gaze suddenly became vacant, as if recalling something. You want to use him to assess your situation? Hong understood Yan Qingyu's reason for coming here, and his expression became serious. Wait, even if you want to find that old friend, are you sure he still has his remains? Leo, unusually alert, stopped the group. A long time had passed since Yan Qingyu's era compared to now, and not to mention whether any insect beast had discovered and completely consumed the remains. Just the passage of time meant that a human body could not possibly last this long without decaying. I'm not sure, but he did tell me that at the time. After saying this, Yin Qingyu withdrew her gaze and continued walking. Why are we going down? Just now. I thought Yin Qingyu's gaze indicated she would head up the mountain, but unexpectedly, the group went straight down instead. The wonders of this mountain are more than you can imagine. Yin Qingyu led them down into the cave. There was no path ahead, only water. Water can indeed sustain itself for a while without damage, but it seemed Yin Qingyu couldn't. Hong looked curiously at the strange scene before him. This shouldn't have water. In the early days of humanity, all places with water were thoroughly investigated. Earth, once humanity's homeland, was a key area for detection. Almost every place with water had been checked, and no drinkable water had ever been found. Although they had not found drinkable water, there were indeed maps of water resources. Clearly, this place showed that there was no water. Can't you detect the underground river? We all know that humans had underground water. Huang scoffed, saying he knew humanity used to have underground rivers and groundwater. How could they not detect water resources? Not being able to detect it is normal. This place is already beyond the depth of underground water deposits. Yin Qingyu calmly replied. Once this water was more abundant, but unfortunately, it has long been overexploited by humanity to this extent. Therefore, it is also normal that later generations could not conduct in-depth investigations here. The water here sparkled with a hint of excitement in Hong's eyes. Chapter 190. Changing Clothes at the Stone Door. Yin Qingyu chuckled lightly, drawing everyone's attention back to her. Indeed, the water here is pure and drinkable. The water beneath this cave has not been discovered by humans and has not been polluted. At least Yin Qingyu thought it would be relatively easy for her to get in. Then can we use this water to make nutrient solution? Leo was thrilled that they finally had pure water to make nutrient solution. Yin Qingyu smiled faintly, but did not speak. How deep it is down there, and whether it's enough for our use is another matter. Hong looked very clear about this. Are we going down into the water now? I used my spiritual power to check, and there are no other exits nearby. I couldn't find the edge either. This lake is quite large. Huang was also seeing this for the first time. This is pure water, which is almost non-existent in the interstellar space. The drinkable water on Capital Star doesn't even meet the standard of pure water. Well, let's go down into the water. Hong can go find someone to test it, and I'll go first. Yin Qingyu knew what Hong wanted to do, but she had to find a corpse first. No, we should go together. The others were worried about Yin Qingyu going into the water alone, so they all followed her in. Phew, I almost couldn't hold my breath. Xuanyi lazily lay on the shore, gasping for fresh air. This waterway was longer than they had imagined, and without Yin Qingyu leading the way, it might have taken them even more time. This is... Leo looked up and saw this strange place. Before them was a huge stone passage. This was the palace built by their hidden tribe. Perhaps it didn't seem as high-tech as Capital Star to you, but in that era, this craftsmanship was considered top-notch. Yin Qingyu took out a pile of dry clothes from her space and handed them to them. The few looked at the pile of cloth strips on the ground, puzzled. What is this clothing? Yin Qingyu turned back to glance at the day's group and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. I only have female styles of clothes from the 21st century, but I do have quite a few male ancient costumes. These male styles are loose and just fit them perfectly. No, it's fine. I think we can just wear our wet clothes. Who can wear these complicated clothes? Xuanyi, being taller than Yin Qingyu, could only wear ancient costumes. But these strips, who can understand how to wear them? It's better to change. I vaguely remember there's a fire door not far away. We're dry enough, but if we're wet when we get there, we will definitely be burned by the fire of the door. Yin Qingyu was utterly shocked by this design, so even after so many years, she still remembered this place. Upon hearing this, the others felt a chill and hurriedly began to put on the clothes on the ground, following Yin Qingyu's movements. This one looks good. Xuanyi looked at the light pink dress Yin Qingyu was wearing, and once again shed envious tears. This was bought in the 21st century. Naturally, the colors are bright and beautiful, which you can't wear. Yin Qingyu had also been one of those who went crazy buying hanfu. After all, after watching too many fantasy dramas, those clothes are obviously different from ancient clothing. Thankfully, she bought so many, otherwise, She wouldn't have been able to find an ancient costume suitable for her to demonstrate to them. She had always dressed in male clothing in a modern world, and only bought so many female outfits in recent times. The group didn't linger in small talk, but walked together into the eerie stone path. After walking for a long time, they indeed saw a large stone door. Flames of moderate size flickered beside the stone door, looking rather unthreatening. Too much time has passed. They're probably ISNTNE. Before Leo could finish, Yan Qingyu threw the damp cloth from her space. As the cloth approached the stone door, the two small flames suddenly flared up, engulfing the entire door in flames. However, the passage behind the door was also ignited, suddenly illuminating the inside. Few people come here. I estimate that some things he once did have not become ineffective. Yan Qingyu calmly retracted her hand, her gaze casually sweeping into the stone door. Chapter 191. The tomb built for her. As the group entered through the stone door, they discovered a whole new world inside. So big, Xuanyi widened her eyes at the scene before her. Even Huang's eyes showed surprise. What era does this belong to? Was it possible to achieve this in the 21st century? Huang took a look and couldn't help but ask. This craftsmanship would require tremendous effort, even in the interstellar era, with mechas to complete. But here it looks very ancient and doesn't seem like something from the 21st century at all. When exactly is this from? And who could achieve such a level? Humans in ancient times could create many things that later generations could not imagine. Each generation has its thoughts. However, this tomb is exceptional both then and now. Yan Qingyu smiled faintly as she spoke. Is this a tomb chamber? Leo still had a bit of cultural foundation. He had seen references to tomb chambers in ancient texts, but seeing it for real still shocked him. I don't know what this guy wanted, but building this tomb chamber means I might still be able to see him again. Yan Qingyu's gaze was suddenly drawn to the images on the wall. Her expression darkened. The others noticed something was off with her and followed her gaze to the wall. This is the life story of the tomb owner? Han wasn't very sure. Most tombs on Earth have long been excavated, after Earth became abandoned. The tombs were mostly destroyed. This is the first time seeing such a complete tomb, even with an epitaph. Yan Qingyu's slender fingers slowly glided over the stone wall. The uneven traces under her fingers made her reminisce about the past. Back then, we referred to each other as brothers, meeting in the rivers and lakes, walking hand in hand. Unfortunately, human lifespan is so short, and men gradually grow old, but she remains as youthful as ever. He discovered back then that I was cross-dressing as a man, took me in as his sister, and allowed me to enjoy the best treatment in the tribe. As they walked, the others listened. Xuanyi felt a bit sore looking at the mural. Qingyu, did he like you? Yan Qingyu was taken aback. No one had ever said that about her relationship with that person. How could that be? Our relationship was merely transactional. He provided me with the best treatment, and I raised his child well. After that, I left this place. Yan Qingyu would never stay in one place for too long. Even if the hidden tribe was a mysterious group, she couldn't remain forever young and immortal. Thinking this way, she pretended to die and left once the child reached adulthood. The others looked at the murals along the corridor and then at Yan Qingyu walking ahead, feeling a bit helpless. Qingyu, the mural was carved starting from when he met you. Most of it depicts you and him together. Look at this painting. Hong suddenly spoke up, and before Yan Qingyu could understand why, she thought he had discovered something. Approaching the painting, she found nothing special and looked back at Hong in confusion. He once thought you were a man and was quite troubled, but upon discovering you were a woman here, he felt very happy. Hong pointed at the mural and explained as he walked. He discovered your secret. He wants to be like you, not wanting you to see his aging appearance. He began to concoct an elixir for longevity. Xuanyi and Leo, who were walking behind, were confused. What does this mean? Has Yan Qingyu never aged? And what kind of elixir is this? Were ancient people really this amazing? He finally realized that his efforts were meaningless, but he didn't want to be just a passerby in your memory. He wanted to leave traces of his existence. Therefore, he planned to place his corpse in this mountain, hoping that one day, when you return here, you would see his remains and remember him. They reached the end of the mural, and after Hong's explanation, Xuanyi couldn't help but cry. This tomb was built for Yan Qingyu from the beginning, even if the tomb owner didn't want Yan Qingyu to forget him. It indeed existed because of her. Since he couldn't achieve immortality with Yan Qingyu, he would leave behind the body he had tried to preserve, so she could always remember that such a person once existed. It would be the deepest memory in her long life. Chapter 192. The rising floor, the few of them fell silent at this point. This bond was too heavy, spanning thousands of years, consuming so much energy, just so that the person they cared about wouldn't forget them. In hindsight, his decision wasn't wrong. Qingyu had returned. She came back with relatively deep memories. The group stood there, unsure of how to proceed next. Qingyu was silent for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. "Let's go." After saying this lightly, she turned and walked away. However, the others called out to her, looking at the path ahead with complex expressions. "Qingyu, it seems there's only this path." They had followed the mural in, and there was only this one route. Qingyu ignored their calls and walked straight to the front of the mural. With a movement of her delicate hand, she pressed into the wall, creating a large pit. The corridor at the bottom suddenly shook and slowly began to sink before them. Wait, the wall collapsed. Xiuni looked on in shock at the scene before her. Of course, Liu was equally astonished, and Hong couldn't help but feel excited. Is this the wisdom of the ancients? No, the ground is rising. Qingyu stepped aside, revealing the large pit behind her. Only the floor they were standing on was rising, while the floor behind Qingyu was continuously descending until it turned pitch black. What are we going up for? Did he build the tomb above? Liu and Xiuni were chattering nervously, while only Huang cast a disdainful glance. He really told you a lot. You actually remembered it after so long. Qingyu looked at Huang with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Of course he would tell me everything. After his death. His child raised me, and this tomb is meant for his descendants, so I must guard it. From the beginning, Qingyu had only regarded this as a reasonable and fair exchange. She hadn't expected so much to be hidden within it. "Qingyu, your old friend is quite impressive." Hong praised softly, and even Huang had no rebuttal to this. In an era without mechas and the powerful bodies of beasts, this person was able to create so many miraculous things and even make the best use of natural conditions. If I'm not mistaken, there should have been snow on this mountain before. Hong's voice echoed in the dark space. Indeed, there was. At the top of the mountain, because there was snow above and deep water below, this place was chosen to exist as a tomb. Qingyu recalled the disapproval of many when that person wanted to make this place a tomb. Qingyu's eyelashes fluttered, just as the floor came to a stop. It's quite dark on this level. Everyone should be careful. Liu looked at the pitch-black area, a bit dazed. Qingyu remained silent. Only Huang's gaze was still fairly clear. "What are you doing?" Qingyu paused and then handed the lighter she had pulled from her space to Huang. "You light that side. I'll light this side." Qingyu flicked the lighter, producing a small flame that faintly illuminated their faces. Huang watched Qingyu's actions and followed suit. As the two set the fire on the stone wall, the flames spread again. However, this fire was very orderly, not attacking them in the slightest, but obediently adhering to the grooves on the stone wall, continuously glowing. "Corpse oil. This stuff is much better than kerosene." As soon as Qingyu said this, the others stiffened once again. What had Qingyu experienced here? Why did it seem like she had no shock at all regarding these things? While Hong and Huang couldn't discern anything, Xiuni and Liu exchanged glances, their shock even more apparent. Chapter 193, Opening the Coffin. You all seem to be having quite a fun time, Liu weakly remarked, followed by the loud sound of him swallowing. Xiuni shot him an annoyed glance, but as the cold wind blew, they couldn't help but move closer to Qingyu. "Don't be nervous. We won't use human corpse oil. This is animal corpse oil, and it's normal for there to be wind in this place. Otherwise, you would have suffocated from lack of oxygen as soon as you entered. Nowadays, there is an absurd amount of oxygen in the interstellar space. But on Earth thousands of years ago, in the mountains, where would there be such thick oxygen? So to survive in this mountain, they had to create a ventilation hole." Qingyu calmly walked ahead, with Hong and Huang closely following, while Xiuni and Liu were still trembling behind. "You were born too late. You probably haven't heard many ghost stories. If it were now, Qingyu!" Xiuni suddenly screamed, abruptly halting the group's progress. Qingyu turned back to find Xiuni and Liu standing dumbfounded a short distance away, with a huge pit appearing between them. "What is this?" Huang walked over to take a look, peering into the hole, it was still pitch black, but within sight were writhing blue-black snakes. They seemed very afraid of the light, poking their heads out and then quickly retreating. What is this? It's no wonder Huang is uneducated. This thing looks like a beast. But he's sure this is definitely not a beast. Not even a trace of spirit power. What kind of beast is this? Snakes. Huang frowned as he looked at the squirming things at the bottom of the pit. Logically, there should be no animals left in the interstellar space. Although the snake looked thin, it could still be classified as an animal. It should be a venomous snake. I remember this snake seems to be unique to this place, with a very high reproductive rate and strong venom. I'm not sure if it will kill you if bitten. Qingyu wasn't very certain about this. So Xuanyi and Liu were left waiting at the spot until they were ready to come out again. The rest of the path was relatively uneventful. The three stood in front of a stone door, staring at it, unsure of what to say. Qingyu sighed, placed her hand on the stone door, and gently pushed it open. These mechanisms were designed because he feared his tomb would be robbed, but the person verifying it now is me. Qingyu remembered that this tomb took a long time to build. Long enough for that person to go from having half-white hair to not changing in movement before it was completed. Of course, it now provided her with convenience. Once Qingyu entered, she saw a stone coffin suspended in midair. What is this? Is his body inside? Huang walked in and tugged at the chain hanging from the stone coffin. It was indeed inside. The ground was damp, but it was better in the air. I'll lower it first. After Qingyu finished speaking, she drew out her long sword, infused it with internal energy, and swiftly cut through the 4 iron chains. The stone coffin fell to the ground, but appeared to be unmoved. Let us open the coffin. Qingyu sheathed her sword and stepped in front of the stone coffin. Her eyes showed no extra emotions, but her slightly trembling hands revealed that her feelings were not as calm as they seemed. The three of them each stood at a corner, and Huang extended his tentacles, with one person lifting 2 corners, quickly raising the stone coffin. The moment the coffin opened, a strange odor spread throughout the space, causing Huang to frown. Chapter 194. Let us take him away. The corpse inside the coffin lay at the bottom, but its complete torso could still be vaguely seen. What is this liquid? Huang frowned. The smell was uncomfortable for his nose. It was abnormally pungent and unpleasant. I don't know, but they said this substance can preserve the integrity of the corpse. Qingyu's gaze was fixed on the coffin, her eyes never leaving it even as she answered Huang's question. Would the corpse still look like this if we pulled it out now? Huang glanced at the corpse in the coffin, unsure of what this substance was. In the interstellar realm, there was no need to preserve a person's body for so long. If the body was gone, it was gone, so he had no idea what this liquid was. Let us try to pull out a hand first. Qingyu slightly retracted her gaze and took out a grabbing clamp from her space, directly reaching into the coffin to retrieve the hand. The three of them stared intently at the hand they pulled out, without the green liquid obstructing it. They could see a pale and withered hand. Huang quickly stepped forward to take some samples into a bottle. Can it really still be used? Huang looked at the hand and suddenly felt a bit creeped out. Huang cut into the hand, but no blood flowed out. Instead, the hand exposed to the air began to darken. After taking the samples, Qingyu promptly placed the hand back into the coffin. I want to take some of this liquid with me. Huang said this, but acted decisively. Qingyu looked closely at the person still lying beneath the thick green liquid, a hint of sadness flashing in her eyes. Let us cover the coffin back up. For her sake, she actually came here to disturb someone else's grave. Qingyu lowered her eyes and walked to the coffin lid, waiting for Huang and Huang to come over. Just as she lowered her eyes, she noticed a line of writing on the coffin lid. What does this say? Who can understand this writing? Huang, seeing Qingyu suddenly bend down, also lowered himself to look. However, the characters on the coffin lid were very complex, and even though he had learned a little human writing, he still couldn't understand it. Huang remained silent, also looking at the writing on the coffin lid. Even though there were many strange liquids inside the coffin, the lid was remarkably clean. Huang couldn't decipher what it said either. It must be writing from an ancient era. Huang looked at Qingyu with some interest, only to find that her face was already covered in tears. Qingyu, what's wrong? Qingyu cried, deeply emotional. Huang and Huang were completely taken aback. Qingyu sobbed softly, ignoring their words. In a large, empty room, the sound of her quiet crying echoed. Huang glanced at the writing on the coffin lid with a complicated expression, realizing that it must be closely related to what was written there. Huang felt a loss. Not knowing what to do, Qingyu was usually very strong, seldom crying, but this time she cried intensely. However, she didn't cry for long. Once she regained her composure, her eyes slightly red, she gently traced her fingers over the coffin and stood up. Let us take him away. This place is for you to research, Hong. Call someone over. She originally came here for herself, intending to take the samples and have someone bury him properly afterward. But he had already told her what ending he wanted on the coffin lid. Qingyu, I know that seeing me again must be a significant opportunity for me, and I truly hope I can help you. If we meet again, could you let me be closer to you? Here, I'm all alone. After this visit, you probably want to come to see me again. I am truly despicable, having spent more than half my life with you, and still wanting you to remember me for 1,000 years and 10,000 years. Qingyu, I have never told you that I love you. I have wanted to tell you for a very long time. Chapter 195. What happened? Hong did indeed call some people to come and properly organize the place. This was a huge cultural treasure for the interstellar realm. As for the samples collected, they were sent back for thorough research. However, Qingyu had not yet sought out Zhe Li and the others and couldn't return for the time being. After calming her emotions, Qingyu didn't let Hong and the others worry anymore. Let us go. After seeing my friend, we can return. Qingyu had managed to recover, while Sun Yi and Liu were still digesting everything they had witnessed here. Even though Qingyu said to leave, the two of them remained in a daze, truly inexperienced. Huang looked at the two still in shock, feeling a little proud. You weren't this shocked when I first shared my secret with you, were you? Qingyu suddenly smiled faintly. The people and insect beasts here are actually very sincere. Perhaps it's because she was lucky to come to the interstellar realm and meet a group of people with pure hearts. This journey ended amidst Huang's teasing and Sun Yi's retorts. Are you really sure this is your academy? Sun Yi looked at the buildings not far away. She knew that low-level planets were desperately poor, but she didn't expect this planet to be impoverished to such an extent. Under the darkened sky, the campus gates had long disappeared. The entire street was eerily quiet. When they had flown over in the spaceship, the closer they got to the academy, the fewer people there were. However, academies were typically built in more remote areas, with mechs and spaceships being prevalent. It was a big deal to be a little farther from the crowd. But in this state, it truly didn't resemble a vibrant campus at all. There were no reports on the 250th planet on the light brain. No reports mean nothing has happened. So why is it so deserted now? Let's go take a look. Qingyu's expression had already darkened. Speaking of which, she hadn't received news from Zhe Li for quite some time. He used to send her video calls from time to time. But now, sending messages through the light brain yielded no response at all. As they approached, Sun Yi couldn't help but gasp. Human body parts were scattered here, and there seemed to be a strong smell of blood. But it should have been here for a while. Huang recognized at a glance what the bloody flesh on the ground was. Smelling the air, he felt that something bad must have happened at this school. This smell of blood is enough to indicate that there was once a massive slaughter here. Leader, let us quickly call someone to investigate. Liu considered Hong's presence and immediately opened his light brain to send a message. But he was quickly intercepted by Hong. Don't move, look at the sky. After Hong said this, the group looked up at the sky. The once blue sky was now covered by a black, network-like web. I'm afraid it's not that they don't want to speak, but that they can't. After Qingyu retracted her gaze, she gritted her teeth. This thing should have the ability to block information, so even though such a huge incident happened here, no one outside seems to know about it. We just arrived by spaceship. Will anyone notice? Sun Yi suddenly thought of this question and weakly raised her hand to ask. There shouldn't be any defensive measures. And this planet is quite remote. So few people come here. Those who do probably can't leave. It's just that the place we landed was far away. So even if they knew, they wouldn't bother with us. Hong briefly analyzed this black web. But the most important question now is they don't know what exactly happened. And if they charge in alone without support, can they escape smoothly? Chapter 196. Call for reinforcements. Qingyu and her group walked directly into the academy, and indeed, there were no extra people present. The academy was as quiet as an abandoned place. It seems this place has already fallen for several days. The smell of blood has not dissipated, but it is eerily empty. The negotiations between the insect beasts and humans have been going on for a few days. I think those so-called people from advanced planets must be the ones capable of achieving this level. Sun Yi frowned as she looked at the scene. The power of this technology combined with the speed at which they conquered this planet is remarkable. It has to be the work of advanced planet people. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been deployed so quickly. We should be cautious since they came with an army. Hong bit her lip. This time, not only they were in trouble, but also the innocent citizens of this planet. One misstep, and everyone would pay the price. Sun Yi and Leo, can you two fly the spaceship out? Hong thought for a moment. The only way was to send someone out to find reinforcements. Otherwise, they would be helpless. How we get out? Sun Yi was a bit dazed. She thought they would stay here and fight alongside Yin Qingyu. But now they were being asked to leave. And without knowing the enemy's strength, she didn't know if they could complete the mission. If they didn't complete the mission and didn't leave the spaceship for the leaders, then the leaders would indeed be isolated and helpless. Leave? Who knows if they started martial law after we came in? You humans talk about being kind and harmless, but you sure have a way of screwing over your own kind. Huang critically pointed out to them. However, from the frequent incidents in the galaxy, it is evident that human malice hasn't changed. It's just hidden and not known to the public. If we don't take a risk, we will all perish here. I suggest we leave together. Leo wouldn't leave the leaders behind, but if Yin Qingyu didn't leave, the leaders wouldn't leave either, not to mention Huang. We can't leave together. If we do, the people on this planet will truly have no hope. Yin Qingyu frowned and rebutted Leo's words. Once they knew someone escaped, and to avoid exposing their identities, living peacefully in the galaxy, the people on this planet would surely be slaughtered to cover up the truth. If they stayed here, they might still bring a glimmer of hope to the people here. Yin Qingyu's gaze shifted to the carefree Huang. Huang noticed Yin Qingyu's gaze and smiled even brighter. Huang, can you contact the nearby insect beasts? Have them go to the capital planet for reinforcements. After Yin Qingyu finished speaking, the others finally remembered Huang's uniqueness. As the insect king, his mental power could connect with any insect beast. But the distance between planet 250 and the capital planet was too far. Yin Qingyu didn't think he could contact Lin and the others. However, it should be possible to send nearby insect beasts to the capital planet to deliver the message. As long as they could delay some time, they could wait for reinforcements to arrive. I'm not human. Saving people doesn't fit my image. Whether these people live or die has nothing to do with me. And they're dying because of internal strife. So I haven't violated any interstellar or insect beast rules. He also doesn't believe these humans can truly do anything to him. So whether he helps with the reinforcements is irrelevant to him. Chapter 197. Split up. Yin Qingyu pursed her lips. Whether Huang helped or not didn't affect him. But without Huang's help, whether Zhe Li and the others could be safely rescued in the end was questionable. Huang, within my lifespan, I can accomplish one thing for you. Yin Qingyu inexplicably spoke, making the already tense atmosphere even more serious. What lifespan? Insect King, we are all on the same spaceship now. What if their technology can wipe you out here too? Sun Yi asked Yin Qingyu in confusion, but she was more angry at Huang's indifference to saving lives. Huang was taken aback when he heard Yin Qingyu, but quickly smiled. Okay, I've already contacted the nearby insect beasts. Now I just need to hide well and buy time for them to come. Although it was said to take advantage of the situation, Huang didn't want them to suffer any harm here. So he had already contacted the insect beast to call for help from the capital planet. As long as they weren't caught now, they just had to wait for the reinforcements to arrive. No, even if we aren't caught, we need to find Zhe Li and the others. Yin Qingyu was very clear about what desperate people would do when cornered. If they were to fight to the death, Zhe Li and the others would surely die here. We're going to look for them? How do we find them? Even if they are caught, they might not see them. Can you wake up? Huang was now in a can't believe you're that foolish mindset. For a few humans she hadn't known for long. Was she really disregarding her own safety? Exactly, I agree with Huang. Qingyu, you might have already lost your abilities. If something really happens, you will truly die this time. Yin Qingyu was too special, but given the current situation, they couldn't afford to be complacent. What if Yin Qingyu really died? I know that if I lose that ability, my lifespan will actually be shorter than yours. Without a long life, it would be impossible to meet friends like Zhe Li again, right? When Yin Qingyu said this, Many vague figures surfaced in her mind. Her lifespan was long, but she had also encountered people who genuinely wanted to become friends. To her, it was just a different kind of cooperation. Because of such people, she could meet them once every period. After experiencing so much in the galaxy, especially after seeing that person's grave, Qingyu had to admit that she was indeed just an ordinary person. Although her life was long, she had not forgotten human emotions. The group fell into silence, and after Qingyu planned their route, it seemed they could only follow her plan. "Qingyu, let's go that way." Huang and Qingyu walked deeper into the academy together. Qingyu's idea was to have Hong and the others study the technological strength of this place. As for her and Huang, they were going to look for people. Huang used some low-level insect beasts hidden here to vaguely locate where Zhe Li and the others were hiding. The two of them, with relatively high combat power, naturally charged in. They hadn't actually walked far. In fact, they had only moved from the school gate to the back mountain. On this journey, there was truly no one left in the academy. It's not that they are not here. It's just that we can reach them faster by taking the path from the back mountain. Huang briefly replied to Qingyu's question. Upon hearing this, Qingyu froze. Perhaps Huang was unaware of the reason behind it. However, Qingyu had already asked Yiju before leaving. The reason he brought them to the back mountain was that beyond the back mountain lay their military base. Chapter 198. Capturing people. Huang lay on the grass, looking at the distant buildings with a puzzled expression. "Are you sure we should go in, just the two of us?" Although he was not afraid of humans, entering in this situation could very likely lead to an attack on them. Wouldn't that be a breach of contract? Huang's mind suddenly couldn't keep up. Human thoughts were indeed far more complex than those of insect beasts. The idea of self-proclamation as king simply did not exist among insect beasts. "Let's go. Stay hidden." Qingyu planned to first find the location of Zhe Li and the others. Once she saw them, she would be assured of not being threatened. The two quickly infiltrated the military, which, although also quiet, had more people than the academy. From the craftsmanship of the mechas, it was clear that these people were not from this planet. They were from a higher-level planet. And the ones able to occupy the academy and the military on this planet were likely a small military force from some advanced planet. Their numbers were not more than those from Planet 250, but their combat power should be significantly higher. However, Qingyu and Huang intentionally concealed themselves. And indeed, no one was able to detect them. No, this was previously a military base, and the insect beasts on this planet are of a very low level. There are no insect beasts within the military base. Huang interrupted Qingyu's words without thinking. He knew she was eager to find someone, but now they could only search room by room slowly. Unless, after checking a few locations, Qingyu lost her patience. She directly followed a lone soldier into his room. By the time Huang realized and caught up, Qingyu had already knocked the man down to the ground. "There's no time. I use some drugs." The direct use of drugs would only make him unconscious, and when he woke up, he might shout in a frenzy. As Huang was speaking, he saw Qingyu begin to search the man's body. You're a girl. How can you be so reckless? You're light brain." Qingyu threw the light brain. She found a Huang while her gaze remained fixed on the man on the ground. "Don't worry, I don't need him to talk. I just need him to wake up for a bit." After saying this, Qingyu placed a vial under the man's nose. He frowned and quickly opened his eyes. Seeing the two in front of him, he wanted to scream, but was terrified to find he couldn't make any sound. His light brain was hanging on the hand of the man across from him, just as he tried to push Qingyu away and escape. Two tentacles wrapped tightly around him. It seemed the man finally realized the difference between the two and obediently stopped moving. "Where are the people you captured? Where are they?" The man looked at Qingyu in horror, but quickly shook his head. "Don't pretend you don't know. Your living quarters are very close to the central area, and you live alone in such a large room. How could you not know?" Qingyu was not someone who just caught anyone. She could only find a lone soldier, and recognizing one was easier, but she had observed for a long time to determine whether the person she captured knew the central information. Furthermore, your numbers are not greater than those from the academy and the military. Each of you should have contributed in some way, especially the lone soldiers classified as reserves. They're the ones handling the aftermath. This person definitely knows where Zhe Li and the others are being held. If you don't cooperate, you'll be strangled. As Qingyu said this, Huang's tentacles suddenly tightened, and the expression on the man's face turned more pained. He raised the only finger he had to point at his throat, indicating he couldn't speak. However, Yin Qingyu had no intention of letting him talk. Just point out where they are. Yin Qingyu's light brain display was thrust in front of the man. It was a structural distribution map of the military base here. Chapter 199. Finding where did you get this thing? Huang asked in surprise, but Yin Qingyu did not answer him. The bound man felt the tightening tentacles and thought he was about to suffocate. He shook his head frantically at the light brain in Yin Qingyu's hand. Not saying? Then you'll just have to sacrifice yourself here. As soon as Yin Qingyu finished speaking, the tentacles tightened even more. The man's head shook faster, and tears welled up in his eyes. Huang looked at the man impatiently, his killing intent becoming more evident. Yin Qingyu paused, suddenly turned the light brain towards herself, tapped on it for a while, then turned the screen towards the man again. This is the layout map of the entire planet. Just point roughly to where it is. Sure enough, under Yin Qingyu's method, the man's free hand pointed straight to a direction. Chief, what should we do now? Leo didn't know what to say. But in the current situation, he and Sun Yi couldn't help at all. Only Hong could complete the connection to the star network. As long as the star network was connected, even without Hong and the others intervening, other survivors would spread the news. Now, Hong needed to break through this obstacle. Logically, Hong's ability should not require much effort to crack this. However, it had been a long time already, and there was still no progress. We don't need to do anything. Just wait for Yin Qingyu and the other signal, Hong said, frowning as he looked at the blue data on the light brain. After thinking for a long time, he finally put down the light brain. Let's go. Give up on this school? Are we leaving here now? Leo didn't understand, but he obediently followed the chief's orders and ran with Hong. We now have 3 locations to find. We have already dealt with the shielding device at the school, but we still need to tackle the military base and the Lei family's auction house. After looking for a long time, Hong found that the source was not in technology. After all, in the entire star system, there was no one who could surpass him in this regard. However, the shielding devices were different. In the past, there had been attempts to use small shielding devices to blend in the virtual field. But those shielding devices would be automatically recognized if used for a long time. However, the 3 shielding devices now clearly had a significant shielding effect and could only be destroyed by brute force. Where's the military base? Sun Yi asked, planning to split up and search, given the current situation. Leo had to guard Hong, while Sun Yi went alone to find and destroy the shielding device at the military base. Okay, be careful. Hong agreed with this plan, and the 3 of them parted ways at the school. Therefore, when Yin Qingyu and Sun Yi met, both sides were clearly a bit uneasy. Haven't you solved it yet? Yin Qingyu almost immediately realized that Sun Yi had come out to carry out a mission, not to assist them. The chief said, there is a shielding device here. I need to find it and destroy it. Sun Yi did not expect that Yin Qingyu and the others would actually come here. Then you search. We'll leave first, Huang said, pulling Yin Qingyu, wanting to leave. However, Yin Qingyu stood still, staring directly at Sun Yi. This military base is large, and while there aren't many guards here, there are still quite a few. We can complete our tasks together and leave. Yin Qingyu thought very simply. Even if they knew where Zili and the others were being held, what significance would it have? With so many people from advanced planets with mechas here, it was impossible for the 5 of them to break through the encirclement with others. Chapter 200 Auction House with the cover of Yin Qingyu and Huang. Xuanyi easily found the jamming device. Phew, it seems there shouldn't be too many people here. If we 5 are careful, it should be fine. After destroying the jamming device, Xuanyi felt much more relaxed. Now, only the jamming device at the Lei family auction house was not found, and Lei Ao was a person from the Lei family. Isn't it easy for him to find the jamming device? Heh, Huang scoffed coldly, finding Xuanyi's conclusion incredibly foolish. No, the real danger should be from Lei Ao and the others. Yin Qingyu secretly increased her speed, continuously heading toward the Lei family auction house. The leaders have controlled this area, but if we can't get into the auction house, we won't be able to find the jamming device. Initially, they thought Xuanyi's side would be more dangerous, considering Lei Ao was familiar with their auction house, which is why he came here. Who would have thought that this side was also heavily guarded? It's over. Just one auction house, and there are so many people here. So isn't Xiuani's side? Lei Ao started to feel frustrated, thinking that they should have acted together with 3 people. Don't worry, their people should be concentrated here now. Xiuani's side shouldn't have too much going on. Hong calmly huddled with Lei Ao, and the data on the light brain kept surging. Xiuani had succeeded. At the speed she was going, it was too fast, either because there was no one there or she found help. The first possibility is greatly ruled out. The military outpost couldn't possibly be unfallen. It was likely the first place to fall, so there must be someone stationed there. The second possibility is Qingyu and the others should have returned with Xiuani. The guards here are strict, and they might all be inside. Hong's gaze shifted to a nearby building. The crowd surrounding it was enough to indicate they must have discovered someone entering the planet. To be on the safe side, they were watching these captives, also ensuring they didn't break in. The two remained silent for a long time. Now they definitely couldn't go in. Hong's physical abilities were too low, and without a mech, no matter how strong his mental power, overuse would still harm him. Lei Ao was alone and had to protect Hong, making it impossible to break through the layers of encirclement. They could only wait for Yin Qingyu to return. This wait didn't last long, but the time spent was too long. The sky had already darkened. Only the bright lights shone in the darkness. Can your auction house manage so many people? Yin Qingyu had been to the Lei family's auction house before. However, the places she could reach then weren't many, and from what she knew, the auction house was actually not that big. At least it couldn't accommodate so many student soldiers. There were actually 3 floors here. The first floor was the hall. The second floor mostly consisted of rooms, but the leader said these people should have evacuated here, so the second floor was likely where they were staying. Lei Ao carefully explained the structure of this auction house, even drawing a rough sketch on the ground. But the first floor had no defensive measures, so people were very likely locked in the basement. Usually, our treasures are placed inside. These materials come from the capital star and have strong anti-theft properties. Only under such conditions can people be bound below. Then let's force our way in. Lei Ao, you take care of rescuing them, and we'll provide cover. Xiuani decisively made the decision, but Lei Ao just shook his head after hearing it. I've only been here once, and I'm not familiar with the basement. Moreover, the last jamming device is inside. My light brain can't be used, I can't open permissions, and I can't unlock restrictions. Lei Ao's permissions here are the highest. Ordinary employees can only turn switches on and off one by one, but using his permissions can unlock all restrictions at once. Chapter 2, a 100, they still managed to get in. However, the way they entered was somewhat bizarre. How'd you know we are good at digging? Huang frowned and complained while digging. He remembered he had never mentioned this to Yin Qingyu. I knew it when you first took me to your cave. To dig such a large underground palace, it would be impossible without skilled hands. Just right, this insect race is all proficient at digging, which saved Yin Qingyu some effort. Damn it, can't we just wait for the capital star people to come and rescue us? Huang couldn't call the insect beasts for help. The insect beasts here are too low level. Their bodies are large, and once they come in, they would be slaughtered by humans. But what he suggested was also extremely unscientific. By the time reinforcements arrived, the people inside would definitely become hostages. So after Huang went through a lot of hardships, things finally took a turn for the better. They should be digging now, but there must be someone guarding above. Once they alert them, they still won't be able to take away the hostages. Huang stopped, looking at the thick soil, unsure whether to continue digging. Hearing this, Yin Qingyu finally moved. She threw out a pile of food from her space. Eating now, we need to maintain our strength. Except for Yin Qingyu, the others obediently munched on snacks. Yin Qingyu picked up the remote control on the ground and pressed it, then began to eat with them. The group was deep underground, unaware of what was happening above. However, those on the surface clearly heard the sound of explosions. The force of the explosion was so great that even the buildings shook. What happened? A man in black entered the room and questioned the people sitting inside. A few people seemed to have blended in a few days ago. Now they've come to our side, and we don't know what actions they've taken. The man in the upper position spoke, causing everyone present to become alert. Which planet did they come from? We absolutely must not let them go. Yes. If the leaders find out we did this, we will definitely be sentenced to death. Why haven't we gone to capture those few people yet? The crowd chattered, but the man in the upper position said nothing. He stood up and was about to leave. Yuchi, where are you going? Leaving at this time will only make them more panicked. I want to go see what these people are doing on our territory. After Yuqi finished speaking, he left alone, and the remaining people chatted for a while before following him out. Meanwhile, Huang began to work again underground. Was that tremor caused by you? This momentum was even greater than that of a heavy energy cannon. But it was precisely because of the unexpected attack that many people in the auction house left. Now was the best time to go in and rescue people. Sure enough, when Huang dug out a hole, there were no guards left here. Liao, hurry up and work. After Huang finished speaking, he lay down on one side. The others also quickly began searching. Occasionally, they encountered a few people, but they were all knocked out. Damn it, where did they lock everyone up? This underground space is quite large, in such a big place. There are actually no facilities to hold a few people. They must be locked in the heavy treasure vault. Let's head straight there. Lei Ao made a decisive conclusion, and the others hurriedly followed his lead. When they found the so-called heavy treasure vault, Xuanyi was almost stunned by the heavy door. It's over. Let's go find the shielding device. Otherwise, we won't be able to get in at all. No need for that. Just confirm the direction. You all go call Huang to dig a tunnel, and I'll go find the shielding device. Qingyu said this and was about to turn away, but she was directly pulled back by Huang. I'll go with you. You might slow down my escape. This time, Qingyu decided not to bring anyone along. Huang would dig the tunnel underground, while Huang would send commands to the capital star the moment she destroyed the shielding device. Chapter 202. Killing Qingyu walked alone to the first floor. Many people had left the auction house, but there were still guards at the passage from the first to the second floor. If Qingyu forced her way through, they would quickly report to the higher-ups. Thus, she did not act immediately. After all, their light brains were unusable. Could these people's light brains still work? Unless they had a seawater and bomb combo to call back those who had just left, otherwise they could only send someone to call for reinforcements. This back and forth would greatly stretch the time, wouldn't it? However, Qingyu did not wait too long. Timing her move, she stepped out lightly. She skillfully evaded a few people using her lightness skill. For those she couldn't avoid, Qingyu simply sealed their throats with a single sword strike. In a situation like this, she had no intention of sparing their lives. After all, they would eventually die anyway, so why bother? Unfortunately, her actions were discovered as she approached the stairwell. Who are you? Quick, grab her. Qingyu blended in among them, slipping through their captures like a fish in water. With one strike of her sword, she was able to kill several people. Be careful of her weapon. As soon as this warning was issued, the mechs behind her stepped forward, somewhat hesitant in the hall, but to them, 3 or 4 mechs against a single female soldier was more than enough. The 3 mechs surrounded Qingyu, who stood in the center with her sword drawn, not making any rash moves. Kill her. She has already killed people. The body she had just slain lay exposed before their eyes, instilling a sense of fear in them. Although they had indeed defected, they had only confined people underground without killing anyone. But Qingyu came in and started killing, which undoubtedly showed that the rules meant nothing to her. They were still afraid. When Yoshi and Lindsay arrived at the military base in their spaceship, there was a clear surprise in their eyes. Is that a heavy energy cannon? Lindsay said, then shook his head in denial. Heavy energy cannons are extremely rare and are closely monitored even on high-level planets. How could they possibly appear here for no reason? But nothing else could reach this level except for a heavy energy cannon. Lindsay rarely spoke this much. They knew that a small spaceship had entered in the past few days. But with that spaceship size, it could only carry 4 or 5 people at most. Could these 4 or 5 people have obtained a heavy energy cannon? The two looked towards a military base not far away. The houses that should have stood tall had now become a dark ruin. They had only come to search for survivors here. Yet on the pitch-black land, almost no signs of life could be seen. Who could it be? Lindsay couldn't help but cry out in pain as he looked at the few bodies being carried out at the scene. Who dares to use such violent means to kill these people? Did you find anything around? Yoshi was calmer than Lindsay. Now, he wanted to find the person who had caused this destruction. Also, during the search, if you find that person, do not approach him. This person has a heavy energy cannon and shows no fear of killing. What could make him disregard interstellar laws so completely? Chapter 203. Execution Order. Yoshi still hadn't found the information he wanted, but Qingyu was using her internal energy to destroy all the mechs around her. Taking advantage of their alternating times, Qingyu used her lightness skill to run upstairs. If their inference was correct, the shielding device would definitely be placed in an important area that they could control. This place could only be. Qingyu directly arrived in a spacious conference room. Hong had told her that the shielding device couldn't be placed directly next to people. Therefore, the only place to hide the shielding device was here, a place that wouldn't have residents, but where they occasionally gathered. However, looking around, she couldn't see the shielding device at all. Qingyu heard hurried footsteps outside. There was no time to think further. She sheathed her sword and took out another weapon from her space. At this moment, only a whip could bring the fastest destructive power. Qingyu wielded an iron whip, infusing it with her immense internal energy and swiftly striking around the room. The entire room instantly became chaotic. Quick, don't let her destroy the shielding device. The people outside heard the commotion. However, just as they entered the room and hadn't done anything to Qingyu, the few mechs that came in began to dissolve continuously. Be careful of the liquid above your head. Qingyu didn't even know when she had placed the corrosive liquid there. This substance had been mentioned by Hong before as being extremely dangerous. It was forbidden for Qingyu to use or create it. Moreover, it was too costly to find some herbs in the interstellar space. So she had very little corrosive liquid left. But fortunately, it seemed to still have some use at the moment. The chaos outside actually didn't affect Qingyu. Instead, it gave her enough time to find and destroy the shielding device. The moment the shielding device was destroyed, the sky above planet 250 lost a layer of dark film and became somewhat brighter. Hong quickly sent instructions to the capital star and disseminated information about the situation here. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Leo hurriedly used his authority to lift the underground restrictions. However, such a large disturbance caused those still fighting Qingyu on the ground to dwindle. They all ran underground. What are they still doing inside? Aren't they coming out? Leo blocked the road firmly in his mech, waiting for these people to retreat safely first, but the door had been open for a while, and only a few people had walked out of the room. They're seriously injured and can't walk. Leo never expected that this group of people would be mistreated. What a bunch of scum, not even sparing captives. However, Leo himself was also in a precarious situation, quickly entering to bring people out. Huang's work underground also bore fruit, with a big hole opened. Many people could go down directly from here without needing to take a long detour. Seeing the suddenly bright sky, Yochi's expression became serious. Not good. Our light brains have restored information. Lindsay also noticed the problem. Yochi, the restoration of information on the main brain means the main brain will definitely know. You don't need to be too surprised. We had already considered the consequences before doing this. No, the main brain has issued an execution order. This is the second execution order since the establishment of the interstellar system. The first was issued due to human division, as some took advantage of the chaos during the apocalypse. The second time it would be for them? How is that possible? Yochi raised his light brain and saw a bright red execution order displayed on the homepage. This execution order even detailed the current situation on planet 250 as if the main brain itself were present here. Chapter 204. They won't let them go. Yuchi reacted quickly. The leader must be here as well, but this time, the leader was destined to become their enemy. So he went straight to the auction house without a second thought. When they arrived at the auction house, they found a scene of devastation inside. It had almost been cleared out. How is that possible? There are still quite a few of us left here. How could they not even stop a few people? Even if the leader came here in person, there would only be at most 5 people on a spaceship. How could 5 people achieve this? Go down. Yuchi just took a glance and didn't look again. He hurried down to the underground. The situation underground was clearly much worse than above. Someone from the Lei family followed him. When he saw the wide-open door, he knew that high-ranking members of the Lei family must have come. However, the large hole in the room and the chaotic traces on the ground were enough to show that this group of people had no strength left to clean up the scene. Yuchi, be careful. Something seems off over there. Just as Yuchi was about to lean over to check the hole underground, Lin Zi shouted anxiously. But Yuchi ignored him and walked to the edge of the hole, lightly dipping his finger into a bit of liquid, then stood up. Is this blood? Such bright red blood? Yuchi said nothing, but stood in front of a soldier lying on the ground and pulled him up, pouring the blood into his mouth. What are you doing? What if he dies? Lindsay looked at the soldier, whose mental power was violently shaking with anxiety. If he really killed the person, they would never be able to turn back. How? Do you think we can still turn back? Lindsay, we did this thing, and we're destined to oppose the entire star system. Lindsay stood there in a daze, not understanding Yuchi's words. Yuchi no longer spoke to him and directly jumped down into the hole, urging the people behind him to follow. Lindsay's heart suddenly trembled, and he came to his senses. The people underground also moved suddenly, but quickly returned to calm. Quick, check on him. Lindsay eagerly pulled the person up, but upon closer inspection, he found that the soldier's mental power seemed to be less violently agitated. Wait, feed him all the blood over there. Yuchi was not like Lindsay. Since the military base had been destroyed, it didn't matter how many people were inside. This only meant that the leader had given them the power to kill this group of traitors. When they returned, their fate would probably not be much better than those who died at the military base. Therefore, it was best to have the leader in their control. With so many injured people leaving, they certainly wouldn't go too far. However, with every step they took, Yuchi's heart was only getting faster. This hole was too big and well dug, but they knew that the spaceship had only arrived here a few days ago. In such a short time, could 5 people really dig out this passage? The more Yuchi walked, the more urgent he became, and the heavy footsteps of the group behind him made the people not far away's hearts race as well. Qingyu, why don't you all escape first? We'll be fine. After all, he will only torture us a little. We won't die. Qishu calmed down and decisively abandoned the idea of going out with Yin Qingyu. To save their group, they would have to eliminate all the soldiers left at the auction house, which would be a lot of effort for just Yin Qingyu. But with the 5 of them working hard, it would be enough. Yin Qingyu was even more seriously injured, continuously bleeding from his mouth along the way. What are you thinking? It's impossible now. We've killed so many of them. Huang's forehead was also covered in sweat. Creating this passage had already cost him a lot of effort, and now they couldn't possibly confront those people head-on. Chapter 205. The seawater bomb combination. To think of betraying the star system. This kind of courage and intelligence is enough to show he's been noticed. This battle is one where either you die or I die. If Zhe Li and the others are captured again, they will only be killed. Qingyu, we have let you down. Zhe Li was quiet for the first time in front of Yin Qingyu. Yin Qingyu's current state could not withstand their noise. They were students and were actually not too badly injured, but Ju, as a soldier, had suffered much more. Up until now, he had been carried by a mech. Let's not talk about this now. We just need to buy time and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Yin Qingyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and frowned as he looked toward the depths of the cave. Han also stood up, placing the light brain screen in front of them. Everyone, don't worry. I've already contacted the capital star. Let's find a place to hide first. Everyone hold on a little longer. Han's voice was always reassuring. However, Huang let out a cold snort at an inopportune moment. Hi, you say that nicely. But I heard from Lin that they still need half a day to get here at the fastest speed. Where can we hide with these injured people to last through this half day? Even if it's just the 5 of us, we might not guarantee not being discovered. And now we have a bunch of injured people. Don't worry, we'll go slowly. Let's head to the school first. After Yin Qingyu said this, he couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood, just in time spraying it onto Ju's face, which made Huang's gaze shift directly there. He had been tortured by the smell of Yin Qingyu's blood all the way, but unfortunately, this mouthful of blood ended up on someone else. However, Huang didn't move. If he drank Yin Qingyu's blood, he might uncontrollably want more, which would be troublesome. The remaining few hurriedly wiped themselves down and waited for Yin Qingyu's instructions. No one noticed that some of Yin Qingyu's blood had gotten into Ju's mouth. We should be almost there. Let's all lie down. Even Sun, Yi, and Lei Ao, who were piloting the mechs, stowed their mechs and obediently laid down on the ground. The increasingly near footsteps made the people lying on the ground hearts race. Whether Yin Qingyu's words were certain was one thing. If they were caught again. Bang! Suddenly, a tremendous tremor erupted from underground, causing the entire tunnel to shake. Time rewound to a few minutes earlier. Yuchi had been following along, and the more he walked, the stronger the smell of blood became. However, he still couldn't see anyone. His anxiety grew, If they escaped now, when the reinforcement from the capital star arrived, they would surely face defeat. When Yuqi reached the water puddle, he felt something was off underfoot. He seemed to have tripped over something, and when he saw the small puddle, his unease intensified. How could there be water here? Retreat. Everyone retreat. As soon as Yuqi finished shouting, the puddle ahead exploded. The force of the explosion directly collapsed the path ahead. If Yuqi hadn't quickly released the mech, he would have probably been blown up first. However, the massive tremor caused the underground to collapse, and the ground began to cave in. Qingyu and the others had rushed out immediately after the explosion. A group of people ran along a small path toward the academy. When they arrived at the academy, they finally caught their breath. The looks in their eyes when they looked at Qingyu were all filled with shock. You brought the seawater over? Hong had already guessed Qingyu's actions. He had seen Qingyu blow up the entire virtual arena before. After that, Qingyu had asked him for a lot of seawater. Unexpectedly, it was used today. Qingyu frowned, his face pale, shaking his head. The bombs are gone, and the sea is still too shallow. With just this few bombs, I don't know if they can kill them. Qingyu had already calculated this to buy them time. However, once the bombs are used up, they who are now weak will have no strength left to resist. All they can do is pray that these bombs will be effective. Chapter 206. Entering the virtual field after a group of people arrived at the school, they finally dared to believe that Qingyu's tactics were indeed effective. Yuqi's mecha was buried below, but he was safe and sound. Apart from those that didn't bring their mechas or couldn't open them, almost everyone was rescued. Find the entrance underground. We must find them. Yuqi's first words upon coming up were to find them, but Lindsay remained motionless, pulling the soldier from earlier up. Yuqi, we need to be prepared to throw everything away this time. The fact that Qingyu is a traveler is known to quite a few people on Capital Star. Coincidentally, Lindsay had heard about this from someone from Capital Star. This person was Lin Mei, a student at the school who also knew Qingyu. Lindsay pulled Lin Mei to the front. Lin Mei still wore a faint smile, but her eyes were filled with panic. Yes, Qingyu is very powerful. Even mechas can melt. I want to see those melted mechas. It was all done by Qingyu. So what? Who is Qingyu? Yuqi didn't want to care at all. If they waited for the reinforcements from the leaders to arrive, they would truly be worse than dead. Yuqi. The blood of a traveler has a miraculous healing effect on mental power eruptions. That person should have died from the eruption. But he only took a few drops of Qingyu's blood, and now he's fine. His mental power even seems more stable than theirs. We need to take her with us. The two exchanged a tacit glance, tidied up, and went to search. Where is this? Qingyu suddenly waking up was unexpected for everyone. After all, his mental power had been on the verge of collapse, which had led him into a deep coma. But now he had inexplicably woken up. At school, we were waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Qingyu walked in front of Qingyu, touched the blood on her chest, and extended her finger into Qingyu's mouth. Qingyu wanted to struggle, but found that his mental power was gradually calming down. He just stayed still. It seems your blood has the same effect on humans. Huang looked at Qingyu, who was sitting on the ground enjoying himself, and kicked the ground hard. Only Hong was continuously manipulating his light brain. They're getting closer. We need to hide now. A clear array of light spots on the light brain was approaching the school. Although they knew someone would come looking for them, the speed was still somewhat alarming. With our current strength, if we are caught, we will be completely unable to resist. Qishu could only smile bitterly after reading it. The atmosphere became dull. The wounded were not yet healed. The pursuers were imminent, but the reinforcements had not yet arrived. Let's enter the virtual field. Hong, inform them to set up outside the virtual field. Sun, Yi, and Leo will go in with me. Hong and Huang will stay here to guard them. Wait, why do you all have to enter the virtual field? Zayli grabbed Qingyu. This arrangement sounded like the three of them were going to lure everyone away. The data in the virtual field has changed. I'm somewhat familiar with it, but my internal strength is insufficient. So I need Sun, Yi, and Leo to go in with me. The rest of you just stay here and wait for the reinforcements to arrive. No way. I want to go with you. As soon as Qingyu finished speaking, Huang immediately vetoed. He could not possibly feel at ease letting Qingyu go alone to lure the enemy. He didn't care about these people's lives. Huang, we really need you here. I'm more familiar with the new data. Letting me in is the right choice. If Hong goes in, they will only focus on his actions. So among those who understand the virtual field, if either Yin Qingyu or Hong must go, it can only be Yin Qingyu. Chapter 207. Chaos. Yin Qingyu and the others intentionally stayed at the entrance of the virtual field. When Yu Qi and the others saw them, they rushed over. Damn it! Why did this group of people all come in? This group had always split into two during previous battles, leaving part outside. But this time they did not. Not only did they not, but they all followed closely behind them into the field. Don't worry, we just need to shake them off and hide. Yin Qingyu had no time to rest and recover. Her internal strength was already in a critical state. The three of them immediately hid in the nearby bushes once they entered. From this position, they could just see the group that had entered. Find Yin Qingyu and bring her back. As soon as they entered, Yu Qi issued this command. The three hiding nearby felt something was strange. Why did he specifically call out Yin Qingyu's name? The group quickly dispersed. Yu Qi and Lin Zi discussed the next strategy as they walked. As soon as we find Yin Qingyu, we will immediately board the ship. What about the people at the auction house? After Lin Zi asked this, it seemed somewhat unnecessary. He shut his mouth and refused to speak further. If they wanted to save their lives, the best option was to leave here as quickly as possible. But they needed hostages, and they needed a useful hostage. Yin Qingyu greatly satisfied their needs for a hostage. They hadn't gone far when screams began to rise nearby. The group immediately deployed their mechas. Now's the time, let's go. Seeing them deploy their mechas, Yin Qingyu led the two of them out from the bushes. She knew very well where the game's biggest threat lay. Deploying mechas would only attract more attention. But if they didn't deploy mechas, everyone would be surrounded by zombies. Playing this game a few times would give them experience. However, these people escaping from this planet would not initiate the virtual field for training. Amidst the chaos, the three quietly climbed a tree and sat on it, watching the carnage below. Those who didn't have time to deploy their mechas had already perished at the mouths of zombies. Meanwhile, after deploying their mechas, more zombies lunged at them. Even though many zombies fell to the ground with a blast from the energy cannon, they kept pouring in like a never-ending tide. Yin Qingyu, over there, running high above, was indeed hard for zombies to detect, but it was easy for enemies piloting mechas to spot. Yin Qingyu and the others hadn't moved far when Yu Qi turned around and saw the three sitting in the tree. Run! Sun Yi deployed his mecha, shouted to the two, and blocked in front of them. Liu also deployed his mecha, placing Yin Qingyu on his shoulder and heading in the opposite direction. Since these people wanted Yin Qingyu, once they captured her, they wouldn't stay in the virtual field any longer. If they went out and the reinforcements hadn't arrived, Yin Qingyu would truly never return. Unfortunately, Sun Yi's level was insufficient to deal with Lin Zi alone. Not to mention there were other mechas joining in the attack on her. Roar! Hearing this loud roar, Sun Yi knew that this war was finally about to officially begin. Zombies couldn't harm mechas much, but what about the insect beasts? Insect beasts turning into zombies with enhanced physical defense posed a great destructive power to mechas. Moreover, the size of insect beasts was comparable to that of mechas, and the violent sounds attracted not just one insect beast. Lin Zi, we must capture her. Yu Qi had no mecha and could only stand on the tree and continuously direct Lin Zi. Without thinking much, Lin Zi chased after her directly. Liu had already exhausted himself before, and he was running extremely slowly with Yin Qingyu. An energy cannon from Lin Zi exploded behind Liu's mech, causing him to fall to the ground. Qingyu, hurry and go. Liu's massive mech turned around, firmly blocking Yin Qingyu's path. Lin Zi was entangled and relentlessly striking Liu's mech. Once the mech broke, Yin Qingyu would surely be captured. After being set down, Yin Qingyu ran deep into the forest alone. She carefully avoided the zombies, but she used all her strength and her lightness skill. Right now, she just needed to buy time. As long as she wasn't caught, they couldn't escape from the virtual arena, because their target was her. Chapter 208. The secret. With her internal energy depleted and surrounded by zombies, Yin Qingyu hadn't run far. Lin Zi leaped and caught her immediately. You're clever, but what's the use of hiding in here? Our deaths in the virtual arena aren't real. Yin Qingyu shut her mouth and remained silent, her eyes blankly watching the nearby tragedy. Many had their mechs shattered by the insect beasts, and even Yu Qi had been swallowed whole. However, Lindsay didn't react much. As he said, it was impossible to really die in here. Wuyi, Liu, Huri. Qingyu suddenly shouted at the two, and they instantly vanished from sight. It was clear they had logged out. Lindsay couldn't help but laugh. I heard you're a time traveler, but just as naive as some of the fools here. Do they still need you to remind them? They probably abandoned you and ran away long ago. Qingyu remained silent, still held in Lindsay's grasp, her expression showing little change. Let's go, we should leave. You all brought us quite a few surprises and unexpected events. Lindsay held Qingyu in front of him, raising his other mechanical hand high. As soon as his hand pierced through Qingyu's body, she would be declared logged out. Once she died, he could automatically exit and flee with Qingyu. The mech's hand quickly moved to Qingyu's chest, but Lindsay noticed something was off with her expression. She was smiling. Why was she smiling? Lindsay didn't have time to think too much and thrust through Qingyu's chest. Qingyu's body then vanished from his sight. Lindsay hurriedly exited the virtual arena. Once he steadied himself in the real world, he was shocked by the scene before him. You, what have you done? Sun Yi and Leo were still entangled with a few others. However, more people were lying bloodied on the ground. Qingyu was no exception, lying on the ground with a large hole that had just been pierced through her still glaringly visible. How could this happen? Lindsay couldn't think too much and grabbed Qingyu in one hand and the barely alive Yuqi in the other, turning and heading for the exit. Not only did they look like they were about to die, but Lindsay could also feel that his own injuries hadn't healed much. However, the parameters in the virtual arena had clearly been adjusted to ensure they didn't die inside. The leader. As soon as Lindsay reached the doorway, he saw a person at the entrance instinctively retreating. He should have anticipated it. Since the leader was here, the changes in the virtual arena's parameters were dictated by the leader. This time it seemed they had restored the highest level of damage. Lindsay glanced at the silent Yuqi in his hand, his heart tightened, and he threw him out. Yuqi rolled on the ground a few times, but showed no reaction. It seemed he was truly dead. Is this how you treat your companion? Lindsay looked up, seeing a familiar face, but he couldn't remember who it was. However, he had come this far. Did it matter who they were? Get out of my way, if you don't want Qingyu to die. When Lindsay lifted Qingyu, he noticed she had also closed her eyes and was completely still. It then occurred to him that he had killed her in the virtual arena to exit. Huang looked at Qingyu's weak state, wanted to rush over and take her away. But neither Huang nor Hong moved. They both stood silently in place, knowing that if they showed too much protection for the weak Qingyu, she would undoubtedly become their huge weakness, and she might really die here. Don't worry. Once we take you back, you definitely won't escape death. Huang deliberately said this with a proud expression. Lindsay's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the cold-faced leader not far away, and he understood the leader's intention. Want to capture me and take me back? With you in this condition? I think you're dreaming. Lindsay directly threw Qingyu away. He only needed to escape from here. He couldn't be killed. Moreover, these people's mechs have been taken away. The leader wouldn't have a mech, and that man didn't have a mech either. His odds were still quite high. However, a tentacle suddenly shot in his direction. Lindsay's eyes widened, and he quickly dodged to the side. But the target of the tentacle wasn't him. It was the fallen Qingyu. With a flick of Huang's hand, Qingyu was brought over. Here, take care of her. After speaking, Huang handed Qingyu to Hong and dashed out with the tentacles. Chapter 209. Injured at the sudden appearance of the tentacles, Lindsay was initially shocked. But before he could react further, the tentacle whipped in front of him. Insect Beast. You're the Insect Beast King. Lindsay finally remembered where he had seen this person before. He had seen the Insect Beast King on the Light Brain. Huang said nothing, but his attacks became increasingly fierce. You can't escape. Surrender. Hong's voice reached the ears of the two who were still fighting. Huang just smiled disdainfully. This human was not so easily persuaded. As expected, Lindsay laughed out loud. While still fighting Huang, he shouted at Hong, Do you think we're afraid of dying? Since we've done this, we're not afraid of being killed. You so-called higher beings, when the insect beasts attack, you only know to protect the capital star, while for other planets, you save them based on their size. Lindsay spoke while attacking Huang with resentment. Huang felt a pain in his tentacle, and one of them was actually severed. But fortunately, their attacks were now evenly matched. Our planet has been occupied by insect beasts, We can't go anywhere. Even more ridiculous is that as the leader, you don't eliminate the insect beasts, but instead, you want to reconcile with them? Those are the insect beasts that destroyed our homes. How noble can you humans be? Before your kind arrived in the stars, this was all our territory. Whose homeland is it still up for debate? Huang's speed increased, and the two seemed to be lost in their own thoughts. If I die, you won't escape either. Lindsay suddenly stopped, standing still and speaking harshly. Huh, let's see if you have that capability. Hurry. Upon hearing Lindsay's words, Hong's brows tightened. He quickly shouted for the people behind to leave immediately. Huang hesitated for a moment, but he couldn't stop his forward momentum. The sound of running and alarms made the situation increasingly uncontrollable. Huang, hurry. He's going to self-destruct, using his mental energy to make the mech operate quickly. Self-destructing the mech was only meant to kill a large number of insect beasts. Who would have thought it could one day be used against them? But if Huang didn't stop him, once he came out, they would still face certain death. In that instant, Huang had already determined what choice he should make. He turned back to look at Qingyu. Hong, Qingyu is gone. Huang's roar made everyone a bit anxious. If you die, Qingyu will die too. Let's die together. The dazzling bright light stimulated everyone's eyes. In another second, they might all die in here. Shuani opened her eyes, still standing in place, unmoving. But the explosion sound did not come as expected. A thud echoed in the empty room. Everyone's gaze couldn't help but turn towards the distance. Qingyu was half kneeling on the ground, her hair disheveled and her expression unclear. Beside her was a broken long sword. Huang, being the closest to Qingyu, rushed towards her anxiously. However, his running speed couldn't keep up with Qingyu's falling speed. Everyone swarmed forward. Yuni knelt down to roughly check on Qingyu. But the pain hidden in her eyes couldn't be concealed. The large hole in Qingyu's chest was still bleeding profusely. Her palms were full of cracks. Her entire body was almost covered in wounds from mech fragments. We need to hurry and take her back to the treatment pod. She's lost too much blood. After saying this, several people carefully moved Qingyu into the treatment pod, loading her onto the spaceship and heading towards the capital star. Hong withdrew his gaze from the spaceship, looking at the person beside him with some surprise. Aren't you going to go with Qingyu? Aren't you staying behind too? Huang's voice inexplicably became much lower. After hearing his words, Hong's expression also turned desolate. He wasn't leaving because everything here was not yet dealt with. This was something he had to do. Chapter 210. Awakening. When Yuni saw Qingyu again, the wounds on her body had healed a lot. But the large hole in her chest still remained. It seemed that this injury was the most fatal one. Treatment is starting. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. The door to the treatment room was tightly shut, and a group of people stood outside, looking even more desolate. Huizi hadn't expected that just a short trip could lead to such a development. It's all because we were too weak. Iju slumped to the ground, his gaze unfocused and scattered. Instructor, it's not your fault. It's because we were too weak. You should go to the medical pod first. Zayli gently comforted him and let others help Iju away. This time, it was only because they believed the words of those who came to seek refuge that they ended up in this situation. Many people inside had suffered quite a bit. If they didn't take care of themselves properly, it could really be fatal. So only the relatively weak and lightly injured Zay, Li, and Hua, she stayed here. Qingyu, will she be okay? This was the first time Zayli had seen Qingyu so severely injured. In his impression, Qingyu had always been invincible in terms of combat power. No matter how strong the opponent was, she seemed to be able to handle it effortlessly. But now, she could only be sent and covered in blood. Zayli held back his tears, trying not to cry out loud at this moment. I don't know. All we can do now is wait. Huizi looked up at the treatment room, filled with worry. He knew that he wasn't the only one worried about Qingyu. But all they could do was wait. But this wait lasted a long time. When Qingyu opened her eyes, her mind was still in chaos. But the pain at the wound quickly brought back her memories. She clearly remembered that in her last moments, she had used all her internal strength to shatter the mech into pieces. But by then, she had already been at her limit. Under such conditions, did she survive once again? Or was she still the same immortal being, now unaware of what time she had fallen into? Qingyu. Qingyu looked up. Standing at the door was Hong. It seemed she hadn't slept for too long. A smile appeared on Yin Qingyu's face. Everyone, are you all okay? She seemed to have returned to her initial state when she woke up in this starry space, her speech still somewhat clumsy. As soon as Yin Qingyu's words fell, a crowd rushed in from outside. Qingyu, you finally woke up. I miss you so much. Zhe Li, with tears streaming down his face, rushed towards Yin Qingyu's bed, and Huashi disdainfully pushed him away. A group of people crowded around the bed, all looking at her with surprise. I'm Fine. Are you all okay? When Yin Qingyu saw this group of people, her smile grew wider. She would rather risk her life to save those who were rare friends in her life. Knowing they were okay, Yin Qingyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Cough, cough. Unauthorized personnel, get out. The few people from your planet still need care. What are you all doing crowding here? Huang shouted at the door, and surprisingly, these people retreated in perfect unison, turning the room empty once again. Yin Qingyu, Huang suddenly shouted loudly, and Huang looked at him with displeasure, but still shamelessly approached. Does it still hurt? It's okay. Although there's still a little pain, it's manageable. Yin Qingyu chuckled lightly, but honestly stated her condition. Only then did Huang and Huang put away their playful attitudes. Qingyu, I have quite a bit to say. But don't worry, things will definitely go in a good direction. Enough, enough. Saying such things now puts too much pressure on her. Huang once again clashed with Huang. Yin Qingyu became serious. She had a gut feeling that something important was about to happen. Qingyu, you no longer have the ability to be immortal. The breath that Yin Qingyu had been holding suddenly relaxed. She smiled nonchalantly at the two. I thought it was something. If it's this, I actually don't care much. I've lived for a long time. With every awakening, she only felt her heart becoming emptier, especially when she watched so many familiar people leave her. She remained unchanged for thousands of years, forever. She had long had enough of this kind of life. But, Qingyu, your growth rate has only slowed down. It's not the same as ancient Earthlings. If possible, your lifespan is basically similar to that of people in the current starry era. Before Huang could speak, Huang blurted out everything. Moreover, Qingyu, this time we really dealt with those traitors thoroughly. We want order. Killing them this time probably means no one will dare to do this again. Huang spoke easily, but in reality, he dealt with those people with ulterior motives. Especially Linzi, who was left hanging, was tortured to death by him and Huang. Thinking of this, Huang glanced at Huang out of the corner of his eye. He didn't expect Huang, who usually acted like a saint, to be so ruthless this time. But there was no need to repeat this to Yin Qingyu. Chapter 211. Conclusion remarks. Bonus. Male leads decision-making power. Yin Qingyu had been lying down for a long time. Many people had come to visit her every day. Everyone seemed to have returned to their normal routines, and the usual laughter and joy had returned. Qingyu, if you don't get better soon, our team might just get a 10. Xuanyi and Lena sat opposite, calmly sipping the drinks Yin Qingyu had brought out while continuously recounting recent events. Yin Qingyu squinted her eyes slightly, lazily lying on the bed. So weak? It's still not at 1? How long has it been? The two were momentarily caught off guard by Yin Qingyu's teasing words. After a brief silence, Xuanyi immediately pounced on Yin Qingyu's bed. You still haven't honestly explained how you've lived for so long. Living this long, you must have seen many good things, right? Xuanyi. Lena seriously opened the door to the room. Yin Qingyu smiled at the two with some annoyance. I didn't expect you to be interested in this kind of thing. Xuanyi nodded as if it was only natural. In fact, everyone who knew about this was quite interested in Yin Qingyu's past. She couldn't help but ask one more question out of curiosity. It's really nothing much. Although I've lived a long time, I haven't interacted much with people. Most of the time, I'm either sleeping or making money. Staying away from the crowd helps me live better, so Yin Qingyu isn't really good at socializing either. However, my time is no longer stagnant. You should be getting tired of me soon. Yin Qingyu thought for a moment and then smiled at the two. Lena was the first to understand what Yin Qingyu meant. Are you coming back? Of course, if I don't come back, when will I get to 1? Yin Qingyu said as she stood up and tidied the bed. She had been ready to leave for a long time. It was just that the two of them had come in and pressed her down on the bed, and she should have already walked out by now. Wait, is it okay for you to leave like this? What about Yin Yi? What did he say? The two stood there at a loss. I've already said it. Let us go. They should be waiting for us at school. After Yin Qingyu finished speaking, she opened the door and walked out, leaving the two inside looking at each other. When Yin Qingyu returned to the academy, she inexplicably found it bustling with activity. After watching for a while, she realized that it was the enrollment period again. So, is the enrollment happening so quickly now? Of course not. We're not here for enrollment, just for an exchange. If we perform well, we can stay in the capital star. The person next to her answered Yan Qingyu's unintentional remark. Exchange students? Yan Qingyu thought of this term and smiled. It seems that Hong is indeed a very clever leader. Just by mentioning some things about the 21st century, Hong could think of the idea of exchange students. Although not everyone has the chance to stay in the capital star, giving them the opportunity to experience it will also help them understand the meaning of hard work. As Yan Qingyu walked along, she saw many fresh faces shining with excitement. Until she reached the usual gathering place of their battle team, she let out a surprised exclamation upon seeing the people inside. You haven't gone back yet? That's right. Standing inside were Zhe Li and their group. Qingyu, you're finally better. I miss you so much. Hug me. Before Zhe Li could hug her, he was quietly blocked by Hui Zi. Qingyu, we're here as exchange students too. The instructors on the other side are organizing things. So our presence here won't be a problem. That's right. We could be in the same battle team for a year. Hua, she raised his hand, his eyes full of excitement. Coming to study at the 5 universities of Capital Star is a dream for many people. And now this dream is right in front of us. Who wouldn't be thrilled? Huh, we can't lag behind in the same battle team. Xuanyi and the others are not late either, but Xuanyi's pride still remains. Don't say that. Your combat ability isn't that great either. Lei Ao bluntly dismantled the stage, and Dimu had to try his best to stop the two from fighting at the slightest disagreement. The whole room was noisy, filled with vitality. All right, we're all in the same battle team, and this time we're going for one. By the way, what about Huang and Hong? Yan Qingyu had been in for so long and still hadn't seen these two. Logically speaking, Huang should have come to find her most of the time. It's really strange today. Oh, they have something going on again. Let us not worry about them. Let us go to the virtual arena first. A group of people said vaguely, urging Yan Qingyu to go along without fully explaining. After all, if Huang comes back, they can't get close to Yan Qingyu. This stingy bug should just stay in his territory. Do I have to handle this myself? Huang was utterly furious. Hong insisted on establishing a school for insect beasts, but he didn't even look at the current state of the insect beasts. There are very few humanoid insect beasts, and those with a bit of intelligence don't know how to study. This insect beast academy has been established for a long time, but hasn't produced anything substantial. Right now, it's just to familiarize them with this state. The real learning still needs you to teach. Hong stood beside Huang, calmly facing the increasingly agitated Huang. Teach? What are you talking about? What can we teach? We're all useless. Among the entire insect tribe, only he has a bit of education, and the others are even worse. However, teaching how to fight is truly unnecessary. Insect beasts are born knowing that. This is something you, the king, need to consider. Everything you learned in the human academy can be passed on to the insect beasts. I have other matters, so you handle the rest. Hong glanced at his light brain and turned to leave. Huang continued to roar behind him. So we're both students and teachers? Who wants to be that student? King, Yan Qingyu is back. Lin excitedly handed the information on the light brain to Huang. Damn, Hong must have seen this message. Hurry up. Where are we going? Lin looked at Huang, who was walking ahead, confused. Isn't this speed a bit too fast? To study. Lin, stop talking. The king is definitely going after Yan Qingyu. Let us go. After Sin finished speaking, he also turned and walked away. Lin stared blankly at the unruly group of high-intelligence insect beasts in front of him. His cute face suddenly filled with pain. Wait for me. I also want to go study. Chapter 212. Yan Qingyu and Hong, it's about to be a holiday. Do you have any plans on where to go play? Yan Qingyu turned her head in surprise to look at Hong. Go play? You had actually asked this question. You should know that although Hong attends school normally like them, in reality, he is much busier, often dealing with matters in the interstellar realm. Moreover, he has to figure out ways to handle things that Huang can't manage. In this regard, Hong is always more resourceful. Yan Qingyu shared many ancient emperor's governance methods with him. Although she only understood a little, Hong could come up with a better way to effectively implement these plans. Hong smiled at Yan Qingyu, his face showing a simple longing. I've been lonely for a long time, The only time I left Capital Star was the last time I went with you. Yin Qingyu then remembered Hong's situation. Due to illness and the future of the interstellar world, he had indeed been trapped in Capital Star for too long. All right, where do you want to go? Let us discuss it and go together. Yin Qingyu didn't mind acting together on such matters. Moreover, she now felt that enjoying life was a good choice. Yin Qingyu squinted her eyes, smiling up at the sky, completely unaware of Hong's gaze fixed on her. If I say just the two of us go? Yin Qingyu was puzzled and turned her head. Hong's voice was too soft for her to hear clearly. Hong suddenly placed both hands on Yin Qingyu's shoulders, turning her to face him. If I say it's just us two? Yin Qingyu didn't even know how she agreed. She just felt a blur in her mind and vaguely agreed. Tomorrow she would go out to play with Hong. When she returned to the dormitory, Xuanyi and Lena hadn't left yet. Lena was fine. She hadn't been home for a long time and was about to leave. Xuanyi, being a local, was even less anxious to go back. Qingyu, do you want to come to my house to play? Xuanyi was still enthusiastically inviting Yin Qingyu. Come to my house. Our planet is also quite nice. The scenery is beautiful. Lena, upon hearing this, looked up and sent an invitation to Yin Qingyu. I said, can you not copy me? If we go, we should go to my house first. Why not? Can't we go to my house first? When school starts, we can come to your house together. Of course not. Stop. I already have a place to go. I can visit your house another time. After speaking with the two, Yin Qingyu went into her room and lay down. She opened her light brain, and the messages were from Hong. They were just telling her to rest well, and that he would come to pick her up tomorrow. Yin Qingyu suddenly felt a bit restless in her heart, and she found this feeling quite novel. Hong clearly showed his concern for her, which made her feel a bit conflicted. She wasn't sure if she liked Hong the same way he liked her. If she refused, wouldn't it be awkward to meet again? She had experienced too little of such things. With all these thoughts, when Yin Qingyu woke up the next morning, it was already quite late. By the time she walked out, there was no one left in the dormitory. Yin Qingyu walked out of the school gate alone and saw the familiar spaceship not far away. As she approached, she was surprised to see that the one sitting inside was Hong. You came to drive? Yin Qingyu felt a bit unreal even as she boarded the spaceship. I used to fly the spaceship around at home when I was little. Hong looked very fresh today, and when he smiled, he resembled a sunny boy. Yin Qingyu was momentarily lost in thought. Ahem, where are we going? You'll find out soon. Just sit tight. Today is all ours. Yin Qingyu suddenly felt her face heat up. The spaceship took quite a while to fly, but when she saw the scenery before her, she felt that the time spent was truly worthwhile. Looking down, her eyes were filled with flowers. A gust of wind blew, making the flower clusters sway and creating a vast sea of flowers. Flowers! How could there be so many flowers? This vibrant scene was something Yin Qingyu hadn't seen in a long time. She almost pressed her face against the glass, staring intently at the view below. Do you want to go down and feel it? Is this what you talked about regarding nature? Hong understood Yin Qingyu's thoughts very well, even before she responded. He had already landed the spaceship. When the spaceship opened, a rich fragrance rushed at them. Yin Qingyu dashed straight into the sea of flowers without hesitation. Hong stood in place, watching her roll on the ground, occasionally picking a few small flowers to hold in her hands. Here, wear this. Yin Qingyu wove a flower crown and placed it on Hong's head. Then she closed her eyes and lay down on the ground. Hong followed her movements and lay down beside her. Yin Qingyu opened her eyes in confusion and glanced at him. In that moment, she saw the depths of Hong's eyes. This planet has only recently appeared, and unlike other planets, it is exceptionally vibrant. Qingyu, I feel like when you first appeared before me, you came with the same vitality and hope as this planet. Hong lay on the ground, looking straight at Yin Qingyu with sincerity in his eyes. You said that you used to wander freely in the sea of flowers. I imagine you must have been very happy then, so I want to continue your happiness. Yin Qingyu might not have even realized that when talking about memorable things from her past, her face was filled with excitement. Yin Qingyu didn't speak, just quietly shifted her gaze away from Hong's. Oh, it's not you who makes me happy. Aren't you just using flowers to flatter me? Why are you taking this emotional route? Yin Qingyu didn't know what to say. Are you happy? Not bad. Actually, I'm quite happy. But Yin Qingyu didn't want to reveal her true feelings. As long as you're happy. Yin Qingyu's breath suddenly stopped for a moment as she turned to look at Hong, who had closed his eyes beside her. His face was also full of smiles. Looking quite relaxed. Hong had always been very straightforward, at least more so than her. Well, if we were to try, I should be quite happy too. As soon as she finished speaking, Hong wrapped an arm around Yin Qingyu's waist. I will make you very happy. Can you stay with me forever? Isn't that too direct? Yin Qingyu admitted that she was a bit old-fashioned and couldn't help but blush at his words. However, she still had to maintain her bottom line. Ahem, the premise is that you can't make mistakes. If you have someone else, then I want tea. It will always be only you. Hey, do all men say sweet nothings so smoothly? How many people sweet nothings have you heard? Yin Qingyu unconsciously voiced her true thoughts, and Hong held her waist tightly, his eyes filled with grievance. Hee hee, anyway, right now it's you. All right, I am hungry. Hong didn't say anything more and just took Yin Qingyu's hand and led her to explore. There's more here than just flowers. There are many more things to see. Chapter 213. Yin Qingyu and Huang have already started school for a few days, and Huang is still running back and forth every day. Qingyu, come with me. Huang tugged at Yin Qingyu's clothes, playfully whining without any burden. Have you finished dealing with your insect tribe issues? Well, not yet. Come with me. Yin Qingyu couldn't resist Huang's whining, but she couldn't withstand his continuous pleas. She shook off Huang's hand with annoyance. Let go. Walk normally. If your subordinates see you like this, it'll be so embarrassing. Huang wore a nonchalant smile on his face. Don't mind them. Let us just go. Yin Qingyu was asked to follow Huang to check out their newly built Insect Beast Academy. It was said to be very difficult to manage, making people feel troubled, and even Huang didn't have any particularly good solutions. He insisted that Huang manage it, claiming he was tired and needed Yin Qingyu to come along to brainstorm ideas, which led to the current situation. You've built this place quite well. Yin Qingyu looked around. This place was quite different from human academies. At least in human academies, apart from buildings, there wouldn't be such a vast natural environment. Of course, let us go see how Lin and the others are doing. Huang led Yin Qingyu inside. Lin and Sun were still focused on their light brains, discussing intensely. What stage are you at? Yin Qingyu initially didn't want to interrupt their heated discussion, but she really didn't want to stay longer, so she had to speak up first. King, Qingyu, we just don't know what methods to use to educate them. Learning is something that no insect beast is interested in except for the king. After sensing Huang's deadly glare, Lin quickly swallowed Yin Qingyu's name. Since Huang has learned, shouldn't he know how to teach? Yin Qingyu's gaze shifted to Huang, filled with confusion. Huang smiled proudly at Yin Qingyu. I'm the king, of course. I learn quickly, but they're different from me. They're the same. It's just that you develop at different times. Learning is something you can do, and other insect beasts can too. Although Yin Qingyu didn't know where Huang's inexplicable confidence came from, if he maintained this confidence, this school would never truly take off. Are you saying that I am the same as them? That there is no difference? Huang's expression suddenly darkened, his gaze heavy as he looked at Yin Qingyu. Of course, in terms of intelligence. Before Yin Qingyu could finish her sentence, Huang pulled her away. Yin Qingyu, don't you ever feel like I am me? What? Yin Qingyu was a bit confused by these words. I am just Huang. Although I am the leader of the insect beasts, not every insect beast is like me. While you may not see any difference between us from the outside, both equally brutal, do you really never feel that I am my own self? There was an unusual sadness on Huang's face. Without waiting for Yin Qingyu to interject, Huang continued smoothly. Here, I'm leaving. Huang took a long sword from the light brain and threw it at Yin Qingyu before turning to leave. Yin Qingyu instinctively caught the sword, her gaze lingering on it in a daze. This sword wasn't already broken. Huang had fixed it for her. Yin Qingyu turned to look back, but Huang's figure had long since disappeared. It seemed at this time he was incredibly angry. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly broken through space to leave. Huang was truly angry this time, so after being by Yin Qingyu's side for so long, she still only felt that he was no different from other insect beasts. It was understandable. What difference could insect beasts have in the eyes of humans? The insect king and ordinary insect beasts were all just insects, right? Wasn't it the same in the eyes of the insect beasts? Among so many humans, the only one he felt was different was Qingyu. Initially, it was indeed because of her blood, but later he didn't force Qingyu to give him blood anymore. So why? Why has Qingyu never really looked at him properly? Qingyu, what use is it to be so smart? Can't you see that I like you? Qingyu, you really are going to drive me crazy. Huang kept pounding on the trees around him, his face filled with frustration. He had thought of this fact himself, but admitting it still felt painful. Oh, so that's why you helped me fix the sword? A crisp voice came from behind him, and Huang stood still, not moving. Hey, why aren't you answering? Hearing the question from behind, Huang took a deep breath, turned around, and faced Qingyu. Why are you so close to me? Huang hadn't even said anything yet, and his face was already flushed. Qingyu was indeed standing a bit too close, now positioned behind Huang. Seeing Huang blush, Qingyu's smile deepened. I just want to ask someone about my low emotional intelligence. Someone seems to be questioning my emotional intelligence. Who? Who are you talking about? I have things to do at school. I'll be leaving now. Huang's gaze wavered, and he didn't even dare to meet Qingyu's eyes. He turned sideways, wanted to walk past her. All right, if you don't want to talk, then forget it. There might not be another chance in the future. Qingyu didn't press him too much and followed Huang as he walked away. But Huang stood still, no longer moving, while Qingyu crossed her arms and waited for him to move forward. After a moment, Huang hesitantly turned around, slightly raising his eyes to meet Qingyu's gaze. Do you want to rely on someone? Qingyu thought. Huang still had the face to say she lacked emotional intelligence. Who was really the one with low emotional intelligence here? If you wanted to confess, just do it. Why ask all these unnecessary questions? I don't want to. Qingyu's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but just at the level Huang could hear. Upon hearing this response, Huang's expression fell. Oh, then I'll leave first. Uffed. Do you want to make me laugh to death and inherit my snacks? Qingyu laughed loudly without holding back. Huang, I won't rely on anyone. If I have a partner, it will only be mutual support. So, do you want to walk with me? Qingyu's gaze met Huang's directly. A hint of surprise suddenly appeared on Huang's face, his eyes filled with joy. I do. I want to walk with you. Huang once again clingily wrapped his arm around Qingyu's, and the two headed back in the direction they had just come from, where Lin and Sun were still waiting for them to solve the problem.